Chapter 1. Life and Death Speed right after crossing over. You said your name is what? Lu Wenjing. Lu Ainan's vision went black momentarily, as if struck by a thunderbolt. No, before she closed her eyes. She was just an office worker dreaming of earning 10 billion yuan, and then retiring to take care of the family. Why did she suddenly wake up and become the short-lived and evil female supporting character in a melodramatic story about swapped identities? Lu Ainan was dumbfounded. She had only just been driven off the mountain by her master to earn money for the family when, on her way treating patients, she picked up and read out of boredom a melodramatic sweet romance novel called Even Though I'm a Fake Aristocrat, the Tycoons All Pamper Me. After criticizing it, she crossed over into this world. The novel tells the story of how the heroine Lu Rongyu switched identities with the real aristocrat, and through her own efforts reversed her fate, making many powerful men fall hopelessly in love with her and willingly dedicate themselves to her. Then, there were scenes where these tycoons fought jealously among themselves for her, even going so far as to destroy walls for her sake. Through all sorts of melodramatic plots, she finally achieved success and true love with the male protagonist. In the novel, there is a cannon fodder female supporting character named Lu Ainan, exactly the same as her name, letter for letter. With curiosity and anticipation, Lu Ainan read it intently, but the more she read, the angrier she got. In the book, the original main character was the lost true aristocrat who was found at 18 years old by her elder brother Lu Wenjing. Upon arriving home, she was tricked by Lu Rongyu and publicly humiliated by Grandma Lu. Thereafter, as if under a curse, the original main character repeatedly fell victim to Lu Rongyu's scheming and traps, eventually leading to her death abroad alongside her parents. Even after her death, her brothers were cornered by Lu Rongyu and the male lead, resulting in some dying and others becoming disabled. The scene was one of complete desolation. Seeing the author force-feeding the idea that the female supporting character was both evil and stupid, with the whole family falling prey to the main character's schemes, culminating in their tragic end, Lu Ainan couldn't help but lash out. She engaged in an epic battle of words with the author for 300 rounds, ending only when she was blocked and could no longer argue with the author. She then closed her eyes and slept in frustration. But when she opened her eyes again, she had become the cannon fodder female supporting character, sitting in the car heading home. Lu Ainan gazed out at the scenery outside the window and sorrowfully closed her eyes once more. Sinful. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? This isn't my path to wealth and return home. It's clearly the road to the underworld of life. Lu Wenjing. Accelerating too much, didn't hear her speak, yet she already mentioned the Yellow Spring River? Didn't she open her mouth? Lu Wenjing looked at Lu Ainan incredulously. Ainan, what did you just say? Lu Ainan shook her head and was about to speak when suddenly, she felt an intense vertigo. Immediately after, a series of piercing gunshots rang out near her ear. Lu Ainan quickly steadied herself and turned back, her pupils contracting sharply. 3 black cars, like ghosts, tightly followed behind them, their windows revealing half of a man's figure shooting bullets at their car. Lu Ainan's heart dropped, filled with confusion. What the hell? Was it spoken magic? Why am I suddenly caught up in Fast and Furious now? This part wasn't in the novel. Lu Wenjing frowned. Didn't hear any words? Could it be in her thoughts? What does this have to do with the novel? But there was no time to ask. Glancing at the rearview mirror and seeing the man pulling the trigger, he quickly pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving a bowstring, tearing through the air as it raced ahead. Lu Ainan gripped the handrest tightly, looking at the vehicles continuously ramming from behind and listening to the continuous gunfire around her. She forced herself to remain calm quickly. If only I knew the way here well, then I could lead my fake older brother away from this. As she thought, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Customer service. We have detected imminent danger to the host. Emergency avoidance mode has been activated, planning the optimal escape route. Please check it out. Immediately after, a detailed city map appeared in Lu Ainan's mind as if projected, showing a bright red line flashing slowly. An arrow pointed straight toward her current vehicle position. Lu Ainan's eyes lit up. Looking towards Lu Wenjing, her voice was firm. I'll drive. Without hesitation, Lu Wenjing nodded. A strange feeling flickered through Lu Ainan's heart, but was quickly dismissed. Swiftly unfastening the seatbelt, she leaned slightly forward, both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, feeling the slight tremor under her palms. Lu Wenjing moved his body nimbly, making space for her. In the moment he stood up, Lu Ainan deftly flipped over and stably seated herself in the driver's seat. With sharp focus, she glanced at the relentless vehicles chasing behind in the rearview mirror, checked the glowing route on the map, and without any hesitation stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car immediately sped up, bursting through the narrow alleyway like a runaway wild horse. Lu Ainan moved methodically through the maze of narrow alleys. At yet another sharp turn, she quickly reversed the car's direction and executed a skid that allowed her to narrowly pass by the pursuing vehicles. Unable to manage the tight turns, the vehicles chasing them careened out of control and slammed violently into the barriers on the side of the road. Furious occupants jumped out of the wrecked cars, firing a few more desperate shots at their retreating car, but could only watch as Lu Ainan's vehicle sped farther and farther away until it disappeared around a distant street corner. Damn it, they got away. Lu Ainan relaxed slightly as she watched the crashed vehicles disappear from her rearview mirror. Ainan, good driving skills. Lu Ainan's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat uneasy. I wonder if this so-called big brother knows whether the original host knew how to drive. Lu Wenjing's gaze flickered slightly, checking the rearview mirror to ensure no one was following before he sent a message and gestured for Lu Ainan to pull over. Let me drive. We'll head back to the old mansion. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Anin thought about the voice in her mind earlier and hesitantly called out. System? Customer service. Customer service 7758 at your service. Welcome, dear customer, to the Blind Box Mall. Please confirm that you'd like to receive the beginner tutorial and starter package. Are you the system I encountered earlier? Customer service. Dear, it was indeed me earlier, but I'm not the system. I'm just the mall's customer service representative, here to assign your overall mission objectives. You didn't speak like that before. Customer service. Special circumstances made it impossible for me to sound friendly then, dear. What do you mean by overall mission? Customer service. It's like this. Dear, since we've detected that your current identity is the infamous villainous female supporting character, you'll need to complete the subtasks associated with being the villainous female supporting character, all leading up to the ultimate task of changing your own fate. I refuse. This sounds like some kind of 007 type operation, and I'm definitely not going to. Customer service. One of the rewards includes a 10 billion yuan bonus. No, there's no way I'm refusing. This task is clearly tailor-made for me. Ha ha ha, who else but me can handle this? Lu Anin's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely missing the significant look Lu Wenjing gave her. Customer service, great. Here's your beginner's package and guide to using the mall. Please kindly check. As soon as the words were said, a transparent mall interface appeared in Lu Anin's mind. She glanced at it and felt a little disoriented. Why does this interface look so much like a luck-based game? Customer service, all submissions will be listed under the mission tab, and any time-limited missions will be found within events. The corresponding rewards, blind box drawings, and methods of use will all be explained in the mall. Hopefully, you'll succeed in the missions and climb to the top of life. See you. Lu Anin sighed helplessly as the customer service representative abruptly disappeared, rubbing her temple. How did I end up on a pirate ship like this? Anin, we're here. The smooth male voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to look outside the window and immediately saw 3 elegantly dressed figures waiting by the entrance of the old mansion, marveling inwardly. Wow, I could never have dreamed that I'd one day suddenly become a rich family's daughter. Lu Wenjing heard her inner musings and couldn't help but smile faintly. Get out. Those are mom and dad, Lu Mingxian and Song Shiyun, and your second brother Lu Yanli. Your third and fourth brothers haven't returned yet. Lu Anin responded with a got it, pushed open the car door, and stepped out to stand steady, preparing to flash an elegant smile when she suddenly froze. Hold on, smelly bean sack. Chapter 2. The whole family are villains. Lu Anin stood there in shock. Lu Mingxian, Song Shiyun, Lu Yanli? Elder brother 3 and 4? No way. It can't be what I'm thinking of. She turned to ask Lu Wenjing. What are the names of third brother and fourth brother? Although Lu Wenjing was puzzled inside, he didn't show it on his face. Your third brother is called Lu Xuanran. He's a doctor who will be busy with surgery tonight and may return later. Your fourth brother is called Lu Yubai. He's a student at Kyoto University. He went abroad a few days ago for an academic competition, and it may take a few more days before he comes back. Are they my biological brothers? Lu Anin asked cautiously. Of course, we share the same mother. Lu Wenjing nodded, not knowing the implication. Lu Anin felt her vision go dark. She could feel as if another thunderclap had struck her head. Fine. I thought the entire Lu family was merely stepping stones set up for the male and female leads. But it turns out only our family are the major villains. What an infuriating author. Why didn't you clarify this crucial plot? Lu Anin gritted her teeth furiously. In the original story, Lu Rongyu was brought back by old Mistress Lu when she was 4 years old. The parents of the protagonist have always refused to accept Lu Rongyu replacing the main character, and also, the 4 brothers of the Lu family were all on bad terms with the female lead. However, the book never detailed the relationship between the original protagonist and these 4 brothers. She had always assumed while reading the book that everyone in the Lu family except old Mistress Lu were villains opposing the heroine. Now it seemed only their family was the largest group of hapless villains. Lu Anin thought so deeply that she didn't notice the 4 people next to her looking at her complexly. Lu father, Lu mother, and Lu Yanli were filled with confusion. What hapless villains? Aren't we? Where's the girl's voice coming from? All of them simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lu Wenjing with questioning eyes. After regaining consciousness from Lu Anin's inner thoughts, Lu Wenjing noticed the looks of the 3 and realized what happened. He then nodded at them and shook his head lightly. The 3 understood immediately and then looked at Lu Anin again. Lu Anin was still deep in thought. Isn't the fake miss already in the living room? Once I step into the scene, a fatal plot must happen, and afterward, it'll be dad, mom, and these brothers' turn. Lu Anin chuckled wryly at the memories of the descriptions in the original work. Humph, does the dumb author expect me to die prematurely to act as a catalyst for the feelings between the male and female leads? Hell no, I refuse. Not only will I die now, but I won't let my family alone die. My surnamed Lu clan will bring our villain squad together to fight this lousy author. Lu father, Lu mother, Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Goodness, is this what they call going to die even earlier than expected because of eagerness? Just as the young girl was about to fall into darkness, Song Shiyun quickly moved forward, grabbed Lu Anin's hand, and gently patted it. Anin, darling child, mommy has finally found you. As she spoke, Song Shiyun's eyes slowly reddened. Feeling the warmth transmitted from her mother's hand gripping hers, the coldness in Lu Anin's heart gradually disappeared. When she raised her head and met Song Shiyun's tear-filled gaze, those eyes were full of joy after reuniting and deep maternal love. Touched inside, Lu Anin smiled warmly and held Song Shiryun's hand back, softly calling out, "Mommy, hello. I am Lu Anin." Upon hearing those two words, Song Shiryun could no longer hold back her tears. She tightly embraced Lu Anin and sobbed affectionately. "Yes, my good daughter, my good daughter." Gently patting Song Shiryun's back to comfort her, Lu Anin calmed her down. Beside her, Lu father and the others watched silently, their eyes glistening red, looking at each other knowingly and smiling. Their home, broken for so many years, was finally complete. As Song Shiryun's emotions gradually settled, she loosened her grip on Lu Anin and wiped away her tears, introducing her tenderly. "Anin, this is your father, Lu Mingqian, and your second brother, Lu Yanli." Lu Mingqian walked over steadily, lightly holding Song Shiryun's shoulder, turning his gaze to Lu Anin and revealing a warm smile, brimming with kindness and fondness. "Anin, welcome home." Lu Anin smiled demurely. "Thank you, Daddy. Wow, my dad and mom truly make an ideal pair. No wonder many handsome men and beautiful women were disheartened by their marriage described in the novel. They are so good-looking that standing together makes them absolutely pleasing to the eye." Proudly, Lu father and Lu mother straightened their chests. Their daughter praised how good-looking they were. "And me too, Anin, I'm your second brother." Lu Yanli eagerly pushed his way in front of Lu Anin, his eyes bright with anticipation. How would his sister praise him? Lu Anin turned her attention to her second brother, her smile becoming even brighter. "Hello, second brother." Second brother lives up to his title as an acting king. This face, this physique, sure is mesmerizing indeed. However, I wonder if mom and dad can accept the son-in-law being a woman in the future? Lu Yanli was shocked wide-eyed. What? He's going to marry a man in the future? Impossible. That absolutely cannot happen. He's so straight. The other three, having heard her thoughts, were also shocked. Their second son/brother was going to marry a man in the future? Could we actually accept it? After all, in the original story, after my parents and I die, second brother takes revenge for us by setting traps for the male and female leads, but ends up being manipulated by them and given to a foreign nobleman who has always coveted him. Although the original says that the nobleman is good-looking, he seems like a pervert. The other three immediately looked at Lu Yanli with sympathy. It wasn't easy being the second son/brother. Lu Anin thought about the miserable state of second brother in the original story and shivered. No. Even if second brother likes men in the future, it can't be some sick chase where he tries to escape but has no way out. The three nodded their heads in agreement. Our daughter/sister is right. Regardless of whether it's a man or woman, at least the partner can't be a pervert. Lu Yanli watched as the four gradually acted strange and was just about to speak up when he heard Lu Anin's thoughts again. However, the oldest brother probably had it worst. Lu Anin looked at Lu Wenjing, meeting the deep gaze of the man's eyes. The man's eyebrows and eyes were cold, his facial features clean-cut, and there was a mole on his high nose bridge, a typical look for a dominating CEO from novels. If he weren't my big brother, I'd whistle at how hot he is. Lu Wenjing arched an eyebrow. Whistling? That wouldn't be very proper, but it seemed she considered him more attractive than her second brother in her heart. He glanced discreetly at his second brother and smiled slightly. It's such a pity though. This handsome man eventually goes bankrupt, the Lu family gets divided, and he's reduced to ashes by the heroine. Lu Wenjing slightly stiffened and chuckled lightly. Seems like he died pretty miserably. Lu father, Lu mother, and Lu Yanli looked at Lu Wenjing with sympathy again. The eldest son/brother had it worse. He turned into ashes. Lu Wenjing felt their gazes but remained unfazed. Grandma is still waiting inside. Let's go in. Everyone snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes. Let's go in first. Song Shiryun gently held Lu Anin's hand and started to speak, but a female voice cut in. Mother Lu, why aren't you going in? Lu Anin followed the sound and raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. Oh, the female lead arrived. Chapter 3. The female lead brings back a ghostly youth. The four of them stared intently at Lu Rongyu. So she was the female lead. Lu Rongyu looked at the subtle glances from the group and felt somewhat agitated inside. Still, she smiled faintly, her gaze slowly turning to Lu Anin, who was surrounded by the four. A flash of barely noticeable surprise and panic flickered in her eyes. So this is my sister, truly very similar to mother. Although when you got lost, I was soon taken back to the Lu family. Father, mother, and my brothers never stopped searching for you. Now that we've finally found you, everyone is definitely overjoyed. But father, mother, and eldest brother have been out for quite some time and haven't returned. Moreover, I've always been physically weak, so grandma sent me out to call you all back. Lu Anin acutely noticed the panic in Lu Rongyu's eyes and narrowed hers slightly. She's already started feeding me lies? She subtly hints I'm not important as they brought her back right after I went missing, then makes it clear that she is the favorite under Grandma Lu's protection. Her cunning plans are not exactly sophisticated. Lu Yanli frowned deeply. What was wrong with Lu Rongyu? Hadn't she been told she didn't need to call him second brother? Just as he prepared to scold her, Lu Anin's voice laced with confusion echoed through the air. Sorry, but who are you? Lu father, Lu mother, Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Puff. Ha. No wonder our obedient daughter/sister is so remarkable. Lu Anin lightly curved her lips. You must enter the stage before you can make your move, sister. When Lu Anin spoke, Lu Rongyu seemed as though someone had just slapped her hard, almost unable to keep her smile. Sister you. It's been too long outside. Let's go in first and talk. Lu mother interrupted Lu Rongyu coolly, pulling Lu Anin aside slightly and walking a few steps forward before stopping. She turned around to look at Lu Rongyu, her eyes revealing a hint of warning. Rongyu, you were the one Grandma took back then. Over these years, we have never made you call us father or mother. After all, we have spent all these years searching for Ainen and have never actually raised you. We can't bear the title mother. So let's continue to call Grandma Mrs. Lu from now on. After finishing her words, she did not look at Lu Rongyu again and pulled Lu Ainen along, leaving Lu Rongyu standing there, her face pale. She stared fiercely at Lu Ainen's back, seething with anger inside. What did those fools do? They allowed this wretched person to return alive. Lu Ainen sensed the furious glare from behind and remembered the fleeting unease in Lu Rongyu's eyes earlier, feeling coldness spread in her own. In the original story, I appeared in the Lu family, and after being tricked by Lu Rongyu, I was publicly humiliated by old Mrs. Lu. There wasn't any mention of prior chase attempts, but judging by Lu Rongyu's expression, this matter might be related to her. I'll have to test her soon. Song Shiyun, Lu Mingqian, Lu Yanli, our beloved daughter/sister also faced an assassination attempt? All three pairs of eyes darted towards Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing furrowed his eyebrows slightly, signaling them to discuss this later. He originally thought those people were targeting him, but unexpectedly, their real target was Ainen. If it really was Lu Rongyu who sent them, Lu Wenjing's gaze sharpened. Then she could not remain in the Lu family. As they passed through the vestibule into the living room, Lu Ainen came face to face with grandmother Lu sitting in the center of the sofa, her head full of silver hair. In her hand, she tightly gripped her cane, glaring at Lu Ainen without any pretense. Lu Ainen looked at the old lady politely with a gentle smile. Father called out Ma and introduced her. This is Ainen. Then he nodded toward Lu Ainen. Ainen, call her Grandma. Grandma. Lu Ainen obediently addressed her. The old lady casually hummed in acknowledgement, showing little warmth. She then turned to ask her father. Where's Rongyu? Didn't she go find you? Before father could answer, Lu Rongyu's voice rang out. Grandma. Immediately after, everyone saw Lu Rongyu walk in with a ghostly youth. Lu Yanli's eyes instantly turned cold, his gaze falling on Lu Rongyu and the young man. Instinctively, he felt that Lu Rongyu was up to no good. Lu Rongyu, you should be clear what today's occasion is. What exactly are you doing right now? SEC, Brother Yanli, it's not like that. Lu Rongyu's voice carried hesitation. She glanced at Lu Yanli, revealing a touch of helplessness in her eyes. He claimed to know sister and said he had urgent business to discuss with her. Seeing his distressed demeanor, I momentarily pitied him and brought him in. Brother Yanli, wouldn't it be possible he really does have something important? Lu Yanli didn't believe her and folded his arms, smirking coldly. That's quite convenient, isn't it? We didn't bump into him while we were outside just now, but you ran into him immediately after going out. It's not like that. That's enough. Rongyu, come here next to Grandma. Mrs. Lu waved her hand, signaling for Lu Rongyu to sit beside her. Her expression was filled with both care and seriousness as she asked. Girl, didn't Grandma already tell you before? From now on, call him second brother. Why have you changed your mouth again now? Lu Rongyu timidly glanced at Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, and Lu Yanli, a trace of Weichik flickering in her eyes. Grandma, it's not proper. Father, Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu spent all these years searching for sister, while I've grown up by your side. It's more appropriate to call Yanli brother, isn't it? Now that sister has returned, if I suddenly change the address to call them father and mother, it might also be inappropriate. Lu Ainen arched an eyebrow as she watched the old madam's face grow darker. TSK. No wonder since she came back, the relationship between the elder and the original family grew worse. I see through your antics immediately. Just wait for me to get rid of you. Lu Yanli and the three others. Feels like suddenly a monkey jumped out. It's not sister's fault, it's all my mistake. I wasn't around my parents when I was young, starved and freezing without enjoying even one day of their love. Now, seeing how close sister is with mom and dad, I couldn't help feeling hurt inside. To comfort me, they told me the truth on the way home. But this caused sister to misunderstand our parents and brother. All my fault. Grandma, please don't blame them. Lu Ainen looked teary-eyed, her voice choked with sobs. Sister, I didn't mean. I understand. There's no need for you to explain, sister. As long as Grandma and you aren't upset, the rest doesn't matter. Lu Ainen sniffled and interrupted Lu Rongyu, wiping her eyes. Use magic to defeat magic, gotcha. Lu Yanli smiled inwardly. Sister's acting skills are wasted outside the entertainment industry. You. Mrs. Lu furrowed her eyebrows, just about to lose her temper when she was cut off by Mr. Lu next to her. That's enough, Ma. We still have guests here. Let Ainen first ask what he wants from her. Lu Ainen softly responded with an her voice still trembling faintly with residual cries. She looked at the youth with red eyes. Hello, may I ask what you want with me? The youth hadn't yet hidden his prominent teeth that had appeared while watching the drama unfold. What? Me? Lu Ainen's lips twitched, barely holding back her smile through her feigned sadness. Geez, this kid has been entertained enough. Look at those big teeth, like a Type-C port. Mr. Lu and the four others almost burst out laughing until their faces turned red. Our obedient daughter/sister really has talent, huh? I'm asking you, what's your relation with Lu Ainen? Mrs. Lu's tone showed disapproval, her face full of disdain and impatience as she looked at Lu Ainen and the youth. Lu Ainen, noticing the old lady's expression, smirked slightly with a hint of sarcasm. I'm so curious. When the old lady finds out whose ghost fire this is, will she perform a Sichuan opera face-changing act? Chapter 4. Is the ghost fire Sonan really Master Jin? This is Jin Yenda. Mr. Lu paused, inconspicuously sizing up the teenager, slightly surprised. This colorful kid is actually Jin Yan, Jin Feng's grandson. Did my obedient daughter not make a mistake in her recognition? The Jin family is extremely well known in the military world. Generations have served in the military, establishing great merits for the country. Jin Fenghua is even a general. His grandson was reportedly raised amidst tough training from a young age. But the teenager standing before him, his attire seemed like it would get him disowned by Grandpa Jin. Could this really be right? As Mr. Lu pondered if his daughter had made a mistake, a thought resonated in his mind. The Jin family is a political military connection the old lady has long yearned to associate with. I wonder if she would regret ignoring such a valuable relationship upon realizing this seemingly unworthy person is Jin Fenghua's most beloved grandson, perhaps waking up at midnight muttering, "I'm such an idiot." Lu Anin smirked faintly as she glanced at Lu Rongyu, who was whispering beside the old lady. In the original story, due to Jin Yan's flashy ghost fire-like appearance and Lu Rongyu's insidious provocations, the old lady publicly humiliated the previous protagonist. She even proclaimed that the original main character was never to step foot inside the mansion again, and the Lu family wouldn't acknowledge her identity either. This incident somehow spread, turning the just-claimed protagonist into a laughingstock among the wealthy elite circles. Her parents had to invest many resources to handle the aftermath. She looked regrettably at the nearby stylish Jin Yan. Because of Lu Rongyu's provocation and the old lady's insult, the original protagonist never gave Jin Yan a chance to explain himself. She expelled him outright from the Lu family. Even when Jin Yan sought her out several times afterward, he was rejected every single time. As a result, the protagonist missed a golden opportunity. But now, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Lu Anin observed Jin Yan discreetly, then gazed at him with a look mixed with 3 parts apology, 3 parts helplessness, and 4 parts plea, adding a touch of crying to her voice. Could you please explain this to everyone? Jin Yan, despite finding Lu Anin's expression somewhat amusing, seriously apologized to her. I apologize. I didn't know you returned home today. This address was given to me by Master Yi. I came here because I want you to treat my grandfather. My name is Sister, your friend. His attire is quite unique. Lu Rongyu innocently stared at the youth, but a fleeting disdain flashed in her eyes. Treating diseases? Too funny. Lu Anin must have hired this guy to help her fabricate lies. Why couldn't she hire someone more respectable? Remember, the Lu family abhors its younger members mingling with unsavory types. Not only did Lu Anin mix with such people, but she also lied, which directly crossed Grandma's bottom line. It was a perfect chance for Lu Rongyu to make Lu Anin lose face in front of everyone. Sister, is what this friend of yours said about seeking your help for treating his grandfather true? Lu Rongyu asked, feigning surprise. Sister is only 18, yet already possesses such profound medical skills. I, as your sister, need to learn more from you in the future. Deliberately raising her voice, Lu Rongyu ensured all around could hear her words. Though inwardly scoffing, Lu Anin maintained a weightia and difficult expression on her face. Sister, whether or not he's my friend, isn't it inappropriate to interrupt a guest while they're speaking? Old Mrs. Lu shot a mildly reproachful glance at Lu Rongyu, lifting her chin slightly. You may continue. What is your name? Which family do you come from? Wow, that's some directness from the old lady. Lu Anin loved drama, and found this scene fascinating. Jin Yan felt somewhat repulsed by the inexplicable hostility from Lu Rongyu and the old lady, but he still restrained his temper and introduced himself. My name is Jin Yan. Old Mrs. Lu immediately startled. Are you part of the Jin family? Jin Yan coldly nodded. Yes, Jin Fenghua is my grandfather. Mr. Lu was taken aback, feeling speechless. General Jin Jin was after all a towering figure in the military, and yet his grandson turned out to be so unconventional. A sudden laugh broke through the quiet living room, drawing everyone's attention toward Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu gently wiped away tears from laughing. Sorry, sister, I couldn't help myself. How could he possibly be Jin Yan? Why couldn't I possibly be Jin Yan? Jin Yan asked expressionlessly. Lu Rongyu mocked Jin Yan, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Jin Yan is from a military political aristocratic family. The Jin family could never allow their precious young master to dress like this. Realizing that the Jin family, a prominent military political household, would never allow their esteemed young master to dress in such a way, old Mrs. Lu remembered how serious General Jin was throughout his life. How could he possibly let his grandson appear like this? She had almost believed that the boy was Jin Yan. Once she comprehended the absurdity, old Mrs. Lu felt anger rushing to her head. Lu Anin, who is this person you've brought back? What nerve does someone have to impersonate? Is this what you've learned all these years outside? You bring shame to the Lu family. I'm telling you. Lu Anin looked at the elder who cursed her without leaving any face for her, thinking silently. Of course, it's late but accurate as ever. The 4 Lus watched the scene unfold before them, shocked internally. Their obedient daughter/sister had foretold something that actually happened, which meant everything she had thought of about future events must also be true. Lu Anin wasn't aware of what her parents and brother were thinking at this moment. She only stared blankly at the new task that appeared in her mind. What is this nonsense? There's a random task now. Huh, what task? The 4 Lus became instantly curious about Lu Anin, momentarily forgetting about the old lady, who continued ranting endlessly. Say with a melancholic tone, if Grandma believes that the Lu family belongs to Lu Rongyu and not to me Lu Anin, then I will leave right now. This will make your parents and brother pity and feel guilty towards you. Hastening the break, with old Mrs. Lu. Oh my, truly worthy of being a villainous supporting character task, starting with breaking up the home right away. The 4 Lus. Not only vicious, but also an expert at causing family turmoil. I should first check the reward for this task. 50 random box draw points, or a set of Chi and Jade cicada needles. Wow, are these items available in the mall? Chi and Jade cicada needles, refined from the delicate wings of the red cicadas and combined with yakin, unique to their habitat. Their needle body transitions from red to white, highly sensitive to spiritual power. They can penetrate acupoints, unblock meridians, and clear stagnant blood. These are something I begged my master for so long, but never received. Luinen's eyes sparkled with greed as she rubbed her hands together. For the sake of these needles, I must overact myself. A single line won't demonstrate my respect for the Chi and Jade cicada needles sufficiently. Luinen immediately entered her role, looking sorrowfully at old Mrs. Lu with a touch of disappointment. A bitter smile played on her lips as tears slowly trickled down her cheeks. Grandma, I understand we're still distant since I just came back, and your disbelief in me is understandable. But I think I haven't done anything wrong to the Lu family, or to you since I've been here. Even Jin Yan beside me has done nothing wrong. Yet, you condemned me based solely on my sister's words. If Grandma believes that this Lu family belongs to Lu Rongyu, not to me Luinen, then I'll leave right now. With a reluctant bow to Mr. and Mrs. Lu, Luinen didn't say another word before turning toward the door. Though the 4 Lus knew Luinen was acting, hearing those words still stirred feelings of sympathy and bitterness within them, creating slight grievances against old Mrs. Lu. With my acting skills, if my parents and brother don't join me in walking out, it'd be a waste of all my dramatic efforts. Lu Wenjing agreed internally, ready to stand up when a warm voice accompanied by laughter echoed from the doorway. Old Mrs. Lu, forgive me for coming uninvited. I hope I'm not interrupting. Chapter 5, The Golden Thigh Shines. With the steady and powerful sound of a wheelchair rolling into the living room, an elderly man with a kind face yet a rugged military bearing slowly came into everyone's view. Seeing the visitor, Lu Ainen knew her moment of reversal was about to come. Woohoo, my biggest support finally arrived in all his golden glory. The old man smiled and nodded lightly to Grandmother Lu who sat at the head seat. Grandma Lu, I am Jin Fonghua. If my unexpected visit disturbs you, please forgive me. A young man by the door took a few steps and naturally took hold of the wheelchair handles, softly calling out Grandpa. Grandmother Lu stood up somewhat flustered upon seeing the elderly man in the wheelchair. She hadn't expected this youth to really be Jin Fenghua's grandson, the young master of the Jin family, Jin Yan. She moved forward and stood before Jin Fonghua, her tone respectful. General Jin, you speak too humbly. Your presence is truly an honor for the Lu family. However, may I ask why General Jin suddenly graced us with a visit? Upon hearing this, Jin Fonghua put on an expression of puzzlement and asked, Hasn't Xiao Yan explained why he has been here for so long? I have come to invite Miss Lu Ainen to cure me. Grandmother Lu suddenly remembered that Jin Yan had indeed mentioned wanting Lu Ainen to treat his grandfather. But how could this possibly be true? Lu Ainen just turned 18 and finished her college entrance exams. Where would she have learned medical skills? Surely, General Jin hasn't mistaken someone? Grandpa Jin, could you have made a mistake? My sister is young and just returned home today. It's impossible that she's ever studied medicine. Jin Fonghua glanced at Lu Rongyu who interrupted, not answering her, but turning instead to inquire from Grandmother Lu. And who might this be? The elder Madame Lu introduced smiling. This is my youngest granddaughter, Lu Rongyu. There wasn't the slightest sense of awkwardness. Lu Rongyu performed a gentle bow, curving a polite yet confident smile on her lips. Grandpa Jin, hello, I am Lu Rongyu. Grandpa, this Miss Lu Rongyu earlier almost demanded I show my ID to prove I am your grandson, because of which, Miss Lu Ainen received a severe scolding from Grandma Lu. If you didn't enter sooner, I fear they'd kick me out as a fraud. Jin Yan responded with sarcasm. Lu Rongyu's complexion instantly turned pale. She hadn't expected Jin Yan to retaliate so rudely. Her smile stiffened, attempting to salvage her dignity, but there was a hint of difficulty in her voice. I just didn't expect that the famed Master Jin of legend would have such unconventional style, she said, tears welling up faintly in her eyes, appearing deeply wronged. Grandma Lu also flushed and paled alternately, making a pale excuse. It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Jin Yan flashed a look of mockery in his eyes. Lu Ainen quietly gave Jin Yan the thumbs up from the side. You never fail to deliver. A double kill right off the bat. Xiao Yan, don't be disrespectful. Jin Fonghua gently rebuked Jin Yan, looking at Grandmother Lu with laughter in his eyes that didn't reach them. My grandson is spoiled by me, always favoring some unconventional attire. Please forgive him. Grandma Lu was momentarily speechless, only managing to chuckle awkwardly twice. Jin Fonghua paid no more attention, shifting his gaze to Lu Ainen watching covertly beside, smiling kindly. Miss Lu Ainen. Lu Ainen quickly reverted to a sad expression when noticing everyone's focus. Grandpa Jin, please call me Ainen. Narrow escape. That was close to being caught watching the drama unfold. All right, Ainen, would you mind having a little chat with this old man? Lu Ainen obediently nodded. Of course, Grandpa Jin. After saying this, she went with Jin Yan and wheeled Jin Fonghua out the door. Lu's father also stood up appropriately and said to Grandma Lu somewhat disappointedly, Mom, we'll go back first. Second brother and third brother's family haven't returned yet anyway. We'll discuss Ainen's recognition another time. Elder brother you. Grandma Lu was slightly urgent. Mother, General Jean is still waiting for us. Let's go back, please stay. Song Shiyun cut in unhappily, following behind Jean Fonghua and the others outside, only leaving Grandma Lu and granddaughter Lu Rongyu standing there with looks of discontent. In the garden, Lu Anan walked beside Jean Fonghua, curiously asking him, Grandpa Jean, do you believe I can cure you? Jean Fonghua paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mr. Yi and I have known each other for a long time. I remember the last time he painted was 3 years ago. That was his final painting after his hands developed problems. In these 3 years, Mr. Yi consulted countless renowned doctors, but to no avail, and he fell into depression. Because my leg was injured, I rarely met with him, until recently, when he excitedly rushed to my house telling me his hands were healed and he could paint again. Jean Fonghua turned his head and looked sincerely at Lu Anan with a smile. Girl, I know his condition very well. Many doctors said his hands couldn't be cured, but now I've seen him painting smoothly again with your help. I am delighted that you've cured him, and I'm also pleased to meet you today. Lu Anan met Jean Fonghua's trusting and sincere gaze, her smile blooming like a fresh flower, gradually unfolding on her lips, warm and bright. Grandpa Jean, rest assured, you will definitely walk again. Jean Fonghua looked at Lu Anan's smile, feeling his heart slowly settle down. He burst out laughing, his hearty laughter spreading joy around those present as he extended his hand toward Lu Anan. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Then I'll entrust my old bones to you, Anan. Lu Anan bent slightly and grasped Jean Fonghua's hand with a radiant smile. Entrust them to me, Grandpa Jean, please don't worry. Lu Anan caught sight of her parents and brothers approaching, somewhat surprised. Mom, Dad, and the brothers really followed me? Does this mean my reward is confirmed? Lu Anan quickly checked them all and saw the message. Mission completed, rewards credited. So she beamed and waved at them enthusiastically. Mom, Dad, big brother, second brother. Oh, my dear parents, my dear brothers, I love you all. Haha, the crimson inflamed jade cicada needle is mine now. The 4 members of Lu's family listened to Lu Anan's excited inner thoughts and felt helpless. This girl was entirely unaffected, carefree and lighthearted, and maybe that was for the best. They hurried forward and respectfully bowed slightly. General Jean. Jean Fonghua waved his hand and smiled. No need for such formality, calling me old Jean is fine. The 4 Lu family members nodded and smoothly changed their address accordingly. As they continued walking toward the entrance, Jean Fonghua suddenly remembered something and questioned Lu Anan. Girl, earlier when I entered, it seemed like you weren't at all surprised by my arrival? Of course not. The original story says Jean Yin brought his grandfather along when visiting the former protagonist. Only, Jean Yin feared there were too many prying eyes in the Lu family, so he wore this disguise to test if I'm smart enough. He kept his phone in his pocket with the call open too, otherwise why would I have bothered talking idly with Lu Rongyu for so long? Lu Anan glanced at Jean Yin and spoke lightly. Grandpa Jean, I guessed it. When young Master Jean introduced himself, he mentioned Master Yi gave him the address. I treated Master Yi and heard him talk about you before. Also, I noticed young Master Jin's hand remained inside his pocket. Jean Fonghua and Jean Yin exchanged glances, both slightly startled. She had indeed figured it out. The girl's observation skills were impressive. I told you this little trick was unnecessary. Master Yi praised her so highly. How could she possibly be some clumsy person who gets bullied? Lu Anan. This old man was rather straightforward. Lu's father and 3 sons. That made them seem not particularly intelligent. Jean Yin apologized with a smile. Just call me Jean Yin. Sorry, I was overly cautious. Lu Anan shook her head carelessly. Not serious at all, I can understand. The group chatted casually as they arrived at the entrance. Jean Yin helped Jean Fonghua into the car, then turned to ask Lu Anan. Miss Lu, when can the treatment begin? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll examine Grandpa Jean first, then we can discuss the next steps of treatment. Alright, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. After setting the time, they bid farewell to Jean Fonghua, and Jean Yin drove away from the old residence. As Jean Fonghua's car disappeared into the night, Lu Wenjing was about to call for the driver when a beam of headlights flashed toward them. Chapter 6. She is Lu Anan, my only daughter. A black Maybach parked at the entrance of the estate. A tall figure stepped out from the car with a gentle tone laced with confusion. Dad? Mom? Eldest brother? Second brother? Why are you all standing here at the entrance? Where's my sister? Lu Anan looked at the man walking closer and found him so handsome that he didn't seem real. She felt like whistling again. Wow, is this third brother? This face hits me straight in the heart. I want to bang against walls for him. The 4 members of Lu's family glared unkindly at Lu Xuanran. Why does the third son / third younger brother receive such high praise that even our obedient daughter / little sister wants to bang against walls? Lu Xuanran, following the voice, looked toward the little girl beside him with gentle eyes, a soft voice, and gently petted Lu Anan's head. Hello, little sister. I am your third older brother, Lu Xuanran. Lu Anan almost drowned in the tenderness of her third brother, feeling a bit confused. I can't bang against walls now. I must think of a way to give my life to him. Lu's father and the other 3. We don't want this third son / younger brother anymore. Look how he has our good daughter / little sister entranced to the point where she would give her life to him. Just as Lu Xuanran was about to tell Lu Anan that she shouldn't give her life to him, he shockingly realized that his sister seemed not to have opened her mouth at all. He widened his eyes in shock. Sister, you. Lu Yanli immediately wrapped his arm around Lu Xuanran and glared fiercely at that face, gritting his teeth. Third brother, it's quite cold standing here late at night. Let's talk once we're home. After saying that, he forcefully pushed Lu Xuanran into the car and slammed the door shut. Lu Anin stared blankly at her second brother, somewhat bewildered. What happened? Why do I feel that second brother suddenly became angry? Did I blink just now? It feels like I missed something important. Lu Wenjing ignored the noise from his brothers, only softly inviting their parents and sister to get into the car. We safely returned to the Lu residence. Lu Anin followed her parents inside, only wanting to quickly snuggle up with her bed. So tired. It's like the feeling of being kidnapped by an arrogant president after having one's kidney removed while also running away pregnant. Lu's father and mother. Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Lu Xuanran. Did I really hear my sister's inner thoughts? Do I need to see a psychologist? Song Shiyun lovingly patted Lu Anin's soft hair and smiled gently. Anin, you must be tired today. Mom will show you your room. Girls should go to sleep early. Lu Anin nodded in agreement. My fairy-like mother, truly on the same wavelength as me. Time to go to sleep. After bidding goodnight to everyone in the living room, Lu Anin cheerfully climbed the stairs. Song Shiyun glanced back at Lu's father and followed suit up the stairs. Watching the mother and daughter disappear around the staircase corner, Lu's father coughed lightly and entered the study first, followed by the rest. After a while, Song Shiyun, who had stayed with Lu Anin until she fell asleep, also entered the study. Isn't Anin asleep? Lu's father asked. She's asleep, Song Shiyun softly nodded. Alright, let's discuss what happened tonight. Eldest son, you go first. Lu Wenjing pondered for a moment and slowly replied. I heard those inner voices right after picking up Anin. The situation was urgent at that time. 3 cars were chasing us. Later, Anin drove away from them. After things settled down, I heard a mechanical voice talking to Anin, discussing something about the original owner, a wicked female secondary character, and some kind of mission. Lu's father's eyes grew cold. Who were those people? Were they sent by Lu Rongyu? Lu Wenjing shook his head. It's still unclear. I've already instructed someone to investigate. Lu's father nodded, saying, investigate thoroughly as soon as possible, before turning to Lu Yanli, second son. What do you think? Lu Yanli unconsciously tapped the table lightly with his finger and thought for a moment. Based on my experience analyzing countless scripts over the years, it seems to be a book-crossing scenario. Lu Wenjing frowned, a streak of astonishment in his eyes. Book crossing? Does that mean we're living inside a book? Lu Yanli affirmed with a sound before continuing his explanation. Judging from Anin's inner voice, it sounds like the 5 of us are mere stepping stones aiding the main male and female protagonist's success. Anin is merely the flavoring agent in the romantic development between the leads. Summarizing everything, we are antagonists in the novel whose purpose is specifically to obstruct the protagonists. Once the protagonists achieve their ultimate happiness, our end isn't far behind. Lu Wenjing furrowed his brows and continued. Now, based on what we know, Dad, Mom, Anin, and I will die in the end. Yanli will be handed over to a psychopath, and I suspect neither Xuanran nor Yu Bai will meet a good fate. The heroine, we already know, is Lu Rongyu. Now we just need to find out who the male lead is, then we'll know how to better deal with these grim outcomes. Ho! Lu Yanli gave a light chuckle. True heiress, mind-reading skills, equipped with a system. Who says she's definitely the protagonist? Mr. Lu's brows furrowed into a knot as he asked a question. If Anin came from another world, what happened to the original Anin? Upon hearing this, an unsettling silence descended over the study. She is Lu Anin, Song Shiyun's daughter, and the irreplaceable darling of the Lu family. Song Shiyun's firm voice resonated through the silent study. She looked at her husband and sons before reiterating, each word resounding with force. She is Lu Anin. There are no other Anins. I believe in myself. I could never mistake my own flesh and blood daughter. I don't know what she has gone through these past years that has made her aware of such terrifying things to come. Her tone became choked with emotion. I also do not know what sacrifices my Anin made to return to our family, but I only know that from the first glance, I have never doubted for one moment that this child is not my original child. Song Shiyun's words cast a heavy mist over the hearts of all present, bringing up an unimaginable possibility which caused immense pain within the hearts of Lu's men. After a long pause, Lu Wenjing broke the suffocating atmosphere with his deep, hoarse voice. I've never doubted that she is my sister. Lu Yanli paused, his smile steady. My sister can only be Lu Anin. Mr. Lu comfortingly patted Song Shiyun, who had been silently weeping, and gravely addressed his sons. Remember your words today. The Lu family has only one Lu Anin, who is the precious gem in your father's and mother's hearts. She is the sister you must cherish and protect above all else. The 3 solemnly agreed with their father. In the study, soft lighting illuminated the serious faces of everyone present. Amidst this grave atmosphere, Lu Xuanran looked from his father tenderly consoling mother on the left, to both brothers lost in thought on the right, hesitantly asking a question. Protecting and loving our sister is definitely certain, but what exactly did you mean earlier about hearing our sister talk about crossing into a book, or male and female protagonists? Can someone explain it to me? And can you all hear sister's inner voice too? How come it feels like all of us need to visit the psychologist at the hospital? Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Lu Xuanran. Recalling something, Lu Wenjing turned to ask Mr. and Mrs. Lu, should we inform Brother 4 of this matter beforehand? Mr. Lu glanced at his silly third son and exchanged a meaningful look with his eldest son. No need. Let him feel it out for himself. Lu Wenjing nodded before turning to Lu Yanli. What type of novels do you read? Send me some links so I can understand better. Would mind-reading capabilities apply only to blood relations? Mr. Lu and others also curiously looked at Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli pondered, not necessarily. Sometimes it might just be the villains who can hear. Wait, no? These were scripts I reviewed, not novels. Ignoring Lu Wenjing's response, Lu Yanli knocked on the table and said, if that's the case, then we need further observation. Should we tell Anin that we can hear her thoughts? Song Shiyin lifted her head from Mr. Lu's embrace, seeking their opinions. Lu Yanli furrowed his brows, suggesting, let's try it out tomorrow morning. We're still unsure whether we should outright tell her. With that settled, they all headed back to their rooms, leaving Lu Xuanran standing alone, completely neglected. Hey mom, dad, eldest brother? Why is no one paying attention to me? Lu Xuanran couldn't help but wonder, why was the acceptance level of his parents, elder brother, and second brother regarding this matter so unusual? Chapter 7. Running into the biggest villain at Jin's house. In the early morning, the president got up from his 500 square meters house. Nope, Luanin sat up in bed with dazed eyes. After being absent-minded for a while, Luanin slowly wandered into the bathroom to wash up. After getting dressed, she went downstairs. Seeing that Luanin was already ready, her father downstairs asked with concern, Anin, why are you up so early? Can't sleep? Luanin shook her head innocently. Good morning, Dad. It's not uncomfortable. Yesterday Jean Yin said he would pick me up today and take me to the Jean family, so I got up earlier. Lu's father stood up from the sofa, full of indulgence in his gaze. Just in time. Your mother has stewed soup for you. Come on, go taste it. The two walked to the dining room, just as Song Shiyin came out of the kitchen. Seeing the father and daughter, she smiled and said, Anin, you're up. Come over and sit down. Try the soup your mom stewed. Luanin nodded, her eyes and eyebrows smiling. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely drink a lot. As the three had just sat down, Lu Wenjing and Lu Yanli entered the dining room one after another. Lu Yanli glanced at Lu Anin already seated in the dining room and raised an eyebrow. Why is my sister up so early? Don't want to sleep some more. Fear Jean Yin will come too early, so I got up. Lu Wenjing buttoned up his sleeves, sat down at his seat, and spoke gently to Lu Anin. Let your third brother accompany you. He's off today. Lu Anin thought about it and agreed. It's good to have third brother around. Since I'm a traditional Chinese doctor, there are some things related to Western medicine that I can secretly ask him. Lu Xuanran had just reached the door when he heard his sister say this, and instinctively asked, Sister, where do you need me, a Western doctor? The four people including Lu's father. Brute. Luanin. Did I accidentally say Western doctor just now? Realizing it was his sister's inner voice, Lu Xuanran was about to make amends when Lu Yanli took over the conversation. Sister, I just heard your heart. Looking at her second brother, Luanin suddenly felt she could see him speaking but couldn't hear his voice. She shook her head and felt clearer again. Strange, how did I suddenly get dizzy just now? She looked up and asked Lu Yanli. Second brother, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Lu Yanli's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, I told your third brother yesterday about you going to treat Mr. Jean today. Let him accompany you, but he forgot today. Lu Xuanran also noticed something was wrong with Lu Anin and quickly echoed. Yes, due to waking up too early, the third brother wasn't fully awake yet. He'll accompany you. Filled with doubt, Lu Anin nodded and lowered her head to sip the soup. There's something odd here. Why did I suddenly get confused? Wasn't I fully awake? The others at the table exchanged glances quietly, understanding each other. Lu Wenjing casually passed a bun to Lu Anin and asked nonchalantly, Anin, yesterday I heard you mention Master Yi. Is it Master Yi Fuxing? Lu Anin swallowed a sip of soup and replied to him, Yeah, it's him. Do you know Master Yi? During my journey down the mountain, by coincidence I saved him. Later, I saw his hands were problematic, so I cured them together. The original story never mentioned how the main character met Master Yi, but it's coincidental. The first patient I treated after descending from the mountain was also a painter with hand issues. Might as well borrow the idea. Lu Wenjing paused slightly in his movements, fingertips trembling lightly. The gazes of the remaining four people converged on Lu Anin without hesitation, their eyes filled with complexity and indescribable sympathy. The atmosphere became silent for a moment. Right at this time, the steward led Jean Yin into the room. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, young Master Jean has arrived. Everyone's attention turned toward Jean Yin. Today's Jean Yin was completely different from yesterday's flashy style, neatly dressed, and every movement exuding extraordinary charm. Lu Anin raised an amused eyebrow. Wow, this kid looks quite handsome today. Seeing this, Lu's father nodded slightly and welcomed Jean Yin with a smile. Young Master Jean came so early? Have you eaten yet? Jean Yin nodded. Yes, Uncle Lu, call me Xiao Yin. Lu Anin quickly drank the last mouthful of soup in her bowl, put on her little bag, and walked over to Jean Yin. Mom, the soup is very delicious. We should go. Third brother, let's go outside. Lu Xuanran hummed in agreement and left with them. Arriving at Jin's house, Lu Anin immediately saw Jean Fenghua waiting for her at the door. She quickened her steps and approached Jean Fenghua. Grandpa Jean, good morning. How come you're still waiting for me at the door? Have you waited long? Jean Fenghua laughed kindly. Haha, good morning Anin. There's nothing much else to do anyway, so I came out for a breath of fresh air. Didn't wait long. Smiling, Lu Anin introduced her companion to Jean Fenghua. Grandpa Jean, this is my third brother, Lu Xuanran, a surgeon at Jing City Hospital. Jean Fenghua glanced over and said, I know Dr. Lu. The master surgeon is already quite famous. Lu Xuanran bowed slightly. You flatter me, Elder Jean. Jean Fenghua chuckled a few times. Young people should have some confidence. Let's go inside. Once they entered the living room, Lu Anin felt somewhat strange. Grandpa Jean, why aren't Uncle and Aunt here? Jean Fongwa explained. They are still out on a mission and haven't returned yet. Then, Grandpa Jean, did you tell them about your illness? There's no need. I can make my own decisions, and I trust in it. Jean Yin also chimed in. I trust Miss Lu as well. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Call me in. Let's get started then. Come, help Grandpa Jean lie down on the bed so I can check his leg. After Jean Yin helped Jean Fongwa lie down on the bed, he rolled up the pant leg of his left leg. It was bony, with severe muscle atrophy, and several wounds were continuously showing new injury signs. Lu Xuanran frowned deeply. Has this leg been thoroughly examined, Elder Jean? Jean Yin handed over Jean Fongwa's medical report and stated calmly. It has been checked. There's blocked meridians and blood stasis. The doctors all said that the problem with the leg has dragged on for too long to be treatable. It might not be possible to save it. Lu Xuanran reviewed the report, and it aligned with his suspicions. Luonin glanced at the leg closely after peeking briefly. In the original story, Grandpa Jin's leg was crushed by a destroyed pillar during an explosion and didn't receive timely treatment, which led to its current condition. Later on, this leg was indeed lost. Hearing Lu Xuanran's question, Anin, can it be treated? Luonin took the pulse of Jean Fongwa and nodded her head. It can be treated. Upon hearing this, Jean Yan became eager and asked, really? Can it fully recover? Of course. In about 1.5 months, this leg will be healed. The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their excitement. Luonin pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from her bag, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to Jean Yan. Without the scarlet flame jade cicada needles, I might have had to work a bit harder. But now it's smooth sailing. You go by the herbs according to this prescription. First, they need to be soaked for half an hour before acupuncture can be performed. All right, I'll leave immediately. Jean Yan took the prescription and hurriedly left the house. An hour later, Jean Yan returned with the medicine, accompanied by a handsome young man. Luonin looked at the man whose deep-set facial features portrayed calmness, but her mind was racing. This guy is even more handsome than my third brother. Is this still reality? From opening my eyes this morning, I haven't seen anyone unattractive. Fu Jian, what sound was that? Jean Yan introduced the person to Luonin. This is Fu Jian, the president of Fu Group Corporation, who came to visit Grandpa. Luonin. Well played. Turns out you're the biggest villain of the entire book. My respects. Luonin inclined her head slightly. Hello, I'm Luonin. I happen to be part of the second largest group of antagonists in the novel, the vicious female supporting character. Huh. Fu Jian gazed deeply into Luonin's eyes, his lips curving slightly upward. Miss Lu, hello. Chapter 8. Why are they here? Luonin looked at Fu Jian standing before her, a slight smile playing on his lips, and inwardly marveled. Truly deserving of the antagonist described in great detail by the author, he is undoubtedly stunningly handsome, with those cute little dimples. Wow. Unin, how do I steep this medicine? Lu Xuanran's voice interrupted Lu Unin's admiration of the big villain. She looked at Fu Jian with slight hostility. Damn it. Why does a man have to look so good? From far away, 3 men of the Lu family thought. What's going on? Luonin snapped back to reality, took the medicine from Jean Yan's hand, and felt a bit embarrassed. Beauty truly distracts people. It distracts me. How shallow of me. Looking at faces and forgetting the real task. Fu Jian couldn't help but laugh lightly, revealing shallow dimples at the corners of his lips and bent eyes. Jean Yan. Luonin. Why does he laugh so beautifully? Lu Xuanran watched Fu Jian with caution, thinking something was off about him. Unin, first let's treat Elder Jean. Luonin nodded, and with Jean Yan equally bewildered, entered the room. Lu Xuanran stared coldly at Fu Jian. What's making you laugh, Mr. Fu? Fu Jian shook his head innocently. Nothing, just found your sister very adorable. Lu Xuanran was momentarily speechless and could only gesture that she would keep an eye on him as she turned and entered the room. Fu Jian stood by the door with his hands in his pockets and faintly smiled. Inside the room, Luonin placed the medicine into a wooden bucket and after adding hot water, helped Mr. Jean put his legs in. Mr. Jean, this medicine might hurt a bit, please bear with it. Jean Fongwa nodded. It's fine, girl. This leg has been broken for years, it no longer feels pain. As Jean Yan carefully immersed both of Jean Fongwa's legs in the medicinal water, Jean Fongwa began to feel indescribable stinging pain spreading from his calf. He was somewhat incredulous. Girl, I actually feel the pain. Luonin smiled. Mr. Jean, this medicine is for relieving muscles and opening up meridians. Naturally, it will cause pain. Half an hour later, Luonin instructed Jean Yin and Lu Xuanran to help carry Jean Fongwa to the bed. From her bag, she then took out the Qi Yin Jade Cicada needles. Everyone looked at the needle turning from red to white, emanating mysterious hues, and realized these were no ordinary needles. Luonin's expression became serious. Mr. Jean, I am about to perform acupuncture on you now. With that said, Luonin quickly, accurately, and decisively inserted each needle into Jean Fongwa's calves, releasing small points of spiritual power to guide their movements. Unconsciously, everyone held their breath softly, afraid of disturbing her. Time passed slowly. After an hour, Luonin retracted the needles, took a small knife, and made a tiny incision on Jean Fongwa's leg. Black stagnant blood started flowing out until the blood gradually turned fresh red. Only then did Luonin bandage the wound. After finishing the bandaging, she relaxed with a smile. Mr. Jean, you can try moving your legs slightly now. Upon hearing this, Jean Fongwa slowly moved his legs. Although the movement was slight, he immediately felt a long-lost sense of control over his legs, tears welling up in his eyes in joy. Girl, I think my legs can move. Jin Yan also had tears in his eyes and deeply bowed to Lu Anin. Anin, thank you. You don't need to be so polite, Mr. Jin trusted me. Besides, I'm paid for my services. If you're so polite, I might not even dare to charge a high price. Lu Anin supported Jin Yan, a joking phrase which made everyone laugh. Jin Fanghua helplessly laughed and cursed. You little girl, just take what you want. Do you think this old man won't give it to you? Lu Anin chuckled mischievously. Just as she was about to say something, Jin's housekeeper came in asking, Old Master Jin, young master, two women who claim to be Miss Lu Anin's grandmother and sister are outside. Should we let them in? Upon hearing this, Lu Anin felt rather puzzled. Why are they here? Did Brother 3 notify them? Lu Xuanran hurried to clarify. How are they here? Did you call them, sister? Lu Anin shook her head. Her gaze swept across the excited Jin Fanghua, pondered a bit, and said, Mr. Jin, Grandma and sister must have come to see you since yesterday you said you came here for treatment. Maybe they're worried. Regardless of why they came, it definitely isn't anything good. Let me subtly play some tricks. Fu Jian smiled gently. Sure enough, the wicked female side character. Thinking back to the events earlier in the Lu family, Jin Fanghua also felt that the visitors were not coming with good intentions. Subsequently, he instructed, since it's like this, please bring them in. The other few people also stepped out of the room and sat in the living room accordingly. The housekeeper responded and left. A moment later, he brought in Lu's elder Mrs. Lu and Lu Rongyu, along with a man with a goat beard. Lu Anin arched her eyebrows slightly, fully understanding. I originally thought that since I cut in yesterday, this plot wouldn't happen, but I guess there's no escape after all. Lu Xuanran, what plot? In the original storyline, not long after Miss Jean expelled Mr. Jean from the old Lu residence, Mrs. Lu brought Lu Rongyu and a goatee man to the Jean family. She claimed that this goatee man could help the elder stand up again. Back then, the goatee man took out a pill and declared that just by taking one, the elder could regain his ability to stand. The elder, with nothing to lose, let the doctor check the pill without issue and swallowed it. Sure enough, he was able to stand afterwards. Lu Xuanran. So miraculous? Leg-restoring pill? Fu Jian. I don't believe it. But later, the elder's health deteriorated continuously, and in the end, his leg couldn't be saved. This is my chance to see what kind of medicine this is. I now seriously suspect there's something wrong with it. Fu Jian leaned on his elbow with intrigue as he looked at Grandma Lu and Lu Rongyu, tapping his fingers on his knee. It was also an opportunity for him to evaluate how accurate the young girl's observations would be. When Lu Rongyu followed Grandma Lu into the living room, she saw Lu Anin sitting beside Jin Fanghua, jealousy and disdain flashing through her eyes. This damned Lu Anin is really here. However, upon thinking about who was following her, she raised her lips slightly, confidence returning to her expression. Grandma Lu, of course, noticed Lu Anin too, but paid no attention to it. She smiled gently at Jin Fanghua, saying, Jin General, you left in such a rush yesterday that I didn't have the chance to tell you something important. Then she introduced the man with the goatee behind her. This is Master Li Hao, a great physician I met by accident. His medical skills are extraordinary, and Master Li Hao claims he has a way to make your legs walk again, so I humbly invited him to help. Jin Fanghua became interested. Oh, Master Li Hao can help me walk. Master Li Hao arrogantly nodded, stroking his own goatee. Of course. Jin Fanghua made an inviting gesture and said with a gentle smile, Then please explain, Master Li. Li Hao's face flashed with dissatisfaction, thinking they hadn't even offered him a hot cup of tea or seated him properly. It was truly rude hospitality at the Jin household, but considering the grand plan ahead, he forced himself to endure it. He pulled out a red lacquer wooden box, opened it, and inside lay a dark red pill. Li Hao proudly snorted. This medicine is called the Revival Pill, painstakingly developed by my master over many years with rare ingredients, gathered after endless nights. By taking just one of these pills, within an hour, you'll be able to stand. Lu Anin. No, these words already sound like a charlatan's trickery. How could Grandpa Jin believe this? Lu Xuanran silently agreed, absolutely. What nonsense. Fu Jian. I still don't believe it. Lu Anin released her spiritual energy around the pill and immediately detected a chilling danger in her eyes. I thought it was some wondrous divine pill, but how dare they scam people with this kind of poison? Chapter 9. Is there a problem with this medicine? Lu Anin coldly watched Li Hao, who was arrogantly looking up his nose, then glanced at the confident grandfather and grandson beside him. Anger rose rapidly in her heart. She wondered if Mrs. Lu knew what this medicine actually was, but most importantly, she had to think of a way to keep both the people and the medicine here. Jin Fanghua frowned, preparing to politely yet firmly escort these three people out who clearly thought he was an idiot, when he felt Lu Anin subtly tugging on his sleeve, making him swallow the words already on the tip of his tongue. Grandpa Jin, this medicine sounds so miraculous that it would be better to try it first. I have no capability to cure your legs, so let Master Li give it a try. Lu Anin put on a look of regret for her supposed incompetence and said disappointedly, Jin Yan, why did the act start so suddenly? Lu Xuanran, worthy younger sister. Fu Jian, the girl is indeed cute. Jin Fanghua, this little girl's acting skill is still as good as ever. But he understood what Lu Anin implied. He immediately cooperated, saying, Oh, young lady, old man that I am didn't blame you either. Well, then we'll trouble Master Li to take care of it with due consideration. Li Hao felt uncomfortable upon hearing those words, But when Luinen mentioned her inability to treat, he showed disdain. Nowadays, young people learn a little bit and then claim they can do everything, truly arrogant to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu couldn't help but scoff inside her head. She had been saying all along that Luinen, this wild girl just brought back from the mountains, how could her medical skills be excellent enough to heal Uncle Jin's leg that countless doctors declared untreatable? Now isn't this embarrassing? Mrs. Lu looked on with a face saying, I expected as much. She simply didn't believe an 18-year-old raised in the mountain could learn anything useful. Thinking about it made her grow more annoyed. Luinen, knowing your own limited abilities, you still insisted on coming to General Jin's home and making a fool of yourself, bringing disgrace to our family, Lu. Exactly. Sister, how dare you lie so boldly in front of Grandpa Jin? Lu Rongyu chimed in right after, her tone laced with both satisfaction and mockery. Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter, Luinen gradually felt something strange rising within her. Something doesn't feel right. Her thoughts churned, and suddenly a flash of white light passed through her mind. I know what's wrong. In the original storyline, ever since Lu Rongyu came back, Grandma's sudden dislike for the main character seemed completely baseless, even to the extent that in order to make Lu Rongyu their daughter, she pressured her eldest son and his family time and again to abandon the main character. Every time the main character's family resisted, Grandma started a ruckus and forced Lu Rongyu to call them parents, thus slowly creating a gap between her and the main character's family. As Lu Xuanran heard this train of thought, he carefully reviewed the years of Mrs. Lu and gradually noticed something off too. Indeed, from the moment Lu Rongyu returned, Grandma seemed like a totally different person, although at the time they assumed she had become that way because of being shocked by losing Luinen. When Luinen was around, Grandma doted on her very much. Strangely, from that time on, Grandma showed peculiar favoritism towards the second son. Aside from disliking her second daughter-in-law, she was especially good to the second son and her grandson. It seems there are many secrets surrounding Grandma Lu. Lu Xuanran listened with growing alarm. Following the direction his younger sister hinted at, indeed Grandma was full of suspicions. Luinen then remembered the assassination attempt after she had just transmigrated here, causing her to feel alarmed. And previously when I was pursued and attacked, I originally thought it was Lu Rongyu's doing, but now I'm not sure whether Grandma Lu was aware or involved. Luinen, can't you hear me talking to you? Do you have any manners? Mrs. Lu's angry voice interrupted Luinen's train of thought. Lifting her head, she met the irritated gaze of Mrs. Lu and felt speechless. Putting other issues aside, does she even resemble a rich family matriarch? I find it strange. Over 10 years ago when I was still a child, I remember seeing Mrs. Lu several times. Back then, Mrs. Lu was gentle and kind, never reprimanding younger generations in such a manner publicly. After so many years of absence, I wouldn't have thought Mrs. Lu's temper has grown quite fierce. Beside them, Fu Jian casually voiced his opinion while slightly squinting his eyes shaped like peach blossoms. The old lady turned her head and was just about to say, young people shouldn't interfere in others' matters, when she recognized Fu Jian and stopped mid-sentence, laughing awkwardly instead. It's Fu President. You look even handsomer than before after so many years apart. Fu Jian merely curved his lips slightly and directed his gaze at Luinen. Is this person's memory really so amazing that he remembers things from so long ago? Luinen was somewhat astonished. No wonder he was already a president at such a young age. This guy had an incredible brain. But why is he staring at me? Lu Xuanran's expression turned guarded as he observed Fu Jian, finding him increasingly suspicious. Before Luinen could say anything, she heard Jin Fenghua's displeased voice cutting in with authority. Mrs. Lu, Anin is the guest I personally invited back. Whatever you want to say can be discussed after we return home. I'm eager for Master Li to diagnose me, so I suggest you go back first. Old Su, see them out. As he spoke, Jin Fenghua didn't wait for Mrs. Lu and Lu Rongyu to react before instructing the housekeeper to escort them out. Luinen watched as Mrs. Lu and Lu Rongyu, confused and dazed, were shown out, as well as Li Hao standing in the living room who was equally at a loss. She looked appreciatively at Jin Fenghua. No wonder General Jin, always decisive. Jin Fenghua caught Luinen's approving gaze and subconsciously straightened his chest, then asked quietly, Girl, is there something wrong with Master Li? Luinen leaned in close to Jin Fenghua's ear. Grandpa Jin, don't you think he's a fraud? Jin Fenghua. He glared at Luinen and said testily, Of course I know he's one. Why did you tell me to keep him? Luinen. Oh, ha, I knew it. How could Grandpa Jin be dumb? Jin Fenghua. This little girl still holds grudges. Luinen smiled and whispered into Jin Fenghua's ear again. Grandpa Jin, the medicine he carries is dangerous. Find a way to stabilize him and probe into what he says. Jin Fenghua's pupils dilated in shock, nodded, and called with a smile to Li Hao. Master Li, please have a seat. Young Master Xiaoyan, stop standing there idle. Bring little Feng in, quickly offer Master Li a good pot of tea. At the same time, he subtly signaled to Jin Yan. Jin Yan nodded and turned away. A moment later, a burly man nearly 190 centimeters tall came in with a cup of tea, placed it in front of Li Hao, and then sat on either side of Li Hao along with Jin Yan. Luinen. Wow, this is not what I meant by stabilizing someone. Isn't this a bit too obvious? Lu Xuanran. Not just obvious, almost stated outright. Fu Jian. Quite good, quite straightforward. Li Hao. General Jin, what do you mean by doing this? I came to cure you out of kindness, and now you treat me like a criminal? Li Hao stood up in anger, feeling both annoyed and humiliated. Jin Fenghua gestured with his hand slightly, and immediately Jin Yan, and Xiao Fong pressed Li Hao back onto the sofa. Jin Fong smiled faintly and said, Master Li, soldiers are inevitably a bit rough. Please bear with us. Then Jin Fong glanced at Jin Yan, and Jin Yan immediately bent down, retrieved some pills from Li Hao's clothes, and handed them to Jin Fong. Hey, what are you doing? Li Hao shouted anxiously. After getting the box, Jin Fong opened it and took a look, then asked Li Hao, Master Li, let me ask you, where did you get these medicines? Li Hao's gaze shifted, and he shouted, I told you that my master carefully refined them. Of course my master gave them to me. And who is your master? Why should I tell you who my master is? If you don't trust me, don't take the medicine, give it back. Jin Fong's smile gradually disappeared. Li Hao, you'd better honestly confess. Where did you get these medicines? Li Hao felt a pang of panic in his heart. Had they discovered something wrong with the medicine? Impossible. They must be bluffing. He suppressed his inner uneasiness, raised his neck defiantly and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. I already said this medicine was given to me by my master, believe it or not. Luonin didn't miss Li Hao's brief, unnatural expression and spoke coldly. Li Hao, you can't really think I can't identify what kind of thing this medicine is, can you? Chapter 10. This is illegal. Upon hearing Luonin's words, Li Hao relaxed and let out a disdainful laugh. He was now certain that these people were definitely bluffing him. What could a young girl possibly know? I've already said, this is made by my master who sought rare herbs and meticulously refined it day and night. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Luonin looked at Li Hao's defiant face and smiled meaningfully. If the medicine is so good, Master Li shouldn't mind trying it first, right? You know how important General Jin's position is. Being cautious is not a problem. Li Hao stiffened for a moment and shouted, have you all thought carefully? There's only one pill of this medicine. If I take it, General Jin will never be able to stand up again. Luonin's smile deepened at the corner of her mouth. Master Li, you're overthinking it. We just need you to try a little, not the whole thing. After speaking, Luonin took a small knife from her bag, took the wooden box, pretended to cut off a corner, walked up to Li Hao, and signaled him to open his mouth. Li Hao shrank back instantly, forcing himself to stay calm. Once a part is cut off, the efficacy will change. I tell you. Before he could finish, Luonin, tired of his nonsense, shoved the piece into his mouth as soon as he opened it. As the medicine slid down his throat, Li Hao's face turned pale instantly. He struggled violently to break free from the grip of the two people beside him and began clawing at his throat on the ground. Luonin stood aside, her gaze as cold as frost. Her voice carried a trace of mockery. What are you doing, Master Li? Weren't you saying this was an exquisite medicine your master painstakingly concocted? Why are you so scared? Li Hao's eyes turned red, filled with hatred as he stared at Luonin, and curled his lips in a sinister grin. Even if it is poison, do you think you're safe? Once you touch it, the poison will enter your body. If I die, neither will you live. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone else turned pale. Anin. Lu Xuanran suddenly sprang up from the sofa, rushed to Luonin's side. His eyes were full of anxiety and self-reproach as he spoke in a trembling voice. Anin, don't be afraid. Your third brother will take you to the hospital immediately. Fu Jian also stood up and sent a message while lowering his head. General Jin Fong and Jin Yan were also extremely worried. They hurried to Luonin's side, where Jin Fong's voice was full of urgency as he pushed Jin Yan. Xiao Yan, hurry up, go get the car, and take it into the hospital. Take my car. I've had my assistant drive it here already. Fu Jian held his phone and gestured for everyone to follow him. It's useless. No hospital can help with this drug. Li Hao sneered, watching the chaos among the group with satisfaction. Lu Xuanran turned toward Li Hao, almost shooting flames from his eyes. As he moved to throw a punch at Li Hao, he felt Luonin grab his hand. Turning to look at her, his eyes became red. Luonin met her third brother's eyes, paused momentarily, then gave a faint smile. Big brother 3, I'm fine. With that, she flipped her wrist lightly, revealing the intact pill still resting quietly in the box. Lu Xuanran's taut nerves slowly relaxed, and everyone else sighed in relief as well. Jin Fong pretended to be angry as he glared at Luonin. You child, you frightened me. Jin Yan looked disapprovingly at Luonin. Anin, that was too risky. Fu Jian pursed his lips and frowned, glaring at the young woman. Seeing the worried gazes of those around her, Luonin's heart warmed as she laughed and explained, I know what this is. How could I be careless about it? Upon seeing the complete medicine still in Luonin's hand, Li Hao's mind had just relaxed when he tightened again. So what did you make me eat? Luonin's lips curved slightly, but without any trace of humor in her eyes. What I made you eat. Have you read martial arts novels before? Remember Qianji? That's it. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's pupils constricted dramatically, his face full of panic. This is illegal. Luonin. Good job. Now you realize that poisoning is illegal? Master Li, you exaggerate. Aside from you, everyone here is family. If we don't say anything, and you don't say anything, that's right, you won't have the chance to talk either. Who knows whether it's legal or not? Jin Yan laughed unconcernedly. Upon hearing this, Luonin looked at Jin Yan with complexity, feeling utterly speechless. Can a proper party member like you say such things? Somebody, drag him out and discipline him. Lu Xuanran suggests serious investigation. Feels like the grave has issues. Fu Jian couldn't help but laugh again. Noticing everyone's gaze gathered on him, he scratched his nose awkwardly. Sorry, couldn't hold back. Jin Fong, Xiao Yan, watch your words. The atmosphere was lighthearted on their side, but Li Hao slowly realized he shouldn't just trust what the girl said. Talking about Qianji, Feed it to chickens instead. He shouted furiously. You little wench, are you playing tricks on me? Luinen put on an expression of helplessness and shrugged. Don't you believe me? Then there's nothing I can do. You just feel the effects yourself. Jin Fangwa glanced at Li Hao and didn't bother to ask further. He ordered the invisible burly man standing nearby, who was over 190 centimeters tall. Xiaofeng, quickly take Master Li down for a good experience. Xiaofeng nodded, lifting up Li Hao who was still shouting loudly, and left the living room. After Li Hao left, Jin Yan couldn't wait to ask Luinen. Anin, what did you make him eat? Luinen looked at Jin Yan's excited and anticipatory face and said indifferently. Sorry to disappoint you. It's just a simple stomachache medicine, not poison. Jin Yan. What do you mean disappoint you? What kind of talk is that? Jin Fangwa shot Jin Yan a glare. We'll deal with you later. He then curiously asked. Anin, what is the drug he brought? Luinen stared coldly and said, it's a type of goo. Goo. All of them were shocked. Luinen nodded and continued. This goo can paralyze a person's nerves, making their muscles as hard as iron. It indeed could let Grandpa Jin stand up, but the cost would be that his essence and blood will become nourishment for the goo. Once all the essence and blood are absorbed, the person dies. And this goo is very aggressive. After the host dies, it will immediately look for the next one. Any slight touch is enough for it to transfer. Jin Fangwa felt horror in his heart. He dared not imagine what severe consequences would occur if he had actually taken the drug. Jin Yan only felt a chill rising from his head. Shocked, he said, how dangerous. Where did he get such a thing? Lu Xuanran also felt chills down his spine. This person was brought by Grandma. What's the relationship between him and Grandma? Does Grandma know all about this? Fu Jian looked solemn, obviously also thinking of Grandma Lu and Lu Rongyu. He frowned at Luinen and asked seriously, do you think it has any connection? Luinen shook her head. I'm not sure, but whoever can find the old lady must not be ordinary. In the original work, it was just mentioned that Lu Rongyu and Grandma Lu recommended Master Li Hao, enabling Grandpa Jin to stand up again. In later episodes, until the death of Grandpa Jin, the author never explained Master Li Hao's whereabouts nor wrote whether Grandma Lu and Master Li Hao met again. I'm also unsure if there is a connection with Grandma Lu. Recalling the plot, Luinen became increasingly certain that the story might be incomplete. There seemed to be many unexplained plot holes. Let me check with customer service later if they have clarity. The air solidified for a moment, and the living room was filled with an indescribable heaviness. In the midst of tranquil silence, a sudden ringtone broke the quiet. Luinen snapped back to reality, checking the caller and picking up. Hi, Dad. Through the phone lines came Lu Father's gentle voice. Anin, are you done yet? Almost. What's wrong, Dad? Lu Father paused momentarily, somewhat exasperated. Anin, Grandma and Lu Rongyu are at home, saying they need you for something. Come back when you're done with Xuanran. Luinen was startled for a moment, sneering inwardly. I haven't gone to find them yet, and they've already come knocking. Chapter 11. It seems like we guessed right. All right, Daddy, we'll go back right away. After Lu Ainen hung up the phone, she looked up and met everyone's gaze. Lu Ainen. Why are you all looking at me like this? Jin Fangwa coughed lightly. Ainen, are you going home? Lu Ainen nodded, looking at Jin Fangwa seriously said, Grandpa Jin, you still need to rest for a while. You need to massage your legs every day. After that, we can do acupuncture a few more times, and then gradually exercise with some rehabilitation movements. I've given Jin Yan a massage book, so he can give you a daily massage to stretch your muscles and bones. In about a month, you'll be able to start rehabilitation training. Jin Fangwa smiled in agreement. Girl, don't worry, I promise to follow medical advice. Lu Ainen gave a gentle smile, paused for a moment, and then said, Grandpa Jin, Li Hao's medication issue hasn't been resolved yet. I think it would be best if you didn't reveal your leg's condition for now and lure out the person behind this. Jin Fangwa responded seriously. I thought the same thing. I plan on sending Li Hao to the base first to see if they can get any useful information from him. Lu Ainen thought about it for a moment and nodded. All right. Jin Yan hesitated for a moment and asked Lu Ainen. Ainen, what about Grandma Lu? Lu Ainen fell silent. Damn, if it weren't for my morals, I'd let them all be captured. It seems, those without morality enjoy life, but those with it suffer till the end. Lu Xuanran. Sister, you just became an adult. You're not close to the end of your life. Fu Jian, what should I do? I couldn't help but laugh again. Seeing the inner struggle on his sister's face, Lu Xuanran quickly intervened so she wouldn't blurt out words like, let's all get captured, saying, we'll go back and ask Grandma about this. Lu Ainen reluctantly nodded. Big brother is right. Jin Yan could only nod in agreement. Call us if there's anything. All right, understood. After escorting Lu Ainen and Lu Xuanran out the door, Jin Yan returned to the living room. What brought you here today? He asked Fu Jian, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Fu Jian took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. This was from my grandfather. He said a friend recommended a doctor skilled in medicine and suggested I pass it along to Grandpa Jin, but now it seems unnecessary. Jin Yan picked up the note curiously, astonished to say, this is Ainen's number. Which friend of Mr. Fu recommended her? Jin Fangwa also leaned over curiously. Indeed, it's Ainen's number. After hearing this, Fu Jian quietly took the note back and tucked it away. I'm not sure, I didn't ask. Jin Yan looked at his action, full of questions. What's going on? Ignoring Jin Yan, Fu Jian turned to ask Jin Fangwa. How did you find Miss Lu? Her young age combined with such amazing medical skills is quite surprising. Jean Fongwa eyed Fu Jian speculatively. Something was off about this kid. Recommended by old Yi. Jian, what do you think of Anan? After considering for a moment, Fu Jian replied, a very cute little girl. Jean Fongwa. Jean Yan. Something's definitely wrong. No, make that 12 shades of wrong. This kid actually praised the girl as being cute. When has he ever done something like that before? Fu Jian didn't pay attention to their shock and stood up to straighten his clothes. Since you're already better, Grandpa Jean, I'll take my leave. Don't worry, I won't mention anything about what happened today. Your junior will take his leave now. Fu Jian calmly left the Jean household, leaving the two shocked and confused. On the other side, as soon as Lu Anan and Lu Xuanran got home, Elder Lu shouted loudly, Lu Anan, get over here and kneel down. Lu Anan. Wait a minute, may I ask why? The rest of the Lu family heard Elder Lu's words and their expressions changed immediately. Lu father frowned and asked, Mom, what is this about? Elder Lu glared angrily at Lu father. Do you even have the nerve to ask? Look at the girl you brought home. At such a young age, she lies, even lying to General Jean. She's disgraced our Lu family. Lu Rongyu also wore a conflicted expression. Father, Mr. Lu, sister truly shouldn't have done this time. Luckily, Grandpa Jean isn't counting against it, otherwise our Lu family. Oh well. Song Shiyun watched Lu Rongyu coldly. Mr. Lu is fine, but what does Father Lu mean? And adults are speaking, why do you butt in? You shut up. Elder Lu reprimanded Song Shiyun. I've always said Mingqian should legally adopt Rongyu. If you hadn't interfered, Rongyu would have called Mingqian father a long time ago. All because of you insisting on finding Anan, bringing this wild girl home, and disgracing our Lu family. Mom, Grandma. Mr. Lu could hardly believe these words had come from Lady Lu's mouth. In his memory, before Anan was lost, Lady Lu always doted on Anan. However, ever since Rongyu came back, Lady Lu gradually became irrational, and they as a family drifted further away from her. Now, looking at the old lady who seemed like an entirely different person, he only felt estrangement. Mom, I don't know why you have such thoughts, but Lu Anan is my daughter, my only daughter in this lifetime, and no one can replace her position in my heart. No other girl except for her will call me dad. Lu Wenjing also spoke coldly. Anan has been what our family has yearned for and searched tirelessly to find all these years. Regardless of what she does, I, Lu Wenjing, will always stand by her. She can do anything she wants. Lu Yanli added with a sneer as he eyed both the old lady and Rongyu. My sister can only be Lu Anan. I don't remember my mother giving birth to another sister. Wanting to snatch someone else's parents just because you've lost yours? What kind of idea is that? Lu Yanli, you dare too much. Lady Lu got so angry she stood up. Rongyu also rose, supporting the old lady, pretending to be aggrieved while lowering her head. But deep in her eyes was a lingering jealousy and hatred. Bitches, all of them. They deserve to die. As Lu Anan watched her father, mother, and brothers defend her, a warm current flowed through her heart, slowly warming her entire body and soothing her previously uneasy emotions. So, this is how it feels when your family defends you. Lu Xuanran glanced indifferently at Lady Lu, then said with profound meaning, I remember when Anan was still around, Grandma was very fond of Anan. Why has Grandma changed so drastically now? It's almost as if she's a completely different person. Lu Anan couldn't help but look at Lu Xuanran in slight surprise. Brother Xuanran actually thought the same thing I did. Lady Lu's body stiffened for a moment before quickly regaining composure. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Anan didn't miss the brief rigidity in Lady Lu's demeanor and arched her eyebrows lightly. Oh, so I guessed correctly? Not the real Grandma. The rest of the Lu family also noticed something off about Lady Lu and, combined with Anan's suspicions, grew heavier in their hearts. If Lady Lu really wasn't herself, when did this change start? TSK, a person shouldn't be too moral after all. Earlier, I should have let Grandpa Jean take everyone away together. Now we may even need to conduct DNA tests. Anyway, I'll need to figure out a way to sneak a hair sample from Grandma. Maybe I should perform a fit, rush over and fight with Lu Rongyu over her bloody plot against me, and casually grab some hair from Grandma during the chaos. Yes, I can act angrily, confront Lu Rongyu and ask if the group that attacked me yesterday was sent by her, then start a physical fight. As I approach Grandma, I'll yank a few strands of hair. Perfect. Just afraid it might scare my parents and siblings. Whatever, regardless of that. Anyway, I've just checked my missions, and there's one asking to uncover Grandma's secrets. Let's start by confirming the blood relations. With her plan set, Lu Anan was just about to adjust her emotions and prepare to charge in to grab some hairs when Lu Wenjing interrupted. Yesterday when I brought Anan home, we were attacked by a group of black-clothed assailants. Lu Rongyu, were you involved? Chapter 12. The whole family suspects Grandma Lu. Lu Anan had a furious shout stuck in her throat, and she silently swallowed it back. Alright, big brother also likes to play straight ball. This is exciting. Lu Wenjing's gaze was tightly fixed on Lu Rongyu, not missing any of her expressions. How could he let his sister do something that would cause injury? He'd rather do it himself. Lu Rongyu's face showed a moment of panic. Her eyes flickered briefly, then quickly turned into an expression of surprise mixed with fake. Brother Wenjing, how can you think such things of me? How could I possibly do something like that? Lu Wenjing naturally didn't miss the fleeting look of panic in Lu Rongyu's eyes, making his presence even colder. Lu Rongyu, you'd better not have done it. If I find out this matter has anything to do with you, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Rongyu, holding Grandma Lu's hand, unconsciously trembled. She bit her teeth hard, buried the unease deep in her heart. and forcibly put on a defiant expression. I simply haven't done it. Grandma Lu felt Lu Rongyu's tension and was inwardly annoyed. Things were bad enough that sending someone to kill hadn't worked, but now they were being suspected too. She deeply realized staying longer wouldn't yield any benefits and needed to investigate clearly Lu Rongyu's chasing matter. Grandma Lu thus completely repressed all emotions, switched to an extremely indifferent demeanor, coldly saying, "Forget it. I don't even want to hear your nonsense anymore. Anyway, I will never recognize Lu Ainen as the miss of our family. Rongyu, let's go." After speaking, Grandma Lu led Lu Rongyu past Lu Xuanran's shoulder and walked towards the door. Just when they got to the door, they heard Lu Ainen's probing voice from behind. "Grandma, where did you meet Master Li? Have you seen the medicine in his hands?" Grandma Lu turned around to see Lu Ainen's eyes as if they saw through everything, causing her heart to feel somewhat anxious. "What's it got to do with you?" Lu Ainen gave a light laugh. "Just that the medicine in Master Li's hands is quite unique, so I'm curious how Grandma met Master Li." Grandma Lu's heart turned cold at once. Had this girl detected something? Why should I tell you how I met him? Whether or not I've seen that medicine has nothing to do with you. Lu Ainen looked at Grandma Lu, who avoided discussing the issue, confirming something in her mind. If Grandma doesn't wish to say, then that's fine. It's late, and the road isn't clear. Be careful on your way home, Grandma. Lu Ainen smiled slightly, waving lightly. Grandma Lu frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but fearing she might say something wrong and give them a chance to find loopholes. So, she could only fiercely glare at Lu Ainen without a word, then turned and left. Lu Ainen watched as Grandma Lu and Lu Rongyu's figures disappeared at the doorway, and her expression gradually turned cold. It seems Master Li really has some kind of connection with the old lady. That medicine likely indicates she's very clear about its nature. Let's just see if Grandpa Jean can pry Master Li's mouth open. Oops, I forgot to pull hair. I said we needed to pull out some hair. Now it's uncertain when the DNA test will happen. Just as Lu Ainen was lamenting, Lu Xuanran quietly spoke up. I suspect Grandma may not be the same person we knew before. I secretly pulled a few strands of hair from Grandma earlier. Dad, why don't you do a paternity test? Lu Ainen. Whoa, third brother earns big merit this round. Other members of the Lu family. We didn't even notice when this kid pulled the hair. Father Lu covered his lips and coughed softly, maintaining a calm expression while pulling a few strands of his own hair and handing them over to Lu Xuanran. Go ahead and get it tested. My dad didn't scold my third brother and believed it just like that? Then looks like Dad also suspects the old lady is not the real one. Truly, a top-tier tyrant CEO from the previous generation, with high intelligence. Father Lu subtly puffed out his chest proudly. His daughter complimented him again. Song Shiyun couldn't stand seeing Father Lu so proud and chimed in. It should be tested indeed. Mom has never spoken to me that way before. Mother also suspects it now? My mother is truly so beautiful and smart. What a goddess. Song Shiyun acted proud and puffed her chest a little, indicating she heard. Good daughter praised her for beauty and intelligence. Lu Wenjing followed with affirmation. Indeed, Grandma never used to speak so harshly to younger generations. Lu Yanli tried to follow suit but missed the lead, so he agreed. Yes, Grandma always adored Ainen before. Wow, no wonder our family is the best villains who engage in intellectual battles with the main characters. Look at the IQ level of our family, already unparalleled. The entire Lu family silently puffed their chests. Yes. Forget those protagonists, they are the strongest ones. The first one to snap out of daughter Lu's glowing praise words was Father Lu. He cleared his throat lightly. Ainen, what exactly happened with this Master Li you mentioned earlier? Upon hearing this, Lu Ainen recounted everything that had happened in the Jean family estate to her parents and brothers in detail. After hearing their daughter's account, Mr. Lu's brows furrowed involuntarily, and his voice deepened with gravity. Judging by this, Master Li Hao is a major issue. Lu Wenjing tapped the table lightly and said gravely, our grandma also seems to be in deep trouble now. Lu Yanli, resting his chin on his hand, mused thoughtfully. Moreover, the old lady went to the Jean family estate with Lu Rongyu and Master Li Hao, indicating that Lu Rongyu was also aware of it. Song Shiyun asked Lu Ainen worriedly. Ainen, if that medicine is so potent, you really didn't touch it, right? Perhaps let your third brother check you. Mr. Lu, Lu Wenjing, and Lu Yanli, upon hearing this, immediately reacted, looking at Lu Ainen full of concern. Lu Ainen gave Song Shiyun a sweet smile and gently replied, Mom, don't worry, I haven't touched it. I know what it is, and I was very cautious. Seeing Lu Ainen's confident demeanor, Song Shiyun felt reassured, and Mr. Lu and the others also began to relax. After confirming that Lu Ainen was truly unharmed, the group returned to the previous topic. Lu Wenjing spoke somberly. In the next few days, I will send people to stake out near the old residence to observe who they interact with, and see if there are any suspicious individuals. Lu Xuanran waved the hair he held. I'll make the hospital determine the results as soon as possible. Lu Yanli adjusted his position, crossing his legs. Isn't there surveillance at the old house? Tell Brother 4 to hack into it. Lu Wenjing nodded and took out his phone. Right, I'll call Brother 4. Lu Ainen watched her brothers, organizing everything meticulously, and her eyes sparkled brightly. Is this what it feels like to have older brothers? It seems like there's nothing left for me to do. No, there's still something for me. I need to ask customer service what's going on with the female lead later. Lu Ainen glanced again at her parents and brothers, each absorbed in their tasks, thinking quietly. It looks like they don't need me right now, should I ask now? The rest of the Lus, sure, let the good daughter/sister ask now. they would like to listen as well. Customer service? 7758. Customer service. Welcome to the Blind Box Mall. Customer representative 7758 at your service. Hello dear. How may I assist you today? Lu Anan. It feels weirdly like calling customer service from a mobile company. 7758. Tell me what's wrong with the heroine of this book. Shouldn't the protagonist embody positivity, kindness, and beauty? Why does she seem more like an evil supporting character than me? The rest of the Lus. That's exactly right. She seems more like an antagonist than us. Customer service. Dear, it's impossible for a heroine to be more malicious than an evil supporting character. She has been pursuing and poisoning others already. Could she be less malicious than me? She's almost reaching the level of unmatched toxicity. Are you messing with me? Chapter 13. Me, Lu Anan, the most vile supporting female character. Customer service. Dear, we've all been through formal training. There's no way we would deceive you. Don't waste my time, just check. Customer service. Dear, haven't you read the user manual? Not yet. Anyway, does this have anything to do with the protagonist problem? Customer service. Yes. Dear, the first statement in the user manual says that if issues occur in a novel's world and the protagonist's energy can't sustain its operation, the Space-Time Bureau will extract a suitable soul to correct the problems in the world, ensuring the world's energy is restored and functions normally. Speak in plain language. Customer service. Simply put, there's nothing wrong with the protagonist. It's the fictional world that has issues. Your appearance is due to this reason. So you mean the protagonist is normal? Customer service. Yes, dear. I've checked here. Except for a bit of insufficient energy, there aren't any negative changes. What about the plot lines? Some scenes happening now were blank in the book. What's going on? Customer service. Same thing, dear. Problems in the world result in missing plot lines. This is where your task comes from. All right, never mind. Step aside. Customer service. Okay, dear, thank you for the good review. See you next time. Lu Anan. It's not like that. You're just giving me a set of nonsensical answers and then praising yourself. I'm at hashtag $, and percent, dollar hashtag, asterisk and percent yuan, and at 34% hashtag. As Lu's father and several others listened to the persistent Morse-like sounds in their ears, their heads buzzed. Lu Anan went berserk with powerlessness for a few minutes before beginning to ponder what the customer service had said. Based on what the customer service representative said, it seems that the main character doesn't have an overly brilliant main character glow right now, so the storyline isn't connecting either. I've come here to fill in the storyline, so whether or not the female lead's character collapses, I, Lu Anan, will definitely be the most wicked secondary female character. Lu's parents. Lu Wenjing. Lu Yanli. Ah, yes, absolutely. Lu Xuanran. I'll stand up for my sister. Who dares to be her enemy? A wonderful night slipped away as some members of the family were silently speechless, while others were pumped up with enthusiasm. A bright morning arrived with Lu Anan's wrath powerful enough to resurrect 10 evil, sword immortals coming through the window. Lu Anan's melancholic eyes glared at her elder brother who had disturbed her peaceful dream early in the morning and forcefully dragged her out to accompany him to work. Pretending not to notice, Lu Yanli smiled as he patted Lu Anan's head. Good morning, sister. Lu Anan let out a cold laugh. Good morning? Who came up with this idea? I wonder whose morning it really is. Lu Yanli. Ahem, maybe not your good morning. Lu Yanli attempted to revive his sister's affection for him. Anan, are you unhappy about working with your older brother? Lu Anan grinned, but it didn't reach her eyes. I am ecstatic. Totally sky-high happy beyond super extreme limits. Lu Yanli. Happy with gritted teeth and an eerie look, huh? Lu Yanli couldn't accept that the sister who praised him yesterday was now glaring at him hatefully, so he lowered his head in pain and quietly started reading a script. Yes, I am simply too dedicated, absolutely not scared of the big sandbag-like fist punching me in the face. No way. Brother Yan, there's a variety show I looked at which suits you perfectly, but, Brother Yan, who is she? Cheng Shuja walked over while flipping through the reality show plan, asking while looking up and spotting the cute girl sitting beside Lu Yanli, her face expressionless but still exuding a stunning charm. Lu Yanli was suffering under his sister's melancholic glare when Cheng Shuja's voice caught his attention. Turning around, he almost felt tears welling up in his eyes. Savior. Cheng Shuja seemed confused. Yinge, what's wrong? Lu Yanli wiped the non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. Nothing. This is my younger sister Lu Anan. Sister, this is my manager Cheng Shuja. Call him Book Zhe, Shuze directly. Lu Anan raised her head emotionlessly and waved her hand. Morning, brother. Good morning, Shuja. Cheng Shuja. Lu Yanli. If I laugh out loud now, wouldn't she bash my head into the wall? Ahem, I'm not fully awake yet, not awake. Lu Yanli patted Cheng Shuja on the shoulder, giving him an understanding look. Cheng Shuja didn't take offense. His eyes gleamed brightly as he gazed at Lu Anan. Big brother Yan, this is truly your sister? Lu Yanli's gaze grew cautious. She's my biological sister. What's the matter? Cheng Shuja clapped his hands. Fantastic. I was just worrying about the new variety show I arranged for you which requires bringing along an amateur. Where would I find someone suitable for that? And now, it's right here on a silver platter. Yin Gu, trust me, with our sister's looks, she'll be a guaranteed conversation starter even if she just stands there as eye candy. Lu Yanli relaxed upon hearing this and leaned back lazily into his chair, smirking slightly. Then ask Anan. Just as Lu Anan had rebooted her mind successfully, she heard the words, ask Anan. Confused, she looked at the two of them. Ask me what? Cheng Shuja gave her an ingratiating smile. Sis, there's a fun variety show. Could you join your bro for it? The fee. Cheng Shuja made a gesture indicating a number, then continued. All goes to you. What do you say? Will you consider it? A gleam returned to Lu Ainan's eyes, lost earlier from waking up too early, though she feigned coyness. She glanced bashfully at her second brother. Would my big bro approve? Lu Yanli twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, covering his face with his hand. It's all yours, it's all yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Ainan's eyes shot out lightning-like beams as she stared at Chengshuja and began nodding so fast, she left residual images behind her head. I'm in. I'm totally in. Even if Big Bro didn't mention it, I'd still want him to bring me to join this variety show because of the mission, but making money is always much happier, oh dear brother. Lu Yanli was practically shaken by her ear-piercingly sweet tone. Oh dear brother. Accompanied by trills and vibrato. Every hair on his body stood on end. My goodness. How terrifying. Though Chengshuja wondered why his artist suddenly appeared so terrified, as if nearly scared witless, he himself felt extremely elated since such a major problem had been resolved so effortlessly. And thus, in one obscure corner of the set, there emerged such an unusual sight. An agent laughing stupidly toward the sky, a pretty little girl shining with excitement and punching numbers into a calculator like crazy, and a grand film emperor sitting motionless with eyes wide open in apparent shock. Crew members? Is that spot not haunted or something? Each of them was immersed in their own world, completely unaware that the crew members already assumed they were possessed by evil spirits and had plans to hire someone for exorcism. Yingu, I don't quite understand a certain scene. Could you help me go through it together? A sugary female voice disrupted the bubble of madness surrounding these three individuals. Lu Ainan looked at the gorgeous female actress who glared at her with undisguised hostility. Her rumor radar activated instantly. Here it comes, endless flings of the emperor of entertainment industry. Lu Yanli, doesn't my sis work on website headlines professionally? Lu Ainan nudged Chengshuja with her elbow and whispered softly. Shuze brother, who's this sis? Chengshuja replied equally quietly. This is Qin, the heroine of this drama. Lu Ainan. Thought it was some side romance. Turns out flowers bloom over graves. Lu Yanli. Wasn't it said he hadn't died? How did there already be blossoms? Chapter 14. A romantic brain is a viperous beauty. Lu Ainan looked at Qin with complicated eyes. So beautiful, she could have done anything, but ended up as a romantic brain. Lu Yanli anxiously itched and sneakily glanced at his sister several times. His sister continued to think. How does one make flowers bloom on a grave? Whose grave has flowers blooming on it? TSK, but judging by Qin looks, being able to become a romantic brain for that kind of person means that the insane nobleman really must be very good looking. After this comment, Lu Yanli's heart suddenly jolted. It had appeared. So Qin was related to the insane person who lusted after him, tormented him, and humiliated him. Lu Ainan recalled the plot in the book and sneaked a peek at her second brother, only to meet Lu Yanli's fervent gaze. Lu Ainan. Not. Why does he look at me when Miss Qin came over to talk to him? Lu Yanli tried to restrain his eagerness inside and struggled to shift his gaze to Qin's face. Sorry, I don't have time now. You can discuss any issues with the director. Lu Yanli declined Qin's request, and his gaze, as if drawn by magnetism, once again unconsciously drifted towards Lu Ainan, his mind anxious. His sister continues to ponder. What's the relationship between that psychopath and Qin? He was dying with anxiety. Lu Ainan stared back and forth between her second brother Lu Yanli and Qin, ultimately fixing on Lu Yanli's composed and emotionless face. She shook her head. Second brother, you're so cold-hearted. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli slightly lifted his eyebrows and asked with a smirk, do you like it? Lu Ainan, have you seen the rain falling from the sky? That's not rain. It's my hair falling for you. Second brother. Lu Yanli. Too hasty. The sister thinks I've lost status. He ignored Lu Ainan's disdainful gaze and forcibly changed the subject. Ainan, do you know who she is? Lu Ainan nodded and pointed to Chengshuja. I know. Shuja just told me. She's the female lead of this play. Still, she's that loyal dog of your psycho nobleman who chased you relentlessly. Although secretly denigrating inside, Lu Yanli didn't need to deliberately prefix such a chilling qualifier. On the surface, he remained calm and mysteriously nodded. Keep your distance from her. Lu Ainan was somewhat surprised. Did second brother already realize Qin isn't a good person? That shouldn't be right. In the original story, second brother wasn't aware until he was designed to be given away to the nobleman, then being secretly tortured half to death under Qin's control, while all his whereabouts were leaked by her to the nobleman and the main characters. But looking at second brother now, he seems to already know there's something wrong with Qin. How did he find out? Lu Yanli. Should he let his sister discover this? But this Qin definitely has serious problems. Not only about being overly romantic, she herself is a viperous beauty. In the original work, Qin, as the stepsister of the nobleman, fell in love with him instantly upon their first meeting and became completely infatuated. However, fate played tricks on her, and the nobleman doesn't prefer women, leaving Qin longing unrequitedly, which gradually twisted her psychology. Up till now, she's caused significant harm to quite a few young people. Lu Ainan lightly stroked her chin, her eyes flashing with a hint of regret. And the author described these young men as all brimming with youth, exceptionally handsome youths in the prime of their life. What a pity, they fell victim to Qin's machinations. Worse yet, due to Qin's obsession with the nobleman, she even assisted him in many unspeakable deeds. Neither of them is a good person. Lu Yanli was startled. It turns out both of them had targeted gay men. As for what Qin has done in the entertainment circle, there are numerous instances, suppressing female stars, sexually exploiting newcomers just entering the industry. Given second brother is in this circle, knowing there's something amiss with Qin Yin is natural. Lu Yanli sighed speechlessly. He wanted to get a little confession out, and his sister inadvertently covered for him. Cheng Shuja watched Qin Yin's retreating figure, stroked his chin, and slowly said, "Come to think of it, Yin Gu, the variety show I got for you also seems to have Qin Yin as a regular guest." He inhaled a mouthful of cool air. "SSS, she doesn't mean to tie herself with you, does she? Yin Gu, you'd better be careful. Qin Yin has quite a lot of scandals." Lu Yanli was shocked back to his senses. "Are you saying Qin Yin is participating in this variety show?" Cheng Shuja nodded. "It seems so. The guest list the director gave me has Qin Yin's name on it, but I'm not sure if they've come to an agreement yet." Lu Yanli immediately rejected. "Then don't take this variety show. Decline it." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuja's mouth opened into a perfect "oh" of astonishment. Before he could speak, Luinen urgently interrupted him. "I disagree. Yang Gu actually wants to cut off my income. Is he unwilling to share his earnings with me? What a cheapskate." Lu Yanli had black lines all over his head. "Wasn't it you who said Qin Yin was dangerous? That's why he thought of avoiding her." Luinen racked her brains to persuade Lu Yanli. "Yang Gu, you are a big man, and even an emperor of cinema. Your status and position are right there. One rumor? It would surely be settled like a sprinkle of water. You wouldn't avoid a variety show just because of that, right? And I haven't been on TV yet. Could you just take me with you?" Not mentioning my mission is to participate in variety shows as Yang Ji's bodyguard. The pure silver must also end up in my pocket. I won't allow it to go to someone else's pocket. I won't allow it. Lu Yanli was dazed by Luinen's voice inside his head. He hurriedly changed his tone. "All right then, just keep your distance during the show." Cheng Shuja sighed meaningfully at Lu Yanli. Given Yang Ji's personality, who will dodge whom? Luinen seemed to hear the sound of money flowing toward her again, and she contentedly nodded her head. "This is my good Yang Gu. Another day for preparing old age security." Lu Yanli. Waiting online. "What should I do if my sister wants to retire as soon as she turns adult? Urgent." In the distance, Qin Yin watched Lu Yanli and Lu Inen laughing and playing, her eyes dark and unclear. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Hello." A little girl suddenly showed up beside Lu Yanli. He looks very indulgent towards her. "Yes, I understand. I'll figure out a way." At sunset, after finishing a day of work, Lu Inen and Lu Yanli laughed and played as they entered their home. But once they stepped into the living room, they discovered an unusually solemn atmosphere. They exchanged glances and cautiously sat down on the sofa. Lu Yanli asked, "Mom and Dad, elder brother, what happened?" Lu Wenjing's eyes were deep, his fingers lightly tapping the table where a document lay, looking unusually heavy. Lu Yanli understood instantly, reaching out to grab the document, opening it with Lu Inen side by side. Seeing its contents, his expression changed from curiosity to shock. The old lady indeed had issues. Not biologically related, suspected of being family relations? Does that mean the old lady is my father's aunt? Lu Inen thought about how the old lady always protected Lu Rongyu. The old lady treats Lu Rongyu so well. Therefore, Lu Rongyu should be her granddaughter. Who would have thought? The female lead apparently has some ties with the Lu family. Her fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on her knee. Where's the real Mrs. Lu now? Chapter 15. The old lady is an imposter. Mr. Lu was also pondering this question. When the verification results came out, it shocked him. The current Madame Lu was not only not his biological mother, but also his aunt. However, over all these years, he had never heard the old Madame mention having a twin sister. And when did the old Madame become his aunt? Was it after Miss Lu Rongyu returned, or was the substitution made when she brought Miss Lu Rongyu back? Mr. Lu was lost in thought, and didn't hear Miss Lu Inen's voice at first. Not until Lu Wenjing patted him did he come to his senses. "Unin, what's wrong?" "Dad, since I've come back, why haven't I seen Grandpa?" It seems the original novel doesn't mention Grandpa's passing, yet I've been home for so long now, and neither parents nor brother have mentioned Grandpa. To understand more about Grandma, I should ask Grandpa since they're intimate. Lu Wenjing was taken aback. Yes, why had they never mentioned Grandpa all these years, and even subconsciously ignored him? Grandpa, the day after Grandma brought Lu Rongyu back, quarreled with her, and went abroad. Did you, Dad, not ask Grandpa about Grandma? Mr. Lu paused silently. How could he say he had forgotten about it? But his daughter reminded him, so he dialed his father's number, on speakerphone. "I'm sorry, the phone number you called does not exist. Please check before calling again." Lu Inen. "Well, that's some filial piety from my dad. Hasn't contacted him in all these years that the number is disconnected now." Mr. Lu hung up, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but also startled. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have neglected his own father for so many years without concern for his life. Yet why did it seem as if there had never been such a person in the Lu family for all these years? Is this the power of fate? Seeing the worried and clueless expressions of her parents and brothers, Lu Inen sighed. Forget it. I already suspected this much since the plot started as soon as I returned home. Moreover, Grandpa's storyline wasn't written into the plot. It's normal that I couldn't find him. I should use the item instead. Lu Inen summoned the tracker she obtained earlier from the beginner's package while she had nothing to do today at the theater. Who would have thought this beginner's package actually has something useful? I thought this tracker wouldn't be needed, but here I am using it right now. The rest of the Lu family. Tracker? Not bad. This shop gives our good girl/sister exactly what she needs. Lu Inen opened the tracker and entered the name of the old man. 2 words appeared before her eyes, alive. Lu Inen. This grandma hiding under the covers really tickles me. Not to mention, it can just detect whether someone is alive or not. How can this be called a tracker? The rest of the Lu family. Taking back our comment about it being not bad, totally unreliable. Luinen suppressed the impulse to call customer service and shout, took a deep breath. At least knowing that he is still alive helps. We should start investigating from the fake old lady. She cleared her throat and asked Lu Wenjing, Big brother, how are the surveillance videos at the old house? Lu Wenjing shook his head. The old madam and Lu Rongyu didn't return to the old house last night. Where did they go? Today, Dad called and said due to some disagreement, they won't return to the old house and have gone traveling to Yunqing. They will return once Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 come back. Luinen squinted her eyes suspiciously, sensing something was off. Go travel at this moment. She asked again, what about the people who chased us that day? Any leads? Lu Wenjing shook his head again, feeling a wave of helplessness. The people who chased us that day belonged to a mercenary organization. We can't find them temporarily. Luinen saw her brother's depression and consoled him. Don't worry, big brother, we will surely find them. Judging by now, the old lady and Lu Rongyu going on vacation probably means they are handling this matter. Lu Wenjing continued gravely. My spies reported no contact between them and any suspicious individuals. It's just ordinary tourism. A big question mark popped up in Luinen's mind. Ordinary tourism? Big brother, your spies reliable? I don't believe it. They must have slacked off. Lu Wenjing. There were cameras set up. I checked. Indeed today they didn't contact anyone. Luinen nodded. So it seems we need to keep following them for a few more days. Looks like this way is blocked temporarily. Lu Xuanran suddenly had a bright idea. Sis, why not ask Grandpa Jean about Li Hao's news? Luinen lit up immediately. Oh right, I forgot about him. Let me ask. Just as she finished talking, Luinen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she twitched her eyes slightly. Unbelievable how this guy comes along as soon as I think about him. She turned on the speaker. Hello, Grandpa Jean? Unin, I want to ask you if you have figured out the matter regarding the old lady Lu? As Unin heard this, she had a bad feeling. Not yet, Grandpa Jean. No leads on Hao Li's side either? Jean Fenghua fell silent at the other end of the line for a moment. No, he still refused to cooperate after we sent him to the base. Unin closed her eyes, feeling suffocated. Well, everything is blocked now. But then Unin suddenly remembered that she hadn't drawn the reward points from her last successful mission. She perked up excitedly. Grandpa Jean, I'll call you back later. After hanging up, she stood up and left the living room hurriedly, saying as she went, Mom, Dad, Big brother, I'm going to the bathroom. Wash my hands, then draw. Unin rushed back into her room. After scrubbing her hands vigorously with hand wash, she sat cross-legged on her bed, eagerly opening the store to preview the rewards from the gadget lottery box. Let me see. The color-coded rewards are hypnosis techniques, and the hidden rewards are the rats in the melon fields. Oh my goodness, does that mean I can eat others' melons? Perfect, they're all mine. Here comes old Lu. Unin silently chanted in her heart not to hit the bottom limit, and bought 10 boxes. After 100 draws, Unin looked at the backpack full of roses and hideously ugly nail designs, and lapsed into silence. Great, now I also have a whole carload of roses. No, it's ridiculous. Unin clenched her teeth and gritted out. I don't believe it. There must be something good within the last 10 draws. After another 30 draws, Unin, seeing the color-coded awards and the hidden ones finally hit by bottoming out, was so furious she performed a set of military boxing moves on the bed. Ahawk, bottom limit. I will never let you live down this. After calming down, Unin called Jean Fenghua and told him that tomorrow she would go to the base once, as she thought she could get Hao Li to talk, and also discuss the matter of old lady Lu, and Jean Fenghua happily agreed. After everything was arranged, Unin walked to her door and pulled it open, only for a group of people to tumble inside. Unin, Mom, Dad, Big brother, second brother, third brother, what are you doing? Mr. Lu steadied himself and his beloved wife, coughing awkwardly twice. Nothing. Unin, your mom and I just saw you rush upstairs, thinking you might not feel well, so we came to check. The three brothers also nodded in agreement. Yes, we were just worried about you. Unin suspiciously eyed them. Really? They all nodded their heads like pecking chickens. Really. Unin still felt something strange, but thinking about how she hadn't said anything special in her room, decided not to mind it. I've just arranged with Grandpa Jean to visit the base tomorrow to check on Hao Li, and try to coax some words out of him. A few people outside the door who'd been eavesdropping nodded in approval. Yes, indeed, this matter definitely needed Unin to handle. So Unin, should third brother accompany you tomorrow? Lu Xuanran drew his sister's attention, and oh how he hoped his sister would take him along. He wanted to see her use hypnosis. Okay. Chapter 16. Who did Grandma Lu meet? The next morning, Lu Inen brought Lu Xuanran to the base. After Jean Yin met them at the gate, he briefly informed Lu Inen of the situation. That Li Hao, ever since being brought here, has been as hard as a turtle shell, not saying a word no matter how we question him. And due to the confidentiality of the operation, we can't use torture methods, leaving us stuck for 2 days. Lu Inen nodded in understanding and followed into the interrogation room where Li Hao was detained. Jean Fenghua was sitting inside. After greeting Jean Fenghua, Lu Inen looked at Li Hao on the other side of the glass. Grandpa Jean, I'll give it a try. Little girl, what's your plan? Lu Inen gave a mysterious smile. Secret. With that, she turned around and entered the other side. Upon hearing the door open, Li Hao saw Lu Inen at the entrance and let out a disdainful snort. So, they couldn't make me talk, and you think you, a little girl, can? Laughable. Not wanting to waste time with him, Lu Inen used hypnosis and said coldly, Li Hao, look at me. Li Hao sneered as he looked at Lu Inen, eager to see what this girl could do, but as soon as his eyes met hers, he felt like his soul was being pulled away, his gaze becoming vacant. Seeing Li Hao's condition, Lu Inen knew the moment had come. She glanced at the glass and asked, Li Hao, who is your master? I have no master. What's your relationship with Grandma Lu? Who sent you both? Grandma Lu and I are partners working under our master's orders. Luinen furrowed her brows. Why had another master appeared? What's your task? I'm not sure about Grandma Lu's mission, but I know she was sent by the master years ago. My task is to deliver the pills to the Jean family with Grandma Lu's help. Where does the drug come from? The master also gave me the drugs. I don't know where the master got them. Luinen paused for a moment, then asked seriously, who's your master? My master is. Li Hao's expression turned painful, and moments later, he suddenly collapsed. Luinen quickly stood up, checked Li Hao who had fallen unconscious, confirmed there was nothing serious, and stood sharply with a keen gaze. Jean Fanghua and the others entered, looking at the unconscious Li Hao and asking, young lady, what's this? Just fainted, nothing major, Luinen explained. Jean Fanghua nodded, curiosity evident in his voice. Anin, how did you manage it? How did he start talking as soon as you entered? Hypnosis. Jean Fanghua understood immediately, but was still a bit puzzled. Anin, if you know hypnosis, why didn't you use it on Li Hao that day? Luinen, forgot. Of course, because I didn't have that skill back then. Hey, Anin, your hypnosis is different from other doctors. No tools needed, huh? Jean Yin looked at the empty table, and then at Luinen curiously. Luinen hates people with no boundaries. Damn, I forgot about this part. I should have brought a top. I did use one. You just didn't notice. Is that so? Jean Fanghua and the other person looked at Luinen curiously, but couldn't figure out what medium she used. Lu Xuanran, noticing Luinen's forehead veins throbbing, found it hard to suppress laughter. Afraid his sister would lose her temper momentarily, he intervened. Why did Li Hao suddenly faint? Luinen, relieved that attention was diverted, gratefully looked at her third brother. Probably because someone had already hypnotized him before me and set up taboo words. Lu Xuanran frowned slightly. Taboo words? Is it related to who the master is? Luinen shook her head. Not exactly. It seems that just asking about the master triggers it. Hearing this, Lu Xuanran knitted his brows and turned to Jean Fanghua. Mr. Jean, is there any way to find out who this master is? Jean Fanghua pondered for a while, deep thoughts flickering in his eyes, then slowly replied. Actually, the fastest way would be to bring Grandma Lu over and ask her. Luinen negated Jean Fanghua's idea. I think it might not work. Just now, Li Hao said both he and Grandma Lu belong to this master. Grandma Lu probably has the same taboo word as Li Hao. Jean Fanghua remembered this fact and abandoned the idea, then continued. I will try my best to investigate this master on my end and keep you updated. Alright, if there's anything regarding Grandma Lu, I'll call Grandpa Jean. Yunqing City. Grandma Lu carefully made her way to the tea house and entered an ancient, elegant private room. She glanced at the man sitting opposite her, partially hidden in the shadows, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Master. The man's deep, magnetic voice came casually. How's the Lu family doing? Grandma Lu shrank back a little before forcing herself to appear calm. That little girl from the Lu family, Luinen, has been brought back. The man responded indifferently with an, oh, and gestured for her to continue. Gradually, Grandma Lu's tone grew bitter. The dead girl just returned home and already hooked up with Jean Fanghua and the young master of the Jean family, Jean Yan. Jean Fanghua even personally came to the Lu family looking for that dead girl. When my associate Li Hao and I delivered the drugs to Jean Fanghua, she was there too, and the man leaned on his palm, showing some interest. Oh? You're saying you saw Luinen at Jin's place? Didn't she chase Jean Yan out of the Lu household when he visited, dressed strangely? Grandma Lu stiffened momentarily. How did the master know such details? But she didn't dare ask. She simply replied respectfully. Yes, she didn't chase him out. The man smirked slightly, then chuckled. Interesting. Go on. Grandma Lu nodded and continued. After delivering the drugs in the Jean family, Jean Fanghua only kept Li Hao behind while he kicked me and wrung you out. After that, I don't really know what happened in the Jean family. Up until now, Li Hao hasn't called me yet. The man sipped his tea, then asked again. And then? Grandma Lu answered. Then I went to Lu Mingxian's house with Rongyu. We intended to cause a ruckus, but it seems they found out that Rongyu sent people to kill Lu Anin beforehand. The man slammed his teacup down heavily, cutting off Grandma Lu's words. His tone became unclear and dark. Lu Rongyu sent assassins to kill Lu Anin? Grandma Lu trembled slightly, her voice quivering. Yes, she said she hired mercenaries and wanted to strike first by killing Lu Anin. The man knocked the teacup off the table and grabbed Grandma Lu by the neck, his voice icy cold. Lu Yanhua, you and Lu Rongyu are nothing but my pawns. You'd better know your place and refrain from doing anything without my permission. If I catch you overstepping again, I will chop off your hand. Do you understand? Lu Yanhua stared fearfully into the man's eyes, terrified tears streaming down her face as she nodded repeatedly. I understand. I was wrong, master. I'll keep an eye on Lu Rongyu. With disgust, the man flung the old woman aside and slowly took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. He then asked calmly, anything else? Lu Yanhua paused to recover, her voice hoarse. Well, as we left, Luinen asked me how Li Hao and I met, and if I knew what medicine Li Hao had. I wondered whether she had discovered something. The man hesitated slightly in wiping his hands and let out a laugh. Luinen, indeed quite a pleasant surprise. Lu Yanhua didn't fully grasp what he meant and cautiously probed further. Master, do you mean? You have no further business here. Go back. The man didn't elaborate, merely giving her a casual order. Lu Yanhua, seeing no other instructions from the man, wobbled her way out of the tea house. The man gazed toward the distance in the tea house, smiling faintly. Lu Ainin, huh? Ainin indeed. Chapter 17. Kidnapped while filming a reality show with Big Brother Air. After Lu Ainin and Lu Xuanran returned home, they were summoned to the study by Lu Wenjing. He gently turned the computer screen on the table toward them, lightly touched the mouse, and played a video clip. This is the video they sent me today. Lu Wenjing's voice was deep and strong, exuding an air of seriousness that could not be ignored. The elder lady went alone to this month's Manlu tea house earlier today without bringing Lu Ronyu. She came out after an hour. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanran couldn't help but furrow his brows in deep thought as he stared at the blurred yet familiar figure on the screen and asked solemnly, "Didn't they follow her inside?" Lu Wenjing sighed softly, shook his head, and explained, "This tea house operates on a membership system. You need proper identification to get in. My people couldn't enter." A flicker of deep insight flashed in Lu Xuanran's eyes as he slowly voiced his suspicions. The elder lady has been frequently visiting Yunqing these past few years. This tea house must have significant issues. Lu Ainin's eyes were locked on the quaint tea house shown in the video footage, and inadvertently, a hint of confusion furrowed her elegant eyebrows. This tea house hasn't appeared in the novel before. Could she have really just gone in for some tea? When Lu Xuanran heard Lu Ainin's thoughts, he considered it carefully and asked, "Ainin, when the elder lady comes back, will you try hypnotizing her?" After some contemplation, Lu Ainin replied hesitantly, "It's uncertain whether hypnosis will work or not. If there are problems with the tea house, it might end up the same way as last time." Lu Xuanran nodded. Indeed, both Li Hao and the elder lady were servants of this master. If the tea house was related to the master, it likely had set trigger words as well. Puzzled, Lu Wenjing asked, "What do you mean by hypnosis?" So, Lu Xuanran explained to the older brother what happened during today's questioning of Li Hao at the base. Lu Wenjing narrowed his sharp eyes slightly, saying, "This master is very cautious." Both Lu Xuanran and Lu Ainin nodded in agreement. The three sat silently in the study for a long time. Finally, Lu Wenjing broke the silence. "I will continue to look into this matter later." Thinking about the phone call he received in the morning, he asked Lu Ainin, "By the way, Ainin, your second brother said tomorrow he plans to take you to participate in a reality show. Is that true?" Lu Ainin obediently nodded. "Yes, big brother." Lu Wenjing reached out and stroked Lu Ainin's head tenderly, saying softly, "Then go ahead and play if you want. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, leave it to your second brother and don't overexert yourself." Lu Ainin smiled sweetly, replying, "All right, big brother. I won't hold back with second brother." The next morning, as the first light broke, Lu Ainin and Lu Yanli arrived at the recording site of the reality show via a nanny car. However, after getting out of the vehicle and seeing the deserted harbor, they looked at each other perplexedly. "Big brother Air, are you sure about the address?" Lu Yanli, looking at the navigation map on the screen which perfectly overlapped with the location sent by the director, wore a puzzled expression. "It's correct. It's this port. Did we come too early?" Hearing this, Lu Ainin rolled her eyes. "With your pace, brother, it's already impressive that we're not late. Maybe check if you made a mistake with the date." Speechless due to her argument, Lu Yanli, knowing he was in the wrong, sheepishly bowed his head and double-checked the date. "No, it's today, hey?" Before finishing his sentence, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an abnormal scene far away. A group of more than 10 men dressed in black suddenly emerged from somewhere, rushing directly towards the two and encircling them. Furrowing his brow, uncertainty colored Lu Yanli's tone. "Sis, given the situation, I think perhaps we should flee first." An unspoken understanding passed between the siblings as they exchanged glances, then quickly dropped their suitcases and took off running. Glancing behind her at the looming wave of black-clad pursuers, Lu Ainin screamed in terror while running. "Hey, stop chasing a weak woman like me. Chase my second brother instead. He's loaded." At this comment, Lu Yanli stumbled, his steps disrupted by this sudden betrayal. He shouted indignantly, "Lu Ainin, I'm your own brother, and you're selling me out like this?" Lu Ainin shot him an innocent glance and replied helplessly, "Brother Air, couples flee from each other when disaster strikes. Why worry about familial bonds now that we're just siblings?" Lu Yanli laughed through gritted teeth. Fine. Play dirty, huh? Don't chase me. Chase my sister instead. She's worth more than me." Their shouting voices carried loudly and clearly into the earpieces of the approaching black-clad figures right behind them. Live broadcast chat. "My elder brother Yin and his younger sister have a truly unique entry. It reminds me of how I am treated like a dog by my brother. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I can't stop. The sibling rivalry between my brother and his sister is priceless. Already anticipating more." 5 minutes later, the siblings, blindfolded and bound, were led aboard the cruise ship. Lu Ainin was dragged by the arm by a man in black for a while. Then she felt herself tied to a pillar again. She tried to talk to the man in black. "Big brother, you didn't sell my brother, did you? Why can't I hear his voice?" The response was an endless silence. "Lu Ainin." Things got intense right away, and it seems like I have to rely on myself again. Lu Ainin fumbled with her blindfold, and her vision slowly became clear. Currently, she was in a closed room. Across from her was a roll-up door, the walls covered with various graffiti. She looked down at the lock around her wrist and attempted to open it, but failed. Her attention could only be shifted to that roll-up door. Dragging the chain towards the door, she looked around and found a red button in an inconspicuous corner. After pressing it, the roll-up door slowly rose, revealing the person in the opposite room. Lu Ainin felt very speechless inside. The production team really needs to switch partners at the start. Why am I still paired with second brother? Just as Lu Yanli was about to express his joy upon seeing his sister, he heard her complaints, and his mood turned sour. She actually disliked pairing with him. Ha ha ha, my brother's heart shattered when his sister rejected him. The roll-up door opens. Yin bro. Wow, it's my sister, sister. Oh, it's my brother, Dakang. Are you serious? Is this really his sister who rejects our brother Yin? So annoying. Passerby, this girl seems so arrogant. After the two siblings met up, they began studying how to unlock the chains on their bodies. Lu Yanli looked at the wall in Lu Ainan's room and said, Sis, are there any clues on your side of the wall? Lu Ainan shook her head. No, I've been trying for half an hour but couldn't open it. Lu Yanli thought for a moment. Tell me what you tried, and let me see if I can figure out mine. Lu Ainan thought it made sense and relayed a few strings of numbers. However, as the final soft sound of metal collision rang out, Lu Yanli's chains still wouldn't budge. He sighed helplessly. Mine won't open either. Both siblings were stuck and began looking around again for more clues. Lu Ainan walked to a metal bucket in the corner and peered inside. Seeing a tape recorder placed at the bottom, she excitedly pulled it out and turned back to show Lu Yanli. Second brother, I found a tape recorder. Hearing this, Lu Yanli also smiled and gently shook several batteries he just discovered. Perfect timing. I found these batteries. After assembling the tape recorder, they started playing it. The white dragon horse, hooves facing west, carrying Tang Sanzang, bounding across tens of thousands of miles. Lu Yanli stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with intelligence. Sis, I think the answer might be how far is 108,000 li, what do you think? Before Lu Ainan could respond, they heard a sentence from the recorder. Congratulations to the player for finding the password. The password is 07180209. Lu Ainan. Lu Yanli. Ha, I'm dying laughing. Why didn't the director follow the usual rules, ha ha ha? Yin bro, I want to withdraw my previous statement immediately. Yin bro, haha no ha. Both Lu Ainan and Lu Yanli felt exasperated yet amused as they unlocked their restraints and pushed the door open. Just at this moment, someone else pushed the door open in the adjacent room. The four locked eyes in the hallway. Lu Ainan's gaze swept over them, her eyebrows slightly raising. Nice, the male and female leads are both here now. Chapter 18. Variety show gathering the main characters, supporting roles, and villains. Lu Yanli listened to the inner voice and raised an eyebrow to scrutinize the man across from him. He didn't expect that his archenemy would turn out to be the male lead. This author really lacked taste. But as soon as he thought about his sister mentioning that the female lead was Lu Rongyu, a sense of schadenfreude crept into his heart. Good, he muttered. They must absolutely walk down this path together. Lu Rongyu's eyes unintentionally met with those of Lu Ainan and Lu Yanli. Her face instantly stiffened, and her eyes quickly flickered with a familiar shade of jealousy and hatred. But she quickly adjusted her expression and followed Gu Tingyan obediently, pretending not to know them. Gu Tingyan first gave a brief, indifferent glance at Lu Yanli's face before lingering on Lu Ainan, who stood next to him. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth, hinting at amusement. His laugh carried a hint of unrestrained arrogance. Hey, Lu Yanli, is this your sister? Why is she so pretty while you're uniquely ugly? Lu Yanli responded with a cold laugh, hitting back without showing any weakness. Big brother is so handsome. I can even be your grandfather. Unlike you, where even a dog passing by spits twice. Here it comes again. The battle of the century is about to begin. They are truly like quarreling lovers. Who understands? Yanli says he wants to be grandpa to dog Gu. My sugary CP is real. Lu Ainan subtly observed their interaction several times. To be honest, I am starting to ship both of you. Lu Yanli, shipping anything will only ruin you. Because of this sentence, Lu Yanli forcibly suppressed his urge to argue with Gu Tingyan head-on. Glaring at him, he ignored Lu Rongyu and pulled Lu Ainan out of the cabin onto the deck first. Gu Tingyan watched them silently for a moment, then composed himself, reverting to his usual nonchalant attitude. He leisurely followed after Lu Yanli and Lu Ainan, also exiting the cabin. Seeing this, Lu Rongyu felt mixed emotions. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palm, yet she tried hard to maintain outward calmness, forcing a strained smile on her face. Tingyan brother, wait for me. Gu Tingyan did not pause his steps for her. With steady and quick strides, he left the original spot behind. As time slowly passed, all the guests completed the decryption mission and gathered on the deck. The director laughed heartily looking at everyone. Haha, congratulations to all guests for successfully escaping and completing the first mission of Pursuit and Mystery. Lu Yanli glanced at the director and smiled dangerously. Director Su, wasn't this supposed to be a relaxed travel show? What's with the kidnapping right after we get on board? Lu Ainan was unsurprised. Director Su is well known in the industry as a troublemaking director. This kidnapping opening is too normal. Director Su stroked his hair sheepishly, laughing. Haha, Yanli, what you're saying, it wasn't kidnapping, it was polite invitation. Gu Tingyan laughed slightly, mocking words dripping from his lips. Director Su, it seems like you're very polite indeed. Director Su. Ha 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 ha. Director Su is speechless after these two goading each other. I love this beginning. Grabbed so many expressions from the guests, ha. Me too, especially Brother Yan's hilarious laughter, ha ha ha. Director Su coughed awkwardly a few times and waved his hand to change the topic. Alright, please let all guests introduce their partners. Start with Shun Yi. Shun Yi smiled and waved. Hello everyone. This is my sister Shun Jiejia. Shun Jiejia, somewhat shy, blushed and glanced at the camera. Hello everyone. This is my brother Shun Yi. Ah, long time no see Shin-yi. Still so handsome. I never expected the program to invite Shin-yi. He hasn't sung or worked for a long time. Shin-yi's younger sister looks so well-behaved and shy, clearly a sweet girl. Chin-in said cheerfully. Everyone, this is my handsome younger brother Chin-nua. Chin-nua, emotionless, replied coldly. She is Chin-in. In-yun is so beautiful. I love In-yun. Wah wah wah, powerhouse actress Chin-in has come. It seems that Chin-in and her brother don't have a good relationship. He doesn't even want to call her elder sister. Lu Yixuan tenderly looked at Lu Rongyu. The person next to me is my younger sister, Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu bashfully glanced at Lu Yixuan for a moment and smiled in a sickeningly sweet way. Hello everyone. This is my older brother Lu Yixuan. Burst lights for Yixuan. Yixuan is the best. Something feels strange about this duo. People are too dirty-minded. Our Yixuan obviously just dotes on his younger sister. Lu Ainin curiously looked at Lu Yixuan next to Lu Rongyu, nudging her second brother with her elbow, asking curiously. Second brother, which son of Uncle 2 or Uncle 3 is Lu Yixuan? Lu Yanli glanced up and responded indifferently. He's the second uncle's son, 2 years younger than you. But grandma somehow thought otherwise when registering him. His ID shows he's 1 day older than Lu Rongyu, but you don't need to worry about it. Lu Ainin nodded, her tone mysterious. I see. That call of older brother from Lu Rongyu leaves much to be desired. Lu Yanli raised an eyebrow slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The siblings paused their conversation and continued listening as the other guests introduced themselves. He Beichin crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly. This is my sister He Tingyu. He Tingyu gracefully stepped forward and bowed before the camera, speaking crisply. I'm He Tingyu, participating in a variety show for the first time with my brother He Beichin. I hope you all like me. She then gave a playful wink. He Beichin is so cool, and I absolutely adore him. Tingyu is also so cute. Their personalities contrast well. The production team did a great job gathering rival teams. Lu Ainin couldn't help but scrutinize He Beichin curiously. This must be one of the male supporting characters vying for the female lead's affection. At this, Lu Yanli couldn't help but cast a look of mild astonishment toward He Beichin, glancing over him thoughtfully. Truly remarkable. This variety show already had its male lead, female lead, male supporting roles, and villains. What a complete lineup. Gu Tingyin nonchalantly slipped his hand into his pocket while introducing. This is my younger brother, Gu Shichuan. Gu Shichuan waved enthusiastically and grinned widely, revealing 8 large white teeth. Hello everyone. This is my older brother, Gu Tingyin. My goodness. The younger brother of Gu Tingyin turned out to be such an open-hearted big boy. Now that I think about it, none of these people are the ones we partnered with earlier during the decryption mission. Except for Yanli's group. He stayed with his sister throughout. The tension between these siblings feels about to explode. Lu Ainin listened as the other guests introduced themselves. Glancing around, she noticed that at the start, except for her and her second brother, everyone else began with different partners during the decryption process. Leaning over, she whispered curiously to Lu Yanli. Big brother, didn't you notice that it seems like only we stuck together from the beginning? Lu Yanli leaned close to Lu Ainin and whispered devilishly in her ear. That's because I informed the director beforehand that I can't leave my little sister, and I want to stay in the same group as her forever. How about it, sis? Are you happy? Lu Ainin. Are you sick or something? Ugh. You dare block my chance to partner up with handsome guys just because of the cameras? If not for them, I'd show you what my oversized fist can do. At that exact moment, the camera switched to focus on Lu Ainin's group. Lu Yanli was smiling sweetly while viciously rubbing his little sister's head. Through gritted teeth, he said, my most adorable little sister, Lu Ainin. In pain, Lu Ainin swatted away her second brother's hand, ruining her hair, covering her head as she glared angrily at him. My most despicable second brother, Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli. Ha ha ha, Yanli has shattered again. Little sister, don't touch my hair if you want us to stay good siblings. Yanli and his sister perfectly epitomized love-hate sibling dynamics. As the introductions concluded, Director Su picked up a megaphone. Dear guests, we are now about to reach the first destination of our journey. Please gather your luggage and hand it over to the program team. During this journey, no guest is allowed to carry personal items. All required items and props must be found at the destination. Wishing everyone a pleasant trip. Everyone collectively froze in disbelief. Gu Shichuan's eyes widened. We can't take anything? Director Su grinned broadly. That's right. Shin-yi couldn't believe it. Director, you told me this was going to be a vacation. Director Su maintained his grin. And isn't it a vacation? With the sea, ship, and stunning views. I'm laughing to death. Shin-yi actually believed Director Su that this was a real holiday show. Fun fact, Director Su loves to make shows themed around tropical getaways. This fact is so cold it has only history left. Frowning deeply, Lu Yanli asked, what about food? Director Su chuckled heartily. Ingredients will be available at the destination. I trust all guests will work hard to ensure their own self-sufficiency. Everyone. All right, dear guests, we've reached the destination. Wishing everyone a smooth journey. Chapter 19. The variety show script line is blocked. The guests were confused as they were hurriedly ushered off the ship by Director Su. Their feet touched the sandy ground, and only then did they come to their senses. Looking at the golden beach in front of them and the lush jungle nearby, everyone gasped in unison. Shun Jejia turned around and asked the director with a trembling voice. Director Su, are you sure we're going to be here for 7 days? The director cleared his throat. Cough cough. Yes, all our guests, welcome to Dream Vacation Island. Lu Yixuan was at a loss. Director, where do you see any dreams here? Su Dao replied. Dreams are certainly not here. Next, please head to the Central Dream Resort area. Everyone's expressions relaxed. Gu Shichuan patted his chest. You scared me to death. I thought we'd really have to live like savages on the beach for 7 days. Gu Tingyan frowned. How do we get there? No route. Hearing this, Su Dao grinned slyly. The route needs to be explored by yourselves, guests. The show's production team will provide no assistance. Please note that you have only 12 hours to reach the central area. Guests who haven't arrived by the deadline will be eliminated and face an extremely cruel punishment. And throughout this journey, it will be captured entirely by drones without any direct coverage from the production team. There are cameras installed at various locations in the destination for non-stop shooting. So please maintain your image, everyone. The journey now officially begins. Wishing you all good luck. Helplessly, everyone watched as the chubby figure of Director Su waved goodbye with big teeth flashing before gradually disappearing along with the departing boat. An overwhelming sense of sorrow welled up inside everyone. However, amidst this desolation, Lu Yanli appeared composed and even laughed a few times naturally, knowing that his sister, who acted like a power-up cheat, would surely make them the first to arrive. The production team has truly pulled out. Now, we're all truly left to fend for ourselves, haha. Lu Yixuan, who talks about dreams? I've already lost my hope. What is Yen Ge laughing about? Is he shocked silly? However, after only a few minutes of celebration, Lu Yanli heard the sound of a dream shattering. Damn, what do you mean, customer service? What do you mean by part of the variety show script line being stored according to circumstances? Customer service. Dear, it's also considered for your game experience. We just block the storyline you know about, but won't impact any personal stories here. So does it mean when I participate in the variety show, I can only remember what happens between the guests during the show, but I won't remember how the production designed the scenarios? Customer service. Yes, dear, you're too smart, dear. So was I already blocked since I got to the harbor? Customer service. Yes, dear. Luinen was utterly speechless. She understood why she felt unsettled ever since arriving at the harbor. Lu Yanli wiped the smile off his face, standing expressionless, cursing this blasted customer service for turning him into an emotionless man. This makes more sense. I wondered why Yen Ge could laugh so happily. It feels normal now, I'm relieved. Then was Yen Ge laughing out of anger earlier? The program group is such trouble, but I love it. Due to the antics of the production team, the show instantly shot up to the trending list. Hashtag the entire cast of Mystery Chase gets kidnapped in the opening hashtag. Hashtag the loving and fighting relationship between Lu Yanli and his sister hashtag. Hashtag salty CP hashtag. Hashtag Dream Resort Island has no dreams hashtag. A large number of people flooded into the live stream due to the hot search topics. The viewing count surged like an untamed wild horse, reaching an unprecedented high. Director Su, watching the continuously rising data, smiled so widely his tonsils were visible. On the island side, Lu Rongyu lifted her gaze and scanned the surrounding silently standing guests. A hint of smug determination crept onto her lips as she contemplated this perfect opportunity to demonstrate her wit. She spoke softly to grab everyone's attention. Standing here doing nothing won't help us. How about we go explore the woods and find some clues? After hearing this, Lu Yanli looked towards Lu Ainen to inquire for her opinion. Ainen, shall we go with them or split up? Upon hearing Lu Yanli's words, Qinin feared that the two might walk away alone, so she quickly intervened. Yen Ge, all of us are newcomers here, unfamiliar with the situation. Best not to separate, right? I believe a sister as sensible as yours would definitely agree, wouldn't she? She cast a glance at Luinen with eyes full of gentleness. Yet deep within her gaze lay a trace of barely concealed malice. It'd be better if Luinen knew her place. Otherwise, she shouldn't blame her for being rude. Yen Ge must be overly doting on his younger sister to ask for her opinion first. Seriously? Even though Lu Inen isn't a child anymore, wouldn't it be dangerous if they walked alone? Another minute of worrying that Lu Inen might hold my brother back. Lu Inen met Qin Yin's gaze, silently contemplating in her heart. Although Qin Yin definitely doesn't want to be separated from my second brother, why do I feel her hostility towards me has grown even stronger? She must think I'm a nuisance and wants to get rid of me. A fierce look flashed across Lu Yanli's brow as he was about to say they'd go their own way, but then heard his sister's soft voice. Sister Qin Yin is right. We don't know the situation yet. We should all go together. It's safer with more people. I currently don't have any plotline for this Fubon, nor do I know the route. Best to follow the male and female protagonists. They're so blessed, they'll surely find the right path. As for Qin Yin, it doesn't matter. If she really attacks me, I'll make sure she knows why flowers bloom so red. Though filled with unease inside, Lu Yanli couldn't go against his sister's decision now that she'd agreed, so he reluctantly compromised. Standing nearby, Lu Rongyu observed everyone's attention focusing on Lu Inen again, and jealousy surged within her. She softly drew everyone's attention. I took some wilderness survival training before the show. If you trust me, you can come along with me. Upon hearing this, Lu Inen cast a glance over Lu Rongyu, a subtle smile playing at the corner of her lips. The heroine is putting in a lot of effort, trying to establish herself as a strong little flower. Lu Yixuan affectionately patted Lu Rongyu's head and said with a smile, "Great job, little sister." Lu Rongyu responded with a shy glance and sweetly smiled. Wow, Lu Rongyu did her homework beforehand, impressive. By comparison, Lu Rongyu is much better than the other two girls. Feels like there's something off about the atmosphere in this group. At this moment, He Tingyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up with an air of profound meaning. Come to think of it, since both of you, Rongyu, are surnamed Lu, could you possibly be related to Brother Yin? Lu Rongyu's eyes flickered slightly as she pretended to look frightened and glanced at Lu Unin before replying in a gloomy tone. No, nothing is related. I see why they didn't recognize each other initially. Truly a pair of good girlfriends with shared instinct. Lu Unin lowered her head, masking the mockery in her eyes. Looking at the wronged expression on Lu Rongyu's face, Lu Yixuan glared at Lu Unin, feeling indignant, and loudly shouted towards Lu Yanli. Second brother? Second brother? Do I take that in the literal sense? Holy cow, Lu Yixuan is actually Lu Yanli's younger brother? Then why did Lu Rongyu say there's no relation? Didn't you see how Lu Rongyu timidly glanced at Lu Unin just now? Clearly Lu Unin told her not to say. Lu Unin is too petty. Can't stand seeing her brother having other siblings? I reckon your hearts are too dark. Initially, Lu Yixuan and Lu Rongyu never mentioned knowing Brother Yin either. So why did they call him now? Lu Yanli hummed once, and looked at Lu Rongyu coolly. Yixuan is my cousin, and as for her, she truly has no relation to me. Lu Rongyu stiffened, her eyelids drooping, hiding the darkness in her eyes. How can you say that, second brother? Lu Yixuan asked, disbelievingly. Rongyu, which part of what I said was wrong? What relation does Lu Yanli have with her, huh? Lu Yanli gave Lu Yixuan a sharp look, interrupting his words, his tone heavy with warnings. Realizing the warning from Lu Yanli, Lu Yixuan begrudgingly shut his mouth, full of reluctance. With the powder keg of tension growing heavier in the air, Shun Yi stepped in to defuse the situation. We'd better figure out a way to get to the central area quickly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and the tension eased. Seizing the moment, Lu Yanli retracted his sharp gaze, gently stroking Lu Unin's head instead, his eyes brimming with doting care and comfort. Don't worry, your second brother is here. Lu Unin lifted her head and smiled at him. Okay, thank you, second brother. They continued walking forward, but not long after, a coarse scream erupted from behind. Chapter 20. Lu Unin, saving him now will lead to death. Lu Unin was startled by a soul-stirring scream. Ouch, my mom. Did someone just get electrocuted? She turned back and saw a huge sausage hanging on the tree. On closer inspection, it wasn't a sausage, it was Gu Shichuan. Lu Unin couldn't hold back her laughter, and others also found it hard not to chuckle. Lu Yixuan hadn't noticed the expressions of others, but hearing Lu Unin's laughter, he glared at her with disdain, as if he had caught her in the act. He said harshly, Shichuan is hung on the tree, and you're still laughing? Confusion flickered in Lu Unin's eyes. Was it me who hung him there? It wasn't, but if it wasn't me, why can't I laugh? Is my laughter delaying his rescue? Gu Tingyan smirked unkindly towards Lu Yixuan, saying, Lu Yixuan, what you said makes us seem very inhumane. We all laughed just now, especially me, his blood-related older brother. He particularly emphasized the last three words. Help. The condition of feeling awkward for others has recurred. Lu Yixuan's words were quite brainless. Lu Unin is wrong though. Her teammate is already hanging on the tree, yet she laughed the loudest. Exactly. It's like when God scattered wisdom to humanity, and you held an umbrella. Lu Yixuan's face turned bright red from being ridiculed, and he stuttered. I didn't mean that, Xin Jejia interrupted him impatiently. Enough. Hurry up and let Gu Shichuan down first. Lu Unin bent down, pinched a tiny pebble with her fingertips, and kindly reminded everyone. In my opinion, we better not do that now. Lu Rongyu immediately rebutted with clear disapproval in her eyes. Sister, isn't Shichuan suffering so much from being hung there? How could you suggest keeping him up longer? What? That's not what I meant at all. Lu Rongyu sure knows how to distort things. Yitingyu also gave a cold laugh. Lu Unin, do you even have compassion? That Lu Unin looks bad already. She only cares about herself. Not only should they not, but she shouldn't have spoken so coldly while he hangs up there. I'm waiting for the critics to eat their words. Gu Tingyan ignored Lu Rongyu and asked Lu Unin curiously. Sister, why can't we let him down now? After hearing this, Lu Unin's gaze flickered with surprise. Yo? Why didn't the male lead follow Lu Rongyu's irrational attack on me? Lu Unin shifted her gaze, explaining. Because it will lead to death. Upon hearing this, Yitingyu curled her lips into a mocking smile and spoke with a sharp tone. Lu Unin, what scary story are you telling? Saying it will result in death? Why don't you say it will explode next? Qinin couldn't hide the contempt in her eyes. And sister, one mustn't say such things carelessly. It's extremely unlucky. Lu Unin appeared unmoved by their mockery. She pulled out a delicate slingshot from her pocket, placed a pebble in it, aimed at the tree where Gu Shichuan was hanging, and suddenly unleashed a powerful shot. The pebble accurately struck deep into the crown of the tree. After a slight disturbance, the body of a flower snake as thick as a baby's arm, along with a few fallen leaves, slowly dropped through the dense foliage. This scene left everyone present shocked. There was actually a venomous snake in the tree. Lu Unin slowly walked to the base of the tree, gently picked up the lifeless poisonous snake with her fingertips, then turned around to face the group, looking directly at Lu Rongyu and Qinin. A faint smile curved her lips as she said, this is ranked third among the most poisonous snakes. One bite, and within less than a minute, death will occur. Was I wrong when I said it would lead to death? The surrounding area fell silent as the guests collectively silenced themselves. Gu Tingyan snapped out of his shock and quickly went over to lower Gu Shichuan. Due to the inverted hang, Gu Shichuan suffered from some oxygen deficiency. Looking fearfully at Lu Unin and the snake in her hand, he thanked her. Inin, thank you. You're really skilled. Lu Unin shook her head slightly. It's no big deal. Looks like Lu Unin isn't a good person. Does her face hurt? Say something, Blackers. Dang, How did Luinen manage this? This skill is too impressive. Who calls an in sister? Call her in senior. Sister, why are you so unsympathetic? An in sister, what nonsense are you speaking? Lu Yanli sarcastically mimicked Lu Rongyu and Qin Yin with a mocking tone. Lu Rongyu, Miss Qin, if I were you too, I wouldn't speak until I knew the situation clearly. Otherwise, it'll end in embarrassment. Lu Rongyu's face turned scarlet. Damn Luinen, why didn't she mention the snake beforehand? Besides, was Lu Yanli deaf, or what? She didn't even say those words, so why blame her? Qin Yin was speechless too. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, forcing back any response she intended to make. Just as tension started rising again, Shun Yi intervened with goodwill. Shirchuan's already down. Let's hurry and continue our journey. Bro Yin is my mouthpiece. Deserved it. They bullied our sister. Shen Yi, I'm exhausted. I've already been a qualified crisis resolver. 3 hours later, Lu Rongyu was still leading the guests running here and there. He Beichin couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Rongyu, haven't you found the way yet? Lu Rongyu also seemed anxious. The direction is correct. We should be getting out soon. Everyone, just hang on a bit longer. Luinen had tried to keep quiet, but finally, she stopped and asked, where are we heading now? Inside. Lu Rongyu mocked her, but on the surface, she kept up an amiable demeanor. Sister, we're finding the path to the central area. Don't you remember? He Tingyu stood beside Lu Rongyu, speaking irritably. Luinen, didn't you hear what the director said? We only have 12 hours to reach the central area. Don't waste all of our time because of yourself. Lu Yixuan also looked displeased. Luinen, stop being moody like a spoiled brat. Since you don't know how to find the way, just walk quietly. Lu Yanli's gaze fell upon Lu Yixuan. His tone is cold as ice. If you can't say something nice, then keep your mouth shut. Lu Yixuan reluctantly closed his mouth. What's with this Lu and causing trouble again? So annoying. Was I missing something? The last time, I think they slowed down because they were rescuing someone, right? Why blame Luinen? Sigh? Feels like they're forgetting something. The air of exasperation on Luinen's face almost turned tangible. She had figured out that Lu Rongyu probably forgot every bit of the rules explained in detail by the director beforehand. I really regret thinking the heroine would quickly lead us to the route. If I knew earlier, I'd have left alone. Now I've got to fake it. Luinen gently lowered her eyelids, and her shoulders trembled slightly. When she looked up again, her eyes were red-rimmed. I just remembered that the director mentioned the map is somewhere in the forest. That's why I paused, wanting to remind everyone to look for the map first. But never mind. I know I'm not part of the group, and you don't like me. I'll leave. After finishing her words, Luinen turned around, using the motion of wiping her tears to send a glance at Lu Yanli, and then, like some melodramatic romantic drama heroine, ran far away with her hands held high. Upon receiving the signal, Lu Yanli unleashed his amateur acting skills, making a pained expression similar to Air Kang's from a soap opera, shouting, Sister. Then he glared fiercely at the others. Since you can't tolerate us siblings, we're leaving. And so, he swiftly followed after Luinen, walking grandly in the pose of a romantic male lead. Shun Yi and Shun Jejia exchanged glances. Though somewhat confused, they wanted to distance themselves from the rest of the group and stretch their arms into an exaggerated style, calling out, Yanli, Anin. They pursued after the Lu siblings. Lu Rongyu was practically dumbfounded. Were these people all crazy, reenacting the story of Ming Dynasty? But considering the ever-present cameras, she could only take several deep breaths, her eyes reddening in seconds, and burst into tears. I was merely in a hurry to get everyone out. Sister, why treat me like that? Brother Tingyan, do you think I was wrong too? Lu Rongyu's gaze tightly fixed on Gu Tingyan. She had a feeling that she must grab hold of this man tightly. Only this way could she suppress Lu Anin completely. Gu Tingyan felt all over goosebumps. He scowled disdainfully. How did Lu Yanli win the title of Best Actor with such cheesy performance? I have to go ask him. Gu Shichuan also nodded quickly. Yes, Anin cried just now, and she saved me. I need to console her. The two brothers exchanged a meaningful look, ignored Lu Rongyu altogether, and disappeared from sight within a few steps. This truly made Lu Rongyu furious, nearly passing out. She buried herself in Lu Yixuan's arms, sobbing heartbreakingly. Brother, am I doing something wrong? Do they dislike me? Lu Yixuan comforted Lu Rongyu tenderly, murmuring, Rongyu, don't cry. It's not your fault. They just don't recognize kindness. Tingyu was equally incensed by those individuals. She kicked a tree nearby to vent her fury. At that very moment, something dropped from the tree. They looked down and immediately turned pale. Chapter 21. The male lead actually followed. A massive wasp nest rolled a few times and came to a stop at Lu Yixuan's feet. Buzz. A large swarm of wasps emerged from the vibrating hive. My goodness, these are huge wasps. Qin Yin and the others are in trouble. Yixuan, run fast. Don't let your face get stung. Ugh. Hearing Yu has a real diva temperament. Why did she have to kick that tree for no reason? Hearing Yu's complexion instantly drained of color, her lips trembling as she whispered, I didn't mean it. Qin Yin's voice became sharp. An accident? Then why did you kick that tree? Seeing this, Lu Yixuan quickly pulled Lu Rongyu into his arms and shouted, What are you standing around for? Run. Bechin's eyes grew dark, he tightly pursed his lips, and also dragged Hearing Yu, who was still stunned in place, and quickly fled. Qin Nuo followed closely behind, shouting angrily as she ran. Hearing Yu, what's wrong with you? Don't run. You caused the problem, and you must take full responsibility. As Lu Rongyu and others went crazy running away, here Lu Ainen had found a water source, and was also wailing, slowly coming to a stop. Lu Yanli quickly caught up. leaning on Lu Ainan's shoulders, panting and saying, "Sister, you sure can run fast." Lu Ainan gave him an unappreciative look and pointed to a bright, clear lake not far away, asking for compliments. "Brother, look, I found a water source." Lu Yanli followed her finger and saw the rippling lake surface. His eyes lit up and without hesitation, he raised his thumb. "Sister, you're so great." Lu Ainan proudly raised her head, being arrogant. "That goes without saying. I've always been aware of my excellence. Brother Yanli, you don't need to overly worship me." Even started breathing heavily already. The siblings bantered like usual when Lu Yanli suddenly saw two figures running out, none other than Shun Yi and Shin Jejia, surprisingly looking at the two. "How did you two come here?" Shun Yi steadied his breath and said between gasps, Yen Gu, we saw Ainan crying." "Hey, Ainan, you weren't crying?" Lu Ainan stiffened for a moment, squeezing out a few tears, sobbing, "No, just ran too fast. Wind dried my tears." 6. Ha ha ha, I said it. How could she seem so superficially sad? Like an actor without talent. Shun Jejia chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Ainan. "Ainan, you're so cute. I want to be in your group." Lu Ainan was embarrassed by the compliment, fidgeting and replying shyly, "You're cute too." On the side, Shun Yi smiled warmly while watching the interaction between the two girls, whispering lowly to Lu Yanli beside him. "Things over there don't feel quite right for us." Lu Yanli nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, those other people were a little off, especially Gu Tingyan. Just as they were thinking, Gu Tingyan's voice came from the woods. "Lu Yanli, did you buy your acting skills?" Lu Yanli glared at the two approaching people. "What are you dogs doing here too?" Lu Ainan was also shocked. Why is the male lead running over? Isn't he supposed to declare love with the female lead on this island and stay close to her at all times? Lu Yanli kept nodding in agreement. Exactly. Why wasn't this mutt following after Lu Ronyu? He's going to report him. This main male character isn't focused on his job. Gu Tingyan said calmly. "Your acting is so bad. I came to question how you won an acting award." Gu Shichuan looked at Lu Ainan and said, "I saw Ainan cry. Ainan saved me. I'm here to console her. I almost had a heart attack. I thought he would propose to her next." "You're not alone. Haven't you seen Yan Ji's murderous glare shifting to younger brother Shichuan? To be honest, it's the first time I realized Yan Gu is actually acting. Yan Gu and sister probably couldn't stand the weirdos from earlier." Lu Yanli. "It's none of your business if my acting skills suck. I don't keep a dog." Gu Tingyan. "It's none of your business if I keep a dog or not. I'll follow the sister." Lu Yanli, rolling up his sleeves. "Whose sister are you calling?" Gu Tingyan took off his jacket. "So what if I call her sister?" As the two were about to fight, Shun Yi interjected again. Yin Gu. Tingyan, where do you think Ainan went?" Both turned their gaze toward Lu Ainan. At that moment, Lu Ainan was sitting by the riverbank, excitedly taking off her shoes, with Gu Shichuan and Shun Jejia eagerly watching her. Lu Yanli walked over and asked in confusion, "Ainan, what are you doing?" Lu Ainan. "I'm getting into the water." Lu Yanli crouched down, his gaze searching the crystal-clear lake water. Apart from seeing a few swimming fish, he didn't see anything else. He asked again, "Ainan, did you see a route map? Why can't I see it?" Lu Ainan was speechless. "What are you thinking? Is this a treasure map? A sheepskin scroll? And it's hidden in the water." She looked at Lu Yanli seriously. "Big brother too. Do you know what time it is?" Lu Yanli glanced at his watch. "It's 12 o'clock. So, do you know what I'm going to do?" Realizing what she meant, Lu Yanli started to sweat and awkwardly touched his nose. Gu Tingyan walked over with his coat, mocking, "Lu Yanli, you're so stupid." Lu Ainan watched her second brother become like an ignited firecracker, swoosh, as he stood up, rubbing his temples. "Here we go again. Why did the male lead have to come here and bother big brother too?" Listening to the inner voice, Lu Yanli rolled his eyes at Gu Tingyan. "I don't want to deal with you." He sat next to Lu Ainan. "Ainan, don't go down there. Let your big brother go down to catch fish for you." Lu Ainan stopped him. "No, I'll go down. Watch me grab a big one for you." After saying that, Lu Ainan enthusiastically stepped into the water. "In the past, only my master's brother could catch fish by hand without using spiritual energy. He always boasted that he was specially chosen by heaven to be so talented. Well, I'm a specially selected person who came across worlds. This time I must catch a big one." Lu Yanli. "Everything sounds like something made up for kids. Does my sister still believe?" Lu Ainan concentrated on the water surface, where a fish leisurely swam near her legs. Suddenly, Lu Ainan plunged her hand into the water, only to end up with nothing. Lu Ainan. Lu Yanli. Shen Yi, Shin Jejia. Gu Tingyan, Gu Shichuan. Live broadcast room. Lu Yanli coughed a few times, trying to cover up his laughter. "Ainan, how about I do it? It must be the wrong way I did it. Let me try again." Refusing to believe, Lu Ainan loudly rejected. "No, it's just that I didn't perform well last time. This time, it will definitely work." An hour later, Lu Ainan stepped ashore expressionlessly, empty-handed. Lu Yanli couldn't help but burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. The others also twitched their lips, laughing quietly. "Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. My mom told me to go outside and laugh. I thought Lu Ainan would give us a big show, and instead, got zilch." Stop laughing at the sister. She just wanted to perform a little clown act on the water. What's wrong with her doing that? The person upstairs, you haven't left her alone either. With no expression, Lu Ainan put on her shoes, went under the tree, tore off a few branches, and pulled out a pocket knife to start whittling. Seeing Lu Ainan take out another small knife, Lu Yanli curiously asked, "Ainan, weren't we all checked? How come you still have both a slingshot and a knife?" Lu Anan gave Lu Yanli a meaningful look. Guess. The director in front of the monitor? Didn't you check Lu Anan's pockets? The staff looked confused. We did. She didn't have anything on her. So where did her slingshot and knife come from? The staff began pondering. Yeah, where did they come from? Chapter 22. What? The roadmap is underfoot. Lu Yanli was truly curious, but seeing his sister in a bad mood, he didn't dare to ask. Lu Anan lowered her head and continued to peel the stick without a word, then stepped into the water again. Lu Yanli couldn't bear it and called out to his sister. Anan, or let me do it. Lu Anan ignored him, looking at the water surface. In one swift move, she thrust the stick into the water, swish, 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 3 sounds, and when she raised the stick, there were already 3 fish skewered on it. The people on the shore had already started racking their brains for words to comfort Lu Anan, but then they saw the 3 fish strung together. Their mouths unconsciously all formed an O shape, eyes filled with disbelief. Live broadcast room. Not, Lu Anan, you really have skills. I was ready to mock you, but now you tell me you succeeded? Whoever you are, please get off Lu Anan right now. Lu Anan looked contentedly at her work and nodded. I said I couldn't possibly not catch the fish. Fortunately, my pride is saved. Lu Anan's mood brightened as clouds cleared, happily tossing the fish onto the shore. After that, her spear rose and fell in the water several times. In no time, there were already 7 or 8 fish piled up on the shore. With a good mood, Lu Anan got ashore and gave an arrogant hum when she looked at the 5 statues standing neatly. Mortals, look up to me. Lu Yanli had just come to his senses and was shocked by what his sister thought in her heart. It seems his sister's teenage phase hasn't passed yet. Seeing his sister's improved mood, Lu Yanli took the opportunity to ask, Sister, where did your little knives come from? The others also recovered from their astonishment, and hearing this question, their faces all expressed curiosity. Lu Anan mysteriously pulled open the zipper of her jacket, and everyone could see that inside was sewn a big cloth bag. She proudly lifted her chin. I thought the production team might not allow bringing luggage, so I prepared in advance. Of course, this is what I say to you guys. Actually, everything came from drawing boxes, ready whenever I need them. Oh. Lu Yanli understood. When they left home in the morning, the jacket was handed over to his sister and wasn't heavy at all, which meant that it came from that shopping mall. Lu Anan waved them over and whispered secretly. In fact, I brought other things necessary for wilderness survival. Gu Tingyan asked, What? Lu Anan took out 2 small bottles from the cloth bag. Ding ding ding. Seasonings. Shen Jejia looked at Lu Anan with admiration. Anan, you're so smart to think of this too. You're really amazing. Lu Anan flipped her hair next to her ear, and her tone revealed undeniable satisfaction. Yeah, so. The livestream viewers were stunned by Lu Anan's sly moves, with 666 filling the entire screen. The director over there in front of the monitor got so angry his teeth itched. Damn, Lu Anan is such a slippery fish who slipped through their nets. Shun Jejia and Gu Shichuan were taking turns blowing praise in Lu Anan's ears, making her feel more and more on top of the world. She immediately offered to show off her superior culinary skills. Lu Yanli hadn't tasted his sister's cooking before and was quite anticipating it, quickly going to handle the fish while Shun Yi and Gu Tingyan returned with wood and began starting a fire. But dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. Half an hour later, as everyone looked at the blackened charcoaled fish, silence reigned. Why did they believe in her so much? Lu Anan felt very awkward. At least it's cooked, right? The live stream viewers went wild laughing. Too well done. It's beyond well done. This tells us a lesson. People should not get too close. Otherwise, their true nature will be revealed. Ha ha ha. Am I blind? Is this a black fish? Lu Anan awkwardly suggested giving it another try, but Lu Yanli hurriedly stopped her, thinking how twice today she had been disappointed. He weighed his words carefully. Sister, you've worked long enough. This type of manual labor, let us handle it. Otherwise, if we do nothing, we'll look too useless. Rarely missing the chance to argue, Gu Tingyan nodded like a bobbing chicken. Yes, let us do it. Anan, go rest a bit. Feeling upset, Lu Anan was chased away from the cooking area and walked to the tree where she had broken branches. Her forehead leaned against the trunk, facing the tree feeling secluded. Now it's over. Losing face in front of the whole nation. While silently crying inside, Lu Anan accidentally noticed that the soil at the root of the tree was different in color depth from other places, which made her curious. Could this be? She quietly squatted down and scooped a few shovels of soil. A dark red object appeared, and Lu Anan carefully pulled it out. She shook off the dirt and saw that it was an invitation letter. Opening it, the content inside read, Congratulations on finding the dream road to Dream Resort. We sincerely invite you and your family and friends to come and enjoy a week of free services at the resort. Dream Resort is looking forward to your arrival. Below this message was the roadmap. Lu Anan's sudden whoa drew everyone's attention. Lu Yanli asked loudly, Anan, what's wrong? Lu Anan approached with the invitation in her hand and handed it over to them. I found a roadmap. After they took the invitation, they read it carefully. Gu Shichuan asked curiously, Anan, where did you find it? Lu Anan pointed to the tree. There, I found it right under my feet near that tree. Shen Yi envied them, wondering what they had been doing the past few hours. The others shared the same sentiment. It seemed clear that following Lu Anan was the right move. Gu Tingyan examined the map and pointed to a small circle on it. Do you think this is where we're standing now? Lu Anan compared carefully and nodded. Yes, if so, we should head left. Gu Tingyan then distributed the roasted fish among everyone. Let's finish eating quickly, then go to the central area. Oh, man, They already found the roadmap while those other guys are still hiding in the water. I looked away for a second, and they're already in the water? Hartung Tianyu kicked a tree and got a beehive down. They dived into the water to escape. Wow, these two sides seem like completely different shows. One is running for survival, while the other is heading to retirement village. Neither Lu Ainin nor her group knew about what happened with Lu Rongyu. After they were full and refreshed, they started walking toward the central area following the roadmap. An hour later, Lu Ainin and her group finally reached the edge of the central area. At the sight of the luxurious and extravagant resort, Lu Ainin couldn't help but marvel in her heart. My God, is the production team really this rich? This place looks expensive. Shun Yi exclaimed. This place doesn't look like a resort. It's too extravagant. Gu Shichuan nodded. Yeah, it more resembles a tourist town. Viewers in the live stream, seeing the lavish and dreamlike resort, were shocked as well. Dang, the show producers sure spent a ton on this place. It's amazing. Apparently, this location is developed by some foreign billionaire. This program must have some serious connections. Heaven, stop calling yourself dad. You've clearly not treated me as your son. Alright, let me call you grandpa. Come here, kid. No way. After Lu Ainin and her companions finished admiring the resort's extravagance, they continued towards the entrance. But after only taking a few steps, suddenly from a nearby jungle, a figure darted out, colliding with Gu Tingyin, who was walking on the side. That person fell to the ground with a groan of ow ow. Gu Tingyin staggered a few steps after being hit, regained his balance, and when he saw the woman lying there groaning, he tried to help her up. Auntie, are you alright? The older woman swatted away Gu Tingyian's outstretched hand, rolling around on the ground, moaning repeatedly. My body hurts. Seeing his reddened hand, Gu Tingyin frowned and said, Auntie, can you please get up? The older woman glanced at all of them, and especially at Gu Tingyin, refusing to stand up. Instead, she raised her voice accusingly. Young man, you hurt me. Pay up. If you don't pay, I'm not getting up. Lu Ainin, ? What's going on? Are there scammers here even in such a place? Chapter 23. The male lead meets a professional blackmailer. Lu Yanli's face was filled with shock, but as he saw Gu Tingyin being blackmailed, he couldn't help but secretly laugh beside him in delight. Serves you right, dead Gu dog. Ha. What the hell? Is the business of blackmailing developing even on islands now? These people are too hardworking. They must be able to buy mini eyebrow pencils. Haha. I see Yin brother laughing secretly. Lu Ainin thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Has the plot started already? It's quite interesting. The game begins by encountering an NPC who is blackmailing. Gu Tingyin frowned so deeply it could have killed flies, then suddenly realized that the Holiday Island storyline must have begun. Since this was the case, he had to play along. He gently eased his furrowed brow, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He spoke leisurely. Auntie, we've all come here for free tours and don't have much money on us. Besides, it was you who bumped into me first. If anything, it should be me lying down. The old woman stopped her dramatic rolling immediately. Her eyes flickered craftily, and her voice rose sharply. That's none of my concern. You, young man, you're so tough and you've damaged me. Either you compensate me or take me to the hospital. Gu Tingyin raised an eyebrow and nodded. Alright, I'll help you up and take you to the doctor in the resort. As he said this, he bent over again and tried to reach out his hand to help the elderly woman get up. However, the woman acted like a bird startled by a bowstring. Not only did she skillfully avoid his extended hand, but her hips also slightly retreated, her face filled with vigilance and distrust. I won't go to the hospital inside. You take me to the outside hospital. I want to go to the shore hospital by boat. Upon hearing the elderly woman's words, Lu Ainin's thoughts were stirred. This must be a clue. Lu Yanli quietly approached his younger sister's side and asked in a low voice, Sis, do you think why she doesn't want to go inside? Shen Jiejia also joined in. I think something must have happened inside, and this old woman might have sneaked out. Gu Shichuan stroked his chin, speculating. Could it be because she was blackmailed inside and got driven out? Shen Yi nodded. There's a possibility. Gu Tingyin. These people were truly apathetic. Instead of coming to help, they all stayed behind and analyzed the plot. He had no choice but to continue performing alone with the Andy. When we came over, the cruise ship already left. There's no way for us to take you to the outside hospital. The old woman continued her tantrums unreasonably, disagreeing to visit the resort and blocking the road, not allowing them to pass. Shun Yi and a few others discussed for a while and found it hard to bear watching anymore. They joined in, trying to persuade the old woman to accompany them to the resort together, but the old woman wouldn't listen. Lu Ainin's patience was exhausted. She looked at the elderly woman who was lying on the ground, still dedicatedly rolling around, and expressionlessly said, Brother, I really hate myself. Lu Yanli was exactly dealing with a headache and upon hearing these words, felt perplexed. Huh? What? The other few people also looked at Lu Ainin with confusion. Lu Ainin's expression gradually became distorted. I hate that I carry too heavy baggage. Lu Yanli didn't understand completely. Baggage. Too heavy baggage. Lu Ainin pointed at the old woman, looking full of pain, and said, If I didn't carry such heavy baggage, I would have been lying next to her, making unreasonable trouble, lawless. Sniff sniff, junk junk. Instead of standing here helplessly admiring her solo performance like now, honestly speaking, I'm somewhat envious. Lu Yanli. Shen Yi, Shen Jiejia. Gu Tingyin, Gu Shichuan. LOL haha. I actually believe she could vomit ivory haha. Stop laughing. I think sister really hates herself for not being able to roll with the ant. I want to see sister roll. +10086. Lu Yanli closed his eyes wordlessly, clasped his hands in prayer, bowing. Thank you, baggage, for making my sister still look human. Gu Tingyan and the others also speechlessly stared at Lu Anin. Only Gu Shichuan's eyes lit up. He excitedly slapped his thigh, looking at Gu Tingyan, and said, Bro, Anin's method isn't bad. We use poison to fight poison. Lie down beside her and roll. Gu Tingyan, what kind of brother pitting younger brother? Alright, don't watch sister roll anymore. Let's watch Gu dog roll. +1. +11111111111111086. Gu Tingyan gave Gu Shichuan a bump on the head. Sorry, your big brother has baggage too. Hey, you youngsters, what are you muttering about? I said I need to go to the hospital. Quickly send me there. The old woman lied on the ground, looking unhappily at those ignoring her. I won't go inside, take me to the beach. I want to go outside. It seems like a crucial clue, but what are the requirements for passing? Do we really have to lie down and roll around to scare her away? Just as Lu Anin was about to throw herself into the ground to showcase her refined acting skills, several figures stumbled out of the woods nearby, interrupting her thoughts. It turned out to be Lu Rongyu and her group, who had parted ways earlier, finally reaching here after various twists and turns. But their appearances were in disarray. As they slowly approached, Lu Anin's gaze swept over each one, and a smirk graced her lips. Lu Yishuan's eyes were red and swollen. He Beichen's half-face was puffily swollen, looking absurdly comical. Qin Yin and her brother Qin Nua were both a mess, with arms and legs covered in all sorts of injuries and swellings. He Tingyu's entire face looked slightly puffy, while Lu Rongyu appeared relatively less battered despite some evident signs of fatigue, making her the least injured among the group. Were they stung by wasps? Lu Yanli examined the pitiful state of his sister's companions. Did she know they would encounter wasps? TSK. In the original story, He Tingyu argued with the female protagonist and shoved her, causing the protagonist to bump into a tree, thereby angering the wasps. My poor second brother tried to protect the protagonist and got quite severely stung. Since it happened in the wilderness, the protagonist's supplies had already been confiscated, so only basic treatment could be done. When everyone finally reached the resort, my second brother suffered for too long without proper care and ended up with facial scars. The female protagonist thus endured prolonged cyberbullying from netizens. I thought that by leaving early this time, I wouldn't meet with He Tingyu and avoid this plotline altogether. However, it appears that even in my absence, the main storyline can still push forward in any form. He Tingyu's gaze shot at Lu Anin like a blade, accusing angrily with her finger pointed directly at her. Lu Anin, all this happened because of you. We wouldn't have been stung if it weren't for you. Lu Anin looked genuinely puzzled. So now it's my fault again? How does that logic even work? Lu Yanli's eyes turned cold instantly. Try pointing at her again, and see what happens. Shun Jieja stepped forward and slapped He Tingyu's hand away, asking curtly, has no one ever taught you how impolite it is to point fingers at others? Gu Shichuan added sarcastically, are you mentally ill or something? You getting stung has nothing to do with it. He Tingyu massaged her reddened hand, eyes flickering with both resentment and fury. If Lu Anin hadn't arbitrarily run off, you wouldn't have followed her, and I wouldn't have kicked the tree either. Therefore, the wasp nest wouldn't have fallen. Lu Anin could hardly believe what she was hearing. Does that even sound like human speech? Shun Yi and the rest were utterly stunned by He Tingyu's bizarre logic. The live stream chat burst into confusion. Is He Tingyu speaking Chinese? I barely understood a word. I didn't understand either. Separately, it makes sense, but put together, it feels like alien talk. I'm shocked. Has she shaken her brain well enough? Realizing her words might have been overly harsh, He Tingyu still stubbornly insisted, glaring defiantly at Lu Anin. Still your fault. At this, Lu Anin couldn't help but feel exasperated. Wasn't this retcon way too clumsy? No matter what, they still dragged her into this. Chapter 24. Did he become the stand-in male lead? Lu Anin pitted looked at He Tingyu's head and said helplessly, did the donkey do nothing all day but kick your head? He Tingyu glared angrily. Lu Anin, what do you mean? Literal meaning. It's not your fault that you can't understand. After all, tofu has brain, just not you. He Tingyu was so angry that he clenched his fists tightly, burning with rage, wanting to rush forward to hit Lu Anin. But he was stopped by Lu Rongyu, who shook her head slightly and whispered a reminder. Xiaoyu, it's still live streaming. Calm down first. Upon hearing this, He Tingyu felt regret in her heart, yet she realized her inappropriate behavior. She let out an angry hum. Although the fire in her eyes had not extinguished, she forcibly suppressed it. Lu Rongyu's eyes flickered and asked Lu Anin softly, Sister, when did you guys get here? Before Lu Anin could speak, Lu Yanli beat her to it, saying disdainfully, it's none of your business. Since the groups were divided, we have been opponents. We are not obligated to answer your questions. Lu Rongyu was temporarily speechless, her expression slightly changing. Then she adjusted her strategy, instead looking pitifully at Gu Tingyan. Tingyan brother, you don't want to tell me either? Gu Tingyan shivered, his face filled with repulsion. Lu Rongyu? Is that your name? I'm not familiar with you. Please stop calling me Tingyan brother. It's creepy. After these words, the air seemed to have frozen somewhat, and Lu Rongyu's complexion worsened. Feels like Lu Rongyu is quite manipulative. If you say so, shouldn't Lu Anin be more manipulative? Pretending to be wronged running away, now cursing people fluently. Is the cursing justified? I feel even too polite. If I were there, I'd slap her. Lu Yishuan couldn't bear seeing Lu Rongyu bullied. He sternly shouted at Gu Tingyan. Gu Tingyan, what kind of attitude is this? Gu Tingyan looked at Lu Yishuan, his tone mocking. What kind of attitude am I showing? Who are you to talk to me like this? Lu Yixuan. Beside them, He Beichen watched Gu Tingyan coldly, his tone icy. Gu Tingyan, don't go too far. Gu Tingyan scoffed lightly, not taking them seriously. Lu Anin cast confused looks among Lu Rongyu, Gu Tingyan, and He Beichen. Strange, why does it feel like Gu Tingyan dislikes Lu Rongyu so much? Moreover, He Beichen is already defending Lu Rongyu now? Isn't it too early? By rights, it should be Gu Tingyan having a good impression of Lu Rongyu at this point. But currently apart from the start, they haven't interacted, while He Beichen seems like he's rising up. Lu Yanli's scrutinizing gaze also wandered between the three. Rising up? Shouldn't it be filling in? Since Gu Tingyan didn't follow the male lead storyline, another male lead has emerged? Silent around. No one spoke anymore, as if the air had frozen. Hey, I said, can anyone take care of me? It's pretty cool lying on the ground. Luanin turned back to look at the NPC auntie still lying on the ground, adjusting her posture, propping her head with her elbow, watching them as if enjoying a show. Her lips twitched faintly. She's really dedicated, still lying there. Seeing everyone's attention returning to her, the auntie swiftly switched expressions again and started crying. Oh my, someone got hurt. Quickly send me to the hospital by boat. Truly, auntie, your acting is too good for being just an NPC. Auntie must be eating chocolate to perform so smoothly. Gu Tingyan rubbed his temple, helpless to say, Auntie, please tell us how we can pass. The auntie immediately sat up and said urgently, I only need you to go with me to the beach. I will take a boat home. Everyone, what are you doing here? Hearing the sound, they all turned their heads, only to see a group of neatly uniformed figures walking towards them slowly from not far away. The leading man smiled warmly at them. Both Lu Inan and Lu Yanli exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. The main act has begun. Looking at the approaching person, Gu Tingyan innocently said, We're newly arrived at the holiday island. Unknowingly walked here. Then suddenly this ant jumped out and bumped into me. Then lay on the ground claiming I injured her, demanding that I take her to the hospital. Hearing this, the leader's face changed slightly, his gaze shifting subtly over the auntie, slightly bowing, apologizing. Respected guests, please accept our apologies for disturbing you. Our staff will handle this situation. Now allow me to guide each of you to the resort, please. After speaking, he gently raised his hand, indicating his people beside him to help the auntie stand up, swiftly and orderly clearing a smooth passage. He stepped aside, a gentle and courteous smile on his lips, inviting them all to follow him to the resort. Luanin exchanged a subtle glance with her companions and followed the leader toward the resort. However, as they had just taken a step, a terrified scream from behind startled them. No, don't go. Everyone stopped and turned back to see one of the men who had been supporting the auntie tightly covering her mouth while smiling at them. Looking at the man's smile, Luanin felt an unsettling sense of strangeness. Pretending not to understand, she asked the leader, What do you mean by this? The leader's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was icy. This guest often practiced extortion through fake injuries at the resort before. Having no other choice, we temporarily confined her and were planning to send her back to shore on the next ship. Unexpectedly, she managed to escape and disturbed all of you esteemed guests. It is not a major issue, please follow me. After speaking, he said nothing more and turned forward. The group looked at each other in bewilderment, realizing there was nothing more to be gleaned from him. They then retracted their curious gazes and silently followed behind. Luanin gently lowered her eyelids, her gaze dimming slightly, a trace of doubt forming in her heart. Something feels off, the fear on that ant's face didn't seem staged. She carefully recalled every tiny expression and action the ant had displayed earlier. Gu Shichuan casually walked up beside her, a smug grin curling on his lips as he lowered his voice. See? I guessed it right. That ant did bump into others here for extortion. Luanin, Lu Yanli, Shen, Gu Tingyan. Shen Jiejia rolled her eyes. I shouldn't have bothered listening. Luanin affectionately patted Gu Shichuan's head. Good boy, you should avoid these topics from now on. They're unsuitable for you. Just count the moons at night and the suns during the day. Lu Yanli looked at Gu Tingyan with pity, shook his head, and sighed. Gu Tingyan? No way, what does this have to do with him? Who does Lu Yanli think he is to pity? Younger brother Shichuan has made an excellent point, but let's never hear it again. Yin brother, poor Gu Doggo. These two must share the same brain. Little sister speaks so harshly Gu Shichuan scratched the back of his head, completely confused. Wasn't what he said correct? Chapter 25. Is the female lead protected by everyone? Luanin was interrupted in her thoughts, stopped contemplating, and walked over to the person leading the group. She asked politely, Hello, may I ask your name? The leader responded with a smile. I am Prince Jun, the steward of the resort. Luanin nodded. All right, Mr. Jun, could you introduce the situation of the resort to us? Wang steward. My surname is Wang. Luanin. Lu Yanli. Others. Live broadcast room. Still thought this resort had quite a princess feel. Even the steward called himself a prince. Help. I managed to scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment for my sister. Luanin. I really want to escape, but I can't. Who understands? My boss is holding a meeting. I'm suppressing laughter down below until the chair is shaking, and my boss asks me if I urgently need to use the restroom. At that moment, Luanin truly felt awkward. She took a deep breath, acting as if nothing happened. All right, Mr. Wang. Then could you introduce the resort to us? As they say, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be. Mr. Wang gently inclined his head, his tone gentle. This resort was specifically developed by our boss to serve those who don't have money to travel. As long as one passes the small game of island rules published online by our boss, they will obtain the qualification for a free island vacation. These qualified tourists undergo a simple survival ability test upon arriving on the island, just like the test you found here. Afterward, any tourist who successfully reached the central area will enjoy the services of our dream resort for up to a week, completely free. Shen Yi. Then what about those who don't pass the test? Upon hearing this, the manager's gaze swept kindly over Shen Yi, and a meaningful smile curved at the corners of his lips. Those who don't pass will be sent back to the shore afterward. Afterward? This word is quite intriguing. Lu Enen's fine eyebrows slightly arched, catching the subtle undercurrents in the steward's words. Seeing that the steward did not wish to elaborate, she stepped back to join Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli nudged his sister and asked softly, "Sister, do you think he meant what after?" Lu Enen glanced meaningfully at Lu Yanli. "It depends whether it's vertical or horizontal afterward." Lu Yanli froze. Wouldn't the meaning of those words be exactly what he thought? What does that mean? Could someone explain? Sister Lu means it depends whether these people leave alive or dead. OMG, isn't this supposed to be an adventure variety show? Haven't you read the introduction? This is a script-based exploration experience with a story. Lu Enen and her companions discreetly reined in their words, silently following Steward Wang for a little while, when a resort that looked like a dream came into view. Everyone stared at the intricate doors, which were adorned with a 10-meter red carpet extending outward. On either side of the red carpet stood 2 rows of handsome men and beautiful women dressed uniformly, smiling gracefully, and possessing impeccable etiquette. The moment they stepped onto the red carpet, all these individuals bowed in perfect unison to welcome them. Dream Resort welcomes your arrival. Lu Enen, looking at the grand spectacle before her, was rather surprised. There's even a red carpet event. Shen Yi teased. This part makes us look somewhat ragged like a joke. Shun Jiejia frowned disapprovingly. Big brother, how could you so bluntly reveal someone else's identity number? Hearing this, He Beichen and the rest of his 5-person group all hesitated momentarily, realizing that Shun Jiejia was being sarcastic about them. However, thinking about the swollen welts from bee stings covering their faces and bodies, they could only quietly endure it. Gu Shichuan's gaze flickered among the 6, revealing a tinge of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. I noticed all of them sustained injuries more or less. Lu Rongyu, why are you perfectly fine? Startled, Lu Rongyu's eyes shimmered faintly, then offered a gentle smile, explaining, it's because my brother and Beichen brother have always been protecting me, allowing me to remain unscathed. Shun Jiejia's glance casually skimmed over He Tingyu, curving her lips into a meaningful smirk. So He Beichen truly cares for you, neglecting his own sister just to protect you. After this statement, resentment brewed in He Tingyu's heart towards He Beichen. She questioned sharply, He Beichen, why do you only protect Rongyu and not me? I'm your sister. A trace of impatience inadvertently surfaced in He Beichen's gaze, yet he still made an effort to control his emotions and spoke softly. Tingyu, don't you know Rongyu has always been weak physically? What's wrong with me taking care of her first? He Tingyu was about to say something when Lu Rongyu's soft whisper, tinged with a sob, softly broke through the silence. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so weak. If it weren't for my poor health, Beichen wouldn't have had to take time out to protect me. It's all my doing. Seeing Lu Rongyu's red eyes, the faint displeasure in He Tingyu's heart gradually faded. She gently pulled Lu Rongyu's hand, giving it a light pat to soothe her, then turned her head and glared at Shin Jiejia. It's not your fault. Someone must be jealous of our good relationship and is deliberately sowing discord. Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's downcast eyelashes flashed with a hint of mockery, cursing He Tingyu silently for being stupid. Just then, Lu Enen interjected timely, her tone laced with a touch of sarcasm but still proper. Do you know what the characteristics of green tea are? Gu Tingyan lightly glanced at Lu Rongyu, interestedly asking, what are its characteristics? Lu Enen, wearing an air of profound wisdom, enlightened them. Green tea is green tea because its taste is light enough. A light taste indicates weakness, and since it's weak, it generally pretends to be weak. We, interrupted by her brother Lu Yanli finishing her sentence, they both said in unison, call it green tea. After their statement, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment as everyone's gazes unconsciously converged on Lu Rongyu, who was still sobbing, making the people around her look at her with a bit more complexity. Infuriated internally, Lu Rongyu kept up a front of innocence on her face, her eyes flickering with confusion and injustice. Sister, are you talking about me? Lu Enen gave a faint smile. What nonsense. I'm just enlightening everyone about what green tea is. Why are you relating it to yourself? Shun Jiejia leaned in close to Lu Enen, pointing at herself and asked, then what about me? What kind of tea am I if I keep saying that I will kill you sooner or later? Gu Shichuan chimed in from the side. Tough tea. Lu Enen. Lu Yanli. Gu Tingyan. Shun, a straightforward, correct, piercing comment. Ha 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 ha, ha. Shan's little brother spoke so rightly. I've already taken notes. Let me teach my boyfriend right away. Shun Jiejia. Gu Shichuan. Do you want a beating? Gu Shichuan shrunk his neck and hid behind his older brother, timidly saying, I was just joking, don't get mad. As these few were bickering around, the atmosphere on the other side grew subtle and complex. Qin Yin's gaze slowly fell on Lu Rongyu, her smile filled with ridicule. Rongyu sister, you truly have good fortune. 2 brothers dote on you, treating you like a treasure. You must be very happy, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu said sorrowfully, Sister Qin Yin, if I could, I would willingly suffer for my brother and Beichen. All this is because my body is too frail. Oh right. Her eyes lit up as she happily pointed at Lu Enen. Sister knows medicine, and her medical skills are excellent. She can definitely cure. Lu Rongyu. Lu Yanli locked his sharp gaze onto Lu Rongyu, his tone coolly carrying a warning. I advise you to think carefully before speaking, which words should be said, and which should not. Chapter 26. Would Lu Anin not save them, even if she could? Lu Rongyu's body trembled slightly as she edged closer to Lu Yixuan, her eyes filled with anxiety, her head hanging low as though she had done something wrong. Her voice was barely audible. I'm sorry, I just saw that brother and the others were suffering so much, and thought that since sister knows medicine, she could save them. But it was presumptuous of me. If you were willing, you could have. She seemed like someone who had said the wrong thing, covering her mouth in a flustered attempt to explain herself. That's not what I meant. A flash of calculation passed through her eyes. Since she couldn't kill Lu Anin now, she would create a little trouble for her on camera. What did Lu Rongyu say? Does Lu Anin know medicine? Are you joking? Lu Anin only just turned an adult. How could she possibly know medicine, and be good at it too? But if she really does, why didn't she offer help when she saw Lu Yixuan and the others suffer so much? Guys, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Any observant person can tell that the two of them don't get along. Maybe it's slander. Regardless, judging from He Tingyu blaming her younger sister without discerning right from wrong. So what if she didn't save them? Everyone's attention focused on Lu Anin due to Lu Rongyu's cryptic words. Qin Yin's eyes widened with suspicion. Little sister Anin, do you also know medicine? Lu Yixuan refused to believe it. What nonsense are you saying, Rongyu? How could she possibly be good at medicine? Don't let yourself be deceived. He Tingyu's gaze shot like a blade straight at Lu Anin, her tone unfriendly. Lu Anin, if you know medicine, why didn't you help us just now? Lu Anin curled her lips into a faint smile laced with sarcasm and calmly asked, do you see any light emanating from me? He Tingyu answered rather perplexed, no. Lu Anin gave a soft laugh, her voice tinged with a touch of coolness. Exactly. There's no divine light around me, and I'm not a saint either. Why would you think that after you insulted me, I'd still rush up to heal you without holding grudges? You. He Tingyu smirked with a mocking chuckle, her voice sharp. Sounds great, but aren't you simply unable to, and just pretending like that? After all, there are cameras everywhere on this island. You're probably afraid of embarrassing yourself before the whole nation, right? Wait, our younger sister didn't refute knowing medicine. What genius blindness. Could our younger sister be incredibly talented, or what? You guys, don't go overboard praising her. We might actually face an embarrassment later. Lu Anin glanced at her lightly, her tone heavy with implication. Why don't you make sure you won't embarrass yourself first? TSK. During my idle time, I checked out the watermelon field and found quite some dirt on He Tingyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli subconsciously perked up his ears, curious about the information. He urged quietly, quickly dish it out, sister. He Tingyu glared at Lu Anin with rage, shouting loudly. Who are you cursing here? Qin Nuo continued walking with steady steps, radiating impatience. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and turned back, his deep voice containing suppressed anger. That's enough. All the way here, we've been bogged down by these petty squabbles. Can we be quiet for once? We're all anxious to move forward. Don't waste time here, alright? Lu Anin indifferently retracted her gaze and stopped responding to He Tingyu. She turned around and resumed following Manager Wang ahead. For a moment, the atmosphere among everyone grew tense and somber again, except for Lu Yanli, who scratched his ears anxiously, frustrated at missing out on the gossip. A moment later, Manager Wang led the group into a carefully decorated residential area. Stopping, he turned back to look at everyone, maintaining a calm and cheerful voice. Welcome guests, this is where you'll stay for the next 7 days. Following his guidance, they looked ahead to see a series of small, yet exquisite cottages standing there. Each cottage seemed like a castle taken directly out of a fairy tale. In front of each home stood an elegant butler in proper attire, their gestures graceful, some male, some female, all with gentle faces and perfectly placed smiles. Counting the houses, Lu Yanli counted 5 rooms, feeling immediately uneasy. Wrinkling his brows, he asked, how will we distribute living spaces? Manager Wang chuckled, girls with girls, boys with boys. Unwilling to accept, Lu Yanli tried negotiating. Can't we arrange in pairs? These houses are large, more than enough for 6 people, right? The lead butler, keeping his polite smile unchanged, coldly rejected. No, guests. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin's eyes lit up suddenly. A soft and kind smile appeared on her lips as she looked at Lu Anin. Since that's the case, elder brother Yin should look after my younger brother while I and younger sister Anin already feel like old friends. How about letting me and younger sister Anin? Before Qin Yin could respond, Shun Jejia suddenly darted forward with a playful air and an unwavering determination. Pushing Qin Yin aside forcefully, she wrapped her arms around Lu Anin and declared with a grin, as if staking her claim. Hee, I'll room with Anin. Sorry, sister Qin Yin, but I've already arranged this with Anin. Lu Anin looked at Shun Jejia helplessly. Just when Qin Yin finally had a chance to be alone with me, this silly girl ruined it. Lu Yanli's heart had been racing just now, but upon hearing Shun Jejia's words, he relaxed greatly. Phew, what a relief. This Shun Jejia girl is really great. I'll room with Shun Yi then. Lu Yanli effortlessly draped his arm over Shun Yi's shoulder. Shun Yi nodded. All right. Qin Yin was extremely reluctant to lose this rare opportunity, so she forced a slight smile. Since there's one less girl, we can have 3 people in a room. How about the 3 of us share together? After all, it wasn't much trouble to add another little girl when she'd finally managed to get close to Lu Anin. Shun Jejia stared strangely at Qin Yin. Sister Qin Yin, why do you always want a room with your rival? Are you trying to act as a spy? Qin Yin's smile faltered as she took a deep breath and said slowly, of course not. I simply wish to become closer friends with Sister Inen. Gu Shichuan suddenly understood. Ah, I get it. You're not here as a spy. You're trying to steal away support, aren't you? His gaze immediately grew wary. That won't work. After what you said about Inen earlier, we don't trust you. Go back and stay with your own teammates. Kicking down the faces of two juniors left Qin Yin looking rather displeased, but remembering the task at hand, she swallowed her anger and apologized to Lu Inen. Little Sister Inen, I didn't mean it earlier. Truly, I sincerely wish to stay with you to clear up any misunderstandings between us. Little Sister Inen, would you give me this chance? What's wrong with this Lu Inen? If our sister Qin Yin has already spoken like that, why does she still put on airs? Exactly, she's just some random contestant. What's there to brag about? She's asking for it. Are these diehard fans blind or something? Why are they saying such ridiculous things? Qin Yin started off with eyes full of disdain, now coming around to please Sister Inen feels weird. Agree with the above floor, she may very well be trying to spy. Lu Inen's gaze toward Qin Yin grew colder. To think Qin Yin doesn't care whether there are cameras or who is around me. All she wants is to get rid of me. It's a pity. I originally wanted to give her a chance to get close to me, but since I had some spare time, I uncovered quite a scandal involving her. Her lips curled slightly, her eyes cold as she softly spoke word by word. Sister Qin Yin, if you stay with me, it might be a bit dangerous. Qin Yin didn't fully grasp what Lu Inen meant. Dangerous? Why would there be danger? Lu Inen's eyes held an unfathomable depth as she said meaningfully. Actually, I know a bit about fortune-telling. Would Sister Qin Yin like to guess what I see from your facial features? Chapter 27. The small castle became a paradise for the female disciples. Qin Yin's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. As her eyes met Lu Inen's gaze which seemed to penetrate right through her, an inexplicable chill arose within her. The forced smile on her lips became somewhat rigid. Sister Inen, don't joke like that. Lu Inen simply smiled at her and remained silent. Am I hallucinating? Did I hear Sister Inen say she can read fortunes? I heard it too. Is she one of those secluded wise ones? Good at medicine. Good at reading fortunes. No way, you guys really believe her? Everyone, have you read too many novels? Qin Yin stared into Lu Inen's clear yet profound eyes, feeling increasingly cold inside as she struggled to gauge whether what Lu Inen had said was true or false. Is Lu Inen serious? What did she figure out? Did she see through my intention to kill her? Or, she cast a furtive glance at Lu Yanli and decided she was overthinking it. After all, what could this girl know? At this thought, Qin Yin laughed out loud, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Sister Inen, you're quite the actress. Very talented. Lu Inen continued with the banter, tilting her head and winking mischievously. Not bad. But Sister Qin Yin, we really shouldn't live together. Jejia and I have already agreed to stay together so we can share secrets. Let's not reveal everything yet, or it might mess up my plan. Because of Lu Inen's earlier words, Qin Yin now harbored some doubt in her mind. She smoothly transitioned the conversation off stage. If that's the case, I wouldn't dare intrude into your space. Alright, the two of you stay together then. That scared me. I thought for a moment that Qin Yin might be plotting something. Phew, it was just acting. But somehow, I feel there's more meaning in what Inen said. Stop making things up. My Yin wouldn't plot anything. With the small episode concluded, the other guests quietly let out sighs of relief. Everyone selected their accommodations and waited for Manager Wang to make arrangements. Manager Wang stood aside, his gaze gentle yet deep. When everyone had chosen a satisfactory place to stay, he revealed a cultured smile. Dear guests, night has fallen. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, I will guide all guests to tour our dream resort. Sweet dreams to all. Having spoken, Manager Wang gently turned around. His graceful movements radiated quiet elegance as he slowly exited the residential area. Lu Yanli reminded Lu Inen, Sister, lock your door tonight and take care of your safety. Lu Inen nodded. I understand, brother. Don't worry. After bidding each other farewell, the guests returned to their own small castles. The house shared by Lu Inen and Shun Jejia was assigned a young and handsome male butler, Mr. Li, who softly explained the castle's surroundings to them until they reached the doorstep. Then Mr. Li paused, slightly lowering his head with a slightly meaningful smile. Ladies, I'll guide you this far. Please enter the room yourselves. If you have any questions, you may call me via the room phone. With that, he bowed lightly and left the small castle. Why didn't he go inside? Is there something special in the room? Lu Inen carefully opened the door. The sight behind it struck her like a sudden thunderclap, leaving her unprepared. Her fingertips trembled, and she hastily shut the door with a loud click. The two girls exchanged terrified looks, Shun Jejia's voice trembling but tinged with a bit of excitement. Inen, are we supposed to enter this door? Lu Inen shook her head, bewildered. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a premium content. Has the show gone too far? Should two little girls like us be seeing this paid content? The viewers in the live stream were anxious, pacing back and forth. No, what is in the room that we aren't allowed to see? Let me pay to watch. I'm dying of curiosity here. What did they see? Other live streams are saying everyone closed the door in disbelief the first time. What do you mean? I'm so curious about what they saw. Shun Jejia hesitated, clutching the door handle. Inen, should we open it again for another peek? Lu Inen rubbed her eyes, bracing herself. Alright, I'm ready. Open the door. Shun Jejia took a deep breath and swung the door open once more. Both of them were utterly shocked by the scene before them. Oh my goodness. Live stream chat. Production team. Holy cow. Is this a paradise for female disciples with all these male Buddhas? I knew it. A balanced diet in life leads me to such sights. This is exactly what I needed. What the hell? I just realized why male and female guests are separated. The men's side is like something out of the spider cave. Is it that thrilling? Is Director Sue really going this far? Unbeknownst to everyone, the production team was also losing their minds. As Director Sue looked at the monitor, he saw scenes so risque that they needed to be censored with mosaic effects, making his eyes bulge. He turned around and asked the assistant director, "What's going on? What did the scriptwriter design? Can this even be scripted?" Shaking with fear, the assistant director said to Director Sue, "Director Sue, I just made a phone call. There's a bad news and a good news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Director Sue slapped the assistant director's head in a rage. "At a time like this, you're still playing games. What's the good news?" The assistant director covered his head. "The bad news is, huh?" He raised his head and looked bewildered at Director Sue. Director Sue glared at him and lifted his hand. "Speak up." The assistant director dodged a little before hurrying to say, "The good news is our viewership has already exceeded 100 million. Director Sue calmed down a bit, leaning back on the chair and asking, "What's the bad news?" The assistant director's gaze shifted as he stuttered. "The bad news is we've lost contact with our NPCs. Director Sue." He stood up immediately, shaking the assistant director while shouting, "What do you mean lost contact? And where did these people come from?" Dizzy and dazed, stars swirling in his eyes, the assistant director continued dropping bombshells on Director Sue. "These people aren't ours. And earlier, the screenwriter came over and told us that after the guests started getting harassed, the situation deviated entirely from her script. Director Sue. It's all over." He let go of the assistant director, covering his chest with one hand while pointing shakily at him with the other. "Quick, quick." Frantically, the assistant director pinched the acupoint between Director Sue's eyebrows, grabbing water from the table and making him take a few gulps. "Director, hold on, don't faint yet. Tell me where the heart pills are." Once Director Sue caught his breath, fury consumed him, and he kicked the assistant director. "I told you to call the police. What the heck are you doing looking for heart pills?" The assistant director finally got it, yelling, "Oh, oh," as he rushed out to report the incident. On the small castle side, Llewellyn watched an abnormally clad row of muscular men inside the door and felt as though her mind had been jolted. She gasped helplessly and closed her eyes momentarily. Something is wrong, extremely wrong, like 100% off. Is the production team testing my mental endurance? Standing by the doorway, Llewellyn silently recited a calming mantra while hearing the customer service voice in her mind sound guilty. "Customer service. Dear, our system detected there seems to be a problem with this variety show line." Llewellyn opened her eyes, then quickly slammed the door shut again, lowering her head and casting her eyes downward as if deep in thought. "What does that mean? What kind of problems have occurred?" "Customer service. The resort staff members now are no longer the NPCs hired by the program." Llewellyn. Chapter 28. The big villain goes to the island and becomes an NPC. "What's this? Who are they?" Customer service. "This island has been prepared for a long time. 2 weeks before your arrival, it was occupied by a gang of fraudsters. In other words, we're now being held hostage?" Customer service. "Yes, the previous NPCs have been captured by them. These people learned from them that there would be celebrities coming here for recording a show. To remain undetected, they replaced the original NPCs. But if the storyline has changed, can't the production team notice something is off?" Customer service. "Even if the plot changes, as long as neither you nor the production team notices any anomalies here, once you return, the content aired will attract more people to come here." Llewellyn understood what the customer service meant impliedly. Her mood became somber. "Is there a way to find out whether the production team knows about the situation here yet?" Customer service. "Just a moment, I found out. The production team has reported the incident to the police, but the scammers have been closely monitoring the live broadcast. As a result, the police haven't dared to act rashly." After hearing that the production team had reported the incident to the police, Llewellyn let out a sigh of relief, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. "It's good to have the police involved. Then let's play along with them." Customer service. "Sweetie, keep going." Having learned the information, Llewellyn calmly opened the door again, leading Shun Jujia, who was still dazed, boldly inside and sat down on the couch. She crossed her arms, with a scrutinizing and critical look, slowly scanning the lineup of tall, well-dressed men. Her voice carried an imperious tone. "Are you the ones chosen by the resort to serve us? Introduce yourselves. What can you do?" Among the group, one man caught sight of this, his eyes flashing slightly as he sent Llewellyn a flirtatious wink. His voice was deliberately lowered, carrying a magnetic charm. "We are the male servants assigned during the 2 honored guests' stay. You can call on us for anything whatsoever." Shun Jejia shuddered and edged closer to Llewellyn, quietly whispering without moving her lips. "Anin, does this count as being green tea?" Llewellyn, whose entire body was covered in goosebumps at this point, responded with a fake smile. "This guy is just like a badger. All right, pass on this one. Next, please." Of course, when men behave like this, what's left for women to do? Who understands? He's really so adorable. Well, not my thing. Shun Jejia coughed twice, then seriously asked, "What are all of your names?" From the lineup, a relatively calm-looking man tilted his head downwards and replied placidly, "We only have numbers, no names. Here it goes from number 1 to number 10. Llewellyn's attention was drawn over. She glanced intently at the only man wearing a normal white shirt, and said, "Look up." The man obediently lifted his head, their deep eyes meeting Llewellyn's curious gaze, sparking subtle ripples of intrigue in the air. A flicker of surprise flashed through Llewellyn's eyes, quickly replaced by an even stronger interest. She gently raised her eyebrows, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Interesting, he's also on the island, and has become an NPC? Just at that moment, Lu Wenjing, watching the live broadcast, identified the man's face. His pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed the intercom button, his voice serious. Get me Director Su Zhang's phone number, immediately. Meanwhile, Jin Fenghua also spotted that fleeting figure in the live stream. He abruptly stood up, exuding a sharp presence that couldn't be ignored. In a low voice, he ordered Jin Yin beside him. Go investigate the latest situation between the Fu family and the island, and be thorough. Jin Yin complied instantly, disappearing outside the door momentarily. Returning shortly after, his expression heavy, each step filled with weight. It seems there's a gang of scammers on the island, but I couldn't get through to the Fu family. I just checked with Director Su Zhang. He said he already contacted the authorities. Jin Fenghua frowned deeply, contemplating briefly before making a decision. Let's find Su Zhang now, see if there's a way to contact the people on the island. After tidying up, they arrived at the airport where they met up with the Lu family members who were also rushing towards the island upon receiving the news. With goals aligning, they boarded the Lu family's private plane together. At the resort, Lu Wenjing reclined comfortably, crossing her legs and propping her chin on her hand, lazily asking, what exactly can you do? Hey, I am at least 7 or 8 parts similar to him from last time. Fu Jian, his peach blossom eyes twinkling with laughter, said, whatever you want me to know, I'll learn. I declare this works. I really like this one. Oh my, he sure knows how to charm. No comparison, no pain. Die man, don't tempt my sister. Tempt me. Lu Wenjing's lips curled into a playful smile as her eyes flicked toward Fu Jian's position, her tone laced with mockery and nonchalance. Oh, so then, little third, come sit by me. Let sister take a good look at you. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian's figure stiffened slightly, recognizing Lu Wenjing's teasing. Feeling helpless inside, he muttered a soft, okay, and walked slowly to sit beside Lu Wenjing. Shun Jia stared in shock at Lu Wenjing, hurriedly pulling her over and whispering urgently in her ear, and it's live streaming. Take it easy. Lu Wenjing gave her a glance meant to reassure, and whispered back, relax, I know what I'm doing. Although Shun Jia still didn't quite trust Lu Wenjing, since the deed was already done, she could only follow her sister's lead, hoping that when the time came, she could help shoulder some of the criticism aimed at her sibling. Thus, she waved her hand with bravado, proclaiming, all right, all of you come sit next to sister. Let sister get a good look at you. Lu Wenjing. Cough cough cough. Fu Jian. This girl is tougher than a young girl. Are these two sisters losing themselves now that their brother isn't around? Poor thing, I initially thought Jia was a sweetie. Temporarily unclear which one of them is more outrageous. Dang, eating so well. The line of men immediately started moving towards them, but Lu Wenjing quickly stopped them. No need. Find your own seats. No need for all of you to crowd over here. Scared me half to death. Is Jia this fierce? Shin Jia looked at Lu Wenjing questioningly. And what's wrong? In response, Lu Wenjing said with a mix of reproach, don't you care if your brother finds out and breaks your legs? Shin Jia shrank back fearfully, muttering faintly, I forgot. I just wanted to help cover for you. Lu Wenjing felt exasperated, her gaze sweeping over the seated men before her. She adjusted her posture to match that of a big shot, maintaining an air of calm detachment on her face. How long have you been on this island? What are you here for? The ringleader of the fraudsters watching from behind the cameras tensed up, his expression turning cruel as he asked the captured NPC Wang Zijuan harshly. What does she mean by that? Wang Zijuan trembled, nearly kneeling down, quickly explaining. It's just part of the process. They have to uncover the truth of the script by questioning us NPCs. The fraudster leader yanked the man closer, threatening him fiercely. You'd better be telling the truth. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Pale-faced, Wang Zijuan shook his head like a clappered drum, pleading repeatedly. No dare, no dare. Every word I've spoken is true. There isn't a single falsehood. Coldly snorting, the fraudster leader released the man and continued monitoring the screen. As soon as Lu Wenjing's question came out, she keenly detected a subtle hint of abnormality among the group, none responding to her inquiry. It was Fu Jian sitting beside her who broke the silence. The man's voice was deep and magnetic. We're all tourists here for vacation. This island is wonderful, and everyone here has become family, so we've all stayed. Lu Wenjing touched her ears, analyzing the situation. Meaning that, currently on this island, aside from the scam gang, the others are tourists deceived by the scam gang. Once they come, they can never leave. Does every house have as many male servants as yours? Noticing Lu Wenjing's actions, Fu Jian's smile at the corner of his lips didn't fade. Not always. Sometimes there are also female servants. For example, the house next to ours has 10 female servants, all serving the distinguished guests. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing's eyes lit up with a sudden gleam. Isn't this implying that my second brother's place is equivalent to Tang Sung entering the spider cave? Lu Wenjing hadn't been excited for even a few seconds when the door was violently kicked open. A furious voice reverberated through the living room. TSK, you bastards. Stay away from my sister. Chapter 29, Getting NPCs drunk and sneakily causing trouble. Lu Wenjing. Is he really my second brother, or is he more like my monkey brother? Fu Jian softly chuckled beside her, but when he looked up, he met Lu Wenjing's perplexed gaze. What are you laughing at? Fu Jian blinked. Happy for you. Lu Wenjing stared at him even more confusedly. Happy for me? He's already called blistery dude by my big brother, yet he can still laugh? Fu Jian slightly contained his smile. How could this little girl compare him to those men? After Lu Yanli finished roaring, he glared at the people in the living room and immediately spotted the man who was gazing tenderly into the eyes of his younger sister. His anger flared up to 3 meters high. He pointed at Fu Jian and yelled, "What are you doing? Get away from my sister. Hey." But when he saw the man's face clearly, he quickly realized something was wrong and smoothly continued his act. "You actually dare to look at me? I'm counting down 3 numbers. Get off that sofa. 3, 2. Big brother, Xiao-san is fine. Don't scold him." Lu Anin quickly interrupted her second brother's suicidal behavior. "Stupid big brother. This is a villain even tougher than us. Don't be suicidal." Hearing this, Lu Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao-san. It's not about whether it's Xiao-san or not. The problem is that my sister is praising him. Sister, Xiao-san is good. Brother, don't scold him. Big brother, what kind of good is this? He's now just a dead blistery dude. Yet, this Xiao-san is indeed good looking. A little better looking than brother Yan. Lu Yanli's expression turned incomprehensible. Was Fu Jian now so pathetic that he became Xiao-san? He marched over and squeezed himself between the two, with his buttocks protruding awkwardly. He asked warily, "Sister, why did you let this Xiao-san sit so close to you?" Lu Anin. "Damn sin, I shouldn't have called him Xiao-san just for fun. Now look, if my second brother and I go too far, will we get killed by Fu Jian?" She stole a glance at Fu Jian's face and found him staring at her with an amused look. Quickly seeking to rectify the situation, Lu Anin said, Big brother, I asked him to sit closer. And suddenly, I feel like addressing people like this might not be polite. Don't you think so?" Lu Anin made frantic eye signals at her second brother. "Big brother, for our lives, please don't call him that anymore." In his heart, Lu Yanli smirked, thinking nothing was amiss. After knowing Fu Jian for so many years, he had never seen him silently allow a girl to order him around without complaint. There was definitely something wrong with this kid. So calling him Xiao-san, what's the problem? Let him bear it. He glanced at the men sitting opposite and asked, "What's his number?" The man holding the pliers responded eagerly, 3. Lu Yanli looked provocatively at Fu Jian and leisurely said, 3 also, that makes him Xiao-san. Didn't call it wrong?" Fu Jian lightly raised his eyebrows, then turned to Lu Anin with a dispirited look. His voice carried some bravado as he softly said, "It doesn't matter. Whatever I'm called is fine. I just don't want to make things difficult for you." Lu Yanli. Manipulative dog. Dead green tea. No shame. Uffed. Such a scheming older brother here. I died laughing. Xiao-san totally outperformed brother Yan. Don't say nonsense. He's not a lurchob. He just doesn't want to cause any trouble for his sister. I'm male, and I testify he is playing tricks. For a moment, Lu Anin felt uneasy inside and bit her lips without saying anything. Sigh. What virtue do I have for a great villain to start cajoling me? She looked at her second brother and earnestly said, "Big brother, don't bully Sanj." Lu Yanli got so angry that his finger pointing at Fu Jian was shaking. "Can't you see? You're defending him against me. Lu Anin, I'm your real big brother." Lu Anin rubbed her temple, stood up, and pushed her second brother towards the door while pushing and saying, "Big brother, it's so late. Go back to sleep quickly. Are your issues resolved? If you left them like this, Shun-Yi would definitely not be able to handle everything alone. Hurry back." Lu Yanli tried to struggle, but inexplicably couldn't break free. "Lu Anin, there are so many men in the house. How could Big Brother leave you alone? I'm telling you." Lu Anin shoved Lu Yanli out the door and put on a standard smile. "Relax, Big Brother. I know my limits. Go back quick. So late. Wait till nightfall under the dark wind. I've still got stuff to do." All of this just delayed me. Then she slammed the door with a loud bang, locking Lu Yanli outside. Lu Yanli felt as if he were shattered into pieces. What was his sister talking about? What could she possibly do under the dark windy night? Just as he was about to knock, Manager Lee appeared beside him with a faint smile. But his tone was firm. "Guest, please return to your house. Visiting between houses is not allowed at night. Please understand." Lu Yanli could only be sent back to his house with great reluctance. Meanwhile, Lu Anin closed the door and turned to look at the people in the living room with an evil smile. Shen Jejia couldn't help but shiver when she saw Lu Anin's wicked smile. "Yea, suffering's ahead for you now." Fu Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. What did the young girl have in mind? Lu Anin calmly sat back on the couch, exuding the air of a rich lady. "Since you're here to serve us, does that mean we can make you do anything?" The man with the pliers once again answered instantly. "Of course. As long as the honored guests need us, we'll do anything." Lu Anin asked again. "All services on the island are free, food and drinks included?" The man with the pliers. "Absolutely, everything is free." Shun Jejia tugged on Lu Anin's sleeve and whispered nervously, "Anin, what do you plan to do?" Lu Anin patted Shun Jejia on the shoulder, implying something more. "Since it's all free, we should definitely enjoy it to the fullest." She then turned her head to look at Fu Jian and also patted his hand. "You too, follow big sister and enjoy tonight." Fu Jian curled his fingertips slightly, his voice carrying a hint of indulgence imperceptible to most. "It would be my honor." Lu Anin felt awkward and touched her ear before getting up to call Manager Lee. "Manager Lee, could you please bring over a truckload of alcohol? Beer, white liquor, cocktails, all kinds filled up." Fu Jian. Shin Jejia. "Holy crap, Anin doesn't want her legs anymore." The other 9 young men. "Our doom is certain." "Brother Yan, hurry back. Your sister is going berserk. A truckload. Does someone have to die tonight among these folks?" "Are you sure this is the script? I think Lu Anin has gone crazy." Jejia's mouth is wide enough to fit a light bulb. Manager Lee hesitated on the other end of the phone. "Hey, a whole truck?" Lu Anin replied matter-of-factly. "Yes, a whole truck. All varieties needed. Bring it quickly and tell me how fast you can get here. If you delay my plans, I will complain about you. How can I stir up trouble tonight if I don't get these guys drunk first? Chapter 30. Fraudsters Collective, Go Up the Mountain. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian's raised heart settled. Good. It was just part of the little girl's plan. After Mr. Li hung up the phone, he looked utterly confused but still reported to his superiors first. He received orders that all demands should be met. Hastily, a carload of alcohol was prepared and delivered to the small castle. Lu Ainen, seeing the alcohol filling the living room, felt satisfied. Very good. Let's get to work. Lu Ainen opened a beer bottle, and just as she was about to pick it up, a long and bony hand blocked her view, intercepting her action. She followed the hand with her eyes, meeting Fu Jian's deep gaze. Fu Jian said in a low, husky voice, "Let me drink instead." Lu Ainen blinked, pulled her hand back, and said coyly, "Brother 3, don't rely on my favoritism for you, and try to influence my thoughts. Sit aside and don't interfere with me. Although I won't drink, nobody can stop me from pretending to have great influence. Not even the biggest antagonist." Fu Jian's gaze flickered. He humbly retracted his hand and obediently replied, "Yes, sister, I overstepped my bounds." Lu Ainen. Should I start thinking about picking a feng shui site for myself? She discreetly swallowed, glancing at Fu Jian before calmly handing out one beer to each of the 9 men, and started her directive speech. "We gathered here today, due to destiny. You were chosen to serve us, which is an even greater honor. Your leaders allowing you to serve us too, proves they've chosen the right people. Come on, without too much talk, raise your bottles. Cheers to your leader's correct decision and drink. 1 to 10, excluding number 3. Shinjejia. The main idea of these words. It's your privilege to serve me. Sister is darker than the boss, who at least has something to hold himself. Sister purely depends on her mouth. Ha ha ha, those 9 people's blood pressure must skyrocket, right?" Fu Jian watched Lu Ainen with a smiling gaze. The young girl was right. They were so fortunate to meet her. They truly should toast accordingly. The man asked politely, "So we drink alone?" Lu Ainen tilted her head, puzzled. "Otherwise what?" The man, still discontented, pointed at Fu Jian. "Why doesn't he have to drink?" Lu Ainen turned cold instantly. "Are you a guest? Or am I a guest?" The man went silent, gritting his teeth in hatred as he glared at Fu Jian. Seeing that the 9 people hadn't acted yet, Lu Ainen summoned her energy with a commanding shout, "Drink!" The 9 people on the other side jumped in fear and hastily started chugging down their drinks. Lu Ainen nodded contentedly. That's the way." Then again, by an impassioned speech, Lu Ainen had them finish off 2 bottles each. Subsequently, Lu Ainen inspected them, walked over to the 3 men who had fallen unconscious already, gave them an injection while shaking them awake momentarily, and disdainfully instructed the others to carry them away. "This alcohol capacity is even lower than mine." The persisting men, upon hearing this, got furious. "How dare you protest when you didn't drink at all?" But upon catching the warning glance from the clip man, they silently subdued themselves. Lu Ainen's gaze flickered as she slowly opened another bottle of liquor, a bottle of white wine, placing it on the table. She smiled as she scanned them all, locking eyes with Clipman, saying slowly, "We've said enough polite phrases, let's begin our game." Clipman froze for a moment before reluctantly joining in. Seeing Clipman join, the rest exchanged awkward looks, sighed, and reluctantly joined too. Half an hour later, the 9 men had all collapsed, unconscious. Lu Ainen, pleased with the scene, shook each of them one by one. Stretching lazily, she spoke to Shun Jiejia. "Jiejia, I forgot to ask earlier, does the director ever broadcast during our sleep?" Shun Jiejia looked at the lying figures, glanced at Lu Ainen, and shook her head. "No, I confirmed this while signing the contract. Sleeping time is private and won't be live-streamed." "Good. My sleeping posture isn't great, and I wouldn't want to embarrass myself." In front of the monitor, Jean Fonghua asked Su Zhong, "Did the staff you previously hired know that this would be a 24-hour non-stop live stream?" Su Zhong shook his head. They only knew there were cameras everywhere on the island. Jean Fonghua, "All right. Wait for Ainen's hint, then prepare to cut the lens feed. Find some excuse to turn off the live stream." Su Zhong hesitated a bit, asking, "Director Jean, do you mean Lu Ainen has already detected something suspicious on this island?" Jean Fonghua cast a glance at Su Zhong, pride creeping unconsciously into his tone. "That girl, she's extremely sharp." In the living room, Lu Ainen commanded Clipman, "Just stay here and keep watch on them. With so many people drunk, take care of them tonight." The Clipman widened his eyes and pointed at himself. "Just me?" Lu Ainen looked at him in confusion. "Who else then? Should we 2 frail women take care of them?" The Clipman persisted. "Then what about Xiao-san?" Lu Ainen's expression remained neutral. "Are you even qualified to call him Xiao-san? He has grown into my heart. I care for him. Can't I give him a vacation? Wah wah wah, the hateful fraudsters have ruined my reputation. Young lady, you are still young. Do not go near such charming men. Aunt is different. Aunt is old enough. Let Aunt take care of this." "Young lady, remember, caring for men marks the beginning of tragedy. Let me endure this suffering on your behalf." "You all have gone too far. This is the comment section, not an abandoned place. Lose family members." Lu Ainen turned to Fu Jian. "You find a room to stay in yourself tonight." Fu Jian nodded. "Okay." Lu Ainen entered the room with Shun Jiejia and glanced at the camera as she told Shin Jiejia, "You go take a shower first, Jiejia." Shin Jiejia nodded and went into the bathroom. Lu Ainen lay down on the bed and rested her eyes. 7758. Check if the cameras are off for me. Customer service. "Dear, the live stream has been turned off. Director Jean can still see it. By the way, Dear, besides the police, your parents, your brother, Jean Fonghua, and Jean Yin are also watching. Lu Anan was a little surprised. They are watching the live stream. Customer service. It seems so. All right, noted. Lu Anan thought for a moment, then sat casually in front of the camera and hummed a few lines of a song. When I find you, test your eyes. The screenside Lu Wenjing smirked slightly. Sister wants us to wait for her. Director Su next to him was completely shocked. Did Lu Anan really uncover a problem? As the night deepened, under the cover of darkness, a shadow silently appeared in the living room. The shadow crept closer to the sleeping Clipman, took out their phone camera, and slapped the man awake. The Clipman jolted and dizzily saw a black silhouette in front of him, just ready to scream when he heard, "Look at me." He recognized the voice. It was Lu Anan. As the Clipman wanted to protest angrily, his eyes met Lu Anan's and his gaze gradually turned vacant. Lu Anan smirked slightly and squatted in front of the man, coldly asking, "Where's your boss?" "Clipman, our boss is in the CEO office of Drunken Paradise." Lu Anan arched an eyebrow. "Oh, didn't expect this guy to be an important character, knowing the boss's location. Where are the people you captured?" "Clipman, they were taken by the second boss. I don't know where they're locked up." "How many of you are there?" "Clipman, 108. Lu Anan. "Good heavens, climbing the mountain indeed. Do you have any people at the seaside?" "Clipman, yes, our boss fears you discovering anything unusual and dispatching police, so we've got patrols hidden there." Lu Anan frowned in thought. Looks like we need to handle those by the sea first. She was lost in deep consideration when suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. Chapter 31. The villain's father is kidnapped. Lu Anan's eyes grew cold, and she turned to grab the hand, ready to perform a shoulder throw. But the person opposite reacted faster, immediately pulling back the distance as Lu Anan attacked again, quickly speaking out, "It's me." Lu Anan was startled, retracted her attack, and rolled her eyes with an air of exasperation. "Do you know how terrifying it is when someone startles another person?" Fu Jian coughed awkwardly and pointed at the man who had already fainted, asking, "What did he reveal?" Lu Anan shrugged indifferently. "He said there are 108 warriors on this island." Fu Jian. "Warriors? Is the leader's surname Song?" "Ha ha ha. Even the big villain knows how to catch the joke." Lu Anan shook her head with amusement. "I haven't even asked what the boss is called yet, and you've arrived." Fu Jian was a bit confused. Did he just say that so easily? Lu Anan shook her index finger, starting to boast about herself. "Naturally, it's thanks to some little tricks from me, this invincible cutie, that it's so easy." Fu Jian followed up by complimenting her. "Is that so? Has this incredibly talented invincible cutie figured out how we're going to start the rescue plan?" Lu Anan unashamedly accepted Fu Jian's praise, but still wisely asked him, "Why are you on the island?" The corner of Fu Jian's lips relaxed slightly as he paused momentarily, then slowly said, "My father was brought here by them." Lu Anan. "These people have pretty innovative ideas. Usually kidnappers take the child, but they kidnapped the dad instead." "How many days have you been here? Any clues?" Fu Jian shook his head. "I've been here for 3 days, but I haven't found any clues. On the second day after I came, the island was sealed off. They selected a group of people to come to this residential area, saying they were coming to serve distinguished guests. I felt there was something suspicious about this, so I infiltrated, and then I met you. I guess sealing the island has something to do with your program." Lu Anan's tone was very cold. "Indeed, it has something to do with it. They must be planning to lure more people over through live broadcasts." She paused briefly before continuing. "I just asked him, and he said there are patrols by the sea. I need to deal with those people by the sea first, then let the police come up." Narrow escape. I almost blurted out Jean Yan's name. Explaining why I knew he also came would be tough. Fu Jian pretended to not know anything, surprised. "How does the police know about this?" Lu Anan pointed at the camera. "Even if the production team is bold, they couldn't have designed plots similar to imperial selection contests. And as you said, people have changed. The production team must have noticed the abnormality. I'm just taking a gamble. Once the defensive lines by the sea are dismantled, we'll find out if they've reported it or not." Fu Jian nodded. "All right, then I will go to the beach with you." Lu Anan hesitated for a moment and agreed. To prevent the unconscious man from waking up halfway to report, she administered another injection. After finishing, the two set off towards the beach under the cover of darkness. Detective Captain Chi Rang frowned in front of the camera. "This is too dangerous. The two of them don't have anything. This is tantamount to courting death." Jean Fonghua was calm and composed. "Captain Chi, don't worry, the girl is very capable." Chi Rang didn't understand. "Old Jean, why do you believe so much in Lu Anan?" Jean Fonghua couldn't really explain why he trusted Lu Anan so much, but subconsciously, he felt that since the girl said she could handle it, she definitely could. He didn't answer Chi Rang's question, only said one sentence. "Let's wait and see." Lu Anan and Fu Jian continued forward, finally stopping in the middle of the jungle. Lu Anan called out the customer service. 7758. "Can you give me a cheat code?" Customer service. "What kind of cheat code would dear customer like? Can you show me how many people are at the beach and where they are distributed?" Customer service. "Dear customer, the tracker you've obtained already has this function. Oh? That thing which can only detect whether someone is alive or dead. You sure?" Customer service. "Dear customer, try entering your request into the tracker." Disbelieving, Lu Anan entered her request into the tracker, and surprisingly, the tracker really provided an accurate number of people and their locations. It even listed the weapons of those individuals. She entered her grandfather Lu's name as well, inputting the demand to find him, but the tracker's response was still the same 2 words, alive. What does this mean? Why can't I find my grandpa? Customer service. Dear customer, the tracker has a distance limit. If it's too far, it can only give a vague answer. Oh. If I already know the approximate position of my grandpa, why would I use this thing? You're fooling around again. The customer service silently logged off, even leaving themselves a positive review before disconnecting. Llewellyn waited for a long time but received no perfunctory response from the customer service, almost turning red with anger. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to refocus her attention. She glanced at their location, took out a pill, and handed it to Fu Jian, saying, "Take this and follow me." Without hesitation, Fu Jian swallowed the pill. Llewellyn's eyes flickered with surprise. The big villain really trusts me. He didn't even ask what the pill was before swallowing it. Is he not afraid it could be poison? I trust you. Fu Jian's profound gaze quietly watched Llewellyn. Llewellyn froze, meeting Fu Jian's deep eyes. A ripple of emotion stirred inside her. She felt an itch in her ears and shifted her gaze uneasily. Secretly scratching her ears, she spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, then let's go." After speaking, she quickly turned around and walked off. A slight smile curved Fu Jian's lips as he hurriedly caught up with Llewellyn's pace. Leading Fu Jian to the nearest empty spot close to those people, protected by a large rock, Llewellyn swiftly crouched down and made a small fire, throwing a bunch of drug packets into it before dragging Fu Jian back into the jungle. Observing that fire pile, Fu Jian noticed something unusual. The flames were small, but the smoke grew increasingly dense due to the sea breeze. "Who's there?" Black smoke immediately drew the attention of the people near the beach. 3 men emerged cautiously from nearby, armed with guns prepared to investigate, only to collapse limply after taking a few steps. 2 more people appeared from the opposite side of the forest and approached the fire, but they also collapsed as soon as they entered the smoke range. Watching this scene curiously, Fu Jian asked softly, "What kind of medicine did you throw in?" Llewellyn said with pride, "My improved version of knockout powder." "Impressive, right?" Fu Jian nodded sincerely, "Very impressive." After a while, for groups of people had been knocked out, and finally, the remaining ones on the beach became cautious. Instead of probing further, they hid in the shadows, waiting until the smoke dissipated before investigating further. Llewellyn glanced at the positions of the remaining 5 people and considered briefly before leaning over to speak to Fu Jian. "You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll find the others." Fu Jian originally wanted to volunteer himself, but considering he didn't have any useful tools on him, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, be careful." Llewellyn was quite satisfied with the villain's compliance. "I like obedient ones, makes things easier." She selected the direction carefully, swiftly moving toward the nearest swindler. With a deft hand movement, she subdued one person using a needle. Using the same method, she subdued the remaining 3 people until only 1 was left. After ensuring that none had been missed, Llewellyn stealthily approached the last con artist, who remained alert with his gun pointed towards the source of the thick smoke. She lightly tapped his shoulder. "Hello." "Who?" Startled, the man spun around and pulled the trigger. Reacting swiftly, Llewellyn struck his tiger's mouth area, causing him to release the gun when in pain. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed the gun and pressed it firmly against his forehead, announcing sternly, "It's me, your daddy." Chapter 32, Meeting the Police. From afar, Fu Jian, observing the situation. What an unconventional little girl. The people in front of the camera. Lu's father awkwardly tried to make excuses for his daughter, and then must be very upset. She's not like this at home. Jean Yan's shoulders were shaking with laughter. Uncle, I believe you." Jean Fong was slapped Jean Yan once and turned to smile at Chi, who was stunned, saying, "Captain Chi, didn't I tell you? You should believe in the little girl. She's very capable." Chi let out a gasp of disbelief. "I never thought she could really do it." Lu Wenjing stood up and asked Captain Chi, "Captain Chi, can we go to the island now?" Chi replied, "Mr. Lu, you may go to the island, but just in case, I still suggest you all stay by the seashore after arriving. The resort situation is unclear, and more people mean more danger." Song Shiyun nodded. "Captain Chi, don't worry, we'll just watch in by the beach. We won't interfere with your work." Chi responded, "Thank you for your understanding, Mrs." After finalizing the plan, the group boarded a yacht and headed towards the island. The island. The man overpowered by Lu Anan felt ashamed with anger upon hearing her words. "You dirty." Slapdash. Lu Anan delivered a slap to the man's face and kicked him right on the hollow of his knee, making him kneel down. She smiled sweetly and said, "How dare you speak to your dad like that?" The man's face quickly swelled as he knelt down, unwillingly wanting to stand up and fight back. Lu Anan slowly pulled the trigger, firing a shot in front of him, then aimed at his temple calmly said, "Why don't you try moving one more time?" The man obediently knelt well, raising both hands. "No, Lady Grandma. No. Dad, please don't shoot. Hand me your phone." The man fished out his phone from his pocket, very tactfully unlocked it, and presented it to Lu Anan. "Here you go. Use it." Lu Anan took the phone, checked it for a moment, then handed it over to Fu Jian, who was standing beside her. This should be their number 2. The guy mentioned everyone captured was managed by the second boss. After checking the chat records, he reported to their top leader that people are locked in drunken dream paradise. But I'm unsure if Mr. Fu is among them. Do you want to ask now, or wait until they arrive and question them together? Fu Jian bent his head, examining the phone. "Let's wait for them. I'll stay here waiting with you." This statement sounded peculiar. Why would he stay waiting for me? Lu Anan injected a needle into the man, rendering him unconscious. Planning to gather all the scammers together, she barely lifted the man's hand before Fu Jian interjected. "Let me handle it." Lu Anan glanced at the piles of people lying on the ground, shook her head. We'd better do it together. There are so many people, you alone will take too long. Fu Jian. Did he just get looked down upon by the little girl? To prove his ability, Fu Jian, with a stern face, quickly carried each person lying on the ground to one spot, even tied their feet together. Afterwards, he remained silent, staring intently at Lu Anan. Lu Anan? Question mark. What kind of look is this? As if I am some ungrateful traitor. She hurriedly soothed the villainous figure. Wow, you're truly amazing. You finished so fast. Incredible. To ensure sincerity, she gave him a thumbs up. Although sensing Lu Anan was still slightly dismissive, Fu Jian was satisfied. He did not hide his pride, smirking slightly as he said indifferently, average. Lu Anan. Immature man. The two sat idly chatting on the beach next to a large rock. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a yacht approaching on the sea. They glanced at each other, hiding behind the rock, peeking towards the sea. Several yachts cut through the night, docked under the moonlight on the shore. Uniformed police disembarked one by one from the boats. Among those on one yacht, someone caught Lu Anan's attention. Excitedly, she rose from behind the rock and waved toward them. Mom, Dad, Big Brother. My parents and brother actually came. Her parents and older brother rushed anxiously to Lu Anan's side. Song Shiryun carefully examined Lu Anan left and right, worriedly asking, Anan, are you okay? Were you scared? Lu Anan shook her head, smiling sweetly. No problem, Mom. I'm super strong. After a thorough checkup, Song Shiryun's worries subsided as she tenderly ruffled Lu Anan's hair, gently saying, Yes, Mom saw it. My Anan is indeed amazing. Miss Lu. Lu Anan turned her gaze following the voice, spotting a man in SWAT uniform looking keenly at her. Yes, who are you? Chi Letting pulled down his face mask and introduced himself. Miss Lu, I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team 7, Chi Letting. I would like to learn about the current situation from Miss Lu. Lu Anan nodded. Yes, of course, but the situation is urgent. I have to go back to the resort now. We can talk while we walk. Chi Letting. All right, Miss Lu. Lu Anan turned to her parents and elder brother, speaking seriously. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, stay by the shore and don't wander around. Follow the police's arrangements. I'll go back with Mr. Fu. Don't worry about me. I will be careful. Lu Mingxian nodded, his tone full of concern as he reminded her. All right, we understand. Anan, please protect yourself. After replying, Lu Anan left with Captain Chi. Fu Jian slightly bowed his head, quickly greeted the three members of the Lu family, and then turned to leave as well. Lu Wenjing looked at Fu Jian's back and narrowed his eyes. Dad, don't you feel that Fu Jian's attitude toward Anan is a bit strange? Lu Mingxian replied gravely. When we get back, invite Mr. Fu to our house for a visit. Lu Anan and Fu Jian led Chi Letting to the entrance of the resort, stopped there, and had Chi Letting bring up the second boss to start hypnotizing him. Chi Letting watched as Lu Anan took a lollipop from her pocket, swayed it in front of the second boss, and said, Look at me, before putting him under hypnosis, leaving him shocked again. Miss Lu, can you hypnotize someone with just a lollipop? Lu Anan kindly deceived him, saying, It's because I'm particularly skilled. An ordinary person can't do this. Chi Letting thought about Lu Anan's astonishing actions earlier on camera, didn't doubt it for a moment, and even affirmed it with a nod. Indeed, Miss Lu is truly remarkable. Lu Anan's conscience pricked her momentarily, and she turned to neatly and swiftly hypnotize the second boss. After getting the location where the hostages were held, she asked Chi Letting, Do you have any communication devices? Chi Letting had his subordinates bring over 2 sets of Bluetooth devices, handed them to both of them, instructed them on how to wear them, and explained, This set of equipment integrates audio and video transmission. All your actions will be received on our side. Miss Lu, Mr. Fu, please be safe. We will always monitor you. Lu Anan thought for a moment and then told Chi Letting, All right, follow the situation. If possible, I hope you can trust me and wait for my signal. Chi Letting nodded. Miss Lu, don't worry. Earlier, I was also with the production team, and we will wait for your signal. Only after hearing Captain Chi's words did Lu Anan feel reassured enough to turn around and return to the resort with Fu Jian. The two followed the information given by the second boss and smoothly found the basement of Drunken Dream Paradise. After knocking out the guard, they descended into the basement. Once they saw the inside situation, Lu Anan was consumed with rage. A group of beasts. Chapter 33. This is a women's cage. Lu Anan was aware that fraudsters were all ruthless and extremely dangerous, but she didn't expect that in just half a month, so many people had been deceived here and subjected to inhumane torture. Before her eyes, the dim basement was divided into several cages, much like the cold and damp prisons of ancient times. Each cage held numerous women, their clothes torn, barely covering themselves. Lu Anan took a rough look and noticed 2 cells filled with heavily pregnant women. In one cell, there was a bucket in front of the pregnant women. Inside it was clearly breast milk. The face of every pregnant woman showed no hope for life, as they repeatedly endured endless pain, numbly. Watching all this, Lu Anan felt like her heart was being pierced by knives, her breathing becoming heavy and quick. In just half a month, how could there be so many pregnant women here? Did those scumbags move their base here directly? How dare they? At that moment, a warm yet firm hand gently covered her eyes. Fu Jian, unwilling to let her see, covered Lu Anan's eyes tenderly with regret in his tone. Anan, don't look. Lu Anan did not resist this unexpected concern. As her sight was covered, the storm within her gradually calmed down. After a while, she removed Fu Jian's hand and asked him, What's Mr. Fu's name? Fu Linzhou. Lu Anan nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding environment. It's not suitable for Mr. Fu, a grown man, to enter here. I'll go alone. She looked at Fu Jian and calmly said, you wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Fu Jian attentively looked at Luinen. He also only had a general glance when he first came in, and indeed the situation wasn't suitable for him to follow inside, so he could only let Inen go in herself. He reluctantly nodded, worry evident in his tone. All right. Be careful. Call me if anything happens. Luinen softly responded, then turned and walked toward the deep corridor. As she passed by one cell after another, her mood became increasingly heavy and oppressive. Since she entered until now, she hadn't seen any males locked up here, only females. All the prison cells contained women. It was practically a specially designed cage for women. When she reached the last cell, what she saw inside pierced her vision like a blade, making her pupils abruptly shrink and her anger swell infinitely. In the dimness, faint light reflected on young and despairing faces. Teenage girls around 16 or 17 curled up in the corners, their clothes tattered. Luinen glanced inside and immediately spotted a man indulging in evil pleasure. She suddenly pulled open the prison door, and the man, upon hearing the noise, irritably turned his head towards the entrance. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Who are you? How did you get in? Stunned, he looked at Luinen standing at the entrance and loudly questioned. His eyes swept up and down her body, and his smile gradually became perverted. Just right. Whoever you are, since you've come, don't leave. Let's play nicely. Luinen slightly curved the corner of her mouth with a hint of coldness. Play nicely? All right, I'll play really well with you. The man stepped closer to Luinen, grinning wickedly as he raised his hand intending to touch her face. She easily dodged to the side. I suggest you better not touch me. The man laughed even more wildly. And what if I do? With the end of his words, his hand grew more audacious and advanced towards her. Suddenly, Luinen forcefully grabbed his wrist with precision and accuracy, twisting it sharply downwards. There was a loud cracked sound as the man's hand bent into an unnatural angle. Ah, my hand. The man staggered back several steps, glaring at Luinen with burning hatred, gritting his teeth. You damn woman. I'll kill you. He screamed towards the outside. Someone broke in. After his words, a hidden door appeared through a crack in the wall outside the cell, and a group of menacing-looking black-clothed men rushed out, instantly filling the narrow passageway. Luinen turned and looked at the crowd in the passage, her eyes flashing with determination. That explains why there's no other guards besides this scum inside. The man standing at the front sized up Luinen and asked with some confusion, How did you get in? Luinen tilted her head with an innocent expression. Through the door. The man inside the cell clutched his broken hand, full of malice, saying, This tramp broke my hand. Lao San, you deal with her. No, break both her hands. I want to teach her a lesson and make her wish she were dead under me. After he finished speaking, the wall outside the cell cracked open again, revealing another concealed door. A group of vicious-looking black-clad men charged out in high spirits, quickly filling the narrow corridor. Lao San, standing at the cell door, gave a scornful laugh. Brother Lao Si, have you been beaten by a woman that this little girl could break your hand so easily? Lao Si, nonsense. Stop your rambling and just disable her for me. Lao San remained composed and casual, hands in his trouser pockets, lazily looking over Luinen. Didn't you hear? Why not grab this reckless woman and give her to Lao Si? Yes. The men followed up, all walking toward Luinen. Chi Rang looked anxiously at the scene on the communicator. Miss Lu? We'll come to rescue you right away. Luinen replied with a cold smile. No need. It's perfect timing for me to loosen up anyway. Chi Rang was worried inside, but dared not make rash moves. He feared disrupting Luinen's plan. Lao San sneered. This little girl sure talks big. You don't have to join. I can take care of this alone, said a big, burly man with tattoos on his arms stepping forward. Let Brother Su go. One of him is enough. Upon hearing this, the others made space for Brother Su and stood around waiting for the show. Brother Su fiercely slapped towards Luinen, who swiftly grabbed his hand and twisted it backwards. Brother Su's face immediately contorted in pain, followed by Luinen spinning around and kicking him hard in the stomach. Like a rag, Brother Su flew back and collided with the wall. The onlookers were shocked. How strong could this girl be? Brother Su, after hitting the wall, spat out blood and stood up, holding his stomach. His eyes glowed red as he screamed while pouncing on Luinen again. You bitch! You're gonna die. Luinen dodged calmly and kicked Brother Su down, then grabbed his leg and swung left and right until the man gradually lost his voice. She threw him into the pile of people with disdain and wiped her hands. Come all together. I'm running out of time. Everyone paused briefly, exchanging glances, then charged forward altogether. 10 minutes later, Luinen called Chi Rang on the communicator calmly. Captain Chi, send your team along my route. There's no one here anymore. She paused briefly, adding, send a few female police officers too. Chi Rang was quiet for a moment, replying, all right. After receiving the answer, Luinen turned to look at the girls huddled and trembling in the corner, feeling her eyes moisten. She softened her tone. Don't be scared. It's safe now. The police know what happened here and will come to save you soon. Seeing the girls remained unresponsive, lifeless, she took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the cell. Can you help me? A soft feminine voice hesitatingly broke the silence. Chapter 34. Don't be afraid, I'll avenge you. Luinen found the girl who was speaking. She appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old. Her fists were clenched tightly, yet her tone was unusually gentle. All right, what would you like me to do for you? The girl hesitated for a moment, her voice filled with longing and tension. My sister was taken away by them just now. Could you help me find my sister? Luanin's heart involuntarily tightened as a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Where did they take her? The little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had clung to the last lifeline, and said anxiously but uneasily, I heard them say they were going to take my sister somewhere called Paradise and send her to the boss. Luanin nodded, crouched down in front of the little girl, took out a lollipop, tried to make her expression not so solemn, smiled faintly, and handed it to her. Okay, big sister will go save your sister. Don't run around here. Wait for the police uncle to come and rescue you, and these big sisters, alright? The little girl carefully took the candy and nodded heavily. Thank you, big sister. You're so capable. You will definitely be able to rescue my sister. I will obediently wait for the police uncle to come rescue us. Luanin gently patted the girl's head with a tender look and then left. She walked out of the basement, her steps heavy. She met Fu Jian, who was anxiously waiting. She shook her head slightly, her voice sorrowful. I've looked around below, haven't seen any men, all women. If I had come earlier. Naturally, Fu Jian also heard those cries of struggle from above. He thought for a moment and understood the situation below. He lightly patted Luanin on the shoulder. At least now they are saved. Luanin didn't have more time to continue feeling sad. She looked at Fu Jian and spoke calmly. There's a young girl inside who said her sister was just taken away, sent to the boss. I'm going to save her. Fu Jian nodded and firmly replied. All right, let's go. The two found the main entrance of Drunken Paradise. There were two fully equipped men in black guarding the door. Luanin and Fu Jian exchanged glances and quietly circled behind them. In smooth moves, they knocked the men unconscious and pushed open the gate. A dazzling hall came into view. However, the lobby, which should have been bustling with voices, was completely empty. Without wasting time, the two quickly took the elevator to the top floor. On the top floor, the vast corridor held only one room, with a carved sign that read President's Office. Just as the two arrived at the door, a terrified scream erupted from within. Without hesitation, Luanin kicked open the door. Her gaze swept around the room and fell on a man and woman pressed together at the desk. The girl's eyes were filled with both terror and despair. Upon seeing Luanin, there was a brief flash of relief before becoming urgent again. Quick leave. The man sat upright. The girl beneath him took the opportunity to escape, running to Luanin and pulling on her hand, trying to push her out the door. Leave quickly. This is not where you should be. Leave quickly. Luanin tenderly grasped the trembling hand, picked up the coat on the table, and draped it over the girl's body. She softly comforted her. Don't worry. I'm here to rescue you. The man fixed his gaze on Luanin. He naturally recognized the girl at the door as one of today's celebrities who landed on the island. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Luanin, how do you know about this place? Luanin ignored the man, only stepping further inside and leading the girl to sit on the couch. She gently stroked the girl's hair, looking at her and saying warmly yet firmly, Look closely, I'll avenge you. She turned, her face expressionless, and approached the man. Her tone remained even. It doesn't matter how I know about this place. What matters is that you've angered me. The man seemed amused as if hearing a joke and sneered at Luanin. Angering you? So what? What are you worth? Without uttering another word, Luanin stepped forward and grabbed the man, lifting him high over her head, and threw him forcefully towards the storage cabinet behind the table. With a loud bang, the man smashed into the cabinet, shattering numerous antiques. Struggling to stand up, he couldn't believe he'd been flung away by a girl. Luanin gave the man no time to react. Another powerful slap sent him tumbling to the ground, after which she harshly stepped on his hand. This hand enjoys doing unlawful things, right? She crushed the man's hand while listening to his cries of pain, sneering. Is this already painful? She squatted and broke both of the man's hands. Afterwards, she stuck 2 needles into the man's legs, paralyzing his strength. Slowly, she shifted her foot to press against the man's midsection, her eyes ice cold, her tone devoid of emotion. You seem fond of using this part to think problems through, right? The man watched Luanin's movements, shaking his head in terror, and began sobbing as he begged for mercy. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare do it again. Luanin gave the man a cold look, her words cutting like knives. Didn't they beg you like this too? Did you let them go? Hearing this, the man lying on the floor paused, rendered speechless. Luanin's anger grew even stronger. She viciously stamped down with her foot. In pain, the man tried to bend his legs, but found he couldn't use any force in either leg. Twisting his face in agony, he stared at Luanin and shouted hoarsely, You devil woman, slut, bitch. Aya. At the sound of this, Fu Jian appeared, his eyes cold and frosty. He kicked elegantly and precisely toward the man's mouth, and with a crisp sound, a tooth fell out. If your filthy words continue, I promise you, your mouth will completely lose its ability to speak. Luanin's gaze turned toward the dazed girl on the sofa, her tone soothing and soft. Do you want to come over and give him a few kicks? The girl snapped back to reality, hesitated for a moment, then firmly nodded. Yes, I want to. Luanin smiled faintly, gesturing for her to approach. Once the girl came over, she stepped aside to make room. Go ahead, you can do whatever you want. The girl glanced down, meeting the man's threatening glare, causing her body to tremble slightly. Luanin bent down and slapped him hard. If you keep glaring, I'll stab you again so you can't see anything. Then, turning around, she encouraged the girl. Don't be afraid, he can't harm you anymore. If you want revenge, do it quickly. When the police arrive, it'll be too late. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes flashed with determination. Nodding lightly, she stared down at the man, stomping fiercely on his lower half again and again. With each piercing scream echoing in the air, the shadow in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief and freedom. After venting her last bit of anger, she looked at the man who had fainted from pain. Staggering, she nearly fell before Lu and caught her deftly. Concerned, Lu and asked, "Are you all right? Did I scare her?" The girl's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious man, tears streaming down her face soon after. Unable to hold back, she cried loudly into Luinen's arms, struggling to say something. I'm still clean. Thank you. I'm still alive." Luinen felt a lump in her throat. She reached out to gently pat the girl's back, speaking word by word. "No matter what, you're still a pure girl." Gradually calming herself, the girl wiped away her tears, somewhat embarrassed, and quietly thanked Luinen. "Thank you for saving me." Luinen shook her head. "It's nothing, just doing my best." As she lowered her head to wipe her tears, recalling something, she looked up at Luinen, her tone somewhat urgent. "I remember now. When I was brought up here earlier, I saw a middle-aged man around 50 being taken out by them. I think I heard them talking about ransom, cutting fingers, things like that." Fu Jian's heart lurched suddenly. Taking a quick step forward, his voice filled with urgency. "Did you hear where they took him?" Chapter 35. Did the sister kill the fraudster? The girl furrowed her brow in deep thought. Seems like they mentioned something about the 7th warehouse. Without hesitation, Fu Jian turned around to leave. Seeing this, Luinen also stood up and said, "I want to go save people too. Do you want to come with us?" Before she could finish speaking, several figures appeared at the doorway. "Little sister, are you okay?" Lu Yanli's voice carried a note of urgency and concern as he quickly entered the room and rushed to Luinen. Seeing her second brother, Luinen was a little surprised. "Big brother? How did you find me here?" While checking on Luinen, Lu Yanli explained, "When I saw Fu Jian at your place, I knew something was off. So last night, I went with Shun Yi to your house to look for you. As soon as we entered, we found a bunch of people lying unconscious in the living room. Shin Jejia said you left to save someone, so we came looking for you." Luinen glanced past Lu Yanli, landing on Captain Qi Rang and a middle-aged man with a steady demeanor who looked to be around her father's age. Curiosity sparked within her. "Is that Mr. Fu? How did you meet?" "I walked out from your house, just stepping outside the residential area, when I saw 2 people dragging Mr. Fu ahead. So I quietly followed them. They said they would send Fu Jian the hand of Mr. Fu as ransom. At that point, Shun Yi and I intervened, rescuing Mr. Fu. Afterward, Mr. Fu said a girl was brought to this location. Fearing it might be you, I hurried over and met Captain Qi downstairs." Once confirming Luinen wasn't injured, the stone that had been hanging in Lu Yanli's heart fell back into place. He feigned anger and flicked Luinen's head lightly. "Why did you dare to do something so dangerous alone, young lady?" Luinen rubbed her head while retreating slightly, then pointed at Fu Jian who was already talking to her father, defending herself. "I wasn't alone. I did it with President Fu." Hearing Luinen's words, Fu Jian couldn't help but smile indulgently. Walking over with his father Fu Linzhou, he confirmed, "Yes, Anin and I were together the whole time. But those people were all saved by Anin." After explaining, he introduced Luinen. "Anin, this is my father, Fu Linzhou." Then, he introduced his father. "Dad, this is Miss Lu, the youngest daughter of the Lu family." "When did you start calling me Anin?" Luinen tilted her head slightly toward Fu Linzhou with a polite smile. "Uncle Fu, hello? I am Luinen." "Hello, Miss Lu. It's quite remarkable to rescue so many people on your own. Truly, you're very impressive." Fu Linzhou smiled affectionately, praising Luinen warmly. Luinen blushed faintly. "Uncle Fu is exaggerating. Without President Fu and the police, I wouldn't have dared to do these things alone." Looking at Luinen seriously, Fu Jian stated, "No exaggeration. Anin is indeed very capable." Fu Linzhou exchanged a meaningful glance with his son. "This kid isn't simple-minded. Huh? In the mind of this major antagonist, I've become such an amazing person?" Luinen felt surprised inside but maintained her usual smile on the surface. "Thank you, President Fu." "Miss Lu? Who is this person?" There was a complexity hard to describe in Qi Rang's voice. His eyes focused on the unconscious man slumped on the ground, blood still seeping from beneath him. His expression became strange. Luinen briefly glanced at the man, then replied in an unusually calm and peaceful tone. "He, when I came upstairs just now, was already dead." Qi Rang was greatly shocked. Dead? A lump formed in Lu Yanli's heart. Had this guy really been killed by his sister? Fu Jian's lips curved up slightly, revealing a trace of amused exasperation as he explained to Qi Rang. "Captain Qi, Anin is joking with you. This man is their leader. When we came upstairs, he refused to cooperate, leaving Anin and I no choice but to explain things to him in somewhat polite ways." Luinen nodded affirmatively. "What President Fu said is correct. We certainly based everything on mutual respect and treated him politely to the utmost extent." Qi Rang observed the puddle of blood soaking through the center of the man's pants. Was this way of lecturing really too polite? Lu Yanli lowered his voice and asked Luinen quietly, "Sis, was it you?" Shaking her head, Luinen looked reproachfully at Lu Yanli. "Big brother, how can you think so poorly of me? Could your sister do something so cruel?" Lu Yanli patted his chest. "That's right, my sister definitely isn't so cruel." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Luinen's light and carefree voice slowly saying, "With just one kick, I completely destroyed his future sexual happiness. Honestly, thinking about it now, it makes me feel uncomfortable because he dirted my shoes." Lu Yanli. "My sister is terrifying." Qi Rang. "Sigh, that sounds excruciating." Fu Linzhou. "His son is going to suffer in the future." Fu Jian. It's his own fault for not thinking this through. If I had known, I would have gone up and stomped on him myself. All the men present, except Fu Jian, subconsciously tightened their legs. For some reason, they all seemed to feel a twinge of pain. Qi Rang carefully chose his words and hesitantly asked, "Doesn't it seem like more than just one kick?" The girl sitting on the sofa lightly raised her hand, a hint of apology and shyness flashing in her eyes. Well, the rest was what I stepped on. As soon as she said this, everyone's gaze immediately focused on her. Lu Yanli asked with a complex look, "How many steps did you take?" The girl unconsciously touched her nose, her eyes darting around, her voice becoming even softer. At that time, my emotions were a bit excited, so I didn't pay attention to how many steps I took. Was it too excessive? Luinen pouted and loudly replied, "Too excessive? He should thank us." A shadow of confusion flashed in the girl's eyes as she repeated dazedly, Thank us?" Luinen straightened her back and responded self-righteously, "Of course. He clearly loves girls so much because he has a dream of being a girl himself. We helped fulfill that dream without him having to go to Thailand, so shouldn't he thank us? Thinking about it, I'm really too kind-hearted for completing such a scumbag's wish." Lu Yanli lowered his head silently. His sister was right. She was truly too kind-hearted. The surrounding air seemed frozen. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Qi Rang turned his head and silently directed his subordinates to carry the man away. "Wait." Luinen's voice rang out at the right moment. Qi Rang, "Miss Lu, do you have any questions?" Luinen took a needle from her pocket and walked over, piercing the man's Rinzhong acupoint. A moment later, the man woke up from unconsciousness, instantly feeling a wave of intense pain. Lowering his head to the source of the pain, he couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. My. Luinen quickly grabbed a rag nearby and stuffed it into his mouth, then calmly returned the needle to her pocket and said to Qi Rang, "No problem. I just think the main character shouldn't miss out on such a wonderful event, so I woke him up to experience this joy." Qi Rang watched the man who wanted nothing more than to kill Luinen at that moment and silently thought. He reckoned the main character probably didn't want this kind of joy after all. The man glared angrily at Luinen, but with broken hands and no strength in his legs, he couldn't even remove the cloth from his mouth. He could only make sounds as he was carried away by the police officers. Watching the man being carried off, Qi Rang finally asked Luinen, "Is Miss Lu a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Luinen nodded and confirmed it. Yes. Beside her, Shen Yi, who had been quietly standing there like background scenery all along, lit up his eyes slightly, wanting to say something but held back due to the occasion. After everything was sorted out here, the group accompanied the police back to the residential area to find the other guests. However, just as they reached the gate of the residential area, they saw the man who was supposed to be deeply unconscious holding Lu Rongyu hostage, slowly walking out from the entrance. "Stop! Don't come closer, or I'll kill her." Chapter 36, Sending the female lead to the police station. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ainen's eyebrows slightly rose. Is there such a good deal? Lu Yanli's eyes also revealed interest. Wasn't this the man who didn't wake up after being slapped several times by him? If he had known that this person would do something like this, he might have spared a few slaps. Lu Rongyu was full of fear as she followed the steps of the Clipper Man, moving forward and kept calling for help. "Save me. He is going to kill me." Lu Ainen looked at the Clipper Man coming out of the darkness. Her gaze touched his swollen cheeks, and she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Wow, Lu Rongyu is impressive. How many slaps does it take to wake someone from my needles? At least now things are mostly resolved. Otherwise, if the Clipper Man woke up earlier, the rescue wouldn't have been so smooth. Lu Yanli overheard his sister's thoughts and felt a bit embarrassed. Phew, fortunately, his sister's technique was good. The Clipper Man didn't wake up after he hit him. Otherwise, the blame would have fallen on Lu Rongyu. Fu Jian just happened to see Lu Yanli's somewhat guilty expression, so he began to dig a hole for Lu Yanli. Pretending to mention it casually, he said, "Yanli, why does your face look so bad? It seems like you're acting like you've done something wrong." After hearing this, Lu Ainen turned her head and looked at her second brother with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, did you beat the Clipper Man's face into that condition?" Lu Yanli's body stiffened. He glared at Fu Jian, who enjoyed causing trouble, and said with insufficient confidence, "Cough cough. Little sister, big brother didn't mean to. I just wanted to find you. Saw a lot of people lying in the living room and wanted to ask about the situation. Then I remembered he was very proactive in answering questions before, so I thought about waking him up with some slaps to ask where you all went." By saying this, he realized something was off and quickly tried to vindicate himself. "I remember giving him several slaps, and he still didn't wake up. Moreover, when I left, he was still lying there. So how is he awake now? Was he faking it?" Lu Ainen slowly turned her gaze, her eyes lightly sweeping over Lu Rongyu and the Clipper Man. She narrowed her eyes. "It should not be possible. My needle pierces deeply, so unless I wake the person up with another prick or use special medicine under the nose, they usually won't wake up." Fu Jian observed those two with an investigative look, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "If that's the case, why did Lu Rongyu stay up late and run to where you live, while bringing along a drug that can awaken someone from unconsciousness?" Lu Yanli also found this suspicious. If she has medicine to awaken, then she must also have drugs to render someone unconscious. So what did she go there for in the middle of the night? To harm you. Lu Ainen's expression became serious as she pondered deeply. Why would Lu Rongyu dare to act so boldly right under the surveillance cameras? Could it be she knows the situation on this island well? Could it be her master's doing? Fu Jian furrowed his brows slightly. Master? This master wants to kill Ainen? It seems that he needs to reinvestigate the people behind this island upon returning. Chi leading listened to their conversation, and looking at Lu Rongyu, he no longer had the urgent eyes wanting to rescue hostages. Mr. Lu, according to your meaning, those two over there are accomplices? Before Lu Ainin could open her mouth, the Clipper man couldn't help shouting. Listen carefully across the way. If you want me to release her, immediately let me leave this island. Otherwise, I'll kill her right away. Saying this, the knife in his hand moved closer to Lu Rongyu. Feeling a stabbing pain in her neck, Lu Rongyu became more afraid. She trembled, her voice thin as a thread. Sister, Big Brother Yanli, save me. To determine whether they are accomplices or not, we'll know once we try. Lu Ainin calmly finished speaking, then indifferently told the Clipper man. Oh, since that's the case, go ahead and kill her. Anyway, letting you leave is impossible. Hearing this, the Clipper man looked flabbergasted. Lu Rongyu was greatly terrified in her heart. A trace of fear and resentment flashed in her eyes. Lu Ainin, don't joke around at a time like this. Lu Ainin shrugged. I'm not joking. If he kills you, then it's just internal strife, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's face drastically changed. What do you mean? Lu Ainin nodded toward the Clipper man. The person holding you hostage was put down by one prick of my needle as I was leaving. Usually, if I don't wake him up, he shouldn't come around. But now, not only is he awake, he ran out of the house, specially ignoring Jejia inside, to kidnap you at your place. If this doesn't indicate that you're in cahoots, I don't know what does. Lu Rongyu froze completely upon hearing this. Before she could think of how to lie her way out, she heard the man behind her yelling angrily. Stop trying to twist things. Wasn't it because of this woman you sent over to wake me up to pry information out of me? Oh wow, so it really was Lu Rongyu who came voluntarily? A glint of intelligence flashed in Lu Ainin's eyes as she continued. Didn't you hear me clearly? Beating you won't wake you up. You'd better think hard about how you woke up. Upon hearing this, the Clipper man instinctively began to recall how he had woken up. After a long pause, a sudden and intense memory fragment violently surfaced. He suddenly remembered that when he first woke up, he seemed to have smelled something pungent. With this thought, he looked at the woman in front of him with suspicion, wondering if she was really on his side. Lu Ainin acutely noticed this subtle change, silently sneering in her heart, but keeping a neutral face. Recalled yet? So, as I said, stop holding her hostage because you two are accomplices anyway. If you overstep your limits, be careful the police's gun accidentally goes off. Single ya, skr. Lu Yanli's anger had been escalating, but after hearing his sister's words and inner thoughts, it was entirely extinguished. As for Fu Jian, he chuckled, revealing dimples on his face despite the tense atmosphere. A trace of barely noticeable panic crept into Lu Rongyu's voice as she retorted indignantly. Lu Ainin, don't lie. I'm not part of his gang. He is the one who held me hostage. Lu Ainin's eyes were sharp, pressing her step by step. If you don't believe me, can you explain why you were creeping into my room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Lu Rongyu bit her lips, her gaze flickering. She hastily fabricated an excuse. It was because I was scared. I wanted to talk to my sister. Yes, that's right. Lu Ainin's lips curled up in a faint smile, sharp and disdainful. Come talk to me at midnight? Are you someone who cannot see sunlight during the day and will disintegrate upon exposure? Lu Rongyu was momentarily choked by Lu Ainin's words, her complexion slightly changing. Urgency and disorder crept into her tone. With an air of, what do I have to lose? I came over because I was afraid, whether you believe me or not. The Clipper man behind her, seeing himself ignored by everyone, lost his temper and started seeking attention. His hand gripping the knife twitched in excitement, leaving Lu Rongyu's neck as he waved it around a few times, growling angrily. Do you think I don't exist? Chi leading quickly seized the opportunity, lightly pressing the trigger. A precise bullet pierced through the wrist holding the knife, causing the weapon to fall with a crisp sound. Immediately, the police officers who had quietly flanked the area sprang into action like leopards, swiftly and nimbly subduing the Clipper man. Lu Rongyu, still reeling from shock, collapsed onto the ground, her hand covering her neck. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her. Looking up, she saw Lu Ainin smiling in front of her. She asked defensively, what do you want to do? Lu Ainin smiled kindly, then stepped aside, looking at Chi leading and pointing at Lu Rongyu. Captain Chi, I strongly suspect that Lu Rongyu is associated with the fraud gang trying to harm me. For my personal safety, I request the police to take her away and investigate thoroughly. Chi leading glanced at Lu Rongyu and solemnly stated, Miss Lu, even without your saying so, we will bring this lady back for questioning. Rest assured, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. After finishing, he called over a subordinate. Officer Chun, you are responsible for taking this lady back to the station for detailed questioning and investigation. Remember, ensure fairness and rigor, allow no mistakes whatsoever. Yes. After saluting, Officer Chen led Lu Rongyu away. As she turned her head back toward Lu Ainin, disbelief and shock filled her eyes. Her voice cracked. Lu Ainin, are you crazy? Chapter 37. The siblings go to the police station. Lu Ainin grinned and beckoned. Once you go there, you must truthfully recount everything. For thinking about ways to harm me all the time, I'll give you something to do, just like a villainous supporting character should. Lu Yanli quietly marveled that his sister was indeed devoted to her persona at every moment. And in Big Brother, Shinjejia heard the commotion outside and hastily ran out of the house. She stopped in front of Lu Ainin and asked worriedly, Ainin, has everyone been rescued? Are you injured? Lu Ainin felt warmth inside, and she patted Shinjejia's head gently, responding softly, I'm not injured. Shinjejia sighed with relief and turned her gaze to her own brother, asking, Big Brother, are you alright? The people present, including Lu Yinan, remained silent. Jia, this tiger girl won't be chased and beaten by her big brother, right? Lu Yanli thought silently that at least his sister wouldn't make him lose face this way. Shun Yi inwardly repeated several times that she is his real sister, but given the onlookers around, he barely managed to hold back from hitting his sister and gritted his teeth while replying. Your big brother is perfectly fine. Shin Jia looked puzzled. She hadn't provoked her brother today, so why did he look like he wanted to beat her? At that moment, Lu Yixuan, He Beichen, Gu Tingyan, and Gu Shichuan also walked out sleepily from the house. Lu Yixuan showed obvious irritation at being woken up, asking, "What are you guys doing? So much noise." Lu Rongyu noticed Lu Yixuan and immediately sought help with an appealing look, saying, "Brother, Yixuan brother save me. Lu Yinan is sending me to the police station." Upon hearing this, Lu Yixuan's drowsiness vanished instantly. He quickly stepped forward and blocked the police officer who was pulling Lu Rongyu, saying angrily, "Let go of Rongyu. Lu Yinan, why do you let the police take Rongyu to the station?" Looking at Lu Yixuan obstructing the police, Lu Yinan's smile was utterly cold. "She intended to harm me, so I let the police take her away. Is there anything wrong with that?" Lu Yixuan didn't believe it and retorted indignantly, "How could that be? She is your sister." Lu Yinan smiled lightly, but her smile exuded irony and distance. "My sister? Any stray cat or dog can claim to be my sister now." Lu Yixuan was stunned, and anger surged within him as he questioned harshly. "Grandma long ago recorded Rongyu under uncle's name. How can she not be your sister? You should let the police release Rongyu right now." Lu Yinan no longer wished to argue pointlessly with Lu Yixuan over such matters. "Since you both have such deep sibling affection, why don't we all go visit the police station together?" With indifference, Lu Yinan said to Captain Qi. "Captain Qi, Lu Yixuan came here with Lu Rongyu. Why don't you take him along and question him too? Maybe he knows something about it." Captain Qi stared expressionlessly at Lu Yixuan, who was obstructing the duty, then nodded. "If they were together, indeed, we should thoroughly ask them questions." He then turned to summon 2 other policemen. "You 2 come over as well and bring this gentleman along." As Lu Yixuan saw the 2 police officers approaching, disbelief flooded his expression. "Lu Yinan, how dare you? I am your younger brother. What did I do for the police to arrest me?" A trace of annoyance flickered across Lu Yanli's brows as he replied coolly, "What nonsense. An only has an elder brother, not a younger brother. Stop seeking unnecessary attention. Aren't you curious why the police took Lu Rongyu? It will be clear if you go together. Don't worry, the old lady cherishes both of you so much. She will bail you out soon enough, of course, only if you haven't done anything wrong. Second brother you." Seeing the unfamiliarity in his second brother's demeanor, Lu Yixuan felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, Rongyu was right. Since Lu Yinan had returned, everything changed in the family compared to before. In the past, although second brother didn't return to the old house often, he would never treat him this way. This differential treatment stirred up inexplicable resentment in Lu Yixuan's heart. He glared furiously at Lu Yinan, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. "All because of you, Lu Yinan. Ever since you came back, you've caused chaos in our home. You're a harbinger of bad luck." Lu Yanli rushed forward with malevolence evident in his eyes and threw a heavy punch at Lu Yixuan's face. His voice was icy cold, almost brittle, as he spoke. "Lu Yixuan, does that mean I have spoiled you? Who exactly are you calling a harbinger of bad luck? We don't even know what kind of person you are anymore. Do you dare talk about my sister like this? Do you believe I'd rip your teeth out?" Lu Yixuan wiped his finger with blood staining his fingertip. Anger twisted his features as his voice rang full of rage. "Lu Yanli, I call you second brother out of respect, and you dare hit me?" As he raised his fist in retaliation, one of the nearby policemen quickly restrained him from striking back. Captain Qi barked coldly. "Sir, with police officers present, do you still plan on engaging in a brawl?" Lu Yixuan, wiping the blood from his lip, pointed accusingly at Lu Yanli. "He hit me first, so why aren't you arresting him?" After listening to this, Qi Rang turned around and gave a perfunctory lecture to Lu Yanli. "Mr. Lu, next time you must not resort to violence. It's interfering with our work." With a defiant look towards Lu Yixuan, Lu Yanli smirked as he apologized to Qi Rang. "Yes, I was wrong. Next time, I will definitely not get in your way of official duties." Qi Rang nodded, signaling his subordinates to quickly take both of them away. Seeing that Lu Yixuan was now useless, Lu Rongyu turned her eyes toward He Beichen standing beside her and pleaded pitiably, "Beichen brother, please save me, all right?" He Beichen looked somewhat compassionate upon seeing Lu Rongyu's appearance, but frowned as he turned to Lu Yinan. "Lu Yinan, Rongyu is still your family." Lu Yinan, with an expressionless face, cut He Beichen off. "So what? Mr. He, do you want to join these 2 siblings for a trip to the police station?" She sneered and continued. "Do you know what happened here? Do you know what Rongyu did, yet you dare to plead on her behalf? Or do you think the police station belongs to me, and I can let people go whenever I want?" Caught speechless by Lu Yinan's remarks, He Beichen eventually shut his mouth and decided not to say anything more. Qi Rang helplessly said to Lu Rongyu, "Miss, we're just performing routine inquiries with you. Stop making it seem like we're dragging you off to be executed, alright?" Impatient, he waved his hand. "Quickly escort these 2 out of here." After Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixuan were taken away by the police, the other officers who had been rescuing the hostages also returned. Behind them came the crew NPCs looking exhausted and frightened. After scanning through those present, Lu Yinan asked curiously, "Where's the butler Wang who brought us over?" One of the officers who had come along replied, "He tried to escape while telling the scammers about your situation once he landed on the island. We caught him attempting to run." Luinen understood immediately. Ah, that's why I haven't seen him. Betrayed, huh? Back in the day, wouldn't he have been pelted with rotten eggs for 3 days? Qi Rang checked the number of people present and involuntarily furrowed his brow. Aren't there 2 people missing? Shen Jieja looked around and said, hearing Sister He Tingyu and elder sister Qin Yin are gone. Qi Rang immediately summoned a staff member. Kindly, take these 2 female officers to search for them. Standing nearby, Luinen's gaze flickered, sensing something was amiss. Considering the loud noise earlier, there's no way they couldn't have heard it. How could they sleep through all this? She recalled the gossip she'd heard before and Fu Jian's mention of how each house was equipped with male and female servants, her eyes lighting up slightly. Could they? Immediately, Luinen adjusted her expression and put on a sincere, worried face, but excitement still tinged her tone. I've thought about it. With such a commotion earlier, they didn't wake up. Something might have happened to them. Why don't we go check on them? Chapter 38. Qin Yin and He Tingyu's scandal is discovered. Lu Yanli's eyes also couldn't hide his excitement. He had heard his sister's inner voice and was eagerly craving a piece of this gossipy watermelon. So he quickly added, that's right. With something so big happening and such loud noises outside, they didn't wake up at all. That's really abnormal. Let's go check it out. It's quite worrying. Fu Jian looked at the similar expressions of eagerness on both siblings' faces and chuckled with a shake of his head. No wonder they were siblings. Their desire for gossip was unmistakably identical. Still, he inconspicuously glanced at Lu Yanli, realizing that Anin's parents and brother must have been able to hear her thoughts. Qi Rang, don't think he didn't see through your intentions. You two just want to go check out the commotion. He pondered a bit. Luinen, after all, contributed greatly with her efforts here. This being a live stream, those 2 guests should not possibly be involved in anything serious, most likely having just slept too deeply without hearing the sounds, or maybe, like Luinen before, drank themselves unconscious. Going to take a look wouldn't be much of an issue. Thus, he nodded. All right, then let's trouble the production staff to lead us over there. Following the steps of the production crew, the group headed towards Qin Yin and He Tingyu's room. Upon entering the living room, they immediately noticed that though no one was around, numerous bottles of liquor were sprawled all over haphazardly. Seeing this grand spectacle before her, Luinen grew even more excited. Mommy Maya, I asked for a truckload of alcohol to intoxicate the surveillance guys, but look how much alcohol they brought. Wow, they really went all out. With determined strides, the group ascended to the 2nd floor, arriving at the door of the room, where they found the door slightly ajar, not tightly closed. The staff member politely knocked first. Ladies, would you mind opening the door? After waiting a while, not a single sound came from inside. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Luinen peeked into the room through the gap in the door. Shen Jieja also stacked her head atop Luinen's and looked inside. Then, the 2 simultaneously let out exclamation sounds. My word, this exciting. Even the staff members leading them up were very curious and also quietly crept closer. The door creaked wider unintentionally, and finally everyone could clearly see what was inside the room. Everyone's pupils widened as they stared at the shocking sight, struck silent by disbelief. On the disheveled bed lay Qin Yin and He Tingyu, both in disarrayed clothing, while 3 or 4 male servants each laid at their feet, another few lying helter-skelter under the bed, and wine bottles scattered all over around the bed. Time seemed frozen in this absurd moment. Stunned by the unexpected scene, no one moved a muscle for quite some time. Finally regaining consciousness from the shock, a female police officer swiftly took action and shut the door. Fu Jian immediately covered Luinen's eyes, pulling her aside, his tone icy. Don't look, it will dirty your eyes. Lu Yanli also snapped back from his astonishment, his expression sour. If I knew it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have come upstairs. Shinny quickly pulled his own younger sister aside as well, scolding. You two too. Why do you meddle in such nonsense? The 2 girls guiltily stuck out their tongues. Inside her heart, Luinen silently critiqued. I imagine they might play around, but I never thought they'd go this far. And this is still a live broadcast. Who would have guessed they'd be so unrestrained? He Beichin stood behind the group, his face incredibly grim. At this moment, Qi Rang inwardly regretted it greatly. He should not have presumed there wouldn't be anything serious happening and so trustingly brought them over here. Now they've completely lost face. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke with a trembling voice due to anger. You 2 go inside and wake them up and bring them out. After which, he hurried the others to leave. 2 policewomen went inside to wake up the pair. As the others making their way down the stairs heard sharp shrieks coming from the room. Why are the police here? He Tingyu shouted hysterically. Luinen fiddled with her ears. Oh, their spirits seem pretty good. At this moment, Qin Yin was utterly panic-stricken. She thought about things a lot more. It's finished. Yesterday we played too happily and forgot that we were still broadcasting. Who knows if these things haven't spread already? She quickly glanced around the room. Thankfully, there were no cameras installed in the upstairs bedrooms, which meant last night's antics hadn't gone public yet. She breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, the 2 policewomen expressed coldly. Ladies, we just captured a group of criminals on this island. For safety reasons, please pack your belongings quickly and proceed downstairs immediately. The entire island is about to enter a full lockdown mode. Thereafter, the 2 policewomen violently roused all the people lying on the floor and dragged each man away one by one. Everyone outside looked at the disheveled, pale-faced men with bruises all over their bodies and was speechless. These 2 were truly terrifying. Luinen kept clicking her tongue in her heart, but she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the staff member who opened the door had been secretly recording on his phone. When the staff saw Luinen looking at him, He acted as if nothing had happened and put his phone away, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Lu Anin didn't expose him and even felt a bit regretful. Alas, if only I could record, I would have captured it all. This could absolutely be used as Qin Yin's handle, so she wouldn't keep trying to get close to my second brother under the guise of work. Lu Yanli's heart warmed upon hearing this. His sister really loved him. After Qin Yin and He Tingyu tidied up and came down, everyone's eyes landed on the two women, filled with indescribable emotions. He Tingyu glanced around at everyone's strange looks, wanting to snap, but caught He Beichen's cold glare and lowered her head guiltily. Qin Yin, however, assumed an expression of pitiful vulnerability, lightly biting her lower lip, her eyes slightly red, as if ready to overflow with tears, which she considered proof of her innocence. Last night, those 10 male servants walked in saying they wanted to drink alcohol. We thought it was a task from the production team and did not refuse. We don't know how we got so drunk. When we woke up, we found ourselves in that situation. The police said there are criminals on this island. You must interrogate them thoroughly. This is definitely a conspiracy. Please clear our names. Chi Rang perfunctorily nodded. Understood. We'll ask. Qin Yin. Knew Chi Rang was being dismissive and distrusting her. Qin Yin grew irritated but dared not act since she feared the police might discover more of her deeds, so she suppressed her anger for now. Chi Rang ignored Qin Yin's angry gaze and said gravely, "Now that everyone's accounted for, let's head to the beach. We'll send you back." He Tingyu glanced around and loudly exclaimed, "Wait, 2 people are missing. Rong Yu and Yi Xian brother aren't here." Chapter 39. How could you be the wicked female supporting character? The air seemed to be pressed pause by an invisible hand, and it instantly became quiet. Everyone fell silent in unison. Finally, Xun Yi said tactfully, "Lu Yixuan and Lu Rongyu left for some other reasons, so they won't be going with us." He tinged frowned slightly, a look of confusion flashing across her eyes. The variety show isn't over yet. How could Rongyu and brother Yixuan leave? Her eyes glanced at Lu Anin, who was chatting and laughing with Lu Yanli beside her. There was suddenly more sharpness and questioning in her gaze as she turned her spearhead directly towards Lu Anin. "Lu Anin, was it something you did? You chased Rongyu away." "Shut up." A roar of anger interrupted He Tingyu's irrational complaints. He Tingyu looked at He Beichen with disbelief. "He Beichen, you yelled at me?" There was a raging fire burning in He Beichen's eyes, his tone cold like ice. "If you say one more word, I'll tell father everything you've done here when we go back." "You?" He Tingyu's voice carried a suppressed rage that couldn't be put into words, but upon noticing the seriousness and determination in He Beichen's eyes, that anger was suddenly quenched as if doused with a bucket of cold water. It turned into a scornful laugh, and she remained silent. Seeing He Tingyu fall quiet, He Beichen turned to Team Leader Qi, his tone carrying a hint of apology barely noticeable. "Team Leader Qi, sorry for making you wait. We can set off now." Lu Anin looked at He Beichen with some amusement in her eyes. "Wow, looks like Lu Rongyu didn't manage to win He Beichen over due to the sudden situation here. He seems to have a clear mind." Lu Anin then looked at Gu Tingyin, who hadn't spoken throughout the time and seemed lost in thought. TCH, the storyline has veered off too much. The male protagonist is not following the plot, neither is the male supporting character giving it all he's got. What a useless god's eye view I've got. Gu Tingyin noticed Lu Anin's gaze and looked at her curiously. "What's wrong?" Lu Anin leaned in a little closer, covering her mouth with her hand and coughed lightly before asking, "What do you feel about Lu Rongyu being taken away?" Gu Tingyin found it strange why Lu Anin would ask such a question. He uncertainly replied, "Good catch." Lu Anin. "Geez, good catch." Her expression showed a fleeting moment of incomprehension before asking persistently, "Isn't there any kind of pain, urgency, or desire to rescue her immediately?" Upon hearing this, Gu Tingyian's expression changed somewhat disdainfully. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Lu Anin. "All right. Now it's confirmed that the male protagonist has deviated way too far from his character." Fu Jian looked at Gu Tingyan with some surprise. How could this guy be the male protagonist? Why? Lu Yanli also wanted to know, what qualifications does Da Gu have to be the male protagonist? Gu Tingyan saw Lu Inan looking rather disappointed and caught a glimpse of a flash of light in her eyes. "Why do you think I should save Lu Rongyu?" Lu Inan responded casually and dismissively. "Maybe because I'm sick." Gu Tingyan. The group eventually arrived by the sea where Lu's father and mother and Lu Wenjing were still waiting on the shore. They only breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Unan and Lu Yanli descending intact. The show's cruise ship had already docked nearby. Jin Fanghua, along with Jin Yin and director Su stepped down from the deck and waited on the shore for them. Lu Unan feigned astonishment as she stepped forward. "Grandpa Jin? Why are you and Jin Yin here?" Jin Fanghua smiled warmly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemingly filled with kindness. "I saw Jian on the live stream and felt something wasn't right, so I called director Su. When I learned that something happened here, I was worried about all of you and came over." Lu Unan smiled gratefully. "You made me worry, Grandpa Jin." Jin Fanghua's pleasant laughter was like a warm breeze brushing past. His eyes sparkled with approval. "You little thing, every single time you manage to make this old man admire your cleverness. You alone managed to save so many people." Lu Unan scratched her head shyly and grinned proudly. "It's okay. My master praised me before, saying I'm the strongest in the school." Jin Yin stood beside her, dramatically opening his mouth wide. "So, and it isn't Lin Daiyu who mourns fallen flowers, but Lu's sister who rips out willow trees." Lu Unan. Doesn't sound like praise? Lu Yanli. He actually found Jin Yan's words quite reasonable. Beautiful big sister. All their attention was immediately drawn to this tender cry. Luinen turned around and saw the little girl who had asked her to save her sister in the basement running towards her with a radiant smile brighter than any glow, followed by the kind and courageous girl. Luinen squatted down, catching the running little girl in her arms, pinching her cheeks gently with tenderness in her voice. How did you come over? The little girl raised the string of shell bracelets she had been holding and shoved it excitedly into Luinen's hands. I came to thank my sister. Thank you for saving my sister. I want to be as amazing as you when I grow up. She pointed at the bracelet now in Luinen's hand and said sweetly, my sister and I made this out of the shells we collected on the island. It's a gift for you. Luinen stared at the bracelet in her palm and was overwhelmed by a wave of tenderness that was hard to express. Her voice grew even softer. Thank you. You will definitely become someone even better than me. At that moment, the older sister approached as well, gratitude overflowing from her eyes. She bowed deeply to Luinen, her voice trembling with excitement. Miss Lu, thank you for saving both my sister and me. Luinen stood up and gently supported the young woman up, saying softly, you don't need to be so formal. You also saved yourselves. Wiping the tears off her face, the girl continued, I really can't thank you enough, Miss Lu. If it weren't for you, I might have. Luinen lightly shook her head and consoled her. Don't think too much about it. It's all over now. Then she gently turned the girl's shoulders toward the vast horizon where the ocean met the sky. Her voice was like the first ray of morning sunlight, delicate but filled with strength. Look, the sun is rising. It's a brand new day, and you're starting afresh too. The girl remained entranced by the slowly unfolding morning light. The golden sunshine illuminated her face, as if brightening her heart too. She nodded lightly, tears trickling down, not as a mark of sorrow but as an emblem of release and hope. Yes, a new day has come. Everything's behind us now, and everything should start anew. Satisfied, Luinen gave the reinvigorated girl a gentle pat on the shoulder. Then she watched them board the police cruiser heading home, waving to bid them farewell. So, how could we let those bastards go unpunished? Fu Jian's deep gaze fixed upon Luinen. So how could she possibly be the evil female supporting character? The people around were touched by this unexpected twist, their faces etched with complicated emotions as they looked at the receding figure, then toward the dawn revealing itself on the horizon. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone paused momentarily in their thoughts. The sun has risen. Chapter 40. Exposing He Tingyu's melon. As the red sun hung high in the sky, thoroughly driving away the last trace of the night's chill, they averted their gaze, composed themselves, and boarded the production team's cruise ship. Luinen walked at the back. Seeing Qin Yin and He Tingyu who had already boarded, she paused for a moment and tactfully said to Qi Rang, Qi Captain, perhaps you should come aboard as well. I have some questions about this island. As she spoke, she casually glanced at Qin Yin and He Tingyu. Honestly speaking, He Tingyu is troublesome when she gets on board, but it's a good chance to send some work to Captain Qi. Qi Rang immediately understood Luinen's hint and was startled inwardly. Could the fraudsters be related to these two? He nodded seriously with a steady voice. All right, we also need to confirm some details about the rescue mission with Miss Lu. Luinen nodded her head, and the group boarded the cruise ship. Just as everyone reached the cruise ship, the police released a bulletin on Weibo that instantly ignited the public's enthusiasm. The Dream Vacation Island fraud case successfully solved. All victims rescued safely. This announcement was like a giant rock thrown into a still lake, causing ripples. Weibo exploded instantly with discussions, speculations, and exclamations intertwined. Goodness me, I said it before. How could Director Su possibly have such large-scale scenarios? It turns out it was a fraudster's trick. Scary when you think about it. Why would the fraudsters arrange such plots? Is it to wait until the live broadcast, and then deceive more people to come? This is too terrifying. If the production team and the police hadn't discovered it, how many victims would there have been? Isn't that why Miss Lu Inen dared to appear on camera, behaving like a rich woman choosing male models? She probably found issues beforehand. How smart is that sister? How did she discover it? What about the guests? Where is Director Su? Speak up quick. Yes. Why hasn't the production team spoken up yet? Is our brother hurt? Director Su saw the message on Weibo and gathered the guests to explain the situation on Weibo. He informed them that an emergency live broadcast might need to take place on board to reassure the public. All the guests agreed. Luinen gently suggested to the nearby Qi Rang, Captain Qi, you can join us as well. Upon hearing this, Qin panicked. She remembered what Luinen had previously said about being able to read faces. Could Luinen really do it? Qi Rang was unaware of Qin Yin's panic. He only wondered what Luinen intended by doing this. Thus, he nodded his head, followed behind Luinen onto the deck, and stood beside Director Su. After the production team adjusted all the equipment, a large screen was placed in front of the guests so they could see comments from viewers and interact. With everything prepared, the live stream began, and the audience flooded into the live stream room almost instantaneously. Many were drawn in by the news on Weibo, and the number of viewers kept increasing. Finally live, sob, seeing my older brother and younger sister safe, I am reassured. Phew, Shun Yi and Jejia are also fine. Great, Shichuan is still as handsome, and Gu Doggo looks proper. Ying, Beichen and his younger sister are also alright. Thank goodness no one is injured. From Weibo, are all those male and female servants really fraudsters? After the guests reported safety one by one, the host arranged next to them started addressing some of the viewers' concerns. At this point, several comments appeared, instantly drawing everyone's attention and momentarily silencing the relaxed atmosphere. Why isn't Yixian here if everyone else is? Yes, that's right. Lu Yixian and Rongyu sister aren't here either. Director, what's going on? Why isn't Lu Yixian and Rongyu's sister here? The host carefully chose his words and explained to the audience. Yixian and Rongyu, due to some personal reasons, temporarily parted ways from us. They will reappear in later episodes. What kind of personal reasons? The studio hasn't issued any statement. Our Yixian takes work most seriously. How could he leave early? Are Lu Yixian and Lu Rongyu injured? The host hurriedly explained. Neither Yixian nor Rongyu are injured. They just left ahead of time, due to some matters. Yitingyu couldn't hold back and coldly snorted. Isn't it because someone was overly arrogant and intolerant of others who were better than her, chasing them away? Am I right, Luinen? What does Yitingyu mean? Was Lu Yixian driven away by Luinen? How could that be possible? Sister Lu didn't even bother talking to them before. I think this might be the truth. Weren't it clear before that the Lu Yanli siblings and the Lu Yixian siblings didn't get along? No way. Water Lily House has collapsed? Bullying juniors? The rising anger in Lu Yanli's eyes was about to explode into insults when Lu Unin's emotionless voice cut through every corner with clarity. How could I compare to you? The one who drove someone to suicide, the society big sister. Lu Unin's words were cold and cutting, a smirk of mockery curling at her lips. See that? Just what I said. This performance directly lands straight in Qi Rang's mouth. Lu Yanli's eyes lit up. What was this? It seemed like some massive and shocking revelation. Yitingyu's face immediately turned ashen, and she roared furiously. Lu Unin, what nonsense are you spewing? Lu Unin scoffed coldly. Am I lying? Did you not trap your annoying classmates in the bathroom and flush toilet water down their throats? Did you not drag prettier female classmates into secluded corners, strip them of their clothes, and take photos? Or did you not bully your classmates so badly they committed suicide? Upon hearing this, Yitingyu shot up abruptly, her trembling finger pointed at Lu Unin, her voice distorted by fear and anger. Lu Unin, shut up. This is pure defamation. He Beichin also wore a grave expression, full of warning in his eyes. Miss Lu, be cautious with your words. Among those present. In the live stream room. What the hell? What did I just hear? Is it true? Is Yitingyu the real-life society queen? Then in that case, what about He Beichin? Could he be any good either? As if to confirm this suspicion, Lu Unin let out a light laugh. Huh. Watch your words? Which word have I spoken incorrectly? Yitingyu, do you actually think that all those nasty things you've done at school can go unnoticed because your father and your good brother always clean up after you, allowing you to stay carefree as a lady? Yitingyu immediately lost all color from her face, her body slightly shaking, a foreboding sensation welling up inside her. What did she mean? Impossible. Those matters had been thoroughly resolved. There shouldn't be any evidence left. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Unin's gaze became sharp, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. Yitingyu, have you ever heard this phrase? Yitingyu barely steadied her emotions. What phrase? Lu Unin's eyes brimmed with icy disdain, enunciating each word deliberately. A spark can set fire to a whole plane. With Lu Unin's last sentence, as though a signal had been activated, a storm began brewing online. On Weibo, anonymous and verified reports sprouted like mushrooms after rain, every single one pointing directly at the secrets Yitingyu had tried to bury. I am filing an official complaint against Yitingyu for bullying my daughter and driving her to commit suicide. The chairman of Boda Group, He Tian, in order to protect his daughter, hired gangsters to beat up my husband. My husband has been hospitalized, and we've been driven out of our house by them. They want us dead. I'm also making a formal accusation. Just because Yitingyu fancied a boy who confessed to me, she got a group of hooligans to trap me in a back alley, stripped my clothes off, took pictures of me, and Yitingyu ruined my life. I'm also accusing Yitingyu. As more and more victims came forward, more truth surfaced, completely blowing up Yitingyu's name on Weibo. A sea of furious viewers flooded the live chat, attacking Yitingyu. A bully like her even wants to become a star? She really thinks karma won't catch up to her. Yitingyu should leave now. Such a disgusting person deserves to be taken away by the police. He Beichin should be blacklisted too. People like this don't deserve to be in the entertainment industry. Seeing the comments scroll endlessly, Yitingyu's face went pale. She yelled loudly. It's not true. I didn't do it. You have no evidence. You're slandering me. Evidence. Lu Unin smiled calmly, as though having anticipated this reaction, her voice as tranquil as still water. Alright then, here's the evidence. Chapter 41 Continue exposing Qin Yin's secrets. Your phone must contain quite a few videos like this, right? Lu Anan said slowly. Yitingyu's body seemed frozen by an invisible force at that moment. Her whole body was cold, and she tried to act calm as she argued. No. How could there not be any? Aren't you the one who loves recording videos like this? Lu Anan's face suddenly turned cold. You even shared these videos with your little followers. They all have copies, don't they? Yitingyu's body stiffened even more, her voice shaking heavily. I haven't done these things. Did Sister Lu install a camera on Yitingyu? Yes, this drama is unfolding in HD, isn't it? A disdainful smirk played on Lu Anan's lips as she gave a light snort. Until death do us part. Alright, we'll know if we just open it up and take a look, won't we? Weren't you carrying this phone when you arrived? Seeing the situation, Qi Rang gestured to his subordinate to find Yitingyu's phone. When Yitingyu saw the police leaving, she completely panicked, her gait unsteady as she tried to stop them. The police at the door firmly blocked her. Yitingyu struggled with all her might. Move out of the way. Don't dare to search my phone. Have you heard me? This is an invasion of my privacy. You will regret it if I let my dad know about this. Yitingyu. He Beichin loudly interrupted Yitingyu's hysteria, turning around and fixing his gaze directly at Qi Rang. His tone carried a mix of dissatisfaction and warning. Just because of Lu Ainan's unsubstantiated words, you're violating someone's privacy. Isn't this way of doing things too hasty? A nearby staff member could no longer hold back and chimed in. You should check Weibo. The victims have come forward already. Why are you still trying to defend yourself? One helpful staff member pulled up Weibo and projected it onto the big screen, showing all the guests immediately the red-hot trending topic. He Tingyu, Boda Group, He Tian, He Beichin, followed by the explosive boom word. Additionally, the top few posts were all real name or anonymous accusations targeting He Tingyu and her family. He Beichin's expression darkened instantly. How could it be so coincidental that all these people showed up at once? At this point, the police officer who had gone out found He Tingyu's phone and returned. Chi Rang took it with gloved hands, unlocking the phone to find a password lock. Miss He, what is your phone's password? He Tingyu's eyes darted around uncertainly, revealing some wariness and unease. I will not tell you. Chi Rang stared coldly at her. What? Do you have many secrets? Despite this, everyone probably has lots of secrets on their phones. But watching He Tingyu's reaction to finding out her phone couldn't be opened, it clearly brought her a sigh of relief, which drew a mocking smile from Lu Ainan. Tisk, if I'm hammering, I'll definitely finish the job. Today, I am determined to prove that old Lu has X-ray vision. Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu. Lu Wenjing. Lu Yanli. How did our obedient daughter/sister suddenly become a monkey? Commander Chi, try 0819. He Tingyu's face lost all color, her eyes filled with disbelief and panic. How do you know? Lu Ainan tilted her head innocently. What do you mean? Knowing that you like my cousin or using his birthday as your phone password? There's no denying that this scandalous field is really working overtime, without a single miss. He Tingyu began trembling all over. Lu Ainan knew everything. How did she know? After lowering his head and entering the code, Chi Rang successfully unlocked the phone without issue. Opening the photo album, every video he encountered was laced with malice. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and sharp insight flickered in his eyes. Don't look. You're not allowed to look. He Tingyu's piercing scream cut through the air. She recklessly lunged toward Chi Rang. Chi Rang glanced at the two subordinates standing nearby, who immediately understood and rushed to grab He Tingyu. The silver handcuffs sparkled sharply under the sunlight. Chi Rang placed the phone into an evidence bag and said slowly, Miss He, we now suspect you to be involved in a suicide case. We kindly request your cooperation in accompanying us down to the station. Upon hearing this, He Beichin's form trembled slightly. Instantly, a surge of uncontrollable anger erupted within him. What an idiot. She actually left all the evidence behind. As he was about to step forward to argue, Chi Rang, as if seeing through his thoughts, turned around with a faint smile curling his lips. Mr. He, don't rush. You'll come along as well. He Beichin. This time, another sibling pair gets a trip to the police station. Viewers watching the live stream were utterly shocked. Wait, can someone tell me how exactly Lu Ainan knows all this? And she even knows where the evidence is? Who remembers the sister saying she can read faces? Could it all be from reading faces? Back then, the sister said something about Qin Yin. Seeing this comment after several chapters without any screen time, Qin Nuoching glanced meaningfully at a slightly uneasy Qin Yin and asked Lu Ainan provocatively, Lu Ainan, was this really from reading faces? Upon hearing this, Lu Ainan looked at Qin Nuoching and slightly raised her eyebrows. Oh, so this guy is still around. Do you doubt it? Qin Nuoching glanced at Qin Yin and smirked mockingly. Didn't you say before that you noticed something from my sister's face? Tell me, what did you see on my sister's face? A fleeting flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ainan's eyes. This kid Qin Nuoching can really lay a trap for his own sister. Even Lu Yanli was shocked. This kid is truly screwing over his sister. Qin Yin's expression paused momentarily upon hearing this. She quickly adjusted her emotions, trying to maintain an elegant smile. There's no need for that, right? If I reveal who I have a crush on, I might disturb them. Scared me half to death. When I saw Qin Yin's expression change just now, I almost thought there was going to be a big fire in her backyard. It turns out Qin Yin fears this matter. She has always said she has a secret crush, but not even the paparazzi could uncover it. Then maybe we shouldn't let Lu Ainan speak anymore. Judging by Qin Yin's reaction, the person she likes probably isn't someone from the entertainment circle. It really would disturb them. My intuition tells me it's not simple. In Qin Nuoching's words, there was a hint of insistent teasing. No way. I'm actually quite curious. Miss Lu was so serious back then, so I'm genuinely curious if she can say something meaningful. At worst, she won't mention your crush. Lu Ainan found Qin Nuoching's attitude somewhat strange. Why does he seem so eager to know about Qin Yin's situation? I'll peek into the drama grapevine. Qin Nuoching. Holy crap. No wonder. Next to her, Lu Yanli also perked up his ears like an antenna. Is this kid involved in some drama too? After finishing the melon to eat, a Chinese idiom for gossip, Lu Ainan became more determined to expose Qin Yin thoroughly. Smiling at Qin Nuoching, she said, all right, then I'll tell you what I see. Hearing this, Qin Yin hurriedly tried to stop her. I don't like exposing my privacy to the public. With a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips, Qin Nuoching teased with a soft tone. Sister, aren't you scared? Did you do something bad? Qin Yin turned her head to give Qin Nuoching a warning look, her voice tinged with a bit of threat. How could that be, little Nuoching? Don't you remember? Your second brother asked me to take care of you before he left and told you not to talk nonsense outside. Qin Nuoching froze slightly, a shadow of hesitation crossing his face. Miss Qin Yin, are you threatening your younger brother? Qin Yin stiffened slightly once again, imperceptibly. Facing Lu Ainan, she revealed a gentle smile. Sister Anan is joking. Lu Anan's smile carried a deeper meaning. Is that so? I thought Sister Qin was deliberately reminding him that his brother is still in your hands. Chapter 42. Qin Nua's True Identity. Everyone. Live broadcast room. Qi Rang silently sat back down, ready for more action. Qin Yintong's pupils slightly contracted as she forced a stiff laugh. Anan? What do you mean by that? Lu Anan frowned with some frustration. Miss Qin Yintong, are you not clear? How could I not understand? After all, you've imprisoned so many youths. How could you not know what this means? Qi Rang. Mommy, this is a big case. He quickly sent a message to the department, urging them to keep an eye on the live broadcast and prepare to rescue hostages. Big socks, is this even Chinese? Why can't I understand it? No way. Lu Anan shouldn't be talking nonsense right from the start. There's no way Yin would do such a thing. Exactly. Our Yin has had 0 scandals since her debut. The only one being when she confessed her unrequited love. Impossible. Lu Anan, charlatan, ridiculous. Seeing the chat comments, Qin Yintong felt a little calmer inside. She should not have been so nervous. Her secrets were hidden deeply. There's no way Lu Anan could know about them. Anan, I don't know why you're slandering me. Maybe He Ting Yu has been under your family's watchful eyes, but you're still young, so stop using superstition to deceive people. Qin Yintong skillfully tried to shift the blame onto young naivety and baseless claims due to superstitious beliefs. Lu Anan shook her head mockingly. Another one who won't believe until they hit rock bottom. However, I like this type. It's satisfying to reveal the truth. Building number 583 Jingwu Road, Jiangming City. Huyang Villa area, building 5. Does this place sound familiar? Those boys you locked up in the basement, am I right? Lu Anan stared sharply at Qin Yintong. Kidnapping? All of them. Damn. Now I get why my boyfriend hasn't come to find me. Qin Yintong took him. Is Qin Yintong a demon, collecting yang energy for yin supplementation? And she talks about secret loves, but chains men instead. When Qin Yintong heard Lu Anan say this address, panic flashed through her eyes against her will. How did she know? Could she really tell just by looking? Standing nearby, Qin Nua's expression changed instantly. A sense of urgency leaked through his words. What you're saying, is it true? Did she really imprison everyone there? Lu Anan nodded. Just let Team Leader Qi send someone to check and you'll know. Qin Nua cast a pleading look toward Qi Rang. Qi Rang spoke gravely. People have already been sent out to search. Upon hearing this, Qin Nua became restless, fidgeting anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still. Lu Anan looked over and softly said, "You don't need to worry, your brother is fine." At these words, Qin Nua's eyes shot towards Lu Anan, flickering with unrelenting concern yet a desperate desire for confirmation. Really? Lu Anan gently nodded. Yes. With a slight reduction of the heavy burden in his heart, Qin Nua slowly exhaled a long breath and his body relaxed, sinking back into his chair. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Anan then asked in a concerned but hesitant tone, "Do you want to reveal the truth?" A bitter smile curled on Qin Nua's lips. The sadness in his eyes was boundless, longing for the day he could reveal the truth and expose Qin Yintong's true face. Yeah, I dream of the day I can tell the truth and reveal Qin Yintong's real self. Hearing this, Lu Anan had mixed feelings but quietly nodded. You can speak now. Realizing what was about to happen, Qin Yintong snapped back to reality and quickly rose to try and prevent Qin Nua from spilling the beans. However, just as she stood up, Gu Shichuan subtly stretched his leg out and tripped her hard. 2 female officers standing guard immediately restrained Qin Yintong and pinned her to the chair. Kicking and struggling, Qin Yintong cried out, "Let me go. I haven't done anything. Why are you treating me like this?" Cold-faced, Qi Rang responded sharply. "Miss Qin, due to allegations of illegally detaining innocent teenagers, you are considered a suspect in this case. We have every right and duty to detain and investigate you, which is justified and within the law." Then, he made a slight gesture toward Qin Nua, his voice carrying an authoritative demand. "Go ahead." Qin Nua's eyes clouded over as if enveloped by thick fog, dimming their usual brightness. Yet in a calm tone, he began revealing the truth. "My original name is Shi Nua, my brother's name is Shi Cheng. The 2 of us are orphans. Since we were little in the orphanage, we were always praised for our good looks. People said we would become big stars. Once we grew up, my brother, as expected, was scouted by talent scouts. And when I went with him to sign the contract, I was also noticed and signed." Qin Nua paused for a moment, his expression becoming pained. "My brother and I truly believed we were destined to become big stars, but little did we know that it was all a conspiracy. It was Qin Yin's plot." He glared at Qin Yin, each word as if squeezed out through gritted teeth, filled with an indelible hatred. The company we went to wasn't even an entertainment agency. It was Qin Yin's trading ground to gain favor with some tycoons. We artists she signed were all her commodities. To expand her network, she treated us young men who were deceived into her trap as mere objects, forcing us to serve drinks in dirty games, where we were just a trivial piece of it. To satisfy those perverted people, she drugged us just to please those twisted social elites and financial magnates. 6 spirited young boys lost their lives because of Qin Yin. Everyone gasped in horror. 6? Is Qin Yin still human? Qin Nua sneered bitterly. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Over the years, so that we could better serve as tools to entertain her customers, Qin Yin tested each one of us. Even the slightest dissatisfaction led to excruciating torture. Because of this, another 5 vibrant lives were snuffed out under her warped desires and cruel conditioning. At this revelation, everyone watching in the live broadcast drew in sharp breaths. Holy crap. This isn't even a question of humanity anymore. This is pure devilry. Qi Rang nearly ran out of breath. This wasn't just a major case. This was an extraordinary one. In a frantic attempt to stop Qin Nuo from saying more, Qin Yin wildly tried to scream, but was quickly silenced when Gu Shichuan deftly removed his sock and stuffed it into her mouth. Shut up, you freak. All eyes were drawn toward him. Gu Shichuan turned around, looking sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Haha, my socks aren't too bad. Not super smelly either. Lu Ainen. Such a serious situation, but younger brother Shichuan really delivered. Qi Rang coughed, pretending not to notice. Nuo, continue. If it weren't for participating in this program, I might not have escaped being traded like goods either. But because Qin needed a younger brother for the show, I was set free and given the alias Qin Nuo, playing her younger brother role. To prevent me from seeking help during the show, she moved my brother and others. Freakish monster, Qin Nuo hasn't even reached adulthood yet. I'm sorry, I criticized Qin Nuo as a spoiled brat initially. I'm truly the one who deserves punishment. People defending Qin earlier, show your faces now and die. After saying all this, Qin Nuo's eyes became bloodshot, his whole body exuding an inexplicable exhaustion. That's all. Lu Ainen gently shook her head. Her voice was hoarse. It's not over yet. What Qin Yin has done goes beyond these acts. Her gaze locked onto Qin Yin, her eyes devoid of any warmth. Qin Yin holds a country citizenship. If that deranged nobleman isn't willing to abandon Qin Yin, his best connection to my second brother, he will certainly find ways to pull her out. I can't give him that chance. Qin Yin, the person you have secretly loved is your brother, right? Chapter 43. Did the great villain's mother go missing? Why did you specifically choose Shi Nuonyuo? Is it because Nuonyuo's brother, Shi Cheng, resembles your brother? Luonin stared fiercely at Qin Yin and continued to speak word by word clearly. Coziness with tycoons, expanding connections, all in the hope of catching your brother's attention, hoping that he would notice you. So you entered the entertainment circle, using an excuse to train new talents, opened a studio, paving the way for your greed. Your studio evaded taxes, secretly imprisoned young boys, treated them as commodities for trade, tortured them mercilessly, not just to win over those bigwigs, right? Finally, after struggling, Qin Yin spat out the sock in her mouth. She gagged a few times, raised her eyes to look at Luonin, and smirked cruelly on the corner of her lips. Whatever you say about me liking my brother, I don't understand. She wasn't afraid if Luonin revealed her love interest was her own brother, since she knew this person recently had no time, due to some business matters, to care about online affairs. Even if Lu Yanli attended the same program with her, this person had no time to watch it. By the time he finishes his tasks, the internet heat would have already faded. Moreover, she had made a contingency plan. If the system detected her brother's name on the web, her hired staff would immediately erase everything. So she had no fear at all. Even if all these scandals were disclosed, as long as her feelings weren't uncovered and Lu Yanli stayed in the entertainment industry, her brother would never give her up. Luonin chuckled lightly. Qin Yin, do you think that even if I reveal who your brother is, you'll still walk away unscathed? Qin Yin only responded with a cold laugh, her eyes flashing complex emotions but staying silent. Luonin shook her head and smiled sarcastically. You're too naive. I'll ensure your backup plan gets blocked thoroughly. Mr. Fu. She called softly. Here, what's wrong? Fu Jian stepped out from behind the staff members, his gaze gentle yet profound, falling onto Luonin as he waited for her next words. Do you know the younger son of the Balance family? Fu Jian nodded. Yes, I do. In Luonin's tone was an almost imperceptible trace of sardonic enjoyment as her eyes flickered momentarily towards Qin Yin nearby. A half-smile crept across her lips as she slowly said, Then could you take today's events as a special gift, fully relay everything to him, and be sure to tell him his stepsister likes his elder brother, the current Balance family patriarch, Earl George Balance. Hell, the stepsister likes her stepbrother? Qin Yin, how twisted can you get? Now I see why she didn't dare to disclose her secret crush before. It's not that she wouldn't, but she couldn't. The Balance family is a country nobility. Qin Yin turns out to be a noble stepdaughter? Not for long. These kinds of nobles cannot tolerate even a hint of scandal. A stepsister lusting after her stepbrother? Once exposed, Qin Yin will be ruined. Fu Jian was filled with astonishment. Qin Yin turned out to be the stepdaughter of the Balance family? No wonder she acted so arrogantly. He nodded. Sure, I'll send it over shortly. Qin Yin's eyes suddenly widened, reflecting boundless fear and panic. She trembled violently as she fixed her stare at Fu Jian. No. Luonin's face was as frosty as ever, every word devoid of warmth, like ice spears piercing through one's soul. Qin Yin, if your mother knows that all her efforts, striving tirelessly to marry into a noble aristocratic household, living a luxurious life, and that her daughter harbored a dream of marrying the son of her husband, what do you think your outcome would be? Would your stepfather allow such a scandal in their family? So, Qin Yin, you better go straight to hell. Qin Yin felt as though thunder roared in her ears. The rumbling echoes lingered on endlessly. Her heart plunged deep into the abyss, despair spreading cold like ice throughout her entire body. It's over, all of it's over. Qi Rang rapidly tapped on his phone nearby. Suddenly, a burst of sharp ringing pierced through the room's silence. He picked up the call, his expression becoming increasingly stern, his brows knotted with concern. After concluding the call, he slowly rose, each step imbued with unwavering determination as he approached Qin Yin. Swiftly, he put handcuffs on her. Miss Qin, we are officially arresting you under charges of illegal confinement and attempted murder. Qin Yin's body quivered slightly, as if drained of all strength. Her hollow eyes gazed toward the distance, and when passing by Lu Anin, a self-derisive smile curved on the corner of her lips. Congratulations, you've succeeded. Lu Anin watched Qin Yin being escorted into the ship cabin and exhaled a breath of air gently. My second brother has temporarily survived this crisis. After the ship docked, Qi Rang slightly nodded to everyone and took Qin Yin, He Beichun, and Heating Yu to the police car waiting for them, driving off with wailing sirens. Director Su stood on the pier. A few strands of hair danced carelessly in the wind. He felt like crying, but no tears came. Not only did his resort island turn into a scam island on the first episode of his show, but 2 groups of guests were also sent away in the end. Now, his hard-earned reputation was all ruined by this episode. With a sense of hopelessness, he saw the guests off. His lonely silhouette walked away with the production crew. On the Lu family's private plane, Lu Mingxian was chatting with Fu Linzhou next to him and asked, "Why was Mr. Fu on the island?" After hearing this, Fu Linzhou's gaze dimmed slightly. After a brief moment of silence, he slowly said, "My wife went missing a long time ago. Someone sent me a photo of my wife being on this island, so I came here to look for her. However, I didn't expect this to be a meticulously woven trap by them, aiming to use me as leverage to extort a huge ransom from my son." After listening to Mr. Fu's story, Lu's father also fell silent. He knew about the disappearance of Fu's wife many years ago, and it was said that the Fu family had been searching for Mrs. Fu all these years. Mr. Fu loved his wife very much, and due to this matter, his slight impulsiveness could be understood. Lu Anin listened carefully on one side, recalling the original plot. The novel didn't mention the mother of the great villain going missing, but since I can consider myself an ally with the great villain now, I should try to help him. Fu Jian's heart stirred with ripples due to Lu Anin's voice, as if a long frozen corner of his heart was gently melted by an unexpected warm sun. The look he gave to Lu Anin became unconsciously softer and deeper. She quietly asked the nearby Lu Wenjing, "Big brother, what is Mrs. Fu's name?" "By Shushu." Lu Anin exclaimed softly and typed by Shushu's name into the tracker. She originally didn't hold much hope. This lousy tracker wasn't reliable, and it might just tell whether Mrs. Fu was still alive. But unexpectedly, Bai Shushu's complete information appeared on the tracker. It really showed up. Fu Jian's heart flinched slightly, and then found his mother? Lu Anin looked at the location given by the tracker, surprised. Geez, Mrs. Fu's location isn't far from the Lu family old house. What's going on? She turned back and quietly asked Lu Wenjing again. "Big brother, do you know who owns the place next to the Lu family old house?" Lu Wenjing glanced at the stunned Fu Jian nearby and replied, "That used to be the Fu family's residence." Lu Anin widened her eyes and took a deep breath. "What? Is Mrs. Fu's current position in the Fu family's old house?" Fu Jian was also shocked. His mother, how was she in their former home? Lu Anin sneakily looked at the dazed Fu Jian and pondered silently. If I directly say his mother is in the Fu family's old house, the great villain wouldn't believe me. They must have searched there countless times. Let me think of a way to lure Fu Jian to the Lu family old house. Lu Mingxian heard his daughter's thoughts, smiled faintly, then proposed to the adjacent Fu Linzhou. "Tomorrow, I plan to invite Elder Jean over for a feast at the Lu family old house. Mr. Fu and Jian, please honor us with your presence as well. Jian helped Anin a lot on the island, and our Lu family sincerely thanks both of you." Mr. Fu glanced at his son and accepted the invitation. "Mr. Lu, you're too kind. I will definitely visit tomorrow with Jian." Upon hearing Fu uncle agreeing, Lu Anin secretly rejoiced in her heart. "Great. My dad and I are truly on the same wavelength. Now I don't need to come up with an excuse." Lu Mingxian subtly swelled with pride. Of course, it must be the telepathic connection between father and daughter. As the plane slowly descended, everyone bid each other farewell before heading home. Just as the Lu group sat in the car to return home, Grandma Lu's call came in. Chapter 44. The elder lady's memory was altered. As soon as Mr. Lu pressed the connect button, the angry roar of Grandma Lu came through the phone clearly. "Lu Mingxian, listen to me. Now, immediately, bring Lu Anin and Lu Yanli to come and see me at the old house." After finishing, Grandma hung up the phone. The expression on Lu Mingxian's face became as heavy as leaden clouds pressing down. He said solemnly, "Grandma should have found out that Lu Rongyu was arrested by the police." Lu Anin's voice was gentle, but every word was clear. "It's time to ask her about Moonlit Building 2. Lu Wenjing nodded. "Yes, this is indeed a good opportunity." With these words, he turned the steering wheel, changed the route, and drove towards the old house of the Lu family. As soon as they stepped into the living room of the old house, a teacup was fiercely thrown at Lu Mingxian's head. Lu Anin, who was standing beside him, swiftly deflected the teacup that had already reached their father. The teacup flew and hit the ground, shattering everywhere. Song Shiyun's face suddenly darkened, and her sharp eyes glanced at Lu Yanhua with an unmistakable coldness in her voice. "Lady Lu, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanhua looked slightly astonished. Why did Song Shiyun suddenly stop calling her mom? "Why are you calling me Lady Lu?" Song Shiyun chuckled coldly. "You refuse to recognize my daughter. Why should I recognize you?" She didn't directly expose Lu Yanhua's false identity, but calling this woman mom was also impossible for her now. After hearing this, although some of Lu Yanhua's doubts were somewhat dissipated, the ingrained disdain and arrogance remained unchanged. She coldly snorted, warning them with her words, "Since you no longer wish to call me mom, then from now on, you don't need to step into the Lu family gate again." Lu Mingxian stood to the side, his voice cold and clear, piercing through the air, carrying an unquestionable authority. Whether or not one can enter the Lu family door, who has the right to enter, It's not decided by you. Lu Yanhua raised her head in shock. What? Brother, you're even denying your own mother. Lu Mingxian didn't answer this question directly. Instead, he asked back calmly, why did you summon us here? Being shocked by this unexpected coldness, Lu Yanhua, despite having countless questions and anger bubbling inside her, had no choice but to temporarily suppress them. Fuming, she questioned, why was Rongyu taken into custody at the police station? Lu Mingxian replied in a very cold tone, because she got involved in a case and needs to cooperate with the investigation. Lu Yanhua spoke with a tone leaving no room for questioning. How could Rongyu do any bad thing? I think it's because she and Lu Inan participated in the same reality show, so Lu Inan couldn't stand her and framed her. Lu Inan was full of questions in her head. Are the people in this female lead group sharing the same waterlogged brain? Can I just easily send someone to jail like I control heaven and earth? Lu Yanli's demeanor remained calm, without any emotion in his words. She colluded with a fraudster. Isn't that considered a wrongdoing? Old lady, what exactly do you consider a wrongdoing? Lu Yanhua didn't believe it. Impossible. How could Rongyu do such a thing? Lu Inan sarcastically said, why is it impossible? She had the nerve to hire someone to kill me. Colluding with a fraudster is nothing compared to that. A flicker of panic passed over Lu Yanhua's eyes. Facing Lu Inan's gaze, she was about to tell her not to talk nonsense when her words faltered as if being pulled by some unseen force. Her thoughts became sluggish and blurry. Seeing this, Lu Inan's smile deepened at the corner of her lips. Humph, didn't expect that, did you? My words activate hypnosis instantly. Lu Inan proudly thought of her own intelligence for a while, then got back to seriousness. What's your name? Lu Yanhua. Lu Yanhua? Never heard of her. Looks like there's some hidden plot going on. Then she continued asking, what did you do at Moonlit Tea House? I've never been to the Moonlit Tea House. Everyone felt surprised. Lu Inan also knitted her brows tightly. Damn it, her memory has been tampered with. Lu Inan took a deep breath and switched questions. Where's the real grand lady? At. Lu Yanhua clutched her head with both hands, contorting her face. After a moment, her eyes gradually regained clarity but quickly became filled with fury. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring directly at Lu Inan, filled with indignation in her tone. Lu Inan, don't talk nonsense. When did Rongyu ever hire anyone to kill you? Lu Inan stared deeply at Lu Yanhua, lightly pursing her lips. This person who hypnotized Grandma is skilled. They can actually tamper with memories. Seeing that Grandma's consciousness had already returned clearly, Lu Mingxian's eyes turned colder, realizing further inquiry would be futile. He calmly stood up. Since there's nothing else, we will leave first. Just as the group reached the door, 2 cars approached. Seeing them, the cars stopped, and 2 people got out. Lu Mingxian took a closer look and realized it was his second brother, Lu Minghuai, and third brother, Lu Mingxiu. Lu Minghuai approached quickly with a beaming face, grasping Lu Mingxian's hand tightly. His voice was filled with excitement. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, it's been too long. Lu Mingxiu followed closely behind, his eyes shining similarly. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, my second brother and I are back. A wave of emotion swept over Lu Mingxian, slightly reddening his eyes. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time. Very good, very good. Since you're back this time, don't leave again. Song Shiyun smiled gently. Your elder brother is right. Since you've returned this time, don't wander around the world anymore. Stay. Lu Minghuai's voice caught a bit in his throat. We won't go this time. Anin has returned, so our family Lu is almost complete. Lu Mingxiu lightly patted Lu Minghuai's shoulder and then asked, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry and expectation. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, where's Anin? Lu Anin. Am I not tall or dark-skinned? How come no one sees me standing here right next to them? Though quietly grumbling in her mind, Lu Anin still stepped forward and spoke obediently. Uncle 2, Uncle 3, I'm right here. Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingxiu looked at the young woman before them and smiled kindly, as well as with great relief. Anin, nice to see you, welcome home. From these 2 individuals, Lu Anin sensed no ill intent, especially from Uncle 2. She even felt that he might have been more excited than her own parents were on the day they saw her return. But if Uncle 2 really was the son of Grandmother Lu, how could he possibly not know the truth? Then why would he hold any goodwill towards their family? Lu Mingxian heard his daughter's thoughts and was startled internally. What? Could it be that his second brother was actually the child of Mrs. Lu Yanhua? Impossible. He glanced uncertainly at his second brother. It couldn't be. Second brother had grown up under his watchful eye since childhood. How could he not recognize him if he'd been replaced? Lu Anin continued to smile obligingly. Thank you, Uncle 2, Uncle 3. As Lu Minghuai gazed upon his graceful niece, his heart was overwhelmed with complex emotions, causing tears to well up slightly in his eyes. His voice carried unspeakable excitement and relief. Good. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Lu Wenjing also found it strange. Uncle 2 did indeed seem more moved by Anin's return than anyone else present. What was the reason for this? The group entered the living room and sat down, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy and solemn. Mr. Lu, looking somber, swept his gaze over his second and third brothers, Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingxiu, and said gravely, Minghuai, Mingxiu, elder brother has something important to tell you. Upon seeing their eldest brother's unusually serious expression, both Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingxiu instinctively straightened their backs, their voices now imbued with a formal tone. Elder brother, please speak. Lu Mingxian signaled his eldest son to bring down some documents. Lu Wenjing ascended the stairs to the study and retrieved the DNA test results, handing them to Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingxiu after descending. Only then did Lu Mingxian continue speaking. Take a look at these documents first. Confused, Lu Minghui and Lu Mingxiu opened the files, and, after reading their contents carefully, their expressions slowly froze. Lu Mingxian watched the two intently and asked seriously, "Do you have any thoughts?" Lu Minghui sighed lightly, turning his gaze toward Lu Mingxian. His eyes revealed a mix of helplessness and acceptance. "Elder brother, we've known about this matter for a long time already." This statement shocked not only Lu Mingxian, but left Lu Inan and the others in the room completely dumbfounded as well. They've known about this all along. Chapter 45. Is Uncle the son of the elderly lady? Lu Mingxian's face suddenly changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Almost involuntarily, he blurted out, "Younger brother, do you mean that you've known for a long time that the elderly lady is not our mother?" A flicker of complexity passed through Lu Minghui's eyes as he slowly nodded, his voice steady and heavy. "Yes, elder brother." Lu Mingxian's brows were furrowed tightly, his tone full of confusion and bewilderment. "Then why have you never revealed even a hint to me?" At this moment, Lu Mingxiu sighed softly and explained with a bitter laugh. "Back then, all of you were in the throes of anxiety and worry over finding it. After much deliberation, we felt that adding another burden about our mother's identity at such a time would have been doubly devastating for you. That's why we kept it from you." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian's heart stirred with ripples. Back then, their family was indeed frantically searching for an. He also blamed himself for never noticing anything unusual about the elderly lady. He asked again in a hoarse voice, "When exactly was the elderly lady replaced?" A note of solemnity permeated Lu Minghui's tone as he slowly replied, "Based on my observations with younger brother, it seems the elderly lady had already been swapped the day Lu Rongyu was brought home. She turned out to be Mom's twin sister." Furrowing his brows, Lu Mingxian continued, "Then when did you two realize that the elderly lady was Mom's twin sister?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Minghui spoke gravely. "After observing the elderly lady for some time, my younger brother and I noticed that her behavior wasn't quite the same as before. Not only did she act as if she'd forgotten and desperately wanted us to recognize Lu Rongyu, but somewhere along the line, her attitude towards you and younger brother worsened, while hers towards me improved." He paused briefly and continued, "You know, Mother would never treat any of us three brothers differently. So after confirming the inconsistencies, we arranged a paternity test with the elderly lady at an opportune moment. And just like the results of this document, we discovered that she was actually Mom's twin sister." Lu Mingxian stood there stunned, speech caught in his throat for a while. Eventually, he continued, "Then these past years, you're in frequent visits back home and constant traveling outside. Is it because of this?" Lu Minghui gently nodded, a tinge of sorrow flashing through his eyes. "Yes, over these years, younger brother and I have been constantly searching for Mom's whereabouts, but so far, we haven't had any definitive leads." Lu Inan felt as though the words in her ears were thunderclaps, shaking her to the core, her eyes wide with disbelief. It does seem like the novel mentioned that Uncle Second quarreled fiercely with the elderly lady after noticing how she was treating him increasingly well, while growing distant with Dad and Uncle Third, eventually leading to distinctions between them. Ever since then, apart from necessary family gatherings or unavoidable circumstances, Uncle Second hasn't set foot inside the old house again. It turns out he knew about the elderly lady all along. So the truth Uncle Second has grasped is that the elderly lady isn't his biological mother? That's truly unbelievable. Lu Yanli also found it fantastical. Recalling his grandfather, he couldn't help asking, "What about Grandpa? Did you ever ask him, uncles?" Lu Minghui slowly replied, "Since Dad left the old house, we've lost contact over these many years." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli followed up with a question, "But don't you find it strange that none of you tried contacting Grandpa all these years?" With a bitter shake of his head, Lu Mingxiu responded, "Actually, it wasn't that we didn't try reaching Dad. Rather, Dad didn't allow us to find him. In the second week after saying he'd go abroad, I tried calling Dad, but by then, his phone number had already become disconnected. I was startled and immediately went overseas with Aunt, but Dad's trail vanished completely. Dad had disappeared." A faint sadness quietly spread within Lu Mingxian's heart. As the eldest brother, he realized without knowing, his younger siblings had endured so much. Seeing his elder brother's guilty demeanor, struck by regret, Lu Minghui quickly offered comfort. "Elder brother, this isn't entirely your responsibility. We are one family. No matter what, we should ride the storms together. Moreover, back then, Anin was only 3 years old. Finding her was naturally the top priority." Lu Mingxiu echoed this sentiment. "That's right, elder brother. You shouldn't blame yourself. We're one family." Lu Mingxian's heart warmed. That's right. They were family. They needn't calculate everything. Touched by the fraternal bond between her father and uncles, Lu Inan still couldn't resist sneaking glances at Lu Minghui, recalling details from the original story. So, is uncle really the son of Mrs. Lu? Recalling his daughter's silent thoughts before entering, Lu Mingxian carefully worded his next question. "Younger brother, have you figured out why the elderly lady treated you so kindly?" Lu Minghui fell silent again for a long time before finally answering awkwardly. "I think she probably assumed I was her son." "What?" This was an answer even Lu Mingxiu didn't expect. "Elder brother, why have you never mentioned this to me?" Lu Minghui gently waved his hand. "It's too complicated. I truly didn't know how to bring it up." Lu Mingxian's tone was filled with bewilderment and urgency as he pressed on. "What exactly is going on?" After lowering his gaze, Lu Minghui slowly spoke up. "Ever since we found out that she's our aunt, her behavior towards me made me suspicious. One day, I pretended to be talking on the phone in my room with the hospital, letting slip a false piece of information that I wasn't really our parents' biological son. The elderly lady bought it, and later one day, she came to me, saying I was actually her son, and that elder brother and third brother were switched by mistake at the hospital. Luanin heard Lu Yanhua's implausible explanation and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Who swaps kids like their objects so easily, let alone two at different times? Even someone with their head swapped with their, but wouldn't come up with this excuse. She was clearly trying to fool Uncle Second. Lu Mingqian deeply agreed. It sounded like nonsense meant for children. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing took things seriously. After a brief pause, he tactfully probed Lu Minghuai. Uncle Tu. Lu Minghuai's reply was firm and left no room for doubt. The DNA test with the elderly lady was done with me, and the results matched those of this current document, proving beyond question that I am not her son. Luanin stroked her chin thoughtfully, a furrow forming between her eyebrows. Judging from these clues, the reconstructed truth might be that the elderly lady assumed Uncle Second was mistakenly taken. Just when her thoughts were about to settle into place, she suddenly had an epiphany, understanding the crux of the matter. No, if the elderly lady genuinely believed Uncle Second was mistakenly taken by Grandma, how could she be so confident in his lineage? There was only one reason behind her certainty. The strings of Lu father, Lu mother, Lu Wenjing, and Lu Yanli's hearts were simultaneously struck. They all instinctively grasped the emerging answer. That the elderly lady had already replaced Uncle Second with her own child-the-day grandma, gave birth to him. A chill ran through Luanin's body involuntarily. That's why the elderly lady so firmly believed after impersonating Grandma that Uncle Second was her son. She must have started planning everything so long ago. Chapter 46. Lu Yixuan isn't Uncle Tu's son. Luanin's words sent shockwaves through the hearts of Lu father and the other three. Doesn't this mean that their Lu family has long been targeted by Lu Yanhua and her mysterious master? Or could it even be that the disappearance of their obedient daughter/sister was part of their scheme? Luanin forcibly suppressed her tumultuous emotions, striving to think more clearly. She carefully mulled over the series of puzzles, suddenly catching a whiff of an unusual clue. But Uncle Tu wasn't successfully replaced. Why? As her thoughts became increasingly clear, Luanin's eyes lit up brighter and brighter. Is it grandmother and grandfather? They saw through Lu Yanhua's plan, so they had prepared in advance. Lu Wenjing also understood the peculiarities inside. Uncle Tu wasn't replaced, which could only mean that grandfather and grandmother at that time already had some premonition, so they broke Lu Yanhua's plot in advance. If this is the case, then the disappearance of grandmother and grandfather becomes intriguing indeed. Was it Lu Yanhua who deceitfully hid them, or did they voluntarily retreat from the world due to some unknown consideration? These matters can only be known after finding grandfather and grandmother. After sorting out this matter, Luanin shifted her gaze to Lu Minghuai. Certainly, if Uncle Tu knew his son Lu Yixuan was sent by me to have tea with the police, would he stop recognizing me? Should I tell him about this? Lu Yanli's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke first. Uncle Tu, Lu Yixuan is currently at the police station. Do you know? Lu Minghuai's pupils revealed a look of astonishment. He's at the police station? What did he do? Lu Yanli furrowed his brows slightly, gazing at Uncle Tu's unusually calm face amidst his surprise, and a trace of strangeness slid through his mind. Apart from astonishment, Uncle Tu's face showed no other emotion. It was as if he merely heard that someone he knows had suddenly run into trouble and was arrested by the police. Besides the initial surprise, there was no deeper emotional upheaval, neither any anxious inquiry nor profound worry. This irregularity prompted Lu Yanli to ask, with a tone laced with investigation and confusion, Uncle Tu, why does it seem like you have little concern or worry aside from your surprise? Upon hearing this, Lu Minghuai suddenly felt as if among the three brothers, it was always his affairs that seemed to be the most numerous. However, all he could do was smile bitterly, carrying a touch of unnoticeable gravity. It's a long story, Lu Yixuan isn't my child. Luanin's face again displayed a look of disbelief. Crazy. Uncle Tu really knows how to stir things up. Lu Mingqian only felt that tonight's shocks were like waves, one higher than the other, ultimately converging entirely on his second brother Lu Minghuai. Yixuan isn't your child? What exactly happened? At this moment, Lu Minghuai's face was extremely awkward, this being somewhat of his own scandal, and speaking about it in front of the younger generation made him feel somewhat discomfited. His ear roots flushed red. Brother one, do you still remember when the old lady held a birthday banquet a year after Anan went missing? At that banquet, the old lady brought along a miss whose family origins we didn't know. Lu Mingqian recalled after thinking for a bit. She was called Ho Xiaoling? Lu Minghuai nodded lightly, a glimmer of complexity flashing in his eyes. Yes, her. Brother one should also be aware, ever since the old lady changed her attitude, the number of times I and brother three returned to the old house could be counted on one hand. But every time we went back, the old lady harbored great hostility towards my wife. During that banquet, she introduced that young lady to me, subtly hinting at wanting to pair us up. Lu Mingshu found himself speechless. The old lady wanted you to divorce second aunt and marry that woman. Lu Minghuai helplessly smiled. Yes, she looked down on second aunt, so she wanted to find me someone else she liked better. At that time, fearing I wouldn't agree, she planned to drug me to seal the deal, but we never expected her plotting to be overheard by second aunt. Thus, second aunt and I conspired to use her strategy against her. That night, I pretended to have already been drugged and stayed overnight at the old house. In the middle of the night, that woman entered my room, believing the man sharing a passionate night with her was me, but in reality, it was someone I hired from outside. Later, she got pregnant, and the old lady seized the opportunity to threaten me, demanding I immediately divorce second aunt. I firmly refused her request, and even told her to let that woman abort the child. Our discussion on the matter fell apart, and after that, I stopped caring about it. Who would have thought? 10 months later, the old lady called me to say that woman had given birth to that child. Lu Minghui let out a sarcastic laugh. Actually, I could imagine this child would be kept no matter what. Since she wanted that child, let her keep it then. The old lady was merely trying to use the child as leverage against me, but ironically, it became my gift of surprise for her. Luonin was thrilled upon hearing this. Brilliant. The old lady was deceived time and again, falling into one trap after another, huh? Clearly, Lu father, Lu mother, Lu Wenjing, and Lu Yanli hadn't expected the truth to turn out like this. This night had been full of twists and turns, each more astonishing than the last. Small wonder that the Lu family is a den of antagonists. These two uncles alone would make fine villains on their own. Too terrifying. How could the protagonist group, with their shared water-brain logic, possibly match wits against our exceptionally intelligent antagonist team? They'd be effortlessly toyed with at every turn. Aha! Luonin found herself growing more delighted and joyful, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. All eyes immediately focused on Luonin, who awkwardly gave a hee-hee sound twice. Hee-hee, I just thought about how everything the old lady carefully orchestrated ended up being completely foiled, and she fell into the trap she dug for herself, so I couldn't resist laughing. Sorry, forgive me. Lu Minghui's gaze softened, brimming with indulgence as it landed on Luonin. Nen is absolutely right. This is exactly how I planned it. If the old lady insists on meddling in everything, then let all her schemes land her right into the pits she's digging herself. Lu Mingshu nodded in agreement. Yes, by the time the truth comes out, if the old lady doesn't get heart failure from anger, we're truly too moral. Lu Wenjing looked at the trio sitting there, helplessly noting that the Lu family was indeed the birthplace of antagonists. Each of the three brothers sat there, seemingly rivaling each other as the worst villain. After Lu Minghui finished explaining everything, he felt much lighter, exhaling deeply. Finally, the old gossip about him was laid to rest. He then continued to ask Lu Yanli, what about Lu Yixuan? Lu Yanli recounted the incidents from the variety show in great detail to Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. As Lu Minghui listened, his heart trembled with fear. The dangerous situation Anin had gone through startled him. Especially hearing that Lu Rongyu wanted to harm Anin and Lu Yixuan criticized Anin without knowing the whole story infuriated him until his face turned red. These two aren't even human. They're completely in line with the old lady. Lu Mingshu's eyes glinted coldly. Sometimes, I feel people shouldn't be too moralistic, so why not send the old lady in there as well? Luonin's eyes sparkled brilliantly, nodding almost frantically. This plan is simply brilliant. Lu Yanli. Third uncle's words really struck a chord deep within the sister's heart. Lu Mingxian shook his head gently at the scene, his tone full of resignation yet gentleness. Don't fool around. Now that everything is clear, we'll leave it at this tonight. We still need to visit the old house tomorrow. Everyone should get some rest early. Minghui, Mingshu, you both stay here, and we'll go together tomorrow. A look of curiosity flickered in Lu Minghui's eyes as he couldn't help asking, why are we going to the old house again tomorrow? Lu Mingxian smiled enigmatically. You'll know once you get there. Lu Minghui. Chapter 47, Sending the Old Lady Away from the Old House. Getting up in the morning to embrace the sun, full of positive energy. Sister, wake up and embrace the positive energy. Luonin slapped the quilt over her head with a slap, trying to block out the devilish wake-up call from her second brother outside the door. Here we go again. I'm going to pierce my second brother's tongue so he can't talk. The knocking on the door disappeared for a few minutes. Just as Lu Unin adjusted herself into a more comfortable sleeping position, she was jolted awake by an even more frantic barrage of knocks, landing with a bounce on the ground, utterly confused. Outside the door, Lu Yanli gritted his teeth and continued calling her. Sister, get up. If you don't get up, I will keep knocking until you're crazy. Humph, how dare she want to pierce his tongue and silence him? His annoying sister must retract this terrible idea. Seething with anger, Lu Unin sat on the floor, flicking her hand idly before grumpily shouting, I'm getting up. Only then did Lu Yanli triumphantly descend the stairs. Half an hour later, Lu Unin appeared like a ghost, slumped at the dining hall. Folks, who understands? The main character I replaced just finished the college entrance exam, yet since I came, I've had to endure waking up at 6 every day. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of my second brother's humanity? As Lu Unin saw her well-dressed second brother Lu Yanli enter the dining hall, flames of fury instantly sparked in her eyes as she glared daggers at him. In response to Lu Unin's almost fiery gaze, Lu Yanli remained extraordinarily composed, a corner of his mouth lifting into an innocent smile as he casually shrugged, teasing slightly. Don't look at me. It was elder brother who sent me to wake you up. At this, Lu Unin's attention shifted immediately and locked onto Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing paused in the act of drinking his coffee, giving Lu Yanli a glance before delivering a concise line that reigned in Lu Unin. Enin, we're going to the old house to send off grandma first. Are you coming along? On hearing these words, Lu Unin's expression brightened immediately, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she quickly responded, yes, definitely going. You should have said so earlier. If I knew there would be such excitement, I would have gotten up at 5. Lu Wenjing smirked challengingly at Lu Yanli, raising an eyebrow clearly implying, you tried to frame me, but your skills are not up to par. Lu Yanli, elder brother has lost all sense of ethics. After breakfast, their father led his daughter and 2 sons to the old house. Upon arriving at the old house and opening the door, they saw the old lady fully dressed and leaning on her cane, about to step out. A puzzled look crossed Lu Mingqian's face. Where are you heading now? Lu Yanhua, seeing them, assumed they had come to apologize for last night's events. With a cold snort, she announced, since none of you want to save Rongyu, this old woman will do it herself. Luonin, upon hearing these words, felt her eyes brighten. Perfect, no need to waste any time convincing her to leave the old house. Luonin promptly moved aside at the doorway and made a please gesture. Then, please proceed. Lu Mingqian also stepped aside to make room. All right, you go ahead. I'll arrange for Wenjing to have someone escort you. Lu Wenjing set down his phone, looking up with a faint smile playing on his lips. I've already called Uncle Wang. He is waiting outside right now. Lu Yanhua was full of question marks. No, was this what was supposed to happen? Was this really what she intended? She was ready to sit on the couch and wait for them to apologize so she could graciously announce that she would forgive their rash actions from yesterday if they managed to rescue Rongyu from the police station immediately. Yet why had things suddenly turned into them chasing her away? Did they come to the old house to apologize today after all? Lu Yanhua now hesitated awkwardly, neither willing to sit nor stand. It was Lu Yanli who couldn't help himself, stepping forward a couple paces and offering to guide Lu Yanhua unconvincingly. Come, Grandma. Aren't you walking fast enough? Let me see you off. But, what are you doing? Surprise filled Lu Yanhua's voice as the situation played out completely contrary to the script she imagined in her head, leaving her totally blindsided. Lu Yanli wouldn't budge. Half pulling and half dragging Lu Yanhua to the front door, he watched her settle into the car before calmly turning around and striding back to the living room. Sitting down afterward, he asked Lu Wenjing, Big brother, did you tell Uncle Wang to send Grandma farther away? Lu Wenjing nodded lightly. Yes, I told him. Also, I bought her a flight ticket, sending her to the city where you're filming the reality show. She won't be able to return tonight. Upon hearing this, Luonin gave her big brother a thumbs up, admiration evident in her eyes. Still meticulous thinking there, big brother. Not only does this prevent Grandma returning unexpectedly, but it also avoids a possible meeting between her and Grandpa Jean. It's hitting two birds with one stone. My big brother is amazing. Lu Wenjing's lips curved slightly upwards as his little sister praised him once again. Lu Yanli quietly rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, how good big brother is. Why isn't he being praised? After all, he's the one who physically sent Grandma away. When the Lu family finally arranged the banquet venue, it was also just the agreed-upon time. Fu Linzhou arrived at the Lu family's doorstep with Fu Jian and just happened to meet Jin Fenghua and Jin Yin, who also came together. After exchanging greetings, they entered the Lu residence together. Luonin opened the door and was surprised to see them all. Grandpa Jin, Uncle Fu, how did you come together? Jin Fenghua smiled warmly and explained, we met at the gate and came in together. Hearing this, Luonin's eyes twinkled as she lightly laughed. That's really coincidental. Please come in. As everyone settled down, the banquet officially began. Joyful laughter mingled with the delicate sounds of cutlery clinking together. As glasses were raised and crossed, the atmosphere reached its prime. When the moment seemed just right, Luonin quietly planned in her mind how to cleverly lure the major antagonist to their old house. What if I say I'm interested in their old house and want to take a look? Would the big villain think I'm interested in his property? Just as Luonin was pondering these thoughts, Fu Jian heard her musings and politely asked, Luonin, would you like to take a look around? The place next door is where our old house used to be. Upon hearing this, Luonin's eyes lit up with a flicker of surprise. Speak of the devil and he doth appear. Yes, I'd love to take a look, she readily agreed. Seeing this, Lu Yanli quickly added, I haven't been there for a long time either. I'd like to join. Lu Wenjing also chimed in. Sure, count me in too. Jin Yin tilted his head, confused. Why does everyone suddenly want to go? Would it make me seem out of place if I don't go? Since you're all going, then I'll go too. Lu Mingqian's eyes slightly flickered, harboring some hidden intent as he gently spoke to Fu Linzhou. Mr. Fu, since you moved away, it has been quite some time since I last stepped foot there. I feel nostalgic, so perhaps you could bring me along as well. Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingshu glanced at each other, wondering if this was why the eldest brother acted mysteriously yesterday, because he wanted to visit the Fu family old house. Upon hearing this, Fu Linzhou faintly smiled, not taking the matter too seriously, certainly. Jin Fenghua wondered silently, what's going on at the Fu family old house? Cough. I'd like to go too. Fu Linzhou puzzled. Is there something at our old house? Why does everyone suddenly want to go? In the end, somehow everyone decided to go to the Fu family's old house. Fu Jian. This group of people have no sense of romance. Everyone came to the Fu family's old house and gently pushed the door open. A mysterious feeling of desolation mixed with the weight of time permeated the air, as this quiet ambience enveloped the group, causing them to involuntarily indulge in nostalgic thoughts. A shadow suddenly darted by from afar. Luonin's gaze sharpened. Who's there? Chapter 48. The old Fu family residence had a hidden tunnel dug. Jin Yan's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance between him and the shadowy figure. In a few steps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he firmly held a struggling black cat in his hand, his face carrying a faint look of helplessness. It's just a stray cat. Luonin quietly stepped forward, her gaze carefully scanning the struggling black cat before finally resting on its neck. As the black cat writhed violently, a black rope briefly came into view. She took the black cat, slowly pulling out a slightly worn thin rope from around its neck. This may not be a stray cat. Look, it has a rope around its neck. A hint of gravity flashed across Fu Jian's eyes. Is this one that someone raised here? Luinen paused for a moment and shook her head. Not sure yet. Let's take a look first. The group slowly entered the old Fu family residence. The stone slab path beneath their feet seemed to silently recount the past glory and the vicissitudes of time. Luinen glanced over the desolate scene before her, her heart rippling with emotion. She softly asked, Mr. Fu, you never returned to the old house after that? Fu Jian's expression softened as he gently said, Call me by my name, Anin. My grandmother and your grandmother once shared a deep bond like sisters. Later, I don't know why they had an argument, creating resentment between them. Our family moved away from here as a result. After mother went missing, we occasionally returned, but at that time, all our thoughts were focused on finding her. Naturally, we couldn't manage the repair and upkeep of the estate. Upon hearing this, Luinen understood. It seems this place is still where grandmother Fu felt sorrow. Let's find what we need and leave quickly. I'll check where Fu's mother is. She looked at the position displayed on the tracker's screen, carefully distinguishing directions. Her finger lightly tapped, pointing toward a quiet area behind the house, asking softly, Where is that? Fu Jian followed her finger and replied, That was a small garden my mother designed before. Luinen nodded. Then let's take a look there. I'm curious. Following the position given by the tracker, she cautiously approached the location where Mrs. Fu was indicated to be. However, after walking around the garden, she saw no signs of habitation. Luinen was puzzled. The map shows it's right here, but after circling around, I found no traces suggesting anyone had been here. Luinen walked further ahead, her brows furrowing in increasing confusion. The tracker shows this is where I'm standing now, but there's nothing here except weeds and withered flowers. She bent down slowly, examining the ground closely. Her eyes widened suddenly. There's something wrong here. Her toe lightly brushed away the dead leaves under her feet, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. There's a secret door here. Fu Jian's heart leapt violently. He swiftly knelt down, picking up a long stick beside him to carefully clear away surrounding debris. The secret door became fully visible. Fulin Zhou was filled with disbelief. Where did this hidden door come from? After opening the secret door, a dark tunnel appeared below. A cold gust of air mixed with unknown scents rushed toward them. His eyes immediately turned deep and icy cold. Had his mother been down here all these years? Fu's wife's location got updated? To pass through the channel requires quite some distance. Luinen's eyes sparkled as she feigned excitement and curiosity. Let's go down. It feels like an adventure. So cool. Jin Fangua frowned disapprovingly. Anin, don't go down. Even Lin Zhou doesn't know about this place. It might be dangerous. Let the men go instead. After hearing Jin Fangua's words, Luinen earnestly stared at him. Grandpa Jin, do you really think I'd be in danger if bad people are around? Jin Fangua. He remembered seeing Lu Anin fiercely fighting enemies on the resort island through the cruise monitor earlier. Thinking about it, if they did encounter bad people, it might actually be more dangerous for them. Recalling this, Jin Fangua quietly changed his tone. Then let's all go together. Luinen's eyes gleamed with joy, ready to descend first, but was firmly stopped by Fu Jian. He whispered softly, Anin, let me go down first. His words were full of care and concern for her. Luinen considered this for a moment, understanding flashing in her eyes as she willingly stepped aside. Right, we're looking for his mother after all. As a son, he indeed should be the first one to see his mother. Fu Jian listened to the inner voice of his heart, his emotions complex and jumbled. His original intention was simply to risk his own life in order to shield her from any potential dangers and keep her safe. Unexpectedly, this delicate sentiment had been misinterpreted by her entirely. He glanced toward Luinen, a faint flicker of tenderness and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Quietly shaking his head, he sighed. This girl really has no idea what's going through my mind. Luinen looked at him with a confused expression on her face. Huh? Why is he sighing at me? Did I misunderstand something? Lu Wenjing behind them was trying hard not to laugh. His sister was still clueless, and it was quite amusing. The group moved cautiously forward, flashlights in hand as they navigated through the dark hidden tunnel. Jin Fangwa gazed ahead at the long tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly, his brow furrowed deeply. Linzhou, the length of this hidden tunnel far exceeds our expectations. Are you sure you knew nothing about it? Fu Linzhou lightly shook his head, wearing an equally perplexed expression. Indeed, I had no knowledge of this. I remember planting flowers with my wife in the small garden before, but there was no sign of such a hidden door. Upon hearing this, Jin Yan's demeanor immediately grew serious, a note of gravity flashing across his eyes. If this tunnel was dug after your family moved away, then matters could be more serious than we thought. Luinen silently nodded in agreement. How serious indeed. The fact that Mrs. Fu could have been taken right under everyone's noses here demonstrates just how audacious this situation really is. Lu Yanli scrutinized the surroundings, pondering in his heart. Whoever had abducted Mrs. Fu must have meticulously planned everything for a long time. Digging this tunnel under the old Fu residence was no simple matter. As they continued their slow advance, each step seemed to prolong time itself, carrying with it the weight of unknown burdens. Finally, Fu Jian at the front saw a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. A fleeting sense of vigilance flashed through his eyes as he quietly warned those behind him. We've reached the exit. Everyone, be careful. Hearing this, all present held their breath, stepping even more cautiously. As they emerged carefully from the exit of the hidden tunnel, an ancient, elegant estate lay before their eyes. All were instantly frozen in shock. Luinen's mouth unconsciously formed a perfect O shape, wide enough to fit an egg. Wait, where exactly are we now? Is this still modern times? Those who heard this shared similar thoughts. Had they accidentally stepped not through a hidden tunnel, but through a time tunnel instead? thereby transported back in time. The air around them seemed to freeze solid as the souls of each person were deeply shaken by the unexpected event, rooted firmly to the spot. Just then, a gentle yet urgent female voice came from afar. Where did you go? Fu Linzhou's heart trembled violently at the sound, so familiar it penetrated deep into his bones. Like the first rain after a long drought, the voice instantly reawakened all his dormant senses. Struggling to control himself, he shakily turned, his profound gaze urgently searching for the source of the voice. When that long yearned-for figure finally passed through the arched gate, gradually entering his line of sight, Fu Linzhou's heartbeat quickened drastically. All traces of composure and calmness shattered like fragile porcelain. His voice quivered slightly from intense emotion as he asked hesitantly, Xiu, is that really you? Chapter 49, The Villain's Father Betrayed. Bai Xiu also stared blankly at the familiar face across from her, a glimmer of disbelief and tears flashing in her eyes. Zhou. Fu Linzhou once again heard the long-unheard familiar pet name, his eyes gradually reddening. He struggled to calm the turmoil in his heart. When he spoke again, his voice was already slightly choked up, but more determined and gentle. Yes, I'm here. Tears filled Bai Xiu's eyes as she incredulously gazed at the figure drawing closer before her, until Fu Linzhou stood in front of her, so close that she could feel each other's breaths. She shakily extended a hand, her fingertips lightly touching, then slowly caressing Fu Linzhou's face. The sensation felt so real that she couldn't help muttering to herself, Is this my illusion? Fu Linzhou affectionately rubbed against Bai Xiu's hand, his smile carrying countless days and nights of longing and searching. Xiu, it's not an illusion, I've finally found you. At this moment, all doubts and uncertainties were driven away. Bai Xiu's tears finally burst forth. She fiercely pounded on Fu Linzhou's chest, the force behind it carrying a hint of annoyance and wordshake. Why did it take you so long to find me? Do you know how I've been these past few years? Fu Linzhou tightly hugged Bai Xiu with heartache. It's all my fault. All my fault. I should have found you sooner. My goodness, this is just too perfect. Lu Ainin covered her mouth in the back, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. Lu's father wasn't happy in the back. Why wasn't his obedient daughter crushing on him and her mom? Aren't they too loving as well? As everyone indulged in their sweetness and displays of affection, another male voice calling out echoed through. Xiu, where are you? Hearing this voice, Bai Xiu hastily withdrew from Fu Linzhou's embrace, gently pushing the person beside her away, urgently guiding them to hide deeper into the dense forest. A mix of unease and tension played on her features. Quick, go hide in the forest first, he's coming. Fu Linzhou frowned deeply. Xiu, you don't need to be afraid. There are so many of us. It's also a good time for me to see who took you away. However, Bai Xiu would hear none of it. Her gaze firmly locked on the direction of the archway, her voice carrying a tone of urgency that brooked no defiance. All of this place is filled with his people. You need to hide first, plan carefully later. Seeing this, Lu Ainin and others could only collectively conceal themselves within the forest. Just as they had hidden well, a man's silhouette appeared from the side of the archway. The courtyard lights illuminated the man's face, clearly outlining his features. The moment Fu Linzhou's gaze touched upon that face, it was as if he was frozen by sudden cold ice, followed by surging anger that bubbled uncontrollably like an undercurrent. It's actually him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ainin's gossip soul began to burn fiercely. Who? Acquaintance. Fu Jian's demeanor also instantly turned cold, radiating bone-chilling chill. His sharp eye said it all. He's a close friend of my father, Zhou Fang. Lu Ainin. I see. Wall digging. This isn't a friend, this is an enemy. Outside the woods, Zhou Fang slowly approached Bai Xiu, his eyes brimming with tenderness and concern. He softly asked, how did you end up running here? On Bai Xiu's face lay a faint layer of indifference, her tone cold. I came looking for Yi. Zhou Fang, upon hearing this, smirked. That cat loves to run around everywhere. It must have run off into the woods. Let me help you look. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xiu outside the woods and everyone hidden inside tightened with apprehension. Bai Xiu quickly interjected. No need. I've already looked. It's not in there. Upon hearing Bai Xiu's words, Zhou Fang's gaze momentarily stiffened. He looked toward the lush depths of the forest, a flicker of incomprehensible gloom flashing in his eyes, before quickly reverting to warmth and smiling. It probably climbed a tree. Let me search a bit more inside. With these words, Zhou Fang cautiously approached the forest. Seeing this, Jin Fang would touch the cat resting on his leg, gently placing it down and quietly saying, we count on you now, don't expose us. Landed deftly, casting a glance of disdain mixed with arrogance at the group before proudly flicking its tail and dexterously darting out. Just as Zhou Fang's foot reached the edge of the forest, meowed and pounced at him. Startled, Zhou Fang retreated several steps. Having seemingly accomplished its purpose, meowed once more, slowly walking to Bai Xiu's feet and affectionately rubbing against her calves. Bai Xiu crouched down, patting Yi's head, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Don't bother looking anymore. Yi has come out. Zhou Fang could only temporarily suppress his intention to explore deeper into the forest and return to Bai Xiu's side. Deep in the forest, the group heaved a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Ainin's gaze swept over Fu Linzhou, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes, leaving her somewhat at a loss for words. This situation makes me feel like Uncle Fu is the third party. He took the chance while the main spouse was absent to go on a date, only for the spouse to suddenly return, forcing him to hastily hide in the forest. Fu Jian's lips twitched slightly. After hearing Ainin's comment, How did the atmosphere change so quickly? Lu Mingxian, Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Haha, come to think of it, it really does seem that way. Outside the woods, Zhou Fong was unexpectedly startled by Yi, a fleeting flash of aversion and ferocity, crossing his eyes before vanishing. It was immediately replaced by an affectionate smile deliberately crafted for show. This Yi always scares me like this, clearly disregarding me. Bai Shushu squatted down gently, softening her expression to interact with Yi. Upon hearing those words, she leisurely picked up Yi, then returned to her cold demeanor, speaking plainly. My cat. Why should it give you attention? Zhou Fong's expression hesitated for a moment, as if this kind of response from Bai Shushu had become normal to him. With a wry laugh, he stepped closer, reaching out to place a hand on Bai Shushu's shoulder. This gesture ignited a blazing fury in Fu Linzhou's eyes in an instant. His figure moved impulsively, almost rushing out, but was promptly stopped by Lu Mingxian, who acted swiftly. Lowering his voice earnestly, Lu Mingxian pleaded, Mr. Fu, stay rational. The bigger picture must be our priority. Fu Linzhou's chest heaved dramatically, unable to suppress his anger. Rational? I don't like lychee. Lu Ainen. Uncle Fu's mental state seems fine, yet he's angry enough to want to hit someone. Yet, if his mentality wasn't good, why can he still remember pun jokes? Fu Jian. If the joke teller is his father, why does the blame fall on me? Outside the forest, Bai Shushu noticed Zhou Fong's hand reaching toward her, furrowing her brow. She was just about to evade when Yi in her arms preemptively went on the defensive. It positioned itself aggressively within Bai Shushu's embrace, letting out a powerful meow that carried an unignorable warning, its pupils transforming into narrow slits. This sudden reaction made Zhou Fong instinctively withdraw his hand. Staring in shock at Yi, an undertone of disgust seeped into his voice. This damned. Yet, under Bai Shushu's increasingly frigid glare, he abruptly bit back the curse on the tip of his tongue. Cough. Why does Yi suddenly have such animosity towards me? With a cold snort, Bai Shushu retorted sarcastically. Because Yi knows how to distinguish between good and bad. She turned around and walked away without looking at the person behind her, or even at the woods. Zhou Fong fixed his gaze on Bai Shushu's figure as it disappeared at the edge of the archway, his expression suddenly darkening, ominous enough to drop water. He slowly turned around, his stare piercing through the shadowy dense forest, his eyes filled with inscrutable shadows. Witnessing this scene, everyone hiding in the forest became careful with their breathing. Suddenly, Zhou Fong made a move. Chapter 50. What is the in-style physics inquiry method? Everyone held their breath as Zhou Fong slowly approached Linzi, and their hearts started to beat faster. Luinen's gaze was locked tightly on Zhou Fong, praying in her heart. Heaven bless, he must come in. Just as others who were alerting Zhou Fong's coming were hearing her thoughts. Hasn't forgotten a not word? Most people were nervous watching Zhou Fong, except for Luinen. She was excited with anticipation, curiosity mixed with eagerness, and her sharp eyes focused intently on Zhou Fong. Here he comes. Let me quickly take a good look at who's handsomer between him and Uncle Fu. Lu Yanli. Isn't the focus now whether we knock out Zhou Fong first if he discovers us, or just cover his mouth and beat him up first? How can my sister have the mood to care who is handsomer? Luinen did not know about her father's and brother's surprise and confusion. She was rubbing her hands together like a fly, eyes twinkling with an eager light. Come in quickly, haha. Lu Yanli shuddered all over, breaking out in cold sweat. Why had her sister suddenly become weird? However, at this critical moment, by the archway door, Bai Shushu's cold and clear voice was heard again. What are you going in there to find? Zhou Fong stopped momentarily, an ounce of reluctance flashing through his eyes, but yet unconsciously gave one last glance toward the depth of the forest. His rationality swiftly pulled him back to reality. He knew that if Bai Shushu waited too long, she might follow him inside. If she discovered the secrets within the woods, it would be a cost too heavy for him to bear. So, he gradually withdrew his steps, turning around with a slightly forced smile hastily constructed on his face. Gently shaking his head, his tone was soft. I'm not looking for anything, Shushu. It's getting late. Let me send you back to your room. To lead Zhou Fong away from the forest, Bai Shushu gently hummed in agreement, allowing Zhou Fong's request for the first time ever. Zhou Fong was somewhat surprised, throwing all his doubts aside. His eyes carried laughter, filled with barely concealable excitement. Shushu, you really agree? Bai Shushu responded with an impatient tone. If you don't want to, I'll go back alone. Zhou Fong quickly waved his hand, smiling broadly, fearing he would miss this rare opportunity to walk with her. Of course I want to, Shushu, let's go. Bai Shushu didn't say much more, only quickly left the area of the archway. Zhou Fong followed suit but remained cautious, giving a signal with his eyes to his guard behind, before departing the spot with Bai Shushu. In the woods, everyone listening to the fading voices of the two, their previously taut nerves began to relax. Luinen clicked her tongue in some regret. TCH, I thought he'd come in. Lu Mingxian, Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli. Come in so you could compare who is actually handsomer? Fu Jian, why pay attention to whether father and Zhou Fong are handsomer? They definitely can't compare to him. Why not just watch him instead? Jin Fongwa interjected appropriately, quietly asking. Does anyone have any ideas? Lu Wenjing lightly touched his phone screen. The brightened screen revealed his focused face as he slowly extended the phone towards the group. The information on the screen stood out clearly even under dim light. I just checked this place. This area is located far away on the rear mountain from the Fu family's old mansion. 4 years ago, this mountain was leased out. 1 year later, a residence similar to ancient architecture was built here. Since then, The rear mountain has been surrounded by high walls, completely isolated from the world. His profound gaze swept past Fu Jian's face as he slowly unveiled his guess. I think Zhou Fang's original purpose in leasing this mountain was to abduct your mother. Fu Jian lightly nodded, a trace of gloom passing through his eyes. I'm just unsure when exactly Zhou Fang developed this intention. Turning to Fu Linzhou, he asked, Dad, with how well you and Zhou Fang got along, did you notice any signs of these intentions from him? Fu Linzhou stayed silent for a while, somewhat annoyed. Ahem. No. Luanin secretly rolled her eyes. Big villain, why ask such a question? If Dad knew about Zhou Fang's intentions, would he still be able to remain brotherly with him all these years? Wouldn't he have stabbed Zhou Fang already? Fu Jian rubbed his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh no, and then looked down on him. Jin Yan lightly placed his finger under his chin. Let's not worry about these things for now. Our current priority is to figure out the structure of this place and how many people are there to rescue mother-in-law. Lu Yanli's expression became grave as he added, we're not sure if Zhou Fang left anyone at the entrance when he left, or how many. After thinking for a moment, Lu Mingqian suggested, should we send someone to check? To check what? See if there's someone at the entrance? I've already brought them along. Everyone froze, turning their heads to see Lu Inan standing at the entrance of the forest, each hand holding a bodyguard. Everyone inhaled sharply, looking at each other. When did Inan disappear from their side? Wasn't she just complaining about Fu Jian nearby? For a moment, the air was filled with an almost unbelievable and awkward atmosphere. Lu Inan looked puzzled at the few still dazed in the forest, unsure of what was going on. Why don't they come out? Do they prefer this dark, gloomy forest atmosphere? Fu Jian snapped back to reality, quickly stepping out of the woods. He gently took the two bodyguards from Lu Inan's hands and dropped them to the ground. His tone was laced with tenderness and care. Why didn't you call me? Did holding them tire your hands? The others who came out behind him stumbled slightly. Though the sister was indeed impressive, wasn't this guy exaggerating things too much? How did he deduce that Inan's hands were tired from carrying those guys? She made it look effortless. Lu Inan simply brushed her palms nonchalantly and said indifferently, it's all right. Lu Yanli crouched down, poking the unconscious bodyguards sporting a pair of panda eyes. Curiously, he asked, Inan, did you already question them? Lu Inan shook her head. Not really. The moment I got there, they panicked and pulled out their tasers. With no other choice, I hit each one with 2 punches, and they fainted. She then disdainfully glanced at the 2 men sprawled on the ground, completely perplexed. With such fragile physical conditions, how did they even become bodyguards? Jin Yan. They probably can't figure out why this young girl has such a big courage aside from such strength. Lu Yanli, condolences for these poor boys. Amen, may they rest in peace. Fu Jian bent over and rummaged through the bodies of the 2 bodyguards. Aside from tasers and walkie-talkies, there was nothing else. Furrowing his brow, Fu Jian said gravely, there's no map on them. Upon hearing this, Lu Inan confidently waved her hand and boldly squatted down. Simple, let me take care of it. By the side, Jin Fangwa curiously asked, Miss Inan, are you going to hypnotize them? Lu Inan looked up, flashing a bright smile revealing 8 teeth. No, this time I'm going to use my own creation, the in-style physical inquiry method. Fu Linzhou's eyes lit up with curiosity. Physical inquiry method? What exactly is it? Lu Inan smiled slyly upon hearing this. It's like this. As soon as she spoke, she decisively slapped one of the bodyguards across the face. As he woke up, she pressed a knife against his neck coldly. Don't move. Now, I ask you answer. Be careful in answering. Remember, every word must be carefully considered. If you dare tell a single lie, I'll cut off your neck. Chapter 51. Not kidnappers, it's a burglary. Everyone. So this is how physical questioning works. Lu Wenjing, where did the knife on my sister come from? How dangerous? On Lu Minghuai's face, it was hard to hide his shock, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if even his expressions were struggling to digest this sudden, shocking education. Isn't this a bit too simple and brutal? Lu Mingqian covered his lips with his hand and coughed lightly twice. It's not a bad method either, all for extracting information. Anin must be anxious. Fu Linzhou remained silent by the side. He should have thought about it earlier. This girl could cold-bloodedly cripple the leader of the scammer in the resort island without changing expression. Her physical questioning methods certainly wouldn't be normal. Unconsciously, his gaze revealed some sympathy for his son. His son has it tough, love is bumpy. And Anin, that girl, is so capable she doesn't need him to do anything. What does his son have to chase her with? Fu Jian received his father's sympathy, pressed his lips tightly together, and said nothing. No problem, he can start from other aspects. He will definitely succeed. Big villains and wicked female supporting characters make quite a pair. At this time, bodyguard number 1 looked fearfully at Lu Anin, whose face showed menacing intent. His head moved like a chick pecking rice, nodding continuously, with trembling in his voice. I absolutely won't lie. Really, every word is true. The knife in Lu Anin's hand edged closer again, and she intentionally lowered her voice so each word carried an undeniable threat. Speak. Where's the money in this house? Fu Linzhou, ? Lu Minghuai. Is this also a means of questioning? Lu Wenjing. Should not be. Jin Fangwa. So familiar a start, thief? Jin Yan. No, they are kidnappers who can be handcuffed. Lu Yanli's corners of his mouth twitched. This clearly sounds like a burglary script. Lu Mingxiu. Then isn't there a lack of equipment? Lu Mingxian slapped his face and covered it. What should he do to save his obedient daughter's fragile image of gentleness and grace? Fu Jian coughed lightly and gently reminded Lu Anin. Anin, you're going off track. Lu Anin paused for a moment, came back to her senses. Oh. Right, sorry, it's instinctual. Damn, being too serious made me forget why I'm here. She turned her head and glared fiercely at bodyguard number 1. I asked the wrong question just now. Where's Zhou Fong? Bodyguard number 1 shakily pointed at the direction where Zhou Fong disappeared, cautiously saying, He just left. If you chase quickly, you might catch him. Luinen slapped a palm on the back of the bodyguard's head. Are you messing around? Don't I know he just left? I'm asking you where he lives. Bodyguard number 1 winced in pain, but dared not utter a single complaint. Holding his head in grievance, he muttered softly. You didn't clarify before that you're asking about his residence. Luinen raised her voice. What? Bodyguard number 1 hurriedly said. Go down this road. Walk until the end and turn left. The largest room is Mr. Zhou's. Luinen nodded satisfactorily. Not bad that you're quick-witted. Seeing this, bodyguard number 1 seized the opportunity to carefully probe. Could you put the knife away first? I'm kind of scared. Luinen broke out into a big smile. Of course. Bodyguard number 1 felt a sense of joy inside. Putting the knife away? No. 2 words extinguished the spark of hope in bodyguard number 1's heart. Luinen retracted her smile and said coldly, If I put it away, what if you run away? Bodyguard number 1 tried to fight against it, pleading in his voice, I promise I won't run. Luinen impatiently interrupted him. Shut up. Who's the hostage here? Am I the hostage? Still bargaining. Answer my questions obediently, or I'll end your life. Seeing that bodyguard number 1 finally put aside that unnecessary Jiaoxing, she continued asking, How many bodyguards are there here? Bodyguard number 1 flickered his eyes slightly. This place rarely gets visitors. Mr. Zhou only arranged for 5 or 6 of us to be responsible for security here. After hearing this, Luinen narrowed her eyes slightly. Dare to deceive me. She turned her head and looked at another bodyguard wriggling on the ground like a maggot. You say, is what he said true? Guard number 2 stiffened his body, then shouted angrily. I won't tell you. Wait until my brothers capture you. You bunch of. Before he finished his sentence, he felt something cool pressing against his neck, shimmering faintly. He smoothly changed his words and even squeezed out a somewhat stiff, polite smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh, no. Beautiful lady, he is confusing you. In fact, there are 30 elite guards here. Every inch of space is under our patrol. Luinen cast an approving glance at Fu Jian, who had also pulled out a knife and silently pressed it against guard number 2's neck, and nodded slightly in her heart. This young man is really cooperative. It's no wonder he's my fellow crime fighter. We truly have great synergy. Fu Jian gave a faint smirk. If only Inan hadn't called him a fellow comrade, things would be better. Luinen glared coldly at bodyguard number 1, snarling. Nice try. Fooling Annie, huh? You'll leave your life here. After finishing the threat, she lightly turned her wrist, lifting the knife as if ready to slash bodyguard number 1's throat. Seeing this, bodyguard number 1 let out a terrified scream that tore through the air. No. He then flipped his eyes and passed out again before he could finish his scream. Luinen disdainfully shoved him away. Such a big guy, and yet so cowardly. The rest of the people present dared not utter a word. Goodness gracious, their lives were practically on the brink of death, yet Luinen remained unperturbed. Lu Yanli, my sister is worse than any villain. Luinen shifted her gaze to bodyguard number 2, whose face was pale as paper, trembling legs barely keeping him upright, intimidatingly saying, You see what happened? Better spill the beans or else. Guard number 2's head bobbed frantically. Please don't worry, I'll tell you everything. Satisfied with this response, Luinen said with a pleased humph, and continued asking, All right, so are there guards around Zhou Fong's room? And how do the other bodyguards patrol? Bodyguard number 2 hastened to answer, fearful that even a moment's hesitation might get the blade inserted into his throat. Around Mr. Zhou's room, there are just 2 us. Miss Bai's room has the most guards, 10, stationed right outside her door. The rest are scattered around the yard in various areas, patrolling one by one. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian frowned slightly and probed further. Are there any surveillance cameras? How many? Bodyguard number 2 didn't dare to conceal a single detail. There used to be, but Miss Bai quarreled fiercely with Mr. Zhou over this matter, so he had the surveillance removed and then increased the number of bodyguards. Once he received the information he needed, Fu Jian swiftly struck guard number 2's neck with the side of his hand, knocking him unconscious, and tied him up alongside guard number 1. After standing up, he spoke in a deep voice. Mom's place has too many defenses. Let's go to Zhou Fong first, shall we? Jin Fongwa nodded in agreement. Right, catch the thief first by capturing the king. Once we seize Zhou Fong, everything will be fine. Fu Jian then bent down and gently looked into Luinen's eyes, seeking her opinion with a soft tone. Anin, what do you think? Luinen snapped out of her thoughts and wore a mischievous grin. I agree. Moreover, I just came up with a brilliant plan that will surely surprise Zhou Fong. He's absolutely going to love it. Chapter 52, A Surprise for Zhou Fong. Lu Yanli watched as his sister's face lit up with a mischievous smile, and the hair on his arm stood up. It seemed that Zhou Fong was about to experience the torment of his sister's surprise. Jin Yan curiously asked, What's the plan? Lu Ainin gave a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth, and she lightly waved her hand to gather everyone closer. In a low voice, she explained her plan. As Jin Yan listened, his eyes brightened more and more. After listening, he clapped his hands in approval. This is a great plan. Let's do it. Lu Wenjing was still somewhat rational. But we don't have any props. Will it be realistic enough? Lu Ainin carelessly waved her hand. No problem. What matters is the atmosphere. We'll improvise using items from Zhou Fong's room. Lu Yanli raised his hand to ask a question. If we go over like this, we might encounter some patrolling bodyguards. Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them first? Lu Anan tapped her chin lightly while thinking. From what number 2 just said, except for Ant Bai's side where the bodyguards are gathered, the rest are relatively scattered, so let's just charge ahead. She thought exactly what she said. Let's go straight away. If we run into them, there are many of us, so we can overpower them directly. After considering it, everyone agreed. The longer they hesitated, the less time there would be for Zhou Fang to return. They no longer hesitated and followed the route given by bodyguard number 1, heading towards Zhou Fang's room. On the way, they encountered 3 bodyguards, all of whom were subdued by Jin Yin and Fu Jian. Afterwards, everyone went smoothly through to the door of Zhou Fang's room without encountering anyone else, and Zhou Fang had not returned yet. Fu Linzhou's expression looked somewhat strange. Why hasn't Zhou Fang come back yet? Lu Mingqian curiously looked at him. If he came back, how could we proceed? Fu Linzhou was somewhat worried. No, what I mean is whether Xu could be in danger. Fu Jian comforted his father. Dad, you should trust Mom. She's not the type to let herself be bullied. Fu Linzhou took a deep breath and could only temporarily suppress his worries, lightly nodding. Then let's begin. Everyone quietly pushed open the carved wooden door of Zhou Fang's room, and were stunned by the interior decoration. Lu Anan observed the meticulously replicated construction of an ancient royal noble's room and inwardly marveled at its intricacy. Zhou Fang really knows how to enjoy life. Look at this room. He truly sees himself as a prince. She observed around, slowly walking to the inner chamber, where she saw clothes carefully hung on the rack, her eyes shining brightly. Oh my goodness, I sent this ready-made prop already here. Upon hearing her thoughts, Fu Jian became curious and walked inside. When his fingers touched the luxurious red on the rack, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. Hanging there was actually an exquisitely crafted ancient wedding dress. Lu Anan rummaged around near the wedding dress, while Fu Jian, shifting his gaze off the wedding dress, asked, Anan, what are you looking for? Lu Anan didn't turn around, answering while searching. Since Zhou Fang has intentions to marry your mother, and even prepared the wedding dress, then all items needed for a traditional Chinese wedding must also be present. So let's find everything out and use it all for a wedding night he'll never forget. I was initially regretting that the effect would be reduced by half if we just dressed up casually, but I didn't expect this guy to be so wild, having even planned his marriage ceremony. Truly heaven helps me, ha ha ha. Understanding dawned on Fu Jian, who also started to search for those items everywhere. Not long after, both of them almost simultaneously found the required items from the depths of the cabinets they were exploring. At that exact moment, the others finished their search in the outer room and entered the inner chamber. Upon entering, Fu Linzhou immediately saw the embroidered wedding dress, and his expression suddenly turned solemn. This wedding dress is exactly the same as your mother's wedding dress back then. His tone was full of disbelief and profound shock. Lu Anan's gossiping spirit ignited once again, but since time was tight, she urgently said, Uncle Fu, keep it brief. Fu Linzhou slowly stepped forward to the exquisite wedding dress, lightly touching the delicate silk, with disbelief in his tone. The design of this wedding dress was specially commissioned when I married Xu, crafted by descendants of the royal embroiderers, combining heart and skill. There is only one such piece in the world, unmatched in any form. Who would have thought that the bastard Zhou Fang actually reproduced a counterfeit version of it? Upon hearing this, Lu Anan felt mixed emotions. Zhou Fang's actions left her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to properly evaluate him. This Zhou Fang is truly deep in affection, but also quite twisted. What is this? Wearing the wedding dress again to marry me once more? I'm starting to get confused whether he loves Aunt Bai or Uncle Fu. Lu Mingqian. Daughter, you shouldn't say things like that. It's terrifying. Fu Jian massaged his temples with long fingers, unable to fully accept either outcome. Let's start preparing. Zhou Fang should be back soon. Everyone snapped out of their gossiping, nodded, and quickly set to work decorating the room in the style of an ancient bridal chamber. Lu Anan, looking at the well-decorated bridal chamber that exuded a perfect atmosphere, gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. Everything is ready, just waiting for Zhou Fang now. On by Xushu's side, Zhou Fang had been standing outside her door, unwilling to leave, trying to prolong their time together with a series of random, incoherent chatter, which thoroughly annoyed by Xushu. Checking the time, she guessed Fu Linzhou's side should be almost ready, and a sense of relief washed over her. Immediately changing her demeanor, she said, I'm tired, then slammed the door shut, cutting off Zhou Fang's incessant babbling. Su, good night. Zhou Fang looked at the tightly closed door in front of him, sighed helplessly, but then regained some confidence. Today, Su had allowed him to escort her back to her room. If he worked harder, she would definitely change her mind. Silently encouraging himself, he stepped confidently and turned back toward his own room. But as he approached his room, an indescribably eerie feeling spread throughout his body. He stared down the pitch-black corridor where no light leaked out from anywhere, his brows involuntarily knitting into a frown. Strange. Are all the lights here broken? Why isn't any of them on? He slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, its faint glow glaringly obvious in the darkness. He dialed the central control room number, preparing to inquire about the lights when suddenly, he felt something like a shadow flash by his side. Who's there? Zhou Fang abruptly looked up, warily observing the place where the shadow disappeared. Is that you? However, the only responses were his own echo and an overwhelming oppressive silence around him. He swallowed a dry lump in his throat and cautiously took a few steps forward. Who's there? At this exact moment, an abrupt and deafening bang resounded as a distant window shatter exploded, startling Zhou Fong so much that the phone slipped uncontrollably from his hand, landing on the cold floor with a crisp, lonely sound. Instantly, the corridor was once again swallowed by a pitch-black darkness, leaving behind only his rapid and chaotic breathing reverberating through the infinite darkness. Summoning up courage, Zhou Fong shouted, "Su, is that you? Stop fooling around." No sooner had the words left his lips than the lights in the distance lit up one by one. However, instead of the warm yellow tones, they glowed with an ominous red color, casting an even more bizarre ambience over the corridor. Zhou Fong's legs started trembling. He slowly leaned against the cool wall, his voice shaking from fear. "Who's there? Come out now, Zhou Fong." This calling voice was ethereal and elusive, surging toward him from all sides, carrying an indescribable chill. Zhou Fong's face turned deathly pale immediately. In his pupils reflected the horrifying sight at the end of the corridor. A woman in brilliant red wedding clothes, wearing a heavy veil, standing still there, luring him with both inexplicable resentment and allure while beckoning him over slowly. "Zhou Fong, why don't you come? Come marry me now." Chapter 53. The female ghost seeks Zhou Fong to renew their connection. Zhou Fong's body trembled involuntarily, a cold current shooting from his spine straight to the tip of his heart, his voice trembling almost incoherently. I really don't know you, nor have I ever promised to marry you." The female ghost paused, her outstretched hand midair, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes before repeating her words with a touch of bewilderment. "You don't know me?" But in an instant, her tone abruptly changed, sharp and filled with resentment. "You don't know me? You already said you wanted to marry me. How dare you deceive me?" Her voice was shrill, as if exploding in Zhou Fong's ear, echoing all around him, making his scalp tingle. Zhou Fong's legs instantly lost all strength. He collapsed on the ground helplessly, tears streaming uncontrollably, mingled with fear and innocence. "No, it wasn't me. You must be mistaken. I don't know you." The female ghost's voice suddenly became piercingly shrill. "How could I be mistaken? The bridal gown hanging in this room, every inch of fabric, every stitch of embroidery belongs to me. You once told me, Shushu, wait for me to come and marry you. Why do you now deny it when I've come seeking you? Mr. Zhou, how cruel your heart is." Hearing this, Zhou Fong's expression changed drastically, his shock evident and impossible to conceal. You are Shushu? How can this be possible?" The female ghost smirked faintly at the corner of her mouth, a mixture of endless sorrow and grudge in her smile. "Now you're not pretending anymore? Then, Mr. Zhou, let's get married right here and now." With her words, the female ghost extended her hands rapidly and bizarrely swooped towards Zhou Fong. As she approached step by step, the lights behind her went out one after another. Zhou Fong's heart pounded uncontrollably, his legs felt like lead. Despite his struggle, he could only use his hands to support himself and stagger backward. His face pale as paper, his voice distorted by fear almost beyond recognition. "Don't come closer. Don't come closer. I don't want to get married." However, the female ghost's steps didn't pause, reaching within inches of Zhou Fong almost instantly. As the last bit of light extinguished, the surroundings were once again engulfed in heavy darkness. Terrified, Zhou Fong squeezed his eyes shut tightly, attempting to block out the chilling scene before him. But a faint breeze brushed past his ears, carrying the cool sensation of the female ghost's veil edge lightly brushing against him, accompanied by a soft whisper that lingered around his ears like a lover's murmurs from days gone by. "Mr. Zhou, let us get married." A terrified scream startled the resting birds nearby, also alarming the security guards patrolling the mansion grounds. Security guard N picked up the walkie-talkie and asked security guard 2, "What happened over there with Mr. Zhou? Why such a horrific cry?" Security guard 2 nervously picked up the walkie-talkie under Lu Yanli's threatening gaze and began lying. "Nothing. Some stone somewhere must have hit Mr. Zhou's ingrown toenail. Just continue your patrol." Security guard N understood. "Oh, that must hurt quite a lot indeed." Security guard 2 maintained composure. Tell the guys to carry on as normal. Nothing unusual over here." "All right, noted." After resolving the security crisis, security guard 2 respectfully handed the walkie-talkie over to Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli took it, appreciatively patted security guard 2 on the shoulder. "Not bad. You know what to do." Security guard 2 glanced stealthily at security guard 1 who was hung upside down spinning from the tree branch and forced a flattering smile. "Of course, it's what I should do." In the corridor, Zhou Fong tightly covered his eyes with both hands, waiting with bated breath for the unknown horror to arrive. Yet surprisingly, everything fell into an eerie stillness. Driven by courage, he gradually revealed 2 slits between his fingers, only to find the corridor eerily quiet, the lights still warm yellow, and no ghost bride anywhere in sight. It was as though everything that had happened moments ago was just his illusion. He slowly got up, leaning on the cold walls with both hands, walking extremely cautiously, carefully checking all around to confirm that in this narrow space, there was no one else but himself. Zhou Fong relaxed slightly, a trace of confusion creeping into his mind. "What's going on? Why am I having hallucinations?" He gently shook his head, trying to dispel the confusion, and bent down looking for his phone which he dropped earlier. But oddly, the phone, clearly at his feet moments before, had now vanished without a trace. While feeling around for it, he noticed something abnormal, a hint of unusual red glow seeping through the warm yellow lights ahead. Zhou Fong immediately froze, lifting his head slowly to peer forward, noticing that his bedroom door, which ought to be tightly closed, was now emitting the exact same eerie red glow seen in the corridor. His heart clenched sharply. How could there be such light in his room? Could it be that what he saw earlier was real? Did the female ghost go inside? He pressed along the wall base, advancing carefully step by step, deliberately keeping his breathing light as he tiptoed toward the room. At this moment, the crowd hiding in the dark was completely speechless. Liu Yanli wore an expression of disdain. Isn't this just the kind of guy who goes to his death in horror movies? Everyone knows his room is strange, yet he still goes inside to check it out. He deserves to be tricked. Jin Yin laughed softly. You're right, Anin's acting is truly excellent. I was even a little scared earlier. She did a great job portraying the female ghost. Fu Jian's face was filled with annoyance at this very moment. When everyone had been discussing who should play the role of the female ghost earlier, he had strongly opposed letting Anin take the role. After all, it was supposed to be about their marriage ceremony, and he didn't want Anin to pretend to be his mother marrying Zhou Fang. This made him very displeased. But besides Anin, no one else on site could fit into that bridal gown. So now, Fu Jian couldn't help but view Zhou Fang with disfavor, not only for trying to steal his father's wife, but also for forcing Anin to act out this marriage scene with him. It was maddening. So he coldly spat out a single word. Idiot. Lu Wenjing slightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze tinged with playful mockery as he looked at Fu Jian. There was a hint of deeper meaning in his tone when he said, Jian, Anin is young and full of mischief. Can you understand her? After hearing this, Fu Jian turned to look back and gently curved his lips in a faint smile. It's fine. I can wait. Lu Wenjing stiffened momentarily, then emotionlessly turned his head away, falling silent again. Over here, Zhou Fang finally reached the window. Holding his breath and concentrating intently, he peeked inside through a small gap in the window. After looking around the room once, he found no sign of the female ghost. The wedding gown still hung neatly on its stand. However, he noticed that the lanterns above the gown had inexplicably turned on, casting a ghostly red glow. Zhou Fang let out a light sigh of relief as his tense nerves relaxed slightly. He straightened up, furrowing his brow. How do these people clean the room without turning off the lanterns? It scared me half to death. He pushed open the door, turned on the light by the entrance, and took off his coat, preparing to go to sleep in the bedroom. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, however, the lights went out with a sharp pop, plunging both the corridor and the room into darkness again. Zhou Fang's body tensed slightly as that familiar sense of terror washed over him once more. Instinctively, he grabbed the doorframe to find some support amidst the sudden darkness. In this suffocating gloom, a faint red lamp illuminated from his intricately carved bedstead. Right there at the edge of the bed, the ghost wearing the wedding gown sat ominously. Chapter 54. Did Zhou Fang faint? Zhou Fang's pupils shrank abruptly, his eyes filled with terror. Everything that happened outside just now wasn't an illusion. The female ghost really was in his room. He wanted to turn and flee, but found himself bound as if by invisible chains. His legs felt heavy as iron, unable to move. He could only stand stiffly by the doorframe, trembling uncontrollably out of fear, his gaze locked firmly on the female ghost by the bed, his eyes brimming with shock and helplessness. The voice of the female ghost, filled with a bone-chilling coldness, rose faintly. Young Master Zhou, come over here, already it's time for our wedding night. Hee, I'll scare you to death. Terrified, Zhou Fang's voice trembled again. Why are you targeting me? I've told you, you've got the wrong person. We can't possibly have our wedding night. The female ghost wouldn't listen. Young Master Zhou, stop struggling. You can't escape. You want to run so much, but you can't get away. At this moment, Zhou Fang completely broke down. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he screamed helplessly. I don't know you. Stop harassing me. You're not Su Su. Su Su is still alive. It's you who has died. As the last word left his lips, the air around him seemed to freeze. A chilling, indescribable coldness spread through the room, and Zhou Fang fell silent with fear. A silence descended before the bulb hanging above suddenly shattered. In horror, Zhou Fang curled up, dodging to the side, yet the shards falling from above managed to graze his cheek. Trembling, his voice almost imploring, he begged, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What exactly do you want before you let me go? From the darkness, the female ghost's voice floated softly, laden with soul-piercing icy coldness and resentment. You ungrateful man. Since you refuse to marry me, then accompany me to the netherworld. Upon finishing her words, she appeared in front of Zhou Fang in a flash. Zhou Fang's body was still immobilized. All he could do was helplessly watch as the female ghost extended her blood-red nails longer than his life itself and clenched his neck, lifting him off the ground. Desperately, he grasped the icy fingers choking him with all his strength, trying to pry open their clamp-like hold, but it was futile. The air grew gradually thin, his cheeks turned red due to suffocation, and the instinctive fear of death compelled him to beg for mercy. I was wrong. The female ghost chuckled coldly. It's too late. Didn't you want to marry me? Once you die, we will be together forever. Aren't you happy, young Master Zhou? Zhou Fang's struggle became increasingly feeble, his hand accidentally brushing against the veil covering the ghost's head during the chaos. The veil fell, revealing a delicate but pale face beneath. His eyes widened instantly. The face reflected in his pupils bore no difference from Baishushu. Unable to bear it any longer, he fainted in the female ghost's grip. Luanin tossed Zhou Fang on the floor, wiping her hands disapprovingly on her bridal gown. Disappointed, she said, to think he just passed out like that. Now I understand why those bodyguards are so fragile. I haven't even used my ultimate trick yet. I didn't even perform the decapitation I carefully prepared for, and he just fainted. Boring. The people who had just entered and switched on the light paused momentarily upon hearing her inner monologue. Well, Anin has really become addicted to playing these games. Jin Yin squatted down and tied Zhou Fong to the table leg, somewhat regretful. I wanted to see the decapitation too. This guy's really too scaredy cat. Lu Anin extinguished the incense on the table, nodding in agreement. Like I was saying, the most exciting part hadn't even begun yet. Fu Linzhou's gaze swept across Zhou Fong's face, pale as paper from fright. He felt a bit of pity for him. Sking. Poor guy. Lifelong trauma. His lips curved into a smirk that even an AK couldn't suppress. Fu Jian stepped forward, took the bridal gown from Lu Anin's hands, casually tossing it on the ground and stomping on it several times as if by chance. This imitation looks dirty anyway. Why don't we burn it? Hearing this, Fu Linzhou responded enthusiastically. Right, it's not auspicious. I'll go outside and burn it. Lu Anin adjusted her clothes while looking at the two fuss. These father and son duo are actually quite particular. Jin Fangwo rolled his eyes at the two men's subtle thoughts, asking Lu Anin seriously, should we wake him up now with water? Lu Anin shook her head. Let's wait a little. I'll rescue Annie first and deal with the bodyguards. Recalling something, she asked Fu Jian, have you reported the case about Auntie going missing? Fu Jian nodded. We have, there's a record. I'll contact the police right now. Lu Anin was satisfied. She stood on tiptoe and gently patted Fu Jian's shoulder, speaking cheerfully. You're doing well. Big villain truly understands me. He knows what I mean even before I say it. Fu Jian's mouth also curved into an angle that even an AK would find hard to suppress. Lu Wenjing said calmly. Anin, it's too dangerous for you to go and rescue Mrs. Fu alone. Let elder brother and second brother go with you. Lu Anin shook her head again. No, I'll go alone. If all of you come along, you will be more of a burden than help. This is just my small powder business. Initially, Lu Wenjing intended to insist further, but hearing his sister's inner voice, he kept silent again. Feeling powerless in his heart, his sister was so capable that she didn't even need her brothers. Thus, he thought it would be better to buy her some presents and transfer her some money after returning. 10 minutes later, Lu Anin pulled a rope threading through a series of people. In her hand was a small whip from somewhere unknown. With a loud crack against the ground, she yelled at those tied together with an air akin to ancient envoys escorting prisoners. Move faster. Line up neatly. Mamiya, it turns out being a jail warden feels this way. So exhilarating. Lu Wenjing, those are officials, not. Never mind, as long as my sister is happy. Bai Shushu walked beside Lu Anin, still under the shock of realizing how such a gentle young girl could actually be like a female Hercules. She then saw Fu Linzhou's face illuminated by firelight and ran towards him with joy, shouting Azhou. Fu Linzhou was contorting his face while burning the wedding dress. Upon hearing the call, he immediately changed his expression and looked at the woman running towards him with deep affection, exclaiming Shushu. As the two were about to embrace each other, Fu Jian emotionlessly interrupted between them with a calm tone. Zhou Fong has awakened. I was planning to sing Waiting for 1,000 years. Now it seems I have to switch to Black Cat Police Force. Lu Anin, with her hands behind her back and an expression full of regret, hurriedly entered the room. At this moment, Zhou Fong woke up. After understanding his situation, he realized he had been tricked. He suddenly sat up, anger flashing in his eyes after being deceived, wanting to unleash a torrent of curses at Jin Yan's faint smile before him. However, at this time, Fu Linzhou and Bai Shushu came in following Lu Anin. When Zhou Fong's gaze landed on Bai Shushu, it froze instantly. All his fury and resentment converged into a tidal wave almost engulfing him. His eyes widened, the rims turning red, every word laced with excruciating pain and uncontrollable rage. Fu Linzhou, it's definitely you. Give Shushu back to me. Standing amidst shifting shadows, Fu Linzhou's visage was stern, his voice cold and sharp, carrying a hint of ridicule. Give her back to you? Zhou Fong, you seem to have forgotten it was you who made the first move and attempted to abduct my wife. I haven't held you accountable yet, but instead, you dare accuse me first. How laughable indeed. Zhou Fong's eyes reddened as if bloodshot, his hatred blazing like a wildfire burning fiercely in his eyes as he glared fixedly at Fu Linzhou. Shushu originally belonged to me. You took advantage of my absence abroad, sneaking in and marrying Shushu. Fu Linzhou scoffed mockingly. You think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for your having been Shushu's neighbor for many years, I wouldn't even have become brothers with you for so many years. Who knew I brought a wolf into my home, and worse still, a presumptuous, ungrateful one. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Fong's chest surged with anger. Just as he was about to refute, Bai Shushu cut him off sharply with a cold and decisive enough. Her gaze was icy cold, directly confronting Zhou Fong, without any warmth in her tone. Don't you always wonder why I don't like you? Now I will tell you. Lu Anin squatted aside, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds, and excitedly started munching away. Mamiya, I can actually snack on villain parents' drama. So thrilling. Chapter 55, Tasting the Melodrama of the Antagonist Parents. Lu Yanli and Jin Yan saw Lu Anin grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and squatting to one side. They immediately went over and shared some seeds with her. They squatted beside Lu Anin while Jin Fenghua also maneuvered his wheelchair closer and grabbed some sunflower seeds as well, watching Fu Linzhou with delight. Although Lu Mingxian also wanted to join in, he had to consider the important cooperation coming up with Fu Linzhou. He reluctantly restrained his inner enthusiasm, maintaining an appearance of composure and steadiness. Lu Wenjing maintained the air of a tyrant CEO and held back, whereas Lu Minghuai and Lu Mingxiu didn't have such airs. Seeing that everyone else had joined the sunflower seed-eating brigade, they happily squatted down too, ready to listen to stories. Fu Jian rubbed his temples again. He suddenly felt it wasn't a good idea to bring so many people along, since this now felt like his parents' gossip tea party. Zhou Fang couldn't afford the energy to care about those wanting to join in the drama. All his thoughts were focused on Bai Shushu's question, "Why don't you like me?" His voice, muffled by suppressed emotions, was slightly hoarse, revealing an almost imperceptible bitterness and reluctance. "Why?" Bai Shushu's gaze was cold. "We grew up together since we were young. Ever since you hit puberty, you've always displayed an unacceptable possessiveness towards me. Any opposite sex around me would be driven away by your schemes. When I received love letters in school, they never reached my hands because you got rid of them all. Even worse, a male classmate once pursued me too ardently, which eventually forced him to transfer schools because of your actions." Zhou Fang defended himself. "That's because I love you. I couldn't stand seeing rivals around you. Was what I did wrong?" Bai Shushu scoffed, sarcastically replying, "Love? Does love mean disregarding my wishes and taking decisions for others on my behalf?" "Zhou Fang, the reason you gave me when handling these matters back then was that it might affect my studies. You said it was for my future, and you solved these problems for me under the guise of a friend." She deliberately emphasized the last sentence. Lu Ainen cracked open sunflower seeds and snorted inwardly. This is a classic obsessive and foolish male antagonist from novels. He thought doing these things would move the person he liked, but instead, not only did he bother the person he fancied, he also hurt innocent people. She shot a disdainful look at Zhou Fang. "A pathological infatuation type in real life. What kind of nonsense is only I can exist by your side? If anyone else appears, they must die? Oh, so sickening. No wonder Aunt Bai doesn't like him. Were it me, I'd kick him 2 miles away." Lu Yanli nodded silently in agreement. His sister was right. Encountering a pathological lover in real life means running as far away as possible. That isn't love, it's mental illness. Zhou Fang's complexion gradually turned pale. After hesitating for quite a long time, he finally managed to say, I just became so defeated and resentful after being rejected that day. I believe that staying by your side as a friend, clearing out obstacles, would let you see my sincerity, see my efforts." Bai Shushu's laugh was cruel. "But I simply do not like you, Zhou Fang. Every time you interfere, I feel bound rather than safe. I experience fear because I am losing my own boundaries." Zhou Fang's body trembled slightly. He hadn't expected his actions would be perceived as so heavy and unbearable by her. He tried to defend himself, but found words failing him, appearing utterly powerless. In Bai Shushu's eyes, there was no sign of yielding. Slowly, she unveiled the curtain of the past, exposing every cruel truth. "Zhou Fang, you said just now that Aizhou took advantage of you when you were abroad? But actually, I liked Aizhou a long time ago. To be with him, I carefully orchestrated the scheme to have Uncle Zhou arrange your study abroad program." Upon hearing this, Zhou Fang's eyes widened with shock, disbelief, and a hint of bitterness. Trembling with difficulty, he stammered, "So, the scumbag who touched you improperly at that banquet was you?" Bai Shushu's lips curved faintly. "Yes, I know you too well. You wouldn't allow any man near me. If something like that happened, you'd definitely lose control. And that's exactly what I needed. You losing control. Only then would you use lethal force for me. Then I could relay everything to Uncle Zhou's ears, forcing you to leave here. This way, I could be with Aizhou." Lu Ainen was so startled that the sunflower seeds fell from her mouth. "My goodness. I thought it was the story of an obsessive villain male number 2 getting redeemed by a pure, yet fragile female protagonist. Turns out it's the tale of a scheming Ba Wanghua, tyrant flower, heroine, paired with a weak and neurotic male protagonist. Amazing. Aunt Bai is awesome." Fu Jian, for some reason, he felt Ainen's description was spot on. Listening to his mom, his dad seemed really useless. Not just useless, but he even mistook him as a close buddy for so many years. Truly, speechless. He gave his father an annoyed glance. Worthless, and letting mom bear the burdens he should have carried. Fu Linzhou. Why does my son look down on him? Zhou Fang's heart was struck by the harsh truth. A pain so intense it felt as though every inch of his skin clung to sharp blades. Every breath was like cutting into his soul. He had never imagined that Su Su could devise such an unyielding plan for Fu Linzhou, going so far as to stake her reputation and purity, all in order to drive him away from her life. Laughing bitterly at himself, he started with soft chuckles that grew louder into guffaws. "Ha! Bai Shushu, you really have a ruthless heart." Bai Shushu's expression didn't change even a bit. "Ruthless? No, I wasn't ruthless enough. If I had known that after seeing me get married, you would still remain close friends with Aizhou just to one day take me away and imprison me, I would have found someone to completely sever your hopes when you went abroad." Zhou Fang's body involuntarily tensed, his bitter smile appearing even more painful. "Do you hate me this much?" Bai Shushu scoffed lightly, filled with disdain and scorn in her voice. Every word was like a blade, piercing Zhou Fang's heart accurately and mercilessly. "Hate? You don't deserve it. All I feel is pure disgust toward you. Right to the bone, utterly incurable disgust." Zhou Fang's eyes were bloodshot, crimson red as if they might bleed. Each word Bai Shushu said plunged straight into his heart, making him ache with every single breath. He sneered at himself saying, Good, good. A profound disgust reaching the very marrow of my bones. I understand now." Lu Ainen stopped cracking sunflower seeds, instead rubbing the goosebumps that rose on her arms. This line hit too hard. It's not even salt being sprinkled on a wound. This is ripping Zhou Fang's heart out and making it dance on a knife tip. Lu Yanli also couldn't continue eating sunflower seeds. The scene was simply too painful. Alas, Zhou Fang has truly played his good cards into pieces. He could have been normal and followed the standard route, becoming the deep-loving second male lead from typical novels. Nowadays, it's so easy for the second male leads to seize the position of main lead. But what did he do? Now he ends up sowing his own fate while Aunt Bai treats him like garbage. Is it really necessary? Oh, rhyming there. SKR. Lu Yanli. Damn, his pain made me almost shed tears through my nose. Fu Jian pinched his hand secretly while biting his lips. He shouldn't laugh, since Uncle Zhou looked completely devastated. If he heard the son of his romantic rival mocking him, he might come forward and bite him. But, if bitten, should he actually get vaccinated for rabies? Just as the group atmosphere became awkward, a knocking sound at the door broke the silence. The voice outside hesitated slightly. Hello, may I ask if Mr. Fu is inside? We are police officers. We just received a report from Mr. Fu that Mrs. Fu has been found. Is it true? Fu Linzhou, having recovered from the shock of the truth, quickly went to open the door. Yes, Officer Chen, my wife is inside. Officer Chen looked at the bodyguard squatted in the yard tied up with ropes, and his expression was a bit strange. Mr. Fu, what is this about? Fu Jian also arrived at the door at this moment, naturally taking over the conversation. They were the bodyguards hired by Zhou Fong to watch over my mother. To rescue her, we bound them. A slight twitch occurred at the corner of Officer Chen's mouth. This way of tying people is quite unique, huh? Fu Jian gave a light laugh, with a hint of indulgence in his smile. He gently moved aside, clearing a path, speaking gently. Officer Chen, both my mother and those who kidnapped her are inside. Officer Chen's face grew serious. He solemnly nodded and entered the house with two other policemen, asking as they walked. How many kidnappers are there? Has Mrs. Fu been harmed in any way? Fu Linzhou touched his nose, a complex look appearing in his eyes. There was only one, and my wife was not hurt. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Officer Chen's eyes. Only one. The expression on Fu Linzhou's face became even more nuanced. He lightly raised his hand, pointing his fingertip towards the corner of the table, his voice carrying an indescribable meaning. Officer Chen, you see for yourself. Following his finger, Officer Chen saw someone bound at the foot of the table. When he leaned in to see the man's appearance, he let out an astonished cry. Mr. Zhou Fong? How is this possible? Upon hearing his name, Zhou Fong's body stiffened, but he did not lift his head, merely maintaining his dejected posture as he sat quietly. Officer Chen was startled. He never would have imagined that the person who kidnapped Mrs. Fu was actually Zhou Fong. Previously, their police force had summoned Zhou Fong a few times in search of clues. Back then, he appeared very anxious, and due to the slow progress of their investigation, he had almost started a fight at the police station. Who would have guessed that he was the one who kidnapped Mrs. Fu? Officer Chen's heart burned with anger. Once upon a time, he had felt a touch of guilt due to Zhou Fong's seemingly sincere urgency. But now, looking back, every single time Zhou Fong stepped into the police station was a part of a carefully orchestrated drama. He was using these opportunities to spy on the police's moves, probing whether they had suspected him. Zhou Fong, is there anything else you wish to say? A cold, mocking smile curved at the corner of Zhou Fong's lips. I have nothing more to say. Arrest me if you will. Officer Chen gestured, and two policemen nearby sprang into action, swiftly freeing Zhou Fong from his bonds at the foot of the table and then placing handcuffs on him. The two police officers tightly gripped Zhou Fong's arms, leading him away. Zhou Fong obediently followed the police step by step until he reached Bai Shushu. Then he slowly lifted his head, a complicated look mingling in his eyes as he sought some warmth on the indifferent face before him, even if it was just a fleeting moment of sympathy. However, Bai Shushu didn't spare him a glance. He gave a bitter laugh, his eyes slowly reddening, deeply gazing at Bai Shushu one last time, and subsequently silently followed the police out of the house. His shadow stretched long under the dim yellow light, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Lu Anan sighed with regret. At this moment, it should start raining outside. It should be a heavy downpour like when Yiping went to ask her father for money on that night. Add in some background music, and this could easily become a primetime hit. Lu Yanli, is my sister's side job changing again? From coming up with website titles to becoming a director of soap operas? Lu Mingxian thought about the scene in his mind. Indeed, there was truly that sense of melancholy. Ding ling. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a text message alert abruptly broke the silence around, attracting everyone's attention. Without exception, all gazes converged on the mobile phone within the evidence bag that Officer Chun had just placed carefully in his hand. A sense of heaviness filled the air. At this moment, why would a text message suddenly come? Officer Chen took out the phone, had Zhou Fong unlock it, opened the message interface, and asked Zhou Fong with a low voice after reading the message. Who is Lu Anan? Lu Anan was startled, a flash of surprise and confusion crossing her eyes. Huh, is it for me? On Zhou Fong's phone. Everyone was startled at heart. If the message came from Zhou Fong's phone, how could Anan's name possibly appear? She took a step forward toward Officer Chun and replied, It's me. Is this text message addressed to me? Officer Chen did not answer directly, but gently rotated the phone screen, revealing the content of the text message without reservation before everyone's eyes. The content of the message sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In that moment, the air seemed a bit heavier. The text simply read, Lu Anan, I'm eagerly looking forward to the next surprise you will give me. Lu Anan's pupils suddenly darkened, her lips involuntarily tightened, and her expression became a bit heavier. Who is this? How does he know I'm here? And how does he know me? Before she could digest this unexpected situation, the screen lit up again, and another message came in. I'll send you a gift, as a celebration of your return. Lu Anan, good luck. When Lu Anan saw the second sentence, her eyes suddenly contracted sharply, like being strangled by an invisible hand. Her heartbeat seemed to stop at that moment. Celebrate my return? This person, what does he know? Send me a gift? Is it for the original owner or for me? Others also understood these two messages. Their hearts sank in unison, and the atmosphere became abnormally oppressive. Jin Fang's expression was serious. Someone is watching us. Lu Mingqian's mind was full of doubts. The person sending the messages knew Anan was here, perhaps even her secrets. Who exactly was he? Lu Wenjing's handsome face instantly froze with a layer of frost. He coldly stared at Zhou Fang and asked sternly, "What's the relationship between this sender and you?" Zhou Fang didn't answer. His eyes fixedly gazed at Lu Anan. Seeing this, Lu Yanli grew anxious. His voice raised slightly as he urgently asked, "Zhou Fang, you were asked a question. Who is the one sending these messages?" Still, Zhou Fang remained silent. He just looked at Lu Anan and smiled. "Ah, so this is what he meant at the time." With a blank face, Lu Anan questioned, "What do you mean?" Zhou Fang's smile grew more pronounced, his gaze filled with amusement. "When I took Shushu from the Fu family, he told me that no one would visit the old Fu mansion anymore. I could dig a secret passage there, lease the back mountain, and build a house where Shushu and I could live. If nothing unexpected happened, we would never be found. When I asked him what unexpected meant, he said that if she didn't come back, no one would find us. If she returned, there would be uncertainties." Zhou Fang paused, looking profoundly at Lu Anan. "Turns out he was talking about you. You are the uncertainty. What exactly does this person know?" Lu Anan pondered quietly in her heart, her fists unconsciously tightening as her nails lightly dug into her palms. "Who is he?" Zhou Fang smiled provocatively. Chapter 57. A greeting to the mysterious person. Zhou Fang deliberately stretched out his tone, looking at everyone's clearly expectant faces, then changed the subject. "Him? I won't tell you." He laughed loudly as he looked at everyone, shifting his eyes toward Lu Yanli, who had a cold and serious expression. With an almost provocatively leisurely manner, he said, "Officer, don't waste time anymore. Just take me away. I admit that it was me who kidnapped Bai Shushu." Lu Yanli's gaze was sharp and cold as he stared piercingly at Zhou Fang with disdain. I reckon you probably don't even know who the person you're talking about is, do you?" After hearing this, instead of being upset, Zhou Fang smiled even more brightly. He looked at Lu Yanli and slowly said, "Young man, there's no need for your goading. I've eaten more salt than the miles you've walked. Your tricks won't work on me." As Lu Yanli prepared to say something in irritation, Lu Anan casually interrupted him. "Big brother, there's no use asking him. It's not that he doesn't want to say, but he also doesn't know who that helper of his really is." She then turned her gaze toward Zhou Fang and gave a gentle smile. "Am I right, Mr. Zhou? If my guess isn't wrong, prying information about that person from Zhou Fang will be impossible too." Zhou Fang hesitated briefly, his expression flickering slightly, before a smirk formed on his lips, as if mocking Lu Anan's attempt to test him. "Don't waste your effort. Provocation tactics won't work on me. No matter how many methods you try, I won't tell you." "Good, looks like we're close." Lu Anan caught the fleeting change in Zhou Fang's emotions, her smile widening rather than diminishing. "This isn't a provocation, Mr. Zhou. I'm merely stating a fact that even you haven't fully realized yet." Startled, Zhou Fang asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Anan's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm and guiding. "The literal meaning, Mr. Zhou. That person wouldn't trust you enough to not install surveillance in your bedroom. He likely would ensure that you never have a chance to betray him. Let me guess, right now, you can't even remember what that person looks like or their name, can you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Fang's pupils unconsciously shrank, and he blurted out, panic barely noticeable in his voice. "Impossible. I carefully checked my room personally. There couldn't possibly be any surveillance." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Anan responded lightly, her gaze wandering seemingly nonchalantly over an inconspicuous corner high up in the room. The timing of the text message was too coincidental. Someone watching live couldn't possibly control the texting timing so precisely. And ever since I received that text, I've consistently felt as if someone was monitoring me from that area. Others, upon hearing her thoughts, were startled and followed Lu Anan's line of sight. Was there really a surveillance camera? Jin Yan followed their gaze, looking around to locate the camera. Suddenly his eyes lit up, pointing to a nearly indistinguishable camouflaged camera. He exclaimed, "Look over there. Isn't that a surveillance camera?" Lu Wenjing examined it closely for a while and nodded. "Yes. Try to get it down." Jin Yan got up and intended to find tools in the yard. "All right, I'll grab a ladder to dismantle it." Lu Anan softly stopped him. "No need." She casually picked up a cup on the table, idly playing with it. She glanced up at the surveillance camera and smiled faintly, waving casually toward the lens as though greeting the person behind it. "I'm looking forward to meeting you. Who are you exactly?" "The mysterious master." Her resonant words carried a subtle trace of provocation. Then with a slight flick of her wrist, she hurled the cup smoothly into the air, hitting the surveillance camera precisely, causing it to fall with a crash. Zhou Fang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the monitor fall, waves of shock surging through him. When did they install this? Lu Anan, gazing at Zhou Fang's almost frozen-like demeanor, found it amusing. That person is so cautious. How could you not think of that possibility? If you're already being used as his pawn, how could he possibly let you freely expose him after getting discovered? Naturally, he'd have to keep an eye on you, whether you've been successfully hypnotized to forget his face and his name. Zhou Fang wasn't listening to Lu Anan anymore. All he could feel now was a sense of hopelessness. How had he lived under this person's constant watch without knowing? Does that mean that person even saw him run naked in the bedroom? Seeing Zhou Fang's utterly embarrassed appearance where he wanted nothing more than to bash his head against a pole and die immediately, Lu Anan sympathetically consoled him. Don't look so disheartened. This surveillance should have only started recording when the first text arrived. Zhou Fang's eyes were empty. Really? Lu Anan nodded. Anyway, since I entered, I only sensed someone monitoring just now. As for whether the other person randomly decided to check the surveillance before, I don't know it. Zhou Fang slightly rallied his spirit. Now it didn't matter whether he'd been fully exposed or not. Anyway, he was about to step on the sewing machine too, a metaphor for being put to work hard under duress. Worrying so much wouldn't change anything. Indeed, Lu Anan's earlier guess had been quite accurate. He truly couldn't recall that person's appearance or name. And even if he wanted to rat him out, there was nothing he could say. So, he could only stay silent. The air fell quiet for a moment. Lu Mingxian furrowed his brows as he looked at the fallen surveillance camera on the ground and asked perplexedly, but how did that person know Zhou Fang was captured? Lu Anan tilted her head, pondering. That's right, how did he know? Is there someone inside the department helping him? Let's rewind the time to when Fu Jian contacted the police. Manulu Tea House. A figure hurriedly walked into the depths of the tea house, his steps cautious and respectful. He humbly reported to the man sitting quietly in the dim light of the tea room, who was leisurely flipping through a book. Master, the police have arrived at Zhou Fang's residence. The man's action of turning pages never paused, yet he asked indifferently. Why would the police go there without reason? Isn't it again because Fu Linzhou sent them to inquire after Madame Fu's whereabouts at Zhou Fang's place? The subordinate shook his head slightly. No, master. Our source said the police received a report saying Madame Fu had been found at Zhou Fang's house. After hearing this, the man briefly paused in his page-turning. Then a hint of amused smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Oh? They've been discovered. The subordinate bowed his head lower, a trace of caution seeping into his voice. Yes, master. Should we find a way to save Zhou Fang? The man lightly closed the book in his hands, his eyes glinting with both amusement and deep thought as he slowly started. I seem to recall having installed a surveillance system in Zhou Fang's bedroom, don't I? The subordinate replied. Yes, master. One of our men was involved in building Zhou Fang's house, and we indeed placed a surveillance device in a corner of the ceiling in his bedroom. Upon hearing this, the man's lips curled up faintly in a smile as he slowly extended his hand. Good. Show me the footage from that surveillance. The subordinate quickly retrieved the surveillance footage from his personal tablet and carefully handed it over to the man, waiting for further instructions. As the man took the tablet, the first thing he saw was Lu Anan standing in the middle of the room, which prompted a deep, enigmatic smile to climb onto his lips. I see. That's why they were discovered, because she introduced an unforeseen variable. The subordinate wore a look of confusion, hesitantly asking, Master, do you mean that the extremely minute, 1 in 10,000 possibility you once mentioned has actually manifested in her? A flash of coldness passed through the man's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. It seems she can surprise me more than I imagined. At this point, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for an instant. The subordinate's voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a mixture of anxiety and caution. Then, Master, should we think of a way to kill her? After this statement, the atmosphere around the man changed abruptly. He slowly raised his head, his gaze like a blade, coldly scrutinizing the subordinate without uttering a word. The subordinate felt a chill down his spine and hastily bowed deeply, his tone filled with apologies. I spoke out of turn, master. Please punish me. I shouldn't have speculated your intentions. The man lightly nodded, his voice calm but decisive, leaving no room for argument. Go and accept your punishment yourself. From now on, I don't ever want to hear such words from anyone's mouth. Her life cannot be jeopardized by any of you. After speaking, he gazed deeply at Lu Anan in the surveillance footage and said softly, My wildcard must remain alive and well. Chapter 58. Receiving a grand gift from a mysterious person. In the surveillance footage, Zhou Fang had just been handcuffed. The man's gaze flickered subtly when it touched the phone by Zhou Fang's hand. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips. If that's the case, then let me introduce you to my variable first. He casually picked up the phone lying nearby, found Zhou Fang on the contact list, and sent the first message. After sending the first message, the man looked at the surveillance screen with anticipation and curiosity. What kind of joyful expression would his variable show? But obviously, he was disappointed. In the monitor, Lu Anan's face only slightly darkened without showing any panic or fear. The man furrowed his brows lightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he continued to send the second message. The man watched Lu Anan on the monitor. Aside from curiosity and confusion, there was no other emotion on her face. His expression instantly turned gloomy. Did she forget me? At this moment, he saw Lu Anan turn her face toward the camera, as if looking straight at him through the lens. The man's breathing tightened. He understood Lu Anan's lip movements and relaxed his tense body. He chuckled with an indiscernible tone and muttered softly, I am also looking forward to our reunion. Then a teacup flew into the lens, immediately plunging the monitor into darkness. The man smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, tossed the tablet on the table, and tapped his knees lightly, feeling quite pleased. A subordinate standing beside him, though puzzled, did not dare to interrupt his calmness. After a long time, the subordinate could not help but ask, Master, we don't save Zhou Fang. What do we do next? The man closed his eyes and slowly said, Zhou Fang is already a useless pawn. Since he has been captured, we no longer need to worry about him. Hearing this, the subordinate seemed to understand something but remembered something else and reported, Master, Lu Yanhua sought help just now, saying that Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixuan were detained by the police. The man was curious. What did they do? The old woman claims Lu Anan set them up. The subordinate answered meticulously. After hearing this, the man snorted with laughter, a tone of disdain and mockery in his voice. That old woman is really stupid. No wonder she found out their mischief right after returning home. After saying that, he slowly rose, straightening the wrinkles on his jacket, and walked towards the door with composed steps. Go get someone to bail them out, then send them back to the Liu family, so they can cause more trouble for my variable. Oh yes. Before reaching the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and his gaze swept over the quiet and elegant tea room, speaking with a touch of nonchalance. Burn down this tea house. It'll be a gift for an old friend. On the side of Zhou Feng's residence. Seeing Zhou Feng stuttering and unable to say anything, after confirming that Liu Anan was unrelated to the matter, Officer Chen took Zhou Feng back to the police station. As Zhou Feng left, Liu Anan and her group gradually stepped out of the house gate, said goodbye to others, and returned to the Liu family home. Just as they entered the threshold, Liu Wenjing's phone rang. The name, Liu Xuanran, flashed on the screen, giving him a sense of ominous foreboding. He quickly answered the call. A low and serious voice came from the other end. Big brother, have you seen the news? Something happened. Liu Wenjing frowned slightly, immediately turning around and grabbing the remote control. The TV screen lit up instantly, switching to the news channel, which was airing the latest current events. As he kept his eyes glued to the screen, he asked gravely, I just got home. I'm watching now. Tell me what happened first. Liu Xuanran's tone was heavy. Big brother, the Yuman Tower burned down. Liu Wenjing's expression suddenly darkened. At the same time, on the TV screen, a news broadcast pierced the indoor silence like ice-cold water. A shocking fire breaks out in Yun City. Unfortunately, the Yuman Tower tea house was severely damaged. Luckily, nobody was inside at the time of the incident, avoiding any casualties. The announcer's calm yet grave voice hit everyone's hearts hard, word by word like hammers. The scene slowly pulled in closer, and the silhouette of the tea house became blurry amidst the roaring flames. However, the sign illuminated red by the fire, Yuman Tower, remained clear before everyone's eyes. Liu Anan immediately thought of the second message she had seen on Zhou Feng's phone. Her heart sank heavily, and there was no expression on her face except for her deep and somber eyes. This is what he did. He knew we were investigating Yuman Tower. Upon hearing this, Liu Mingqian's expression changed drastically, surprised, asking, so the gift he mentioned was burning the tea house? Liu Anan nodded lightly, a trace of indescribable heaviness in her tone. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless, to burn down a building just because of a suspicion. Liu Wenjing paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Liu Anan's thoughtful face. He then softly asked, Anan, before you came home, did you have any impression of this person? Upon hearing this, Liu Anan began to carefully recall the original plot. In the original work, everything after the protagonist turned 3 was left blank. The novel started from the perspective of the female lead, Liu Ronyu. From the perspective of the female lead, she saw the original protagonist for the first time in the old Liu residence. Thereafter, until the original protagonist met her tragic end, there was no mention of the period when she disappeared and then returned to the Liu family in the entire book, not even in the grand finale. So, whether the original protagonist met this master before returning to the Liu family is something I genuinely don't have a clue about, but I personally feel they probably didn't meet. And what confused her even more at the moment was that she wasn't sure whether the text message referred to the original protagonist or herself. What troubled her even further was that, with that sudden text message, she inexplicably felt it was meant for her rather than the original protagonist. But why did she have such a feeling? Liu Anan could only feel a headache coming on as she massaged her temples and replied, there shouldn't have been. I don't remember meeting any strange people. The atmosphere in the living room became heavy for a while. Taking advantage of everyone else being lost in thought, Liu Anan began to piece together every fragment from the original world, reviewing familiar faces to past events, leaving nothing unchecked. But even after combing through all the people she knew and experiences she'd had in her mind, she still couldn't recall anyone who had such a serious grudge against her. Since she couldn't figure it out, Liu Anan straightforwardly called the customer service. 7758, I have a question for you. Customer service. Sure, dear, how may I assist you? First check my memories. Look at the 2 text messages I received after Zhou Feng was taken away. After checking the memories, customer service was surprised by the content of the 2 text messages. Who sent these messages? Liu Anan was slightly speechless. Who am I asking? You or are you asking me? How would I know who sent the message? If I knew, would I still ask you? After hearing this, customer service fell silent for a moment before replying. Dear, based on my extensive experience reading novels, this message might be directed at you rather than the original protagonist. Are your enemies catching up with you? Liu Anan rolled her eyes. Dear, I'm here because you guys summoned my soul. Can't you just check if I have any enemies chasing me? Customer service's voice sounded again, this time with a bit more awkwardness. Dear, we can only access what happens to you in this world. Your life in the original world is private information, and we don't have the right to look into it. Liu Anan became furious. Dang. 7758, you're now answering questions with vague responses and non-answers. How do you even manage as customer service? Customer service seems somewhat wronged. Dear, I'm just an ordinary mall customer service representative, supposed to solve problems related to using the mall and some unexpected situations you might encounter when fixing the storyline. I'm not an all-knowing system. It's normal that I don't know these things, isn't it? After listening to customer service's words, Liu Anan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in her heart. She'd thought she'd gained a golden finger helper, but instead, This thing only gave her minimum guarantees and offered unreliable tools from time to time, knowing nothing else. This was like starting from scratch, a magnificent building rising from the ground entirely on its own strength. Lu Ainin helplessly dismissed the customer service, propped her chin on her hand, and let her mind drift blankly. So what exactly is my identity? Chapter 59. Brother 4 is about to turn dark. My master said that when he found me, I was only 4 years old. He had also tried to figure out who my parents were, but it turned out that they had already passed away at that time. So, master adopted me afterwards. Lu's father felt speechless. Was the daughter's master serious? How did his wife and he die when their daughter was only 4 years old? Was this master legitimate? Lu Ainin propped her chin on her elbow, reminiscing about the day she descended the mountain. Calculating it, this is actually the first time I've truly come down from the mountain. Previously, each time was sneaking off with my senior brothers and sisters. The old man, my master, said this was the best time for me to descend the mountain according to his calculations. Though we don't know how he calculated it. As soon as I came down, I transmigrated into a short-lived, evil female supporting character. But I remember when I left, master told me that no matter what happened on this journey, I would always transform danger into safety. Lu Wenjing's thoughts stirred slightly. The timing chosen by sister's master refers to when she descends the mountain, returning to their side, encounter anything, and still be able to transform danger into safety? It seemed then, sister's return was truly the variable that would change their fates. Lu Ainin lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertips, her eyes becoming increasingly determined. So why think so much? Let's take it one step at a time. Master said I will win. Why should I fear those rats in the sewer? You're kidding. I'm the queen. Confidence radiates. Lu Yanli's corner of his mouth twitched. His sister really was something else, thinking and singing aloud. But it was true. With almost all leads cut off now, rather than sitting here imagining pointlessly, we might as well do as the sister suggested. Take it one step at a time. The person behind this will slip up eventually. They are, after all, the strongest antagonist group. What to fear? Life and death. So what if you disagree? We'll deal with it. The four sat on the couch zoning out while watching TV. Just then, the living room door opened, and Song Shiryun returned. Seeing the four sitting frozen on the couch, she laughed. What are you guys doing? Playing statues? Lu Mingxian snapped back to reality, standing and walking over to Song Shiryun's side. Naturally, he took the bag out of her hand, looked back and asked curiously, didn't you go to pick up Yubai? Where is he? Hearing this, Lu Ainin's eye showed a flicker of surprise. Brother 4 is back today, and no one informed me. It's over now, Brother 4's storyline begins. Lu Mingxian and Song Shiryun exchanged a glance. Did this mean that their fourth son has reached the turning point of life and death? Song Shiryun maintained a calm, gentle smile without making any ripples, sitting next to Lu Ainin and softly speaking. Your brother 4 only told me this morning that he would be coming home today. At that time, you guys were just about to head to the old residence of the Lu family, so I didn't tell you, only mentioning it to your father. Lu Wenjing furrowed his brows slightly. Then why didn't younger brother return together with him? Song Shiryun's gaze softened as she explained. When we got to the airport, Professor Yubai's mentor's son also went there to welcome the mentor. He mentioned hosting a celebration banquet, and since Yubai couldn't refuse, he accepted, so I returned first. It's over. Because he can't refuse this, elder brother 4 is about to turn into a gloomy psychopath. Song Shiryun inwardly jolted in surprise. Was their fourth son actually the first abnormal one in their family? Lu Ainin thought about the original work's description regarding the first incident involving Lu Yubai, regretfully shaking her head inside. In the original work, this wasn't a simple celebration banquet. It was a setup designed by the protagonist and Brother 4's mentor, essentially a genuine feast of danger meant for Brother 4. Brother 4's mentor saw Brother 4 at first glance and liked him immediately. However, Brother 4's sexual orientation was far too normal. He did not fall for a 60-year-old woman. Thus, she could only suppress her emotions, outwardly maintaining an upright dignity. Yet in private, she frequently stole personal items belonging to Brother 4. One day, as usual, when she was stealing something, she was seen by the female protagonist, who perceived this as a good chance to control Brother 4. Hence, the two struck a deal. The female protagonist provided some private items of Brother 4, and the mentor agreed to help her do one thing. A chill ran down Lu's father and the other three's spines. They had also met this professor. She looked bright and elegant, yet under that surface lurked such misconduct, like thievery. Moreover, how had Lu Rongyu obtained these private items of Brother Yubai? Other than having visited their living room along with the old lady, she hadn't accessed their private areas, so how did she get those intimate belongings? As they pondered fruitlessly, Lu Ainin's internal musings resolved their doubts. For years, Lu Rongyu couldn't manage to connect with my parents, making it impossible for her to obtain Brother 4's intimate belongings directly. Therefore, she secretly pilfered things belonging to Brother Lu Yishuan, handed them over to Brother 4's mentor, claiming Brother 4 personally used them. To ensure authenticity, she even edited pictures to make it convincing. This greatly pleased the mentor, and henceforth she followed every instruction from Lu Rongyu. The four of them were left speechless, a mix of emotions swirling in their hearts. This Lu Rongyu was truly cunning. She hadn't even thought of using some unused items to deceive, but instead directly used Lu Yishuan's belongings to fill the gap, making it a cost-free deal. This celebration banquet was the second setup by Lu Rongyu, who couldn't wait to strike against the Lu family. Besides wanting to kill me, this is her next plan. Lu father and the three others held their breath in anticipation, waiting for what Lu Rongyu had planned next. Four brothers mentor, suppressed under the weight of her unexpressed feelings day after day, finally couldn't hold back any longer. She reached out to Lu Rongyu, expressing her desire for a physical exchange with forebrother. This was like handing over a pillow to Lu Rongyu, who was already struggling to find ways to breach our antagonist group's defenses. The mentor's sudden request was no different from handing her a crowbar. It so happened that the mentor's son was also forebrother's roommate, participating in the same competition. However, his intelligence fell short of forebrother's. During this competition, forebrother placed first, while he didn't participate due to a mistake. Since starting university, he'd always been envious of forebrother. Upon hearing his mother's demand, he colluded with Lu Rongyu, planning not only to harm forebrother physically, but also to mentally crush him. They labeled forebrother's competitive success as plagiarism of his idea and aimed to disgrace forebrother publicly. At the celebration banquet, they managed to drug forebrother and handed him over to the mentor, filming everything. Moreover, all of forebrother's competition materials were transferred to the mentor's son. By the time forebrother woke up the next day, everything was already settled. Their plan succeeded, and forebrother was ruined. With the leverage of the evidence involving forebrother and the mentor, they weren't worried about forebrother exposing the truth. Afterward, forebrother slowly became increasingly gloomy and solitary. Unable to bear the humiliation and mockery from the mentor and her son, the long-suppressed indignation and anger exploded. Losing his sanity, he killed both of them and later took his own life in prison. Listening to this, Lu father and the other three felt their rage rising rapidly. Filled with indignation, they believed that those three people's actions were worse than beasts and dogs, disgracing the word human. Song Shiryun could no longer contain her fury. Slamming the table hard, she stood up, her gaze as sharp as ice, coldly declaring, "We'll go to Yubai's celebration banquet right now and bring him back." Chapter 60. Found a group of gossip-loving friends. Luinen was startled by the sudden commotion. She looked at Song Shiryun, who had suddenly flown into a rage beside her, full of confusion. "Whoa, you scared me. What's wrong with my mom? Why is she so angry that she wants to go to Fourth Brother's celebratory banquet?" At this moment, Song Shiryun's face was as cold as frost. Her fists were tightly clenched, and she gritted her teeth as she said, "I just remembered, I saw the son of Mentor Yubai at the airport, and he took his first step with his left foot. That made me furious." Lu Mingxian followed his wife, his eyes flashing with anger as well. He chimed in, "Exactly. He went too far. He actually stepped with his left foot first. We must demand an explanation from him." Luinen, This is a big deal. Should we report it to the United Nations first? No. Isn't this reason for confrontation completely absurd? Are mom and dad serious? Lu Wenjing coughed lightly with amusement, defending his parents. What mom and dad mean is that son isn't a good person. They want to take Yubai away from them. Upon hearing this, Luinen's doubts deepened even more. How do mom and dad know he's not a good person? In the original story, the mentor's son was very well disguised. After Fourth Brother got into trouble, the family indeed wanted to prove his innocence, but Fourth Brother himself suppressed it. Eventually, under Fourth Brother's refusal, the matter was dropped. How do mom and dad know now that he's not a good person? Lu Yanli suddenly stood up. Let's stop worrying about whether or not he's a good person. Fourth Brother clearly knows his sister has come back, but still doesn't strongly decline the dinner invitation. For that alone, we have to go and bring him back now. Song Shiryun nodded, agreeing with the reason. She pulled Luinen off the sofa and quickly walked towards the door. Exactly. Fourth Brother is too out of line. Unin, let's go catch him and bring him back. A subtle feeling arose in Luinen's heart. This reason sounds fine at first, but I feel like something is off. However, the other three did not give Luinen time to figure out what was strange. After quickly pushing her into the car, they all drove straight to the location of Lu Yubai's celebratory banquet. The car slowly came to a stop in front of the hotel. As Luinen stepped out of the car, her gaze inadvertently swept past the bustling night market alley nearby, her eyes flickering slightly as a cunning smile tugged at her lips. Hee, how can you enjoy gossip without an audience? She turned to her parents and brother, saying, Mom, Dad, Big Brother, I see there's fried rice and dumplings over there at the night market. I must check out their taste. You guys go on ahead, I'll be right there. Lu Yanli was curious about how his sister planned to find an audience and wanted to follow. But before he could say a whole sentence, starting only with the word me, Lu Wenjing interrupted. All right, we'll wait for you in the lobby. Buy what you need and come back. Luinen nodded, and then sprinted toward the night market, pulling out her mask and glasses as she ran. She stopped in front of the vendor selling fried rice and dumplings, placed an order, and began chatting idly with the merchant. As the conversation gradually deepened, a mysterious smile spread across Luinen's face. Lowering her voice, she whispered conspiratorially, I just heard a bit of gossip from that hotel, don't know if it's true or not. Upon hearing this, everyone around waiting for their food, and those preparing food, all gathered closer. Sis, what's the gossip? Luinen glanced carefully at the hotel before lowering her voice even more. I just heard that there's some university professor trying to coerce one of his students inside. An astonished exclamation erupted from everyone around her. My goodness, really? Didn't you hear wrong, sis? Luinen waved a hand dismissively. Come on, it's real, why would I lie? And I also heard that the professor's son is involved too. Those around her drew in a sharp breath. What? The son's in it too? Sis, did you hear clearly which university professor it is? Luinen covered her lips delicately with her fingers, lowering her voice even further. Not only did I hear it clearly, I saw it clearly. This professor is quite famous at Y University. Her name is Lin Yawei. Coincidentally, there were students from Y University among the crowd. Upon hearing this name, they questioned Lu Unin in unison. Impossible. Professor Lin is known for her integrity in our school. She wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Anin looked indignant because they didn't believe her. Believe it or not, I saw her with my own eyes leading a student into that hotel, talking about drugging a boy during the banquet. If you don't believe me, go check upstairs. It's happening in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. After finishing, she acted annoyed, grabbed her snack, and quickly left the group. Hehe, the nature of gossip will definitely attract a crowd, huh? After Lu Anin left, everyone exchanged glances. A middle-aged man, his eyes glittering with curiosity, excitedly asked, "Do you think what that girl said is true?" This comment was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The crowd suddenly surged with an uncontrollable impulse, and someone couldn't help but suggest, "Let's go check it out. In case it's true, we could even do a good deed." This immediately won many responses, with excitement gleaming in their eyes. Yes, 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 as concerned citizens, let's go see. If Professor Lin is indeed being framed, we can still testify for her. Afterward, a group of people driven by gossip surged towards the hotel. Lu Anin took off her disguise and walked into the hotel lobby with light steps. She directly approached the 4 Lu family members, lightly shaking the snack she had just bought, smiling brightly, and saying, "I've got them. Let's head upstairs. Hehe, the audience is ready. Now we'll start the show." The few entered the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a hand reached in. After the doors reopened and cinched again, they noticed many more people crowded into the elevator. Some couldn't fit and had to wait for the next round. The 4 Lus, Why so many people all of a sudden? They looked at Lu Anin, who was smirking mischievously nearby. Realizing this should be the audience, and mentioned, "But what method did Anin use to attract so many people?" The glimmer of excitement and anticipation shone in their eyes, too. The scene would certainly be thrilling soon. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, all the later arrivals crept toward the banquet hall furtively. A while later, someone in the crowd finally realized there were 5 people who didn't seem to belong. One person asked curiously, "Aren't you here for uncovering the truth at the banquet?" Lu Anin smiled and nodded. "We're here to uncover the truth." This made the person even more curious. He lowered his voice. "If you're with us, don't act so straightforwardly. Listening needs skill. Come, follow me," and crouched down, carefully moving closer. Lu Anin responded, a mysterious smile curling on her lips. She shook her finger philosophically. "Not at all, not at all. The correct posture should be." With great strides, she walked to the door of the banquet hall and abruptly yanked the large doors open with grandeur, announcing in standard bel canto, "Hey, hey, hey. The scheming frog has been feeling your belly. Captain Dragonfly Lu Anin reporting for duty." Chapter 61. Trapping Lin Yahue and her son. Person inside the door. Onlookers outside the door. Lu Yubai saw Lu Anin, whom he'd only seen in pictures, appear at the door. He was pleasantly surprised and got up to walk over. "Anin, are you here to pick me up?" Lu Anin heartlessly pushed away Lu Yubai, who had blocked her path as she walked forward. "Move aside first, you're affecting my grand entrance." Lu Yubai. Lu Anin's eyes wandered around the banquet hall, eventually settling on Lu Rongyu, who was beside Lin Yahue. Her expression slightly hardened. "I knew it. How could the main character get sent to the police station by me? Yet this celebration feast is still being held. Looks like someone managed to bail her out." Lu Yubai's eyes slowly widened as he stared at Lu Anin in shock. He must have eaten too many of those mushrooms earlier. Otherwise, why did he hear his sister's voice when she hadn't said anything? Let me think. Did the old lady go find her master? This person is pretty polite, offering a gift along with an additional present by sending these 2 back so they can irritate me. If that's the case, I can only say they've picked a fight with someone hard. I'm about to send her back. Lu Anin swaggered over, took Lu Yubai's seat, and looked at Lin Yahue's son Shujo, who was still maintaining his posture as if pouring wine. She smiled politely. "Are you pouring the wine?" "No need. Don't worry about me. Continue." TSK TSK TSK. The smell suggests quite a strong dosage. Seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance, Shujo unconsciously placed the bottle he just raised back on the table, forcing a somewhat strained smile with glances showing some uneasiness. "Yubai, what is this?" Lu Yubai was currently lost in his astonishment of hearing his sister's voice again without her speaking, completely ignoring Shujo's inquiry. Lu Anin, seeing that Lu Yubai wasn't speaking, kindly introduced herself to Shujo. "Those 2 with incredible aura, one handsome, one beautiful, are my parents. The one who looks exactly like a corporate tycoon is my eldest brother. Beside him, wearing sunglasses and a mask, is my second brother. As for me, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Yubai's real younger sister, the only, unmatched, and unparalleled Lu Anin." Shujo's gaze fell on Lu Anin, his eyebrows showing a hint of confusion. "Your Yubai's sister?" Rongyu said the Lu family only has her as the sole sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin's gaze lazily turned toward Lu Rongyu, with a tone laced with mockery and deep implications. Her smile carried a significant meaning. "Are the only sister of the Lu family? Which Lu family are you referring to?" Lin Yahue and Shujo simultaneously focused their gazes on Lu Rongyu, creating a subtle atmosphere in the air. Lu Rongyu's hand beneath the table unconsciously dug into her palm as she tried to suppress the rising animosity within her, forcing a rather stiff smile. "Sister, when I met Professor Lin and Brother Shujo, you weren't home yet, so..." "Sorry, sister. I should have explained later." As soon as the words were spoken, tears welled up in her eyes but remained suspended. Lu Anin was already annoyed by her consistent tricks. Can't she change it up a little? This green tea flavor has been soaked thoroughly, yet she insists on staying true to her persona. But on the surface, she presented herself as perfectly awkward and fearful. But after I came home, Dad and Mom, and even my brothers all said I'm the youngest child at home, with only one cousin above me, not you. Then, she acted as if she was nervous and on the verge of tears looking at her parents. Mom, Dad, did I make a mistake? Do I have another sister? Although the parents thought inwardly that their daughter's acting skills were getting more and more refined, they quickly followed up with appropriate responses designed to undermine Lu Rongyu. Of course not. Our darling girl has no siblings after her in the Lu family. Lu Rongyu nearly crushed her teeth in fury. Couldn't these people give her any face in front of others? How infuriating. She wanted to say something, but Lu Ainan's eyes flashed with impatience. She didn't want to keep exchanging teary-eyed tactics with Lu Rongyu anymore. Getting up, she grabbed the wine bottle that Shujo had placed on the table moments ago and apologized lightly. Professor Lin, please forgive us for intruding. Our family wants to express our gratitude for your careful guidance and cultivation of my fourth brother. Let me toast to you. After speaking, she was about to take the wine bottle to pour wine for Lin Yahue when Shujo noticed and immediately reacted, stopping her with urgency in his voice. Miss Lu, my mother does not drink alcohol. Hearing this, Lu Ainan turned around curiously and asked, is that true? But don't I remember Professor Lin enjoying teaching while slightly tipsy, which became quite popular online for a while? Thinking of using this excuse to cover up the fact that there's been something added to the wine? Not a chance. Your fake Buster Squad leader won't allow it. She then looked towards the onlookers near the entrance. Are there any students from Y University? The interview about Professor Lin preferring a relaxed micro-drunkenness state when teaching doesn't sound familiar to a lot of people. Among the crowd, someone responded in a low voice, but only the voice was heard, not the person. Yes, it's common knowledge among the students of Y University who've attended Professor Lin's classes that he sometimes takes a few sips before teaching. A faint curve of satisfaction appeared at Lu Ainan's lips. Don't know which kid that is, but they're pretty cautious. Not bad, not bad. Her gaze flickered over to Shujo, feigning an expression of sudden realization. Mr. Su, are you worried I'll get Professor Lin drunk? Don't worry, I know my limits. This toast is merely to express my admiration and won't be excessive. Seeing someone had disclosed his mother's drinking habits, Shujo felt anger boiling within him, but still had to come down from Lu Ainan's high-ground response. It's just that I'm overly concerned for my mother. How about we change the bottle? That one has too high alcohol content. She's not accustomed to it. As he spoke, he reached out to take the wine bottle from Lu Ainan's hand. She deftly sidestepped, saying, Mr. Su, seems like you don't understand your mother at all. I've watched the interview video where Professor Lin mentioned this alcohol content is exactly what he prefers. By now, Lu Yubai had regained his calmness. Based on Lu Ainan's inner thoughts, he realized something was off with Shujo, and his heart sank. Shujo must have drugged his wine. Without showing any obvious sign, Lu Yubai stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Lu Ainan, forcing a smile while saying sarcastically, Shujo, Professor Lin indeed said he likes this level of alcohol. Your hesitation here makes me wonder if there's anything wrong with this bottle. Shujo's body tensed up momentarily as a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. His strained laughter replied, Yubai, where are you going with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with this wine. With graceful movements, Lu Yubai took the wine bottle from Lu Ainan and filled 2 cups from the table. He handed them to both, teasingly saying, looks like you also want me to toast you a cup then. Alright, let's all raise our glasses to honor you both. He picked up the glass Lu Ainan had poured normally while he was speaking, lifted it, and looked at the 2 across the table, smiling warmly. Teacher, thank you for these 2 years of instruction. Here's to you. After taking a sip, he observed how the other 2 were hesitating to drink, a barely noticeable cold gleam appearing in his eyes, yet his mouth retained its gentle curve. Teacher, why aren't you drinking? Lin Yahue exchanged a subtle glance with Shujo and caught the eyes of the audience by the door before nervously responding. Little brother Lu, today teacher isn't really in the mood for alcohol. Could I perhaps substitute tea instead? Lu Yubai furrowed his eyebrows slightly, looking genuinely puzzled. But earlier, teacher mentioned being so happy today that we wouldn't return unless completely intoxicated. Why does teacher now say otherwise? He paused briefly, allowing a cooler undertone into his voice as he added more meaningfully. Or, is there something wrong with the wine that makes you not want to drink? The onlookers by the doorway perked up. Here we go. It looks like the girl knows what she's doing. Chapter 62. Exposing the female lead's tricks. Lin Yahue and Su Zhou's smiles froze for a moment, followed by a nervous defense. How could that be, Xiaolu? Your joke really caught us off guard. Lu Yubai's smile at the corner of his lips faded. Since there's nothing wrong with the alcohol, it must be that teacher Lin and Su Zhou feel my gesture of toasting is still too naive and doesn't show enough respect. Perhaps my parents coming would add more weight. Beside them, Lu father and Lu mother, who had been silently enjoying the spectacle, hearing this, took a few steps forward as if they were about to pick up their wine glasses and toast to the 2. This action made Su Zhou hastily wave his hands, his face full of alarm. This is absolutely out of the question. How dare I have Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu toast me? It would be utterly disrespectful. Seeing this, Lu Ainan peeked from behind Lu Yubai, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Then, Professor Lin and Mr. Su, why don't you drink yet? Let's see how you 2 squirm out of this. Lin Yahue and Su Zhou exchanged a glance, feeling distressed inside. They both knew perfectly well whether or not the wine was tampered with. In fact, to ensure the medicine worked quickly, they had added quite a bit of dosage. Hence, they hesitated but refused to drink. The bystanders waiting outside the door grew restless and started heckling. Professor Lin, drink it. These students are genuinely offering their toast. Exactly. Why haven't you drunk it yet? Could it be true that something has been put in the wine? Professor Lin, we believe you didn't tamper with the wine. Now show them proof by drinking. Lin Yahui and Suzhou's faces turned an ashen gray. Where did all these people come from? Lu Rongyu's expression darkened. If those two actually drank the wine and it confirmed the drug's presence, based on her recent observation of Lu Anan would surely pin everything on her. Grandma wasn't aware of what Lin Yahui had done. She had just managed to extricate herself. If Lu Anan exposed her again, Grandma might very well abandon her. With this thought, Lu Rongyu swiftly calculated in her mind. She needed a plan. If she couldn't protect these two, she had to make sure she wasn't implicated either. She looked at Lu Yubai, whose attention was entirely focused on Lin Yahui, and Su Zhou while holding the bottle of wine. Her eyes flickered. She stood up, picked up her tea, walked over and feigned tripping near Lu Anan, falling directly towards Lu Yubai, or so it seemed, the wine bottle in hand. But Lu Anan, noticing her move through the corner of her eye, acted quickly. Grabbing the bottle deftly, she darted aside to protect Lu Yubai, and securely held onto Lu Rongyu. Oh dear, be careful, walk steadily. Are you alright? Her tones sounded concerned, but her eyes twinkled with playful amusement. Suddenly pretending to trip and trying to frame my fourth brother. Huh? What a cliched move. Impossible to get past my watchful eyes. Lu Yubai's lips curled faintly. He felt protected by his little sister. Lu Rongyu clenched her lips slightly, a flash of hidden resentment crossing her gaze before she forced an unnatural smile. Thank you, sister, for your reminder. I'll be more mindful. Lu Anan lightly let go of Lu Rongyu's hand, her eyes teasing. You're walking with tea. Do you also intend to offer a toast? Understanding the situation, Lu Yubai readily poured a glass of the problematic wine and handed it to Lu Rongyu. What tea? Here, teachers still haven't toasted. Why don't the three of you clink your glasses together? Lu Rongyu looked blankly at the wine in her hand, confused. No, she came here to think of a way to exonerate herself. How had she ended up implicating herself? Lu Anan nodded in agreement. Your timing is perfect. If you had come after Professor Lin and Mr. Su drank theirs, they'd need to drink another round, wouldn't they? Look, Professor Lin doesn't even want to drink the wine offered by my fourth brother right now. Another round would only be difficult for him. In the back, Lu father, Lu mother, Lu Wenjing, and Lu Yanli struggled to suppress their laughter. Their good daughter/sister clearly knew how to use sarcasm effectively. Lin Yahui and Su Zhou's faces alternated between red and white as they realized they couldn't escape drinking the wine, and so reluctantly took a swig. Watching them down the wine, Lu Anan's lips curved playfully. Excellent. Let's wait for the medicine to take effect and expose Professor Lin's real self. The onlookers watched intently as the wine was swallowed, eyes gleaming. The truth was finally about to be revealed. After drinking, Lin Yahui grimaced and said, the wine has been drunk. Let's end this today. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan quickly interjected. No way, Professor Lin. This is supposed to be a celebration banquet. You arrived just when we did. At least stay and eat before leaving, right? Isn't that so, Mom and Dad? Song Shiyun elegantly stepped forward, helping Lin Yahui sit on the chair. With a gentle smile, she said, Professor Lin, our Lu family sincerely appreciates your nurturing of Yubai. Today, let us express our heartfelt gratitude with this meal. Professor Lin, you must give us this honor. Lu Mingxian beckoned to Su Zhou. Xiao Su, take a seat too. Don't worry about getting drunk. I'll arrange a driver to send you back. By now, Lin Yahui and Su Zhou were already under the influence of the drug. They began to feel feverish all over their bodies. Lin Yahui tried her best to suppress an inexplicable irritation in her mind as she maintained a decorous smile while politely declining Song Shiyun's offer. Mrs. Lu, next time, please. I just remembered that the competition topic hasn't been submitted yet, so I'm afraid I need to leave immediately and go back to handle it. Hearing this, Song Shiyun's lips curled into a gentle arc. Professor Lin, tomorrow is Sunday. There's no rush. Lin Yahui's face started turning red, fine beads of sweat trickling down from her temples. The impulse in her heart was becoming hard to suppress. She pinched her palm hard, trying to stay rational, her voice trembling slightly but unnoticeably. Mrs. Lu, I still have other work to finish. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Zhou suddenly stood up, lunging at Lu Anan who was closest to him. Startled, Lu Anan took 2 quick steps backward and instinctively delivered a flying kick, sending Su Zhou flying. You scared me. No martial virtue, you sneaky bastard. Seeing this, Lu Yubai's face changed rapidly. He quickly pulled Lu Anan behind him and stared coldly at Su Zhou. Su Zhou, what are you doing? Struggling to stand up, Su Zhou's face turned scarlet, his momentarily Qingxing brain getting foggy again due to the drugs. Losing balance once more, he slumped onto the ground, moaning uncomfortably. At the same moment, Lin Yahui couldn't control herself anymore. Slumping off the stool with soft body, her face flushed bright red, she began tearing at her own clothes. Heat. So hot. At this point, those standing by the door erupted in chaos, rushing in like bees, taking videos or gasping in surprise. Jesus, they really drugged them. My God, Professor Lin is almost 60 and she's acting like this? Take it, record it clearly. Judging from how practiced they seem, this might not be the first time. Some people even live-streamed on the spot. Hey everyone, here's a juicy scoop. A professor at Y University is sexually harassing her students. Lu Wenjing walked over to Lu Anan, covering her eyes watching the spectacle with resignation. Anan, stop looking. It's disgusting. Feeling darkness before her eyes, Lu Anan twitched her mouth. Goddamn, I wanted to see if these two would crawl together. Lu father and mother. Lu Wenjing. Lu Yubai. Lu Yanli adjusted his sunglasses and nodded silently. Sister's description was quite vivid indeed. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the crowd, Lin Yahui and Suzhou's muddled thoughts snapped clear for a fleeting moment, instantly filling with panic-stricken screams as they hurriedly covered their faces and flailed around. Don't film. Go away. Although Lu Ainin couldn't see, she knew from the sound alone that netizens were being very helpful. There were sure to be plenty of high-definition and censored pictures. She internally nodded with approval, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Good. This way my fourth brother's innocence is safe. Chapter 63. Does the female lead report herself to the police? Lu Yubai felt warmth in his heart. His sister must have specially rushed over to save him. She was so kind. Behind him stood his parents Lu Fu and Lu Mu, along with Lu Wenjing and Lu Yanli. What's going on? Pretending we can't see them? At this moment, because of the live broadcast and the videos and photos that were circulating online, there was an uproar on the internet. A piece of news regarding Professor Lin Yahui of Y University being embroiled in a drugging and unethical behavior scandal with students quickly climbed to the top of Weibo's hot search list. Netizens, sensing the drama, all swarmed into the live streaming room. Seeing the two people on the ground, flushed faces tearing their clothes, they excitedly sent messages in the chat. From Weibo, wasn't it said that Professor Lin drugged and abused her own student? How come she looks like she has been drugged herself? Is the one next to her the drug student? Is he also drugged? He doesn't look very handsome. The one beside her is her son. Everyone at Y University knows this. It's impossible for her to go as far as drugging her own son, right? I came in when the streamer just started broadcasting. Let me explain. This mother and son wanted to drug a student, but accidentally drank the drugged wine themselves, which led to their current state. Geez, how wild. The mother and son team up to drug someone? This gives me chills. I'm curious about what the almost drugged student looks like. Streamer, can you show us? Seeing the large number of viewers in the live stream room, the streamer became excited, then slowly shifted the camera toward Lu Yubai's direction. Instantly, a flood of comments appeared. Oh my god, so handsome. No wonder even Professor Lin, who is nearly 60 years old, couldn't control herself. Thankfully, it was discovered, or else this handsome man would have been severely harmed. My heart would have broken. Wait, isn't the one with sunglasses and a mask actually Brother Yin? And the one covered by another handsome man's hand? Doesn't that person look suspiciously like the younger sister? At that moment, a group of police officers walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. Police, everybody disperse. Don't gather here. Lu Ainin broke free from Lu Wenjing's hand, her eyes sharp as she gazed at the incoming police officers. Huh? Who reported the police so fast? The originally gathered crowd surrounding Lin Yahui and Suzhou, each holding various recording devices and full of excitement, immediately scattered after hearing about the arrival of the police. This left the two main characters lying untidily on the ground. Stop filming any more videos, and the one live streaming. Close your stream. Reluctantly, the crowd withdrew their equipment, stepping aside though still retaining a hint of regret in their gazes. Under the rapid intervention of the police, order and calm were restored to the scene. The leading officer flipped open a record book and seriously questioned. The police station just received 2 emergency calls from here, reporting poisoning and disturbances. Who made the call? Sitting in the rear seat, Lu Yanli clearly responded, I reported the poisoning. And who reported the disturbance? Nearby, Lu Rongyu raised her hand urgently. I reported the disturbance, officer. It's those people, quickly take control of them. Lu Ainin looked at Lu Rongyu, as if she saw an alien. Did her brain short-circuit? Reporting herself to the police. Hearing this, the leading officer couldn't help but glance upward towards Lu Rongyu, with a trace of astonishment evident in his tone. You called the police? How did you get out of the police station? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ainin couldn't help but softly laugh out loud. Puffed, making the sound especially clear in the quiet room. Ha 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 ha. Lu Rongyu must be furious upon hearing this ha ha. The officer drawn to the laughter followed its source, surprised again. Miss Lu? Only now did Lu Ainin clearly see who had arrived. Smiling warmly, she greeted. It's Officer Qi. No wonder he seemed so shocked seeing Lu Rongyu. Probably because he didn't know Lu Rongyu had been pulled out yet. She glanced around the chaotic banquet hall and asked Lu Ainin, Miss Lu, what happened? Lu Ainin motioned slightly with her mouth toward the pair lying on the ground. She explained to Qi, those two on the ground, Guyong's mother and son, tried to drug my fourth brother. One intended to abuse my fourth brother while the other wanted to plagiarize his competition results. She then pointed at Lu Rongyu and continued. She was an accomplice, maybe even a helper. Qi's gaze shifted to the crowd of onlookers nearby, asking with a questioning look, and they are? Unwilling to stay silent any longer, Lu Rongyu hastily interrupted, a sense of urgency and defense evident in her voice. They caused trouble. I know nothing about it. All this has nothing to do with me. I'm merely an onlooker. Hearing this, the onlookers shook their heads in disagreement and unanimously rebutted. Officer, we didn't cause trouble. One of the onlookers, clearly agitated, pointed straight at Lu Rongyu. You little girl, you know about this. How can you say we're the troublemakers? You must be feeling guilty inside. The rest chimed in agreement, their voices rising in chorus. That's right. You definitely have something to hide. Lu Rongyu's face turned pale. You don't have any evidence, so stop slandering me. Seeing this, Lu Ainin quickly intervened to explain on behalf of the crowd. Officer Qi, they are concerned citizens, not troublemakers. The bystanders all echoed her words, nodding vigorously, their eyes gleaming with a sense of justice. Yes, Officer, these 3 individuals are suspected of drugging and forcing an innocent student. Please arrest them immediately. Absolutely, officer. We have evidence. We filmed the entire thing. We aren't here to cause trouble. We're witnesses. Chi-Ran couldn't help but feel exasperated by Lu Rongyu's situation. He scrutinized her, his gaze turning sharper. These past few days at the police station, though it was confirmed that she had no connection to the fraud gang, she refused to explain why she was caught with sedatives near Luanin's room late at night. Just then, he had taken over a more urgent case and handed her over to his subordinates for further investigation. However, today, seeing Lu Rongyu here while receiving no report from his subordinates about her departure from the police station made him realize there must be corruption among his staff. Realizing this, Chi-Ran looked apologetically at Lu Unin and said softly, "Miss Lu, I apologize. I will look into this immediately upon returning to the station and determine what happened." Lu Unin shook her head. "Officer Chi, considering Lu Rongyu is implicated in this again, you have every reason to bring her back to the police station." Lu Rongyu's face changed drastically as panic crept into her voice. "I was the one who reported the incident. Why should I be arrested?" Lu Unin turned toward Lu Rongyu, her smile half mocking. "Not only have I yet to withdraw my charges against you, how could you even leave the police station? And regarding your collaboration with Professor Lin and Su Zhou to drug my 4th brother, wouldn't taking you back to the station be entirely justified?" Chi-Ran's expression turned icy, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Miss Lu Rongyu, until the suspicion of drugging Miss Luonin is completely cleared, you shouldn't have been allowed to leave the police station in the first place. Now that you are involved in another drugging incident, bringing you back to the station for further investigation follows standard procedure. Your cooperation is required." Lu Rongyu widened her eyes in desperation, protesting. "I'm not an accomplice. I didn't know they'd drugged the wine. I'm innocent." Murmurs of discontent spread through the crowd. A voice coldly contradicted her. "How could you not know when you were trying to spill the drink on purpose? You, young lady, aren't being honest at all." Lu Rongyu paled. "It was just an accident. Don't make things up." Lu Unin chuckled lightly, her sharp eyes fixed on Lu Rongyu. "Are you sure about that, Lu Rongyu?" Chapter 64. Director Zhang takes Lu Rongyu away. Lu Rongyu met Lu Unin's profound gaze, which seemed to pierce into her soul, and her heart raced with panic. She discreetly pinched the palm of her hand harder, recalling the contingency plan she had arranged, and gradually calmed herself down before responding coldly. "Of course I'm sure. It was just an accident." Upon hearing this, the curve of Lu Unin's lips deepened slowly, his smile laced with a touch of amusement. "Fine. If that's the case, then let's ask Professor Lin. We'll see if you're really innocent. Has Lu Rongyu arranged something for herself as a fallback? It seems like she isn't afraid that Lin Yahweh will expose her. Still, it doesn't matter. If Lin Yahweh doesn't incriminate Lu Rongyu, I can still hypnotize them." Chi-Rang observed the 2 individuals affected by the drug, their consciousness already hazy, even unable to be restrained by several police officers. He couldn't help but massage his furrowed brow, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. They are not coherent now. How can we question them? As Luonin walked towards the 2, he pulled out his needle kit while speaking lightly. "It's simple. I can make her temporarily more conscious." With precise and flawless execution of a single injection, Lin Yahweh's eyes gradually became clear. Suddenly realizing her situation, an indescribable sense of terror and despair surged within her. She struggled to free herself, shouting, "Let me go. Why are you arresting me?" Chi-Rang replied strictly, "Professor Lin, you are now charged with drugging and misconduct. There is both physical and testimonial evidence against you. Please stop any useless denial and sincerely answer every one of my questions." Lin Yahweh stiffened, slowly scanning her surroundings. Those curious or indifferent gazes surrounded her tightly. With a faint sigh, she gave a bitter laugh. "I won't try to deny anything. Officer, you can ask your questions." Chi-Rang's eyes were sharp, his tone solemn. "Regarding the drugging incident involving Mr. Lu Yubai, was Miss Lu Rongyu involved?" Lu Rongyu's eyes remained locked on Lin Yahweh. Inwardly she rejoiced, thankful that she had been smart enough beforehand to have someone take the old woman's younger son and hide him. The old woman better not give her up. Otherwise, she'd ensure the boy never saw the sun rise again. Lin Yahweh looked up at Lu Rongyu with a complicated expression after much deliberation. She closed her eyes slowly, her voice reflecting a weary exhaustion. "Miss Lu has nothing to do with it. Miss Lu was a guest I personally invited today. She was unaware of what was happening." The corner of Lu Rongyu's mouth curled slightly into a smug smile. Good thing the old woman knew her place. Her gaze sparkled with a victor's glow as she lightly glanced over Luonin and turned to Chi-Rang, saying, "Director Chi, I told you, I am innocent." Luonin's gaze suddenly grew stern, watching Lin Yahweh intently as he thought inwardly. So, Lu Rongyu did indeed leave herself an escape route. Watching Lu Rongyu looking victorious, Luonin smirked coldly. His smile harbored an undeniable edge. "I need to bring out some extra tricks here." He leaned closer to Chi-Rang, lowering his voice. "Director Chi, please dismiss the bystanders first. I'd like to hypnotize Lin Yahweh." Chi-Rang nodded, turning around and speaking firmly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the police will commence the formal investigation shortly. Irrelevant persons, please immediately leave the scene and cooperate with our work." As soon as his words ended, the officers sprang into action, guiding the public to orderly exit the banquet hall. As the crowd dispersed one by one, the surrounding environment became quieter. Luonin stepped forward slowly, crouching in front of Lin Yahweh, softly calling out, "Professor Lin." At the moment Lin Yahweh's eyes met his, Luonin activated the hypnosis. His voice was gentle, almost magical. Professor Lin, was Lu Rongyu truly uninvolved? Just as Lin Yahui's eyes began to blur and she was about to speak, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. Little Chi. Luonin's hypnotism was interrupted, his eyes growing cold as they sharply focused on the unexpected intruder. A man in a police uniform quickly glanced around the banquet hall before walking over to Lu Mingqian and Song Shiyun with polite smiles. His tone was moderate. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, I apologize for my failure in dealing with such an issue, causing you a lot of inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingqian's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of complex emotion. Could it be Director Zhang? Isn't his timing a bit too convenient? Nevertheless, he politely extended his right hand, lightly shaking hands with Zhang Wenhao, yet maintaining a faint trace of aloofness in his speech. Director Zhang, how could you personally show up at this time? Zhang Wenhao's gaze lingered on Qi Rang for a moment before his smile curved appropriately. Mr. Lu, there is no need to say such things. Given the uproar online, I was worried young Qi might handle the situation improperly due to inexperience, hence rushed over. After finishing his words, he turned around slowly, his tone authoritative. Young Qi, why are you still standing there idly? Quickly escort these two back to the station and handle the matter according to the law. Upon hearing this, Qi Rang's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as his gaze momentarily lingered on Lu Rongyu, reminding Director Zhang. Director, Lu Rongyu is also involved in this matter. Qi. Zhang Wenhao gently raised his hand to cut off Qi Rang's unfinished words, his gaze subtly sweeping over Lu Rongyu, harboring some unfathomable meaning. Miss Lu Rongyu's current identity is merely that of a suspect. Don't handcuff her. Just take her back for an interrogation record. Hearing this, Lu Yubai's heart sank slightly as he coldly asked, Director Zhang, she is suspected of drugging me. Isn't making just an interrogation record enough? Zhang Wenhao remained unperturbed after listening, skirting the more serious issues and saying mildly, Young Master Yubai, rest assured. After our police thoroughly investigate, we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation. We will not shield any criminals. After speaking, he lightly raised his hand, signaling the surrounding officers to approach and escort Lin Yahui, Suzhou, and Lu Rongyu away from the scene. At this moment, Luonin suddenly moved, blocking the way of the officers about to act. Her bright eyes flashed with profound significance as a proper smile curved at the corner of her lips. She addressed Zhang Wenhao softly. Director Zhang, due to what happened at the resort island, Miss Lu Rongyu was originally at the police station. I want to ask why she was released without me, as the victim, receiving the truth from the police station. Zhang Wenhao slowly turned his gaze at the sound of her voice, locking it onto Luonin. A fleeting thought crossed his eyes before his lips curved into a courteous smile. Oh, it's Miss Luonin. This is indeed due to oversight by my subordinates, who didn't update Miss Inen in time. We've already clarified that Miss Rongyu carried both sedatives and antidotes out of concern from the old matriarch about her safety on the island for self-defense purposes. He paused briefly before continuing. As for Miss Rongyu visiting your room in the middle of the night, she explained that she was scared and, thinking of you as her sister, sought comfort and a sense of security from you. It was all a misunderstanding, Miss Inen. A faint smirk arose within Luonin's heart. So they came up with such an excuse to release Lu Rongyu. Was this also his doing? Truly, the protagonist isn't easily taken offline. Her gaze slowly shifted to the side, landing on Lin Yahui and her son under strict police control, her eyes narrowing slightly. All right, I can no longer hypnotize Lin Yahui today. Let's see if Grandpa Jean can open a back door when I return. She lightly stepped aside, creating a path while her lips curled into a barely noticeable curve. Since that's the case, I wouldn't dare hinder official business. Director Zhang, please take the person away. Zhang Wenhao's smile deepened. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Inen. Then we won't disturb further and shall take the people away. He turned around, nodding slightly toward Mr. Lu Mingqian and his wife as a sign of respect. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, then we will take our leave first. As Lu Rongyu passed by, her smile brimming with provocation, she deliberately slowed her steps. Approaching Luonin's ear, she lowered her voice, speaking softly yet clearly enough for only the two of them to hear. Luonin, this time, I win. Chapter 65. A big player arrives to humiliate the female lead. Luonin sneered and retorted, is that so? She lifted her gaze to look straight at Lu Rongyu and said, do you believe that this time in the police station, you will only be able to ask me to get you out? Lu Rongyu's laughter abruptly rang out. She laughed wildly with no restraint, her laughter echoing through the air, filled with mockery and disdain for Luonin's words. After laughing enough, Lu Rongyu composed herself, her eyes flickering with amusement and contempt. All right, I'll wait until the moment when I can only beg you. Luonin paid no attention to her ridicule, remaining calm and composed. Of course, it won't exceed tomorrow. Then, her gaze passed over Lu Rongyu and landed on Zhang Wenhao, who was about to leave, calling out, Director Zhang. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Wenhao paused in his steps, then turned around, a false smile on his face as he asked, is there anything else, Miss Inen? Luonin lightly parted her red lips, her tone gentle but revealing a certain sharpness. Director Zhang, regarding the matter of Lu Rongyu administering drugs against me in an attempt to harm me, I still have some doubts about the current explanation given by the police station. In light of this, I officially state that I will continue to accuse Lu Rongyu of criminal behavior according to procedures. Shouldn't the police station immediately implement a 24-hour detention of Lu Rongyu so as to further investigate the truth? After hearing this, a hint of strange color flickered across Zhang Wenhao's face, clearly not having expected that Lu Anin would try to keep Lu Rongyu in the police station from this angle. He tried to find a reason to refute her. Miss Anin, concerning the matter of Miss Lu Rongyu, our police force has already investigated thoroughly. There is no need. Director Zhang, then I'll be more direct. Lu Anin interrupted Zhang Wenhao, her gaze fixed directly on him, her tone cool and clear. What I care about is whether the police procedures include a rule allowing a second report to be filed. Zhang Wenhao's speech was cut off, temporarily lost for words. Just as he was about to say something again, he saw Lu Anin had already turned to look at Qi Rang, asking, Team Leader Qi, according to police regulations, do I have the right to file a second report for the same incident? Qi Rang glanced at Zhang Wenhao before speaking in a deep voice. Yes, Miss Lu. If the complainant believes that the case has not been fully investigated or new leads have appeared, a second filing application can be submitted. Lu Anin nodded lightly, her eyes like they could see through people's hearts. Watching Zhang Wenhao, each word she spoke resonated with strength. I hereby file a second complaint against Lu Rongyu for allegedly harming my fourth brother and me with drugs, endangering our lives. I request the police take immediate action to control Lu Rongyu. As Zhang Wenhao faced Lu Anin's determined yet cold stare, he momentarily lost his words, the air quiet. Just as this delicate silence lingered, Qi Rang spoke up in a firm voice. Miss Lu, please rest assured, we will immediately take measures to control Lu Rongyu. After hearing this, Zhang Wenhao's brow furrowed with displeasure, scolding Qi Rang. Qi Rang, it's not your place to make decisions here. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, a thick, powerful voice clearly reached everyone's ears from the entrance of the banquet hall. Then I wonder if I am qualified to make this decision? All heads turned to see several figures dressed in administrative jackets stepping steadily into the banquet hall, followed by Jean Fonghua and Jean Yan. Lu Anin looked in surprise at the suddenly appearing Jean Fonghua. Grandpa Jean, Jean Yan? How did you guys come here? Jean Fonghua gave a quick glance at Zhang Wenhao nearby, and said gently, Oh, we came looking for you along with Director Lin. We initially went to the Lu residence to look for you, but you weren't home. Fortunately, young Master Yin happened to see the live broadcast, and found your whereabouts, so we came over. Anin, Director Lin has important matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. Who exactly is Director Lin? The person mentioned, Director Lin, slowly stepped forward with a pleasant smile and introduced himself. My name is Lin Yu, and I am the group leader dispatched by the Central Supervision Group to oversee investigations. After listening carefully, Lu Anin widened her eyes, her face full of shock. Leader of the Supervision Group? Finding me. Sai? Could it be that the original protagonist had some kind of ambiguous identity? This explains why even the Central Supervision team showed up. The entire Lu family, upon hearing these words, all felt a wave of anxiety surge within them. It should be impossible, right? When they brought Anin back home, they had conducted thorough research on her experiences in recent years, finding no notable identities. Lin Yu nodded lightly. Yes, Miss Lu, there are a few things that might require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin felt a heavy weight lift slightly from her heart. Oh, just asking for help. Thank heavens. Earlier, I was seriously contemplating whether I should jump out of the window and escape or kneel down and beg for mercy in case it was due to the original protagonist being involved in some sort of investigation. Members of the Lu household. Is this what they call someone who doesn't achieve martyrdom, but instead wisely avoids trouble? Subsequently, Lu Anin responded to Lin Yu with ease. Sure, but can Director Lin wait for me to finish what I'm doing first? Lin Yu's gaze subtly swept over Zhang Wenhao, a hint of profound smile curling at the corner of his lips. Miss Lu, if what you say is true, regarding the request to detain this young lady and take necessary actions, as long as there are sufficient and lawful reasons, I can make the decision and execute it immediately. Oh, the feeling of having someone jump in to support me during such a critical moment to embarrass the female lead is truly wonderful. Lu Anin raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Her eyes landed on a somewhat dazed Lu Rongyu as she said calmly, yet firmly, Director Lin, we have both witnesses and evidence concerning Miss Lu Rongyu's intention to harm my fourth brother and me. We hope you will handle this according to the law and give us justice. Lin Yu smiled gently, turning to look at Zhang Wenhao, his tone implicitly cautionary. Of course, since Miss Lu has evidence, why did Director Zhang only let this young lady record a statement? Why wasn't more done? Director Zhang looked at the suddenly appearing supervision team, led by Jean Fonghua, his heart sinking. How did these people show up again? Didn't they find nothing before? Why haven't they left yet? Despite the swirl of guesses in his mind, he forced himself to laugh. Director Lin, that's right, it was my oversight. I'll have Officer Qi take Miss Lu Rongyu away for further investigation to ensure a satisfactory response from Miss Lu Anin. After speaking, he turned to look at Qi Rang, not sparing a glance at Lu Rongyu anymore, saying sternly, Officer Qi, take Miss Lu Rongyu down for questioning. Ensure there is an explanation given to Miss Lu Anin. Qi Rang's expression was complex, his lips parting as if carrying thousands of pounds, eventually only looking deeply at Zhang Wenhao. A flicker of inexplicable shame passed through his eyes, then bowed slightly and softly replied, yes, leading a startled Lu Rongyu and slowly turning around. Lu Rongyu snapped out of her shock, her hesitant steps guided by Qi Rang becoming unstable. Realizing her situation, she couldn't help but scream out loud, shouting, why am I being detained? I didn't do anything. Director Zhang, save me. Zhang Wenhao's face was severe, loudly yelling, Miss Lu Rongyu, please be mindful of your words. You are currently an important suspect in this case. Accepting legal investigations is a necessary procedure. Please cooperate with the police instead of making false accusations. Lu Enen's gaze slowly settled on Zhang Wenhao, finding irony within herself. This profession is just ruined by worms like him inside. It's really annoying. Chapter 66. The ill-gotten goods were actually hidden here. The Lu family members silently agreed within themselves. Indeed, it was shameful to their clothes and also betrayed the vows they had sworn in the past. Zhang Wenhao saw that things had come to a conclusion and didn't want to linger any longer. After hurriedly bidding farewell to those present, he left the banquet hall in quick steps. As the police, Lu Rongyu, and Lin Yahui departed, the atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted subtly. Jin Yin pushed Jin Fenghua into the hall. People from the supervision group naturally left 2 people at the door to guard it, gently closing the door to cut off all external peeking and disturbance. Everyone sat down again, the atmosphere slightly heavy. Lin Yu glanced at Jin Fenghua lightly, as if exchanging silently. Jin Fenghua understood and nodded lightly, responding with a steady voice. Director Lin, please rest assured, they are all trustworthy people. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's hesitant heart calmed down. He then directed his gaze towards Lu Enen, revealing a trace of earnestness and anticipation in his eyes as he expressed his intention. Miss Lu, I came because I watched your show's broadcast. There is something I wish for Miss Lu to help our supervision group with. Hearing this, Lu Enen couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Because of the show you came to look for me? Then Director Lin, please tell me what it is. Could it be my excellent performance on the program was so prominent that the organization noticed and wants to recruit me? Lu Yanli stifled a sigh, rolling her lips. Her sister was really boasting even at such a moment. Lin Yu hesitated slightly in his speech, appearing somewhat awkward. Miss Lu, we actually would like you to calculate Zhang Wenhao. Lu Enen. It seems I have played the fortune teller role too well, convincing even the officials. She coughed nervously twice, unconsciously bringing a touch of caution into her voice. Director Lin, which specific aspects? Situation of Zhang Wenhao would you like me to calculate? I hope it's not related to any real esoteric matters. Otherwise, I might be immediately branded as a quack. Lin Yu touched his nose, slowly explaining. We received a letter of complaint, clearly accusing Zhang Wenhao of colluding with organized crime gangs, bullying villagers, and oppressing civilians. But after over a month of investigation by our supervision team, no substantial evidence or bribe-related assets could be found. At this point, he looked at Jin Fenghua and explained, coincidentally, today when I visited Mr. Jin, I casually mentioned this matter, and Mr. Jin said Miss Lu could help me. He also showed me the clips where you revealed Qin Yin and He Tingyu's crimes. That's why Mr. Jin brought me here to ask Miss Lu for assistance, hoping you can lend us a hand with your abilities. Lu Enen let out a breath of relief. All right, this task is doable, and my fake reputation as a seer can still stand firm. She feigned profundity and solemnly stated, Director Lin, actually, if you hadn't come today, I would have sent an anonymous letter myself to report the same thing. When I saw Zhang Wenhao just now, I deduced his wrongdoing through his facial features. Hypnotizing him was interrupted, and it infuriated me enough to uncover a scandal. If I hadn't discovered numerous illegal activities, how could I have been so confident to give Ms. Lu a blow? A slight yet determined curve lifted at the corner of her mouth, and she continued. Director Lin must want to know where Zhang Wenhao hid the evidence, correct? Lin Yu's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation, and he pressed eagerly. Does Miss Lu know where it is? With a hint of difficulty, Lu Enen nodded with complex emotions in her tone. Director Lin, send someone to search within Zhang Wenhao's ancestral tomb. His stolen funds and evidence are all hidden in his ancestors' coffins. Zhang Wenhao truly risks angering his deceased relatives who might rise up to beat him upon seeing such incriminating evidence buried among them. The crowd from the Lu family winced at the corners of their mouths. Hiding in such a place made sense why it wasn't discovered earlier. Would any normal person think to hide money there? It felt almost eerie. Lin Yu stared at Lu Enen with a shocked expression, his voice full of astonishment. Ancestral tombs? Jin Fenghua also heard this with wide-eyed amazement, expanding his horizons. This method of hiding money has truly never been seen or heard before. Who could imagine he would dig up his own ancestor's grave to hide money? Lin Yu quickly snapped back to reality, adding more urgency to his tone. Can Miss Lu tell me the exact location of the ancestral tomb? Lu Enen lightly bowed her head, her voice gentle. All right. Their ancestral tomb is on the halfway point of Huan Mountain, 5 kilometers out of town. There's only one ancestral tomb there, belonging to their family. Director Lin should find it easily. Lin Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude. Miss Lu, thank you. We'll dispatch personnel immediately to the ancestral tomb to search for key evidence. Lu Enen also stood up. Director Lin, you're too kind. I also thank you for your help. Please remember to send people secretly to prevent anyone from spying in the dark. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. I understand. Old Mr. Jin, everyone, the situation is urgent, so I will take my leave first. Jin Fenghua smiled and said, Go ahead. We look forward to good news from Director Lin. Lin Yu nodded, then took his leave with the elite members of the supervision group, departing from the banquet hall. Once only the insiders remained in the banquet hall, Lu Enen looked at Jin Fenghua beside her and softly said, Grandpa Jin, do you have a way for me to go to the police station to meet Lin Yahui? Hearing this, Jin Fenghua asked curiously, Little Enen, are you planning to hypnotize her? Lu Enen shook her head. No, just thinking about it makes me frustrated. That hypnosis technique has been altered. It can only be used once a day now. What a messed up store, optimizing all the useless stuff. I just learned something earlier that might make her change her previous claim that Lu Rongyu was unrelated to the poisoning incident. Lu Yubai asked upon hearing this, "Sister, what is it?" Lu Anan explained to everyone. Lin Yahui has an illegitimate son who is in junior high school this year. I suspect he fell into Lu Rongyu's hands, and to save her son's life, she lied. Lu Wenjing's eyes suddenly became sharp, his tone serious. If that's true, it explains why Lin Yahui could resolutely protect Lu Rongyu despite their partnership. Lu Yanli slightly nodded. To uncover the truth from Lin Yahui, our first step must be to find this illegitimate son hidden by Lu Rongyu. Lu Yubai took out his laptop from his bag and quickly began typing. I can track Lu Rongyu's movements through the surveillance system and identify those who've interacted with her. Give me a moment. Lu Anan gazed at the familiar scene before her, feeling a warmth and strength welling up inside her heart. With such a wonderful family, I must protect them at all costs. While the Lu family busily worked together, each member couldn't help but smile tenderly, determined to guard their precious Anan. As time ticked by, Lu Yubai paused his typing and exclaimed excitedly, "Got it." After leaving the police station yesterday, she contacted this man in black. The man went to Nanhu Middle School and took away a junior high student, then drove to the outskirts. He gently turned the computer screen toward the group and pointed to the location on the map, saying, "It's here." Jin Yan leaned over to take a look and immediately pulled out his phone, quickly typing a message. "All right, I'll arrange someone right away to rescue him from that place. Wait for my news." Having finished speaking, he swiftly spun around and left the banquet hall. Chapter 67. Zhang Wenhao is taken away. An hour later, after receiving the message, all set, from Jin Yan, Jin Fenghua and the others went to the police station together. After meeting Jin Yan in the lobby of the police station, they went to find Qi Rang. Zhang Wenhao's people saw Lu Anan and the others come to the police station and quietly left to report to Zhang Wenhao. At this moment, Zhang Wenhao had just vented his anger in his office. The anger on his face had not yet subsided when he heard someone report that General Jin and his team were at the police station. Zhang Wenhao's eyes suddenly darkened, his expression gloomy. How did they get to the police station again? Did Lin Yu discover something? He asked a subordinate standing nearby. Did you see team leader Lin among those who came? The subordinate quickly shook his head. No, we didn't see team leader Lin or any other members of the inspection team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He stood up and walked out. Then I'll go check. Just as he entered the police station hall, he saw Qi Rang talking with Lu Anan and her group. A look of impatience flashed through his eyes. Immediately, he switched to a gentle smile and politely asked, "General Jin, how did you end up here? Did you forget something?" Jin Fenghua's face was cold as frost, his gaze profound and indifferent. "Director Zhang, we would like to meet Lin Yahui." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao's expression changed slightly, a fleeting shadow of darkness passing through his eyes. He diplomatically refused. "General Jin, you know, Lin Yahui is currently under suspicion, and arranging a meeting indeed poses many inconveniences and considerations." Jin Fenghua remained undeterred, raising his eyes to directly stare at Zhang Wenhao. Without showing anger, the military pressure radiating from him caused beads of sweat to appear on Zhang Wenhao's forehead. On the side, Lu Anan arched an eyebrow with amusement. Her eyes scanned Zhang Wenhao. Despite being drenched in sweat, he still gritted his teeth, lips tightly shut, silently resisting with an obstinate air, which induced a wry laugh in her heart. "Oh, quite the stubborn mouth you've got there. Aren't you scared silly to the point you're unwilling to talk?" He clamped down tightly, determined not to yield. The higher-ups had given him an order. Under all circumstances, he had to ensure Lu Rongyu's safety. Lin Yahui's testimony was critical for protecting Lu Rongyu. Therefore, he couldn't let them see Lin Yahui. Many things he secretly orchestrated could only remain undiscovered until now because of certain people, so he had to stop them by all means necessary. As Zhang Wenhao prepared to once again decline Jin Fenghua's request, several figures appeared in the hall. Zhang Wenhao glanced up and saw Lin Yu walking confidently with the inspection team, their strides filled with resolute determination. Zhang Wenhao felt his heart sink. A sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Lin Yu's lips curved into a confident smirk, full of unspoken meaning as he slowly spoke. "Director Zhang, how about coming with us for a trip?" He gave a soft chuckle with infinite implications. "There are some things I think might interest you. Maybe you'd like to take a personal look." Zhang Wenhao's body tensed involuntarily, the bad feeling growing more real. Trying to maintain composure, he asked, "Team Leader Lin, what exactly is it?" Lin Yu's gaze deepened, lightly gesturing to the young officer beside him. The young man promptly unlocked his phone, revealing a recorded video, which he held in front of Zhang Wenhao's face, his eyes full of disdain. "Director Zhang, take a good look." Zhang Wenhao took the phone. Seeing the contents made his face turn increasingly pale. His knuckles whitened due to excessive force, nearly dropping the phone. They had found out. All that money, the incriminating evidence that could destroy him. They had uncovered everything. It's absolutely impossible. He muttered softly, his voice trembling with incredulity and panic. "How could you find such a place? How dare you dig up my ancestors' graves? Are you not afraid of retribution?" As the words poured out, Zhang Wenhao's voice gradually lost control, turning into cries of despair and bitterness. Lin Yu scoffed. "You're not afraid of desecrating the graves of your ancestors by hiding ill-gotten gains in them and angering them, but you fear retribution from us?" Zhang Wenhao's legs gave way, stumbling, nearly falling. Two members of the inspection team acted swiftly, supporting him firmly, and cold handcuffs snapped around his wrists, signifying the conclusion of everything. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp, scanning Zhang Wenhao's ashen face without a shred of warmth. Then he ordered gravely, "Take Director Zhang away and interrogate him thoroughly." Zhang Wenhao's face immediately lost all color, like a statue, enduring the strange and contemptuous stares of his former colleagues as he was led away by the inspection team from the place where he had strived for half his life. Lin Yu sincerely thanked Lu Anan once again before bidding farewell and leaving. Qi Rang stood there, his gaze hollow and distant, repeatedly replaying in his mind the scene of Zhang Wenhao being taken away, leaving him unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Anan couldn't help but stretch out her delicate hand and gently waved it in front of Qi Rang's eyes. "Captain Qi." When they took Zhang Wenhao away, did they take Captain Qi's soul with them too? Qi Rang blinked hard, looking at the surrounding colleagues and Lu Anan, forcing a bitter smile onto his lips, with complicated emotions mingled in his voice. "I remember, when I first solved a major case that shocked the whole city, Director Zhang personally awarded me a medal. His eyes were full of expectation and trust. He told me, 'Young Qi, remember your responsibility and always keep the people in your heart.' But now," Lu Anan was momentarily speechless, suddenly not knowing how to comfort Qi Rang. People change. Perhaps at that time Zhang Wenhao still remembered the responsibility of wearing this uniform. She thought carefully, patted Qi Rang's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, he's gone, and the people will put him in jail, curse him on holidays. Surely no one will forget him. Gosh, I'm so good at comforting others. I'm sure to move him." Qi Rang, "Is this comforting? Why does it make my heart feel cold?" Jin Yin was clutching his thigh desperately to stop himself from laughing out loud at Anan's style of consolation. Truly comforting indeed, warming bodies late at night. The surrounding crowd, who were previously immersed in an oppressive atmosphere, neither laughed nor refrained from laughter upon hearing Lu Anan's words. Their smiles locked behind stiff lips due to intense restraint, faces reddening. Jin Fongwa coughed twice, suppressing his laughter, and came to everyone's rescue. "Captain Qi, can Anan go see Lin Yue now?" Qi Rang nodded. "Yes, I'll take you there. If we can obtain new leads, it will help us as well." Thus, without Zhang Wenhao's obstruction, Lu Anan finally met Lin Yue in the interrogation room. With clear and profound eyes, she looked at Lin Yue, sitting on the chair, and spoke calmly. "Lin Yue, your son is currently in my hands. If you still want to see your son safely, I advise you to confess honestly and stop lying." Chapter 68. Planning, a deal with the protagonist. The police present, upon hearing these words, had their hands on their guns. They looked at everyone cautiously and warily, wondering if their captain and General Jean had been deceived. This group seemed not to be well-meaning citizens who came to assist at the police station, but instead a group of audacious kidnappers. Qi Rang, his eyes full of confusion, hesitantly asked, "Did I hear it wrong? How could I have heard Miss Lu say something about her having hold of someone's son?" Lu Mingxian's heart, which had been anxious from the banquet hall all the way to the police station, finally fell. So, her obedient daughter's master really wasn't an upright person, was he? Where did her daughter learn such criminal language? Jin Yin couldn't help but let out a chuckle, his shoulders shaking as he laughed. "I'm sure this time I didn't hear wrong. What Anan said just now is absolutely a kidnapper's line." Lu Yanli also grinned, her graceful mannerisms showing in the flicker of her eyes. "That's right, and she's even a top dog among kidnappers." Lu Yubai, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, questioned, puzzled. "What do you mean by this time? Did my sister do anything else?" Jin Yan's gaze carried a deep meaning as he said profoundly, "Your sister's previous exploits were quite formidable." Lu Yubai's curiosity ignited immediately, pressing for details. "Oh? Go on then." Lu Wenjing stood aside, closing her eyes helplessly, squeezing out some strength only to explain to the police. "Anan was just joking. Esteemed officers needn't worry too much." Song Shiyun laughed awkwardly, quickly chiming in. "That's right. That Anan girl likes to joke around normally, without any sense of measure. Hope all of you won't take it too seriously." Inside the interrogation room, Lin Yue glanced at where she was, asking uncertainly, "Are you sure it's appropriate to say such things here?" Lu Anan. "Embarrassingly awkward. My brain didn't keep up, yet the words tumbled out of my mouth already. Can I still find a crack to drill into now?" She adjusted her posture slightly, pretending to remain calm. "We've already saved your son. You don't need to worry about his safety. So, now I'll ask you again, regarding the drug-related incident involving my fourth brother, does Lu Rongyu truly know nothing about it?" Lin Yahui's eyes grew profound as she carefully scrutinized Lu Anan's face, trying to capture any hint of falsehood in her refined features. But all she saw was honesty, easing her suspicions. However, to avoid any mishaps, she said cautiously, "I need to confirm my son is indeed safe first." Lu Anan nodded, looking toward the two-way mirror. Next moment, Jin Yan entered holding a phone and gently placed it in front of Lin Yahue. Watching the video showing her younger son playing happily in the police station's office, Lin Yahue's eyes slightly reddened. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Anan promptly turned off the phone screen and looked at Lin Yahue, arms crossed. "Now can we talk?" Lin Yahue closed her eyes gently for a moment, and after a brief silence, calmly stated, "Regarding the drugs incident, Lu Rongyu was indeed kept completely in the dark. She merely knew about our intention to take action against Lu Yubai. As for each step meticulously planned by me and my son, we never disclosed them to her. Between her and me, it's purely a business transaction. I don't trust her, but she needed to confirm we'd successfully ruined Lu Yubai, so I invited her today. Her words delivered. Her gaze turned complex towards Lu Ainin. Miss Lu, I didn't lie at the banquet hall. Lu Rongyu truly did not know about the drugs and the wine before you exposed us. After her statement, the air around seemed frozen momentarily. Subtle changes flickered across the faces of those informed. Lu Ainin's eyes gleamed faintly, revealing a sharp glint. Lu Rongyu really didn't know about the drugs. Recalling Lu Rongyu's confident demeanor that implied she knew everything, Lu Ainin felt speechless. No, isn't she sick? Not knowing but pretending like she knows everything. Why? Trying to confuse me. After learning the truth from Lin Yahweh, Lu Ainin stepped out of the interrogation room. Meeting the somewhat somber expressions of the others, she looked utterly confused. What's going on? With that look on your faces? Chi Rang's voice was low yet forceful. Miss Lu, according to Lin Yahweh's confession, if no further concrete evidence appears, we must legally release Lu Rongyu within the next 24 hours, and arrest her again only when we have complete evidence. Lu Ainin nodded. It's fine. I originally wanted to inquire something else from her mouth. Now that she's in the police station, whatever I say, she will have to believe me. Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, Chi Rang caught the meaning instantly, saying, I understand what Miss Lu means. Lu Wenjing's eyes flickered, realizing, prisoner's dilemma? Lu Ainin grinned mischievously and made a gesture of ticking a box with her hand. Bingo. Correct answer. Then, she turned her head toward Chi Rang and asked softly, so, Captain Chi, can you give me a little favor and arrange a meeting between me and Lu Rongyu? After a moment of consideration, Chi Rang nodded slightly. All right, Miss Lu, please follow me. Chi Rang led Lu Ainin into another interrogation room, where Lu Rongyu was being detained, and pushed the door open to step inside. Once seated at the interrogation table, both remained silent as they stared at Lu Rongyu, creating an atmosphere of stillness. Lu Rongyu had already planned how she would defend herself if questioned by them. After deliberating for quite some time in her mind, when she expected to be interrogated, all she received were stares from the opposite side, without any word uttered. As time passed, she began to feel increasingly uneasy. Eventually, unable to endure the suffocating silence, she laughed sarcastically, trying to break it with words. So, Lu Ainin, didn't you say you wanted me to beg you? Now that you're sitting there upright, not saying a word, have you realized there's nothing you can do? Lu Ainin simply shook her head lightly and said sympathetically, I'm just giving you a chance to come clean yourself, but it seems like you can't seize it? Startled by Lu Ainin's words, Lu Rongyu asked, what do you mean? Tisk. Lu Ainin parted her red lips, emitting a faint sigh laced with slight impatience. Why do you always ask what I mean? Isn't it clear? Lin Yahweh has already confessed about your conspiracy with her to drug my fourth brother. Are you going to confess yet? It felt as though Lu Rongyu's heart lake had been struck by a massive boulder, rippling with shock waves. She screamed in disbelief. Impossible. I had no idea they were going to drug him. Lin Yahweh is lying. Lu Ainin shrugged indifferently. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You can verify it with Captain Chi. At his side, Chi Rang gave a brief nod with a cold and stern expression as usual, only speaking one word quietly. True. Lu Rongyu felt dizzy and slumped onto the chair, confused as to why Lin Yahweh would bite back while having her son in her control. Seeing what she was thinking, Lu Ainin spoke, shattering her illusion. Oh yes, Lin Yahweh's youngest son is right here in the police station now. Would you like to see him? Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's eyes focused sharply. She suddenly directed her gaze towards Lu Ainin, hesitating to speak further, remembering her location within the police station. Finally, her reasoning overcame her impulse, responding with guarded and perplexed tones. Her youngest son has no connection with me. Why should I see him? Lu Ainin raised an eyebrow with amusement. Oh really? Today, your brain seems to be functioning well? Have all the green tea toxins been cleared out? She leaned forward slightly, gracefully placing her hands crossed on the desk before speaking slowly. Lu Rongyu, now you can start begging me. Plead me to withdraw the charges against you. Settle this matter privately, and you'll be able to leave the police station. Otherwise, you will know how prison food tastes. After hearing this, Lu Rongyu clenched her fists unconsciously, nails nearly digging into her palms. Though filled with frustration, given the situation at hand, she forced herself to suppress it. She took a deep breath and swallowed down her indignation before asking, what do you want me to beg for? Smiling sweetly, Lu Ainin watched Lu Rongyu, propping her chin on one hand, and spoke leisurely. Before you start begging me, let's make a small deal first. Chapter 69. A deal to replace the old lady. Lu Rongyu's eyes flickered with a trace of caution. Staring intently at Lu Ainin, she asked warily, a deal? What kind of deal? Lu Ainin smiled meaningfully. It's simple. You just need to tell me the purpose of your and the old lady coming to the Lu family. When you eventually plead with me later, I will gladly rescue you from the police station. How about that? Lu Rongyu felt a sudden chill, as if touched by a cold wind. What Lu Ainin implied was, did they already know something? She quickly adjusted her breathing, striving to calm her emotions, her gaze shifting as she feigned tranquility, saying, we have no ulterior motive. It's just that Grandma feels sorry for me since my parents are gone, so she thought of bringing me back to the Lu family. Lu Ainin didn't believe it for a second, exposing her lie. There's no point lying to me with such a riddled lie. According to what my parents said, my grandma loves me very much, so how could she specially seek you out to replace me? She looked at Lu Rongyu with a smile tinged with mockery. Lu Rongyu, both you and the old lady know your identities well, and we also understand it clearly in our hearts. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time sitting here asking you this question. The hand hidden under the table began to tremble involuntarily, and a bone-chilling sensation slowly spread down her spine. When exactly did they discover this matter? Seeing that Lu Rongyu remained silent for a long time, Lu Ainan's eyes grew colder. If you think this question is too difficult, then I'll change the topic. She stared at Lu Rongyu with piercing eyes, sharpness evident in her tone. Where's my grandma? Lu Rongyu suddenly looked up, meeting Lu Ainan's all-seeing eyes. The coldness reached straight to her heart, causing her heartbeat to go haywire, as if it would leap out of her throat any second. She struggled to swallow, her voice trembling slightly. Isn't grandma still at the old house? Lu Ainan's lips curled into a derisive arc, and she let out a cold laugh. You know who I'm talking about. Since you're not cooperating, why don't you just stay here? With that, she slowly stood up, ready to leave the interrogation room with Qi Rang. Lu Rongyu's heart tightened, blurting out impulsively. Wait. Lu Ainan stopped in response to her voice, turning her gaze toward Lu Rongyu with indifference. What? Tossing and turning in her mind. After struggling multiple times, Lu Rongyu clenched her teeth and mumbled vaguely. Jaiju. Lu Ainan's lips curled slightly, and then, looking up, Lu Rongyu's eyes brimmed with complex emotions, a mix of resentment and determination, glaring fiercely at Lu Ainan. That's all I can tell you. Lu Ainan slightly raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with meaning before nodding lightly. All right, that's settled. After saying that, she turned around and headed for the door. Seeing this, Lu Rongyu anxiously questioned behind her. Can I leave now? Hearing this, Lu Ainan slowly tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with cunning, smiling brightly. You haven't pleaded with me yet, so how can you leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's complexion changed drastically, anger surging instantly. Lu Ainan, you deceived me. Lu Ainan was unbothered, laughing joyfully. Your accusation doesn't hold water. Before making the deal with you, I had already stated that if you agreed, I would happily agree to cancel the charges against you once you asked me. But right now you haven't pleaded with me yet, have you? Didn't expect it, did you? How could I possibly let go of such a golden opportunity? Lu Rongyu tightly gripped her own hands, her eyes locked onto Lu Ainan, her face contorted due to anger nearly beyond recognition, each word like squeezing out hard from between her teeth. Lu Ainan, I beg you, drop the charges against me. Lu Ainan's lips curved into a wider grin. Who's getting their pleasure spoiled? Not me. She acted casually while nodding. All right, understood, I'll leave first then. After finishing her sentence, ignoring Lu Rongyu's furious shouts behind her, she turned and left the interrogation room. Walking side by side in the corridor with Qi Rang, a surge of indescribable exhilaration welled up within Lu Ainan, her shoulders quivering slightly from uncontrollable laughter. Haha, being the wicked villainess really does feel good, making the heroine flare up red hot in seconds. Qi Rang glanced at Lu Ainan's face filled with antagonism, his mouth twitching a little as he opened his mouth to say, Miss Lu, if there's nothing else, we will release Lu Rongyu in a bit. Lu Ainan replied with a smile. Yeah, release her, no problem. Thanks for the help, Captain Qi. Qi Rang shook his head gently, speaking warmly and formally. Miss Lu, you're too kind. You've helped the police station catch a corrupt officer, and if anyone should be thanking someone, it's us thanking you. Lu Ainan laughed and waved her hand. Captain Qi flatters me. Civilian police cooperation is our duty anyway. After returning to the main hall and briefly reuniting with everyone, Lu Ainan spoke a few words with Qi Rang before leaving the police station with her father, mother, and brothers. Once home, Lu Mingqian immediately asked Lu Ainan. Ainan, what did you ask Lu Rongyu? Lu Ainan softly replied. I tried asking about grandma's whereabouts. Lu Mingqian's eyes lit up. Did she say anything? Lu Ainan gently nodded. Yes, but she only mentioned an approximate location. Grandma is in Jiajizu. I didn't press for more details out of fear of overdoing it. Lu Wenjing stated firmly. An approximate location will suffice. I'll send people to look around various places in Jiajiu. Lu Yanli's voice cut in calmly. There's no need. I just received a call from the director. The next episode of the variety show will take place in Jiajizu. I can search after the filming ends. Hearing this, Lu Ainan curiously asked. Is the variety show continuing? I thought with the first episode involving a fraudster, Director Su might have had a heart attack and quit. Lu Yanli slowly explained to Lu Ainan. It has to continue. My agent said that due to various unexpected situations in the first episode, the ratings were very high. How would Director Su abandon such a high-traffic program? Lu Ainan understood as she nodded. That makes sense. Director Su is really stubborn. Song Shiyun worriedly pulled Lu Ainan's hand, gently patting it, and saying anxiously, Ainan, do be careful next time you participate in any programs, and make sure to protect yourself. Lu Ainan felt warmth welling up in her heart. She grasped Song Shiyun's hand tightly, and smiled warmly. Mom, don't worry, I can take care of myself. At this moment, Lu Yubai stood nearby, utterly confused. Why would Grandma be in Jiajizu? And how did my sister end up participating in a variety show? Oh, and why did elder brother tell me to hack into the old house surveillance earlier? Lu Ainan remained silent. Poor fourth brother has been listening for so long, but is still totally lost. He just got back and hasn't caught up on anything yet. Lu Wenjing lightly rubbed his temple, pondering how best to summarize recent events to Lu Yubai. But just then, Lu Yanli's phone rang. Lu Yanli answered it. Hello. As he listened to the person on the other end of the line, his expression subtly shifted, filled with surprise mixed with inexplicable complexity. Seeing Lu Yanli's increasingly strange expression, Lu Ainan was curious inside. What's gotten under second brother's skin? He seems genuinely surprised by the way things are developing. Who could this call be from? Chapter 70. Shun Yi visits Lu Enin. Lu Yanli's gaze lightly swept over Lu Enin, and after the words of the person across from him settled, he asked, "How did you find out about this?" Lu Enin began to feel anxious. What does eldest brother's look mean? Is he looking for me again? No way, no way. I'm getting nervous already. After hearing the response from the other side, Lu Yanli fell silent for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute. Let me check first." He covered the microphone with his palm, lowering his voice as he asked Lu Enin, "Enin, Shun Yi wants me to ask if tomorrow he could visit to ask you to cure him. Would that be alright?" Upon hearing this, Lu Enin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she asked, "How does elder brother Shun Yi know about my medical skills?" Lu Yanli acted as a messenger, replying, "He said he heard it when Captain Qi asked you." After hearing this, Lu Enin suddenly understood, then asked curiously, "So, just because of one sentence, he believed in me?" Lu Yanli answered, "He says he trusts you. If you can't cure it, it's fine." Lu Enin was surprised, her eyes flashing with a trace of astonishment. Grandpa Jin sought me due to Master Ye's issue, but Brother Shun Yi dared to have me treat him based on just one sentence? That's too reckless. Alright, considering how carefree he is, I'll help him take a look. With these thoughts, Lu Enin nodded slightly. Okay, let him come tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Yanli put the phone back to his ear and told Shun Yi at the other end, "It's fine. You can come tomorrow, and then we'll take a look at you." The next morning, just after Lu Enin had finished breakfast and sat down on the sofa in the living room, Shun Yi followed Zhou Bo, the butler, into the house. "Chairman Lu, Madam Lu, Manager Lu, Yanli, and Enin, good morning." He greeted everyone with grace like a polished jade. Song Shiyun smiled warmly and elegantly. "Little Shun has arrived. Good morning." Lu Enin looked at Shun Yi in surprise. "Brother Shun Yi, you've come so early?" Shun Yi seemed somewhat embarrassed, explaining, "I was anxious about my condition, so I came a bit early. Did I disturb you all?" Lu Enin quickly shook her head, offering some reassurance and understanding in her tone. "No trouble at all. Since you're here, let's start. Please sit down, Brother Shun Yi." Upon hearing this, Shun Yi slowly walked over and sat down on the sofa. Once everyone was seated, Lu Enin began her diagnosis. "Brother Shun Yi, what are you here to see about?" Shun Yi pointed to his throat, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. He slowly spoke, hiding an unspoken heaviness in his voice. "About 2 years ago, there was a sudden problem with my throat. The doctor diagnosed it as vocal nodules. For the past 2 years, I've been cooperating positively, but I don't know why. The disease hasn't improved and instead has become more severe." Pausing for a brief moment, his eyes showed a flicker of confusion and helplessness as he continued. "I've carefully studied the drug instructions. Everything seems normal, yet the condition has worsened over these 2 years without any clear reason." Lu Enin understood. No wonder Brother Shun Yi hasn't appeared on stage or released new songs these past 2 years. It's because of this. Lu Yanli looked shocked. He had originally thought Shun Yi left the entertainment circle because of family business disputes, needing to return home. Now he realized it was due to illness. Lu Enin gestured to Shun Yi. "Brother Shun Yi, please extend your hand. Let me check your pulse." Shun Yi obediently extended his hand. Lu Enin lightly placed hers atop it, diagnosing for a while. A moment later, her brows slightly knitted together, her expression gradually growing solemn. "This pulse, it's rather serious." Beside her, Lu Yanli quietly leaned closer and lowered his voice. His curiosity piqued as he lightly questioned his younger sister. "And then, has checking his pulse revealed something serious about the nodules in his vocal cords?" Lu Enin glanced at Lu Yanli as if she were looking at a fool. "Nodules in the vocal cords develop in the vocal cords. How would we detect them through a pulse check?" Is second brother taking this seriously? Seeing his sister's intelligent look, Lu Yanli defended himself. "Then why are you suddenly so serious?" Lu Enin explained helplessly. "Of course, because Brother Shun Yi's condition now is a little serious." Lu Enin didn't hold back, and Shun Yi heard this, immediately feeling his heart turn cold. His voice trembled as he asked, "Does this mean I can't be cured?" Seeing this, Lu Enin shot a glare at her second brother, comforting Shun Yi. "Brother Shun Yi, what I mean is that your condition isn't severe, it can be treated, but the cause of its aggravation might be serious." Shun Yi's heart had just relaxed upon hearing this when he instantly tensed up again upon hearing the latter part, asking Lu Enin, "Enin, do you mean?" Lu Enin let out a light sigh and said, "Brother Shun Yi, at the beginning, your issue with vocal nodules should not have been serious. You just mentioned that you've been cooperating well with the doctor and taking medicine on time, but the information revealed by your pulse is contradictory to what you've said. The reason for the worsening of your condition is because you haven't been properly taking your medication." Upon hearing this, Shun Yi's expression changed slightly as he murmured in repetition, "Not taking medicine properly? How could that be possible when I indeed haven't missed a single day, following the schedule and dosage?" Lu Enin said in a complicated tone, "That's why I said the cause of your worsening condition is rather serious. You claim that you've been taking the medicine, yet the condition worsened. There's only one explanation. Your medication was swapped." Shun Yi frowned deeply, saying, "But I went to the hospital for a checkup before, and the doctor confidently assured me that there was nothing wrong with my medication." Lu Yanli sipped his tea lightly, adding meaningfully, "Then you need to consider if the doctor checking your medication was any good." After hearing this, Shun Yi fell into deep thought. He sat on the sofa, quickly recalling every detail since he became sick. However, after a long while, he still had no clue. In the end, he sighed helplessly and turned to Lu Enin beside him, opening his mouth to say, "Enin, I really can't figure out who would harm me. Aren't you good at reading faces? Could you help see who harmed me?" Luanin looked at Shun Yi with a complex expression, replying, Brother Shen Yi, are you sure you want me to read your face? Actually, I don't recommend using this method to find the person who harmed you. A trace of confusion flashed across Shen Yi's eyes, asking, why do you say that, and if Guantian gets involved, even Brother Shen Yi's underwear color will be searched out. Brother Shun Yi is at least a friend, so I feel reluctant to expose him completely. The crowd of the Liu family. How can Guantian search out such detailed information? Where's the customer service? They want to complain. After remaining silent for a moment, Luanin explained tactfully, my method of reading faces may reveal too many things. Brother Shun Yi is my friend, and I think it might be better to maintain some mystery. Shen Yi misunderstood Luanin's intention, smiled, and firmly said, it's fine, Anin doesn't need to worry about seeing anything bad I've done. I'm clean, Anin, feel free to proceed. Seeing how determined Shun Yi was to have her read his face, Luanin sighed, then curiously began browsing through Guantian. Since it's like this, then I'll be forced to eat this melon, oh ho ho. After swallowing the melon, Luanin was thoroughly shocked. My goodness gracious for Auntie in heaven, the rich circle is truly chaotic. Chapter 71. Seating in order to eat Shun Yi's melon. The Liu family members sat neatly, their eyes shining brightly as they prepared to feast on the drama. Shen Yi noticed the subtle change in Luanin's expression, and seeing her silence made him uneasy. There was an unconscious tone of probing and caution in his voice. Anin, is this a big deal? Luanin snapped out of her shock, her gaze complex as she looked at Shun Yi with a hint of sympathy in her tone. Shen Yi, how are your relationships with your family? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's heart suddenly shuddered as if he had foreseen something ominous. He furrowed his brows slightly and responded with a question. Do you mean that this has something to do with my family? Could it be those relatives from the Shen family? Our relationship really can't be described as close. Luanin shook her head gently, cutting off Shen Yi's guesswork. No, I'm talking about someone very close to you. Stunned, Shen Yi asked hesitantly. Someone very close to me? Lu Yanli crossed his legs leisurely, guessing aloud. Could it be your elder brother? Shen Yi denied instinctively. Impossible. My elder brother and I have a good relationship. He wouldn't harm me. Lu Yanli chuckled softly. Who knows for sure? In these wealthy families, there are often setups and betrayals over wealth. Moreover, isn't your elder brother your half-brother? Shen Yi frowned deeply but shook his head, determined and sincere in his tone. But my elder brother and I had already reached an agreement. I only take the entertainment industry part of the business, while he manages the rest of the family's businesses. Also, regarding his business shares, my father and elder brother gave me my fair share of stocks, and I've never meddled in his company's affairs. How could my elder brother possibly harm me because of this? Lu Yubai also guessed. Then could it be your younger sister? Before Shun Yi could refute, Luanin already dismissed all of their guesses. It's neither your elder brother nor Jiajia. Hearing this, Shen Yi tried to search for possible answers in his mind, but came up empty. Letting out a bitter laugh, he said, Anin, just tell me directly. I can handle it. Looking at Shun Yi with increasing sympathy, Luanin spoke slowly, each word heavy as it landed on Shen Yi's heart. You might really not be able to bear this. The person who bribed the doctor and changed your medicine was your mother. Shun Yi is pitiable. The mastermind behind ruining his ability to sing turned out to be his own mother. How devastating must this feel? Shen Yi's pupils dilated sharply, filled with disbelief and shock. His lips moved soundlessly for quite some time before he managed to utter a trembling sentence after a long pause. Why would my mother harm me? Luanin remained silent for a moment before replying. What you said earlier is the reason. Shen Yi's complexion turned even paler upon hearing this. Is it because I didn't fight for that property? Luanin nodded lightly. Ever since you entered the entertainment industry, your mother has been afraid that your father would notice how much you love this career and leave the responsibility of the family and its vast enterprises to your father's first wife's son. Back then, when you were still unknown and your father had yet to bring up the topic of distributing the family assets, your mother's worry lingered in her mind. After you became popular, your father realized you truly loved your current career, so he discussed the issue of corporate distribution with both you and your brother. Luanin paused momentarily before continuing. Though the entertainment sector is what you requested to oversee, and the shares of the main company are according to what you thought was an appropriate division by your father, your mother remains dissatisfied. Much like how wealthy housewives hope their sons will take charge, your mother also wanted you to take over the Shun family business. However, you've continued to work as a singer in the entertainment industry without any intention of challenging your elder brother. This has troubled your mother greatly, and originally, she intended to create opportunities to target your elder brother, but he was highly alert and thwarted her attempts several times. Shun Yi muttered under his breath, a tremor barely perceptible in his voice. My elder brother never mentioned any of these things to me. Seeing Shun Yi's increasingly pale face, Luanin explained, your elder brother knew these matters had nothing to do with you, which is why he didn't tell you. He cherishes the bond between the two of you deeply. Shen Yi appeared somewhat lost and asked dejectedly, so after I fell ill, did my mother act against me? Luanin nodded. Your mother had become extremely frustrated due to your elder brother repeatedly avoiding her schemes. When you fell ill, it provided her with an alternative method of taking control of the Shun family company. By preventing you from continuing to sing, she could persuade you to return to the company. Shun Yi bitterly picked up where Lu Inan left off, but after I couldn't sing anymore, I didn't leave the entertainment industry as she expected. Instead, I kept managing the entertainment company, disappointing her. Thus, she switched my medication, worsening my condition, thinking I would abandon my current career and return to the main company. Lu Anin nodded, agreeing with Shun Yi's words. She then remained silent, giving Shun Yi time to process the information. Shun Yi's mother is quite ruthless, willing to harm her own son just to keep being a wealthy housewife. Lu Yubai inwardly sighed. It's true that even a venomous mother wouldn't harm her child. Lu Yanli's lips curled into a scornful smile. Greed without limits can lead one to ruin. Sitting on the sofa, Shun Yi looked lonely and melancholic. Lu Anin thought about how to phrase her words to console Shun Yi. Just then, Shun Yi's phone rang, and he mechanically answered it. Hello. A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone, clear and steady. Shun Yi, there's something I need to tell you. It's about your voice. Shun Yi gave a self-deprecating laugh. Big brother, are you saying that my voice got worse because mother changed my medicine? On the other side of the call, Shun Yi's older brother paused for a moment before asking, when did you find out? Shun Yi sighed softly, his voice filled with indescribable weariness. I just found out. He hesitated, pressing his lips tightly together, and then apologized to his elder brother with some guilt. Big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know mother she. Shun Yi. The person on the other side cut off Shun Yi's unfinished sentence, speaking firmly and clearly. You don't have to apologize for her. You're you. She's her. You're different. Shun Yi's eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and for a long time, he couldn't speak. After a while, he softly said, Thank you, big brother, his voice still trembling slightly. Lu Anin was touched as well. There's no denying that this big brother is truly dependable. He really trusts Shun Yi. From the other end of the line, a faint hum was heard. In a casual tone, the elder brother said, Since you already know, come to the company right now. Let's discuss what we should do. Shun Yi nodded, then realizing the person on the other side couldn't see him, added, All right, big brother, I'll be over soon. Chapter 72, Reality Show Phase 2, Lu Anin starts with a social death. Shun Yi hung up the phone and expressed his gratitude to Lu Anin with a warm tone. Anin, thank you for telling me the truth. Lu Anin smiled slightly and replied gently. Brother Shun Yi, no need to be so polite. We're friends, and moreover, I really like Jejia. Shun Yi's eyes softened slightly as he gave her a brief smile. He paused, then voiced a faint concern. Anin, about my voice. Lu Anin looked at Shun Yi, her voice brimming with confidence and reassurance. Once you've finished your tasks, come find me, and I'll treat you, brother Shun Yi. Rest assured, I can cure you. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi's gaze revealed a flicker of unrestrained joy. He stood up in excitement, took out his phone, and tapped on it a few times. Anin, I truly don't know how to thank you. Let me transfer 50 million yuan to you. It will be the fee for your diagnosis and treatment. Hearing the notification sound from her phone, Lu Anin opened it and saw numerous zeros on the message. Her eyes suddenly shot out two beams of red light before she lifted her head and grinned brightly. Brother Shun Yi is really something else. There's no need for such an amount. You can rest assured, I will definitely treat you until you're just like before. Oh no. Does that mean brother Shun Yi can't really be my biological brother? Giving me so much, I might have to treat him like a real brother. Lu Anin's brothers. Oh, they forgot to send their sister pocket money for so long. Will she stop recognizing them? At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were also feeling a bit uneasy. With all the recent events, they too forgot to send pocket money to their obedient daughter. If others in their generation start transferring money to their obedient daughter, would they take her away? After pondering the scenario, they shivered involuntarily. No way. They had to immediately send money to their beloved daughter. Lots of it. The corner of Shun Yi's mouth curved into a gentle arc. His voice was soft yet filled with gratitude. All right, then, thank you, Anin. After some further pleasantries, he bid farewell and left the Lu household. Goo goo goo, goo. Before the first rays of dawn reached the window, the scream of a squawking toy chicken rang throughout Lu Anin's room. Startled awake, Lu Anin jumped off the bed with a frightened jolt and executed a swift mantis fist combo followed by a crouching move reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Who dares to disturb Auntie's beauty sleep? She shouted furiously. Having spotted the camera lens, her voice clashed with the slightly widened, stunned eyes of the cameraman. Lu Anin. The live stream chat. Should I praise how great your kung fu moves are, or how perfect your squat looks? Upstairs commenter. Now's the time for you to decide whether to laugh a little or ROFL. Gruror. Ha 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 ha, han and han. Do you always have to laugh in such a peculiar way? Lu Anin stared at the camera, blinked her eyes a couple of times, then slowly got up and laid back down on the bed straight as an arrow, closing her eyes tightly. I must be dreaming. There's no way I could appear like this in front of a camera. This has to be a nightmare. Audience members, I actually just witnessed social death personified. Not only did I see social death personified, but there was even a dream castle floating beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. These netizens are so sly and witty ha. I haven't stopped laughing since entering her live stream. Too funny ha. The cameraman watched Lu Anin lying stiffly on the bed and gulped audibly before carefully calling out, Sister Anin? Lu Anin kept her eyes tightly shut. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. These must be whispers of the devil. Just as the cameraman was at a loss, Lu Yanli, awakened by the same method used by the production crew, knocked on the door and walked in with drowsy eyes. Sister, time to get up? I'm coming in. But after taking just a few steps inside, he caught sight of Lu Anin lying still and peaceful on the bed, even straighter than a corpse. In astonishment, he blurted out a traditional exclamation. Holy crap. Anin, are you dead? The instant those words were uttered, a slight pulse of veins appeared faintly on Lu Anin's forehead. Despite her attempts to hold back, she couldn't suppress herself anymore and leaped off the bed, delivering a spinning triple kick to Lu Yanli. You piece of crap, second brother. Dead as you. Watching Luinen's actions, Lu Yanli bent over laughing, clutching his stomach and unable to stand straight. The livestream chat exploded once again with endless laughter. Luinen, seize the moment right now. Luinen, don't forget to wear your strawberry hair clip. Ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. My rooster thinks it's lost its job and has now gone emo. Standing on the bed, Luinen expressionlessly watched as the cameraman struggled to steady his equipment amidst his fits of laughter, and her second brother sprawled helplessly on the floor, both overcome by hilarity. Inside, her heart felt like it had been torn to shreds. I am brokenhearted, my tears flow, I am a midnight rose dripping sorrow. Depression doesn't care about time or borders. I must experience emos during mornings and evenings alike. Let emotions flood the whole world. Lu Yanli was laughing even harder. Luinen, feeling the mockery radiating from him, silently put on her shoes and pushed both the cameraman and Lu Yanli out of the door, slamming it shut with a snap. This time, I must let my second brother know how serious the consequences are when I'm angry. I won't pass any dishes during breakfast. Outside the door, Lu Yanli wiped away the tears that had spilled from laughing so hard and walked downstairs with the cameraman. After a while, Luinen came down the stairs expressionlessly, looking like a robot devoid of emotion. Good morning, Mom and Dad, big brother, fourth brother. She deliberately skipped over Lu Yanli and sat down at the table without glancing at him once. Lu Yanli, seeing Lu Inen intentionally ignoring him, chuckled as he called out. Sis, why aren't you wishing your second brother a good morning? Lu Inen paid him no mind, quietly eating the breakfast in her bowl. I'm going to give my second brother the silent treatment for an entire day. If I say a word to him today, I'm a dog. Lu Yanli raised an eyebrow, lowering his head slowly as he tapped on his phone screen a few times. Then, he quietly observed Luinen's reaction. Luinen's phone buzzed. She picked it up and took one look before her eyes widened, her pupils turning into woof. She looked up, grinning toothfully. Good morning, second brother. You're looking even handsomer today. Lu Yanli nodded in satisfaction. Good morning, sister. Lu Wenjing glanced at his younger brother, then subtly took out his own phone and tapped a few times as well. Almost simultaneously, Luinen's phone buzzed again. She looked at another incoming text message and immediately turned around to start complimenting Lu Wenjing. Big brother, your demeanor today is unmatched. More handsome than any CEO, absolutely the pinnacle of beauty in the business world. Lu Wenjing was satisfied too, cheerfully beginning to eat breakfast. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lu and Lu Yubai also pulled out their phones and began transferring money to Luinen. Luinen received 3 consecutive messages, holding her phone so tightly that her hands started trembling in excitement. I can't believe that one day, Luinen could also become a billionaire. Thank you for the gifts from my parents and brothers. She began lavishly praising her parents and Lu Yubai, each sentence more flowery than the last. Curious viewers in the livestream bombarded the comment section with question marks. What is it that we, the esteemed audience, cannot see? Let it be revealed, so I can witness just how much brother Yin made sister bend. Exactly. Let me see how rich people transfer money. I swear I won't envy them. Reveal the sister's card number, and I'll instantly transfer 1 yuan to her. Luinen happily finished her breakfast and asked the cameraman following her. Excuse me, where exactly is our filming location today? The cameraman, sticking strictly to the lines Sue director gave them, replied. It's a secret. Please just come with us directly, guests. Chapter 73, The Resort Team Assembles. Luan Ainen. I give up. My brother and I are not Director Sue's wife, but he still pulled this kind of surprise? Now that I think about it, Director Sue doesn't seem to have a wife anymore. Luan Ainen recalled seeing gossip online about Director Sue's divorce while browsing the internet. That makes sense, Sai. Let's be understanding towards someone who doesn't have a wife. Surprises or shocks, no one is going to care anyway. Pooh ch. Luan Ainen turned back and saw Luan Yanli with his fist against his lips, smiling with twinkling eyes. Confused, Luan Ainen tilted her head. Second brother, what are you laughing at? Luan Yanli wiped away his smile, feigning profundity as he shook his head. I thought of something happy. Luan Ainen expressionless. Did your wife just give birth? Upon hearing this, Lu Yibai nearby couldn't help himself and chuckled. As Luan Ainen's gaze shifted to Luan Yibai, she asked with an equally blank face. Fourth brother, why are you laughing? Lu Yibai pressed his lips together, suppressing his laughter, and replied solemnly, my wife also gave birth. Luan Ainen took a deep breath. Second brother, fourth brother, do I look like a mermaid to you? Before Luan Yanli and Luan Yibai could respond, Luan Wenjing interjected, saying, a mermaid? Half human, half fish. Luan Ainen. 6. What mermaid? I wish I were an octopus. Shoo, sister, go back to the sea quickly. Be careful someone drags you up to make fish head soup. The sister's face said clearly, I hate myself so much for not being an octopus. Otherwise, I could slap all of them with 8 slaps at once. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my head off. I didn't expect all of Brother Yan's family members to be so funny. Her early morning vlog life ended amidst Luan Ainen's social death. Once everything was packed up, Luan Ainen embarked on the journey to participate in the second episode of the reality show with Luan Yanli. 2 hours later, after a long car ride, Luan Ainen gazed at the winding and muddy mountain road stretching endlessly before her, and once again looked at Luan Yanli in stunned silence. Second brother, I've reconsidered. Do we really have to participate in this show? Luan Yanli immediately understood. It's not mandatory that we suffer through this. How about we hail a taxi and go back home? Luan Ainen waved her hand in refusal. Second brother, how can you even entertain such an idea? Just as Luan Yanli was wondering if he'd misinterpreted his sister's meaning, he heard her unusually resolute voice. Why take a taxi? Given the situation, we'd better fly home right away. Luan Yanli. He had underestimated how bold she was. At that moment, the cameraman behind them mercilessly interrupted their plot. Brother Yan, Sister Anan, your suitcases have already been confiscated. You can neither buy plane tickets nor hail a taxi. Upon hearing this, both pairs of their eyes suddenly focused into sharp daggers and shot simultaneously at the cameraman. Luan Yanli threatened him with menace in his voice. I advise you return our luggage immediately. I must warn you, my sister has a painful way of hitting people. Luan Anan nodded approvingly when she noticed something unusual. She then complained sorrowfully, looking resentfully at her own elder brother. I am obviously a frail woman who cannot lift anything with my shoulder or carry anything with my hands. Where did you get the idea that I would hurt anyone? Stop baselessly maligning me. It breaks my heart. Luan Yanli. Luan Anan, why don't you speak? Look at your alternating hot and cold behavior. If you keep acting this way, it might as well be that you choose to ignore me, making it appear as though I'm the unreasonable one throwing tantrums. Seeing his sister about to continue her passive-aggressive complaints, Luan Yanli hurriedly intervened, trying to change the topic. Look over there. There seems to be someone coming. Luan Anan turned around and saw Gu Tingyan, Gu Shichuan, Shen Yi, and Shun Jejia walking toward them. Shun Jejia also spotted Luan Anan. She waved enthusiastically with a bright, cheerful voice full of happiness. Anan. Luan Anan waved happily in return. Jejia, come here. When the four reached them, Gu Shichuan pouted and complained. Anan, I waved at you earlier. Why didn't you wave back? Upon hearing this, Luan Anan made up some nonsense with an exaggerated tone of pain. Actually, I had a high fever that damaged my eyesight, so I can only see things directly ahead. You were too far off to the side. I couldn't see you. Sorry, it's my fault. Gu Shichuan listened guiltily, quickly apologizing to Luan Anan. Anan, I'm sorry, I didn't know. At that exact moment, a hand stretched out from beside Luan Anan. With agile fingertips, it lightly held a 100 yuan bill. Without turning her head, Luan Anan swiftly grabbed the money and shoved it into her pocket. Gu Shichuan stared at the scene dumbfounded. Anan, didn't you say you couldn't see? Shun Jejia laughed loudly. Gu Shichuan, you actually believed her, haha. Gu Shichuan looked at Shun Yi and Luan Yanli, whose faces couldn't suppress laughter, and then turned to Gu Tingyan, asking, Big brother, did you believe her? Gu Tingyan looked complicatedly at his foolish younger brother. No letter. Gu Shichuan. So it seemed only he felt like he was about to die? Shichuan really blindly trusts his sister if he believes these lies. Only Shichuan's world of hurt has been accomplished. Shichuan, they're all laughing at you, and yet you're genuinely funny, haha. Luan Anan couldn't bear to see him so sad. She patted Gu Shichuan's shoulder compassionately. Don't be upset. After this episode is over, I'll give you some brain white gold. It'll definitely cure you, come on. Alas, it's all because my charm is too great, blinding Gu Shichuan into blindly worshipping me. Gu Shichuan. Ha 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 ha. When Shun Jejia heard Luan Anan's words, she laughed so hard that she bent over. As the group stood there joking around, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. The cameraman could no longer resist and started prompting the flow of events, urging them. Dear guests, let's head up the mountain quickly. The cameraman's words drew everyone's attention back. Shun Jejia turned around and looked at the winding, muddy mountain path, her eyes wide with disbelief as she asked the cameraman. We climb up ourselves? The cameraman relayed director Su's harsh line. That's right. Upon hearing this, Gu Shichuan instantly transformed from emo guy into roar guy. What? This far? This high? And we have to climb up by ourselves? The cameraman flashed a smile. Yes, dear guests, cheer yourselves on. Oh. Shun Yi and others were momentarily stunned, frozen in place for a few seconds. They noticed that somehow Luan Anan and Lu Yanli had already gone ahead and were now talking to an uncle driving a donkey cart. A light sparked in their eyes. Transportation. They hurried forward eagerly, but just then they caught the uncle's firm refusal. No way. I'm heading to town to sell goods. If I send you back to the village, I won't make it to the market in time. No can do. No can do. Hearing this, Shun Jejia couldn't help but feel a flicker of disappointment cross her face, sighing softly. Now we have no choice but to use our 2 feet. Luan Anan watched the uncle driving the cart, a mischievous gleam flashing in her eyes as she gave a confident smile. In 3 seconds, I will earn everyone's admiration. She quietly stepped back, covering her earpiece, and whispered something to the uncle. The uncle's slit-like eyes suddenly widened round as saucers. With swift motions, he turned the donkey cart around, beckoning everyone aboard in urgent tones. Hurry up and get on. I'll take you back to the village. Chapter 74. Donkey cart drives straight to the watermelon eating scene. Uncle's sudden change made the 5 people present very curious. What did Anan say to this uncle that suddenly he agreed to send them back to the village? Lu Yanli leaned in and whispered. Anan, what did you tell him? A cunning and smug smile curled on Lu Anan's lips as she winked at Lu Yanli. Secret. Then, she turned around and happily said to the others, get on the cart quickly. Uncle is in a hurry. With doubts filling their hearts, Lu Yanli and his group climbed onto the donkey cart. Before they were even settled, Uncle was already urging the cart into motion with a swift swing of the whip. Thrown backward by inertia, everyone scrambled to support each other. Shun Jejia's bottom lifted from the cart again and again as she cried out amid the bouncing. Ain't this done? Key cart is rushing, like a horse car. Ih, it's so bumpy. Gu Shichuan's head bobbed with the rhythm of the cart, dizzily muttering, TSI. Scooey. all? Our jolting bee. Why now? The five fell silent. Luanin's sweat dropped, frustrated face. Too bad for Brother Sherchuan who still manages to crack corny jokes. I'm dying of curiosity in my bed, farting loudly. What did little sister tell uncle? Looking at this group, it seems Lu Rongyu and the others really suffered, having climbed up for 2 hours. And so, amidst the bumps as the old man rushed the donkey cart like a horse carriage, they arrived at the village entrance. However, upon reaching the village entrance, the carriage-driving uncle didn't even give time for all 6 to alight before hurriedly driving the cart back home. Thus, under the perplexed gaze of the filming crew and Lu Rongyu's group, the 6 were dragged away by the hurried uncle. Lu Yixuan stood aside, trembling fingers in anger, pointing at the increasingly distant donkey cart. A mixture of disbelief and fury laced his voice. Why are they coming on a donkey cart? By this point, Lu Rongyu was also drenched in sweat from the climb. Seeing Lu Ainin comfortably seated on the donkey cart reminded her of the incident at the police station. Her anger burned intensely, feeling pricked by countless needles. Luanin, this time I must make you pay, to clear the disgrace. Actress Huang Xie watched as Lu Ainin and her companions disappeared, confusion evident on her face. She turned and asked, Director Su, where are they going? Director Su wanted to know too. Clenching his teeth, glaring at the 6 sitting comfortably on the donkey cart, he felt his heart racing dangerously. He abruptly stood up, microphone in hand, shouting into the distance. Where are you going? Are you coming back for dinner tonight, or not coming back for the show? Luanin's reply floated over the wind, resonating with an echo. We will be back soon. Come. Beside Director Su, the village chief's eyes glimmered briefly before turning around and smiling warmly, suggesting kindly. Director Su, that driver is Uncle Nyo from our village. I am very familiar with his place. How about we go check it out? Director Su pondered for a moment, then consented. All right, thank the village chief for leading us there. The village chief nodded warmly and began leading them towards Uncle Nyo's house. On the other side, on the donkey cart, besides Lu Anin whose face remained calm, the rest all wore bewildered expressions. Shin Jejia looked blankly at Lu Anin and asked, Anin, where is Uncle taking us? Lu Anin smiled, answering meaningfully. He's taking us to watch the most exciting drama of the year. Lu Yanli raised an eyebrow, his eyes probing as he asked, Is it related to what you told him? Lu Anin's lips curved slightly, her eyes shining with pride. That's right, it's thanks to me. Otherwise we'd end up like Lu Rongyu and her group, climbing all the way up. Hey, who's so sharp? Both riding the cart and enjoying melon, referring to gossip. Turns out it's me. Hara. As Lu Yanli gazed at his sister's smug demeanor, his eyes brimmed with affection. He tousled Luanin's hair, dramatically exclaiming, Wow, my younger sister is truly amazing, effortlessly taking me flying in no time. Luanin lifted her chin slightly, almost overflowing with pride. Not bad. I've always been excellent. You know that. Lu Yanli chuckled softly, shaking his head. His sister's narcissism never failed to shine through. While they were chatting, Uncle Nyo had already arrived home. Before the cart stopped completely, he leaped down, ran a few steps briskly, and then tiptoed to his own door, quietly listening for any sound inside. Gu Tingyan watched Uncle Nyo jump off the cart, and couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, Uncle is still pretty agile. Shen Yi followed Uncle Nyo's sneaky figure with his eyes, curiosity gleaming, asking lightly, Anin, why is Uncle doing? Before the question was fully asked, they saw Uncle Nyo kick open his own front door. Accompanied by a swirl of dust, with his sleeves rolled up in uncontrollable fury, he roared like thunder. Li Chunhua, you wretched woman. How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Today I will skin you alive. In an instant, the eyes of the 6 people around were lit up with a deep burning flame of curiosity for gossip. Gu Shichuan watched Uncle Nyo already stepping into the house and urged the group. Quick, let's go inside and see what's happening. Luanin's tone was filled with hidden meaning. Her face wore an enigmatic smile as she said, Don't rush. It's going to get even more explosive. This is just the beginning. This is only the start. I declare this is the most explosive gossip I've stumbled upon in the melon patch. A single sentence from Lu Inin successfully built anticipation not only among the 5 others, but also amongst the live-streaming audience. I get it now. How Sister Inin convinced Uncle with a simple phrase. It seems Miss Half-Seer Lu struck again. Lu Inin, one word. A man changes his mind for me. Oh boy, let them hurry in so we can see how dramatic this gets. Get ready. Here comes the juicy part. The 6+3 cameramen sneaked quietly towards Uncle Nyo's front door. As soon as their heads peeked out, a neutral gendered scream broke out indoors, high-pitched and distinct. Soon after, another gruff shout followed. Gu Tingyan was taken aback. Uncle's wife has a pretty unique voice. Lu Inin nodded with profound meaning. She herself is quite unique. Unique enough that it'll drop your jaw soon. They continued eavesdropping, hearing sounds that indicated it was time for Uncle Nyo's wife and her lover to hastily put their clothes back on. Judging from the noises, it seemed both had endured violent assaults from Uncle Nyo. Intermittent cries of mercy mingled with threats when mercy didn't work. When hearing his wife's threats, Uncle Nyo nearly blew off the roof in anger. Li Chunhua, you poisonous woman, you dare threaten me. I'll beat both of you cheats to death. He's angry, oh so angry. Just as they were getting engrossed, the curtain in the inner room was abruptly thrown open and 2 nearly naked figures rushed out. Everyone watching outside stared with wide-open eyes. Lu Inin was ecstatic, excitement shining from her glowing eyes. Wah, is it really this explosive? And at that very moment, the production crew had just arrived at Uncle Nyo's doorstep. Witnessing this theatrical scene unfold right before their eyes, jaws dropping to the ground, Director Su took a deep breath, darkness clouding his vision. Over. It's all over again. Chapter 75, Uncle Nyo's explosive love drama. Director Su tried his best to stay calm, closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and shouted hoarsely, "Blur it out. Blur it." He shouted at the cameramen who were frozen in place due to the unexpected situation. "Turn your cameras away, shoot the sky, the ground, just move them." In the live streaming room, when viewers saw that scene, the chat comments went momentarily blank. Only after the cameraman heard Director Su's enraged voice and fumbled to move their lenses toward the sky did the barrage of comments explode again, filling the screen with astonishment, confusion, and speculation. My heavens, what kind of scene is this? Uncle Nyo's view on love is 100 years ahead of us young people. Not just him, this lover's perspective on romance is also very advanced. By the way, wasn't Lee Chunhua the one who won a country tea? Ignore all that tea stuff. All I want to say is, can't Director Su handle it? Let us see. At that moment, the two individuals who rushed out from the yard suddenly saw the group standing by the gate, froze for a moment, then began hastily tidying up their clothes, displaying obvious signs of flustered panic. Uncle Nyo stormed out of the house, his face pale with fury, flames of anger blazing in his eyes as he clenched his fists and charged forward. Oh dear, Uncle Nyo has lost his mind completely and didn't even notice how many people were standing outside our door. Lu Ainan's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement as she instinctively pushed her way forward. As soon as she managed to squeeze herself in, her shoulder bumped against Director Su's head peeking out beside her. Immediately afterward, a camera quietly slid into her line of sight. Lu Ainan. She looked at Director Su speechlessly. Director Su, weren't you saying earlier that everything should be blurred where needed, and viewpoints should be switched? Director Su's attention was entirely captivated by the drama unfolding in the courtyard. He didn't even turn his head back. They've already dressed themselves up. Why would I waste time pretending? Lu Ainan twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth. It's still Director Su, isn't it? Never forgetting about the traffic, not even for a moment. Lee Chunhua, you dare protect him? Uncle Nyo's roar echoed like thunder, brimming with anger and anguish, instantly redirecting everyone's focus once more. As seen clearly, Uncle Nyo's body trembled slightly. His trembling finger pointed toward Lee Chunhua, who had spread her arms wide, resembling a hen protecting its chicks, questioning him. After remaining silent following an earlier scream, Lee Chunhua could no longer hold back, shouting out finally, "Newly, I know I've wronged you, and cheating is my mistake. Why are you hitting him?" Upon these words, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone eventually understood Lee Chunhua's voice. Male, yet carrying some female traits, deepening the shock in their hearts. Gu Shichuan widened his eyes, his lips twitching involuntarily before squeezing out a comment after quite a while. Holy cow, 3 men making one show. Shun Jejietu wore an enlightened expression. Absolutely correct. Truly an annual blockbuster drama. Gu Tingyan shook his head. I think it should probably be called the story of 2 men and Lee Chunhua, considering how naked he was earlier. Before he finished his sentence, Lu Yanli had quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his teeth gnashing as a warning escaped through his gritted teeth. Gu dog, shut up. Can't you see there are 2 girls here? Gu Tingyan struggled free from Lu Yanli's hand and wiped his mouth disdainfully. All right, I get it. I didn't mean it anyway. Lu Yanli gave him a cold glare, then turned back to watch the ongoing drama. I know what Gu dog was about to say. He wanted to point out that Lee Chunhua isn't Peng, but Bao instead. The upstairs comment was rather subtle, but I somehow understood it. First time seeing a cheating drama with 3 men, so excited, should I leave my name as a visitor card? My focus might have been slightly off topic. I only noticed the small movements between Hengshi CP, AH. Inside the yard, Uncle Nyo's fingers continued to tremble, pointing towards Lee Chunhua's lover, with a tone laced with both outrage and a tinge of sorrow as he recounted the past shared with Lee Chunhua. Lee Chunhua, back then when I was with you, I didn't care that you couldn't bear children. Through all these years, whatever you wanted, I provided. I was afraid you wouldn't cope well with the conditions of our village if you came back, so I built you a new house, changed all the furniture, bought you the most expensive items, things I myself didn't even dare to indulge in. Everything went to you. Now you find a mistress, and yet you defend him. Do you feel worthy of me? The more Uncle Nyo spoke, the sadder he became, and his voice rose louder and louder. Lu Ainan narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips pressed together lightly, shaking her head gently. Hateful people always carry a pitiful side. Does Uncle Nyo actually want to project an image of someone deeply devoted to love? Ridiculous. Upon hearing her sister's internal musings, Lu Yanli felt an involuntary tightening in his heart, his eyebrows furrowing slightly as a streak of worry crossed his face. Hateful person? Could it be another problematic aspect in this scenario? After waiting a bit, Lu Ainan's thoughts ceased without further continuation. He frowned, pondering in his heart. Just how big of a deal was Uncle Nyo's wrongdoing? Was the village in any danger? In the yard, upon hearing Nyoli's words, Lee Chunhua had been holding back for a long time and finally managed to blurt out. Nyoli, you're crazy. I don't even have a place to give birth. How could I possibly bear your child? These words shouted out loud. Lee Chunhua didn't care about anything anymore and began airing past grievances with Nyoli. Nyoli, do you not remember why we ended up together in the first place? If you hadn't used your rich second-generation identity to trick me, would I have followed you back to this godforsaken place? And all that talk about building me a new house and buying furniture. It was all my money. You spent my money and then bragged about always buying me the best things? Have you forgotten how you insulted me when you found out I am a man who underwent sex reassignment? As Li Chunhua recalled those insults, his face turned red with anger. If you weren't so desperate to find a wife, I wouldn't be tied down to this secret-filled place. Li Chunhua, the village chief, who had been quietly watching the scene unfold from the side, cut him off after hearing Li Chunhua's words. Startled, Li Chunhua turned around and saw the village chief. All his emotions were instantly suppressed by an invisible force, and he silently swallowed the rest of his sentence. The village chief slowly glanced at Uncle Nyo and Li Chunhua, standing opposite him, exuding the authority expected of a leader. He said deliberately, "You two should settle your marital disputes behind closed doors, and stop creating a spectacle here. I've told you before, our village is hosting a celebrity show, and now look what you're doing. And as for you, Zhang Dadong, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the neighboring village? Coming here to bully people from our Yunling village is simply unacceptable." Zhang Dadong caught sight of the man behind the village chief carrying a camera, shrinking back slightly with some hesitation in his voice. "We three will handle it ourselves. Just take them away, chief." Nioli and Li Chunhua dared not utter a word under the stern gaze of the chief, merely nodding their heads in agreement. The village chief shifted his focus back to Director Su, saying, "Director Su, forgive us for causing trouble. We've delayed for so long already. Let's end it here and return." Although spoken in the form of a question, the chief's actions made clear that there was no room for negotiation as he guided everyone out. Lu Ainen, walking behind them, faintly curled her lips into a smile. Interesting, do they really fear being known, or are they secretly hoping everyone finds out? Chapter 76, a major case in Yunling village. Lu Yanli watched the village chief's retreating figure, a flicker of deep thought crossing his eyes. It was not hard to discern from Li Chunhua's unfinished words that there was definitely something going on in this village. As the head of the village, it was impossible for him to be unaware of every movement within it. Yet, despite the village having secrets, he had still nodded and agreed to let the production team come in and film. As for Uncle Nyo's house, the crew must have known nothing about it when they first arrived. Moreover, Uncle Nyo looked so hurried as he passed the village entrance. Clearly unusual, and yet the village chief had just led the crew over to take a look, only stopping when Li Chunhua was nearly about to slip up. Lu Yanli's gaze was deep and sharp. If this Yunling village really hid an unknown undercurrent, what role did this village chief play in all of it? The director Su ahead discreetly gave a subtle glance to the assistant director by his side. Understanding fully, the assistant director immediately turned toward the village chief with a pleasant smile and began chatting amiably with him. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Director Su seemingly unconsciously slowed his steps, gradually strolling to Lu Ainen at the end of the group, motioning for her to turn off her microphone before lowering his voice and asking, "Ainen, was it you who told Uncle Nyo about Li Chunhua's matter?" Lu Ainen nodded. "Yes, unless I took a donkey cart ride up here just for fun. I certainly couldn't do you the favor of climbing." Director Su. He hadn't even said she was his curse in his directing career yet. She always managed to easily find shortcuts. It was embarrassing for him too. Director Su coughed lightly twice, suppressing his rebuttal temporarily. He cautiously asked instead, "What did Li Chunhua mean with her last statement? Is there really something wrong with this village?" Lu Ainen slightly raised one of her eyebrows, her gaze glinting with a hint of mischief. "What exactly are you referring to, Director Su?" Su cast a glance at the village chief laughing and joking ahead with the assistant director, lowering his voice further. "Issues like those we encountered at the resort island. This village is one I carefully selected for a long time. Absolutely nothing must go wrong." Hearing this, Lu Ainen gazed meaningfully at Director Su. "Director Su, your judgment isn't bad at all. The village is well chosen, really well." Director Su has a knack for selecting places that seem to violate half the criminal code. Su looked at Lu Ainen's deeply meaningful expression and tentatively asked, Is this praise?" Lu Ainen. Lu Yanli, who had initially been tense due to his sister's comment, "This place breaks half the penal code." Hearing Su's question now responded with disdain, "My sister's point is that the place you chose is far beyond problematic. It's riddled with issues. Director Su, how could you dare call it praise?" Director Su glared at Lu Yanli angrily. "Can I make a joke?" "And what did you say?" Suddenly realizing what Lu Yanli meant, his tone shifted wildly, drawing looks from everyone walking ahead. Lu Yanli. Lu Ainen. Why can't he show some seriousness? The village chief, full of questions, looked back at Director Su, his tone carrying some confusion. "Director Su, what happened?" Seeing everyone's attention, Director Su awkwardly rubbed his nose and emitted two forced laughs, attempting to diffuse the strange atmosphere. Nothing. Little Lu just joked about quitting filming earlier, and I got a bit excited. No big deal. Let's keep moving." Lu Yanli, unwillingly saddled with this black mark, managed a stiff smile. "Yes, I was joking around with Director Su." The village chief smiled, saying nothing, lightly nodding and turning to continue leading the group forward. Others glanced bewilderedly at the trio before also continuing to follow the chief. Once their audience's attention wandered elsewhere, Director Su's polite demeanor disappeared instantly, anxiously asking, "How serious is the problem? How severe?" Lu Ainen patted Director Su on the shoulder teasingly. "Serious enough that one mistake, and your directing career is over." Director Su's expression grew visibly terrified, his voice trembling. "It's this serious already?" Lu Ainen nodded, delivering a heavy blow. "Director Su, major case, capital punishment kind." Director Su swayed involuntarily. I'll report it to the police once I get back." Lu Ainen dismissed Director Su's decision. Reporting the police now is useless. This village is hidden very well. Without solid evidence, your reporting will be futile. Director Su furrowed his brows, worriedly saying, then what should we do? Should we return home and change locations? After a moment of silence, Lu Anan slowly replied, Director Su, I want to interfere in the matters here. She lightly raised her hand, gesturing for the two to come closer, and then told them about the situation in the village. As Lu Anan narrated, Lu Yanli's and Director Su's expressions shifted from initial confusion to shock, and then waves of anger surged within their chests. Director Su, caught up in his emotions, decided firmly, we'll intervene. We must. Lu Yanli was still relatively calm, asking seriously, but Anan, this situation is special. Villages like this often stand united. They are extremely sensitive to external interference. If we rashly expose one family, it could incite the entire village's hostility. That would be too dangerous. After hearing this, Lu Anan nodded lightly. Second brother, I've thought about this issue. So later, we can give signals to Director Su, just like last time. When he receives my signal, he will report it to the police. Facing mobs, we still need official intervention. If something can be resolved by involving the authorities, it's best to do so early. After all, there's a sword hanging over my head, and I must take care to preserve my life. Lu Yanli's eyes dimmed as he quietly resolved to protect his younger sister at all costs, even if it meant risking his own life. He inconspicuously glanced at Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixuan ahead, saying to Director Su, Director Su, only the three of us should know about this matter for now. Let's not tell anyone else yet. Director Su solemnly nodded. All right, I understand. The two of you be careful. Always prioritize your safety and don't act rashly. Lu Anan's gaze lightly swept over the village chief's retreating figure before she turned to ask Director Su. Director Su, how did you arrange our accommodations? Director Su replied, in general, each team is arranged to stay with a villager's family. Some places are better than others. Lu Anan tilted her chin slightly, pointing at the village chief. Arrange for my brother and me to stay at the village chief's home. The two of us will meet him head on. Director Su agreed, and the three finished discussing as they arrived back at the village entrance. Director Su hurried to the front, taking the megaphone handed to him by the assistant director, clearing his throat and introducing the new rules of the show. Dear guests, welcome to the filming location of the second episode of Secret Realm Survivors. This time we've introduced a new rule. There will be no NPCs. All storylines will be explored by the guests themselves, and the ultimate task is to find out the real reason why the production crew chose this place. Alright, first let's have the guests participate in a small game to determine their accommodation arrangements for the next stage. Just as Director Su was about to instruct the staff to bring up the props, Lu Rongyu softly interrupted him. Director Su, didn't you just spend a long time chatting with second brother Yanli and sister? You weren't giving them an unfair advantage, were you? Chapter 77. The second leading male character of the original work appears. Lu Anan turned her head slightly, her gaze sharp as she looked at Lu Rongyu with disdain, and said, with your brain that's not much bigger than a bird's, do I even need to cheat? A look of innocence quickly appeared on Lu Rongyu's face. I was just making a joke. Sister, there's no need to take it so seriously, is there? The corner of Lu Anan's mouth curled into an even deeper smirk, her words filled with mockery. No wonder you're getting more ridiculous now. Seeing the tears beginning to well up in Lu Rongyu's eyes again, Lu Anan said expressionlessly, swallow your fake ears. If you keep giving me that engsub routine, I'll beat you into a tea can. Do you believe me, or not? Lu Rongyu was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Lu Anan's cold and serious gaze, she quietly lowered her head, grinding her teeth. Then she secretly raised her eyes, catching a glance of Lu Yixuan through her shimmering tears, whereupon Lu Yixuan instantly transformed into a dog, barking wildly. Lu Anan, Rongyu was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Why are you frightening her like this? Lu Anan didn't bother to argue with him. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a stack of neatly arranged bricks beside her. With steady steps, she walked over, lifted her hand lightly, and delivered a fierce palm strike. That stack of bricks, which was half as tall as Lu Anan, broke cleanly in half from the middle. Crowd. Live stream chat. My goodness, were those props prepared by the production team? Hiss. Lu Anan is truly terrifying like this. How has the sister changed her character? Is she now a martial arts master sweeping the floor? Lu Anan. If you cannot speak human language, I know a little about fists and feet. Lu Anan slowly lifted her head, her gaze circling around Lu Yixuan's head, eventually stopping at the top of his head, carrying an unspoken depth. Do you want to try? Lu Yixuan stared back in terror, suddenly feeling a chill in his skull. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, throat rolling, too scared to say anything. Lu Anan rolled her eyes. Cowardice personified, yet always provoking me. Such a cheap shot. Lu Rongyu's gaze was full of astonishment, unable to comprehend what had happened to Lu Anan. What's wrong with that girl today? Why is she so irritable? She didn't dare to engage further and, along with Lu Yixuan, retreated silently like quail birds, no longer causing trouble. Lu Anan watched the two finally settle down, feeling very satisfied in her heart. Indeed, the silent and ruthless persona suits me. Those scheming and innocent acts are simply too troublesome. She gently glanced over the village chief's astonished face, catching a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of the villagers who had gathered to watch for entertainment, narrowing her eyes slightly. I hope this will subdue these villagers, so they won't bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves by coming near me. Shen Yi slowly approached and asked quietly, Bennett, what's going on with Anan? Did you offend her just now? Lu Yanli mechanically shook his head. Not offending her. How could we dare? Shin Yi furrowed his eyebrows with a hint of doubt, clearly not fully convinced. If she wasn't offended, why does she look so upset? Lu Yanli explained helplessly. Really, we didn't offend her. Why would I pick a fight with my sister for no reason? And she's not even angry. Gu Shichuan, semi-trusting, leaned closer, whispering. Big brother Yan. That move Inen pulled earlier definitely seemed like anger. He imitated Inen's earlier move while speaking. Had that landed on Lu Yishuan's head, his brains would have been smashed. Lu Yanli retorted. That's due to Lu Rongyu and Lu Yishuan's actions. What has it got to do with me and Director Su? Gu Tingyan crossed his arms, questioning. But when Inen first spoke, she already sounded irritated. Otherwise, she would have acted first with Lu Rongyu as usual, but she skipped that part today. Just as Lu Yanli was about to open his mouth, Lu Inen's faint voice interrupted. It's because of too much green tea. I needed to vent a bit. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere froze instantly. All fell silent without exception. Gu Shichuan cautiously turned his head, flashing his large teeth, trying to please. Hee, Inen, you're here. He subtly tugged Shin Jejia nearby, moving his lips soundlessly, asking quietly. Jejia, why didn't you give us a heads up? Shin Jejia answered helplessly. I nearly blinked my eyes off, but you guys refused to heed me. Can you blame me? Gu Shichuan momentarily lost for words. Struggling to think of a way to break this awkward silence, he heard Huang Xia ask Director Su from the side. Director Su, shouldn't we introduce ourselves before starting the game? Lu Inen's attention was drawn over, relieving Gu Shichuan and others, who immediately sighed in relief. Phew, we've survived. Upon hearing this, Director Su slapped his forehead. Right. Truly, look at my forgetfulness. Almost forgot such an important step. He raised the loudspeaker in his hand, speaking loudly. Let's welcome our 4 new guests of this session. Now, please introduce yourself and the people around you. Huang Xia looked softly at the camera, her mouth curving into a gentle smile. Hello everyone, I'm Huang Xia. She gently turned sideways, her right hand elegantly resting on the person next to her as her smile turned sweeter. This is my husband, Chen Imohan. Chen Imohan smiled as he placed an arm around Huang Xia, waving with his other hand. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Imohan. Director Su is really something else, inviting both the king and queen of the big screen. They haven't been together on the screen for a long time. There were even rumors online that they had divorced. So are they back in business again? The camera turned to the other group of guests. Lin Yiming, with her sweet looks, waved both hands at the camera and laughed adorably. Hello everyone, I'm actress Lin Yiming. Please take care of me. Zhao Junyi, standing beside her, first glanced lovingly at Lin Yiming before slowly turning towards the camera and introducing himself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Junyi. Ahaha, it's E-Labor Forever. So sweet. They're the main male and female leads from that popular historical drama, right? It was actually a pretty good show. So are they together now? Upstairs, are you some kind of therefore machine? Always jumping to conclusions. Lu Inen's eyes glimmered with deep interest as she lightly rested her gaze on Zhao Junyi. So this is the second young master of the Zhao family from Jiago City. Is it trendy now for wealthy families to have their young masters mix in the entertainment industry? Her casual side glance caught Lu Rongyu looking at Zhao Junyi with a complicated expression, causing a playful sparkle in her eyes. Oh wow, Lu Rongyu's looking at him like he's her cheating boyfriend. Seems like they've already got quite a close relationship. Lu Inen shifted her gaze back to Zhao Junyi, seeing that he was completely ignoring Lu Rongyu's subtle hints, only chatting and laughing with Lin Yiming by his side. A deeper smirk involuntarily spread across her lips. How interesting. In the original work, Zhao Junyi was Lu Rongyu's second leading male character, but judging by his actions now, does he pretend not to recognize Lu Rongyu? I can't let this go. I'm going to be the most diligent otter in the melon field. Starting today, I will keep an eye on these two. After the introductions were finished, Director Su instructed the staff to bring up the game props and set them up accordingly. Everyone stared at the setup, their faces cracking with concern. Director Su, are you sure about playing this here when we don't even have our luggage? Chapter 78, Su Director's Nemesis. Su Director once again revealed the smile that appeared at the beginning of the show, the one where his wrinkles laughed through multiple layers. Yes, it is. Gu Shichuan glanced disdainfully at the foam-spraying props and, after some thought, said, Director Su, we have quite a few girls here. Is it really appropriate to play this game? Su Director didn't budge an inch. As long as you don't fail, no foam will be sprayed. Then, he began explaining the rules of the game. The game is simple. Each guest prop has a screen that displays questions about colors. As long as everyone correctly answers what 2 colors add up to and successfully cuts the corresponding colored line, they pass the level. He paused for a moment and smiled even brighter. But please note, if you fail once, you'll receive the foam punishment until the question is answered correctly. The first one to succeed will have the privilege of choosing accommodation first. Shin Mojing asked, Director Su, is this an individual or team battle? Su Director added, this time it's a team battle, but both members must pass to count as successful. Gu Tingyan was speechless and said, isn't this still an individual battle? Lu Yanli slightly leaned over and whispered to Lu Inen beside him. Inen, it doesn't sound too hard, does it? Lu Inen gave Lu Yanli a look of resignation and replied with complexity in her tone. Second brother, is this your first day knowing Director Su? If it were really this simple, would he be smiling like a fox? With the cutting wire's disc being so big and the stool fixed in place, it already looks similar to those spinning teacups in amusement parks. Does this look easy? After a moment of silence, Lu Yanli carefully observed the game props. Sure enough, The thing looked exactly like the large teacup ride that could make people dizzy, and in his glance, he also saw Sue Director's cunning smirk. He sighed lightly. Then our brother-sister duo can only take a shortcut. Luinen shook her head calmly and firmly said, impossible. Women from Huaxia never give up. I'm bound to come in first. After saying this, she turned to look at Lu Yanli, threateningly stating, second brother, don't hold me back. If we're not the first ones to pass, humph, then you're done. I'll just wait till you sleep, and then fill your bed with 200 stink bomb packages. Stink you to death. Lu Yanli. So childish, is he afraid? Alright, sister, rest assured. I'm definitely coming in second. Only then did Luinen turn around satisfied. At this moment, Director Sue pulled out a megaphone. Then let's begin now. Please all guests board the game equipment with the assistance of the staff. The group unwillingly sat down on it. Once everyone was seated, Sue Director announced maliciously. Good, now the game officially starts. With his words fading away, the assistant director pressed the button in hand, and the chairs all began to spin at increasing speeds. Soon, cries of surprise and alarm resounded throughout the village entrance. What? Director Sue, why does this chair have its own rotation function? Director Sue, how do we play? It's going too fast. Director Sue, I'm feeling so dizzy. Sue Director, watching the pitiful state of the guests, smiled contentedly. But then he caught sight of Luinen, who had already been comfortably seated on a stopped chair, watching the other guests' plight with ease. His eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze meeting that of the equally astonished assistant director, and his voice cracked. Did hers not start, or is it broken? The assistant director dumbfoundedly replied. Do you believe it, Director Sue? Luinen has already completed the task. Sue Director. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A nearby cameraman timely handed over the replay footage. Director Sue, it's true, watch the VCR. Sue Director watched the playback. The spinning chair had barely started rotating for less than 10 seconds when Luinen had already reached out and cut the correct color line. He was so shocked that his jaw almost unhinged. How did she do it? The three beside him simultaneously shook their heads. No chicken stealing, sir. Sue Director pinched his philtrum in frustration, pointing at Luinen. Nemesis. You're my nemesis. I want to say this sentence too. How did Luinen manage to do that? I've got to admit. How about you kneel for her already, and insist her? Dimensional strike. Others haven't even seen the questions clearly yet, while the younger sister is already sitting on the side watching others struggle. Ha ha, Director Sue is truly broken this time. There's nothing he can do against an. Seeing Director Sue's actions, Luinen tilted her head, waving to him with an innocent smile. He shocked, right? Trembling, huh? I'm the god of games. Sue Director, upon seeing Luinen's provocation, became so angry that a tuft of hair fell off his head. Irritated, he simply turned away so as not to let his anger affect his peace. Lu Yanli finally managed to cut the correct wire after struggling through his dizziness, and once he stopped, he saw Director Sue's flushed face. Coupled with his sister's previous sentiments, Lu Yanli figured out roughly what had happened, causing an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is my sister really looking forward to making Sue Director lose his temper? At this time, Luinen was watching Lu Yixuan, who had already failed several times with his entire face covered in foam, and Lu Rongyu, who was so disoriented that she hadn't even seen the questions clearly. She raised an eyebrow, laughing happily. So, how exactly does the female lead think I needed to cheat against her? As the seconds ticked by, the other guests finally completed their challenges. Once all the chairs had come to a stop, apart from Luinen and Lu Yanli who remained clean, everyone else looked more or less pitiful to various extents. Lu Yixuan barely emerged from the dizzying patterns before him. As his vision refocused, he immediately caught sight of this exception, blurting out his doubt. Are you telling me the two of you didn't cheat? Luinen shot back mockingly. Looks like you're missing a few screws in your brain and a hole in your heart. 3,000 episodes of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, but it seems only you lack a mother. If only the water inside your head would drain. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind using it as Gui Fu's chamber pot. Lu Yixuan's head buzzed under Luinen's scathing insults, prompting him to instinctively ask, who is Gui Fu? Luinen couldn't help laughing at this. Gui Fu is a stray dog smarter than you. TSK, comparing you with Gui Fu truly disgraces Gui Fu. You are vulgar. Only then did Lu Yixuan's brain clear up, reacting fiercely and trembling with anger. He wanted to yell back, but found himself no match for Luinen's sharp tongue. Regaining herself, Lu Rongyu attempted to speak on Lu Yixuan's behalf, just opening her mouth to say sister, when Luinen's frosty voice cut her off abruptly. Shut up, unless you want me to criticize you too. Hearing this, the curve of Lu Rongyu's lips froze, leaving her momentarily unsure whether she should open her mouth or stay silent. Beside them, the village chief's gaze lingered for a moment on the battle-ready Luinen before turning to Director Sue and speaking to diffuse the tension. Director Sue, can we now allocate the accommodation? Director Sue snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Right, it's time to arrange the accommodations. He stepped aside, revealing the whiteboard behind him that was thoroughly labeled with various lodging options, facing the guests, and said, Luinen and Lu Yanli came in first place in the game. Please choose your accommodation first. Luinen's eyes settled on the section prominently marked as Village Chief's House. Her finger lightly tapped it as she spoke calmly. I choose the Village Chief's house. Upon hearing this, the Village Chief smiled deeply, gazing at Luinen warmly and kindly saying, Welcome, both of you. Chapter 79. The village children all turn mute. Luinen responded with a similarly profound smile. Thank you, Village Chief. No matter whether you are ox ghosts or snake demons, I, old Lu, will definitely make you reveal your true form. Standing nearby, Lu Yanli's eyebrows revealed a complex emotion of helplessness and indulgence. What should he do? He was about to lose his ability to accept his sister's frequent identity transformations. After all the guests had selected their respective lodgings, Director Su cleared his throat and began announcing the schedule for the next activities. Cough cough. The guest can now receive a set of spare clothes from the staff, after which you may return to your accommodations with your respective hosts. Please note, the filming mode for this session will still be unmanned, as it was in the first episode. All tasks are triggered throughout the village, so please find clues to trigger the tasks and piece together the truth. Next, best wishes to everyone. Having said that, Director Su lightly swung his sleeve, leading the staff to quickly leave the village, leaving behind the various guests standing awkwardly face-to-face with the villagers. Shin Mohan coughed twice, breaking the silence. Shall we all go back to our places then? Gu Tingyan nodded, frowning as he wiped the foam off his body, irritably saying, all right, let's all go back and change clothes first. It's really uncomfortable feeling sticky like this. Hearing this, the others also agreed, and then followed the villagers away from the village entrance. Luinen and Lu Yanli slowly walked along the path, following behind the village chief. Throughout the journey, there were always children surrounding the village chief, bouncing around and making gestures. Watching these children, Luinen's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why don't these children speak? She stared intently at the amiable village chief, who was gently waving at the children, and asked, Village chief, why don't these children speak? The village chief's actions momentarily paused, and immediately, his warm smile was replaced by an inexplicable cloud of sorrow. Looking at the children gathered around him, his voice became heavy. Sigh. The children in our village have all been through a lot. A few years ago, the entire village fell ill with a strange disease. Although the adults suffered, they eventually endured through it. But the children, whose resistance was too weak, got very sick. By the time the strange disease passed, the children in the village could no longer speak. His gaze swept over the children one by one, with a fleeting sadness deep in his eyes. Luinen's lips tightened into a straight line. After contracting a strange illness, they all couldn't speak anymore. So suspicious, was it truly a disease or poisoning? How can this happen? These children must have had it so hard, suddenly unable to speak. Wow, is there really such a disease? So pitiful. Seeing them continue to smile now shows that the villagers have taken good care of them. At just that moment, a little boy, with a bit of shyness and timidity in his steps, slowly made his way to Luinen's side. He hesitated, raising a bunch of small wildflowers picked from the roadside, tiptoeing up, wanting to give them to Luinen. Luinen's expression softened instantly. She slowly squatted down, looking eye to eye with the little boy, and smiled as she gently patted the little boy's head, taking the flowers from his hands, and lightly held onto the boy's wrist, smiling, and said, Thank you for the flowers, sister likes them very much. Upon hearing Luinen's words, the little boy shyly lowered his head, then turned around and ran off, hiding behind another boy who looked older, peeking at her secretly. Luinen continued to stay squatting. A trace of irritation flickered in her eyes. She exhaled deeply, suppressing that anger, took out a pack of white rabbit milk candies from her pocket, placed them on her lap, and gently waved at the children on the side of the road. Come over, sister will give you some candy. All the children hesitated, not daring to approach, their eyes flitting to the village chief. The village chief laughed and gently waved his hand, his voice filled with encouragement and affection. Go on, the sister is giving out candy. Only then did the children raise a pure smile, rushing toward Luinen like a swarm. Luinen flipped over each child's wrist, placing a white rabbit milk candy in their hands, and gently patted their heads, until every last child received a candy. She slowly stood up, stumbling slightly. Lu Yanli immediately supported Luinen, his eyes filled with worry. Anin, are you okay? Luinen turned around, sketching a faintly forced smile on her lips, shaking her head slightly. I'm fine, second brother. I've been squatting for too long, my legs went numb. What's hidden here is even more cruel than I imagined. Seeing the look on his sister's face, Lu Yanli understood everything in his heart, couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her, yet could show no emotion on the surface, and could only say, then lean on me for a while. Luinen obediently nodded, leaning on Lu Yanli as she watched the children laugh and play while eating their candies. Feeling the silent tranquility around her, a pang of pain hit her heart. They could have had so much better lives. The village chief acutely picked up on Luinen's unusual expression, his gaze flickering momentarily, then kindly inquired, Miss Lu, is everything all right? Luinen lifted her eyes slightly, exchanging a brief moment of contact with the village chief's concerned gaze before quickly lowering her eyelids to mask the coldness behind them. She slowly replied, I'm fine. Let's head back soon, village chief. The village chief smiled and nodded. All right, then please follow me. Luinen exchanged a tacit glance with Lu Yanli beside her, silently following the village chief, without any further words. When they reached the village chief's doorstep, Luinen recalled all the brand new and impressive houses lining the road earlier, contrasting sharply with the rugged pathways. Curious, she questioned, Village chief, I noticed the traffic here isn't very convenient, but the villagers' houses look quite new and luxurious. It seems like the village has a decent income. Upon hearing this, the village chief paused momentarily in opening the door, then continued smoothly, his face breaking into a calm smile. Indeed, our village's income has been good these past few years, so every household built themselves a new house. Lu Yanli followed up with another question. So what exactly is the main source of income for the village? The village chief glanced at them both, indicating that he couldn't help with that particular query. That should be part of your task to uncover. You'll need to search for it yourselves. Luinen heard this and smiled, nodding gently. I see. Thank you, village chief, for letting us know. Letting us figure it out ourselves? They're so confident we won't find anything we shouldn't. Huh? Wasn't that too easy for them to just casually ask for the clues? No wonder the sister managed to spot the differences so quickly. Still, this village is really peculiar. Such new houses, but inconvenient transport. Isn't it considered backward, yet it doesn't show through its homes? True. Even my hometown, which counts as a well-off rural area, doesn't have houses this lavish. The village chief waved a hand dismissively. Miss Lu, don't mention it. With that, he turned and pushed open the door, standing aside warmly. Miss Lu, Mr. Lu, please come in. Chapter 80. The village chief's intentions. Luinen and Lu Yanli stepped into the yard, looking around before realizing that the village chief's yard was much more rundown compared to Uncle Nyo's home. Lu Yanli asked with a puzzled tone, yet gently. Chief, your place seems more primitive than Uncle Nyo's? After closing the door, the village chief explained with a warm smile on his face. Only my grandson and I live in this courtyard. We're just too lazy to tidy up, but it's also nice like this. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, and every tree here were arranged by my late wife and me. Whenever I look at them, I feel especially at ease and satisfied. The village chief slowly scanned his familiar yet somewhat aged yard, nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. Luinen softly interrupted the chief's reminiscence. You said earlier you have a grandson? Regaining his composure, the chief nodded, shouting towards the inner room. Xiao, we have guests. Come out and meet them. With the curtain lifted, a boy about 6 or 7 years old walked out warily. He came to the village chief's side, tightly gripping his sleeve, his bright and clear eyes curiously yet cautiously checking out Luinen and her brother. Luinen greeted him gently. Hello, Xiao. Xiao didn't reply, still eyeing Luinen warily, his fingers clutching the edge of the chief's clothes tightly. A trace of affection flashed across the chief's eyes as he fondly patted Xiao's head, saying gently, Go greet your older sister and brother. Sister will give you milk candy. Upon hearing this, Luinen glanced at the chief, a flicker of subtle surprise passing through her eyes. This old man has ulterior motives? She pulled out 2 milk candies from her pocket, shaking them in front of Xiao, speaking softly. Do you want some candy, Xiao? Xiao hesitated for a moment after gazing at the candies, then nodded, using sign language to express himself. Hello, brother and sister. My name is Xiao. Thank you, sister. I would like to have some candy. A shadow crossed Luinen's eyes again as she squatted down once more, her tone full of gentleness. All right, come and take it. Xiao looked up at his grandfather, shook his hand lightly, confirming if he could proceed, and upon receiving approval, slowly moved towards Luinen, spreading out his palm. Luinen grabbed his wrist, placing the 2 candies on it, laughing gently. Eat up. After Xiao took the candy, his eyes lit up, and he signed, thank you again, cheerfully running back to his grandfather, finally showing a pure and genuine smile on his face. The village chief, touching Xiao's head as he ate the candy, smiled warmly and asked Luinen, what do you think of Xiao, Miss Lu? Luinen stood up slowly, meeting the profound gaze of the village chief. After a brief silence, she softly chuckled. Pretty good. Looks like a well-behaved and obedient child. So, the village chief is trying to tell me that Xiao is the only normal child among them. It seems he already realized what I was doing. Lu Yanli's eyes flickered slightly, observing the chief carefully, lost in deep thought. Is the village chief an ally or an adversary? What exactly does he want from bringing the film crew here? His sight passed over Xiao eating candy and returned to those voiceless children earlier, his mind sparking a realization. Could the chief be trying to save those children? While deep in thought, he heard Lu Unin excitedly ask beside him, Village chief, what are we having for lunch? People work harder when fed well. Let's talk about jobs after eating. I'm starving. Let's have lunch first. Lu Yanli's mouth twitched involuntarily. Was he really getting old? Not only could he not handle the frequent changes in his younger sister's identity, but he also struggled to follow her rapidly shifting train of thought. Luinen was unaware her elder brother had started doubting her, as her sparkling eyes remained fixed on the village chief, almost hoping that a banquet of manhinshuanshi would appear in the next second. The chief paused briefly, laughing humorously, then shook his head and spoke gently to Luinen. Why don't you all go inside first with Xiaoshi? I'll go prepare some tasty food for you to taste the authentic flavors of our village. Luinen's eyes twinkled with anticipation as she sweetly replied, Thank you, chief. It's very kind of you. Afterwards, she grabbed Xiaoshi's small hand and went inside. Lu Yanli followed silently, feeling rather desolate for being ignored by his sister. He found a spot to sit, his elbow resting lightly against his chin, and watched as his sister and Xiaoshi played together with building blocks for a while before quietly asking Lu Unin about her plans. Unin, what should we do after lunch? Lu Unin was busy building a castle with Xiaoshi using blocks when she replied, without even lifting her head. Didn't the village chief say that finding an income source is our task? So, let's go find one. The Yunling village depends on the mountain for food. The regular sources are definitely up there. Let's subtly hint at it during lunch and see if there's any issue on the mountain. Lu Yanli nodded in agreement. Yes, the old man, the village chief, seems to be on their side for now. That's good since they can also use this chance to test his true intentions. Lost in thought, both were suddenly interrupted as the curtain lightly fluttered. The village chief, with his bottom sticking out, pushed the curtain open, turning around with a smile. In each hand, he carried a dish. Come, come, the meal is ready. Come over and eat while I bring the rest of the dishes from the kitchen. Lu Yanli quickly stood up and followed the village chief out. Chief, I'll help you carry them. After all the dishes were placed on the table, the chief wiped his hands and warmly invited Lu Anin and Lu Yanli to join him. Go ahead and start eating. Try my cooking skills. Xiaoshi absolutely loves the food I make. Lu Anin took a bite of the deliciously prepared dish on the table, her eyes instantly lighting up. She gave him a thumbs up, praising sincerely. Chief, your cooking is masterful. Hearing this, the chief threw his head back and chuckled heartily before happily inviting them to dig into the food. In the middle of the meal, Lu Anin casually asked while eating, Chief, after we finish eating, my brother and I want to walk around the mountain. Is that okay? The movement of feeding Xiaoshi briefly paused, almost imperceptibly, but the warm smile remained unchanged. Sure, go ahead, just watch out, the mountain paths aren't easy to walk on. You two need to stay safe. There was a brief silence. Then he acted as if remembering something, tapping his forehead lightly with feigned realization, a trace of playful laughter in his gaze. Oh yes, almost forgot. A section of the mountain has been cordoned off because bears have reportedly been sighted recently. Don't let curiosity get the better of you and wander there. Safety comes first. Lu Anin nodded seriously, guaranteeing, Understood, Chief. We won't go there. You can count on us. Alright, got it. We will definitely check that place out. Let's see if there really are bears, or someone like Guanto Chang instead. Chapter 81. The siblings head for the restricted area. After Lu Anin and her companion finished eating, they tidied up and prepared to go up the mountain. However, on the way, they met Gu Tingyan and Gu Shichuan who wanted to follow them. Lu Anin looked at the two of them. A sudden wave of emotion rose in her heart, an inexplicable reluctance to let these two meddle in this matter. So, she indulged herself in a dismissive response. No, we're going to chop trees. If we bump into Brother Bear 1 and 2, we won't be able to protect you. Gu Tingyan, ? Gu Shichuan, ? The live stream burst out laughing. The sister has started role-playing again, this time as Bald Chang Ha. Why don't you bring us, King Ji and Mao Mao? They will also cause some chaos. Ha ha. I laughed so hard that I slapped my Ferrari and 4 batteries bounced out. 3 black lines appeared on Gu Shichuan's head, his eyes filled with tears of grievance. Anin, have you forgotten the bond we had when we were in the same team? Have you forgotten the joy we had when we watched my brother being falsely accused you? Lu Anin raised her hand lightly, making a no-way gesture and said coldly and mercilessly. It doesn't work. Even if you say you're Xia Yuhua by the Daming Lake, it still doesn't work. Gu Shichuan. Seeing Lu Anin's determined look which clearly expressed no intention of bringing them along, Gu Shichuan reluctantly stepped aside, his voice dropping low. Alright then, you go ahead, we won't go with you. Lu Anin ignored Gu Shichuan's performance and instead suggested to Gu Tingyan, you two shouldn't just sit idle either. Go to Uncle Nyo's house and investigate. Didn't Aunt Li Chunhua leave her words unfinished yesterday? There might be some mission. Directing the male protagonist over to the female protagonist's side for a wander. What is he always following me and my brother for? Lu Yanli nodded furiously inside. That's right. Exactly, he wouldn't even bother to say it. How could Gu Tingyan follow him like a tailing dog all day? Gu Tingyan, upon hearing this, his gaze flickered slightly, carefully considering it in his mind before agreeing. Alright, then Shichuan and I will go there. We'll keep each other updated if there's any news here. Sure. Lu Anin agreed, and subsequently, the 4 people headed off to their respective destinations. Lu Anin and Lu Yanli roamed through the mountains, searching high and low for treasures. As they ventured deeper, the climate in the forest became increasingly pleasant, finally discovering the official economic source of Yunling village, ginseng. Lu Anin walked around, carefully observing these ginseng plants, her heart full of astonishment. These ginsengs appear to have been regularly inspected and managed. I thought this village was already involved in human trafficking. This ginseng probably wouldn't be good anymore. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli felt a chill inside. So they really are human traffickers after all. Her inner voice was unexpected, bursting out like this, leaving him feeling caught off guard. Lu Anin happily retrieved her carrying basket and pulled out the tools. Fortunately, I cleverly grabbed 2 baskets before coming. This ginseng looks pretty good. Not digging would be a waste. Taking it home can help supplement our parents' health. She fastened the rod lock, a special device used in protecting and fixing ginseng during its extraction, securing the chosen ginseng, then gently took out a small spade and began to dig cautiously along the circle around the ginseng. Seeing this, Lu Yanli suddenly felt the urge to give it a try. Without thinking, he squatted down, ready to start digging as well, but he was immediately stopped by Lu Anin, who had already dug up a ginseng. Sis, don't move, I'll do it. Lu Yanli stood up and scratched his nose. I just wanted to help. Lu Anin carefully wrapped the ginseng in birch leaves, pulling Lu Yanli down to squat beside her. She meticulously placed the ginseng into Lu Yanli's backpack, saying earnestly, Brother, you just lend me your back basket to store the ginseng. Professional things should be left to professional people. Having said that, she once again bent down, continuing her search for better year ginseng. The viewers watching in the live stream were somewhat shocked at Lu Anin's expertise. Wait, why does the sister look so adept? Is that right? Those knowledgeable about ginseng, tell us if the way she is digging up the ginseng is correct. Lu Anin definitely studied, knowing even about the red string with 2 copper coins on it to prevent the ginseng from running away, a traditional belief or practice. Moreover, all the ginseng she digs out are very aged. People who are unfamiliar with this field truly wouldn't know these details. What? In that case, I would indeed doubt whether Lu Rongyu's previous claim about sister having medical knowledge was true. With great joy, Luinen dug up several ginsengs. Once both of their backpacks were packed full, she contentedly stood up, looking at her achievements with a radiant smile. Something this good. Leaving it to those dogs would be such a waste. Let me take it all instead. Counting the number of ginseng in the basket, her eyes shone even more brightly. Got rich. Leaving a bit for mom and dad. Selling the rest will surely make a huge amount of money. Hurrah! Seeing Luinen's greedy expression, Lu Yanli couldn't help but laugh lovingly. When Luinen gradually calmed down from her excitement, Lu Yanli began to act. Sister, it's still early. How about we go check out the place where the village chief said there were bears? Luinen smoothly followed up on his act, furrowing her brows and looking fearful and conflicted. Big brother, let's not go there. What if there really are bears? We can neither fight them nor run away fast enough. It's too dangerous, and I'm scared. A phrase in Lu Yanli's mind, the bears might be more afraid of you, rolled around on his tongue before he finally swallowed it down. He then donned a gentle expression and said, I think the village chief was just scaring us. If there really were bears in this mountain, wouldn't they have already closed it off by now? He quietly edged closer and lowered his voice. I suspect that the restricted area must hide some special missions. Let's take a look. Luinen adopted an appearance of being persuaded, yet seeming somewhat hesitant, pretending to scratch her chin as if deep in thought. Second brother really does deserve the title of best actor without any exaggeration. Just look at how skillfully he slanders others right in front of the emperor. Lu Yanli. For what purpose? And for sister to describe him like this? Although brother Yin definitely looks like the eunuch offering harmful advice to the emperor, I oddly feel there's some truth in what he says. Yin brother, when he heard his sister say she was scared, had that hesitation on his face. I bet he wanted to say, how could you say such backwards things like running or fighting over a bear? What the comment above said is right. The correct line should be, bears would see me and not be able to either run or fight with me. So scary / like a dog /. Thinking for a while, Luinen acted like she'd been nagged into submission by Lu Yanli, reluctantly saying, all right then, we'll just take a look around the periphery. Lu Yanli nodded excitedly. Good. Let's go quickly then. After finishing their impromptu performance, the two tacitly ended it and continued searching for the forbidden zone in the mountain. When they reached a spot where the trees grew particularly thick and the path grew difficult to traverse, the two finally spotted the restricted area marked off with warning tape. Next to it stood a sign. Bears seen in this area, please detour. Luinen and Lu Yanli glanced at each other, puzzled. There's actually no one around here? Just a single wooden sign. Could it be I'm mistaken, and there really isn't a problem here? Filled with doubt, she slowly approached the wooden sign, lightly bypassing the caution line and taking a few tentative steps forward. Nothing happened. Just as she prepared to step further, a rustling sound came from both sides. From within the shadows cast by dense trees, two men with stern, even menacing expressions suddenly appeared, forcing them to step back. Halt. Who are you and what do you want? Chapter 82. The female lead is gone. Luinen instinctively stepped back a few steps, fearfully, looking at the two people who had suddenly appeared. She seemed startled and spoke in a trembling voice. You. Where did you come from? The two didn't bother with her question but emphasized their tone and again forcefully urged her to leave, pushing Luinen slightly. Don't waste our time. This isn't a place for you. Haven't you seen the warning? Bears have been spotted here, so move along quickly. Luinen was jolted by the unexpected force and staggered a few steps before retreating behind Lu Yanli's back, complaining. Brother, they're scaring me. If only these cameras weren't on, I'd have given these two a thunderous lesson right now for how they're talking to me. Lu Yanli's lips twitched lightly. It seemed that the camera really hindered his sister's display of character. He lifted his head, glaring angrily at the two men, while one hand protected Luinen. His voice was infused with unmistakable anger. You talk if you want, but why push people? Moreover, we're here as part of the show doing a task. How can your attitude be so bad? When the two men heard Lu Yanli's words, they exchanged a subtle glance, their attitudes softening somewhat, but still firm. There is no task for you here. Leave immediately. Lu Yanli showed a look of disbelief. With all the people guarding this area, there must be some hidden task here. Tell me, are there any conditions for passing through? It was clear that Lu Yanli's persistence had made them somewhat uneasy. There's truly nothing here. Go back. The warning sign is true. There are bears here, and we're just assigned to keep the villagers safe by providing timely warnings. Don't believe us, huh? Luinen tugged lightly on Lu Yanli's sleeve and whispered softly. Second brother, let's go back. Maybe there's nothing here. Lu Yanli let go of the matter, giving the two an icy glare as he grabbed Luinen's hand and turned around. We'll leave, but we need to speak with the village chief. Luinen walked forward according to Lu Yanli's guidance, glancing back at the two men to find they'd already disappeared into the shadows once more. She retracted her gaze, lowering her eyelids briefly, a trace of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Given how cautious they've been, that region must be their main base. Looks like tonight I'll hint to the director to turn off the cameras and investigate further. Lu Yanli's hand unconsciously tightened its grip on Luinen's wrist as he reflected deeply. He resolved firmly to stay close to his sister, ensuring her protection. Jing City, President Lu's office. Ding ling ling. Lu Wenjing's long fingers lightly picked up the vibrating phone on his desk and answered it. Hello. He casually flipped through the documents, waiting for the person on the other side of the line to speak. Grandma Lu is at Yunling Village. Lu Wenjing's movements froze momentarily as his eyes turned sharp instantly, full of coldness in his voice. Who are you? but all he received was the busy signal as the call ended abruptly. Lu Wenjing gripped the phone tightly, gazing at the live stream displayed on his computer screen, his expression unreadable. After a while, he stood up and picked up the intercom. Book me a ticket to Jiastan City, immediately. On the other side, Lu Yinan and Lu Yanli returned downhill, each deep in thought. Their gazes inadvertently met those of Gu Tingyan and Gu Shichuan who were waiting there. Noticing that both brothers' expressions were unusually grave. Seeing each other's worried faces, Lu Yinan and Lu Yanli approached, asking curiously, "What happened? You seem so heavy-hearted." Gu Tingyan's gaze bore into Lu Yinan seriously before speaking slowly. "When we arrived, old Uncle Nyo's door wasn't closed. We went in to check, and found that apart from Lu Yishuan lying unconscious alone in bed, neither old Uncle Nyo, Li Chunhua, nor Lu Rongyu were to be seen anywhere." At that moment, Lu Yinan froze stiffly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Lu Rongyu's gone. How could that be possible? Though the storyline of this variety show has changed dramatically because of me, how could the female lead possibly vanish?" Her frowning brow deepened as she thought about the inconsistencies. Suddenly, the previous conversation between herself and Lu Rongyu at the police station came to mind, her pupils contracting sharply as a foreboding sensation began to rise within her. Without hesitation, Lu Yinan swiftly retrieved the tracker and inputted Grandma Lu's name along with the search command. Upon observing the coordinates that flashed on the screen, Lu Yinan felt her heart sink deeply. It turns out Grandma is within the range of this village. We must urgently locate Lu Rongyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli felt a pang of concern stir within him. If Grandma is here, surely Lu Rongyu's disappearance might pose danger to her? Lu Yinan raised her head, her gaze as dark and solemn as ink. Turning toward Gu Tingyan, her tone became steady. "What about the others?" Gu Tingyan spoke seriously. "All the others are currently looking for the village chief. They should all be at the village chief's house by now." Before his words had even fully left his mouth, Lu Yinan had already sprinted off toward the village chief's house. The three others immediately followed suit, running after her. By the time the four reached the entrance of the village chief's home, they noticed that the door was wide open as well. Rushing inside, Lu Yinan's gaze hardened when she took in the scene within the yard. The next trio arrived just behind her and were astonished to see several guests sprawled around the courtyard in disarray. What on earth is going on? Lu Yinan's lips were pressed tightly together. Using a tracking device, she quickly located the village chief's position and said with an unyielding tone, "Follow me. We'll go find the village chief first." She quietly stepped out of the door frame and summoned customer service. 7758. Can you check if the show cameras have been turned off? The customer service representative appeared briefly perplexed about why the cameras needed to be checked again, but upon understanding what had transpired in the village, it fell silent, no longer playful. It promptly activated monitoring for the production team and informed Lu Yinan. They've been turned off. Director Su has already reported Lu Rongyu's disappearance to the police. Noted. Hesitant for a moment, the customer service hesitantly asked, "Miss, you haven't drawn from your blind box for quite some time. Why don't you draw one now? Your points have accumulated enough." Lu Yanli. He really wanted to give this customer service representative a bad review. It was such an emergency, and they still suggested that his sister try her luck? Lu Yinan, Do I look like I'm having a crisis? My butt is practically on fire here. I don't have time for any blind boxes. Customer service. It's just that, miss, I have a feeling that your new blind box might come in handy. Lu Yinan's eyes flickered as she probed further. What do you know? The customer service stubbornly refused to answer. After waiting for a while, Lu Yinan gave a self-mocking laugh. Fine, draw one for me. I'm short on time, so better get lucky. If you dare to cheat, I'll complain until you're gone. Customer service replied cheerfully. Sure thing, miss, won't do that, surely not. Lu Yinan didn't have time to banter with the customer service. She quickly led the three back to the restricted area. As soon as she approached the sign where the two guards had previously stood, those very same men jumped out without uttering a word and swung their fists aggressively. Seeing their crazed red eyes, indicating a loss of rationality, Lu Yinan became sharply alert. Dodging their attacks swiftly, she circled around them, striking at the base of their necks to knock them down. Just as she intended to examine the cause of their irrational behavior, an all too familiar smell permeated the air, setting off alarm bells in her mind. Her expression darkened. Damn! Cursing under her breath, she quickly spun around, intending to check the condition of Lu Yanli and the others. But before she could turn fully, a shadow darted past her vision, too fast to react. A hand suddenly clamped down tightly on her throat. Lu Yinan frowned as she looked into Gu Tingyan's bloodshot eyes, ready to pry off the hand from her neck when she heard his chilling voice, cold and dark as though coming from the abyss. You, how could you forget me? Chapter 83, The Big Antagonist's Hidden Agenda. Lu Yinan's heart jolted, her eyes flashing with a barely perceptible glint of coldness as she lifted her gaze to meet his. What did you say? Gu Tingyan's eyes were bloodshot. He tightly gripped Lu Yinan's slender neck, pressing forward relentlessly until the distance between them was close enough to hear their intertwined, erratic breathing. Looking at Lu Yinan, he repeated, Little Gua, how dare you forget me? Lu Yinan furrowed her brow. Gu Tingyan let go. Gu Tingyan paid no heed to her demand. He moved closer until their breaths entwined, creating an oppressive tension and ambiguity in the air. Lu Yinan turned her head away, avoiding his touch. Expressionless, she began prying Gu Tingyan's fingers off one by one. At the moment when Lu Yinan managed to free herself, Gu Tingyan grabbed her hand, lifting it above her head, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear. Little Gua, Since you've forgotten everything, should I remind you? Lu Anan. Damn, I thought he was going to explode himself, but it turns out he's thinking about his ex-girlfriend? Then why have I stayed here playing along for so long? What a waste of my emotions and energy. But does the main character even have an ex-girlfriend? While Lu Anan was lost in her thoughts, Gu Tinjian's head slowly approached her collarbone. She snapped back to reality, her eyebrows knitting with a hint of impatience as she instinctively shifted her body to avoid him. Just as she was about to kick him, the grip on her wrist suddenly vanished. Losing his support, Gu Tinjian's body fell to the ground. Behind him stood Fu Jian, his face full of malice, his eyes swirling with suppressed anger. Lu Anan blinked, astonished, as she stared at the person in front of her. Fu Jian, what are you doing here? Why has the big antagonist suddenly shown up here? Could it be related to another kidnapping case? Fu Jian lightly kicked Gu Tinjian, who was sprawled nearby, a subtle expression of disgust inadvertently crossing his face. Then, he pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently grasped Lu Anan's hand, attentively wiping it clean repeatedly. Lu Anan. Is he that obsessive with cleanliness that he can't stand seeing someone else being touched? After wiping Lu Anan's wrist several times, Fu Jian looked satisfactorily at her, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. I went to your older brother's company for a collaboration discussion. Heard he was coming to Jiazhou City, and right when your live stream ended, I was worried about you, so I decided to come along. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan gave Fu Jian a glance, her eyes filled with a curious mixture of expressions. Is the big antagonist too caring? Could he actually be? As Fu Jian paused in putting away the handkerchief, his eyes met Lu Anan's expectantly. Had the little girl finally noticed? Anan, take a look at your second brother. Lu Wenjing interjected mildly, gently pulling Lu Anan's attention back from Fu Jian. On hearing this, Lu Anan immediately dismissed her wandering thoughts and redirected all her focus to Lu Yanli. She squatted next to Lu Yanli and took out a bottle of medicine, lightly shaking it beneath the noses of Lu Yanli and Gu Shichuan, the faint medicinal aroma enveloping them. Under the influence of the medicine, Lu Yanli and Gu Shichuan gradually regained consciousness. Lu Anan then stood up and walked towards Gu Tingyuan. After taking just a couple of steps, she was stopped by Fu Jian. He calmly took the medicine bottle from Lu Anan's hands without any change in his expression and said indifferently, "Let me do it." Lu Anan's lips curved slightly, revealing a trace of amusement. "All right, go ahead." With that, she stopped paying attention and turned around to speak to Lu Wenjing. "Older brother, how did you get here?" Lu Wenjing explained. "Someone told me grandma was here. I saw your live stream where you and Yanli were also present. Worried something might happen, I came over." After carefully examining Lu Anan, his expression darkened upon seeing the red marks on her neck. His eyes filled with coldness. What happened with Gu Tingyuan? Lu Anan glanced at the man lying on the ground and responded nonchalantly. "Nothing. Maybe he was reminiscing about his ex-girlfriend." "He fell off today, Little Gua?" The original story he never mentioned that Gu Tingyuan had an ex-girlfriend named Little Gua. She looked at Gu Tingyuan, her eyes carrying a flash of contemplation. And the first time he said those words, it was way too similar to what the master would say. Just in case, we should check Gu Tingyuan's profile once we're back. Lu Wenjing also watched Gu Tingyuan seriously. Was he the master? But having grown up together, he hadn't noticed any grudges Gu Tingyuan held against the Lu family. The newly awakened Lu Yanli was still somewhat disoriented. When he heard his sister mentioning Gu Tingyuan could be the master, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering his muddled thoughts into pieces. What? Gu Tingyuan, this mutt, could possibly be the master? He always knew there was something shady about him. Indeed, he deserves death, and he must find someone to assassinate him. On the other side, Fu Jian's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible coldness. His long fingers lightly gripped the medicine bottle, and with what seemed to be an unintentional tremble, he shoved it into Gu Tingyuan's nose. Gu Tingyuan was startled awake, coughing while turning red in the face as he sat up. Upon seeing Fu Jian in front of him, his expression was filled with surprise. Glancing around, he also noticed the Lu siblings' icy stares, all aimed at him. Gu Tingyuan. He blinked, looking bewilderedly at the four who regarded him with identical expressions, ones that deemed him deranged. Panic began to well up inside him. How? What happened? Lu Anan scoffed. Are you pretending amnesia to me? Hearing this, Gu Tingyuan paused, memories of his actions from when he was out of it rushing back. His pupils dilated, his ears growing red as he stammered out an apology to Lu Anan. Anan, I'm sorry. For my next role, I play a villain, and I guess I've been too immersed in the script lately. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Lu Anan shook her head, unwilling to accept the apology. I don't believe you unless you show me the script. Gu Tingyuan hesitated, then told Lu Anan, I'll send it to you after I go home. Lu Anan nodded and continued. You scared me. You have to compensate me. Gu Tingyuan obediently agreed. All right, I'll transfer 30 million to you. Is that okay? Lu Anan's eyes lit up, but she put on a reluctant facade. All right. Another 30 million added to my account. Becoming a wealthy woman is no longer a dream, haha. After receiving the money, Lu Anan temporarily let Gu Tingyuan off the hook and proceeded to explain their current situation to everyone. Yunling Village is a village that trades people. All the kids here have been poisoned into silence. This forbidden area could very likely be where they keep the children. The village chief and Lu Rongyu should be in there too. I'm going to check it out. You were affected earlier by a kind of hallucinatory incense which amplifies human desires. Moreover, except for us, all the other guests were knocked out. It must have been the work of the village chief. Lu Yanli asked somewhat perplexedly. If the village chief wants to save those children, Why use both the hallucinatory and sleep-inducing incense? Lu Ainan's expression turned grave. I fear he plans to die together with those criminals. Startled, Lu Yanli exclaimed. Why would he choose such a lose-lose approach? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ainan said, We'll find out once we go in. The group passed through the forbidden zone, winding through the dense forest until they came upon an open space where a large ancestral hall stood prominently at the center. They found their way into the hall, and, faced with the scene before them, all of their expressions changed into shock. It was apparent that the villagers who had vanished before had been fixed in place by the village chief, kneeling before the memorial tablets, begging for help with fearful expressions as soon as they saw the group come in. Seeing the earnestly kneeling village chief at the forefront, Lu Ainan asked solemnly, Do you really intend to take things this far? Chapter 84. The Secret of Yunling Village. Hearing the sound, the village chief stood up from the cushion and turned around with a gentle look, smiling as he said, You've come. Lu Ainan slightly frowned and inconspicuously glanced at the gasoline barrel next to the village chief's cushion before gently persuading him. Village chief, you don't need to get yourself involved. We've already called the police, and they will be here soon. The village chief gave a self-deprecating laugh with an icy tone. Police? No, these demons do not deserve to be punished by law. They only deserve to kneel here until they die. Lu Ainan attempted to communicate with the village chief. I know about the crimes they've committed. Believe me, I will surely find all evidence of their crimes and send them all to prison or execution according to what they deserve. Shaking his head, the village chief looked at the villagers who were prostrated in the ancestral hall, crying in fear, and said with a pleasant smile, Miss Lu, I believe you, but I want them to kneel here, feeling despair and helplessly watching themselves die. His cloudy eyes gradually cleared as he raised his head to look at Lu Ainan. Miss Lu, you can read physiognomy and practice medicine. Didn't you feel the pulse of those children when you met them for the first time? Lu Ainan nodded in agreement. Yes. The village chief smiled and continued to ask, So, have you figured out why they can't speak? Lu Ainan's gaze swept over the villagers present, who dared not raise their heads. Her voice grew colder. They were poisoned into silence. The village chief laughed out loud, his laughter growing louder and sadder. Right? Poisoned silent by this pack of beasts. Because these children couldn't be sold, and they needed a facade of peace in the village, so they poisoned the children to keep the secret that Yunling village was actually a human trafficking village. His gaze filled with overwhelming hatred, glaring furiously at the villagers who finally began to tremble with fear as he continued to reveal the truth. Do you know? These demons, in their transactions of selling children, realized the quick joy of money. They didn't even spare their own children, whether biological or not. As long as they could be lured in or born, they would sell them off by any means necessary, all just to get that money, the blood money of those children. Tears slid down the village chief's cheeks. My old companion, my son, my daughter-in-law, all died resisting the wicked acts of the villagers while I was away attending training in town. His body began to shake with immense sorrow. My grandson, just 3 years old, was sold by them. When I returned to the village, it had already become a living hell, a concentration camp for demons. They had lost all humanity. These things unworthy of being called humans should have died long ago. The words of the village chief left everyone immersed in great shock, unable to recover. They never expected the truth to be so cruel, so devoid of humanity. Infuriated, Lu Yanli kicked a villager lying near him, cursing loudly. Beasts. That villager was kicked sharply aside, revealing legs pierced through with rebar, and immense pain made his face pale instantly. However, because of the gag in his mouth, apart from the desperate ew sounds, no other voice could escape. Lu Ainan looked at the fixed legs, and a trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Damn it, if all the villagers are tied down like this, there's no way to save them later. As if the village chief could see through Lu Ainan's thoughts, he broke her ideas with a smile. Miss Lu, don't think of saving them. It's useless. Looking straight at the village chief, Lu Ainan said word by word, I'm not thinking of saving them. I want to save you. If your current actions are for avenging your spouse, your son, and daughter-in-law, and also to rescue those children, I can clearly tell you that I can save them, make them speak again, and also take revenge on your behalf legally. The village chief's eyes swept across the ancestral hall as he let out a bitter laugh, saying slowly, I've never thought of letting these people go, nor myself. I am a sinner, just like them. They have wronged our ancestors, and so have I. Originally, at the very start, I should have reported them, but they blackmailed me with the remains of my spouse, my son, and daughter-in-law. For all these years, in order to find their bones, I kept doing wrong deeds, covering for them for so many years. Now, finally, I can atone for my sins. Lu Ainan's eyes flickered. Have you found their bones? Shaking his head, the village chief's tone carried deep regret and resentment. I was deceived by them. Long ago, once their bodies started rotting, they set fire to them. How ridiculous it is that for all these years, for something without result, I shielded these demons for such a long time. Lu Ainan's heart was full of doubts. The village chief didn't seem to know about these things while we were eating before. Why did he find out just after my second brother and I made a trip up the mountain? She glanced at Lu Wenjing and Fu Jian, who had arrived unexpectedly, and felt her heart sink as she thought of something. Is this move directed at my brother? She looked at the village chief and voiced her question. Village chief, a project of such scale, you couldn't possibly have finished it alone. What happened to those people who helped you? And when we were dining at your place, you gave no indication that you intended to perish together with them. You told me about the restricted area, which I thought was so I could uncover the truth here and make it known to everyone. So why the sudden change of mind? Choosing to take matters into your own hands. Llewellyn paused, slowly continuing. Let me guess, someone helped you and informed you about the remains, right? At this, the village chief's stooped figure stiffened slightly, his gaze towards Llewellyn growing increasingly profound. Miss Liu, you were truly clever, but unfortunately, I can tell you nothing. He lowered his head to pick up the oil drum, his tone calm, yet terrifying. Your companions are not here. I managed to knock them all unconscious except for her. She wasn't affected. To prevent her from disrupting my plan, I bound her and left her in the cellar. Now, you must leave. The village chief fell silent for a long time, then lifted his eyes to look at Llewellyn, his expression softening into the same kindly manner from earlier at the dinner table. Miss Liu, I entrust those children to you. As he finished speaking, he discarded the oil drum, and as the flames began to spread around in an instant, he closed his eyes in a moment of serene acceptance. Village chief. Llewellyn's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively stepping forward 2 paces. However, an arm suddenly crossed her waist, pulling her away from the ancestral hall. The reflection in Llewellyn's gaze showed the village chief's face being consumed by the fire, filling her with a sense of helplessness. She struggled, attempting to break free of the grip around her waist, only to be tightly held. Llewellyn's voice trembled with sobs. Let me go. I can save him. Please let me save him. Fu Jian restrained Llewellyn, turning her around and pressing her firmly against him, lips tightly pursed as he swiftly retreated from the hall. Just then, an exclamation suddenly reached his ears. Brother. Chapter 85. Lu Wenjing is pushed back into the ancestral hall. Lu Ainan's struggle and Fu Jian's embrace suddenly froze, and she abruptly raised her eyes. Through her tearful gaze, she saw Lu Wenjing's figure stumble amidst the chaos, losing balance, and heavily fall into the flickering flames of the ancestral hall. Big brother. Lu Ainan's expression changed dramatically. She forcefully broke free from Fu Jian's grip and rushed toward the ancestral hall like an arrow released from a bowstring, once again disappearing into its roaring blaze. Ainan, sister. Fu Jian's heart clenched. Almost without hesitation, he intended to rush inside with Lu Ainan, as did Lu Yanli with a worried look on his face. However, they were firmly blocked by a wall of police officers and firefighters. Sir, please calm down. The fire has reached white heat. If you go in, it will only increase unnecessary danger. Please let our professional rescue personnel handle the situation. Fu Jian's eyes reflected a mixture of anxiety and madness. He struggled violently, trying to break free from his restraints. His voice, strained from emotion, croaked. Let me go. Haven't you seen Ainan run in? Save her. Lu Yanli was equally frantic, his eyes bloodshot, yelling. Let me in, my brother and sister are still inside. I must go in. The firefighters did not reduce their strength one bit. Gentlemen, please trust us. We will save those inside. As Fu Jian's thoughts swirled chaotically, filled with rage, he caught sight of Lu Rongyu stumbling toward them. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sharp edge as he asked coldly when Lu Rongyu finally panted her way up close. Didn't the village chief say you were locked in the cellar? How did you escape? Upon meeting Fu Jian's eyes, Lu Rongyu couldn't help but display a fleeting flash of surprise and unease, which was quickly smoothed over. Tremblingly and with a touch of uncontainable fear, she recounted. I found a fairly sharp stone in the cellar, and after grinding on it for a long time, I managed to sever the ropes binding me. Then, I escaped from the cellar. Her complexion was pale, as if recalling something terrifying. Once I got out, there was no one left in the village. It was eerily quiet. I was too frightened, so I ran back to the village chief's house. Inside, I witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Brother Zhao Junyi and the others were all unconscious there, and I couldn't wake them. When I noticed that neither you nor anyone else was among them, I thought to find you first. On the road, I saw a firelight here, so I came over. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli's eyes turned cold, and a shadow of a shadowy figure crossed his mind. A person who had pushed Lu Wenjing back into the ancestral hall. With a frosty tone, he slowly said, If I'm not mistaken, one must traverse a vast stretch of dense forest to get here. How exactly did you see the firelight through the dense forest? Moreover, since the fire just started and smoke hasn't thickened yet, how could you clearly see the fire? Lu Rongyu paused slightly before explaining. I've already made it through that forest, so naturally, I could see the fire. Lu Yanli sneered with a grin full of contempt and doubt. So it seems like you escaped from the cellar quite early. After finishing his words, he suddenly approached Lu Rongyu, his eyes intensely locking onto hers deep within. His lips curled upward slightly once more, shaping a cold and oppressive smile, speaking in a low, gloomy tone. Lu Rongyu, you very well know the reason why you're still able to remain in the Lu family, even standing here properly. Yet, you've repeatedly tested my limits and challenged our tolerance and forbearance towards you. In that case, I can only warn you. If you've done something you shouldn't have done just now, together with everything else, I'll settle accounts with you step by step. And at that time, I will ensure that your life becomes unbearable. A fleeting trace of fear flashed across Lu Rongyu's eyes as she tried hard to maintain surface composure. Yanli brother, I haven't done anything. I've only just arrived. Why do you frighten me by saying these things? Lu Yanli's gaze swept over her like ice before withdrawing coldly, refocusing on the fiercely burning ancestral hall. As Lu Rongyu felt the suffocating pressure suddenly ease, she secretly exhaled in relief, quietly loosening her tightly clenched hands from tension. She attempted to calm her emotions, shifting her gaze to the ancestral hall bathed red by the firelight, feigning worry as she asked, Why does the ancestral hall suddenly catch such a huge fire? And, where's sister? Why can't I see her? Gu Shichuan's gaze gently flickered around Lu Rongyu, his smile full of playfulness and meaning. Anan and Wenjing brother are still inside the ancestral hall. Just now, someone gave Wenjing brother a shove, which caused both Anan and Wenjing brother to fall back into danger. Although we didn't see the person's face clearly, Lu Rongyu, your clothes color matches rather strikingly with the corner of the person's garment we glimpsed earlier. Isn't that strange? Lu Rongyu's heart skipped a beat, and her expression quickly transformed into one interwoven with shock and worry, her eyes brimming with anxious tears. Her body instinctively tried to break through the fireman's barricade, her voice urgently calling out, "No, this can't be true. How could sister and big brother still be inside? Move aside. I have to go in and save them." Seeing through Lu Rongyu's insincere facade, Gu Shichuan sprang forward and scooped her up by the waist, forcibly breaking through the firefighter's barrier as he took 2 steps ahead, challenging her in tone. "Fine, since you're so worried, why don't you personally rescue them?" Lu Rongyu turned pale with fright. She had not expected Gu Shichuan to respond so directly and roughly to her kindness. Instinctively struggling, her delicate fingers dug deep into Gu Shichuan's arm from the pain he inflicted, causing him to loosen his grip. Seizing the moment, Lu Rongyu broke free, staggering a few steps before stabilizing herself. "Gu Shichuan, what are you doing?" Gu Shichuan looked at her mockingly, sneering contemptuously. "Who here doesn't know your strained relationship with Anan and others? Stop pretending to care. It makes me sick." The firefighter who restored the barrier felt intensely irritated. He shoved the 2 troublemakers back into the safety zone, his tone strict and unyielding. "Please stop disrupting our work." Gu Shichuan glanced at Lu Rongyu before nonchalantly returning to stand beside Gu Tingyan. Lu Rongyu flushed alternately red and white, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. She lifted her head, her gaze unconsciously drawn to Gu Tingyan, standing solemnly next to Gu Shichuan. Their eyes unintentionally met, and Lu Rongyu understood the look in Gu Tingyan's eyes, as though an invisible hand had tightly clenched her heart, filling her with an indescribable mix of anger and resentment. There was no warmth in those eyes, only complete disdain and repugnance. How dare he look at her like that? Chapter 86. The ancestral hall collapses, trapping Luonan. Lu Rongyu's whole body trembled with anger. Since the first moment she saw Gu Tingyan, she had always felt that Gu Tingyan should belong only to her. He should protect her and keep his eyes only on her, doting on her and overcoming difficulties for her. However, in reality, Gu Tingyan was filled with disgust and aversion toward her and had a good relationship with her biggest enemy, the entire family of Luonan. She tried hard to endure the sense of unwillingness and bitterness in her heart, moving unconsciously closer to the direction of Gu Tingyan. Just as she took one step forward, she noticed Gu Tingyan's face full of distaste and repulsion as he retreated half a step, coldly glaring at her and spitting out the word, "Go away." Lu Rongyu's heart was pierced by Gu Tingyan's retreat of half a step, transforming her sense of frustration into an intense hatred. She slowly looked around, and every person present appeared clearly in her vision. Their current coldness and estrangement cut her heart like sharp blades. She vowed she would remember today's humiliation, and everyone here would pay for their ruthlessness and indifference. On the other side, Luonan rushed back into the ancestral hall, anxiously heading towards Lu Wenjing, who had been pushed down to the ground. She crouched down and lifted him, anxiously asking, "Older brother, are you all right?" Lu Wenjing managed to support himself despite the growing pain in his abdomen from the wound, his face nearly transparent white, but still attempting to soothe his sister in the calmest tone. "I'm fine, Anan. Let's go. The fire has started." Anan's sharp gaze quickly caught her brother's inability to conceal his suffering, and without hesitation, she forcefully pried open his tightly closed hand, causing her heart to plummet when she saw that Lu Wenjing's abdomen was already soaked in blood. Damn, not only did she push him, but she also stabbed him. Her expression turned grim, yet feeling the temperature rising higher, she deeply inhaled and calmed herself, taking out hemostatic powder and quickly applying it to Wenjing's wound. Then without a second thought, she picked him up in a bridal carry and dashed towards the exit of the hall. Lu Wenjing. He panically held onto Luonan's neck, his face flushing red as his voice hurriedly carried a hint of indescribable shyness. "Anan, put your older brother down. I can walk." Anan remained unfazed and seriously said, "Older brother, you're injured. With this big fire, we need to get out immediately. This is the first time I've ever done a princess carry with a man. It feels pretty strange." Lu Wenjing now didn't have any desire to live, for this was the first time he was carried by a girl in such a manner, and what's worse, his own younger sister. He could imagine how much of his dominant tycoon image would be destroyed if anyone saw him in this pose. With increasing difficulty, Luonan maneuvered through the increasingly blazing hall, searching for an escape route. However, the fire was too large and many areas were already ablaze, making it impossible to find a way through. Anan frowned deeply. It's going to be tough to get out unscathed. Well, if I can just safely send older brother out, that'll be good enough. Hearing her thoughts, Lu Wenjing's heart stiffened, and he quickly opened his mouth. "Sister, please put me down. This fire is too big. Carrying me isn't convenient for you. I can walk." If only one of them could escape, he would make sure his sister went out. Anan shook her head and firmly refused to release her grip. "Older brother, I can definitely take you out." This fire-related plot twist wasn't something I expected. No matter how much I changed things, Lu Rongyu still found a way to exploit the situation, which is utterly exasperating. Lu Wenjing's eyes were filled with cold intent, realizing that the one who had pushed him truly was Lu Rongyu. This time, new and old accounts needed to be thoroughly settled. The customer service representative, closely observing Lu Inen, finally couldn't hold back anymore and reminded her, "Dearie, why not check the mystery box you've drawn?" Lu Inen suspiciously opened her bag and froze at what she saw inside. A fireproof umbrella for protection against theft, lightning, and rain? What? You actually got a real umbrella this time? Customer service, grinning smugly, pretty decent, right? This thing is absolutely essential for a fire scene. Believe me, dearie, once you open this umbrella, the rain will surely be heavier than the day Yipping asked her dad for money. Huh? How do you make it happen? Did you paste a rain charm? Lu Inen remembered her fellow sect sister who liked drawing all sorts of peculiar talismans, so subconsciously, she assumed some kind of raining charm might be attached to the umbrella. The customer service was surprised. How did you know, dearie? This is the newly launched Romance Essential Atmosphere Rain Charm, and the umbrella is a bonus item. Quite clever name you've come up with. Curiously, Lu Inen pulled out the umbrella and, forgetting she was still cradling her older brother, accidentally jabbed its long handle into Lu Wenjing's butt. Lu Wenjing. Lu Inen. What the heck? How do I explain that an umbrella suddenly appeared in my hand? The customer service was delighted at Lu Inen's misfortune. Dear, you could say that you found it on the ground. I'm going to complain about you if you don't stop. Customer service. Lu Inen awkwardly glanced at Lu Wenjing, unable to come up with an explanation. She silently held the umbrella up and motioned for Lu Wenjing to open it. Once opened, a torrential downpour began cascading inside the umbrella. As streams of umbrella water splashed over her face, Lu Inen walked forward expressionlessly, her tone icy. No questions. Just let all this rain fall, covering the turmoil on my face. Lu Wenjing's lips twitched as he wiped water off his face and tried hard to maintain his tycoon demeanor. Alright, he definitely wouldn't ask. As a good older brother, one must give their sister enough dignity. With the umbrella sheltering them, they walked smoothly toward the exit until they were almost there when firefighters rushed in, simultaneously clearing out the entrance. Realizing they might be noticed, Lu Wenjing swiftly closed the umbrella and hugged it tightly in his arms. Because he feared being seen by the firefighters, Lu Wenjing failed to realize that the scene of him being princess carried had already caught their eyes. The firefighters who rushed in were momentarily stunned upon seeing the strange sight before them. Had they been dazzled by the smoke? Or why did it look like Lin Daiyu was holding Long Outyin in her arms? Lu Wenjing saw the bewildered faces of the firefighters and realized something. His ears started turning red. Sister, put me down, he whispered sheepishly. Okay. Lu Inen quickly responded and gently set Lu Wenjing down, changing her posture to support him instead. Even in such a life-or-death situation, my big brother still cares so much about his image. He's quite attached to his dominant tycoon status. Lu Wenjing. It wasn't about the image. It was about dignity. Looking up at the firefighters, Lu Inen said, "Take my brother outside first. He has an injury to his abdomen." The firefighters came back to their senses immediately and approached Lu Wenjing to take him away. The very moment they separated Lu Inen from Lu Wenjing, the roof beams above them suddenly creaked loudly and fell. Quickly reacting, Lu Inen pushed the firefighter in front of her aside just in time for the crossbeam to drop, splitting the doorway into two worlds. Outside was Lu Wenjing with the firefighters. Inside stood Lu Inen alone. Lu Wenjing's face turned pale as he cried out helplessly. And then, still shaken, Lu Inen stepped backward to stabilize herself, then raised her voice to respond loudly. "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Upon hearing Lu Inen's voice, Lu Wenjing calmed slightly but immediately urged the surrounding firefighters. "Comrades, please rescue my sister as soon as possible." Lu Inen surveyed her predicament and looked upward at the precarious ceiling. She shouted loudly, "You go ahead. This place is about to collapse. I'll find another way out." The firefighters also spotted the wobbling rooftop and with grim expressions, helped Lu Wenjing retreat further back. "Miss, please find a safe spot, and we will rescue you immediately." At the sound of those words, the unsupported area finally gave way, the entire chunk crashing down. People outside watched in horror as the ancestral hall collapsed under fire and debris shot skyward. Their faces went completely pale. Lu Wenjing and Lu Yanli lost all color in their faces as they both screamed out desperately. And then, Chapter 87, Lu Inen goes missing. Inside the ancestral hall, Lu Inen took a few steps back with her umbrella, dodging the rubble and beams that fell due to the collapse at the entrance. At this moment, the fire at the entrance reignited again, its flames climbing up the surrounding wooden beams and sealing off the exit completely. Lu Inen's gaze shifted between the ruins and the flames, her expression complicated. Well, now I'm going to be burned into ashes. She turned around and looked towards the brightly lit inner hall, contemplating the scene within and involuntarily shuddered. Never mind, I'd better not go through the inner hall. They must be roasting meat in there already. I won't go. It's like a horror movie. I remember seeing the map of the ancestral hall before. There seems to be a side door next to it. Let me look for it. I need to get out as soon as possible. The water in my umbrella is almost boiling. It's so hot. Lu Inen held her umbrella, standing in the heavy rain, weaving through the flames, creating an image full of surrealism. She wiped the droplets off her face and boasted to customer service. Not to boast, but I definitely look badass right now. How did that line go? Great women never look back at explosions. This phrase is perfect for me right now. Alas, it's a pity no one is here to admire my heroic figure. Customer service, could you record this for me? When I get out, I can show it to my parents to act superior. Customer. Alright. Following the route, Lu Inen walked near the side door and saw a small figure lying not far ahead. As she stepped closer and recognized who it was, her heart tightened slightly, whispering softly, "Xiao Shi." She rushed over and knelt beside Xiao Shi, holding the umbrella over his head to alleviate the intense heat enveloping him. After checking Xiao Shi's body and feeling his pulse, she let out a sigh of relief and said comfortingly, "Good thing, he only fainted from the heat. No injuries." Then, she gently pinched Xiao Shi's philtrum and called softly, "Xiao Shi." Xiao Shi slowly regained consciousness, his eyes flashing with surprise when he saw Luonin. However, the next second, his lips trembled, his eye sockets quickly reddened, tears welling up but hesitating to fall as he lightly whispered, "Sister." Just as he spoke, he seemed to remember something, hastily covering his lips with his little hands, filled with panic and unease as he sneaked a glance at Luonin. Luonin laughed gently and patted Xiao Shi's head, soothing him. "It's all right, sister knows you're not mute." Xiao Shi relaxed after hearing this, his mood low as he murmured, "Sister, the village chief grandfather was good." Upon hearing this, Luonin paused for a moment, responding gently, "Yes, I know." Tears continuously dripped down Xiao Shi's cheeks, his words broken and intermittent. "Sister, the village chief grandfather." He couldn't continue his sentence, leaving only hiccups as he cried. Luonin picked up Xiao Shi and said as she walked, "Sister will take you out first." Just as they reached the entrance of the side door, another beam collapsed. In order to protect Xiao Shi, Luonin sidestepped hastily. But because of the confined space, there was no way to avoid it entirely. Ultimately, the beam crashed harshly onto Luonin. Oof! A muffled groan escaped Luonin's lips, her eyebrows knitting together. She tightened her hold on Xiao Shi, quickening her steps, and hurriedly exited via the side door. Finally, under the open sky again, she relaxed, bending over to put Xiao Shi down. Only then did she notice a long gash carved into her shoulder from the collapsing beam earlier. She lightly touched it, emitting a stifled cry of pain. Hiss. Xiao Shi lifted his innocent young face, filled with boundless worry and concern for Luonin. "Sister, you're bleeding." Suppressing her pain, Luonin forced a gentle smile on her lips, tenderly patting Xiao Shi's head as she consoled him. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Sister can handle it, don't worry, Xiao Shi." She casually staunched the flow of blood first, then instinctively glanced around, her forehead creased with confusion. "Where am I? Have we crossed beyond the boundaries of Yunling village?" While her thoughts were racing, an old woman gradually came into their view. She was wrapped tightly, leaving only a pair of deep-set eyes staring intently at them, slowly approaching. Luonin warily shielded Xiao Shi behind her, her clear and cold voice carrying a hint of vigilance. "Who are you?" The old woman stopped upon hearing this, remaining where she was and no longer advancing, carefully observing these two before her. Subsequently, laughter resonated leisurely from behind her layers of veils. "Old man, I found a young girl today. We can have a grand meal tonight." Luonin widened her eyes, pointing at herself with uncertainty. You want to eat me? A grand meal refers to me? My goodness, did I encounter Hannibal or a cannibal tribe?" Her eyes, gleaming with eager anticipation, were firmly fixed on the old woman as she covertly calculated from which angle to take her down. However, the next second, a sudden wave of inexplicable dizziness struck her without warning. Luonin widened her startled eyes, steadying herself, and a note of disbelief escaped her throat. "You would." Before she could finish, her body went limp, and in the final second before consciousness slipped away, countless thoughts raced through Luonin's mind. She couldn't help but think incredulously. Who would have thought I'd ever get taken down by some knockout drug? The ancestral hall. Firefighters weaved back and forth through the flames and ashes, eventually extinguishing the growing fire that was spreading uncontrollably. The precarious walls received temporary reprieve and no longer emitted the chilling sound of cracking. Amidst the ruins, a few firefighters tasked with rescuing survivors emerged slowly from the depths of the wreckage, their bodies utterly fatigued. The three Fusu family members who had been held back immediately rushed over, with Gu Tingyan and Gu Shichuan following closely behind. Their hurried footsteps were weighted with both urgency and heaviness. Lu Yanli's gaze was fixated on the returning firefighters, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Where's my sister? Why haven't you brought her out?" One firefighter solemnly shook his head. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time stretched excruciatingly slow. Gu Shichuan's eyes lost focus as he muttered in disbelief. "What does shaking your head mean?" Observing from the sidelines, Lu Rongyu quietly felt a flicker of excitement. Was Luonin burned to death? Lu Yanli grabbed the firefighter who shook his head by the collar, his red-rimmed eyes glaring as he yelled, "Speak! Where's my sister?" At this moment, another firefighter quickly intervened, saving his colleague from Lu Yanli's grip, then explained hastily, "Mr. Lu, please calm down. After our detailed investigation, there was no sign of Miss Lu at the fire scene. We noticed wet marks near the side door, and the door was open. It's highly possible Miss Lu found an escape route before the fire spread." With these words, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened. Only Lu Rongyu remained with a feeling of disappointment lingering in her chest, unable to rise or settle. Upon hearing this news, Fu Jian's trembling hands finally calmed slightly. Turning to the nearby firefighter, his voice carried a subtle tone of urgency. "Which direction is the side door?" The firefighter gestured with his hand toward one side. "The side door is over there, but we still need to conduct a deeper search. You can go check it out first if you wish." After hearing this, Fu Jian felt the heavy weight on his heart lift. Knowing Luonin had managed to escape the fire, the tension in his nerves eased for a brief moment. He believed that if Luonin were safe outside, With her abilities, she should return soon. Thus, he turned to look at Lu Wenjing's wound, asking gravely, "How did you injure your abdomen?" Chapter 88, The Mysterious Granny. Lu Wenjing slowly lowered his gaze, looking at the wound that had stopped bleeding. The coldness in his eyes remained unchanged as he slightly tilted his head, his gaze deep and penetrating, locking onto Lu Ronyu while hinting, "The person who harmed me also stabbed me when they pushed me, probably thinking that I must die in the ancestral hall with no room for error." Lu Ronyu met Lu Wenjing's piercing gaze with her own storm of emotions roiling inside, but her face maintained calm, deliberately crafting a look of innocence and transparency. Her mind quickly replayed the earlier scenes of icy faces and eyes filled with disdain, fueling her hatred, which gradually drowned out her original tension and unease. She lifted a faint, subtle smile, provocatively staring at Lu Wenjing before speaking slowly. "Why does Brother Wenjing keep looking at me like this? Do you still suspect it was me? When you were in the ancestral hall, I was locked in the village chief's cellar. How could I have had the time to stab you?" She lightly shrugged, her posture laced with both helplessness and self-mockery, continuing, "I know you all think these years it was me who took sister's place, and so resent me. But can you just accuse me without reason for such a serious crime? Are you not too stupid for that?" Lu Wenjing paid no heed to Lu Ronyu's provocation, his tone level and undisturbed. "Yanli, when we go back this time, take Lu Ronyu with us as well. It's been a long time since the Lu family meeting room was opened. We might as well check if any of the equipment has aged." Lu Yanli's eyebrows slightly raised, his gaze sweeping past Lu Ronyu like a cold star. A corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smirk as he spoke lightly. "Sure, fits my plan." At the ancestral hall, the atmosphere was tense, yet it was completely opposite around Lu Anan, peaceful and sunny, all a ruse. Right now, Lu Anan lay in bed, eyelids half covered, her eyes rolling under them, but refusing to open. "My lifelong reputation is destroyed here. There's no way I can live with this. Think about it, the most beloved medical disciple on Mount Haoshan, and she got knocked out by some knockout drug. If this spreads, how am I, Lu Anan, supposed to continue? I'd rather she ate me whole. This is too embarrassing. I have no face left to live in this world." Seated beside the table, the old woman casually glanced at Lu Anan lying quietly in bed, her voice imbued with the gentleness and calm born from many years. "Since you've woken up, get up already." But Lu Anan's body remained motionless, silent, not answering. "There's no way I'm getting up. My career is over. Why would I get up? I don't deserve to." Upon seeing this, the old woman's lips curved into a knowing smile, as she slowly reached out and lifted a non-existent ray of light from the corner of the table, feigning surprise. "Oh, whose large golden bracelet is lying here?" A breeze passed quietly, then a figure settled beside the old woman, their voice firm and serious. "It's my bracelet, Granny. Please give it back." The old woman's partially veiled eyes twinkled with mischief, casting a gentle glance at Lu Anan, her lips curling with playful humor as she replied leisurely, "I was fooling you, Lu Anan. I will never be happy again. All because I didn't download the anti-fraud app, thus being deceived by the old lady for money and dignity. Wah, Granny. She wants to sue. This charge is quite serious." The molars exposed by Lu Anan retracted immediately, sitting expressionlessly on the stool with arms crossed, beginning to roleplay as a cold-blooded killer devoid of emotion. The granny amusingly watched Lu Anan's changing expressions, rising and walking to one side, bringing the carefully cooked meals which were covered, placing them on the table neatly, then warmly calling Lu Anan, "Eat first." Lu Anan stubbornly refused. "I won't eat. I'm not hungry." The next moment, however, her stomach began growling loudly. "Granny, aren't you saying you're not hungry? Lu Anan. This is where I've lost face in my entire life. Broken belly. It's showing no mercy for me at this critical moment." Granny handed Lu Anan the chopsticks, nodding upward. "Hurry up and eat." Embarrassed, Lu Anan reluctantly took the chopsticks and silently began eating. Halfway through her meal, remembering Xiao Shi she brought along, she anxiously asked, "Where's Xiao Shi?" Hearing this, Granny looked far away through the window, her tone casual. "That kid went off to play with other children." Lu Anan nodded, feeling relieved, and continued eating. The granny gazed gently at Lu Anan, with a hint of confusion, softly asking, "Aren't you afraid I'll poison and harm you?" Lu Anan's gaze deeply and meaningfully swept over the old woman's face. Then she slowly said, "After you've told me all your requests, I'll explain why I'm not afraid." A flash of surprise flickered in the old woman's eyes before it was quickly replaced with a fond smile. "Weren't you just calling me a man-eater a while ago, little girl?" Lu Anan continued eating without pausing. "You've cooked such delicious meals for me and helped bandage my wounds. You're so kind. I wouldn't mind letting you eat me." She winked at the old woman. The old woman patted Lu Anan's head affectionately and playfully chided, "Clever girl, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, come with me." Laughing, Lu Anan evaded her touch, quickly finishing her meal, and then followed the old woman out of the room. Once outside, she finally saw the scenery around the cottage. It resembled the landscape described in that ancient poem. Over a small bridge flows a babbling brook, and there are humble houses, each scene exuding an unspoken tranquility and beauty. Lu Anan's eyes lit up with admiration. "This place is beautiful. No wonder I don't want to leave even after running here to hide from the world." The old woman softly chuckled, her wrinkles filled with warm smiles. Her dear Anan has always been sharp-witted. Lu Anan followed the old woman into another room. As soon as the door opened, a warm and tidy atmosphere greeted her. On the bed lay an old but impeccably groomed frail man who looked peaceful. Lu Ainan's heart suddenly clenched, turning instinctively toward the old woman. What's going on? The old woman's eyes were gentle yet profound, sweeping lovingly over her husband's tranquil face, then turned back to Lu Ainan with full trust and affection. Dear girl, just look and you'll understand. Hearing this, Lu Ainan carefully approached the bedside, sat down gently, and lightly touched the elderly man's wrist with her fingertips, fully concentrating on her diagnosis. But as time passed moment by moment, her eyebrows furrowed with increasing gravity, hinting at confusion that could hardly be put into words. This pulse condition is strange. Even though it shows normal pulses, grandfather's body clearly exhibits some muscle atrophy, which only occurs when someone has been bedridden for a long time. Could he be a vegetable? How could this be possible? The old woman stood beside her, her voice gentle and benevolent. Dear, have you felt something yet? Retrieving her thoughts, Lu Ainan pondered for a moment before replying. According to his pulse, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Upon hearing this, the old woman slightly nodded her head. That's correct, there isn't anything wrong. Yet Lu Ainan's mind rippled with greater confusion, leading her to ask, then what does this mean? Instead of answering directly, the old woman simply took Lu Ainan's hand, giving it a reassuring pat, and softly said, Dear girl, talk to him, will you? Lu Ainan agreed, contemplating for a while before softly calling out, Grandpa? It's me, Lu Ainan. The old woman's lips gradually curved into a radiant smile, her eyes misting up. Her heart swelled with relief. They had finally waited for their Ainan to return. Chapter 89, Guessing Granny's Identity. After Lu Ainan finished speaking, she intently observed every subtle reaction from the elder woman, her fingers still resting on the old woman's pulse. At almost the exact moment she stopped speaking, the elder woman's fingertips lightly twitched. Her eyes instantly became profound, her suspicions growing like a sprout in that instant. So is this my storyline? Grandpa is lying here because of me. As she was lost in thought, she felt a warm hand gently rest on the top of her head. Lu Ainan looked up and met the kind and nostalgic gaze of Granny. Sweetie, let's go outside to get some fresh air, all right? Lu Ainan glanced at the old man lying in bed, hesitated, then nodded, and quietly followed Granny out of the room. Once they were outside, Granny stopped, her gaze drifting far into the horizon. Her eyes, which had seen much suffering, seemed unusually bright at that moment, revealing a sense of indescribable joy and relief through her half-closed eyes. Lu Ainan stole several glances at Granny's veil by her side. Finally, she mustered the courage and softly asked, Grandma, why are you wearing a veil? The soft call was like a breeze ruffling a tranquil lake, making Granny's figure shudder slightly. She turned around in surprise, an unexpected flicker passing through her eyes. After a long pause, she chuckled, muttering to herself softly, so that's what you meant earlier. Smiling at Lu Ainan, she said, Ainan, when did you recognize me? Lu Ainan scratched her head and explained, Grandma, your eyes are exactly the same as that fake one. When I first saw you, it was too far away for me to just suspect. After I woke up and found that you had prepared a whole table of delicious food for me and sat beside me, I could see more clearly. As she spoke, another thought slipped quietly into her mind. Of course, there's another reason. The tracker showed Grandma's location overlapping with mine. That's how I knew. Mrs. Lu's eyes shimmered briefly, and her lips curled slightly into a thoughtful smile. It seems the old man has given her quite a bit of useful things this time. I see. Her eyes bent into gentle crescents, full of warmth. But as she thought about the scars on her face, her smile gradually faded. It's because Grandma's face was ruined. Upon hearing this, Lu Ainan's eyes immediately tightened, her heart lake stirred by a great wave of sorrow and anger, interweaving into an indescribable emotion that surged fiercely within her chest. Was it done by that usurper? Mrs. Lu gave a slight nod, her eyes dimming. That's why Grandma wears a veil. Many children are taken care of here, and I am afraid that I might scare them. She raised her gentle eyes, filled with love and sympathy for Lu Ainan. I'm also worried that I might frighten you, Ainan, the first time we meet. Lu Ainan shook her head, her voice hoarse. I won't be scared, Grandma. Can I take a look? Let me try if I can heal you. Mrs. Lu showed a brief hesitation in her eyes, but upon meeting Lu Ainan's determined gaze, she sighed and slowly lifted her hand, trembling fingers undoing the veil to reveal a face full of scars. Seeing her grandmother's face, the fire inside Lu Ainan soared 3 meters high. Lady Lu Yanhua, you damn bidon. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on my grandmother? When I get back this time, I will surely show her why monkeys' bottoms are so red. Approaching Mrs. Lu, her fingers gently touched the scars on her face, filled with pity in her voice. Grandma, you must have been in so much pain back then, right? A wave of warmth surged through Mrs. Lu's heart, her eyes brimming with gentleness like water. She gently shook her head. It's all in the past now. I've forgotten. Lu Ainan felt a sudden pang of bitterness in her heart, her eyes involuntarily misting over with a thin layer of fog. How could she forget? These wounds looked so deep. Just how much hatred did Lu Yanhua harbor towards her twin sister to inflict such a heavy blow? She gently withdrew her hand and instead tightly gripped Mrs. Lu's hands, determination and seriousness flashing in her eyes unprecedentedly. Grandma, I will find a way to remove the scars from your face. This place isn't comparable to the mountain where there are spirit-enriched medicines, so achieving perfect scar removal would be somewhat challenging. I'll have to come up with another way. I must cure Grandma's face. Customer service. Cough cough. Lu Ainan frowned slightly. Have you been showing up too frequently these past few days? Are you peeping on me? Customer service. Honey, Don't say such cold words when you have such a pleasant body temperature. I'm here to help you. Luinen didn't buy any of those excuses, her eyes full of disbelief and disdain. If you don't believe me, didn't you say you're just a mall customer service representative? If you're useless, how can you help me? Customer service. Honey, have you forgotten the blind box I drew for you? Why not check your backpack? Can you draw out any other good stuff for me? Luinen suspiciously opened her backpack and saw the overwhelming number of sunflowers inside first, along with twice as many jahajah. What's going on? Instead of sending roses, are you sending me sunflowers? What's this? Am I supposed to munch on sunflower seeds while eating melon? And these nails, your store manager must be addicted to dismantling items recently, pulling out those ugly ones to deceive comrades. Luinen looked at the quantity and then her points. Dang it. You gave me a major bottom. How dare you claim that it's absolutely impossible for there to be a non-winning result? The customer service shivered in fear, too scared to speak, but seeing Luinen extremely angry and reaching for the complaint button, quickly spoke up. Customer service, sweetie kind, cute, incredibly beautiful, check the hidden rewards, please don't scold me. After finding out the hidden reward, Luinen calmed down a little, barely forgiving the customer service. Alright, I have something important to do right now, so let's stop chatting. Leave now, I need to start working. The customer service silently logged off before sneaking away and wanted to give themselves a good review. Before they could do anything, Luinen's sinister voice was heard. If you dare to give yourself another positive review, I'll write a 1,000-word essay complaining about you right now. Believe me or not. The customer service trembled, sobbing with rage, tears streaming down their face as they signed off. Inging such a hard-to-please Luinen, they needed to find a corner to draw circles and curse her. After the customer service left, Luinen took out the hidden item and read the description. One-time removal? The name is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. Let me see. When used with spirit energy, it can remove difficult scars in one attempt. After reading, Luinen couldn't help but frown, a hint of astonishment flashing through her eyes as she pondered in her heart. This function, why does it seem so similar to my scar removal? Beside her, Mrs. Lu watched her granddaughter's contemplative profile, reflecting on the electronic mechanical voice that conversed with Luinen earlier. Gradually, understanding dawned within her heart. This time, that old man finally couldn't hold back anymore and personally stepped in to lay the groundwork. Chapter 90. The Old Master Awakens. It was rare for Reed Mind to come with customer service. It seemed that the events of the past had indeed dealt him a heavy blow. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, painting a deep and meaningful irony as a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Just how capable was that old man really? She had assumed he would continue to let things slide, but it seemed they still relied on characters like them. However, this wasn't bad either. At least this time, their chances of success were higher. Luinen's mind was filled with countless thoughts, like scattered willow catkins that could not coalesce into a complete inspiration. She could only suppress the suspicions in her heart for now, feigning calm as she pulled out a medicine from her pocket and walked over to Grandma Lu, saying, "Grandma, come here. Watch me make you look radiant again in 10 minutes. At the moment Luinen turned around, Grandma Lu immediately reined in all her emotions, exchanging her stern expression for a gentle, loving smile. She affectionately looked at Luinen, nodded slightly, and said with heartfelt warmth, "All right, thank you, Inen." Luinen's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, waving her hand nonchalantly. "Grandma, don't be too polite." Then, she carefully squeezed out some ointment, gently applying it to Grandma Lu's cheeks while releasing her spiritual power, slowly smearing it evenly. As the efficacy of the medicine was absorbed gradually, the scars on Grandma Lu's face became lighter and lighter until they disappeared completely. Luinen repeatedly used her spiritual force to promote the effects of the medicine until the face once more radiated its natural, flawless beauty. Satisfied, she stopped, watching Grandma Lu's face fully return to its original state. Her eyes shone with joy. She gazed at the face identical to the imposter's, sighing inwardly. My goodness, these two are like being carved from the same mold. I examined it so closely, yet I couldn't tell any difference between Grandma and the fake one. Grandma Lu lightly stroked her face, no longer feeling the rough traces of the past. A hint of disbelief flickered in her eyes as she asked with anticipation, her voice slightly trembling. "Inen, is my face healed?" Luinen nodded, rushing back into the room and bringing out a mirror. Placing it before Grandma Lu, she smiled sweetly and said, "Grandma, take a look. All better. My grandma must have been a great beauty when she was young. Even now, she's very pretty. Even though it's the same face, Grandma looks way better than that imposter. Ugly Lu Yanhua Ba." Grandma Lu chuckled despite herself, looking at her fully restored reflection in the mirror, her eyes welling up with tears. Slowly lifting her trembling hand in excitement, she let her fingertips gently slide across her cheeks. "It's all gone. It even seems like I've become younger by a few years." Seeing this, Luinen also playfully leaned towards the mirror, sharing the reflection with Grandma Lu. Winking mischievously, she joked, "When Grandpa wakes up, he'll get quite a shock. Who is this stunning old lady?" "Oh, it's our own family." Grandma Lu laughed, wiping her eyes and chiding gently. "You little troublemaker, always teasing your grandma." Luinen giggled, relieved to see Grandma Lu's mood improve. As the granddaughter and grandmother spoke, a faint sound came from the room behind them. Luinen turned her head toward the house. "Is it Grandpa waking up?" She and Grandma Lu exchanged a glance, quickly moving to support her and stepping cautiously but urgently together towards the room. The moment they crossed the threshold, they saw the old master trying his best to sit up. Hearing the sound at the doorway, the old master slowly raised his head. Those once sharp, now slightly cloudy eyes seemed to brighten again at the sight of Grandma Lu, flashing with complicated emotions. His throat moved as he hoarsely called out, "Ruelon." Grandma Lu covered her mouth, tears streaming down as she sobbed, responding through her choked voice. "Ah, Han Hai, you're awake. We've finally waited for you." The old master's eyes misted over as well, his gaze passing beyond Grandma Lu to land on Lu Anin, who was supporting her, filled with nostalgia and tenderness. "Anin, come closer and let Grandpa take a good look at you." Lu Anin snapped out of her initial shock and daze at seeing Grandpa awaken, swiftly stepping forward to gently help him lean against the bed frame. Then, she sat down slowly, smiling gently. "Grandpa, it's me, Lu Anin." The old master's eyes lit up momentarily with comfort as he struggled to overcome his body's weakness, slowly raising his weak hand to touch Lu Anin's head. Seeing this, Lu Anin astutely lifted Grandpa's hand, placing it on top of her hair. She even held it there carefully, allowing his hand to gently rub her hair several times. At this moment, Grandpa Lu truly felt the vitality of Lu Anin, and a doting, content smile bloomed on his face. "Anin, your grandpa and grandma have missed you so much." Hearing this, Lu Anin's heart trembled violently, and a surge of indescribable grief flooded her chest like a tidal wave. She stared blankly as she lifted her hand to cover her heart, tears spilling out uncontrollably. Why do I feel so heartbroken upon hearing these words? It feels like my heart is about to explode from the pain." A deep look of sympathy flashed in Grandma Lu's eyes as she gently pulled Lu Anin into an embrace. With one hand resting lightly on Lu Anin's back, she rhythmically patted her with comforting motions, softly consoling. "Good girl, Anin. Don't cry. Grandma is here for you." Upon hearing this, a sense of overwhelming familiarity washed over Lu Anin, causing the hairs on her body to quiver. She tightly clenched the edge of Grandma Lu's clothing, her fingertips whitening slightly due to the force applied, her heart constricting painfully with each beat. "What is going on? Who am I exactly?" Grandma Lu tenderly hugged Lu Anin even tighter, gently breaking through her thoughts. "Anin, Grandpa has awakened. Can you check on him for us?" Lu Anin's gaze flickered ever so slightly, and after a brief moment of silence, she nodded lightly, stepping away from Grandma Lu's embrace to place her fingers once again on Grandpa Lu's pulse. After a while, she softly spoke. "Grandpa, your physical condition is stable, but you're still somewhat weak from just waking up. Other than that, everything else is fine." As she said this, she lightly squeezed Grandpa Lu's leg. "Grandpa, you've been lying down for too long, and some muscles have atrophied from lack of movement. Let me insert some needles for you to help unblock your meridians." Grandpa Lu kindly nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you, Anin." Lu Anin shook her head slightly. "No trouble, Grandpa. This is what I should do for you." She then took out her jade cicada needles, which she had disinfected beforehand, and with a serious expression, meticulously performed acupuncture on Grandpa Lu. An hour later, Lu Anin retracted the needles, exhaled a breath, and smiled. "Grandpa, when we get back, I'll give you a massage every day. I guarantee within half a month, you'll be walking as briskly as ever." Grandpa Lu chuckled warmly, gazing intently at Lu Anin without blinking. "That's great. My Anin is truly amazing. To have you by my side makes me the luckiest person in the world." Lu Anin nodded happily with a smile. After pondering for a bit, her tone became slightly serious and hesitant as she opened her mouth to ask, "Grandpa, all these years that you didn't wake up, was it because of me?" Chapter 91. The Truth About the Disappearance. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Lu's face flashed with a look of surprise, and then he asked gently, "Why doesn't Anin ask this?" Lu Anin carefully chose her words before slowly speaking, her voice carrying a faint hint of inquiry that was not easily detected. "When I came to check your pulse earlier, Grandpa, your pulse seemed completely normal. Yet you fell into a long sleep, becoming a vegetable in the eyes of others." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over Grandma Lu, who was quietly listening beside her. She continued, "Grandma also said before that you were fine, and all we needed to do was for me to say a few words to you. After we left the room, shortly afterward, you miraculously woke up." Pausing briefly at this point, a subtle note of complexity crept into her tone. "So, is it because of me that Grandpa couldn't wake up? It's too strange. What's happening now makes me feel like something isn't quite real. Why did Grandpa just wake up after I talked to him? And why was Grandpa healthy but slept for such a long time?" Hearing this, Grandpa Lu fell silent, without uttering a word for quite some time. Lu Anin couldn't help but shift her gaze toward Grandma Lu, her eyes flickering with both anticipation and unease as she waited for an answer. After a long while, Grandpa Lu finally composed himself and chose his words carefully. He somberly revealed the truth about past events. "Anin, the one most at fault for your disappearance during that childhood incident was me." He gazed at Lu Anin, his eyes filled with indescribable pain. "You are the youngest child of the Lu family, and the only girl. Your birth brought us much joy for a long time. We tried every day to spend more time with you. On the day you went missing, it was my selfishness that wanted some alone time with you. So, I took you out to play, but when I bought you a skewer of candied haws, you disappeared." Recalling the fear of seeing Lu Anin vanish into thin air still sent shivers down his spine, even now. "We searched for you for a long time without any leads until the day your grandma went out looking for you, and things became more complicated." Looking at his old companion, he thought of the imposter, and anger surged within him, chilling his tone slightly. "Your grandma spent a whole day searching, and when she returned that evening, I realized she wasn't really my wife, but a woman with an astonishing resemblance. Alarms went off in my mind, yet I dared not expose her immediately, fearing it might harm your grandma. Initially, I planned to maneuver around her, hoping to uncover any information about your grandma. But suddenly, she brought back that little girl. On that day, she gathered everyone together and announced that from then on, that little girl would take your place, becoming Mingqian's daughter. I instantly grasped her intentions. Pretending to be aggrieved, I argued fiercely with her, using this as a reason to leave home and start searching for you too. Grandpa Lu's gaze shifted several times between Lu Anan and Grandma Lu, his voice low and raspy. Later, I eventually found some clues about Lu Yanhua, tracing them back to Yunling village where I also heard some news about you. It turned out your disappearance was orchestrated by Lu Yanhua herself, but at this point, his face grew increasingly painful and remorseful, his voice trembling slightly. All this happened because I acted too late. When I finally found your grandma, her face had been disfigured, and she was nearly dead from torture. I struggled tirelessly to rescue her, but I could find no breakthrough regarding your whereabouts. Thinking of the past, he closed his eyes briefly, concealing the pain within them, and spoke slowly. Your grandma, and I knew Lu Yanhua's identity. We feared returning home would provoke them into preemptive action against the Lu family. To keep them from finding us, your grandma and I escaped to Wuling Mountain, living here in seclusion. The doubt showed clearly on Lu Anan's face as she asked, so, Grandpa, when did you start sleeping so deeply after coming to Wuling Mountain? Grandma Lu nodded lightly, taking up the narrative, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. Your grandpa was already teetering on the edge of a breakdown because of the guilt overtaking you out and losing you. Then I vanished, only to be replaced by someone else. Finally, when he managed to find me, I had become so disfigured. Learning that his beloved granddaughter had been taken away but unable to track her whereabouts added further burdens onto him. All these things piled up, and your grandpa fell ill. I secretly invited doctors, who said. At this point, Grandma Lu instinctively looked at the old man beside her, her eyes full of care and helplessness, whispering gently. Your grandpa felt too much guilt and refused to wake up. She turned her gaze back to Lu Anan and said, that's why when I realized you were an Un, I told you to speak to your grandpa. An Un, perhaps only you in this world can awaken your grandpa. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. She hadn't expected the truth behind her disappearance to be so shocking, leaving her temporarily dizzy. I went missing because of Lu Yanhua. No, it must have been the mastermind behind her. I was only 3 years old then, and if that mastermind could plan such an attack on me, they must have been an adult at that time. But their tone suggested a familiarity with me, as though we had known each other for a long time. Could I have made an enemy of someone so much older than me? The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both startled. How quickly had that person appeared? Lu Anan couldn't make sense of the intrigue, so she turned to ask Grandma Lu. Did Grandma not know about her twin sister before? Grandma Lu shook her head and explained. On the day I went out looking for you, I was forcibly taken away. It was also on that day I learned I had a twin sister. According to what Lu Yanhua said, during her time in the hospital, someone colluded with a nurse and sold her. Lu Yanhua was sold to Yunling village, where the family who bought her wanted her to be a child bride. The youngest son of that family had issues. He had Down syndrome. Lu Anan frowned deeply, her eyebrows knitting into a crease. But if she was there, how did she know about you? Grandma Lu fell silent again. Of course, she knew the reason, but she couldn't bring herself to speak it aloud. Lu Anan noticed the subtle yet heavy atmosphere between her grandparents and softly confirmed. It was the mastermind who told Lu Yanhua about you, right? After all, it was he who sent her to cause chaos in the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu's eyes instantly sharpened, and she suddenly looked toward Lu Anan with urgency in her voice. Have you already met him? Lu Anan picked up on the subtle change in her grandmother's emotions, which stirred some doubts in her mind. Gently shaking her head, she clarified. Not met, but we've clashed a few times. Grandma Lu's tension seemed to ease slightly, but then her face grew solemn as she asked Lu Anan seriously. Anan, how much do you know about this mastermind now? Chapter 92, Plan to Return. Lu Anan thought for a moment and uncertainly replied. He knows me, has a grudge against me, and is a psycho? Grandma Lu, what a concise and spot-on summary from our dear granddaughter. Beside her, Grandpa Lu chuckled with amusement and asked gently, when did you find out about this person, Anan? Upon hearing this, Lu Anan recounted all the things that had happened since she came home to her grandparents. As Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu listened to her experiences, their expressions gradually shifted from peaceful to solemn, then revealed an undeniable shock. So many things seemed drastically different from before. What was going on? After Lu Anan finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the room. A deep gleam flashed in Grandma Lu's eyes as she smiled lovingly at the corner of her mouth. Judging by what Anan said, you and your parents and brothers have successfully avoided quite a bit of danger. Lu Anan's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly covered up her secret with a somewhat bashful smile. After all, I've been given God's perspective and know the plot of the novel. Even though the plot is now falling apart, I can still grasp the big picture. A flash of understanding passed through Grandpa Lu's eyes as he squinted slightly. So it was the novel directly given to Anan? However, his son and daughter-in-law, along with his grandchildren, could unconditionally trust and follow Anan's guidance to avoid those calamities and identify early issues regarding Lu Yanhua and Lu Rongyu. It seemed they were all able to hear Anan's inner voice. With furrowed brows, slight worry appeared on his face, uncertain whether this was good or bad. This matter was serious. It seemed he should return home immediately and carefully listen to the details before making plans. Considering this, Grandpa Lu looked at the two grandkids beside him with calm certainty in his tone. Since Inen has found her way back home, and I have awoken too, we might as well go home earlier? At that moment, Grandma Lu was also contemplating the matter of hearing Inen's voice. Hearing her partner's words, decades of shared tacit understanding allowed her to instantly realize and agree with a nod. Yes, after all these years, we should go back and reveal Lu Yanhua and Lu Rongyu's true faces. Upon hearing this, Lu Inen was momentarily stunned into realization and slapped her forehead in dismay, looking utterly regretful. I've been out of that fire for so long and forgot to report safety to my brothers. Turning to ask anxiously, do either of you have a communication device? I want to call my brothers. They won't think I'm ashes already, right? After so long without seeing me. Over there, let me fetch it for you. Grandma Lu got up, went to another house to get a mobile phone, and then handed it over to Lu Inen upon returning. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Inen took the phone, prepared to dial the familiar number, but suddenly paused. Thinking it over, she decided to send a text message instead. Not sure how the situation is there yet. Making a call may easily expose me. I'd better send a text message instead, reminding Big Brother to be careful about his phone getting hacked. She thought for a while, composed the message, and sent it out. Staring at the distinctive words on the screen, Lu Inen's eyes shone with satisfaction. She secretly congratulated herself inside. Good job. It's very much my style. Once Big Brother sees it, he'll surely recognize it's me. With my talent, no one can match me. Nearby, both Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu were highly curious, drawn closer to see what Lu Inen had sent. Seeing this, Lu Inen smirked cunningly and generously handed the phone over to the two elders, eagerly awaiting their compliments. Once Grandpa and Grandma see my message, they'll definitely admire my talent. I'm ready for more praises. The elder couple looked curiously at the phone, and once the content of the text appeared, they exchanged glances with a mixture of nostalgia and relief flashing in their eyes. They hadn't expected that after such a long time, they finally saw the bright, smart, and adorable granddaughter from their memories again. Grandpa Lu looked fondly at Lu Inen, laughing indulgently and affectionately. Oh, our Inen is truly clever. This text not only lets your big brother confirm your identity skillfully, but also conveys all key information perfectly. Whose granddaughter is so smart? Warmly smiling, Grandma Lu joined in. Ours from the Lu family. With each praise from the elders, Lu Inen's smile grew brighter and brighter. It's nothing. I'm not that good. It's just that Grandpa and Grandma exaggerate too much. Haha. Please say more. I like to hear it. Hurrah. Grandma Lu. Grandpa Lu. Our granddaughter really does say one thing, but mean another. After laughing for a while, Lu Inen suddenly gleamed in her eyes and turned to Grandma Lu, curiously asking, Grandma, how did you know there was a fire at the ancestral hall? Grandma Lu slightly paused, then pointed towards the direction of the hall, casually explaining, I didn't know it was the ancestral hall of Yunling village that caught fire. I just saw the firelight and smoke over there, so I went out of curiosity. Following the elder's finger, Lu Inen looked far into the distance and could still faintly see the remnants of the smoke rising from the extinguished flames of the ancestral hall. Understandingly, she nodded her head, silently pondering in her heart. This unchangeable gossip gene in Chinese people. I thought Grandma went there because she knew about brother being caught in the fire plot. Grandma Lu touched her nose tip lightly, changing the subject. Since we've decided to return home earlier, let's not delay. Get everything ready as soon as possible, and set off early. Lu Inen nodded affirmatively. All right, the ancestral hall. For hours, Fu Jian and his companions had stood by the side entrance of the ruined building, waiting for Lu Inen, their expressions growing darker and their hearts heavier with each passing moment. Fu Jian cast an unfathomably dark gaze toward the side entrance, surrounded by an aura of indescribable chill, as if freezing those around him. Why hasn't Inen come back yet? Lu Wenjing stood nearby, face taut with tension, lips pursed tightly into a straight line, suppressing his growing panic and unease. Let's wait a bit longer. The side door might be far away. As he spoke, a sudden crisp notification tone interrupted, reverberating through the fabric of his coat. In an instant, Lu Wenjing froze, hastily pulling out his phone from his pocket. The screen lit up, revealing an unfamiliar message. He scrutinized the content meticulously several times, slowly relaxing his knitted brows, the heavy stone in his heart falling into place. A smile surfaced in his eyes, tinged with indulgence and a trace of helplessness. If only the sister was fine. Subsequently, he reined in his joy and dialed Lu Yubai's number. Hello, monitor my phone. Check if anyone has hacked into it. Beside him, Lu Yanli could no longer suppress the mounting anxiety witnessing Lu Wenjing's subtle emotional fluctuations, urgently asking, is it from our sister? Fu Jian also waited beside, his gaze intensely focused on Lu Wenjing, yearning for affirmation. Lu Wenjing nodded gently, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, showing them the text message. Yes, this message is from our sister. You two can take a look. Chapter 93, The Male Lead Secret. Fu Jian and Lu Yanli immediately turned their gaze to the screen, where it read, the money goes where I tell you. The person is in my hands. Let me advise you not to try any tricks. If I find out you're trying to track my location, I will tear them up right away. Their eyes met, and instantly they were both freed from their tense nerves, simultaneously letting out a long sigh of relief. Lu Yanli felt a weight lifted off his chest, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to those lines. He couldn't help but smile wryly. That's really sister style. A trace of laughter crept into Fu Jian's eyes. The young girl was quite alert. Lu Wenjing finally relaxed, only to feel the throbbing pain in his wound. Ouch! Seeing this, Lu Yanli quickly stepped forward, firmly supporting him as he worriedly said, Since sister is fine, we should head back first. Brother, your wound needs immediate attention. Lu Wenjing nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Lu Rongyu, who was attempting to escape amidst the chaos but was tightly held by Gu Shichuan with no chance of escape. He smirked with a sly grin. Bring her along too. The surprise sister brought back wouldn't be complete without the main character. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli also turned to look at Lu Rongyu, whose expression suddenly became panic-stricken. The cold smile on his lips deepened. We definitely need to bring her. After all, it's time to settle some old accounts. Fu Jian lowered his head to adjust the tiny wrinkles on his cuffs, his tone casual. Need any help? I excel at being an obstruction. Lu Rongyu was surrounded by this sudden wave of pressure. She looked at the three people in front of her with fierce demeanor, her eyes filled with fear and unease. What do you plan to do? Faced with her question, the three did not respond. Instead, they were discussing whose plane they would take home. Feeling ignored, Lu Rongyu lightly bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively sought help from Gu Tingyan. Go. However, facing Gu Tingyan's cold glare, Lu Rongyu unwillingly changed her address, speaking in a low voice. Mr. Gu, please save me. I know your secret. A secret so significant it will definitely interest you. I'll tell you what it is if you save me. Gu Tingyan raised an eyebrow, slowly repeating, You know my secret? Lu Rongyu firmly nodded, straightening her spine, meeting Gu Tingyan's eyes without any retreat. Yes, a secret that only I know and is critically important to you. Gu Tingyan's mouth curled into an amused arc as he appraised Lu Rongyu deeply and subtly. The two locked gazes, neither speaking for a while. The atmosphere was quiet. Curious, Gu Shichuan's eyes darted between his brother and Lu Rongyu, unable to resist saying, Brother, if you keep doing this, I really will start shipping the two of you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Tingyan choked on his saliva unexpectedly, coughing several times, looking speechless yet exasperated as he glared at Gu Shichuan. What nonsense are you talking about? The commotion caught the attention of Fu Jian and the others nearby. They turned around and walked closer. Lu Wenjing asked seriously, What are you talking about? Gu Tingyan tilted his chin toward Lu Rongyu, nonchalantly saying, She says she'll tell me a secret about myself unknown to others if I save her. Lu Wenjing and Lu Yanli exchanged a subtle glance without a word. Lu Yanli teased with a probing joke. Hey, Ku dog, I've known you for so long, and you still have secrets with Lu Rongyu? Gu Tingyan furrowed his brows, looking thoroughly repulsed by Lu Yanli's comment. That sounds disgusting. Can you leave? I didn't even know her before. Where are these so-called secrets coming from? Lu Yanli smiled faintly. None then? All right. Gu Tingyan rolled his eyes, a hint of impatience flashing through his eyes. Take her away already. Let her talk much longer, and she'll accuse me of being her accomplice. Lu Rongyu stared disbelievingly at Gu Tingyan. Aren't you curious at all about what this secret is? Gu Tingyan chuckled lightly with disdain. Do I not know my own matters? Should I believe anyone who claims to trade my secrets with me? Lu Rongyu was left speechless, overwhelmed with shame and anger, screaming uncontrollably. Gu Tingyan, you'll regret this. Gu Tingyan carelessly cleaned his ears. Oh. Lu Wenjing's eyes were deep like abysses, carefully scrutinizing Gu Tingyan. Was this boy genuinely fearless or just pretending well? After a thorough examination without any result, Lu Wenjing gently retracted his gaze, calmly saying, All right, let's go. Any later, and I'll feel like I'm going to die from the pain. Lu Yanli. Watching his brother casually say he was almost dying from pain made it so confusing. Was he in pain or not? Mount Wuling. After Lu Anan and her grandparents packed their belongings, she looked at the face of Grandma Lu, which was identical to Lu Yanhua's, and frowned. Hiss. If we three were to recklessly descend the mountain like this, we might not even leave the village before being discovered by Lu Yanhua's spies. Grandma Lu, hearing her thoughts, turned around and gently suggested, Anan, should I wear my veil again to avoid drawing attention? Lu Anan shook her head. No need, Grandma. Actually, as long as I'm here, they will probably guess your identity when they see me with two old people. So I have to think of a foolproof plan. Buying plane tickets might be an issue too. There must be someone monitoring all the time. She lightly touched her chin, her thoughts weaving through various strategies only to reject them one by one. Just as her thoughts hit a deadlock, a clear face popped into her mind. Lu Anan's eyes brightened suddenly. Yes, I can find the great antagonist. After all, we share some revolutionary friendship, and he seems so enthusiastic. He should help me. Lu Anan curled her lips slightly and started texting her eldest brother. Grandma Lu and Grandpa exchanged glances in confusion. The great antagonist? Aren't they the great antagonists? How could there be another? Soon, the phone screen lit up, and seeing Lu Wenjing's reply Lu Anan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Just imagining my big brother who looks like a dominant tycoon reading scam texts while replying expressionlessly is hilarious. Ha ha. Chuckling, she put away her phone and cheerfully turned around, saying, Grandma, Grandpa, everything's settled. Let's just wait here for someone to pick us up. Grandma Lu curiously asked, gazing at her granddaughter Anan's joyous face. Anan, who's coming to pick us up? Leaning on her chin, Lu Anan replied, Fu Jian. Grandma, do you remember him? Grandma Lu was a bit surprised. The Fu family boy? Yes, I remember. But why is it him coming to pick us up? And when did this kid become the great antagonist? Lu Anan nodded. Yeah, Grandma, Fu Jian is quite helpful. Plus, he's also in Yunling village right now, so he'll come pick us up soon. Hearing this, Grandma Lu became even more surprised. He's also in Yunling village? What's he doing there? Recalling her first encounter with Fu Jian in Yunling village, Lu Anan chuckled. Oh, he said he just came along with Big Brother. No particular reason. Still, let's not mention that Fu Jian came because he was worried about me. What if Grandpa and Grandma don't believe me and think I'm too self-centered? Grandma Lu's eyes suddenly widened, feeling astonished. What's going on with Fu Jian? Has he taken a liking to their Anan? Upon hearing this, Grandpa gritted his teeth. You damn kid. Planning to steal our cabbage? I will surely see him good. Very good. Chapter 94. The villain is here to bring them home. At the ancestral hall, Lu Wenjing looked at the text message sent by his sister again, his lips twitching. While replying, he helplessly said, My sister is addicted to playing. Lu Yanli leaned in. Glancing at the few lines on the screen, his body froze for a moment. He swiftly turned his head, staring silently at Fu Jian with no expression. Fu Jian looked bewildered, casting a glance at the phone in Lu Wenjing's hand and thinking about how Lu Wenjing had just mentioned it. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. Is it for me? Reluctantly, Lu Wenjing handed over the phone to Fu Jian, and then said, Let Mr. Fu pick her up. Fu Jian took the phone and saw the message. Have Mr. Fu deliver the money. You're not allowed to follow, otherwise. Reply TD to unsubscribe. He chuckled softly. After returning the phone to Lu Wenjing, he nodded contentedly. Then I'll go pick up Anan. Let's meet at the private airstrip of the Fu family. Lu Wenjing stared at the smile on Fu Jian's face, feeling it glaringly piercing. He couldn't help but reminded him earnestly. Jian, do you know Anan has just turned 18? Just finished the college entrance exam? Fu Jian nodded, with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. I know, this is just the right age for dating, isn't it, big brother? Lu Wenjing's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Fu Jian, this isn't a joke. The look on Fu Jian's face then became solemn, his gaze sincere and resolute. I never take such matters lightly. Lu Wenjing scrutinized Fu Jian without saying anything for a long time. Beside them, Lu Yanli's eyes were filled with hostility and discontent. He glared fiercely at Fu Jian. I don't agree. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian only raised one of his eyebrows indifferently and gently adjusted his neatly pressed suit collar. I'll go pick up Anan. Saying that, he left without further words. Hey, seeing this, Lu Yanli became even angrier, so much so that his fingers trembled with rage. Big brother, did you see that? Wasn't he challenging me just now? I don't agree to this matter. Lu Wenjing held back his agitated younger brother, sighing helplessly. What's your rush for? Does our sister seem like she's become more perceptive? Let that guy jump around a bit more. Getting knocked down a little won't be bad either. After hearing his elder brother's analysis, Lu Yanli's anger slightly subsided. Yes, our sister is still young. She wouldn't look at that old man anyway. Fu Jian, I'm 24, right in the middle of my birth year cycle, and you're calling me an old man already? Mount Wooling. Lu Anan, Grandma Lu, and Grandpa Lu sat in the courtyard, each lost in their own thoughts, unconsciously all staring at the gate of the yard. An hour later, the low hum of engines grew louder as two Rolls-Royces pulled up in front of the courtyard gates. A well-dressed man, tall and elegant in his posture, stepped out of the first car. Seeing the man, Lu Anan's eyes lit up excitedly, waving her hand. Fu Jian, over here. Fu Jian immediately spotted Lu Anan, warmth and tenderness instantly filling his eyes. Without realizing it, his steps quickened as he walked directly towards the three people. Standing before Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu, Fu Jian modestly bowed respectfully to both elders and spoke politely. Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, nice to see you again after so long. Grandma Lu's eyes casually passed over Fu Jian, and a gentle smile formed at the corners of her mouth. Ah Jian, indeed we haven't seen you in a while. Back then, you were just a little boy, and now you've grown into such a handsome and upright young man. Fu Jian's smile was humble yet dignified, responding with a voice as warm and smooth as jade. Grandma Lu flatters me. On the side, Grandpa Lu examined Fu Jian from top to bottom with discerning eyes and asked, half-heartedly smiling, Ah Jian, how old are you this year? Fu Jian remained respectful. Grandpa Lu, I'm 24 years old. Grandpa Lu narrowed his eyes and asked again, 24 years old. Do you have a girlfriend? With his eyes quickly sweeping past Lu and standing quietly nearby, Fu Jian humbly replied, Grandpa Lu, I don't have a girlfriend. Grandpa Lu feigned surprise and said to Fu Jian, You're 24 already and you don't have a girlfriend? Haven't you found one yet? Fu Jian, was he too obvious? Did the old man harbor such hostility right upon seeing him? Lu Anan, seeing Fu Jian's complex expression where he wanted to say something but held back, was trying hard not to laugh until her shoulders started shaking. Haha, even the big villain can't escape being urged to marry by the elders. Helplessly, Fu Jian cast a glance at Lu Anan, though he wished for the old man to encourage him to get married. The issue was that the old man wasn't exactly urging marriage either. Looking straight into Fu Jian's eyes, Lu Anan innocently blinked, then kindly came to Fu Jian's rescue. Grandpa, since Fu Jian has arrived, let's go home quickly. Staying here too long, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. Upon hearing his darling granddaughter's words, Grandpa Lu let out an arrogant humph, finally shifting his gaze away from Fu Jian, no longer scrutinizing him as sharply. Fu Jian relaxed his shoulders slightly, stepping forward to gently yet steadily support Grandpa Lu who was about to stand, with a gentle voice saying, Grandpa Lu, let me help you. With much reluctance, Grandpa Lu allowed Fu Jian to assist him, but his eyes traveled over Fu Jian's shoulder and landed on the distance where Lu Anan and Grandma Lu were watching, muttering softly, so only the two could hear. Don't think that I'll approve of you just because of this. My Anan is still too young. Fu Jian's smile became even warmer. I will let Grandpa see my sincerity. Hearing this, Grandpa Lu's eyes widened immediately. Who said I am your grandpa? Fu Jian smiled without responding, gently helping the elder into the car and settling him down, then turned around again to take Grandma Lu's arm, taking equally good care in seating her as well. After making sure both elders were comfortably seated, he finally had the chance to focus all his attention on Luinen. His eyes brimmed with concern, thoroughly inspecting Luinen from head to toe with care, asking tenderly, "Anin, the fire in the ancestral hall was fierce. Did you get hurt anywhere?" Luinen shook her head while smiling. "Rest assured, I'm fine. Not even the edge of my clothes touched a spark." She suddenly remembered Xiaoshi, whom she had brought out from the fire, quickly lowering her head to ask Grandma Lu inside the car. "Grandma, you mentioned earlier that many children were here. Where are they now?" Grandma Lu also recalled those children and hurriedly said, "They usually play in the grove behind the house. Little Fu, remember to have your people properly arrange for these kids. They are all the ones who escaped after being kidnapped." Fu Jian nodded seriously and solemnly said, "All right, Grandma Lu, I'll have my people arrange for them immediately." Grandma Lu nodded, reassured. Fu Jian slowly turned around, his gaze softening as it fell upon Luinen, softly asking, "Would you like to go with me to check on those children?" Luinen thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, I'll go with you. This is also a good opportunity to ask Xiaoshi if he knows where his home is." Turning around to inform her grandparents, Luinen then walked shoulder to shoulder with Fu Jian toward the back of the house. Inside the car, Grandma Lu quietly watched through the window at the pair walking side by side, murmuring softly. Looking at them, it seems that the young man from the Fu family actually matches quite well with Anin. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Lu coldly humphed. "Impossible. Anin is still so young, and that guy is already 24. Absolutely not." Grandma Lu turned and glared at him. "Why do we need your approval? As long as our beloved granddaughter likes it, that's all that matters. Our job is to protect our granddaughter and make sure she is happy and joyful. You better not mess up, or we're sleeping separately when we get home." Grandpa Lu indignantly squeezed out a hump from his nose and turned his head toward the window. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. "You're right. As long as our Anin can be safe and happy this time around, that's what matters." Chapter 95. The Truth Behind the Child Swapping. Luinen and Fu Jian walked to the back mountain and saw 7 or 8 children about the same age as Xiaoshi playing there. Xiaoshi turned around and saw Luinen, excitedly running over to her. "Sister." A gentle smile bloomed on Luinen's face. She slowly squatted down, her hands gently opening, steadily embracing Xiaoshi's small body, her eyes full of indulgence and pity. "Xiaoshi, do you want to go home?" Xiaoshi's eyes immediately brightened but then dimmed again as he said dejectedly, "But I don't remember my home." He lowered his head, his voice tinged with involuntary sobbing. "I've been here for too long. Except for the village chief telling me that my home isn't here, and I have to pretend that I can't speak, so I won't get beaten. I can't remember what my parents look like, who I am, or where home is." Upon hearing this, Luinen's heart involuntarily tightened. Gently, she extended her hand, lightly stroking Xiaoshi's hair, her eyes filled with sympathy. "It doesn't matter. Do you want to go home with sister? Sister will help you find your parents, okay?" Instantly, hope shone in Xiaoshi's eyes. Surprised and joyful, he looked up, his voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. "Can I, sister? Will you really help me find my parents?" Luinen nodded slightly, her voice soft yet firm. Sister will definitely help Xiaoshi find his home. Village chief must also want to help Xiaoshi go home." Xiaoshi was filled with excitement. He leapt suddenly, tightly hugging Luinen, his clear eyes shining with gratitude. His innocent voice was filled with sincerity. "Thank you, sister. Thank you. I will repay you, sister." Luinen simply smiled warmly, gently returning Xiaoshi's hug, not putting much thought into his words. As an adult, she didn't care for repayment from a child. On the side, Fu Jian watched silently, his eyes filled with soft light. Such a good young girl. How could he dislike her? Luinen's gaze swept over the other kids far away, watching them shyly and hesitantly. Then she glanced at the dark-clad, stern-looking bodyguard standing near her and Fu Jian, letting out a sigh, before turning to quietly say to Fu Jian, "Have those helping these children be more friendly. Don't scare them." Fu Jian nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand. Then I'll take Xiaoshi first." After saying that, Luinen took Xiaoshi's hand and left the back mountain. After watching Luinen leave, Fu Jian resumed his cold, distant demeanor. He summoned the nearby bodyguard and calmly instructed, "All these children were kidnapped and later escaped. They fear strangers. You need to be friendly. Don't frighten them with stern faces. Play with them for a while. After we leave, immediately contact the police to ensure they can safely return home." The bodyguard respectfully bowed his head in response. "Yes, Mr. Fu." After speaking, Fu Jian turned and returned to the car. Seeing the man sitting in the car after opening the door, Luinen asked, "Are all the arrangements ready? How are we going back?" Fu Jian nodded slightly, replying gently, "Yeah, it's all set. We'll return on our family's private jet. Your brothers are waiting for us there." Luinen replied while fastening her seatbelt. "All right, let's go then." But when they arrived at the airstrip, Luinen only saw Lu Wenjing by the plane. Luinen and Fu Jian supported Grandpa Lu towards him, calling softly, "Elder brother." Lu Wenjing, looking at his frail grandfather and grandmother, his eyes brimming with indescribable guilt, his eyes unconsciously becoming red. "Grandfather, grandmother, I apologize. It was our fault for failing to notice the problem sooner, causing both of you undue suffering. Grandma Lu looked full of maternal love at Lu Wenjing, consoling him. It wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. Grandpa Lu joked, looking at his eldest grandson. What's a big guy like you doing acting like a little girl crying tears in front of outsiders? Lu Wenjing gazed at his grandfather's somewhat weary and weak figure, feeling a wave of inexplicable bitterness welling up inside. Instinctively wanting to support him, he was refused by Grandpa Lu. Let Fu Jian support me. And instead your abdomen is injured. Quickly rest, and don't push yourself. Lu Wenjing had no choice but to withdraw and boarded the Fu family's private jet together with them. Lu Wenin boarded the plane, surprised to see an empty cabin, asking Lu Wenjing, "Elder brother, why are you alone? Where are second brother and the others? Didn't they say they were all waiting for us? Why aren't they visible?" Lu Wenjing was sitting beside her, with Fu family's personal doctor carefully tending to the wound on his abdomen. At Lu Wenin's inquiry, a flicker of coldness flashed across his eyes as he replied. Father called to say that Mother Lu caused a big commotion at home, so second brother took Lu Ronyu back to prepare. Furrowing her delicate brows, Lu Wenin asked in confusion, "Another commotion? About what? What is this old woman scheming all day long? Or does she know she's been exposed, and is trying to stir things up before going down?" Lu Wenjing explained. When we were at the ancestral hall, Director Su had already brought a group of police officers to rescue Uncle Lu Yishuan and others. Afterward, they left first. It was Mother Lu causing a ruckus with Uncle Lu Yishuan. He paused briefly, his gaze reflecting a mix of emotions. Mother Lu knew second uncle came back, but neither visited her at the old house, nor sought out Uncle Lu Yishuan. Instead, she kept storming our home, which is why there's this trouble. Lu Wenin's eyes lit up with curiosity as she leaned closer to Grandmother Lu and asked mischievously, "Grandma, what happened when second uncle was swapped at the hospital back then?" Grandmother Lu seemed momentarily surprised upon hearing this question. "You already know about it?" Lu Wenin nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Uh-huh, everyone knows now. So, Grandma, why did Mother Lu swap second uncle back then?" Grandmother Lu looked at Lu Wenin's prying eyes with some amusement. Recalling the past, she sighed softly, her gaze becoming more profound. "On the day I gave birth to your second uncle, there happened to be another pregnant woman in the hospital giving birth at the same time, and we practically exited the delivery room simultaneously. After I woke up in my ward, I overheard a nurse who came for my checkup mentioning that the newborn baby from the other mother had health issues. It was weak and might not survive. That nurse also shared details about Mother Lu's situation back then. Her family placed great emphasis on having sons due to their strict patriarchal beliefs. She relied heavily on this child to improve her life, but when her son was born frail and likely to die, everything she hoped for crumbled." Grandmother Lu paused slightly before continuing slowly. "After hearing this, your grandfather and I became cautious since the hospitals at that time often experienced cases of stolen babies. He arranged people secretly to guard us both day and night. Sure enough, Mother Lu bribed a nurse with money to attempt switching second uncle during the night." She glanced at the elder Mr. Lu nearby, a wry smile tinged with helplessness crossing her lips. "Your grandfather was young and headstrong back then. He wanted to teach Mother Lu a lesson. Hence, instead of apprehending the nurse immediately, he waited until she had taken the child out before sneaking him back in place of your second uncle. That very night, he also contacted an old friend to adopt Mother Lu's original baby." Excited, Lu Wenin chimed in. "So didn't Mother Lu end up childless? Why didn't she protest?" Chapter 96, Prelude to Lu Yanhua's Downfall. Grandpa Lu snorted lightly, with nothing but disdain in his eyes. How could that fool have a brain? She was completely duped by that nurse. Luan Luan leaned closer to Grandpa Lu again and asked urgently, "Grandpa, tell me more." Grandpa Lu continued from Grandma Lu's previous words, satisfying Luan Luan's curiosity. After realizing the baby was gone, she questioned the nurse, but the nurse, who had been paid for her work, assumed the baby had already been exchanged. Seeing Lu Yanhua come to question her, the nurse thought Lu Yanhua just wanted her money back after the deal was done. So immediately, she denied any involvement, even threatening Lu Yanhua. If Lu Yanhua wouldn't admit it, the nurse would expose her. Of course, Lu Yanhua didn't dare, so she had to endure this silent loss. Luan Luan listened intently. After Grandpa Lu finished speaking, she raised her own doubt. Wasn't Lu Yanhua beaten terribly by her in-laws? Grandpa Lu shook his head slightly. I don't know how Lu Yanhua calmed her in-laws down, but afterward they were always quiet. Later on, after your grandma was discharged from the hospital, that period of time the company was also very busy, so we no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Although Luan Luan felt unsatisfied after putting down the watermelon, suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. She looked up suspiciously. I remember Grandma said that it was after being abducted by Lu Yanhua that she found out she had a twin sister. So at the hospital, didn't Grandpa and Grandma notice? After hearing this, both Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu became silent. A somewhat embarrassed expression slowly appeared on their faces. Grandpa Lu coughed and spoke uncomfortably. At the time we were too self-assured, everything was handled by others. Neither your grandma nor I met Lu Yanhua. The people responsible for monitoring her never mentioned this either until later when Lu Yanhua entered our home. I started to have doubts and went to look for those involved. They all said Lu Yanhua looked dark-skinned and dirty at the time, really showing no resemblance to you, Grandma. Luan Luan. Good grief. Lu Yanhua truly led a miserable life. Yinling village is supposed to have a relatively pleasant climate, yet she managed to become darker-skinned. Looks like her in-laws aren't good people either. After finishing this piece of gossip about Uncle Tu, Luan Luan contentedly sat back to her seat. Alright, now comfortable. All we need is to go home and strip the face of Lu Yanhua's family, then make them leave the Lu family. Recalling what happened at the tea house, a smirk formed at the corner of her lips. I wonder if my master will like this return gift of mine. The plane landed smoothly in Jing City. As the group stepped out of the cabin door, 2 bodyguards waiting nearby moved forward with a brand new wheelchair. Fu Jian took over the wheelchair, gently placing it before Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu, my men bought a new wheelchair. You're still weak, let me push you. Grandpa Lu. Should he praise the kid for being thoughtful or shrewd? Luan helped Grandpa Lu sit in the wheelchair, leaning close to his ear, whispering only loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. Grandpa, I think after you get home, you can often meet with Grandpa Jean. You can race each other when you're bored. Grandpa Lu looked puzzled. Race? A glint of mischief flickered in Luan's eyes as she playfully blinked. Yeah, see who can roll faster in their wheelchairs in the garden. How fun. After hearing this, Grandpa Lu was first surprised, and then pretended to be angry. Brat, making fun of your grandfather. Saying that, he raised his hand as if to hit her. Luan laughed while dodging Grandpa Lu's raised hand. The atmosphere between grandfather and granddaughter was harmonious. Beside them, Lu Wenjing saw the Lu family driver approaching in a car. Turning around, he politely whispered to Fu Jian next to him. Thank you for your private jet, Mr. Fu. We will go home now. Fu Jian blinked. Can't you take me back as well? Lu Wenjing inwardly sneered, coldly rejecting. Mr. Fu, see you. With that, he lightly pushed Luan, who still wanted to say something, into the car. As the car door closed gently, along with the low hum of the engine, the vehicle started moving away. In a hurry, Luan only managed to lower the car window halfway to wave at Fu Jian before the car left the private airport. Fu Jian looked at Luan tenderly, waving back as he watched the Lu family's car disappear from sight. He sighed helplessly, gazing downward. There's a long way to go. On the other side, as Lu Anan and others returned home, a sharp and angry voice pierced through the doors, striking everyone's ears. Lu Yanli, Rong Yu is your sister. How dare you bring her to the Lu family activity room? Don't you know what kind of place that is? In unison, everyone slowed down their steps and instinctively stopped, listening quietly to the sounds coming from the living room. Lu Anan curiously arched an eyebrow. Oh, it seems like the drama has already started inside. Let me listen to what's going on. Inside, Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu sat facing each other, their brows faintly revealing an almost imperceptible anxiety. Lu Anan's brothers also displayed varying expressions, but upon hearing the sudden telepathic voice in their ears, their irritated looks turned into joy as they thought. Have our obedient daughter/sister returned? Lu Yubai was just about to get up to open the door for his sister when the telepathic voice came again. The main character always loves making a dazzling entrance at the climax of everyone's attention. Hee. I'll wait until the drama inside reaches its peak, then I'll march in with Grandpa and Grandma, surely feeling exhilarated and deadly ha. With that, he silently sat back down and decided not to open the door, lest he obstructs his sister's grand performance, and she would scold him later. At this moment, Lu Yanhua glared at everyone who seemed to be lost in their own thoughts and completely ignoring her. Anger surged within her. She abruptly slammed her cane and snapped harshly. Lu Yanli, I'm asking you a question. Lu Yanli leisurely leaned deep into the sofa, one hand gently propping up his temple, half smiling as he said, Of course I know what kind of place that is. It's Lu Rongyu's rightful place. If you envy her, I can send you there too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanhua's eyes widened as if she had heard the most absurd statement in the world. Why you? What are you talking about? A smirk without warmth played at the corner of Lu Yanli's lips. Didn't hear me clearly? I said if you're envious, I could let you experience the activity room as well. Lu Yanhua's chest heaved dramatically due to overwhelming emotions, her body shaking involuntarily. Beside her, Lu Yixin quickly stood up to support her, pursing his lips as he looked at Lu Mingxian and asked, Uncle, aren't you going to stop second brother? Lu Mingxian remained as cold and composed as ever, with no ripples in his gaze. He replied indifferently, Why should I interfere? What Yanli said makes perfect sense. Lu Yixuan felt choked, shifting his pleading gaze toward his father, Lu Minghuai. However, Lu Minghuai remained seated in silence without any direct response, expressionless, just sitting on the couch watching the farce before his eyes. Lu Yixuan's heart clenched sharply, unconsciously tightening his grip on Lu Yanhua's arm. Why? His father treats his existence as if he were heir. Isn't he his son? In pain, Lu Yanhua pulled her arm back, but she had no time to care about Lu Yixuan's abnormality beside her. In uncontrollable fury, she screamed, Lu Mingqian, you monster! How dare you plan to punish me? You're even worse than an animal. I'm your mother. Right after Lu Yanhua finished shouting, a calm yet authoritative voice sounded from the doorway. Is that so? Chapter 97. Taking action against Lu Yixuan. For all the pain of clinging to love, for all the wounds of clinging to hate, I can no longer tell the difference between love and hate. Is it like this forever? As the BGM started, everyone's gaze focused on the entrance. The door slowly opened, revealing 4 people who exuded a strong aura, raising their eyes in slow motion, their cold faces locking eyes with Lu Yanhua. Lu Anan looked every bit the part of Pin Ru returning home for revenge, her gaze sweeping across the living room where everyone was frozen in shock by this sudden scene, barely suppressing her laughter bubbling up at the edge of her mouth. Whenever I think about what the 4 of us are doing now, I just want to laugh ha. Seeing the 4 people posing dramatically, Lu Yanli couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This grand entrance was too much. Just get it over with. The spirit of vengeance that Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu had been discussing quietly dissipated because of Lu Enin's inner monologue. Lu Wenjing's forehead veins pulsed slightly. He sighed softly, lightly rubbing his furrowed brows. Enin, turn off the music. Oh, okay. After Lu Enin turned off the background music, she looked smilingly at Lu Yanhua still immersed in astonishment and said slowly, "How come Grandma didn't greet us when you saw us?" Too excited. Lu Yanhua's gaze was locked tightly onto Grandma Lu sitting next to the wheelchair, her voice faint but brimming with disbelief. Sister? Lu Enin rolled her eyes inwardly. Now I understand why Lu Rongyu calls sister day in and day out annoyingly. It runs in the family. Grandma Lu slowly entered the living room, her gaze cutting through Lu Yanhua like icy daggers, a smirk of ridicule curving at the corner of her lips. I don't deserve your call of sister. Lu Yanhua stared intently at that face, a storm of emotions surging in her heart. How did your face? Grandma Lu chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Don't you have the qualification to ask me? Hearing this, Lu Yanhua froze on the spot, her throat feeling blocked as if by some invisible obstruction, unable to utter a word for quite some time. The atmosphere indoors suddenly became subtle and heavy. Lu Yixuan's eyes flickered surprisingly back and forth between Grandma Lu and Lu Yanhua. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Grandma, why does her face look exactly like yours? There was an almost imperceptible tremor in Lu Yanhua's eyes, though waves surged inside her heart. Remembering how she had replaced Grandma Lu for over a decade, she forcibly calmed herself down, displaying a soft and gentle smile on her face. Go ahead and greet your aunt. This is my twin sister, Lu Yanhua. Relieved in his heart, Lu Yixuan smiled and spoke. Ah, so it's Aunt Grandmother. I never heard Grandma mention you before. Aunt Grandmother looks well. That way you entered just now is quite distinctive. Grandma Lu spared not even a glance at Lu Yixuan, scoffing lightly as she repeated slowly, Lu Yanhua, Aunt. It seemed as if she were watching a clown, every word striking deeply against Lu Yanhua's heart. You've worn this identity for so many years. Aren't you already forgetting just how disgustingly ugly its foundation truly is? Lu Yanhua's eyes darkened instantly, a sinister shade creeping onto her face, her tone colder. Sister, I know you're envious of me, leading a life far worse than mine. But these years, I haven't treated you badly either. What do you mean by this? Grandma Lu laughed bitterly at Lu Yanhua's distorted words, just ready to counter-argue when Lu Enin cut her off first. She waved her hand, palm open, pointing at Grandpa Lu, catching Lu Yanhua's attention. Hey, come on, old lady, check out my grandpa first. He's about to be sick from how repulsive you are. Following Lu Enin's words, everyone unconsciously shifted their focus to where Grandpa Lu sat. Indeed, giving Lu Enin full support, Grandpa Lu promptly faked dry retching several times once the attention fell on him. Lu Yanhua's face immediately changed colors vividly, humiliation and awkwardness mingling in her expression, appearing extremely complicated. Standing beside them, Lu Yixuan's voice suddenly turned cold, reprimanding Lu Enin harshly. Lu Enin, what are you saying? Don't you know our grandfather has passed away long ago? Lu Enin, with an empathetic look, said to Lu Yixuan, your grandfather might be truly gone, but mine is alive and kicking and destined to live to be 100. This kid, if only I wasn't worrying about my image right now, I'd bury him in dirt. Enraged beyond control, Lu Yixuan pointed his finger at Lu Enin and spouted cruelly. Lu Enin, you really are a wild girl from the mountains, unworthy trash, without parents to raise you. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yubai nearest to him stood up and delivered a fierce punch straight into Lu Yixuan's mouth. Then, pressing Lu Yixuan under his body, he rained punches down ruthlessly, hitting him fiercely on the face. Who gave you the audacity to disrespect my sister like that? You're nothing, and since this mouth of yours can't speak decent words, then I'll disable it for good. Seeing her precious grandson being mercilessly pinned down with no ability to fight back, Lady Lu Yanhua hurried from behind to strike Lu Yubai with a cane, but was stopped by Lu Xuanran, who had just walked over. He swatted it away. Lady Lu Yanhua stumbled a few steps, falling onto the sofa. Looking at the onlookers standing coldly aside, her voice trembled with anger and disappointment as she almost screamed. Stop! Why don't you stop them? Yixian is your younger brother. Lu Yanli watched indifferently as Lu Yixuan became increasingly dazed from the beating, calmly speaking. That's enough. He still needs to be conscious for what's coming up next. We shouldn't actually kill him. Lu Xuanran pulled Lu Yubai to his feet, who was still burning with rage, pretending unintentionally to step on Lu Yixuan's body as he dragged Lu Yubai away. Lu Enin waited until her brothers stepped aside, then moved forward expressionlessly and slapped Lu Yixuan hard across the face before laughing coldly as she sealed his acupoint of speech. Since I find your words so unpleasant, it's better if you don't speak at all. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist smothering you with a handful of dirt. Lu Yixuan instinctively wanted to curse, only to realize he couldn't make a sound. Panic-stricken, he felt at his throat, his mouth agape in shock. Lu Enin frowned, dragging Lu Yixuan towards the sofa. Sit up properly, and see how stupid you are. This despicable thing has soiled my fourth brother's hands. Lu Yixuan tried frantically to make a sound again, but found it futile. Panicking, he turned desperate eyes toward his father Lu Minghuai, seeking rescue. However, Lu Minghuai merely stared blankly at Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu, without sparing Lu Yixuan a single glance. Lu Yixuan's eyes filled with disappointment instantly. What had he done wrong to have his own father ignore him? Lady Lu Yanhua also cast an imploring look at Lu Minghuai. Minghuai. But before she could finish, her eyes froze in disbelief. Slowly rising from the edge of the couch, Lu Minghui approached Grandma Lu, and without any words, tears already welled up in his eyes. Embracing her tightly, he choked out, "Mom." Then, lowering his head slightly, he looked at Grandpa Lu and called again, "Dad." At this moment, the others inside stood up as well, addressing Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu together. Mom and Dad. Grandma and Grandpa. Seeing this scene, Lady Lu Yanhua's pupils widened sharply. Her eyes flashed with disbelief and anxiety, her body trembling involuntarily as cold sweat slid down her spine quietly. Why had they accepted that woman so easily? Could it be? Stunned, Lu Yixuan observed the unfolding scenario, confused about what was happening. Chapter 98, Lu Yanhua's demise. Grandma Lu gently held Minghui Lu, lightly patting his back. Minghui. Minghui Lu's voice was choked with emotion. Mom, I and the third younger brother have been looking for you and Dad for so many years, but couldn't find you. The third younger brother and I were so worried about you too. Mingxu Lu stepped forward, also with red eyes. Yes, it's all our fault for being too slow and letting both parents suffer for so long. Mingxian Lu felt remorse and lowered his head. Blame me. If I had noticed the anomaly right away, then this wouldn't have happened. Mingxian. Grandma Lu interrupted Mingxian Lu gently, consoling the three sons in front of her tenderly. It's not any one of your faults. Mom knows all of you have done your best. And now, your dad and I are back. Let's not mention these things anymore. Grandpa Lu also nodded seriously in agreement. That's right, Ruelan is correct. You shouldn't blame yourselves excessively. The atmosphere here was warm, but Lu Yixuan and Lu Yanhua's gazes remained wandering, waves of emotion surging secretly. Lu Yanhua, watching the harmonious family scene over there, had dug her nails into the sofa, especially when she witnessed how much trust and reliance Minghui Lu had on Grandma Lu. The anger in her heart was like a step ignited by a storm, quickly rampaging out of control. Anger destroyed rationality. She suddenly stood up, shouting shrilly, "What are you doing? I am your mom. Why do you call her mom?" Everyone turned their gaze back to Lu Yanhua. Lu Anan inexplicably thought this scene seemed familiar. She furrowed her eyebrows and pondered. How does this scene feel so familiar? A ripple passed through everyone's hearts. Could it be that the novel plot was repeating itself? I remember now. Everyone waited breathlessly. Lu Anan's face relaxed as she finally recalled why this scene seemed so familiar. Isn't this just like when my monkey uncle and the six-eared monkey confronted each other in front of the Buddha? They're practically identical. Hearing her inner thoughts, everyone. Why did they never learn from their mistakes? Lu Yanli took a deep breath and made a phone call to the people stationed at the activity room. Bring them over. Lu Xuanran furrowed his brows slightly. Did they find out? Lu Yanli slowly curved his lips into a deep, cunning smile, a hint of barely perceptible mockery creeping in. No, I just think the protagonists should all be present, isn't that right? If we want this drama to play on meaningfully? In no time, bodyguards roughly dragged Lu Rongyu into the living room and unceremoniously dumped her on the ground before retreating aside. Lu Rongyu collapsed on the floor, looking disheveled, as her eyes scanned the living room swiftly until they landed on Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu. Shock rendered her voice sharp. Lu Anan, you actually brought them back? Lu Anan arched a fine brow and chuckled with deep meaning. Speaking of which, I owe a lot to you. If it weren't for you harming my elder brother, I wouldn't have gone to the ancestral hall to save him, nor would I have found my grandparents so smoothly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's heart tightened involuntarily. She couldn't help glancing towards Lu Wenjing, startled by the coldness on his face, and hurriedly defended herself. I didn't. What gives you the right to accuse me like this? Lu Anan scoffed. Don't worry, your turn will come soon enough. We respect the elderly and love the young ones, so let's start with Grandma first. After speaking, she turned her head toward Lu Yanhua, her smile laced with mockery. Lu Yanhua, your name has too much rustic flair. It doesn't match the sophistication of my grandmother. Lu Yanhua's hazy eyes flashed a glimpse of sharpness. Lu Anan, I know you have an issue with me, but it doesn't mean you can't recognize your own grandma. I am Su Ruelan. She is Lu Yanhua. Before her words could even settle, a sudden fit of violent dry heaving broke out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lu Anan looked at Grandpa Lu, who acted hard into his performance, and her eyes flickered. Grandpa, your acting skills are impressive. Grandpa Lu pretended to appear weak, gesturing dismissively with movements clearly meant to create a deliberate sense of weakness. His body slowly leaned backward until he limply rested against the sofa back, as if having hardly any energy left to speak. You don't need to worry about me. I'm just feeling nauseated due to the shock. It's fine. Lu Anan clenched her lower lip tightly, striving to maintain her composure, suppressing laughter. Kill them emotionally, Grandpa. Grandma Lu sighed helplessly as she gave Grandpa Lu a stern glance before shifting her gaze to Lu Yanhua. Instantly, warmth on her face transformed into coldness. Lu Yanhua, there's no point in trying these useless stunts. We all know exactly who you are. Today, there's no escape for you. Lu Yanhua clutched the cane in her hand tightly, her fingertips whitening due to the force. She gritted her teeth and insisted stubbornly. Sister, why do you want to replace me so desperately? Is it because you desire my family so much? A gentle smile curved on Grandma Lu's lips, but the words she uttered sent an involuntary chill down Lu Yanhua's spine. Lu Yanhua, you grew up in Yunling village, raised as Lu Dayong's child bride. You took their surname and later married Lu Daong. However, although you were Lu Dayong's wife, in reality. Stop talking. Lu Yanhua fiercely interrupted Grandma Lu, glaring at her with eyes full of hatred. How did you find out? Grandma Lu smiled faintly. Is it difficult? Oh, right. You don't know? I've always been on Wuling Mountain. Someone in the village must be aware of everything. Isn't that correct? Then she continued cruelly. Lu Yanhua, your husband Lu Daong was poisoned with rat poison by you after the birth of your second child, and his body was thrown into the river, wasn't he? I also know that your father-in-law and mother-in-law were locked in your family's cellar and starved to death. Lu Yanhua, how ruthless can you be, bearing 3 human lives, yet still pretending to be me so naturally? Do you not hear them whispering in your ear every night? Lu Yanhua's whole body went cold. You. Grandma Lu looked at her coldly, every word piercing through her heart. So, is it because of this cruelty that your master behind you chose you? Lu Yanhua felt as if she was enveloped by an invisible coldness, trembling with every inch of her skin. Her eyes widened, her voice filled with terror. You. How do you know about my master's existence? Grandma Lu did not answer directly but changed the subject instead, her tone complex and hard to describe. Lu Yanhua, I'm curious, how much hatred do you hold towards me that you could hurt me so deeply? Even though we haven't seen each other for many years, I am still your real sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanhua laughed, raising her head and looking at Grandma Lu with a vicious expression. Su Ruilan, shouldn't I hate you? She spoke word by word, each syllable carrying deep-rooted hatred. We are twin sisters. Why should you be the high and mighty young miss who marries the wealthy love of her life? While from the day I was born, I was sold into the mountains, suffering so much torment over all these years. Su Ruilan, you have stolen my life. Shouldn't I hate you? If only I had killed you when I first kidnapped you. I would have torn you apart piece by piece. Su Ruilan, you deserve to die. Chapter 99. Lu Yanhua gets taken offline. Smack. Ugh. A size 42 old canvas shoe flew straight and hit Lu Yanhua right on her mouth. Luinen, who was just about to explode with anger, saw a shoe fly whoosh past her. She looked over in confusion and saw her grandfather standing there with one foot bare, shouting curses. You damned old hag, shut up. You're the one who deserves to die? Backfire. Super backfire. Luinen. LOL so hard fam. What kind of elementary school fight is grandpa using? The others also snapped out of their shock, twitching at the corners of their mouths. How come the older grandpa got, the more childish his curses became? Grandma Lu comforted Grandpa Lu with a chuckle. I haven't even started being angry yet, but you're already anxious. Alright, don't get too worked up while still feeling weak. Grandpa Lu mumbled as he sat back down. This dead old woman, she deserves a beating. Lu Yanhua clutched her painful mouth and glared furiously at everyone. Seeing all the Lus united against her, her gaze paused momentarily on Lu Minghuai. She twisted her lips into a warped smile, blood mixing with the wounds on her mouth, which added an eerie and fierce atmosphere. Su Ruilan, do you really think you've won? Upon hearing this, Grandma Su's eyes gleamed with intelligence as she asked calmly and politely, what do you mean? Do you still have a chance for revenge? Lu Yanhua's gaze once again focused on Lu Minghuai, a trace of satisfaction creeping onto her lips and curving into an eerie arc. Su Ruilan, you never did a DNA test, right? Are these few sons of yours really all your biological children? Grandma Lu's eyebrows knitted deeply together, her face turning exceptionally grave. What are you implying? Lu Yanhua, seeing Grandma Lu's suddenly changed expression, felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure well up inside her. Laughing aloud, her shrill voice echoed through the room. My implication, of course, is that Lu Minghuai isn't your son. In the hospital years ago, I swapped him out. Your real son. I threw him into a wolf's den to be eaten alive. Ha ha ha. Grandma Lu's body trembled. Rising with fury, her finger quivered, pointing unsteadily at Lu Yanhua. You. Lu Yanhua grinned with a mix of arrogance and coldness, triumph evident in her calculating eyes as she slowly began speaking. Sister, perhaps it's fate after all. I merely wanted a healthy child, never imagining the one I exchanged would accidentally turn out to be yours. As she finished, her laughter grew even more wild. Let me express my deepest gratitude to you, sister, for raising my son so well. Too bad about sister's child. I wonder how much pain he endured when the wolves were tearing the flesh from his body. Grandma Lu watched Lu Yanhua grow increasingly arrogant, slowly repressing her surface-level rage. With unhurried movements, she calmly sat down on the couch, speaking in a peaceful tone. Oh, I see. Lu Yanhua, seeing this, froze in place, replacing the fleeting self-assumed look of victory with disbelief. Su Rulan, aren't you mad? Grandma Lu smiled gently at Lu Yanhua, saying, I was just acting along with you. Look at you, you really fell for it. Lu Yanhua's expression instantly flickered between various emotions, shifting from disbelief to icy coldness. A harsh glint flashed in her eyes. You don't believe me? Grandma Lu chuckled softly, her tone stretching long and laden with meaning. What should we do, Lu Yanhua? The nurse who helped you swap babies has long since been sent off to work at a sewing machine by us. As for the truth of what you're talking about, I understand it all too clearly. Frankly, I couldn't act anymore. Her eyes held traces of mockery and pity, each word piercing the heart. We knew from start exactly what you were planning to do. So, yes, the lost child, it's yours. But I must say, I didn't expect such malevolent thoughts from you. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have thrown your child away. Following your methods could have made it even more unforgettable for you. Alas, we underestimated your ruthlessness and failed to devise a plan as wicked as this. Grandma Lu shook her head in regret, seeming genuinely sorry they hadn't thought of such an evil scheme at the time. Luinen, standing beside, involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth. Well played, Grandma. This is truly a classic case of sarcasm, almost outright calling Lu Yanhua both stupid and cruel. Grandma Lu gave a light-hearted smile at her granddaughter's comment, thinking to herself that as a gentle old lady, she definitely needed to maintain some elegance. Lu Yanhua was stunned by Grandma Lu's words, muttering repeatedly, her voice trembling slightly with disbelief. No, it can't be. She clearly told me everything was done. Minghuai is my son, my son. Seeing the situation, Lu Minghuai took out a document from his pocket at the right time. He opened it and placed it in front of Lu Yanhua, saying coldly, "You can check yourself. I've already done the DNA test when you claimed I was your son. I am not your son." Lu Yanhua's hand trembled as she picked up the report. Her eyes locked onto the test results, her pupils constricting suddenly. That look of shock froze on her face. "No, this is impossible," she murmured to herself. "I also did the test. That report clearly identified you as my son. How could it be like this?" Halfway through her words, Lu Yanhua stopped abruptly. Memories pieced together in her mind, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. So they were all fake. The laughter continued for a long time. When it finally subsided, Lu Yanhua's expression became eerily calm. Her gaze was empty, her tone flat and nearly icy. "Arrest me if you want. I have nothing more to say." Luinen raised an eyebrow slightly. "You've realized you were used as a pawn. Aren't you going to reveal what you know? Looks like Lu Yanhua has loyalty after all, so tight-lipped." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanhua slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze sharp as a blade. A scornful curve formed at the corner of her mouth. "Has Li Hao been with you for so long now? Did you manage to pry any useful information from him? So what's the point of interrogating me?" Her gaze swept slowly over Luinen's delicate face, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. "Luinen, I don't know whether you should feel lucky or unfortunate that my master has set his sights on you. I'll only tell you this, you can't escape, neither can your family. Without me, you will still die, and so will all of you, by his hand." Her smile gradually twisted. "I'll wait for you in hell. I'll watch each and every one of you meet your grim ends." As Lu Yanhua spoke, the smile on Luinen's lips gradually faded. She stared at Lu Yanhua with eyes full of coldness, lips tightly pressed without a word. Silence spread between them for a while. After a long pause, Luinen suddenly burst into laughter, her voice crisp yet devoid of warmth. "That's bound to disappoint you. My life, and the lives of everyone in the Lu family, cannot be taken by anyone. The only one going to hell with you will be your master." Luinen gently curved her lips, her voice filled with absolute confidence. "Lu Yanhua, rest assured, that day won't be far off. My family will always be protected, no matter what master. I, Luinen, have never lost." Chapter 100, Lu Yixuan's mother suddenly visits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanhua just sneered lightly, and then closed her eyes, remaining silent. Lu Yixuan, standing nearby, witnessed all of this with a danger expression, his inner turmoil surging like a tide. He stared at the now calm Lu Yanhua, his mind in disarray. Instinctively wanting to ask something, he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound. Suddenly, Lu Yixuan remembered that Lu Ainen had struck him at the mute pressure point. In an urgent manner, he took a step forward, intending for Lu Ainen to release the mute point on him. Just then, the door opened again accompanied by hurried footsteps. A woman's voice filled with worry echoed gently, "Son." Everyone turned their gaze toward the doorway and saw a woman wearing a white dress rushing into the living room. She directly ran toward Lu Yixuan, tightly hugging him while calling out deeply, "Son, son, are you all right? Mom is here." Lu Ainen looked at the woman with puzzled eyes. Where did she come from?" Remembering something, her expression suddenly became gossipy. "Is this the rich young miss my uncle mentioned who climbs into beds? Oh no, how did she get here?" After hearing these thoughts, the others instantly fixed their gazes on the woman in the white dress. Is this Lu Yixuan's real mother? Why did she come at this time? Did she come along to help bring the vegetables? The moment Lu Yixuan's eyes met his mother's, an indescribable joy sparked within him. He urgently pointed to his throat, opening his mouth in a soundless plea for help. The woman in the white dress looked at her son waving his hands around, unable to say anything, and froze with a sorrowful expression on her face. "Son, why are you mute?" After hearing this, Lu Yixuan's heart became even more anxious. He immediately pointed at himself again and quickly gestured towards Lu Ainen, his eyes filled with both appeal and accusation. "That damn woman. It was her who made me mute." Realizing this, the woman in the white dress swiftly turned around, her eyes shooting daggers at Lu Ainen as anger and questioning laced her tone. "Was it you who made my son go mute?" Lu Ainen smiled faintly, nonchalantly nodding. "Yes, it was me." The expression on the woman in the white dress immediately turned bitter, and her voice grew sharp. "Why did you do such a thing? I suggest you better turn my son back to normal, or else I will make you pay." Lu Ainen let out a scornful laugh. "Madam, your threat is utterly lacking and has no weight at all. It doesn't scare me one bit." She sighed slightly, shrugging her shoulders. "I didn't feel the fear associated with being threatened. If I don't want your son to speak, let him stay mute. After all, his mouth wouldn't have said proper words anyway." The woman in the white dress stiffened for a moment, flames of rage igniting instantly in her eyes. "How dare you talk to me like this? Do you believe I could have Grandma expel you from the Lu family?" Lu Ainen arched her eyebrows and nodded. "Sure, then you try to see if you can get Grandma to drive me out." The woman in the white dress fumed, her chest heaving up and down uncontrollably. After several deep breaths, she barely managed to regain composure, and instead clung to the elder Mrs. Lu, tearfully complaining in a babyish way. "Mom, look at this bad girl. You must help me deal with her." Lu Ainen. "Not really. This Annie can't recognize people properly, yet wants to expel me." Lu Wenjing frowned, looking at the overly dramatic woman. Is ignorance contagious? The old lady, startled, dodged nimbly to the side, avoiding the woman's sudden leap toward her, and exclaimed repeatedly, who are you randomly calling people mom? Caught off guard, the woman in the white dress fell straight onto the sofa, hitting her head on the edge. She held her head in pain, kneeling beside the couch, and looked at the old lady in confusion. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm the second daughter-in-law personally chosen by you. At this moment, Lu Minghui caught sight of a shadow by the doorway out of the corner of his eye. Alarmed, he quickly interjected. Miss Ho, be careful what you say. My wife is called Chen Hui. Don't make unfounded claims. Lu Ainan also noticed the few people by the doorway. She nudged the nearby Lu Xuanran and whispered quietly, Big Brother 3, look over there at the entrance. Aren't those our two aunts and our siblings? Hearing this, Lu Xuanran turned his eyes to the doorway and, after hesitating, replied softly, They indeed are, but why are they outside and not coming in? Lu Ainan glanced sympathetically at her second uncle who was almost sweating cold sweat. Perhaps they're trying to understand what survival instinct is. Following his sister's glance, Lu Xuanran saw Uncle Lu's rigid posture and couldn't help laughing aloud. I bet Uncle Tu wishes he could rush over and plug Miss Ho Xiaoling's mouth with his shoe sole. Lu Ainan couldn't suppress the laughter in her eyes either. Not just that. Didn't you see how Grandpa and Grandma wanted to shut her mouth? Her scream earlier gave me goosebumps weighing at least 3 pounds. Lu Xuanran was once again haunted by the memory of Ho Xiaoling's coy and affected coquettishness, and he couldn't help but shiver slightly. You're right, it's really spine-chilling. This miss, I'm not so muddled as to not recognize my own daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaoling's face flickered with a touch of surprise. She gazed intently at old Mrs. Lu, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. Mom, you forgot? You told Minghui to divorce that woman Chen Hui and marry me. I'm Yishuan's mother. Yishuan is Minghui's beloved youngest son, don't you remember? This was your exact words. Her words had not finished when they were interrupted by a clear and cold male voice from the doorway. Miss Ho, please refrain from fabricating unfounded lies to deceive everyone. Your son is your son, but certainly not my father Lu Minghui's son. Lu Ainan instinctively nodded in agreement. Isn't it true? This woman has a case of delusional disorder. Without even eating many peanuts, she's already dreaming. But this speaker, his voice sounds good. Wait a moment. Lu Ainan's gaze suddenly shifted to the doorway, locking onto a tall man standing there, exuding a composed elegance and possessing an extraordinary handsome face. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Is this perhaps He Tingyu's white moonlight crush, the dominant president-level elder brother comparable to my big brother, Lu Yuchen? Indeed, his features are delicate, and look at that beauty mark. The brothers of Lu Ainan immediately directed their gazes towards Lu Yuchen, unable to hide the murderous intent in their eyes. Lu Wenjing let out a cold chuckle. How can anyone be compared to me? Impossible. The peak of handsomeness in the world of powerful presidents can only be him. Lu Yanli gritted his teeth. Delicate face? As an entertainment circle actor who depends on looks to rise to stardom, how could that guy be more refined than him? Lu Xuanran snorted in disdain. Beauty mark? So what? He even has tear mole, which doesn't make him pitiful either. Lu Yubai's expression was distorted. When they first met, his sister didn't praise him. So what makes this guy worthy of admiration? He wanted to beat him up while wearing a sack. As soon as Lu Yuchen entered the living room and looked up, he met the gaze of his several brothers filled with killing intent. Confused, he stood frozen on the spot, his mind swirling with thoughts. Had he done something wrong recently? Why did it feel like his brothers were ready to stab him at once? Chapter 101. Lu Yishuan searches for his father. After exchanging pleasantries with his grandparents and uncle/aunt, Lu Yuqing found himself looking back at Lu Wenjing and the brothers again, only to find they were still glaring at him as if they wanted to kill him. He swallowed nervously and called out tentatively. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother? Lu Wenjing maintained a neutral expression while looking at Lu Yuqing. How's your company doing recently, Yuqing? In a daze, Lu Yuqing nodded. It's going well, eldest brother. Lu Yanli took over the conversation, staring at Lu Yuqing's face. We haven't seen you in a long time, Yuqing. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Lu Yuqing blinked. All right, I guess. Lu Xuanran quickly followed up. The mole on our eldest nephew's face is not in a good position. Come to the hospital when you have time. I'll get it removed for you. Lu Yuqing's expression grew even more bewildered. Lu Yubai was even more straightforward. Yuqing, you didn't do any cosmetic surgeries, right? Lu Yuqing. Lu Ainan frowned and tilted her head, filled with confusion. Do my brothers have bad relations with eldest brother? Why are they so hostile towards him? The brothers, whose fault is it? Song Shiyun sighed helplessly and closed her eyes briefly. Unable to endure anymore, she quietly reached out and pinched Lu Xuanran's arm. That's enough. There are outsiders present. Don't embarrass me. Lu Xuanran pulled back abruptly, holding the place that was pinched, hissing through his teeth. Yet he dared not protest loudly and could only mumble discontentedly under his breath. It's not just me. The eldest brother and the others are. He stopped mid-sentence as he noticed Song Shiyun's glare full of warning and promptly made a zipping-the-mouth gesture before reluctantly closing his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing and the other two quickly masked their envious expressions and resumed their usual calm and composed demeanor. With a confused expression, Lu Yuqing endured another round of strange questions and momentarily forgot what he had originally come there to do. Ho Xiaoling slowly stood up from her kneeling position, looking scornfully at Lu Yuqing as though she had seen through his ruse. In an unkind tone, she said, Lu Yuqing, you must be jealous that your younger brother is favored by your father. Over these years, only your brother has been able to stay in the old family estate, while you've had to remain overseas all along. Don't you feel very unbalanced inside? Lu Yuqing came to his senses upon hearing this, finding it rather amusing. Unbalanced? Where did you see that? Ho Xiaoling's gaze swept past Chen Hui, who was slightly behind Lu Yuqing, filled with superiority and provocation. The proud smile on her lips became more pronounced. To say it plainly, your mother couldn't keep Minghuai, nor win mother's favor. You need to face the reality. Lu Anan stared at her phone screen indifferently. Diagnosis confirmed. This woman really has delusional disorder. Fantasizing about having a family with uncle number 2 is one thing, but even imagining her son as the beloved treasure of the Lu family? What's her basis for that? And why am I the one feeling ashamed, even though it's her saying those words? My whole body feels like it's crawling with ants. Yet how can she still sound so smug? She trembled, indicating speechlessly toward Ho Xiaoling's back, as if enlightened about something. Auntie, is it possible you're mistaking the person behind you as your mother? Annoyed, Ho Xiaoling turned to look, seeing the person sitting on the sofa. Her eyes immediately widened. This. Her gaze kept shifting between the two elderly individuals, her voice filled with shock. Why are there two grandmothers, Lu? Lu Anan kindly explained. This grandmother Lu here is my grandma, the genuine article, and also my uncle's real mom. That one over there is the person you've mistaken as mother, Lu Yanhua. Slowly opening her eyes, Lu Yanhua glanced at Ho Xiaoling, and then at Lu Yixuan, who looked dumbfounded nearby, snorted lightly, and closed her eyes again, seeming indifferent to everything happening around her. Turning back to Lu Anan, Ho Xiaoling asked incredulously, What does this mean? Smiling falsely with narrowed eyes, Lu Anan replied, It means you have no relation to our Lu family. Disbelieving, Ho Xiaoling retorted, No relationship? I gave birth to a son for Lu Minghuai, so I definitely have a close relationship with the Lu family. Lu Minghuai was startled and quickly interjected, Don't talk nonsense. I only have 2 sons, Yuqing and Yushan. Lu Yixuan has no connection to me. These words hit Lu Yixuan like a bolt of lightning, shattering his heart instantly. Why do you never acknowledge my existence? In his overwhelming despair, he hadn't even realized his mute acupoint had already been untied. Looking at the mother-son duo with disdain, Lu Minghuai spoke with undisguised disgust in his voice. Why should I acknowledge a son who has no blood relation to me? Lu Yixuan froze on the spot, feeling completely cold. Ho Xiaoling's shriek suddenly cut through the air. Lu Minghuai, are you doubting me? That night, it was clearly. Lu Minghuai interrupted her words with a mocking laugh, his tone icy cold. Miss Ho, I'm not stupid enough to not recognize such an obvious drugging attempt. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixuan slowly turned his gaze toward his mother. Drugging? Ho Xiaoling's complexion paled. She glanced at Lu Yixuan in panic, then hurriedly explained, I did that because I liked you too much. But before that, you wouldn't even look at me. So, I made a mistake. Minghuai, Yixuan has been born already and has grown up in the Lu family for so many years. You can't now say he isn't your biological son. Lu Minghuai's expression remained indifferent, unfazed. He pointed to one of the bodyguards who hadn't left yet, speaking calmly but distinctly. Miss Ho, if you're looking for Yixuan's father, look over there. That person is the one you were together with that night. Everyone shifted their gaze and saw the slightly older bodyguard whose face began turning red. Embarrassed, he said, Well, it can't be my child either. I had a vasectomy back then. Ho Xiaoling screamed out in despair. This can't be possible. Lu Anan gasped sharply. Exclamation point. Good grief, what a mess about finding a father. The others were also stunned by the unexpected revelation from the bodyguard. What on earth? Was this really the truth? If so, Lu Yanhua had been duped all these years. Just as this thought struck them, a thud sound came from the sofa. Turning back, they saw Lu Yanhua roll her eyes back and fall lifelessly onto the ground with a dull thump. Lu Anan and Lu Xuanran rushed forward immediately. After examining her, Lu Anan let out a sigh of relief. She's fine, just fainted. Frightened me to death. Good thing she only fainted. If she had died from anger, we'd need 10 mouths in our family to explain everything. The old Mrs. Lu also breathed a silent sigh of relief. Lu Yanhua deserved punishment, but certainly couldn't die in the Lu family. Her sharp eyes shot a stern glare at Ho Xiaoling. Ho Xiaoling, do you actually think my son will serve as your scapegoat? You people from the Ho family have lived comfortably long enough. Do you want to taste what life under a bridge feels like? Chapter 102, Planning for the Master. Lu Anan listened to her grandmother's words, silently reciting the tycoon's line in her heart. It's getting cold. It's time for the Ho family to go bankrupt. Ho Xiaoling froze at this, feeling uneasy as she stammered. Why you? What do you mean by that? Grandma Lu raised her eyes slightly, the coldness in her gaze unfading. Of course, it's time to make you pay for your actions. Lu Anan felt like laughing. Ha ha ha, Grandma just thought about it's getting cold. The house will break, didn't she? Looks like Grandma also enjoys tycoon literature. The group who heard this inner voice collectively went silent for a moment. Whether Grandma loved it or not was unknown, but her younger sister definitely adored it. Fear surged through Ho Xiaoling like an incoming tide. Her voice quivered, almost trembling with sobs. What are you planning to do? Grandma Lu said nothing, merely giving Lu Minghuai a faint glance. Lu Minghuai immediately understood, pulling out his phone and flipping through evidence he'd gathered over the years. He picked a few points and read them aloud to Ho Xiaoling. Forced demolitions, market destruction, forced low-price acquisitions of small companies, overtime work, plagiarism of ideas, driving employees to jump from buildings. Ah, right, and your brother, fighting, running illegal gambling dens, sexual assault. He paused slightly at this point, casting a sharp gaze toward Ho Xiaoling. Do I need to list these one by one for you? Beside him, Lu Anin leaned closer, curious and shocked as she scanned the evidence on Lu Minghuai's phone. She was stunned. Wow, these people have practically memorized the criminal law, committing every single offense one by one. Look at all this. They won't survive even in their next lives. Ho Xiaoling stumbled back a few steps, her tone filled with anxiety and panic. No, that's not how it is, it's really not me. Her frantic eyes darted around until they landed on Lu Yanhua, lying unconscious nearby. She quickly pointed at Lu Yanhua, her voice sharp and desperate. It was her. It was her who approached me first and promised I could become the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and even marry Minghuai. That's why I followed her advice and drugged you. Having spoken, she swiftly softened her sharp tone, adopting a pitiful appearance. Tears welled up in her eyes as she nearly begged an explanation. Minghuai, I was simply blinded by my love for you, and fell prey to this fake grandma's deceitful lies. I made a mistake, please forgive me. I'll take Lu no, Yixin away. Can you let the Ho family off the hook? Lu Minghuai responded with a derisive yet cold laugh. Let the Ho family off? Do you know how annoying you and your son are? His words were devoid of warmth, every syllable crisp as he continued. Let you go unpunished? Where did you get such audacity? Nearby, Lu Yanli slowly turned his gaze to Lu Yixuan, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. His tone was unapologetically scornful. Lu Yixuan, now you're truly a fatherless bastard. Happy about that? Lu Yubai watched Lu Yixuan gleefully. Lu Yixuan, don't worry, you're only 16, so you still have plenty of years to find your dad. Believe me, one day you'll be able to rid yourself of the bastard label. Lu Wenjing kept a calm expression, correcting his younger brother's speech. Wrong. It's a certain Yixuan, not Lu. Lu Xuanran couldn't help but snort after hearing this. Right. Something born without knowing its father shouldn't use the Lu surname. Lu Yixuan stood there, fists clenched tightly as veins bulged on his hands from exertion. Listening to the mockery around him, his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Damn these bastards. Bastard child indeed. He had to kill them. He must. Lu Anin observed Lu Yixuan, whose demeanor seemed to be heading towards dark vengeance, narrowing her eyes. This guy's dangerous, isn't he? Is he about to turn dark side? I've already taken down 2 pawns of that master. He must feel humiliated. Seeing how much hatred Yixuan harbors towards the Lu family now, I'm a little worried he might give that master a chance to exploit it. On hearing these thoughts, everyone quietly observed Lu Yixuan. Indeed, the boy currently looked as if he hated them to death. A trace of seriousness crept into Lu Wenjing's brow, making things tricky. Lu Yixuan hadn't done anything serious enough to land him in jail yet. Simply expelling him wouldn't guarantee that some sick, twisted master wouldn't pick him up and turn him into a weapon against the Lu family. At present, they had to think of a way to keep Lu Yixuan under watch. Lu Anin furrowed her brows in thought, then suddenly hit upon an idea. She brightened her eyes, a profound smile gradually curling at the corners of her mouth. I've been too short-sighted. If Lu Yixuan really draws attention from that master, isn't this an opportunity for us as well? If we send someone to monitor Lu Yixuan, even if we can't catch the master, at least we can expose another accomplice of his, neutralizing a few more of his people. I can't believe he would remain invincible and still stir up trouble. Mr. and Mrs. Lu, along with their few sons, gradually became clearer in thought as Anin spoke, their eyes becoming increasingly bright. Anin was right. This was indeed a good opportunity. Even if they couldn't completely disable that master, stripping off a layer of his skin would be no problem. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu exchanged glances, a tinge of worry surfacing in their eyes. Was it really necessary to confront this person so early? After thinking everything through, Anin's gaze returned to Rongyu Lu, the corner of her lips curving upwards mischievously. Next, it's time for our leading lady. Perfectly coinciding, let me test how strong her fortune is, and see if she can squirm out of the police station again this time. Following Anin's thoughts, Grandpa Lu also looked at Rongyu Lu, inwardly scoffing silently. Leading lady? What makes her the leading lady? At best, she's just a brainless fool. However, a sharp light suddenly flashed across his deep-set eyes. So, Rongyu Lu is the lead character? Interesting. Then he certainly had to look forward to the identity of that person. Wenjing Lu made arrangements for Yi Xian in his mind, and slowly instructed the bodyguard. Take all 3 of them to the activity room first, and keep an eye on them. Once the police arrive, hand them over. Having spoken, his gaze slowly turned toward Rongyu Lu, who was crouched in the corner trying her best to reduce her presence, his voice deep and heavy. Rongyu Lu, it's now time to settle accounts between you and our Lu family. Upon hearing this, Rongyu Lu's body involuntarily trembled slightly. She lifted her pale face from being terrified by the earlier scenes, stammering. I haven't done anything. You can't send me to the police station. You can't. Anin laughed mockingly. You haven't done anything? Rongyu Lu, do you actually think you've been well hidden? When Rongyu Lu met Anin's eyes, a faint shadow of distress flickered in her own. Panic swept over her as she shook her head frantically, her face as white as paper, acting as though she couldn't hear anything clearly, only repeating, I haven't done it. I haven't done it. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done it. Anin looked at Rongyu Lu's appearance, lightly raising an eyebrow. Oh, new tricks? Pretending to go mad. Chapter 103. Forcing the protagonist to confess. Lu Anin's lips curled into an amused smile. TSK, she really doesn't believe in my medical skills. Since that's the case, I'll have to bring out the same ruthlessness I had back in the palace when I used needles on Ziwei and show her what it means to be a favorite in the palace. She leisurely unfastened the needle pouch at her waist, placed it gently on the table, and began taking out silver needles one by one, disinfecting them with alcohol. Looking into Lu Rongyu's slightly panicked eyes, Lu Wenin smiled brightly and comforted her warmly. You've been scared stupid, haven't you? Don't worry, I just happen to be quite adept at needling techniques. Rest assured, your illness will definitely be cured by my needles. After saying this, she continued cleaning her silver needles, her peripheral vision catching Lu Rongyu's sudden rigidity. At the corner of her mouth, a cunning smirk appeared. Young lady, don't pretend to be foolish in front of me. Just wait and see how I scare the wits out of you. Having cleaned the needles, Lu Wenin nonchalantly picked out one of the thickest, sharpest ones, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she slowly advanced towards Lu Rongyu, her smile hiding malicious intent. If you don't confess, your pretty little face won't last much longer. The crowd, who heard her inner thoughts, remained speechless. How could they possibly remind her that she was supposed to be practicing medicine, not carrying out some form of torture? Approaching Lu Rongyu, Lu Wenin squatted down and smiled faintly, saying, "Come on, don't be afraid, let me treat you." As she spoke, her hand holding the silver needle moved slowly closer to Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu's gaze remained glued to the needle, her body trembling lightly from fear while she maintained an outward appearance of confusion, repeatedly uttering, "Don't ask me, I know nothing." She was betting that Lu Wenin wouldn't dare stick the needle into her, but she didn't expect that Lu Wenin actually dared. With Lu Rongyu still putting on an act, Lu Wenin suddenly grabbed the needle and jabbed straight towards her head. Just when the needle tip was a centimeter away from Lu Rongyu's head, Lu Rongyu couldn't help herself any longer. She pushed Lu Wenin angrily, shouting, "Lu Wenin, are you insane?" Lu Wenin dodged swiftly, standing up as she said, "So, no more pretending to be crazy, huh?" Realizing what happened, Lu Rongyu burned with anger, glaring at Lu Wenin intently. "You did it intentionally." Lu Wenin put away the needle, glancing disdainfully without lifting her head. "Do you think someone like you can get me to actually treat you?" Lu Rongyu trembled all over, each word squeezed out painfully between her teeth. "What do you want from me?" Lu Wenin's expression turned into one of puzzlement as she retorted, "Isn't that something I should be asking you? What exactly do you plan to accomplish by pretending to be both crazy and foolish? Can these antics change the fact that you hired assassins or even acted personally to kill people?" Lu Rongyu bit her lower lip, defending herself. "If you don't have evidence, better not accuse me falsely. I could sue you." Sitting on the couch, Lu Wenin crossed her arms, scrutinizing Lu Rongyu sharply as a profound smile curved on her lips. "You want evidence? Fine then." She took out a piece of broken fabric from her pocket and placed it on the table, smiling amiably. "Lu Rongyu, take a good look at where this cloth comes from." Lu Rongyu's eyes gradually dropped onto the ragged fabric. Upon recognizing it, her heart jolted heavily. Instinctively wanting to look down at her own clothes, she suppressed the impulse, but her hands involuntarily slid to the edge of her garment, half covering, half hiding her clothing as she struggled to maintain her apparent composure. "I don't recognize it." Lu Wenin replied significantly. "Are you sure? Have another good look." Her gaze locked tightly onto Lu Rongyu as she enunciated clearly, word by word. "Isn't this the cloth you were wearing when you stormed into the ancestral hall, shoved my older brother, and stabbed him with a knife? How come you don't recognize your own clothes?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing carefully examined the fabric on the table, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't recall tearing off part of Lu Rongyu's clothing during their confrontation. Where did his sister manage to find this? Just as he was pondering over this, he heard her internal voice. Why would I bother slandering someone when I can create fake evidence and force confessions? Who's smarter than me? Did you really think I would rush over there just to treat her? Nonsense." A quick slash of her clothing. Lu Wenjing. Yes, who could be cleverer than her? That quick gesture must have worked over time. Still refusing to admit, Lu Rongyu insisted. "I already told you I don't know it. Can't you hear me?" Lu Wenin sneered, uncovering the truth. "Then what's your hand trying to hide? Not guilty at all. Or lying right in front of my face." Or shifting her tone mockingly, Lu Wenin added, "Rongyu, does your family actually live in a coffin?" Hearing this, Lu Rongyu's expression became dazed. "What do you mean?" Grandpa Lu rolled his eyes disdainfully and said, "You won't repent until you see a coffin. How stupid." Lu Rongyu, upon hearing this, her anger surged to the sky, her chest heaving violently, as if every inch of her skin was trembling. Lu Wenin ignored her emotions and said indifferently, "This piece of fabric was found at the ancestral hall fire scene. You previously claimed you didn't enter the hall. We can send it to the police station for testing to check for any traces left at the scene. I believe the results will be out very soon." "You're so stubborn," refusing to say anything. "Fine, let's have the evidence speak then." Her tone remained completely unruffled, as if she were merely stating an ordinary fact, continuing calmly without even batting an eyelid. "Also, when I first returned home, you sent assassins after my brother and me. A few days ago, I asked Captain Shi to find those people for me, and today Captain Shi informed me via text that they already have results." After finishing her statement, she gracefully lifted her phone, lightly sliding her fingertip to unlock the screen, showing a chat record in front of Lu Rongyu. On the screen was a message sent by Chi Rang 10 minutes ago, short and powerful. "People located, evidence attached." Accompanying this line of text was a video link and detailed documents lying quietly in the chat window. Lu Wenin wore a smirk as she looked at Lu Rongyu and slowly said, "With these two incidents added together, TSK, congratulations Lu Rongyu. It seems like your future meals are going to be served by the state. As Lu Anin's words echoed, along with those messages, Lu Rongyu's face became paler and paler. How could this be? The people she had hired to kill Lu Anin were all taken care of. They went to Southeast Asia. There was no way Lu Anin or that deadbeat cop could have discovered them. Observing Lu Rongyu's panic-stricken expression, Lu Anin faintly curved her lips. Undoubtedly, my fourth brother is truly talented. I just told him to forge some conversation records, and in no time, he produced them. It's more than enough to fool Lu Rongyu. Haha. Lu Wenjing initially felt a wave of joy because his sister had managed to track down the assassin leads, but it was quickly replaced by a slight sense of helplessness. He'd been tricked again by his little sister. She lifted her head and stared intently at Lu Anin, trying to find any signs of lies on her face. Lu Anin, you're lying. Lu Anin chuckled lightly, her action of getting up carrying a nonchalant ease. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Go tell the cops. Just scare her a bit. By the time we get to the police station, I don't think Lu Rongyu will actually resist. Besides, I'm not wrong anyway. Lu Rongyu came back from the ancestral hall fire without changing her clothes. There must definitely be some traces left on her body. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seemed so nervous earlier. Having said this, she stepped back beside Lu Wenjing and asked, Big brother, are the police here yet? Lu Wenjing cast a casual glance, his gaze sweeping over Lu Rongyu's increasingly uneasy figure before lowering his eyes to look at his phone, his voice deep. Yeah, they've just arrived. No sooner had the words escaped his mouth than a clear knock on the door resounded. Lu Rongyu's complexion turned deathly pale instantly. She stared at the door in fear, her eyes full of struggle. Seeing Lu Yuqin closest to the door reaching out to touch the doorknob, she finally couldn't contain her inner terror anymore and stopped him in a trembling voice. Don't open the door. I'll talk. I'll spill everything. Please don't hand me over to the police. Chapter 104. Lu Yanhua becomes the scapegoat. Lu Yuqin slightly paused his hand which was about to turn the doorknob and shifted his gaze to Lu Wenjing. After receiving the signal to temporarily hold off, he sat back on the couch. Lu Wenjing sent a message to the person at the door while looking down, then inconspicuously turned on the recorder and coldly said, What do you want to say? Lu Rongyu's body stiffened, her chest swelling with resentment and indignation as she remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Yanli's patience finally ran out, and he impatiently shouted to Lu Yuqin, Big cousin, open the door and let the police in. All right. As Lu Yuqin nodded in agreement and made the motion of standing up, before he could take a step, Lu Rongyu urgently called out, Wait a moment. Seeing Lu Yuqin's movement, Lu Rongyu dared not delay any longer. Her voice became both frantic and sharp. Don't open the door. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Lu Yuqin sat back down, rolled his eyes, and urged her with an irritable tone. Then hurry up. Don't dawdle. We don't have time to waste on you. A flash of malice crossed Lu Rongyu's eyes, but considering the situation, she quickly thought of what to say. The next second, her eyes gradually reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It's all grandmother. It was Lu Yanhua who made me do this. She said that, sister, your return would threaten my position and hers. In order to make you disappear from the Lu family, a plan to kill you had to be devised. She said that only with your death can we continue staying in the Lu family. I tried to dissuade her countless times, but grandmother wouldn't listen. When I argued too much, she would even hit me. So later, I didn't dare to oppose her anymore and could only watch helplessly as grandmother contacted those killers to murder you. These past few days, I've been filled with great pain inside. I'm sorry, sister, I'm too weak. If I had been stronger, I could have stopped grandmother. That time on the vacation island, I brought the sleeping drugs. It was grandmother's instruction to destroy your reputation somehow. That's why I went to your house late at night. I didn't mean to harm you. It was just to accomplish the task she gave me, wanting to drug those men and put them in your room so that when the live broadcast began the next day, her goal would be achieved. I'm sorry, sister, I was too scared. She glanced at Lu Wenjing, then pretended to look uneasy and lowered her head while sobbing. Wenjing Ji, at the ancestral hall. It wasn't me who intended to hurt you either. Grandmother knew our second phase of the show was at Yunling village, so before we left, she especially told me to figure out a way to keep all of you there. I didn't want to, but grandmother threatened me, saying if I didn't do it, the one who'd die in Yunling village would be me. I didn't want to hurt you, Wenjing Ji. She cried so hard she almost couldn't speak, wiped her tears, waited for a while, and then continued with tear-filled eyes. I did indeed go to the fire scene. At that time, I saw sister, Wenjing Ji, and Yanli Ji inside. My heart was overwhelmed with anxiety and I wanted to save all of you, but the fire was too fierce and I couldn't get in. The one who stabbed Wenjing Ji was not me. It was someone grandmother arranged. I didn't dare to defy her. I just wanted to survive. She shook her head sadly, her voice carrying guilt and fear. I was wrong. I know I've erred. Please, don't hand me over to the police. Lu Anin listened to Lu Rongyu's explanation and her expression was one of bewilderment. Lu Yanhua is crowned the scapegoat tonight. All these accusations must be weighing heavily on her by now. A thin layer of frost covered Lu Wenjing's face, and his icy words rang out in the air. Lu Rongyu, since you're unwilling to tell the truth, it might be better for you to go to the police station and explain everything there. Lu Rongyu hung her head low, concealing her shadowy eyes. Her tightly pressed lips struggled to suppress the fury and malevolence rising within her, her tone rigid as she said, What I said is all true. Lu Yanli chuckled lightly. Good truth-telling, aren't you certain your grandmother won't confront you? That's why you push all blame on her. Lu Rongyu, it seems we underestimated you. You were able to think of such advantageous lies in such a short time, meaning you're not entirely stupid after all. Lu Rongyu deliberately presented herself as confused and innocent, tears welling in her eyes. She looked at Lu Yanli, her voice trembling with determination. Yanli ji, I haven't lied. Every word I spoke is true. Lu Yanli faintly curled his lips and turned to look at Lu Wenjing. Big brother, just contact the police directly. There's no need to waste time here. We have enough evidence already. Lu Wenjing pressed his lips together and replied. The police are just arriving now. I've already instructed them to bring those 3 here. Lu Yanli slightly nodded his head. All right, take her out as well. Let her stand outside here. She has tainted our house enough with her presence. Grandma Lu's tone was mild, but her words were not at all polite. Later have someone sweep with pomelo leaves carefully. It'll be good to get rid of the bad luck. Lu Rongyu's fingers clenched into fists in her sleeves, her nails almost digging into her palms. The anger and hatred in her heart raged like a storm. She swore that she would return all the humiliation she endured in the Lu family tenfold, hundredfold. She would make sure Lu Anan and every member of the Lu family die. Beside her, Lu Anan, who had been observing Lu Rongyu, naturally didn't miss Lu Rongyu's hateful expression. She silently sneered in her heart, with contempt flashing across her eyes, showing no regard for Lu Rongyu. Not knowing one's own weakness, why does she always want to be the clown? A bodyguard nearby stepped forward, rudely grabbing Lu Rongyu and dragging her out of the door. As soon as they crossed the courtyard gate, they saw 3 imposing police cars parked quietly in the yard. The flashing lights on the car roofs reflected on the faces of the people present, whose expressions varied greatly. Chi Rang stepped out from the door of the first police car, quickly walking up to the group. When his gaze fell on the 3 figures tightly controlled by the bodyguards, he sighed inwardly. How come these 3 keep finding themselves in police custody? After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, he moved closer to Lu Anan and asked in a low voice, "What happened? I heard from my subordinates that those 3 are suspected of murder." Lu Anan nodded lightly. "Yeah, it's true. It's a bit complicated. Can't explain everything in just a few sentences. Let's go to the police station and make a detailed record." Upon hearing this, Chi Rang knitted his brows slightly and replied, "All right, can we solve this all at once this time? It feels like ever since I've known you, you're always coming to our police station to give statements." Lu Anan stayed silent for a moment. "What do you mean, pointing at me?" She looked at Chi Rang with an enigmatic gaze. "Captain Chi, do you have a girlfriend yet?" Chi Rang shook his head without hesitation. "Nope, don't have one. Why ask about this suddenly?" Lu Anan nodded as if she expected this. "Nothing. Now I'm reassured on behalf of those girls. With your straight guy comments, if you could find a girlfriend, I'd do a headstand live stream and shake flowers." She sympathetically patted Chi Rang's shoulder and walked towards the police car, humming a tune with her hands clasped behind her back. When she opened the door of the first police car, where Lu Yanhua and Lu Rongyu were sitting, a strange flutter passed through Lu Anan's heart. She frowned, calling out to Chi Rang, who was about to get in on the other side. "Captain Chi, let's take the second car. There's something I'd like to tell you." Hearing this, Chi Rang glanced at the 2 inside the car, then closed the door, sighing helplessly. Fine, let's go, young miss." After closing the door, Lu Anan looked at the 2 inside meaningfully before turning to Lan Jing, who was following her from behind, and said, "Big brother, drive carefully. The night is deep and road slippery. Keep close to the police car, drive slowly, safety first." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing felt a ripple in his heart. He sharply noticed a touch of uneasiness in his sister's tone and asked seriously, "Anan, what's wrong? Is there any problem?" Lu Anan shook her head, trying to suppress the peculiar sensation within her as she whispered softly, "It's nothing, big brother, just that the night has grown long, vision is poor, so I gave some reminders. Maybe I'm being overly sensitive." Chapter 105. There's an ambush on South Street. Lu Wenjing's gaze was profound. He quietly stared at Lu Anan for a moment, then raised his hand and gently patted Lu Anan's head, tenderly saying, "Anan, if there's anything wrong, tell your older brother. Your brother will protect you." Lu Anan felt warmth in her heart. She smiled faintly, trying to make her voice sound cheerful. "Thank you, big brother. I'm fine. Let's go to the police station to take a statement first. The sooner we go, the sooner we return." Lu Wenjing nodded, turned around, and went to start the car. Lu Anan stood where she was, eyelids slightly drooping as complex emotions surged within her. A little while later, she turned her head and her eyes again met those of Lu Yanhua. The latter looked at her intently with burning eyes. Upon seeing that Lu Anan was watching her, Lu Yanhua slowly stretched out a deep smile, which appeared rather eerie under the red-blue lighting. Lu Anan couldn't help but feel a knot in her chest. She walked around to the driver's seat and lightly tapped on the window. The window slowly lowered down, revealing a policeman at the wheel who tilted his head slightly, speaking in a low tone. "What is it?" Lu Anan sized up the man, then glanced at Lu Yanhua, who had once again closed her eyes, sitting quietly. She said with a faint smile, "Nothing, officer, just wanted to remind you to drive slower. The people in the back get motion sickness easily. Don't let them vomit inside the car." Hearing this, the policeman frowned slightly and glanced back at the rearview mirror at the 2 individuals, responding softly, "Understood, thank you." Lu Anan waved and smiled lightly. "No problem, it's what I should do." As the window rose, Lu Anan slowly straightened up. A hint of indiscernible chill flickered momentarily across her clear eyes. "Lu Yanhua, what is she hiding?" "Anan." Hearing her name, Lu Anan turned and saw Chi Rang waving at her. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car quickly." We're heading back to the police station. Lu Anan steadied her nerves and walked toward the second police car. At the same time, Lu Yanhua inside the car, feeling that prying glance outside had finally moved away, a subtle smirk tugged at her lips. Her smile filled with irony but quickly returned to serenity. After getting into the second car, Qi Rang curiously asked her, "What did you want to tell me? Is it about some important evidence?" With a look of deep thought furrowing her eyebrows, Lu Anan locked her gaze firmly onto the police car driving ahead of them. After a short silence, she questioned, "Is the police officer driving the first car one of your subordinates?" Having heard this, Qi Rang glanced at the car in front, then turned around to ask the officer driving their car, "Who's driving the vehicle in front?" The officer paused to think before answering. "It should be Officer G." Qi Rang nodded, turning his head back to look at Lu Anan. "That's correct. He's my subordinate. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Anan's eyes slightly narrowed. "How many routes lead to the police station?" Qi Rang contemplated for a moment, then slowly spoke. "There are two. Usually, we take the South Street route. The other route is more roundabout." A glint of sharpness briefly flashed in Lu Anan's eyes. She gently tapped her knees for a long while before speaking again, her voice carrying an unwavering determination. "Captain Qi, let's take the other route." This caused Qi Rang's heart to slightly tremble, his gaze instantly becoming intense. "There's an ambush on South Street." Lu Anan shook her head lightly, a trace of worry in her expression. "I'm not sure, but something didn't feel right with Lu Yanhua earlier. Just in case, I believe we should change the route." "Can we, Captain Qi?" Qi Rang reflected silently for a bit, then picked up the radio, informing the other police cars. "Attention everyone, let's go back to the police station via Xuanwu Road." Feeling a little relieved, Lu Anan turned her head to look out at the impenetrably dark night outside the window, a complex emotion swirling on her face. "Hopefully, everything is just my excessive worry." In the subsequent vehicle, Lu Wenjing frowned deeply, a hint of worry spreading through his gaze. Lu Yanli, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the changed route and his expression altered slightly, asking, "Why the sudden change of road?" Lu Wenjing's voice carried a note of seriousness as he questioned the person seated behind. "Lu Yubai. Yubai, were our home surveillance systems hacked today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yubai swiftly checked the surveillance records. After a brief moment, he shook his head lightly. "Everything appears normal. Whether it's the main house or the surrounding areas, there is no sign of any breach." The atmosphere inside the car grew heavier. Lu Xuanran's face, illuminated by the dim yellow light inside the car, appeared even more serious. Could it be that there's an issue with the police station side? Lu Wenjing fell silent for a moment before solemnly saying, "Let's follow for now." The night was heavy and gloomy as the police cars gradually turned the first crossroads. Lu Anan's gaze carefully observed each intersection around them. Once the vehicle safely maneuvered the bend, the tension in her nervous system relaxed somewhat. "I might have been too anxious." However, before she could fully unwind, the abrupt ringing of Qi Rang's phone shattered the tranquility in the car compartment. He picked up the phone, and upon hearing what the person on the other side said, his eyes involuntarily widened slightly, flickering with disbelief. After hanging up, Qi Rang teasingly asked Lu Anan with a playful tone, "I thought there was an ambush, that's why you suggested we change the route. Did our master Lu predict with a finger snap that there would be a car accident on South Street, causing traffic jams?" Upon hearing this, Lu Anan's eyes instantly narrowed. "You mean there was a car accident on South Street?" Qi Rang's demeanor immediately changed from mocking to serious upon seeing her reaction. "I just got the news. Indeed, there was a chain car accident on South Street. It said that it was caused by a Sri Kong delivery truck which led to multiple collisions due to reckless driving." Lu Anan's heart tightened abruptly. "What about the driver of that delivery truck?" Qi Rang responded gravely. "After losing control, the vehicle crashed onto the bridge, broke through the guardrail, and fell into the river below, leaving the driver dead at the scene." He then asked her in return, "Anan, why do you look so serious? What is going on?" That jolt of anxiety inside Lu Anan's heart surged back again. She gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, steadying herself. "There's someone behind Lu Yanhua. I'm afraid they may silence her to keep her quiet." Qi Rang's expression instantly turned solemn. "So that's why you insisted on changing the route? Was that delivery truck driver sent by the person behind Lu Yanhua?" Lu Anan's mind raced rapidly as she furrowed her brows, speaking fast but clearly. "I'm not sure, but it feels like it. How could it be such a coincidence that we just deviated from the set route, turning past that crossroads, when an accident occurred on South Street? If we had taken that road earlier, we might have been the ones involved in the crash now." Recognizing the severity of the situation, Qi Rang's gaze grew unprecedentedly grave. He suddenly remembered the subtle atmosphere when Lu Anan got into the car, and his complexion drastically changed. "Do you suspect there's something wrong with Officer G?" Before Lu Anan could answer, Qi Rang's face twisted into alarm. "Anan, watch out." Before the words were even fully out of his mouth, a sudden hard brake yanked Lu Anan's entire body forward, almost crashing against the cold front seat. Boom! Right after, a deafening sound of collision erupted outside the window. Lu Anan's heart clenched tightly as she immediately looked outside. The sight before her made her pupils dilate dramatically. Chapter 106, Lu Yanhua's death. Suddenly, the first police car was hit by a large truck coming from an unknown direction. The body of the car twisted and flipped over instantly, severely deformed. Lu Anan immediately opened the car door and rushed out, sprinting towards the accident scene. Qi Rang stepped down from the other side, quickly reaching beside Lu Anan. He firmly grasped her wrist, stopping her. "Don't go over there. That car has already started leaking oil." Lu Wenjing and 3 others got out of the car. Their faces were filled with anxiety and concern as they hurriedly ran to Luanin's side. Lu Wenjing carefully scanned Luanin's expression. "Anin, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Luanin gently shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the car crash scene. "I'm fine." Qi Rang handed the situation over to Lu Wenjing and said seriously, "Stay here. I'll bring people to help. Don't wander around. It's very dangerous." Lu Wenjing nodded. "Captain Qi, rest assured, we won't cause any trouble." Qi Rang responded with a short affirmation and swiftly pulled up his mask. He then led the officers quickly toward the accident site. Luanin watched as the policeman struggled to open the mangled car door and cautiously lifted out Lu Rongyu, Lu Yixuan, and the third injured person covered in blood, unconscious. The truck had slammed into the side where Lu Yanhua was seated. From afar, Luanin observed that among the 3 people who were carried out, Lu Yanhua appeared to be the most critically injured. Her gaze darkened, and she looked up at Lu Wenjing, speaking earnestly. "Big brother, the situation is urgent. Brother 3 and I are doctors. Let me go with him to assist." Lu Wenjing, observing the gruesome accident scene after some thought, finally agreed with great concern for his sister's safety. "And prioritize your own safety. If anything seems off, leave immediately, understand?" Luanin nodded firmly. "All right, big brother." Lu Xuanran also slightly nodded, resolute in tone. "Big brother, don't worry, I will do my best to protect sister's safety." After stating their intentions, the two approached the police team and explained everything to Captain Qi. Consequently, Luanin smoothly made her way to Lu Yanhua's side, crouching down. She touched Lu Yanhua's pulse with her fingertips and subtly released a thread of energy, letting it circulate through her body. A few minutes later, Luanin's face turned grave. The injuries are too severe, no chance of survival. At this point, Lu Xuanran had also completed his preliminary checks on Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixuan. He came over and squatted next to Luanin, glancing at Lu Yanhua and softly asked, "Anin, how is her condition?" Luanin shook her head, her eyes brimming with coldness. "Not salvageable. Multiple fractures across her entire body. Internal organs are ruptured." Before she finished, Lu Yanhua's blood-soaked hand weakly gripped Luanin's wrist. Luanin lowered her gaze to Lu Yanhua's deathly pale and contorted face. A startling streak of red snaked down from her mouth. With immense effort, almost exerting all her strength, she called out, "Lu, ain't it?" Luanin's voice rang cold amidst the oppressive atmosphere. "Do you wish to say your last words?" Lu Yanhua strained to move her lips. Blood continuously streamed out from her mouth, her speech broken. "Lu, ain't it? I know, I'm not going to make it. He won't forgive me." Luanin's heart jolted and she impulsively questioned, "Who is he?" By this time, Lu Yanhua's eyes began to lose focus. Holding on to her last breath, she stuttered through her final thoughts. I am waiting for you all to join me." As soon as she finished, her wide-open eyes lost focus and her hand slowly slid from Luanin's wrist before ultimately falling limp to the cold ground with a heavy thud. Luanin's heart sank deeply. Guilt and anger surged like tidal waves surrounding her, almost causing suffocation. She stared at the stark red stains on her wrist and felt a chilling bone-deep cold seeping into her marrow. "I already suspected that person might try to silence someone, that they might tamper with something on the road, so why didn't I take one step further? Is this my fault?" Lu Xuanran's gentle hand landed on Luanin's shoulder, patting it lightly to interrupt her self-consuming thoughts. "Anin, you've done your best. The occurrence of the car accident was beyond your control. Don't blame yourself." Qi Rang noticed the commotion over here and walked over just in time to hear those words. He added, "Exactly. If it wasn't for your warning earlier, we might have really taken the South Street route tonight, and perhaps none of our vehicles would escape such accidents." Luanin pushed down the negative emotions welling within her. After taking a deep breath, when she raised her eyes again, her pupils revealed clarity and calm. "Captain Qi, what about their conditions?" Qi Rang hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words before speaking. The truck driver was driving drunk and is injured as well. As for Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixuan, they both have fractures, but overall, their injuries aren't too serious. His tone paused momentarily, his expression suddenly becoming solemn, with a trace of coldness seeping into his voice. "The person driving that police car wasn't Xiao Ji. It was someone we don't know." Luanin stiffened involuntarily upon hearing this. Not a police officer? So it wasn't a police officer? Was it that dead pervert again who swapped people? A smirk curved at the corner of her lips, filled with biting sarcasm. Looks like Lu Yanhua was right. The person behind her truly wouldn't let her live now that she's become an useless pawn. Qi Rang furrowed his brows. "Who is the person behind Lu Yanhua that you mentioned?" Luanin's face was partially obscured by the interplay of light and shadow, her expression icy. "A rat who might bear generations-old grudges against me. Mount Wuling." The man watched with interest the house where Grandma Lu and the old master had lived, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. "So they were hiding here all along. No wonder I sent out so many people over the years and none of them could find them." Behind him, one of his subordinates followed closely, looking grave. He lowered his head further, almost holding his breath as he apologized. "It's my mistake for not checking here thoroughly. Please punish me, master." The man lightly brushed his fingertips across the table, exuding an unintentional elegance in his movements. He then raised his hand leisurely, idly rolling some dust between his fingertips, his voice calm and composed. "It has nothing to do with you. It makes sense that no one found this place. Tell me again, what did you discover about the people watching the Lu family?" The subordinate bent slightly at the waist, respectfully reporting. The lookout sent back news saying 3 police cars arrived at the Lu residence. They took away Lu Yanhua, Lu Rongyu, and also Lu Yishuan. An eyebrow arched on the man's face as a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He let out a light sigh. Tisk, Lu Yanhua's gambit failed so early? How disappointing. He slowly stepped out of the room, gazing into the misty night at the dense forest around him, his tone even and unruffled. Have the Tusher brothers take care of it. Make sure their families are properly taken care of. The subordinate responded with a deep voice, pausing for a moment before asking cautiously. Master, should we consider pulling Lu Yishuan into our plans? Perhaps he can be used as a new pawn against the Lu family. The man closed his eyes, savoring the fresh mountain air. Upon hearing this, he offered a faint smile, though it carried a chilling effect. First, handle Lu Yanhua. If he survives, then we'll discuss whether he could be used as a pawn or not. The subordinate bowed deeply, turning to exit the courtyard door. Standing alone in the yard, the man stared quietly into the distance. After a long while, he chuckled softly, his voice cutting through the stillness with clarity and laced with curiosity. Intriguing. I quite like this gift. Chapter 107. Another cannon fodder female supporting character. At the car accident scene, Chi Rang asked in a confused tone, an ancestral grudge? That's serious. Lu Anin snorted softly. Who said it isn't? Always scheming to create trouble for me. It's so irritating. The most infuriating part is that I can't even recall knowing such a person. Chi Rang looked at Lu Anin, who appeared somewhat angry, and cautiously asked, Then, do you have any clues? Lu Anin stared expressionlessly at Chi Rang. If I had any leads, would I be standing here this upset? Chi Rang touched his nose, then noticing the approaching ambulance in the distance, he seized the opportunity to slip away. Oh, the ambulance has arrived. Let me take the injured to the hospital first. You two go home first. The statements can wait until they wake up. Lu Xuanran stood by watching her sister, who was in a terrible mood, not daring to speak. After a long while, Lu Xuanran timidly opened her mouth, and then, should we go home first? Lu Anin came back from her thoughts, nodded. Let's go home first. The two got back into the car, Lu Wenjing started the vehicle, and the 4 siblings turned around and headed home, with no words exchanged on the way. When they finally got home, Lu Anin finally had time to get acquainted with her 2 aunts and cousins. Song Shiyan saw the 4 of them return, spoke gently, called Lu Anin over, and introduced her. Anin, this is your 2nd aunt Chun Hui, and your 3rd aunt Shangjia. Lu Anin raised a sweet and obedient smile, and began calling out, 2nd aunt, 3rd aunt hello. In the eyes of Chun Hui and Shangjia, there was full of affection for Lu Anin. They couldn't help but stand up simultaneously, gently pulling Lu Anin's hands, each handing her a card. Chun Hui laughed, and said, Anin, we've been waiting for you to come home. This is a small gesture prepared specially for you by 2nd aunt and 3rd aunt, as a gift for our first meeting. We returned too hastily, so other gifts bought for you haven't arrived yet. You keep this card first. These 8 million are the allowances 2nd aunt and 3rd aunt have given you. Beside them, Shangjia also smiled gracefully. That's right. Anin, take these cards, buy what you want, don't hesitate. You're home now. Aunties will give you monthly allowance from now on. Lu Anin's eyes lit up, but she still refused modestly. Auntie's kindness. I've received it, but this card, I cannot accept it. Father, mother, and my brothers gave me plenty already. Chun Hui pulled Lu Anin's hand, forcefully shoved 2 cards into Lu Anin's palm, her eyes filled with tenderness and persistence. What your parents give you is theirs. This is what the aunts give you, different. You take it well, and do not return it to us. Obey us, Anin. Lu Anin felt the warmth coming from her palms, involuntarily blushing. She shyly lowered her head, speaking softly like a mosquito buzz. Thank you, 2nd aunt, 3rd aunt. 8 million. 2 times 8 million, isn't it? Master, I believe in your prediction. This is definitely the good timing for me to leave the mountain. Listening to her compliant daughter's inner voice, Song Shiyan's face showed indulgence. This little money-obsessed girl. Then, she continued introducing warmly. This is your elder brother Lu Yu Chun, 2nd elder brother Lu Yu Shan, 3rd elder sister Lu Chi Yuan, and 4th elder brother Lu Qin Yan. Lu Anin kept behaving amiably and greeted one after another. Elder brother, 2nd elder brother, 3rd elder sister, 4th elder brother, I am Lu Anin. Upon hearing Lu Anin's words, all 4 stood up smilingly, looking at Lu Anin with loving gazes. Little sister, good. Lu Yu Chun tapped on his phone lightly, saying, Sister, exchange contacts. Elder brother will transfer some pocket money to you. The other 3 also said in unison, we will too. While Lu Anin hesitantly opened up the QR code and waved her hands. Cousins, no need for the money. Just exchanging contacts is enough. Beside her, Lu Yu Bai glanced at her sister's open QR code and shook his head slightly, reminding her quietly, Sister, you've opened the payment receiving code. The room went silent instantly as others instinctively checked Lu Anin's QR code. It really was the receiving code. For a moment, an awkward silence spread through the air. Lu Anin looked down at her own QR code, shutting her eyes briefly in breathlessness. What on earth am I doing? How could I inadvertently reveal my habitual tricks when I got excited? How am I going to face everyone? She deftly changed the receiving code to add friend contact, pretending to be calm. Sorry, slipped. Hearing that, Lu Yu Bai could not suppress a light laugh bubbling up from his throat, but before he could say anything, Lu Anin's side glance cut him off. She shot a warning look at Lu Yu Bai. I'm being high EQ here, don't embarrass me. On the side, Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, and Lu Wenjing all clenched their lips tightly, secretly pinching their thighs, lest they betray any trace of laughter which might compromise their sister's high EQ image. Finally, it was Lu Qiyuan who smiled and came to Luanin's rescue. Sister, add me on. Give me a pass. Big sister will earn you some pocket money. The other three, Lu Yuchun, quickly added their sister as well. Yes, yes, little sister, approve us fast. With a heart full of desolation, Luanin approved all four of her cousins, tears silently streaming inside. Family members, the sky has fallen. My persona of being obedient, cute, gentle, and understanding is completely shattered. Lu Yanli behind couldn't stop laughing, shaking his shoulders repeatedly. Only one adjective, cute, fit his sister, haha. Just when Luanin was sad about losing face in front of everyone, the next moment she saw the pocket money transferred by her cousins, and her eyes shone extremely bright. It's still great to be rich. The pocket money starts at millions. This feeling of carrying a huge sum of money is so reassuring. Oh, what kind of coddled script have I got? It's no wonder the female lead hates me so much she wants me dead. I'm practically jealous of myself. Ha! She forcefully suppressed the joy within her, revealing an unusually radiant smile at the corner of her lips, speaking softly and sweetly. Thank you, brother and sister, for your care. It makes me so happy. All four brothers of Lu Anin shivered simultaneously. What a money-loving sister. Lu Qiyuan looked at Lu Anin, who was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, her fondness only increasing, pulling Lu Anin towards her and seating her beside herself, filled with affection in her voice. Anin, seeing you just makes me like you more. Tonight, sleep with your older sister. Tomorrow your sister will take you shopping. Lu Anin embraced Lu Qiyuan's arm, leaning against her shoulder, smiling even brighter. I like my big sister too. You are so pretty. I also want to snuggle up close to you. Suck suck. Who wouldn't love a beautiful person? Her eyes held laughter, tenderly gazing at Lu Qiyuan. Suddenly, thoughts about Lu Qiyuan's storyline crossed her mind, her expression subtly freezing. Wait, Lu Qiyuan. Isn't this the other pitiful cannon fodder with a tragic end in the story? Chapter 108. The pitiful end of Bai Yueguang. Lu's parents, who were watching the two sisters chatting and laughing with loving attention, were startled upon hearing this. What? Qiyuan also met with a pitiful end? Beloved daughter/little sister, tell us more quickly. The few of them held their breaths, waiting quietly. Luanin slowly recalled the original plot. Although Lu Qiyuan was a relatively marginal cannon fodder character in the original work, I still remember her storyline pretty clearly. After all, she is by far the most pitiful female supporting character outside of our family. Luanin shook her head inwardly as she thought about Lu Qiyuan's ending. Lu Qiyuan's storyline was so heart-wrenching. She was truly the epitome of the pure and innocent white moonlight from substitute lover literature, where the billionaire president takes off with the baby. Upon hearing Lu Anin mention this name, Lu's father and the others instantly wore expressions that became indescribably complex. We just have to say, what on earth did this author write? How could there be all these sections? What was the name of that president again? It seemed like Xia Bei's, a quintessential trashy male lead. Moreover, he was an important male supporting character who constantly licks the boots of the protagonist Lu Rongyu, ranking alongside He Beichin. Luanin began vividly narrating the original plot from memory. In the original story, Xia Bei's and Lu Qiyuan met during university. One was the president of the student association, and the other was a freshman little junior. From the moment he first saw Lu Qiyuan, ripples spread across his heart at the instant they locked eyes. He knew deep down that she was the most important white moonlight in his life, the one person he wanted to take home as his spouse. For Lu Qiyuan's sake, Xia Bei's would carry an umbrella for her on rainy days, hold a lantern for her in the dark nights, and wait downstairs every sweltering afternoon, simply to deliver her a cup of handmade taro boba milk tea. No taro, no milk tea, just for her happiness. The group waiting for the continuation. What to do? It seems like we're getting slightly nauseous, not sure yet. Let's hear more. For Lu Qiyuan, Xia Bei's disregarded his identity as a rich second-generation heir, abandoned his dissolute lifestyle amidst wine and women, put his playboy ways behind him, used all his talents to enter the student association, followed step by step behind his cherished white moonlight, carrying equipment for her, organizing materials for her, all in exchange for just one smile directed solely at him. Finally, such unwavering persistence touched the heart of the white moonlight, and they quickly fell deeply in love. But good things didn't last long, and the classic overseas separation and breakup trope of the dominant boss novel unfolded once again. Listening silently to this, the group forced themselves to repress their nausea and breathed a sigh of relief, finally arriving at this part. They wouldn't need too long to explain why they suddenly threw up if they had been listening to the previous parts longer. Lu Qiyuan received an admission offer from a top foreign school and was about to go abroad for further study. Xia Bei's didn't want to be separated from his beloved and tried hard to dissuade her, but Lu Qiyuan faced the choice between continuing her studies and staying with him. She firmly decided to pursue further education abroad. Recalling this, Lu Anin deeply praised Lu Qiyuan's decision. My third cousin handled this step really well. Between career and men, obviously the career has its own charm. That sound of red bills going into your pocket is so pleasant. Lu's father and others also nodded tacitly in agreement. Of course, how could scumbags ever compare to earning money? After commenting, Lu Anin continued acting as the narrator. After third cousin left for abroad, Xia Bei's went a bit mad for a while. One starlit night, he drunkenly emerged from a bar only to get severely beaten by some rival hoodlums who'd been laying in wait for him. As he lay on the ground like a dead dog, Lu Rongyu descended upon the scene, caring enough to send him to the hospital. Upon waking up, Xie Bei's caught sight of her face, which bore some resemblance to Lu Qiyuan's, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then, noticing the similarities in character between Lu Rongyu and Lu Qiyuan, he gave in to the urges in his heart and made Lu Rongyu a substitute to recall the memories of his beloved white moonlight. Lu's father and others furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with disdain. Filthy scumbag. Even worse, a blind one. Lu Rongyu looks utterly wicked. She can't even match a toe of Qiyuan's. From where does he see any similarity between them? Just because they share the same surname? He never expected that Lu Rongyu would also be as hard to pursue as Lu Qiyuan. In the original timeline, Lu Rongyu had already started her tormenting romance with Gu Tingyin. You chasing me, me running away, you loving me hating you. Her rescue of Xie Bei's was just something done on impulse after arguing with Gu Tingyin and happening upon the scene. Lu Rongyu's challenge of pursuit reignited Xie Bei's fighting spirit, making him her devoted bootlicker once more. And while he was in this state of self-debasement, my third cousin returned gloriously. Xie Bei's was shocked, excited, and torn between love and hate as he wavered between the two women. However, he hadn't anticipated that when they encountered each other again at a banquet hosted by the Gu family, my cousin treated him merely as an unfamiliar junior. All well done. Should have just farted him off. Xie Bei's got angry again. He started juching my cousin once more, and at this point Lu Rongyu, having lost an effective licking dog, realized something was amiss. After finding out the truth from Xie Bei's, the humiliation of being a substitute drove her to completely hate Lu Qiyuan. Then she deceived Xie Bei's repeatedly with her cheap scheming performances as if his eyes were covered by excrement. She first slandered my cousin for kidnapping Lu Rongyu and plotted to ruin her, then tricked my cousin into going to Myanmar and had her kidneys removed. Although my cousin managed to escape back, before she could take her revenge, the Lu family was annihilated by the male lead and female lead. Feeling utterly despondent, Xie Bei's sought her out again, wanting my cousin to go to jail for Lu Rongyu. My poor cousin, whose physical and mental well-being had been severely damaged at that time, was left powerless to fight back and eventually died in prison with her eyes unclosed. After recounting this part of the story, Luanin began cursing again. TSK, what a rotten bastard he is. It's simply a stain on my cousin's life that they ever dated. Upon hearing this heartfelt condemnation, Lu's father and the others nodded vigorously. Yes, this moron is just a waste of air. Luanin lowered her gaze thoughtfully. My cousin went abroad 2 years ago, and Lu Rongyu began her entanglement with Xie Bei's during her sophomore year. Now that my cousin has returned early, should she be able to avoid the original storyline? After all, the male lead is already messed up. It's normal for the plot to no longer proceed smoothly, right? Lu's father, Lu's mother, and Lu Wenjing also became lost in deep thought after hearing her words. If this is true, perhaps the originally predestined endings for everyone might change. Would that mean the male lead breaking down might not necessarily be a bad thing? As they focused intensely on their thoughts, none of them noticed how Lu Qiyuan's expression turned vacant sitting closely next to Lu Anan. At this moment, Lu Qiyuan was undergoing an internal earthquake of sorts. Was what she just heard her future? Was her future really going to be that tragic? But why did her sister know all this? Even the intimate details between her and Xie Bei's. How did she figure all this out? Her gaze instinctively fell on Lu Anan's head, recalling those fantasy novels she had read over and over during her youth. She felt unease growing in her heart. Could it be? She is the legendary person chosen by heaven? Chapter 109. New developments at the hospital. Lu Qiyuan's eyes grew brighter. Yes, it must be this way. Heaven had allowed her to hear her own future, giving her a chance to save herself and her family from the harm of an unworthy man. Therefore, this time she vowed to reclaim everything that belonged to her. However, just as Lu Qiyuan was feeling intensely agitated inside, she suddenly remembered that the voice she had heard earlier sounded a lot like her younger sister's. Was it her mistake, or was it really her sister's inner voice? Lu Qiyuan took several furtive glances at Lu Anan and decided to test her out. She quietly approached Lu Anan and whispered in her ear, "Anan, do you know Xie Bei's?" A flicker of caution passed through Lu Anan's eyes, who responded cautiously in a hushed tone. "I know a little about him. What's up with him? Won't my elder cousin try to convince me how great Xie is?" "Nope, I don't accept." Lu Qiyuan listened silently for a moment, but heard nothing else from Lu Anan besides what she had already said. She let out a sigh of relief. It must have been her mistaken impression. Maybe because she loved her younger sister so much, she mistakenly thought the voice she had heard was her sister's. She secretly rejoiced that all this was merely her misunderstanding. Her younger sister clearly didn't know about the affairs between her and Xie Bei's. Otherwise, it would have been socially devastating, and she would have felt deeply embarrassed. Elder cousin. Seeing Lu Qiyuan suddenly fall silent, with an expression tinged with unspeakable shame, Lu Anan felt confused, her head filled with question marks. What's on elder cousin's mind? Why did she stop speaking? Lu Wenjing carefully observed Lu Qiyuan's demeanor, and there was a subtle movement in her brows. Perhaps this younger cousin had somehow heard Lu Anan's inner voice? Had some condition been triggered? It seemed to come unexpectedly. There was a flash of concern in Lu Wenjing's eyes. Clearly, the triggering conditions needed to be quickly clarified, so the younger sister wouldn't be put into danger. Over here, Lu Qiyuan snapped out of her daze, and her lips curved into a gentle smile. In a soft voice, she said to Lu Anan, "Never mind. I was just thinking that if you encounter someone like that in the future, keep your distance. He's not a good person." Lu Anan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "All right, I'll do that, elder cousin. Seems I overthought it. My elder cousin has taken the lead role script. realizing the essence of the unworthy man long ago. Grandma Lu's gaze softly swept over the two girls who were murmuring close by. Turning her head, she asked Lu Wenjing in a low voice, "Have you explained clearly at the police station? Did they disclose the truth?" At these words, the four siblings fell silent instantly. Seeing this, Grandpa Lu frowned with unease. His gaze roamed among the four, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within his heart. What happened? Lu Wenjing drew in a deep breath and replied in a solemn, heavy voice, "Lu Yanhua is dead." Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu's teacup trembled slightly in her hand, and a flash of disbelief crossed her eyes. "She's dead." Taking up the thread, Luanin said in a tone tinged unintentionally with a hint of frost, "We encountered a car accident on the way to the police station. A runaway truck collided with Lu Yanhua's car. Lu Yanhua died on the spot. Lu Rongyu and Lu Yixian are now in the hospital." Grandma Lu couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Luanin pressed her lips together, her emotions mixed with various feelings. Seeing this, Lu Sun ran quickly interjected, "It seems premeditated. The person behind it probably didn't want Lu Yanhua to live." Realizing something wasn't quite right with Lu and Anne's mood, Grandma Lu softened her tone. "I never expected them to be so ruthless. By the way, did Detective Qi mention when the statement recording will take place?" Luanin nodded faintly. "Yes, after Lu Rongyu wakes up." Just as she finished speaking, a call from Qi rang in. After connecting the call, Luanin heard the unusually serious voice of Officer Qi Liteo on the other side. "And then, things have changed. You might need to come to the hospital now. Some unexpected situations occurred here." Instantaneously, a sharp look of concentration appeared in Lu and Anne's brow. "All right, I understand. We're coming immediately." Hanging up the phone, she stood up and announced seriously to everyone, "Officer Qi mentioned there's an issue at the hospital. I need to go there to check it out." Lu Wenjing stood up and casually picked up the suit jacket draped over the back of the sofa. "Sure, I'll take you." Lu Qiyuan also hurriedly stood up. "I want to go too." Upon hearing this, Shang Jia's eyes flickered with confusion as she looked toward her daughter, her tone carrying a bit of bewilderment. "Why do you want to go?" Lu Qiyuan blinked her eyes, answering ambiguously, "I'm going to accompany my younger sister at the hospital." Could she say she wanted to go and observe carefully how pathetic Lu Rongyu looks now? Or to examine carefully how blind Xie Baize's eyes were to think she and Lu Rongyu look alike? Luanin glanced at her elder cousin standing behind her and nodded. "Fine, then elder cousin can come along. Looks like elder cousin wants to see the drama. I'll bring her along." Subsequently, Lu Wenjing, Lu Anan, Lu Qiyuan, and Lu Sun drove to the hospital. When they arrived at the entrance of Lu Rongyu's ward, they noticed that the scene in front of the room was somewhat delicate. Two distinct groups were present, one composed of police officers, and the other made up of men in tailored suits dressed in black. Lu Anan and Lu Wenjing exchanged a glance, their minds pondering. Are these people here for Lu Rongyu or Lu Yixian? Just as Detective Qi was getting impatient, he turned around and saw Lu and the others approaching. The frown on his forehead relaxed, and after giving a brief instruction to the police officer behind him, he walked over. Coming to Lu and Anne's side, he let out a long sigh of relief. "You've finally come." Lu and Anne's gaze swept past Detective Qi's shoulder, observing the group of suited men who were also watching them. Curious, she asked, "Who are they?" Detective Qi glanced back briefly and lowered his voice. "They're the legal team sent to prove Lu Rongyu's innocence. The one with glasses leading them is their representative, Li Wei." Lu and Anne's eyes widened, her tone surprised. A legal team to prove Lu Rongyu's innocence? Who sent them? Could that person really be so impulsive? Detective Qi explained softly. "It's the Zhao family's legal team from Jiazhou City." Luanin thought for a moment. The Zhao family? Did Zhao Junyi send them? Detective Qi nodded, unconsciously speeding up his speech as he summarized the situation briefly. "Yeah, they claimed they were given orders by Zhao Junyi to prove Lu Rongyu's innocence. They wanted to see her, but I stopped them. Currently, do you have any direct evidence to confirm Lu Rongyu's guilt?" After hearing this, Luanin pulled out a small piece of cloth sealed in a transparent evidence bag from her little bag. "This was cut from Lu Rongyu earlier. When we were in Yunling village, she tried to burn my brother alive in the ancestral hall. She pushed him and stabbed him. She was wearing this at the time. You can test it, there should be traces of the fire seen on it." Detective Qi took it from her hand. "Is there anything else?" Luanin thought for a moment, then shook her head. "We haven't found other concrete evidence yet." Detective Qi's expression became complicated. He looked at Lu Anan, his voice heavy. "If we rely only on this one piece of evidence, you might need to prepare yourself mentally." Luanin furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean?" Detective Qi paused briefly before dropping a bombshell. Lu Rongyu has lost her memory. Chapter 110, Lu Rongyu's memory loss. Upon hearing this, Luanin's face abruptly changed, her eyes full of disbelief and deep shock. "You mean Lu Rongyu has lost her memory?" Qi Rang looked serious as he nodded gently. "Yes, half an hour ago when she woke up, she no longer remembered anything." Lu Wenjing looked troubled as he pursued with a question. "Is there a possibility that she's faking it?" Qi Rang shook his head, a note of helplessness in his voice. "We had the doctors come over immediately for an examination. The results showed that her head indeed suffered a blow, which triggered mild concussion. More importantly, a small clot was found within her cranium, possibly the key cause of her amnesia." Luanin furrowed her brows lightly, pondered for a while, then stepped towards the ward. "I'll go take a look." "Amnesia? I don't believe it." Qi Rang nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. "All right, you can try giving her a few acupuncture treatments. Who knows, maybe she'll remember." The two were just about to push the door open when they were stopped by Mr. Lee, the lawyer standing nearby. He smiled at Luinen and the others and asked warmly, "Officer Chi, who are these three?" Chi Rang glanced at Mr. Lee, whose smile resembled that of a tiger in disguise, and introduced them. "This is Miss Luinen. I'm bringing her in to see Lu Rongyu." After speaking, he attempted to push the door open again, intending for Luinen to enter the ward. Mr. Lee, upon noticing this, took a step forward, blocking their way into the ward and stopped Officer Chi's actions. His smile remained standard. "Officer Chi, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Why can Miss Lu enter and we cannot?" Chi Rang appeared impatient. "Miss Lu is skilled in medical arts and can go inside to save someone. Can you?" Mr. Lee paused momentarily before quickly reassembling his thoughts. Now that Miss Lu Rongyu has awakened with no major issues, and considering Miss Luinen's direct connection to this incident, from the perspective of impartiality and avoiding conflicts of interest, our side firmly opposes Miss Luinen's direct involvement in Miss Lu Rongyu's medical treatment. Upon hearing this, Luinen slightly narrowed her eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in her gaze. "Opposed to my treatment?" Mr. Lee adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and gave a slight nod. "Miss Luinen, as the legal representative of Miss Lu Rongyu, my primary responsibility is to ensure her rights. Considering your current legal status and the fragile state resulting from the car accident involving my client, I believe that, until everything becomes clear, avoiding any possible misunderstandings or conflicts would be the most responsible approach for both parties." Luinen silently stared at Mr. Lee, then after a moment's pause, spoke softly. "According to what the doctor said, not only does Lu Rongyu have a minor concussion, but there's also a small blood clot in her brain. As her lawyer, do you care more about completing your work than whether or not the party might die?" Mr. Lee laughed. "Miss Lu really likes to joke around. Regarding the condition of my client, please rest assured, I will not only give my all to perform my duties, but also seek the top medical experts for her to ensure she receives the best possible care. Therefore, we certainly don't need Miss Lu to worry about her. What if I insist on treating Lu Rongyu?" Luin's words conveyed a sense of persistence. Behind his glasses, Mr. Lee's eyes flickered slightly. "Then, should any misfortune happen to my client, we would have no choice but to resort to legal measures and file the corresponding lawsuits against Miss Lu." The air seemed to freeze, a hint of tension quietly spreading through the air, mingling with a faint smell of gunpowder. Chi Rang intervened at the right time. "All right, since both parties are here, let's all go in together." He signaled to Luinen, opened the ward door, and gestured for Luinen and Mr. Lee to enter first. Luinen's gaze briefly lingered on Mr. Lee before focusing her mind, stepping into the ward. Her eyes moved toward the bed where she met the bewildered and somewhat confused gaze of Lu Rongyu. "You? Who are you? Are you here to take me home?" Luinen raised her eyebrows lightly, her eyes scanning over Lu Rongyu a few times. If Lu Rongyu is pretending, her acting skills seem to have improved, making it quite convincing. She retracted her gaze unobtrusively, catching sight of Mr. Lee standing behind out of the corner of her eye. Taking advantage of him being distracted, she quickened her steps, approaching and grabbing hold of Lu Rongyu's wrist, allowing her spiritual energy to flow gradually. Luinen's expression was anxious, her tone filled with concern. "Rongyu, are you all right? I didn't expect something like this to happen to you. Are you injured anywhere else? You've truly frightened me to death." Mr. Lee reacted a little late, and seeing Luinen rushing forward, hurried over to stand between Luinen and the bed. "Miss Lu, please don't make things difficult for me." Luinen stepped aside accordingly, squeezing out a few tears. "Sorry, I just couldn't help feeling touched seeing Rongyu lying there in bed like this. Though she made mistakes, I still hope she gets better." Chi Rang watched Luinen's seamlessly convincing sorrow and concern, his lips twitching. Anin shouldn't have studied medicine. It was really a waste of her potential to win the Oscar statuette. Lu Rongyu looked at Luinen's grieving expression, peeking from behind Li Wei, and softly asked, "Are you my family?" Luinen's crying paused for a moment before she continued wiping her tears and said, "Yes, according to our generation rank, you should call me Grandma Anin." "Rongyu, seeing you lying there on the bed like this, Grandma begins to feel terrible." Chi Rang, Lu Wenjing, Lu Xuanran. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with light. Wow, Anin was really good at getting what she wanted. Li Wei furrowed his brows, speaking coldly. "Miss Lu, please mind your words and actions. My client deserves due respect and understanding." Upon hearing this, Luinen's face flickered with a subtle hint of regret. She slowly lowered her hand, and a faint smile curved at the corner of her mouth. "I was just making a joke, lawyerly. No need to be so tense." Lu Rongyu looked at Luinen, whose expression suddenly changed, becoming perplexed. Aren't you my family?" Luinen sneered. "Of course not. I'm the one who reported you. Still forever irreconcilable enemies." Lu Rongyu paused, startled. "Report me? Have I done anything bad?" Luinen looked into Lu Rongyu's eyes, deliberately slowing down her speech, every word brimming with guidance. "Lu Rongyu, can't you remember? Can't you recall which crimes you've committed? Think carefully." As Lu Rongyu met Luinen's gaze, her thoughts slowed down. "I've committed." Suddenly, she clutched her head in agony, her expression painful. "Head, it hurts. My head hurts so much." Luinen withdrew her gaze disappointingly. TSK failed. The doctor quickly rushed over to check on her, and everyone else was promptly ushered out of the ward by the doctors. After regrouping again in the corridor, Li Wei took out a pile of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Chi Rang. "Officer Chi, since my client is currently unable to personally provide evidence regarding the charges against her by the Lu family, As her legal representative, I will unhesitatingly take on this responsibility and present these evidences that prove my client's innocence to the police for your perusal. Chi Rang accepted the documents, flipping through page by page. Upon seeing a particular page, his expression slightly altered. Then he passed the file to Lu Anin. Lu Anin took the documents. Understanding their contents, her heart sank. Impossible, how could? This letter from Lu Yanhua, where did they get it from? Chapter 111, Lu Yanhua's will. Upon hearing the words, Lu Wenjing's handsome brows immediately knotted into a frown. He looked down at the page, and his expression turned somber. He raised his head to look at Li Wei, his voice deep and icy cold. Li Wei, where did you find this so-called Lu Yanhua's will? Li Wei adjusted his glasses gently on the bridge of his nose. Mr. Lu, half a month ago, Ms. Lu Yanhua deposited this will with me. She instructed that if she met an untimely demise, this will would be handed over to Miss Lu Rongyu, and all related affairs would be arranged by me on her behalf. Lu Anin found it absurd and chuckled, her tone filled with sarcasm. Half a month ago? How peculiar. I had no idea Lu Yanhua had the ability to foresee the future, knowing beforehand about the fire that would occur in Yunling village. The contents of this will were almost identical to what Lu Rongyu said in the Lu family. It even cleared Lu Rongyu of all involvement. Recalling the situation of checking Lu Rongyu's pulse earlier in the hospital room, Lu Anin's eyes unconsciously darkened. A trace of cold light flickered beneath her lowered gaze. After that car accident, they seemed to have shaken all the water out of Lu Rongyu's brain, and it was all too convincing. Lu Anin handed back the documents in her hand to Chi Rang, then slowly turned around. She glanced at Li Wei silently before making a slight smile. Since Mr. Li the lawyer has everything so well prepared, we'll meet you tomorrow at the police station. I look forward to your evidence. We're going back now. Goodbye, lawyer Li. Behind Li Wei's glasses, his shrewd eyes slightly narrowed. He smiled politely. Miss Lu, walk safely. Chi Rang saw this and quickly passed the items he held to the police officer behind him. I'll escort Mr. Lu and the others. Subsequently, he followed Lu Anin's steps out of the hospital. At the moment Lu Anin turned and her gaze crossed Li Wei's, her face's fleeting smile instantly transformed into a cold chill. Silent all the way. After exiting the hospital gates, upon confirming there were no extraneous people nearby, Chi Rang could finally suppress his doubts no longer and asked hurriedly in a low voice. Is the evidence provided by Li Wei forged? Lu Anin nodded lightly, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes. Yes. Chi Rang relaxed a little. Then it's fine. I will uncover the truth. However, Lu Anin's expression didn't soften one bit. Instead, it grew even colder like frost. It's useless. If they've brought out this piece of evidence, it means they are very certain that we can't find anything. Chi Rang appeared puzzled. Why? Since our stories differ, the police will definitely investigate both sides. At this point, Lu Wenjing took out his phone from his coat pocket and played the recorded segment for Chi Rang to listen. As the recording played, Chi Rang's eyes gradually widened in shock. This, her testimony, is exactly the same as the content of the will. Lost in thought, Lu Anin spoke coldly. Li Wei said he got this will half a month ago. Assuming he's telling the truth, that would mean Lu Rongyu had already planned her escape route half a month ago. She paused briefly, her voice carrying a faint undercurrent. Conversely, if Li Wei is lying, then it suggests that they've already met Lu Rongyu before we arrived at the hospital. Doesn't that mean Lu Rongyu is faking amnesia? Lu Qiyuan exclaimed aloud, offering his guess. Lu Wenjing's eyes became even more profound. Not only that, if it truly aligns with Anin's second hypothesis, how exactly did they exchange information with Lu Rongyu amidst the police's tight surveillance? Chi Rang frowned deeply, trying hard to revisit every detail. After delivering Lu Rongyu to the hospital, we arranged strict monitoring. We didn't see any suspicious individuals until Lu Rongyu was pushed into the emergency room. The emergency room. Suddenly grasping the fleeting inspiration in his mind, a sense of inexplicable awe surged within him. Only the emergency room was off-limits to us. They met up inside the emergency room. Lu Anin confirmed Chi Rang's speculation. Only this can explain how they exchanged messages. And based on my understanding of Lu Rongyu, if she really planned everything half a month ago, she wouldn't have allowed herself to fall into such a passive situation when she was in the Lu family. Therefore, I'm more inclined towards the second scenario. The doctor in the emergency room is from the Zhao family. After speaking, Lu Anin raised her eyes to look at the somewhat stunned Chi Rang beside her and asked, Captain Chi, do you remember if there was anything unusual outside the emergency room? Upon hearing this, Chi Rang unconsciously tapped his chin lightly as he recalled, and said, it all seemed normal. After Lu Rongyu was pushed into the resuscitation room, I waited outside with 2 colleagues. Around an hour later, 4 doctors came out. When we inquired, they replied that Lu Rongyu was out of danger and would be coming out soon. Then, about half an hour later, Lu Rongyu was wheeled out and transferred to a ward. There was nothing unusual after that. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanran suddenly looked up sharply, his gaze piercing. You said 4 doctors came out? Chi Rang nodded affirmatively. Yes, 4 doctors came out. Lu Xuanran's speech quickened unconsciously. This is where the problem lies. During the resuscitation, the team cannot consist of fewer than 3 members, and conventionally, there are 5 together in the operating room. If 4 came out, it means there was only 1 chief doctor in the operating room at the time, which is very abnormal. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the time for anesthesia to wear off is generally between 10 to 30 minutes. You mentioned earlier that Lu Rongyu was wheeled out half an hour later, which aligns perfectly with the time when the anesthesia could have worn off. Shi Rang's face gradually became frozen with frost as he spoke sternly. I will immediately send someone to check the surveillance footage and see where those doctors went. Once I receive any news, I'll let you know immediately. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and strode away hurriedly while fiddling with his phone. Lu Wenjing cast his eyes towards Lu Anan, who had been silent and lost in deep thought, and gently asked, Anan, what are you thinking about? Lu Anan snapped back to her senses and shook her head lightly at Lu Wenjing. Nothing, big brother, I was just thinking about the Zhao family. A trace of doubt flickered in the depths of her dark eyes imperceptibly. Zhao Junyi's efforts to protect Lu Rongyu were highly unusual. Taking such big risks just to safeguard the female lead should not be characteristic of the newly introduced male supporting character, but instead should be the male protagonist. The male protagonist. Lu Wenjing exchanged glances with Lu Xuanran briefly, revealing a flash of surprise in their eyes. Lu Anan continued contemplating. When we were in Yunling village previously, Zhao Junyi didn't seem overly infatuated with Lu Rongyu, fitting the typical profile of a newly introduced male side character who slowly becomes captivated by the female lead. But why the sudden rush, skipping directly to the outcome, transforming into the determined protector of the heroine without process? Lu Wenjing exchanged glances with Lu Xuanran again as an idea took form quietly in their hearts. Could it be that the newly introduced male supporting character who was risking everything to protect the female lead had taken over as the male protagonist? Chapter 112. The worthless man who can't resist being talked about. Lu Anan's brows were furrowed with deep thought as she carefully pondered the key points of the matter. A voice filled with shock, complexity, a bit of surprise, and resentment suddenly rang out near everyone's ears. Qi Yuan. Everyone involuntarily lifted their eyes, only to see a man standing opposite them holding a bunch of carnations. Lu Qi Yuan blinked, recognized the person, and her lips curved into a look of surprise. Xia Baizhe? Upon hearing this, Lu Anan immediately scrutinized Xia Baizhe from head to toe several times. Her eyes then flashed momentarily with disdain. So this is brother Xia? He doesn't even look as good as Lu Yixian. And TSK. His figure is as thin as an electric pole. This guy seems pretty weak, probably not in great kidney health, right? Lu Wenjing. Lu Sunran. The two brothers quietly checked their own figures, straightened their backs, and reassured themselves that they've been consistently working out, so there's no issue with strength or fitness on their part. Across the way, Xia Baizhe looked at Lu Qi Yuan after a long absence, his expression interwoven with complicated emotions that were difficult to decipher. You? When did you come back? As soon as Lu Qi Yuan saw Xia Baizhe, she remembered. In the future, he would take out one of her kidneys and let her serve time in prison for Lu Rongyu. Anger flared up in her, and she elegantly rolled her eyes. What business is it of yours? Xia Baizhe was taken aback by Lu Qi Yuan's sudden coldness and distance. How can you talk to me like this? Lu Qi Yuan gave him a puzzled look. Why can't I? You're nobody special to me. At this moment, Xia Baizhe's face darkened, and a storm seemed to be brewing in his deep eyes. Lu Qi Yuan, am I really just nobody to you? Unable to hold back, Lu Qi Yuan rolled her eyes again. Xia Baizhe, haven't you heard the saying that a qualified ex-partner should be like they're dead? Right now, you're acting like a zombie. Terrifying, isn't it? Xia Baizhe's knuckles went white, gripping the flowers, veins bulging. Do you define our relationship like this? Lu Qi Yuan crossed her arms over her chest, her expression cool and calm. Or what? As far as I remember, we didn't break up peacefully. We shouldn't even be able to be friends. So am I wrong in how I perceive our relationship? We're barely acquainted alumni. What kind of good attitude do you expect from me? She stared at the bouquet of carnations in Xia Baizhe's embrace, her eyes reflecting subtle emotion. You've got carnations. Are you going to see Lu Rongyu? Xia Baizhe, after all these years, your emotional intelligence is quite low. Sending carnations to younger girls. Lu Qi Yuan paused as if considering something, and then her face brightened with a smirk. Ah, unless I'm mistaken, could it be that Lu Rongyu is actually older than you? Your current preferences are pretty unique. Are you into taboo relationships? Orthopedics? After hearing this, Lu Anan gave Lu Qi Yuan a glance with a lewd expression, thinking inwardly. My elder cousin knows quite a lot. She must read a lot normally. Lu Sun ran. From your expression alone, it looks like you watch a lot yourself. Standing behind, Lu Wenjing slightly lowered his gaze, narrowing his deep-set eyes. It seems that after going home, he needs to find a way to check if the books his sister has been reading are appropriate. When Xia Baizhe listened to Lu Qi Yuan's words, he realized that the flowers in his hand were carnations. He suddenly remembered instructing his assistant to buy him some flowers before coming to the hospital. The assistant might have assumed he was coming to visit an elder, so ordered the carnations. It was too dark outside earlier, so he didn't notice. Now seeing the carnations, Xia Baizhe felt somewhat embarrassed. He threw the carnations into the trash can, trying his best to appear composed as he nonchalantly explained, my assistant bought the wrong ones. Suddenly shifting his tone, his eyes grew intense and profound as they fixed directly onto Lu Qi Yuan. Are you jealous? Lu Anan. I truly admire his confidence. If I had half of his confidence, I'd probably be lying in a pile of handsome men by now. Lu Qi Yuan fell silent after Xia Baizhe's single sentence, starting to doubt herself. Why had she dated Xia Baizhe in the first place, causing her so much trouble that she now feels like she ate a piece of crap? She lightly turned aside, opening a path, her tone full of disdain and impatience. Eat my gray tunkles, I'll get out of your way. Hurry up and go. You're sick. Xie Baize had already decided that Lu Qiyuan was jealous, secretly rejoicing inside. You're definitely jealous, so let me tell you honestly, I didn't come here for Lu Rongyu. I came. Brother Zhe. Just as the sweet, cloying voice sounded, a graceful figure darted into Xie Baize's arms. The woman bashfully patted Xie Baize's chest, cooing softly. Brother Zhe, I knew it. I knew you couldn't bear it in the end. You will definitely come stop me. So I waited for you at the hospital for such a long time. Our baby is fine. I didn't abort it. The woman's words made everyone present widen their eyes and stand dumbfounded in place. Luonin couldn't contain her own gossipy heart, involuntarily stretching her neck to see who that woman was. Wow. I truly thought Xie Baize would be as deeply devoted to Lu Rongyu as described in the original work, only acting like a dog for Lu Rongyu. But it turns out he wants both what's in the bowl and in the pot. He plays his cards really well. Lu Wenjing's brows furrowed with a look of hard-to-conceal disdain. So this was the domineering CEO brother his sister spoke of? Simply an insult to the dignity of all domineering CEOs, pulling down the standard of the entire circle. Lu Sunren also cast a speechless glance at Xie Baize. Had the playboy reformed? What kind of heart did he reform? His conscience? Lu Qiyuan closed her eyes in resignation. She had miscalculated. She shouldn't have stood here wasting her tongue berating that scum earlier, just to vent. Now, this blotch will let her brother and sister ridicule her forever. How unbearable. Xie Baize's face abruptly changed, and he pushed away the woman clinging onto him somewhat angrily. There was a trace of unmasked agitation in his voice. You haven't had the abortion yet. As soon as those words came out, he seemed to become aware of his inappropriate behavior and immediately tried to control his emotions, then turning his worried gaze towards Lu Qiyuan. In a rush, he started defending himself, even calling out her affectionate title. Sister, the child this woman is carrying isn't mine. Don't listen to her nonsense. Lu Qiyuan raised a hand making a halting gesture, her tone cold. Enough. I'm not interested in your affairs. You don't need to explain yourself to me. We are already done. Do whatever you want, but spare me the trouble. After saying that, she firmly took Luonin's hand without allowing her any time to protest, walking briskly with an air of urgency. Let's go quick. I don't want to get dragged into this. However, they hadn't run far when someone called out Luonin's name from behind. Luonin. Luonin halted in her steps, turning back to look. From afar, Lu Yixian's head was wrapped in bandages, and he held one arm in a sling, his expression complex and indifferent. Slowly locking onto her, he said word by word. Luonin, do you want to know the truth? Let's make a deal. If you agree, I'll tell you everything I know. What do you say? Chapter 113, Kidnapping Luonin. Let's rewind by half an hour. While everyone was gathered around Lu Rongyu's ward, a figure avoided the crowd and slipped into Lu Yixuan's ward. Lu Yixuan was gazing vacantly at the pale ceiling, lost in thought. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned his head. Upon seeing the fully wrapped visitor standing at the doorway, he asked cautiously with a wary gaze, "Who are you?" The visitor approached Lu Yixuan's bed, looking at his pitiful state, then tantalizingly offered him a tempting bait that Lu Yixuan couldn't easily refuse. Lu Yixuan, I'll give you a chance to seek revenge. Would you like that? Lu Yixuan's eyes flickered. Who are you? Why are you helping me? The visitor chuckled lightly, a touch of coldness and mystery hiding in their laughter. You don't need to know who I am for now. Just answer my question. Do you want to seek revenge? Lu Yixuan stared at the visitor for a moment, cautiously asking, help me take revenge? What is your condition? A flash of surprise crossed the visitor's eyes, inwardly thinking that this person wasn't entirely foolish. They then slowly said, my condition is simple. I only need you to trick Luonin into this place. They handed Lu Yixuan a note. Lu Yixuan took it, his eyes touching the address written on it, his pupils slightly contracting. What do you plan to do? A trace of impatience flashed across the visitor's face. There's no need for you to know what we plan to do. You just need to handle this task well, and I will certainly provide you the opportunity for revenge. After hearing this, Lu Yixuan lowered his eyelids, masking the emotions swirling within his eyes, his expression appearing even more gloomy under the interplay of light and shadow. He remained silent for a long time, finally gritting his teeth and softly agreeing. All right, I'll do it. But I hope you keep your promise and let me take revenge. The visitor's lips curled slightly beneath their mask. Of course, as long as you successfully complete this task, I assure you, the day of revenge is not far away. Of course, the premise for seeking revenge is, he has to survive. Lu Yixuan's eyes burned with hatred akin to a blazing fire. Fine. It's a deal. The visitor laughed lightly. Okay, find a way to bring Luonin to the hospital's rear exit. Someone will be waiting there to meet you, and I'll be here waiting for both of you. Don't disappoint me. Once the figure, covered head to toe, quietly left the ward, Lu Yixuan paused briefly before stepping out of the room. When he reached the hospital entrance, he just happened to see Luonin preparing to leave. Without hesitation, he called out loudly, Luonin. Seeing Lu Yixuan, who claimed he would trade truths, Luonin's eyebrows lifted slightly. Oh, forgot this guy is also in the hospital. She observed Lu Yixuan, detecting the sinister intent hidden deep within his eyes, and curiously opened her lips. Truths? Which intriguing truth are you referring to? Lu Yixuan's face remained cold, betraying no emotions. About the truth you're interested in. Luonin quietly looked at him, her eyes flashing with complex light, but without uttering a word. TSK, I am undoubtedly destined to die horribly as the villainous supporting character, escaping none of the calamities. Never mind, since I've come, I may as well follow through. Let me accompany you in performing this play well, and see how painful a dog cornered can bite. Luinen lowered her eyelids gently, a faint smile blooming on her lips. When she raised her eyes again, they were brimming with interest. Sure. What kind of trade do you have in mind? Lu Yixuan's eyes slowly scanned the three people behind Luinen before harshly saying, I don't trust them. I will only make the deal with you. Luinen tilted her head slightly, her eyes passing over the three beside her as she responded softly. All right, I'll let them wait for me in the parking lot first. Lu Wenjing's sharp gaze reviewed Lu Yixuan without showing any change. Then he slightly shook his head towards Luinen, whispering, We'll retreat a bit, so we can't hear your conversation. Hearing this, Luinen turned back, helplessly shrugging at Lu Yixuan while mischief gleamed in her bright eyes. See, my big brother and the others are too worried about me. How about you just say it outright? A hint of unnoticeable malice flickered in Lu Yixuan's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he said, Don't you want to know why Lu Rongyu and Lu Yanhua have always been targeting you? Hearing this, Luinen's eyes glimmered slightly, and she nodded. Of course, I do. Lu Yixuan took a deep breath. If so, come with me, and I'll tell you all the truths without holding anything back. Luinen shook her head and chuckled lightly. Ah, Lu Yixuan, really quite stupid. Lu Yixuan detected the subtle changes in her eyes and couldn't help but tighten his heart. You don't believe me? Luinen didn't respond, turning around lightly, and whispered something softly to Lu Wenjing. Big brother, don't worry, he can't hurt me. I'm just checking out what he's planning. Call me if anything happens. You and the fourth brother can reach me anytime. Her fingertips lightly rubbed the back of her phone, an apparently unintentional touch that subtly caused a small, exquisite red flag on the phone case to slide off. Oops, how did my favorite little red flag fall off? Luinen bent down to pick up the small red flag, casually slipping it into her clothes pocket. She briefly adjusted her sleeve, the delicate star button flashing as it passed by, and she said indifferently, Well, I'll go ahead then, big brother. With that, she turned and walked toward Lu Yixuan. Lu Wenjing's gaze remained locked onto the retreating backs of Lu Unin and Lu Yixuan, watching their direction. He then spoke gravely to the two people beside him. Let's go. Lu Unin stopped in front of Lu Yixuan, smiling enigmatically. Let's go. Let me see where you're taking me to reveal the truth. I hope you don't disappoint me. After all, I've already made myself beta. Lu Yixuan secretly sighed with relief, a glimmer of barely noticeable satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Luinen was clearly not as smart as she appeared to be if she had taken the bait so easily. This confidence brought an extra ease to his tone. We're going to the rear exit. Hearing this, Luinen nodded lightly, her smile growing even wider. All right, let's go. Lu Yixuan walked ahead of Luinen, unable to hide his excitement and anticipation. It was almost time. As soon as they successfully put Luinen in the car, he could exact his revenge right away. The two moved silently until they stood firmly at the hospital's rear entrance, when suddenly, an inconspicuous small van quickly pulled up to the gate. The door opened, and four burly men got out swiftly, acting professionally as they covered the mouths of both Lu Unin and Lu Yixuan without a word, dragging them forcibly into the vehicle. Though Lu Unin had expected something like this, she feigned panic on her face, widening her eyes and uselessly flailing her hands in the air, emitting muffled MHMMHMS of struggle. Tisk, this location tracker hidden in the red flag and the stars decoration is one of the few useful things I managed to pull out from a bunch of junk blind boxes. At least it can come in handy. I hope my smart big brother understands what I mean. Once the four burly men were seated inside, the door slammed shut, and the van sped off from the hospital entrance, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. A gentle breeze blew past, inadvertently lifting the bright little red flag left on the ground. At this moment, a long hand gently picked up the red flag. As his fingers lightly stroked its vivid surface, Lu Wenjing's expression grew deep and solemn, and he said gravely, Let's head home quickly. Chapter 114. Who would kidnap them? Inside the van, Lu Yixuan had just moved his shoulders that were restrained by two burly men when the one sitting to his right warned him, Calm down. Don't you understand your situation? The burly man on the left was toying with a shiny cold knife and said calmly, Young man, it's best for you to behave yourself, or I can't guarantee this knife won't end up on your delicate skin. Lu Yixuan looked at the knife in fear and stammered, Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. We should be on the same side. There must be some mistake. Idiot. From beside, Luinen scoffed lightly, her voice laced with disdain and ridicule. Lu Yixuan glared at Luinen. How dare you insult me? Luinen closed her eyes slightly, choosing to ignore Lu Yixuan's foolish actions. The knife-wielding henchman lost patience and slapped the restless Lu Yixuan. Stop moving, or don't blame me for being rude. After being slapped, Lu Yixuan calmed down and tried to explain in a voice barely audible like a mosquito. Big brother, listen to me. We're really from the same camp. This girl is the one I deceived. Trust me. I'm not a hostage. I know this journey better than anyone else. Shut up. One more word, and I'll leave your tongue here. The blade was pressed against Lu Yixuan's neck as the burly man glared at him viciously. Feeling the cold edge of the blade, Lu Yixuan quickly begged for mercy, his voice trembling badly. Big brother, I'm sorry. I won't say anything more, no more. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Luinen's lips. This worthless fool who crumbles so easily, it's no wonder he doesn't deserve even a second of that person's time. Such a pawn playing a part once already serves its purpose decently enough. The night was as dark as ink, and the van sped through this endless darkness. No one knew how long it had been before the van gradually stopped, restoring the area to a dead silence. Luinen hadn't managed to open her eyelids yet when something suddenly covered her eyes. Immediately after, she heard the burly man's voice. "Miss Lu, please cooperate. The blindfold will be removed once we get inside." Luinen chuckled mockingly, her voice icy and frosty. "You tie me up, put a blindfold on me, and still act courteous asking for my cooperation?" The surrounding environment remained silent, completely ignoring her questioning. As for Lu Yixuan, he wasn't as fortunate as Luinen. A coarse black cloth bag was roughly placed over his head, causing pain due to aggravating his wounds, making his head spin dizzily. "Not true. I was invited. You've made a mistake. I'm not a hostage." Another blow struck Lu Yixuan's stomach. With an aggressive tone, the henchman cursed. "Shut up. Enough of your nagging chatter." Intense pain overwhelmed Lu Yixuan instantly. Due to having one arm broken and the other pinned behind his back, he couldn't clutch his agonizing abdomen, only able to curl his body slightly to alleviate the pain. An impatient hand pushed Lu Yixuan from behind. "Move faster, don't delay." The four burly men led Lu Enin and Lu Yixuan to the entrance of the factory, where they were blocked by bodyguards standing guard. "Hold on, everyone needs to be inspected." Lu Enin couldn't see, but could infer the current situation based on the voices. "Looks like everything is proceeding as I guessed. Luckily, I hid the star at my sleeve, otherwise, it would have caused unnecessary concern for brother and others." "Miss Lu, pardon the intrusion." A woman's voice rang out close to Lu Enin's ear. Lu Enin retaliated provocatively. "What do you mean pardon? Would you stop if I said no?" A man watching this scene on surveillance let out a light laugh. "She truly has an unmatched charm, isn't she?" The subordinate standing slightly behind him maintained an upright posture, eyes focused without any deviation. He slightly bowed his head. "People who can interest our master are sure not to bore our master." Leaning on his elbow under his chin, the man watched the young girl on the monitor, his eyes flickering with both secret and burning excitement. "Do you think she is also eagerly looking forward to seeing me?" The subordinate responded with deep respect upon hearing his words, and absolute certainty in his tone. "No one can resist the charm of our master, and she naturally wouldn't be any exception." There was a fleeting shadow of unnoticeable regret passing through the man's eyes, followed by a soft sigh. "Unfortunately, it's not the right moment now. Otherwise, I would be able to witness up close the expressions that make me happy on her face." The subordinate whispered. "Master, shall we keep Lu Yixuan?" The man furrowed his brows slightly, casting his gaze over the figure emitting ear-splitting screams on the screen, revealing a look of impatience and contempt. "Tie him up near the cliff for now, then let him reunite with his grandmother after it's all done." After speaking, he glanced sideways at his subordinate with an ambiguous tone. "You once said you wanted to develop him into a pawn. With his IQ, do you think he could achieve anything significant?" The subordinate slapped himself across the face. "I spoke out of turn. I'm foolish." The man's gaze didn't leave the surveillance as he watched his men search Luinen's phone, and a faint smile curved his lips as he casually ordered, "Go fetch your phone for me." The subordinate bowed his head in acknowledgement before turning to leave. The man continued to stare at the monitor, muttering softly. "My dear Inen, surely you've guessed who brought you here? I can't wait to get closer to you again." Outside the factory, the woman thoroughly searched Luinen's body, pulling out a phone, a pair of sunglasses, and 2 large packets of sunflower seeds from her pockets. "Woman, why does Miss Lu carry so many sunflower seeds?" Luinen retaliated. "What? Is it wrong for me to eat them when I have nothing better to do? Go ahead, if you're that skilled, crack them open one by one and check if there's anything suspicious inside. Best if you crack them all open, confirm there's no issue, then offer them to me." Silently, the woman placed the sunflower seeds into a box behind her and handed over the phone to a trusted aide who made a gesture to take it away. Luinen twitched her ears slightly. "Taking my phone? Not planning to give it to that psychopath, are you? Shit. Will my phone still be usable after this?" The woman stepped back and quietly instructed the 2 burly men guarding Lu Enin on either side. "There's no problem. Take Miss Lu inside. Be careful, don't let Miss Lu bump into anything." This remark sent chills down Luinen's spine. "Hey, why is that person being so nice to a hostage like me? Now I'm actually scared. He wouldn't possibly have unrequited love for me and turned hatred toward me because of it, would he?" She carefully listened to the sounds around her, feeling herself being led into a room and seated on a sofa where her blindfold was then removed. Luinen opened her eyes, but all she saw was darkness, making her panic instinctively. What? Has this grandma been blinded? Before the thought disappeared, a weak yellow light illuminated above her head, providing limited visibility. She squinted her eyes slightly, adjusting to the sudden light, her gaze sweeping over her surroundings, yet unable to determine exactly where she was. Looking forward, within the faint illumination range of the yellow lamp, she noticed a pair of crossed legs. Subsequently, a magnetic male voice resonated slowly throughout the room. "Lu Enin, do you find this way of meeting to your liking?" Chapter 115, a one-sided meeting. "Luinen, does this way of meeting suit your wishes?" Luinen's face remained expressionless. "It doesn't. This kind of meeting where only I have a spotlight makes me feel like someone being watched by others." The man chuckled. "No problem. But even so, you're still the most beautiful performer. Luinen, are you under the illusion that you're funny?" "What a lunatic." The man's tone was innocent. "I thought you'd like it." Luinen rolled her eyes. "Like my grandpa you are." She casually crossed her legs and leaned back on the sofa with her arms folded, asking slowly, "Why did you tie me up here? You're quite impolite. Meeting without showing your face. Are you some kind of peeping Tom?" The man didn't mind her sarcasm. "This way makes me feel safe." Luinen snorted in disdain, feigning sudden realization. "Safe feeling? Oh, I get it now. Your face must be too hideous to be seen. So only this dark environment makes you feel comfortable? There was a hint of laughter in the man's voice. Luinen, you once said I look good. Luinen's pupils slightly contracted as she coldly refuted. Nonsense, I never praised a psychopath for looking good. Is this really someone I used to know? Who did I praise? Can't be Fu Jian, right? No, impossible. His voice is nowhere near as pleasant as Fu Jian's. Let me think. I seem to remember there's a flashlight in my backpack. When I find an opportunity, I'll shine it and see what demon is hiding over there. She silently thought inside. Upon hearing Luinen's elusive reference, a subtle smile curved at the corner of the man's lips, indicating his satisfaction. Thank you for your compliment. I like it. Luinen. I don't know if I'm praising him for having self-awareness or calling him a masochist. She didn't want to continue idle talk with the man and instead asked, why did you arrange for Lu Yanhua and Lu Rongyu to infiltrate the Lu family? The man's voice sounded helpless. You're just going straight to the point without any prelude? Luinen became very impatient. Will you answer or not? The man let out a brief laugh filled with cunning, his voice carrying a hint of unpredictability. Luinen, deep down, you already know the answer, don't you? Lu Yanhua and Lu Rongyu are merely two pawns carefully placed by me to overturn the Lu family. All I desire is to personally witness your deaths. Luinen's gaze turned sharply cold. Does the Lu family have such a great enmity with you? The man laughed lightly, his laugh laced with indescribable cruelty and harshness. Enmity? That's far too cheap. I simply enjoy watching people who are doomed struggle futilely before they die. Isn't it interesting? Don't you agree? Luinen abruptly sat upright, her gaze blazing. What do you mean? He controls the plotline? Is he a time traveler? The man noticed Luinen's instantly tightened nerves and a meaningful smile tugged at his lips. Luinen, had you not returned, on the day Li Hao took the medicine to the Jin family, I would have killed you. After that, it would have been your family's turn. He spoke as if casually describing petals falling in the wind, but each word conveyed an unrelenting cruelty. After your death, your parents would be the first to suffer. I'd reunite them with you in the same way. Then come your eldest brother, second, third, and fourth brothers. Regret tinged his voice yet masked excitement from some anticipated unknown outcome. Unfortunately, you've returned. Because of your interference, my plans have crumbled one after another. You first intercepted my drug at the Jin family, discovered Lu Yanhua's and Su Rulam's identity switches, then disrupted my arrangement with the Fu family, and now this time, you've cost me the loss of two of my most intriguing pieces. Luinen, you've ruined so many of my affairs. Luinen's eyes grew colder, like ice freezing in winter. Do all these things happen because of your so-called predetermined ending? What exactly do you know? The man's smile deepened further. Luinen, I knew that when I met you, you'd surely surprise me. As soon as his words shifted, his voice dropped to freezing point. However, how dare you? Forget about me. Hearing this, the originally cold expression on Luinen's face displayed a trace of provocation. Perhaps, you're so insignificant that my memory has refused to reserve a place for you, since I only selectively ignore those who lack presence. The man's face looked like a frozen lake, with icy madness and rage brewing in the depths of his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low and sinister tone. It doesn't matter, I'll make you remember, Luinen. The game has already begun. The appetizing prelude is nothing but an introduction. Next, I hope the competition between you and me will be as I wish, not boring at all. I'm looking forward to the day when the result is revealed. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Luinen, you once said we are sworn enemies, so you should know, right? While you understand me, I know you just as well, like how you know it's me who tied you up. I also know that Lu Yishuan is the bait you set for me. His tone became tinged with ambiguity. You want to see me, so I personally came over to meet you. Are you happy? Upon hearing this, Luinen scoffed coldly inside, yet her expression remained unchanged on the surface. Her fingers quietly slid over the switch of the flashlight. Of course, I want to crush your skull. Monster, reveal yourself quickly. In an instant, she shone the flashlight towards the opposite side. However, the scene before her eyes made Luinen's face instantly turn gloomy, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. Damn, this lunatic. No wonder he only lit the lamp on my side. He was playing Detective Conan with me. On the sofa across from her, there was a small black standing sign with one big eye and one small eye, smiling in a way that reeked of villainy, with a microphone placed beside it. Ha ha ha, my dear Inen, you're so eager to see me? But alas, it's not time for us to meet yet. The man's voice was transmitted through the monitor's speaker, filled with mockery. Luinen spat out words through clenched teeth, one by one. If you have the guts, stand right in front of Grandma and talk to me. The man glanced at Luinen, who looked almost enraged through the surveillance, and smiled faintly. Next time for sure, Grandma. Then, he slowly stood up. All right, reminiscing ends here. Luinen, this is my second gift to you. I look forward to your return gift. Wishing you good luck. As the man finished speaking, the two burly men standing near the sofa approached again with blindfolds, intending to cover Luinen's eyes once more. At this moment, Luinen was extremely impatient. Doing this trick again? Grandma's too lazy to play along with you. She easily dodged the hands stretching out from the burly man, ready to knock them down with a series of smooth left and right hooks. But then the man's voice drifted out lazily. Chapter 116, what is he doing here? You'd better obediently let them take you to the right place, or I can't guarantee how long they'll survive. This place is a good spot for disposing of people. Luinen's movements froze abruptly, and an indescribable unease surged up her spine. What have you done? The man chuckled lightly, his tone unpredictable. The answer, you will witness it very soon. After the sound of a drip in the air, silence fell all around, leaving only Luinen's and the two burly men's breathing echoing in the vastness, sounding particularly grating. Luinen hung her head lowly. Strands of hair from her forehead obscured the fierce and anxious look in her eyes. Damn it, this psycho really outguessed me. He said them earlier. I know one of them is Louis Schwan. But who are the others? She suddenly noticed a trace of unusual emotion on her wristband, and a flash of insight passed through her gaze before her expression turned slightly solemn. Shit, he knows me so well. Could he possibly have set up an ambush outside and captured my brother? Luinen's eyes instantly sharpened as she coldly glared at the hesitant brawny men in front of her and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Take me there." The two burly men cautiously approached afterward, covering Luinen's eyes with a blindfold and guiding her toward the cliff behind them. At the Lu residence, the tranquil air was pierced by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Even before entering the living room, Lu Wenjing's voice rang out to the crowd. "You buy. Quick. Find the location of this tracker. Hurry." In the living room, Fu Jian stood upon hearing the voice, a slight flicker of surprise lighting his eyes. Isn't it back? But when Lu Wenjing and Lu Xuanran entered the living room, there was no sign of Luinen's familiar figure behind them. Fu Jian frowned, concern naturally forming a knot between his brows. A strange wave of uneasiness swept over him. "Big brother, where's an in?" Lu Wenjing momentarily paused upon catching sight of Fu Jian, surprised by his presence. "Fu Jian, what are you doing here?" This uncertainty quickly faded, replaced by a more pressing worry. Hastily shoving a small red flag into Lu Yubai's hands, his tone brimmed with urgency. "Find the location fast. I'm afraid it's already too late if an in runs into danger." Upon hearing this, Lu Yubai's face also grew grave. Swiftly grabbing the small red flag, he stormed off towards his study like a gust of wind, shouting as he left, "Follow me." Lu's parents and a few of Luinen's brothers followed closely behind, Fu Jian trailing after them as well. Walking briskly next to Lu Wenjing, his voice carried undeniable agitation. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with an in?" Caught up in extreme tension, Lu Wenjing still caught Fu Jian's address, incredulity evident on his usually impassive face. "What did you just call me?" Fu Jian, overcome by profound anxiety, had to alter his title temporarily. "Mr. Lu, where exactly is Unin, and what danger has she encountered?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Wenjing swallowed hard against the harsh words about shamelessness nearly spilling from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Louis Xuan seems to have struck a deal with someone behind Lu Yanhua. Unin was used as bait and deliberately kidnapped. This small red flag is the tracking device she gave us." Upon hearing this, Fu Jian, although his heart churned violently, quickly regained his composure and calmly laid out the plan. "All right, I'll contact Jin Yin to arrange a helicopter. Once the location is confirmed, we'll leave immediately." Song Shiyun, her heart feeling heavy as though pressed by a stone, asked anxiously despite forcing herself to hold up, "Wenjing, has Qian returned?" Lu Wenjing softly replied. Qian received a call from uncle at the hospital and went home first. She called a while ago. She safely arrived home. But why did uncles go back so early? A trace of seriousness flashed in Lu Mingqian's eyes. "I sent them back. The situation's complicated now, and I'm afraid unexpected changes might occur. So I told them to go back first." Lu Wenjing nodded. "That's good. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better, thus minimizing unnecessary trouble." As their conversation unfolded, Lu Yubai finally managed to track down Luinen's location. Found it at Baoshan Cliff. When everyone saw those words, they all couldn't help but feel an icy chill creep over them. Baoshan Cliff. It's actually Baoshan Cliff. There, that truly is a sheer cliff. Lu Wenjing's eyes became scarlet red in a flash, regret washing over him like a tidal wave, his voice trembling. "I shouldn't have agreed to use my sister as bait. I shouldn't have. I didn't protect my sister properly." Holding the phone to organize the helicopter, Fu Jian raised his eyes to cut off Lu Wenjing's self-reproach. Decisions made by Anin can never be changed by anyone. She handed you the little red flag to bring you peace, not guilt. If Anin knew this would make you so distressed, she would feel even more regretful than you do. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing's expression momentarily froze, and then he quickly adjusted his emotions, resuming his unreadable composure. With a cool glance towards Fu Jian, his voice carried no warmth. "I disagree." Fu Jian raised an eyebrow. "You'll agree, big brother." As the helicopter was arranged, Lu's father and mother, along with Lu Wenjing and his three brothers, joined by Fu Jian and Jin Yin, set off for Baoshan Cliff. Meanwhile, under the fierce assault of biting cold winds at the mountain cliff, two burly men came to a stop with Luinen. Then, one of them slowly pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket and placed it near Luinen's ear. The man's voice sounded again in a leisurely tone. "Luinen, I really enjoy doing multiple-choice questions. A two-option question gives me incomparable stimulation and thrill. Today, I gift this unique pleasure to you, and I look forward to your finding the same excitement and tremble as I do." A light laugh echoed through the phone line. "My dear Anin, good luck." The call disconnected, and the man put away the phone, speaking to Luinen. "Miss Lu, hope you have a pleasant game." After that, the two men turned around and fled at lightning speed, as if fearing even 1 second slower might mean being caught by Luinen and given a sound beating. Luinen lifted her blindfold, and the surroundings gradually became clear. At this moment, she found herself standing on a precipice where two people were hanging upside down on a tree at its edge. They were too far away to make out their faces, yet it was enough to cause her heart to clench painfully. Heaven help, don't let it be any of my family members. Approaching cautiously, Lu Anin kept her eyes peeled for anything suspicious around her. With that psychopath's lunacy, there has to be something wrong around here. When 10 steps away from the two trees, she noticed a peculiar thin wire. 2 paces further away, she saw a long rope, one end tightly tied to a tree at the cliff edge, the other stretching 5 meters out to connect with another tree, perched precariously close to the abyss. Lu Anin gazed at the wire, her brows furrowing into a severe frown, weighed down by a deep seriousness. By all the gods, I swear I'll tear that dead psycho's head off and use it as a soccer ball, forcing Auntie to solve his twisted puzzle, deciding who lives or dies by pulling a wire. Who in the world does this? She exhaled, calming the rage churning in her chest, lowering her eyes slightly before looking up at the 2 people suspended on the trees. As expected, Lu Yixuan's figure entered her sight. But when Lu Anin's gaze shifted to the other person, shock spread instantly across her delicate face, her tone colored with disbelief. Gu Tingyan, how could it be you? Chapter 117, Facing a Dilemma. When Gu Tingyan heard the voice, he woke up from his daze, and the pain in his head instinctively made him frown. See, as his consciousness gradually returned, the surroundings began to become clear before his eyes. Upon realizing his current situation, his pupils suddenly shrank. Where am I? He slowly raised his gaze, fixing it on the familiar figure across from him. Shocked, he blurted out. Anin, what are you doing here? What's going on? Did you kidnap me? Lu Anin's heart was full of doubts. Hearing Gu Tingyan's words, she sighed lightly and said irritably, You need to wake up. Why would I kidnap you? You should rather think about how you ended up here. The last time at the resort, I had a bit of suspicion about this guy. This happened again. That psycho, why would he bind Gu Tingyan here? Is it because he knows the plot and deliberately does it since Gu Tingyan is the male lead? Or could Gu Tingyan himself be involved? Lu Anin's gaze flickered as she looked at Gu Tingyan, deep in thought. If it's the first option, then why, knowing Gu Tingyan is the male lead, would someone kidnap him? For the male lead's destiny? Does he want to ruin the world of this novel? If it's the second option, then why would Gu Tingyan put himself in such a dangerous situation? These thoughts swirled in her mind, hard to grasp, harder to sort out. She finally asked, Hey, Gu Tingyan, do you remember anything? Gu Tingyan quickly reviewed every detail after the banquet ended in his mind, until the final instant before the chaos became crystal clear. He slowly said, I remember that I just attended a party and was sent back to my apartment by my agent. Then, the moment I opened the door, I was hit hard on the back of my head and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was hung here. Hearing this, Lu Anin narrowed her eyes and asked hesitantly, Can you think of who might have kidnapped you? With furrowed brows and a serious expression, Gu Tingyan shook his head helplessly. This circle is originally complex and ever-changing. Moreover, it seems like I've offended quite a few people, so I can't filter them out immediately. Lu Anin. This guy sure has a knack for stirring trouble. Her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Lu Yixuan, prompting her to pause before asking, Is there anyone with whom both you and Lu Yixuan have crossed swords? Gu Tingyan glanced back at Lu Yixuan, his expression revealing unhidden disdain and arrogance. No, those who want to kill him probably don't have the capability to kidnap me. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. What exactly is there to be proud of? She calmed her emotions, took a deep breath, and tried her best to sound calm. So you can't think of anyone capable of kidnapping you either? Gu Tingyan shook his head. Indeed, I cannot. At this point, Lu Yixuan finally managed to struggle free from the cloth that had gagged him, followed by a heart-wrenching cry for help that pierced through the air. Save me, Lu Anin. I don't want to die. Save me quickly. The deafening noise compelled Lu Anin to unconsciously massage her aching ears. Her tone carried a hint of nonchalance and mockery. Isn't this all your own fault? You got people to kidnap me, but because of your own stupidity, you were outwitted and now tied up yourself. Do you still have the audacity to ask me to save you? Lu Yixuan was momentarily speechless, struggling half-heartedly to defend himself after a while. It was an expedient measure at the time. We couldn't possibly fight off those buff guys, so I had to stay calm and lie low. Lu Anin's expression suddenly turned cold, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. Stop desecrating that phrase. It sounds incredibly sarcastic to those who hear it. She paused her words briefly, her gaze shifting to a look of pity as she scrutinized Lu Yixuan carefully. Besides, only you, a so-called king of emptiness, couldn't handle them. So stop including others when you talk. It's just you. Lu Anin emphasized particularly. Lu Yixuan was once again silenced, his face turning ashen gray, teeth grinding audibly. You. Will you save me, or not? Lu Anin nonchalantly scratched her ear, casually replying, Not gonna save you. Lu Yixuan's face darkened instantly. He slowly turned his head, his gaze slithering over Gu Tingyan like a snake, a smile brimming with deep implications curling at the corner of his lips, full of threats. Good. Since it's like that, I'll take your little boyfriend down to hell with me. After saying this, his body began to violently thrash around, the strength so immense that the thick branch bearing the weight of 2 men began to tremble slightly, emitting a dangerous creaking squeak. Seeing this, Gu Tingyan felt his heart clench tightly. He screamed in rage, You son of a bitch, settle down already. Don't make me cripple you. But Lu Yixuan just smirked even more coldly, a tinge of resolve and madness adding to his smile. Anyway, Lu Anin won't save me. I'm dying, so why would I care about your threats? Gu Tingyan, you're gonna be my stepping stone to death. Once again, Lu Yixuan went into a frenzied shaking. The rope that maintained the balance between him and Gu Tingyin was now rubbing against the thick branches, each contact producing a harsh grating sound that sent chills down everyone's spines. Lu Ainen's eyes sharpened instantly. Her figure quickly darted like an agile shadow, reaching another tree in no time. With both hands tightly gripping the taut rope stretched to its limits, her fingers turned slightly pale from exertion as she began inching it back gradually. Gu Tingyin, full of both anxiety and anger, stared at Lu Yixuan, who was smirking provocatively and bizarrely. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted bit by bit. He twisted his head laboriously towards Lu Ainen, a flash of ambiguous light crossing his eyes. With a low and hoarse voice, Gu Tingyin managed a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "Anun, do your best to save me. If you can't, please go tell my younger brother that all the collectible figurines in my room are gifts for him. Tell him not to always argue with mom and dad. Falling this way, I'll probably be shattered into pieces on either side, so don't let them bother climbing down here looking for me." His words carried a touch of self-deprecating ease. "I've been handsome for over 2 decades. Even in death, I don't want them to see my ugly appearance. And also your brother." He shifted his tone with a hint of mockery. "The greatest regret of my life is dying without taking your second brother with me. Every time I think about it, if I die, he might celebrate for 3 days straight. It's like ants crawling all over me just thinking about it. So, sister, after I'm gone, put my picture beside your second brother. I'll scare him to death if I have to." Lu Ainen strained her arms to keep the rope taut, nearly pushing it past its breaking point. Listening to Gu Tingyian's final words, she could only say helplessly, "You really care deeply for my brother, don't you? You're still tormenting him even now." Gu Tingyian's face was pale as paper, but he forced a smile, his tone carrying a trace of cynicism. "Who told your brother to always oppose me?" Before he could finish, Lu Yanli's familiar roar erupted loudly from above the cliff. "Gu Tingyan, how dare you make people hang you off the cliff and still badmouth me behind my back? Are you brain damaged?" Gu Tingyan glanced in his direction, a gleam flashing in his eyes before he smirked disdainfully. "None of your business. I'm almost dead, what does it matter what I say?" Lu Yanli strode toward Lu Ainen, rolling his eyes at hearing this. "Rest assured, I won't celebrate your death for 3 days." Gu Tingyan froze, astonished. "You? I'll celebrate for a whole week," Lu Yanli said with a teasing smirk. Lu Ainen, watching these two bicker in such a life-and-death moment, finally lost her patience. "Hey, can you two resolve your marital issues later? Can we first save those 2 sausages? My arms are sore." Chapter 118. Why save him? Lu Wenjing and Fu Jian quickly approached, gathering around Lu Ainen. Fu Jian grabbed the rope above Lu Ainen, his muscles subtly outlined as he breathed steadily, revealing a perfect silhouette. He quietly asked, "Ainen, how do we save them?" Lu Ainen glanced over Fu Jian's face, a ripple of emotion flickering in her heart. "Huh? Why is the big villain here again?" Her doubt vanished instantly as she quickly adjusted herself, focusing on the pressing situation at hand. After Lu Wenjing and the others also grabbed the rope, Lu Ainen let go, her tone calm. "Don't let go. The knot tied to the tree behind you is loose. Hold it tightly while I check how they got hung up." Fu Jian nodded gently, speaking softly. "All right. Ainen, be careful with everything." Lu Ainen responded softly before turning to quickly reach under Gu Tingyan. The moment she stood firm, her sharp gaze noticed that the rope on the weight-bearing branch had been worn out due to repeated friction and pressure, showing clear signs of being unable to bear any more weight. Just then, Lu Yixuan swung wildly like an uncontrolled pendulum, and with a shrill creak, the breaking point of the rope became shockingly exposed. Seeing this, Lu Ainen's eyes grew cold as she couldn't help but curse under her breath. "Damn, Lu Yixuan, you and your grandpa's invincible windfire legs have left me with no peace. Once again forcing me to save you at my limits," she shouted as her figure rapidly approached Gu Tingyan, lightly kicking off the tree trunk. Her leg precisely kicked Gu Tingyan, who was precariously hanging from the snapped rope, propelling him towards the cliff's edge. Before she could react, Lu Ainen grabbed the rope binding Lu Yixuan. The tremendous inertia dragged Lu Ainen toward the edge of the cliff. Lu Yixuan's scream pierced the sky. Lu Ainen gritted her teeth, using her hands and feet to find a support point. Just when nearly half of her body was about to fall off the cliff, someone held her waist from behind, forcefully dragging her back from the brink of death. Lu Ainen and Lu Yixuan finally stopped descending, and looking back, she saw Fu Jian's face, pale with tension and fear. "Ainen, don't be afraid, I've got you." Lu Ainen hesitated slightly, pursed her lips, and nodded softly. I'm not scared." Behind Fu Jian, Lu Wenjing and the other 3 brothers were tightly holding on to him. Lu Wenjing pulled Fu Jian backward forcefully. "Pull harder, get Ainen up first." Lu Ainen was gradually pulled back to the edge. Once she felt steady enough, Lu Ainen attempted to stand up. As soon as she steadied herself, an arm circled her waist. Fu Jian tightly embraced Lu Ainen's waist. "Ainen, I'll help you." Lu Ainen lowered her eyelids slightly, glancing at the strong hands on her waist, pretending not to notice. Quietly, she began pulling the rope tying Lu Yixuan, inch by inch, until the very end. When she could reach Lu Yixuan's hand, she was about to lean down to grab it, but found another hand quicker. It firmly grasped Lu Yixuan's wrist first. Following the direction of the hand, Lu Ainen saw Fu Jian tensing his body, dragging Lu Yixuan upward while asking her, "Ainen, can you embrace me first? I'm afraid I'll lose grip." Lu Ainen, "Okay." As she was about to hug Fu Jian's waist, Lu Yubai knelt beside Fu Jian, and together with Fu Jian, they grabbed Lu Yixuan's hand. Then Lu Xuanran and Lu Yanli squeezed past Lu Ainen, silently locking their targets and helping pull Lu Yixuan up. Fu Jian. Luinen, ? Are my brothers treating me like a thief? Standing beside Luinen, Lu Wenjing massaged her arm and subtly blocked her view, saying softly, "Enen, rest for a bit. Aren't you tired?" Luinen blinked and said, "Not too bad. If only Lu Yixuan hadn't been such a fool, I wouldn't have strained myself so much just now." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing's gaze darkened slightly. Elder brother won't forgive him. He would ensure Lu Yixuan receives better care outside than inside prison. At this moment, through combined efforts, Lu Yixuan was finally pulled up. Exhausted, Lu Yixuan collapsed like a dead dog on the ground, feeling the lingering panic from hanging on the cliffside. "I'm still alive." He looked blankly at the starry sky above, and the next second, 4 heads blocked his view. Looking at Lu Yanli, Gu Tingyan, Lu Xuanran, and Lu Yubai's sinister stares, Lu Yixuan trembled faintly, timidly asking, "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yanli let out a cold laugh. Brothers, beat him." As the words fell, the 4 moved in unison toward Lu Yixuan, their punches and kicks like a storm of wind and rain, mercilessly landing on Lu Yixuan's body. Gu Tingyan cursed while hitting. "You son of a turtle, Lu Yixuan. You almost got me meeting my great-grandma sooner than expected. Watch me cripple your arm." Luinen's lips twitched slightly at the corner. "Good grief," viciously kicking the disabled guy's good leg. Lu Yanli also cursed while beating. "Idiot. You didn't even know how to die earlier. My sister had to rescue you instead. I'm losing 1 whole week's worth of shots because of you." Gu Tingyan paused mid-beating upon hearing this. Then he suddenly grabbed Lu Yanli, tightly wrapping his arms around the other's neck as he gritted his teeth and growled. "You really want me dead, don't you? Lu Yanli, you have no conscience." Luinen watched the two hugging each other, her little face wrinkling up into a frown. For a moment, unsure if she should continue doubting Gu Tingyan, it felt like he might be her second sister-in-law. What kind of situation is this? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli quickly released his grip on Gu Tingyan, pushing him away forcefully with disdain. "Get lost, stay far away from me." Then he leaned over to Luinen and asked, "Enen, do you want revenge?" Luinen's gaze swept over Lu Yixuan curled up in pain nearby. There was no warmth in her eyes. "Never mind, Big Brother said he would handle it. My older brother's already taught him a lesson for me, so I won't bother. Otherwise, I'd worry about calling the police if I couldn't stitch his head back together properly, and that wouldn't be easy to explain." Lu Wenjing. He was tricked by his own sister again. He thought his sister refrained from action because she believed in him. Lu Yanli. The sister remained as brutal as ever. Lu Xuanran. It must be second brother who spoiled the sister. She used to be such a gentle and obedient girl. Lu Yubai. So, if Fu Jian made the sister angry, would she deal with him the same way? In that case, he needed to think carefully about how to frame Fu Jian. Fu Jian looked softly at Luinen's delicate and adorable little face, a hint of indulgent smile appearing in his eyes. Indeed, it wasn't easy to handle. He regretted not waiting until after stitching before reporting. Next time, he'd be sure to pay more attention. Luinen. Just as everyone around was immersed in different thoughts, an atmosphere subtly charged in the air, Lu Yixuan's voice came through, though weak, yet distinct. Luinen lowered her gaze to meet Lu Yixuan's profound and complicated eyes, her expression remaining blank as she murmured softly, "Let go." Lu Yixuan paused, asking lightly, "You? Why did you save me?" Chapter 119, Gu Tingyan script. Lu Yixuan paused for a moment and asked lightly, "Why did you save me?" Luinen tilted her head, her expression full of confusion. "Isn't the difference between humans and animals obvious to you?" Lu Yixuan hesitated with a bewildered look on his face. "What are you talking about?" Luinen smirked faintly, her voice filled with unspoken mockery. "You truly are irremediably stupid." After saying this, she glanced coldly at Lu Yixuan before decisively turning around and walking away. Fu Jian and Lu Wenjing also mockingly looked at Lu Yixuan as though he were a dog and followed in Luinen's footsteps, leaving together. Lu Yanli adjusted his clothes slightly and disdainfully instructed Gu Tingyan, "Hey Gu dog, take him away. Damn, why don't you do it yourself?" While responding rudely, Gu Tingyan roughly pulled Lu Yixuan up from the ground. Lu Yixuan, still unsteady, was dragged along by Gu Tingyan. Behind them, Lu Xuanran and Lu Yubai exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they walked last. Luinen strolled ahead absent-mindedly, lost in thought about Gu Tingyan and his lord. It's strange that the male lead appears here. What was the true intention behind that psychopath kidnapping the male lead? Lu Yanli walked behind them, his ears filled with Gu Tingyan's incessant chatter. Just as he was growing impatient, he heard Luinen's inner voice and remembered something earlier. Turning his gaze towards Gu Tingyan, he questioned, "Didn't you say you would send your script to my sister? Did you send it?" Upon hearing this, Gu Tingyan searched his body for his phone, then responded somewhat helplessly, "I probably left it outside my house. I'll send it once I find it." Lu Yanli's eyes flickered downwards, hiding the subtle emotions that flashed through them for an instant. His voice carried a hint of probing. "If so, why don't you give us a rough outline of the story now? Otherwise, I keep suspecting you have ill intentions towards my sister." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Tingyan felt like there were suddenly 4 piercing holes in his body. He quickly slapped Lu Yanli's back of the head, scolding angrily, but full of self-preservation. "What nonsense are you spouting? You slander me right off the bat." Subsequently, he spread his hands out and earnestly turned to those 4 icy gazes tinged with scrutiny, explaining, "I regard Inen as my younger sister. Don't listen to what he says. Let me just tell you about the script." Lu Wenjing's gaze lightly swept past Fu Jian standing next to Lu Anin, speaking with veiled meaning. At least you know your place. Your age is inappropriate for fantasizing about young girls. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian involuntarily hesitated briefly before smoothly changing the topic. Oh? What script? Facing everyone's attention, Gu Tingyan began narrating. The script I took is about modern fantasy, where the male protagonist regenerates multiple times while carrying his memories. Each time, he engages in painful struggles with the female protagonist who also carries her memories. In the final regeneration, he discovers the female protagonist has lost her memory. He doesn't believe it, thinking she's pretending, so he confronts her. But later, he realizes she indeed forgot him, leading him to desperately try to make her remember through extreme methods. She knocks him down with a brick, causing him to lose his memory too. They then begin another lifetime of entanglement. Looking at the group, his eyes showed innocence. It's such a plot. Everyone. Lu Anin had a baffled expression. This script seems quite erratic. The male lead's head seems brittle. It takes one blow to lose memory? This isn't made of skull structure. It's more like a brittle bone. A vein was visibly pulsing at Lu Wenjing's forehead. He gently massaged his temples, sounding exasperated. Let's leave this place first. We'll decide our next steps after getting down the mountain. Hearing Lu Anin's thoughts, those beside him tightly pressed their lips, trying hard to maintain solemnity. All nodded in agreement. All right. At the foot of the mountain, Chi Rang had just arrived with the police squad. His eyes met with the slowly descending crowd from the mountain path. With a light sigh, his expression revealed resignation. We meet again, all of you. Lu Anin grinned, showing 8 teeth. Chi Captain, I'm practically a star of good fortune for the police station. Every time I show up, I bring new turns to cases. Might as well be called a valuable assistant. Chi Rang was placing handcuffs on Louis Xuan when he rolled his eyes. You're not an assistant. You're the gentle version of Conan. While you may not directly cause death everywhere you go, crimes do seem to follow you. Lu Anin immediately crossed her arms and started tapping her foot. Hey, your words are really unfair. I've made great contributions to Beijing's public security. Chi Rang found this amusing as he watched the police officers stuff the dejected Lu Yixuan into the police car. Only then did he turn back and say, all right. I'll get the police department to present you with a banner upon my return, commending your remarkable contribution. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin satisfactorily nodded. In that case, I'll be generous and let it slide. Chi Rang lightly smiled, then pulled open the car door, gesturing an invitation. So what now? Head to the police station? Lu Anin's eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation. Just then, she saw Fu Jian pull up in front of her. Quickly getting in and lowering the window, she waved at Chi Rang. Nope, I'll take Fu Jian's car. See you at the entrance of the police station, Captain Chi. I am never taking a police car again. Those shadows haven't faded yet. Fu Jian watched Lu Anin skillfully settling into the passenger seat, his face softening slightly. Now, their relationship should have grown closer, right? On the outside, Chi Rang arched an eyebrow and nodded, then turned to Lu Wenjing and the others for inquiry. What about you guys? How many more can fit in this car? Lu Wenjing calmly opened the back door of Fu Jian's car and elegantly took his seat, his voice steady. I'll also ride with General Fu. Chi Rang's gaze then shifted onto Lu Yanli and the other 4. Seeing this, the 4 hastily shook their heads and refused politely. Captain Chi, no need to trouble yourself. We drove here. Hearing this, Chi Rang could only concede. All right then, we'll meet at the police station. The convoy slowly left Bao Mountain Cliff, heading toward the police station. In the car, Lu Wenjing broke the silence. Anin, how do you view Gu Tingyan's explanation? Lu Anin immediately became serious and solemn, her tone cautious. Big brother, I think there's definitely something fishy about this matter. Lu Wenjing paused. Speak clearly. Lu Anin burst out laughing, winking mischievously, her voice lighthearted. Oh big brother, don't worry so much. His explanation, it sounds like it's just a script to me, nothing problematic. It was probably as he said last time. He must have just gotten too immersed in his role. I think there's nothing majorly wrong. A twinkle passed through her lively eyes as she continued to soothe him. Don't overthink it, big brother. Although still somewhat concerned, Lu Wenjing noticed that Lu Anin clearly wanted to move past the issue, so he temporarily set aside his doubts, slightly nodding and softly replying. All right, perhaps I'm being overly anxious. Good then, if there's nothing wrong. Lu Anin turned around with a cheerful smile, gazing out the window, but her expression became dark and unreadable beneath her eyes. That script was quite intriguing indeed. Chapter 120, Variety Special Program. The night was as dark as ink, with lights softly gliding over her exquisite face, flickering between bright and dim. Reborn with memories? How did that psychopath put it? I once told him that I was his sworn enemy, and he seemed to know exactly who I am. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she recalled the vague words of her master from before she came back through time. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Master, is all this your calculation? Lu Wenjing sitting in the back seat had a gradually grim expression on his face like ice, and the deep gaze in his eyes grew colder. From what his sister implied, the so-called master had personally met with her. But were those words meant to confuse people, or was it true, just like the script suggested? Had he been reborn with memories? Fu Jian's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and he felt some guilt for moving too slowly with Anan, which led to these matters that he couldn't straightforwardly discuss with her now. He lightly pressed his lips together, a sense of failure creeping onto his heart, when suddenly a flash of brightness crossed his eyes. That's right. Anan mentioned earlier that there was something mysterious in that script. Once they got to the police station, he would immediately have someone find that script and hand it over to Anan. Having made up his mind, he subtly glanced at Lu Wenjing lost in thought in the rearview mirror, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. He must find it before his older brother does. Only then could he prove his worth. After Lu Anan finished her statement at the police station and was escorted out by Qi Rang, she casually inquired about the hospital situation. Qi Rang shook his head gently, worry locked in his brows. The hospital surveillance has been destroyed, and the tech department is trying to recover it. As for Li Wei, after you left, he didn't go back to the ward but returned directly. Hearing this, Lu Anan already anticipated as much, yet still sighed quietly. All right, if there's any news, please let me know. Of course. Qi Rang nodded in agreement. Lu Anan bade farewell to Qi Rang and returned to the car. Remembering something, she turned around and asked Fu Jian, I haven't even asked yet. How did you end up coming with my big brother? Fu Jian started the car, his voice warm and magnetic. My mother is very grateful to you. She specially prepared a table full of her signature dishes and wanted to invite you to our house as a guest. Moreover, she ordered me to make sure I bring you home. During the red light interval, he turned his head slightly, his lips curling into a gentle smile. His soft gaze fell on Lu Anan. So I went to look for you at your place, but since you weren't there, and just happened upon your big brother and the others returning knowing you were at Baoshan Cliff, I followed along. You see, I was worried about you. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan's heart rippled. She softly asked in a delicate tone, Do you worry about me? At that moment, Fu Jian's gaze became exceptionally profound. Yes, Anan, I am deeply worried about you, so I must see with my own eyes that you are safe. Their eyes intersected. As Lu Anan gazed at his refined, almost aloof face, it caused her to momentarily lose herself, softly murmuring, You, Mr. Fu, it's a green light. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Wenjing sitting in the back seat. Lu Anan suddenly snapped back to reality, two patches of red creeping onto her cheeks as she sheepishly drew her gaze away and lowered her head, silently berating herself. What a shallow woman I am. How could I forget that my big brother was sitting in the back and was lost staring at Fu Jian again? In the cacophony of horns blaring behind them, Fu Jian started the car. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips as he glanced at Lu Wenjing's annoyed expression through the rearview mirror. A more tender laugh bloomed on his lips. Lu Wenjing, glaring straight ahead at the man's unreserved smugness, gritted his teeth in irritation. So shameless. The car parked smoothly in front of the Lu family estate. Lu Anan unbuckled her seatbelt. Stepping out, she bent down to ask Fu Jian, Aren't you coming in? Fu Jian shook his head, his voice still gentle and low, with an alluring magnetism. You all should be busy tonight. I won't bother you. I've already sent you the complete version of Gutinjian's script. You can take a look at it. Rest early. Good night, Anan. Lu Anan touched her ears that had been burning the whole time, nodding lightly. All right, I'll check it later. Thank you, Fu Jian. Drive carefully. Take it slow. Pay attention to safety. Good night. Fu Jian's dimple appeared. Okay, Anan, we don't need to be so formal between us. By this point, Lu Wenjing had already stepped out from the other side of the car door, scanning the man sitting in the driver's seat with a stern gaze before coldly snorting and unceremoniously grabbing Lu Anan's wrist and walking towards the house. Come on, Anan, let's go inside. Lu Anan turned back to wave and allowed herself to be dragged towards the house by Lu Wenjing. Fu Jian's gentle gaze followed Lu Anan's retreating figure until it disappeared into the distance. A doting, satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips. Lu Yanli was honking behind, sticking his head out of the window and shouting loudly, Fu Jian, you clear the entrance for me, damn it. Fu Jian, looking at Lu Yanli glaring fiercely in the rearview mirror, casually adjusted his posture. When he turned around and passed by, he even slowed down the car's speed, provokingly calling out, Second brother, sweet dreams. Then, stepping on the gas, he sped off triumphantly. Behind him, Lu Yanli shouted furiously, Fu Jian, I'll kill your grandfather. Inside the living room, Lu Anan, who was being inspected by her father and mother, felt curious upon hearing her second brother's angry roar outside. Did second brother fight with Fu Jian? Lu Wenjing maintained his dominating boss face, faintly explaining to Director Su and assistant director sitting uncomfortably on the sofa. Don't mind it. Yanli isn't usually like this. Director Su wiped the sweat off his head, insincerely responding. Yes, we all know Yanli has a very good temper. The assistant director pinched his own thigh and nodded repeatedly. Right. Lu Anan looked at these two people who were blatantly telling lies, slightly twitching the corners of her mouth. It's hard for Director Su and the assistant director, their legs must be pinched black by now. Lu's parents examined Lu Anan several times, confirming that she just had some dirt on her clothes but no wounds on her body. They let out a sigh of relief together, putting down the stone hanging in their hearts. They then pulled Lu Anan to sit on the sofa. Lu Anan sat upright on the soft sofa, looking towards Director Su and the assistant director beside her, her voice carrying a hint of confusion. Director Su, why did you suddenly come? As Director Su was about to speak, the door was forcefully opened, and Lu Yanli's voice, still filled with anger, resounded in the living room. Anan, let me tell you, stay away from Fu Jian. That old fellow doesn't have pure thoughts. Yanli, Director Su, and the assistant director came to see you, and Anan. Lu Wenjing interrupted Lu Yanli's words, giving him a warning look. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli glanced over the two individuals on the sofa who didn't know whether to cover their ears or faces, then acted as if nothing happened, lounged back, crossed one leg over the other, and gently opened his lips. Director Su, why are you coming so late? Director Su hastily wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling extremely helpless inside, wishing he decided to come tomorrow instead of picking such an awkward moment to show up, now seeing and hearing many things he shouldn't. He gave an awkward laugh, cautiously saying, here's the thing, the live broadcast was suddenly stopped again this time, and netizens keep attacking the production team's Weibo account, demanding an explanation. But since the issues here haven't been resolved yet, we dare not say anything either. So today, unable to hold up anymore, we wanted to discuss something. We plan to add a special vacation program, letting the guests appear to give the public an explanation. Yanli, Sister Anan, what do you think? Is it okay? After hearing this, Lu Anan's eyes dimmed slightly, thinking for a moment before softly asking, besides Lu Yixuan and Lu Rongyu, are all the other groups participating? Is Zhao Junyi also going? Director Su nodded unknowingly. We've asked everyone, and they're all coming. Zhao Junyi had previously made a request to the production team, but I didn't agree. A glimmer of interest flashed through Lu Anan's eyes. What kind of request? Chapter 121. Investigating the customer service. A look of helplessness appeared on Director Su's face. He asked me to replace his partner with Lu Rongyu, and let Lin Yiming pair up with Lu Yixuan. This demand is indeed a bit tricky. After all, our program's tradition is that guests bring their own relatives along. Even new guests are carefully confirmed to ensure a deep bond before an invitation is extended. I wonder why he suddenly wants to change partners. He sighed. And now Lu Yixuan is in jail, and Lu Rongyu will soon join her brother. Would I dare let her continue on the show? I'm not made of iron, so how can I take such a risk? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli chuckled softly and said with deep meaning, Director Su, you'd better be mentally prepared because it might just be possible for Lu Rongyu to continue participating. Director Su's expression froze. What does Yanli mean by this? Is there any change in Lu Rongyu's case? Lu Anan tapped her knee with her hand and smiled cunningly at the corner of her mouth. The young master from the Zhao family has even mobilized his elite legal team, doing everything he can to exonerate Lu Rongyu. He wants her to continue on the show. For him, it wouldn't be difficult. Director Su looked shocked. Zhao Junyi, he and Lu Rongyu? Lu Anan shrugged. That part, we're not sure. It's quite interesting that Zhao Junyi wants to bring Lu Rongyu on a variety show. Seems like the storyline has come full circle again. Her eyes carried an indescribable hint of intrigue. Good too. I am also curious about Zhao Junyi's current identity. If it's what I think, then it would be very intriguing indeed. After pondering for a moment, Lu Anan turned to Director Su, smiling lightly. Since that's the case, my older brother and I will participate on time. Still immersed in the previous astonishment, Director Su quickly nodded in agreement. All right, this special episode will be filmed in Chu Grassland, and we'll gather there as usual. Then, Director Su slowly stood up and smiled. We'll return first then. Sorry for disturbing you all so late. Song Shiyun also stood up, smiling politely and graciously. Director Su, don't mention it. Lu Yanli lowered his crossed legs, standing tall and elegant. I'll see you out, Director Su. When Lu Yanli returned, Song Shiyun asked curiously, Anan, did you encounter any danger at Baoshan Cliff? Was that person who kidnapped you really the mastermind? Lu Anan's eyes flickered briefly, but she eventually nodded gently. Yes, it was him. Lu Mingqian's expression immediately turned solemn. Did you see him personally? Lu Anan cast her eyes downward, her eyelashes quivering slightly, concealing the complex emotions within. She shook her head lightly. No, he only watched me through surveillance without showing himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingqian furrowed his brow deeply, as if they could squeeze water out, speaking in a low voice. This person is quite cautious. He asked again, did he say anything useful? Lu Anan paused for a moment, instinctively hiding some of the words that were unsettling, selecting some that were less bizarre, and slowly said. He said Li Hao, Lu Rongyu, and Lu Yanhua are pawns aimed against the Lu family. His goal is to destroy the Lu family. She paused slightly and continued. Afterward, he issued some warnings, roughly saying that I should prepare to receive his attacks. There's nothing else significant. A subtle glint passed through Lu Anan's eyes as she weighed matters carefully in her mind. Regarding the long-standing rival he mentioned, it would be best not to inform Mom and Dad yet. Moreover, I haven't yet figured out if his statements are true or false. It's better not to cause unnecessary worry for Mom and Dad. Lu Mingqian and Song Shiyun exchanged glances without making any movements. Locking eyes with their eldest son's deep gaze, after a moment of silence, they spoke softly. It's getting late, Anan. Get some rest early tonight. You still have a variety show tomorrow. We'll discuss this matter in detail when you come back. Song Shiyun echoed gently. Right, it's too late. Anan, take a good rest. Lu Yanli lazily yawned and stood up, casually lifting Anan, who was still lost in thought on the sofa, nudging her toward upstairs as he said, All right, little sister, go to sleep now. We have work tomorrow, get enough rest, and don't overthink things. Let's solve everything after we return. Pushed along by Lu Yanli, Lu Anan turned to bid good night to her father, mother, and brothers before going upstairs according to his push. Reaching her room, as Lu Yanli closed the door gently, the smile on Lu Anan's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression filled with deep thoughts. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she summoned the customer service. 7758. Explain to me why the props I acquired before, including the hypnosis techniques, are now grayed out. The customer service tone was very friendly. Honey, it's because both the season and time-limited lottery boxes you've drawn from belong to our special categories. Hence, the props are also time-limited. Lu Ainin couldn't believe it. She thought the customer service was deceiving her. Are you kidding? Are you fooling me again? Then why hasn't my jade Chan needle been recycled? Upon hearing this, the customer service hesitated slightly before explaining in an even more meticulous tone. Honey, the jade Chan needle is not a virtual prop, but a real-world tool, so it won't be recycled though. A sarcastic curve appeared at the corner of Lu Ainin's mouth. Is it because it's a tool, or because your so-called blind box mall from the Space-Time Bureau was originally meant to deceive me? The customer service representative was clearly startled by this sudden questioning and hastily made excuses. Honey, what you're saying really makes the customer service representative feel wronged. Our Space-Time Bureau has always upheld integrity as its foundation. Aren't the props you've used perfectly suited to solving your problems in a timely manner? This support is very genuine indeed. Lu Ainin lightly raised her eyebrows, the probing look in her eyes becoming more intense. It's precisely because they were too convenient that it feels suspicious, like the props were custom-made for the specific events I faced back then, tailored specifically for me. And once you see I no longer need them, you recycle them. The deliberate traces are quite heavy. The figure of the customer service representative wavered slightly in the virtual light, wiping the cold sweat off their head while forcing an explanation. Ha ha ha. Honey, you really know how to joke around. Every system store has exactly the same time-limited releases. There wouldn't be anything specifically designed for anyone else. Lu Ainin's eyes remained deep and cold, her words filling the customer service with panic and astonishment. Oh, so I overthink things. But, 7758, shouldn't you already know what kind of person I am? Chapter 122, Searching for Enin in the Big Jar. Lu Ainin looked at her nails, a faint coolness detectable in her tone. I've always hated it when people scheme against me or deceive me. I cannot tolerate anyone doing things behind my back. So little customer service agent, you had better not be one of the tricks used by my master to deceive me. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily, you know? The customer service representative swallowed hard, trying to make his voice sound steady. Dear, you're joking. We cannot find out everything that happened to you in the previous world. Therefore, we don't know who your master is and wouldn't be involved in deceiving you along with your master. A profound glint quietly flashed through Lu Ainin's eyes as she spoke with leisure. Oh, I see. Then I hope what you said is true. All right, you can leave now. Yes, dear. Upon hearing this, the customer service representative let out a sigh of relief in his heart. No longer daring to jest, he quickly disappeared. Lu Ainin's gaze lightly swept over the ranking chart, whose number hadn't changed, the corner of her mouth curving into a meaningful arc, her smile hiding a sharp edge and a hint of anticipation. Hopefully, I won't discover anything suspicious. In the early morning, Lu Ainin and Lu Yanli walked slowly towards the gathering place of the special vacation program, Naku Grassland, basking in the radiant sunrise. The endless grassland, illuminated by the sunlight, seemed to be coated with a thin layer of gold, undulating like waves of green under the morning breeze. Lu Ainin closed her eyes and felt the gentle passing breeze, as if the early grumpiness also dissipated somewhat. This is the kind of variety show I have in mind. Before this thought was fully formed, four black-clad figures appeared again beside them. Lu Ainin looked around in confusion and asked, what are you planning to do? Lu Yanli, seeing two black-clad men put on blindfolds without explanation and then attempting to take him away, panicked and screamed loudly. Hey, what's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a special vacation episode? What is this about? The black-clad individuals remained silent, each leading one of them while ignoring their protests. Lu Ainin looked blankly as the black-clad man took her second brother far away, a bad premonition welling up in her heart. What the heck? Director Su must not be scheming another game where only first place gets the good house and the good meal, right? Her face immediately fell. I retract what I said before. This isn't my ideal variety show life. This is the beginning of my devilish life. As all the guests took their positions, Director Su, laughing wickedly behind the monitors, announced the rules of the game. Cough, cough. Dear guests, welcome to my home turf. No, welcome to Naka Prairie. Allow me to grandly introduce to you the rules of this opening game for this show. He turned up the volume on his megaphone. This game is a hide-and-seek style. Guests confined in the small dark room need to find clues to determine their partner's hiding spot. The first guest to find their partner gets priority in choosing the room. So now, best wishes to all the guests. The game officially begins. As Director Su finished speaking, the chat started rolling furiously. Huh? Isn't this too quick? Not even explaining why last week's show was cut off halfway. Yes, I waited for so long. This began rather abruptly. Everyone, did you notice? This season's vacation special is missing a group of guests. Quick response. I noticed. That pair, Chen Nine Green Tea and her brain-damaged brother, are gone. Good job. So true, summarizing so well. On the prairie, Lu Ainin frowned as she eyed the countless large jars hidden amidst the thick grasses, resisting asking the black-clad person, are you sure you want me to crawl inside this jar? The black-clad person gave a cold nod. Lu Ainin screwed her face up and crawled inside unwillingly. Looking up, seeing the cover emotionlessly placed above by the black-clad man, she inwardly criticized. So why did I wake up so early this morning? To make an impressive debut in front of Zhao Junyi, I spent an hour crafting my evil female lead image. After hearing the rules from inside the small dark room, Lu Yanli wasn't at all flustered but even chuckled a bit. This game posed absolutely no difficulty for him. A little figure in his heart crossed its arms and laughed smugly. Haha, this time the customer service rep surely has no way out. Being able to hear his sister's thoughts is definitely the biggest flaw in this game. Unstoppable leg shaking filled the small dark room where Lu Yanli sat. And all this didn't escape the watchful eyes of Director Su before the monitor. Director Su couldn't bear to see Lu Yanli's overconfident attitude. Every time he thought about the previous 2 shows, which were easily passed by this brother and sister duo with little trouble, it made him extremely uneasy. Clutching his teeth tightly, he immediately turned to the assistant director beside him and growled, "Go tell Luinen's so-called big ants to be harsher when they play their part. Make sure they prepare more water. When someone lifts their lids, pour all that water on them." The assistant director nodded in understanding, a smirk forming on his lips before he promised confidently, "You can count on me, Director Su. I'll double the water preparations. We will reclaim the face we lost through this counterattack." Satisfied, Director Su patted the assistant director's shoulder approvingly, with admiration shining in his eyes. "Good boy, you're quite sharp, and have a bright future ahead." Feeling proud, the assistant director strutted arrogantly, patting his chest confidently. "Director Su, it's my duty. After all, someone has to inherit your position one day, and who better than me?" Director Su retracted his grin, kicked the assistant director fiercely. "What nonsense is this? Dreaming of my seat already?" Hastily covering his mouth for accidentally speaking his thoughts, the assistant director fled in embarrassment. After calming down, Director Su returned to his seat in front of the monitors. Watching closely, he only got angrier. On screen, Lu Yanli appeared much different from other drenched guests. Walking leisurely across the grassland, he seemed to stay far from those wrong big jars, as if knowing exactly where Lu Enin was located and heading directly there. Before the assistant director's notice reached its targets, Lu Yanli had already arrived at the jar where Lu Enin resided. With one swift motion, he lifted the lid and revealed Lu Enin's surprised face underneath. "Brother, how did you find me so quickly?" Lu Yanli smiled tenderly with a profound undertone. "Because your brother and sister have an unspoken connection. Sibling telepathy. You've heard of it?" Suspicious, Lu Enin silently grumbled in her head. "Did he cheat? Can my brother really have such intelligence to find me so fast?" Narrowing his eyes and smiling, Lu Yanli ruffled Lu Enin's hair while saying in a biting tone, "Were you thinking poorly of your older brother again, sis?" Lu Enin put up her most flattering smile. "How could I ever think such things, brother? I'm praising you." Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yanli replied in semi-belief, "Oh, really?" Maintaining her innocent demeanor without any sign of guilt, Lu Enin's cheeks beamed with heartfelt sincerity. "Absolutely." Just as the brother and sister presented a warm scene of familial harmony, Director Su's enraged and ear-piercing roar shattered the tranquility of the grasslands. "Lu Enin, you and I are sworn enemies now." Chapter 123, Wit's Battle with Director Su. Lu Enin. "Not really. How did I provoke him again?" Her eyes were filled with incomprehension and bewilderment as she turned to Lu Yanli beside her. Her tone was a mix of innocence and confusion. "Did I offend him? Is he sworn enemy of mine?" Lu Yanli's guilty eyes flickered, and after clearing his throat twice, he gestured for his younger sister to look at other guests. Cough cough. Perhaps it's just because the other guests are too pitiful. Upon hearing this, Lu Enin frowned, turned around, and then her eyes slowly widened. "Frog fun, it's actually this game." It could be seen that all the guests on the grassland were running around, lifting various large jars in search of their partners. But every time they lifted a wrong jar, an auntie would suddenly pop out with a qua and splash water at the guests. The water ladles were absurdly huge. Lu Enin's gaze was fixed on Gu Tinjian's group, where she saw that Gu Tinjian's clothes were soaked through, tightly clinging to his well-defined abs. She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Wow, never would have guessed that Gu Tingyan has such a good body, huh? Ska? This dog Gu has an amazing figure. Geijai, would you lend me your body as a washboard so I can do laundry on it?" "You? Suggestion? Please don't make it disgusting. Just say it straight like me. Hi, sleep. Put on some boxers, everyone." After much effort in the midst of the crazy auntie's water-splashing attacks, Gu Tingyan finally found his younger brother. However, even during their return journey, the aunties continued to relentlessly splash water on the two brothers. Gu Shichuan covered his face with his hands while wailing, "Hey, not like that. Why are they still splashing us even though we've already found each other?" Lu Enin shifted her gaze back to other groups and noticed all guests who had found their partners were also getting drenched by the same water treatment as they returned. Shocked, Lu Enin exchanged glances with Lu Yanli. "It seems something is a bit off." After a pause, Lu Enin asked hesitantly, "The rule of being splashed on the way back, couldn't it have been changed specifically because of us too?" Lu Yanli narrowed his eyes slightly and shielded them with his hand, peering towards the production team. At the edge of his sight, he seemed to faintly catch sight of Director Su flashing his white teeth. He slowly put down his hand, and his expression became complex and subtle. "Probably, Director Su has never liked seeing our sibling duo pass games so easily." In front of the monitor, Director Su's face revealed a smug grin tinged with slight creepiness. "Oh ho ho ho. This time, there's absolutely no way I'll let the two of you pass so effortlessly and cleanly." Lu Enin said nothing. She meticulously scanned all the positions of the large jars and eventually locked her gaze onto a horse grazing leisurely not far away. At that moment, her eyes gleamed with unusual light, and a confident yet mischievous smile curved her lips. "Umph, how could I possibly admit defeat to Director Su so easily?" Lu Enin placed her hand against her mouth and gave a vivid horse neigh right there and then. Hearing Lu Enin's voice, the horse munching on grass not far away perked up its hooves and galloped over with great enthusiasm toward Lu Enin, coming to a stop in front of her and breathing warmly through its nostrils. Lu Enin gently stroked the smooth mane of the horse, letting it gradually get used to her presence. When the time was right, Lu Anan smoothly swung herself onto the horse's back in one fluid motion. Lowering her head, with mischief and playfulness gleaming in her eyes, she cast her gaze onto Lu Yanli who stood beside her, now dumbfounded. Second brother? Lu Yanli looked up at Lu Anan. The sun pierced through the clouds, weaving golden silk strands around Lu Anan's hair, giving her silhouette a halo-like aura amidst intertwining light and shadow, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. As he watched his smiling sister extend her hand toward him, about to grab it, Lu Anan grinned craftily, twirled her fingers, and quickly withdrew her hand. Her grin was full of mischief and naughtiness. Second brother, I've thought about it. Why don't you just face that storm alone? Seeing the mischief in Lu Anan's eyes, Lu Yanli feigned anger and glared at her. Lu Anan, I am your real brother. Be careful. I might report you for abusing your own brother and have you arrested. Hearing the resentful and threatening words from Lu Yanli, Lu Anan found it amusing internally. While pulling him up onto the horse with her hand, she teased, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. In that case, I will endure the hardship of carrying you for a little while longer, just to avoid being reported and having to split my money with you later." Once the siblings mounted the horse, they shot a challenging glance at the direction of the production team and then rode off in a completely opposite direction of the gaming zone into the vast expanse of the grassland. Director Su, seeing the situation, once again became so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices. He tightly gripped the large megaphone in his hand and, with all his might, shouted towards their gradually retreating backs. Lu Anan, Lu Yanli, you two get back here. No use of external props allowed. Lu Anan waved her arms atop the horse, laughing freely. Her voice rang out loud, brimming with uncontrollable excitement as she responded. Director Su, our mission is already completed, so this doesn't count as using a prop. This is just how my second brother and I live life to the fullest and gallop together. She skillfully guided the steed past Zhao Junyi and other guests, earning looks of envy and astonishment. With head held high, she proudly rode up to stop stably right in front of the production team. Agilely leaping off the horse, Lu Anan smirked at Director Su, shaking her head while wagging her index finger in a very taunting manner. Oops, Director Su, seems like I'm winning again. Next time, try harder. Ha. On behalf of Director Su, she's my nemesis, my mortal enemy. Save me, just when little sister was on the horse. I call that moment divine beauty, too gorgeous for words. Sister never plays by the rules. Sister, you want to mess with me? Huh, how naive. Director Su's face flushed red with anger. Breathing heavily, a whirlpool of emotions churned within him, leaving thousands of unspoken words choked in his throat. Considered a devil among variety show directors due to his notorious tricks, he had first turned the initial 2 episodes into legal education shows because all the carefully chosen locations happened to be crime scenes. Well, fine, but then along came Lu Anan, his kryptonite. Up until now, not once had he succeeded in pranking these 2 siblings. Pain surged through him. Just as Director Su was drowning in indescribable anguish, the assistant director quietly leaned close to his ear and whispered, Director Su, don't feel bad. I believe one day we will reclaim everything we've lost. This brought about a brief wave of warmth to Director Su's heart from being understood. But then the assistant continued, of course, if you haven't managed it during your tenure, it'll be left to me, your brilliant successor, to fulfill your unfinished wish. Director Su. Turning around, he slapped the back of the assistant's head again. You disrespectful brat. Now you're not just plotting to replace me, but also scheming to overthrow me. Are you? Get out of here. Rubbing his head, the assistant chuckled dumbly, clearly oblivious to the severity of his words. Director Su shot him an annoyed glare, adjusted his own composure. As long as there were still people eyeing his position hungrily, he needed to maintain a good mood and keep up the wits battle with Lu Anan. Chapter 124, Disturbing Scars. Just as Director Su made up his mind, the other guests finally avoided the ants' water-splashing spree and arrived at the production crew's location. Lin Yiming enviously watched the 2 siblings who were completely dry inside. Brother Yin and Inan are so strong, not a single drop on them. Lu Anan has always been gentle with kind and friendly pretty girls. She quickly handed Lin Yiming, Shun Jejia, and Huang Xie towels with a cheerful tone. This is all thanks to my brother. I didn't contribute much. You 3 should dry yourselves off, so you don't catch a cold. As they took the towels, warmth welled up in their hearts, and they softly thanked her. Shun Jejia wiped the water off her head and lightly said to Lu Anan, Anan, it seems like once again, you get to choose the house first. Lu Anan was about to speak with a smile when Zhao Junyi's voice rang out nearby. Didn't I just hear Director Su say that they used external tools? Their score should be cancelled, right? At the sound of his voice, she looked at Zhao Junyi's eyes, her lips curving into a suitable smile. If Mr. Zhao needs to book an ear examination at the hospital, I can help. My 3rd elder brother is a doctor. I can still get Mr. Zhao an expert appointment. Zhao Junyi's seemingly amused expression froze immediately. What did you say? A smirk curved Lu Yanli's lips at the corner, his voice tinged with disdain. Wasn't it clear when Director Su introduced the rules earlier that all you need to do is find your partner to count it as success? When did he ever say that after finding your partner, reaching the program site is required for success? He disdainfully scanned Zhao Junyi from top to bottom. You remind me of a few acquaintances whose ears are stuffed with donkey hair. Zhao Junyi's complexion turned instantly cold, but just as quickly returned to normal. He feigned innocence and shrugged his shoulders. I was just saying something casual. Brother Yan, why take it so seriously? And it seems Brother Yan and his sister have great animosity toward me. What did I do to offend you? A flash of loathing passed through Lu Ainan's eyes. This old saying is really true, like gathers like. Now I truly understand this saying concretely. No wonder those two make a pair. This jerk who looks like he deserves to be beaten into a teapot is exactly the same as the other one. Lu Yanli was also annoyed. He just couldn't figure out whether these protagonists were all spirits of tea plants. Why did they start brewing tea whenever possible? They never even asked if others wanted it or not. How impolite. He hated these immoderate tea addicts. The two siblings stared coldly at Zhao Junyi, neither wanting anything to do with him. The air suddenly grew quiet, the atmosphere becoming awkward. Isn't this Zhao Junyi supposed to be CP with Lin Yimin? But how come I feel like he fits better with Lu Rongyu? You're not alone. Truly, Yin Ge was right. He bears resemblance to someone from the past. Saying this brings back memories. So why isn't Green Tea Girl and her handicapped brother around this season? Waiting for an explanation from the production team, Shun Yi sighed faintly, realizing it was once again his time to step in. He covered his mouth with a closed fist and coughed slightly, trying desperately to give Su signals with his eyes. Director Su, shouldn't we let these folks go change clothes? Su blinked, immediately understanding. Ah, yes indeed. Come on, Brother Yanli is correct. The game rules I introduced earlier are indeed as stated, so they remain first place. Alright, Yanli, you guys can start choosing houses. Lu Yanli and Lu Inan threw challenging glances at Zhao Junyi before striding towards the table, displaying introductions. They meticulously observed the prompts. Lu Inan furrowed her brows as she examined the cards that only contained serial numbers and 2 words each. Director Su, what does these 5 cards mean by big, loud, small, beautiful, and fantastic? Director Su played coy. They're descriptions of each room. Lu Inan. After listening to you, your wisdom matches mine. A brilliant discourse indeed. Lu Yanli's face expressed exasperation. Director Su, you're not playing fair. How can we randomly select houses and differentiate rankings when it's unclear which house is good or bad? Director Su raised his chin, rebutting. Who said that? Isn't there brief descriptions provided below? Lu Inan pointed to the descriptions which offered no reference at all, full of doubt in her tone. Can this even be called a description? Director Su nervously touched his nose, laughing uncomfortably. Well, why wouldn't it count? Lu Inan rolled her eyes and lowered her head, studying the cards closely together with Lu Yanli. Right as her fingertips just barely touched the card inscribed with the words, very beautiful. Her peripheral vision noticed the sudden tenseness in Director Su and Assistant Director's postures. Lu Inan's movements paused slightly, a flash of insight passing through her eyes. Good thing I kept an eye out, always vigilant against Director Su's tricks. Otherwise, I would have fallen for his ploy. She gently withdrew her hand, catching a fleeting look of disappointment on Director Su's and the Assistant Director's faces, lightly curling her lips. It seems like this room is hiding quite a bit of surprise. Lu Inan methodically tested the other cards, eventually choosing the one that seemed to make Director Su and the Assistant Director most afraid she'd select. Holding up the card, she grinned smugly as she turned to Director Su with a laugh. We'll take the very noisy one. Director Su tried in vain to dissuade her, persisting stubbornly. Anin, this room really isn't suitable for rest. You should reconsider. Lu Inan firmly shook her head. Nope. Defeated, Director Su gritted his teeth and announced painstakingly. Next guest, please come up to choose your room. Watching Director Su's frustration, Lu Inan felt cheerful. She returned humming a tune when she noticed Zhao Junyi giving her a meaningful glance. Lu Inan simply shrugged her lips. She wasn't bothered. Nervous breakdown? Just like the female lead. Weird and inexplicable. As the two waited idly by the side while the other guests chose rooms, they suddenly heard Shen Jiejia exclaim in surprise. My goodness. Shiyu sister, you're injured. That bruise looks awful big. Did you accidentally hit yourself somewhere? Shen Jiejia's voice brimmed with concern, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Inan followed the sound and saw Huang Xie attempting to pick up a card from the table. Perhaps during the motion, she had unintentionally revealed an obvious purplish bruise on her arm. Huang Xie hastily pulled down her sleeve, awkwardly covering her arm with forced laughter. Oh, this? I got it before I came here. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. It'll be fine soon. Lu Inan crossed her arms, a smirk creeping onto her lips. TSK. Looks like love blinds are quite common around here. Just sent one away, and now another comes. What a mess. Listening to the inner monologue, Lu Yanli thought of Qin Yin and involuntarily shuddered. Not possible, right? This time, which countrymen are going to suffer? Beside him, Lu Inan cast her gaze leisurely toward Chun Mohan, beside Huang Xie, who was visibly nervous. Her lip curled mockingly. Sure enough, such a wimp. Naturally, guys like Chun Mohan, who live off others but act tough, must rely on finding significance and superiority through certain matters to feel important. Lu Yanli's face contorted. Wah, what nonsense. Which matter? What kind of matter? Why is this gossipy situation affecting his cute, sweet, gentle sister? He needs to complain. Chapter 125, Zhao Junyi making trouble. Lu Yanli was beside himself with grief at his sister's plight, and the way he looked at Chen Mohan had turned somewhat angry. Chen Mohan had no idea that he'd already made it onto Lu Yanli's secret assassination list. He wrapped an arm around Huang Xie's waist and smiled gently. It's all my fault for being negligent, causing her to be frightened. But please rest assured, I've carefully taken care of her wound before we set off. Thank you all for your concern. Lu Ainan did not miss the involuntary tremble that ran through Huang Xie when Chen Mohan embraced her waist. Her gaze was deep and calm, yet she struggled to feel much sympathy towards Huang Xie. Tisk, Feels like a couple deserving of respect and blessings. Lu Yanli was brainstorming 100 ways to assassinate him when these words crossed his mind, flashing a hint of inexplicable gossip curiosity. This story can wait a bit longer before the killing. He covered his mouth with his hand and leaned over to whisper to Lu Ainen. Sis, are there some secrets between these two? I think there's something about Huang Xia's injury. Lu Ainen snorted coldly. One willingly hits, and one willingly takes it. What secrets could they possibly have? She retracted her gaze and ceased talking. Lu Yanli stared curiously at his sister. Oh dear, looks like this married couple has some complicated drama, and it's his first time seeing his sis not burst with news immediately. Lu Yanli inconspicuously glanced again, his eyes darting back and forth between the married pair, trying to catch more subtle details. What does that mean? Who is getting beaten? Did the celebrity couple also have drama? Something's fishy, exceedingly so. It feels like even the sis doesn't want to dig into this mess. Sigh. Indeed odd. How huge is that bruise? How hard would a collision have to be to make it cover so much? I have a guess. At the table, Shun Jejia watched as Huang Xia became flustered and felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to ask, Lin Yidong tugged on her sleeve lightly, causing Shun Jejia to instinctively keep quiet. Lin Yidong pulled Shun Jejia back and asked Director Su with a smile. Director Su, we've made our choices. Can we go back to our rooms now? Director Su nodded. Sure, but once the guests reach their own rooms, you will need to help the room owner complete a special task, which will determine where tonight's dinner ingredients come from. He chuckled mischievously and continued. Teams that fail to successfully complete the task will be treated to a special dinner prepared by the show staff. Shun Yi's expression turned vigilant. What kind of dinner will be provided by the production team? Director Su's lips curled up into a mysterious smile as he lightly clapped his hands, signaling for the staff, who then slowly pushed out a small cart, instantly catching everyone's attention. However, as the food cart drew nearer, looks of disgust and astonishment involuntarily spread across everyone's faces. Gu Shichuan pointed at the food on the little cart, incredulous. You're sure this is the dinner we should be having on vacation? Pickled vegetables with preserved radish? Kidding me? Director Su wagged his chubby fingers. Nope. This special dinner is exclusively reserved for guests who fail their tasks. The ones who succeed get their meals over there. He pointed toward the red cloth-covered spot ahead of the guests and boasted proudly. All right, let's show the guests the feast. As the staff lifted the red cloth, revealed before them was an entire lamb, surrounded by many Mongolian grassland specialties. Lu Ainen's gaze instantly locked in place, almost losing control of her saliva. Really unexpected, isn't it? Who knew Director Su could be so indulgent? Gu Shichuan swallowed the excess saliva forming in his throat and hastily dragged Gu Tingyan beside him, rushing toward their house, leaving a trail of excited, hurried words scattered in the wind. Roast whole lamb, here I come. This sudden culinary temptation instantly ignited a fiery passion within everyone, and all the guests subconsciously quickened their steps back to their rooms, hoping to be the first to complete the task and secure their ingredients. Lu Ainen and Lu Yanli found their house, where the host was already waiting for them at the door. Seeing them approach, the host warmly welcomed them, introducing herself. Welcome to Naka Grassland and to my home. I am Bao Yintu. Lu Ainen flashed her signature cute smile. Big sister, hello? I'm Lu Ainen, and this is my brother, Lu Yanli. Hello, sister. Bao Yintu took a particular liking to this adorable girl who seemed full of fortune, warmly inviting Lu Ainen and Lu Yanli inside, and offering them what she'd already prepared, a mission card. Oh wow, how embarrassing. Lu Ainen's gaze had been fixed on the abundance of delectable food on the table, assuming anything handed to her would be edible. She smiled amiably, intending to pretend reluctance before accepting. However, when she reached out her hand, instead of receiving food, she got the program's task card. Lu Ainen. I've almost lost all my face in this lifetime. Lu Yanli, who witnessed this scene, had his jaw tightened into a straight line, and his face turned red. Ha ha, my sister is so funny, ha ha. Bao Yintu saw the embarrassment on Lu Ainen's face and followed her gaze to the food on the table, suddenly realizing what was going on. She leaned in close to Lu Ainen and secretly handed her some sunai gao. Sister, try this first. Your director specifically instructed us not to feed you before the task is completed, but I'll secretly give it to you. When you come back, I will cook something delicious for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ainen's eyes lit up, and she nodded her head quickly. Okay, thank you, sister. After being secretly fed by Bao Yintu, she beamed with joy, but as she lowered her head to carefully read the mission card, her smile gradually froze on her face. What the heck? Herding sheep? She looked up at Lu Yanli beside her, her eyes full of confusion and inquiry. Second brother, do you know how to herd sheep? Lu Yanli shook his head dumbly. Nope, is it like walking a dog? Seeing this, Bao Yintu couldn't help but burst out laughing softly. She glanced at the flustered brother and sister, consoling them gently. Don't worry, herding sheep is actually very simple. It's not as complicated as you might imagine. You just need to drive them out to eat grass on the prairie. Lu Ainen nodded hesitantly. Sister, how many sheep are we supposed to herd? Bao Yintu held up one finger. Lu Ainen sighed in relief. 10, that's manageable. No, it's 100. Bao Yintu, looking at Lu Ainen, delivered the cruel truth with reluctance. Lu Yanli's voice wavered in disbelief. 100. Lu Ainen's expression was stunned. Mommy Mei Yong, 100 sheep. Am I herding the sheep, or are the sheep herding me? Bao Yintu looked sympathetically at the pair. Good luck. With utmost reluctance, Lu Ainen and Lu Yanli were led to the sheep pen, where Bao Yintu opened the gate. Chaos erupted as the siblings began their sheep-herding adventure. Not too far away, Zhao Junyi stood performing the dung collection task with an annoyed and disgusted look on his face. Hearing sudden bursts of laughter echoing across the grasslands, he looked up to see Lu Ainin and her companion getting better and more relaxed with their sheep. A strange glimmer appeared in his eyes as a dark thought started to take root. He deliberately slowed his steps, strolling towards the flock almost leisurely. Once within range and focused on the white rear end of a sheep, his lips curled into a sneer as he raised the dung-picking tool in his hand, ready to strike the sheep. However, just before the malicious intent could succeed, a delicate yet firm hand grabbed onto his wrist, stopping the motion. Zhao Junyi turned around in surprise and met the cold face of Lu Ainin. There was no warmth in her eyes, only stark warnings and freezing chill. What do you think you're doing? Chapter 126. Death comes knocking. Zhao Junyi looked at Lu Ainin, who had suddenly appeared beside him, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of panic. You? When did you come over? Lu Ainin scattered the sheep that were wildly running around Zhao Junyi, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Her words carried a touch of disdain. What? Do you think my sister and I are as blind as you? Zhao Junyi abruptly withdrew his hand, his eyes darting about as he argued. So what if I came here? Isn't it fine for me to do tasks here? Lu Ainin's gaze lightly swept over the manure basket slung on his back, a cunning smile creeping onto her lips. Of course you can. As she finished speaking, the long pole in Lu Ainin's hand unexpectedly thrust out, causing the heavily laden manure basket to lose its balance instantly. In a flash, the manure basket toppled over with a crash, all the dung inside pouring down onto Zhao Junyi's head. In sheer terror, Zhao Junyi felt the dung cascade from his head, violently shaking his body, tossing the basket off, and leaping several meters away. He trembled, trying to touch the dung with his hands, but unable to overcome the mental hurdle, standing there rigidly, his whole body trembling with anger. The color of Zhao Junyi's face was so dark it could drip water, his lips tightly closed, afraid to open his mouth. His eyes flashed with raging flames, every word like painfully squeezed through his teeth. Lu, you're asking for death. Facing Zhao Junyi's rage, Lu Ainin remained exceptionally composed, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. Whether or not I'm looking for death is now unimportant. What matters is that you need to find some more manure. She tilted her head, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. Better work harder, otherwise dinner might just be noodles again. Wanting to ruin my task? Nasty stuff won't kill you. Elder brother, let's go, time to report back. Lu Yanli shook with laughter, looking at Zhao Junyi, and said two words, deserved. Lu Ainin casually glanced at Zhao Junyi's wretched state, his body drenched in filth and eyes burning with fury. She smirked provocatively and skipped away happily. Picking up dung in the morning, coming back and not seeing my woman. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold it in anymore. Zhao Junyi looks pathetic, ha 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 ha. Deserves it. Let him scheme evil deeds. How unfortunate he wasn't covered all over though. Is Lu Ainin mentally ill? Bullying our Junyi. Isn't she something special? Does no one control her? What is this super male species? Is this the legendary shit coming to your head? Standing in place, an overwhelming stench repeatedly assaulted Zhao Junyi's nose. His expression was dark as he glared at the retreating figures of the brother and sister. Lu Ainin, I will make you HSS. Before he finished his sentence, a pebble hit his arm right on target. Zhao Junyi, furious, glared at Lin Yimeng, shouting, Why did you do that? Lin Yimeng resisted the urge to pour her own basket of dung over Zhao Junyi's head, forcing a smile and advising him, Junyi, you'd better clean up quickly, or the internet will be flooded with your meme-worthy expressions soon. Zhao Junyi's expression stiffened momentarily as he adjusted his countenance before stepping out of the camera shot. Meanwhile, after completing their task, Lu Ainin and Lu Yanli returned home to enjoy delicious Mongolian cuisine prepared by Baoyin Tu. I'm truly the happiest girl alive. Director Su, sitting before the monitors, watching the brother and sister once again finishing their task first, clenched his handkerchief tightly in frustration, two streams of clear tears trailing down from the corners of his mouth. Sniffle sniffle, how did they finish the task by noon? Damn girl. And look at the feast they're enjoying. As the sun set, the last rays of daylight cast a dreamy golden glow across the endless grasslands, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Lu Ainin reclined in a chaise lounge, cradling a steaming bowl of butter tea in her hands, slurping contentedly. Squinting her eyes, she exclaimed, It's so beautiful, so comfortable. Beside her, Lu Yanli kept glancing towards other guests still scrambling to complete their tasks, replying, Sister, aren't we too idle? Look at them, still busy. Hearing this, Lu Ainin looked over to see Shun Yi siblings frantically chasing chickens, Gu Tingyan brothers struggling with yaks, and Huang Xie alone in the stream catching fish, completely disheveled. Lu Yanli's gaze also caught the sight of Huang Xie's predicament, frowning slightly in confusion. Hey, why is Huang Xie always fishing in the water? I see Chen Moyu just squatting by the shore. Lu Ainin observed the peculiar interaction between the two before coldly pulling her gaze away. Maybe Auntie's here? Lu Yanli. Auntie, did she mean what he thought she meant? As the last streak of sunset quietly faded away and night fell, the others finally completed their tasks and gathered on the opposite side of the program crew with cards bearing their selected ingredients. Zhao Junyi, who had been drenched in dung by Lu Ainin earlier, stood on the side looking gloomy. Lin Yimeng beside him wore a crestfallen expression. Director Su glanced at Lu Ainin with some resentment before turning his attention to the ingredient cards handed over. He announced, Congratulations to all 4 groups of guests for completing tonight's tasks and earning themselves a sumptuous meal. Then, shifting his tone, he eyed Zhao Junyi, whose face was darkened with frustration and barely suppressed a grin bubbling inside. Cough. Unfortunately, Junyi's group failed to finish their task and will not enjoy tonight's dinner. Instead, they'll have to eat the food provided by the production team. Enraged, Zhao Junyi's countenance turned even darker. Director Su, if Luanin hadn't interfered, we would definitely have completed our task. Why don't you revoke their results? Luanin frowned at this remark. Hey, being straightforward is one thing, but you can't just spout filth from your mouth, can you? That afternoon load of dung surely bloated you. Enraged, Zhao Junyi roared out, Luanin. Luanin impatiently poked her ears. Shut up, every word from your mouth smells like dung. Uffed. Gu Shichuan burst into laughter but quickly covered it up, meeting Zhao Junyi's death glare with a sheepish smile. Sorry, I've got a low laugh threshold. Couldn't help myself. With hands shoved into his pockets, Lu Yanli coldly sneered. The tumor on your neck? If you hadn't sabotaged our task first, would my sister, so gentle, retaliate against you? He flashed an offensive gesture while cursing. You damn well deserve not to eat those 4 courses. With anger festering within Zhao Junyi like a snowball growing larger, he turned to Director Su. Director Su, are you going to ignore this? Director Su adopted a serious demeanor, pretending to have reviewed the recording. Zhao Junyi, this live broadcast is monitored through and through. The audience's eyes are sharp, the result speaks for itself. Fair and transparent, with no faults whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyi's pupils contracted sharply as his rage exploded. Screw it. No way am I accepting this. Just as Lu Yanli was about to retaliate, Chen Moyu stepped forward, the ever peace-loving stirrer in the pot, with his usual amiable expression. Folks, we're here filming a program after all. Harmony brings wealth. No need to argue. Take a step back for my small sake, alright? Yet, the air was abruptly pierced by an exceedingly contemptuous snort. Luanin slowly lifted her gaze and coolly fixed her eyes on Chen Moyu, her voice light, but dripping with mockery. Your face? How big are the shoe pads? Chapter 127. Is Huang Xia worth it? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Mohan's face froze instantly. His expression seemed incredulous, as if he couldn't believe that a junior would talk to him this way. You? Are you talking to me? Lu Ainin slightly raised her eyebrows, with an air of composure and a touch of amusement. Otherwise, what? Besides you, there seems to be no one else who mentioned giving him a face, right? Chen Mohan's face fell after being rebuffed, his expression turning unpleasant. Miss Lu, speaking of seniority, I am still your senior. Moreover, my words just now were all out of goodwill. Are you impolite by speaking like this to me? Lu Ainin let out a light laugh, her gaze fixed on the bruise on Huang Xia's arm. The bruise on Sister Xia's arm is quite large. It doesn't look like something that could be caused by a simple bump, does it? Upon hearing this, Chen Mohan's brows furrowed, and without hesitation, he pulled Huang Xia into his arms, unconsciously pressing his hand on her arm. This is our own matter. It has nothing to do with Miss Lu, right? Lu Ainin's lips curled into a faint smile, and she retorted immediately. Then what does the matter between us siblings and Zhao Junyi have to do with you? You? Chen Mohan was momentarily speechless, his eyes glaring at Lu Ainin in anger. Huang Xia tugged lightly at Chen Mohan, whispering softly, Mohan, let it go. Chen Mohan shifted his fiery gaze to Huang Xia, grinding his teeth together, glanced meaningfully at Huang Xia, forced out a smile, and retreated to his original position. Huang Xia caught sight of Chen Mohan's glare and shuddered imperceptibly. The fleeting flash of fear on her face was quickly concealed. She smiled gently. Mohan also means well. Ainin, don't take it to heart. Lu Ainin's gaze quietly landed on Huang Xia, devoid of warmth or ripples. After a moment, she asked, her voice cool and distant. Sister Xia's injury seems quite serious. I know a bit of medicine. Would you like me to take a look? I'll just test her once, see if she's worth saving. Huang Xia's gaze met Lu Ainin's, and for a brief moment, there was an internal struggle within her. However, this turmoil was quickly calmed by the warmth conveyed from the broad palm beside her. She gradually settled down, shook her head gently, her tone tender. No need. Thank you, Ainin. Mohan has already applied the medicine for me. After hearing this, Lu Ainin's lips curved slightly into a mocking smirk, which disappeared as quickly as it came. She simply responded, then shifted the topic. Director Su, can we start the meal yet? Speechless, I shouldn't have bothered asking. It's wasting my dinner time. Hopefully, those two won't dance in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll definitely perform an indiscriminate explosive move. Director Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tightly stared at the rising audience ratings caused by the plot conflict. Involuntarily, the corner of his mouth lifted, and he laughed heartily. Haha. Then let's begin. Wishing everyone here an enjoyable evening, and may you eat happily tonight. Haha. Lu Ainin pointed at Lin Yimeng, who was dainty and adorable beside Zhao Junyi. Can I bring Sister Yimeng along? Director Su scratched his head uneasily. Our rules don't allow it. Shin Jejia also spoke up. Director Su, though they are a team, Sister Yimeng completed her tasks this afternoon. And Ainin and I can share half of our portions with Sister Yimeng. Director Su rubbed his sparse hair, looking somewhat hesitant. At this moment, Lu Ainin's cold and menacing voice cut in. Director Su, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have calculated something related to you, and... Director Su jolted awake instantly, making a quick decision. Sure, absolutely sure. Half fairy, not. Ainin, please bring her over quickly. Lu Ainin nodded satisfactorily, then looked at Lin Yimeng, her smile sweet. Sister Yimeng, come over quickly. Let's eat the roasted whole lamb together. Shin Jiejia also enthusiastically agreed, waving her hand. Yes, yes. Sister Yimeng, come quickly. Lin Yimeng's eyes lit up with joy. Without any hesitation, she left Zhao Junyi behind, cheerfully running towards the inviting embrace of the roasted lamb. Zhao Junyi was left alone in the original spot, clenching his teeth in anger, his face distorted. He glared fiercely at the measly instant noodles pushed over by the crew, his rage exploding instantly. I'm in the same group as Lin Yimeng. Why does Lu Ainen get to take her away while I have to eat this garbage? Director Su replied with his signature smile. Because you didn't complete the task. Zhao Junyi's face stiffened. Furious, he yanked off the audio equipment attached to his body, dispersing the nearby cameramen and snarling fiercely. Fuck, this young master isn't serving you guys anymore. No recording today. Director Su continued smiling. Absolutely fine. But according to the contract, you first need to address the issue of breach of contract penalties. Zhao Junyi's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. A mere penalty? As if I can't afford it? How much? Director Su grinned and handed the contract to Zhao Junyi, politely reminding him. Allow me to inform the young master that it's rumored that Mr. Zhao is extremely dissatisfied with your recent behavior, so he has temporarily frozen your financial access. Therefore, the payment for the breach of contract penalties might have to rely on your personal savings. Zhao Junyi took the contract without any concern. Fine then. I have more than enough savings. Why should I worry about paying? When he saw the amount clearly, he silently closed the contract and pushed it back to Director Su, a touch more seriousness in his tone. I've changed my mind. It's not right to leave things unfinished. Am I the kind of person who would escape midway? Director Su's smile didn't waver even a bit, as if he had anticipated this all along. All right, prepare a new set of equipment for young Master Zhao. Remember, Zhao, you will need to compensate for the set of equipment you broke earlier. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Junyi agreed. On the other side, Lin Yimeng had already given up, sitting together with Lu Ainen and Shin Jiejia, venting her grievances about Zhao Junyi's peculiar behavior on the set. Upon hearing this, Gu Shichuan curiously interjected. Sister Yimeng, isn't your drama still quite popular? I remember there were quite a lot of fans shipping your CP. Won't saying these things affect your image? Lin Yimeng took a bite of meat, her tone dismissive. Well, once this live broadcast goes out, that show is probably going to tank anyway. Forget about CP or whatnot. We two parties had agreed beforehand to promote the show. Who knew Zhao Junyi would lose it and act like this? I really don't care anymore. Oh, by the way, you guys don't know. Before coming here he also said. A trace of subtle helplessness passed across her face. Just as she was about to continue, she remembered what her agent told her, stopped abruptly, and her face turned bright red. Suddenly remembered that I shouldn't say that. Lu Ainen's gaze lazily shifted to Zhao Junyi, who was walking over from under the production team's tent with a dark expression. She wore an amused look on her face. Wasn't he going to say something about quitting entertainment and returning to being the tycoon boss? Chapter 128, the new male lead replacement. Lin Yimeng's expression was shocked. Anun, how did you know? Shin Jiejia also had a look of surprise on her face. What's going on? Didn't even guess it right. Gu Shichuan blinked curiously. Anun, did you hide in someone's car? Gu Tingyan slapped the back of Gu Shichuan's head. You little brat, think before you speak. Shinny smiled. It must be our amazing Lu Banshan who pulled it off, right? With everyone focusing on her like this, Lu Ainen couldn't help but blush slightly. She coughed lightly. No, I guessed. Didn't you notice that today, he wasn't even trying to hide his dumb rich second-generation status? As they all thought back on Zhao Junyi's demeanor from the first encounter and contrasted it with how he was now, they all nodded in agreement. Gu Shichuan stroked his chin. Now that you mention it, it's starting to make sense. Lu Yanli sat cross-legged, propping his chin in his hand, his eyes smiling as he looked at the group of kids whispering together. He teased. Say, why are you all gossiping about him behind his back? Lu Ainen rolled her eyes. So what if we are? Can't we be the village gossip squad? Chun Majian glanced at the group of people huddled together chatting and laughing. A shadow of gloom passed over his eyes before he spoke in his usual warm tone. Yanli, why weren't he Xian and his sister part of this episode? I remember you and didn't seem to be siblings with them. At these words, the air went silent instantly. The chat screen froze for a moment and then started to scroll wildly. Right, you reminded me. Why didn't they two come? And why was the last episode cut short without explanation from the production team? Here's my guess. Could Lu Yixian and Lu Rongyu have met an accident? Huh? What a scary guess. Why do you say that? My hometown is not far from Yunling Village. My grandmother said she heard that the ancestral hall in Yunling Village caught fire and collapsed a few days ago, which happened around when the show was being filmed. Wouldn't believe it. Director Su watched as the chat content got more ridiculous, and sweat began to form on his forehead. He glared at Chun Majian and quietly cursed. This troublemaker, always causing problems for me. He took a deep breath, picked up the megaphone in his hand, and explained, Ahem, Lu Yixian and Lu Rongyu's absence is indeed due to some indescribable special circumstances. We will certainly give you all a satisfactory explanation later. Zhao Junyi smirked at Lu Ainen coldly. What kind of special reasons? Isn't it just that the Lu family can't accommodate Rongyu and her brother, hence their tricks? Lu Yanli's gaze suddenly turned icy. What nonsense is coming out of your mouth? Seeing this, instead of being intimidated, Junyi's lips curled into a playful smile. His eyes darted between Lu Yanli and beside him Lu Ainen, whose expressions were equally grim. Am I wrong? Isn't it true that Rongyu is still hospitalized by you guys? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli's expression became colder. Are you still lacking manure in your afternoon meal? Zhao Junyi's face darkened immediately. He stood up abruptly, pointing directly at Lu Yanli with an explosive rage. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Anan grabbed a chopstick from the table and threw it, hitting Zhao Junyi's hand, her voice frigid. If you don't want your fingers, I'll chop them off for you. She silently observed the scene where Lu Yanli and Zhao Junyi argued, and the plot lines in her heart grew clearer. Zhao Junyi has actually made a comeback as the male lead. Lu Yanli originally wanted to continue scolding Zhao Junyi, but at the echo of this inner monologue, he hesitated for a moment, disbelief flickering across his brows. What? They've really added a new male lead to fit the plot? Lu Anan pursed her lips tightly, her gaze deepening. In the original story, this plot unfolded after my parents and I all died abroad. By then, the brothers already suspected it was Lu Rongyu and the male lead who caused everything. My second brother confronted Lu Rongyu, tricking her into a boat where he interrogated her harshly several times, and finally, she was rescued by the male lead who got her treated in the hospital. Lu Yanli's lips twitched slightly. What a vivid analogy, boiled like tripe 7 times, huh? In the beginning of the 3rd episode, the male lead, harboring resentment, opposed my second brother everywhere, even exposing during the live broadcast the shameful incident where my second brother had tortured Lu Rongyu. Outraged, my second brother ended up fighting with the male lead on the show and was categorized as a bad actor, forcing him to leave the production team. Lu Anan glanced sideways gently, a hint of unperceived worry settling on Lu Yanli's face. If this plot gets patched, will the aristocrat appear soon too? A spark of determination flashed in her eyes. I must protect my second brother. Warmth filled Lu Yanli's heart. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Is the aristocrat about to appear? Well, he's curious too, whether it's the aristocrat who's abnormal or him. Zhao Junyi tightly clenched his hand, which was still aching faintly, and looked at Lu Anan and Lu Yanli with fury. You'll regret this. Director Su stood in the booth, tearing his hair out upon witnessing the scene. What to do? What to do? The police station hasn't sent us any notification. I don't dare to directly say that they were arrested. As he fretted nervously, an assistant director handed over his phone. Director Su, there's been an announcement from the police and the Lu family on Weibo. Director Su took the phone and skimmed through the content, relieved to finally get some answers. Just as he wanted to praise the assistant director for the quick action, he caught the latter glaring at him impatiently. He let out a cold snort. What are you looking at? It's your duty. Hurry up and turn on the big screen and project the statement. The assistant director rolled his eyes and grumbled as he walked away. When the big screen turned on, Director Su coughed lightly twice and held up a megaphone, speaking with a thick and resounding voice. Everyone. Due to the police not providing specific details earlier, we also could not leak any bits of information about the case. Hence, we have not given an explanation to the public yet. Now this is a good opportunity for the production team to clarify why Lu Yixuan and Lu Rongyu didn't participate in this episode. Please look at the big screen, everyone. Upon saying that, all eyes naturally gravitated towards the large screen. On the screen, notifications and statements appeared side by side. Each word seemed like a stone thrown into calm water, creating ripples of astonishment, and whispers echoed throughout the set. Shocking, families. I never expected Lu Yixuan would go so far against his own sister. How could he contact kidnappers to kidnap his own sister? The comment above shows someone clearly hasn't read the Lu family statement. There is no connection between Lu Yixuan and Lu Rongyu to the Lu family. That probably explains why Lu Yixuan harbored resentment and kidnapped Lu Anan. Vocal. Lu Yixuan even kidnapped Gu Dog. That's impressive. Zhao Junyi, open your dog eyes wide and see. Lu Rongyu is hospitalized because she is suspected of attempted murder after a car accident involving the police, which has nothing to do with our brother and sister. This is pretty explosive, folks. High society seems really messy and dangerous. While netizens debated fervently about the sudden appearance of the gossip at #1 on the hot search list, suddenly, there was a sharp blast from somewhere on site. Brother, my dear brother, you've been kidnapped. Are you okay? Gu Shirchuan's voice carried immense anxiety as he urgently shook Gu Tingyan's shoulders. Brother, why didn't you tell us something this serious happened? Let me check if you're injured anywhere. Gu Tingyan exasperatedly swatted away Gu Shirchuan's hands. Do you hope I am well or unwell? Gu Shirchuan reluctantly pulled back his hands. I truly care about you. Next to them, Lu Anan ignored the brothers' playful banter entirely. Her gaze remained locked on the bland term, suspected suspect, in the official notice. A hint of mockery flickered at the corner of her mouth. Tisk, truly irritating. Looks like Lu Rongyu is quite resilient and won't be put down easily just yet. She quickly concealed the sharpness in her eyes, turning her head to face Chen Majian. Her tone held a few shades of indescribable depth. Chen superstar, very interested in our Lu family drama? Upon hearing this, Chen Majian started inwardly, snapping back into focus instantly. Facing Lu Anan's deep and meaningful glance, he apologized sincerely. Sorry, Anan. I didn't know the situation is like this. I didn't mean to poke at old wounds. Lu Anan chuckled. You didn't mean to? So impotence isn't intentional either. Chapter 129. The most loser, Shun Moan. Shin Jiajia's face was blank. Yang what? Lin Yiming's chopsticks trembled, and the slice of meat she was holding slipped and fell. Am I not fully awake? Gu Shirchuan was about to drink water when he heard this unexpected word. Water trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Yang. Impotence? Is he not capable? The air around seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Shin Moan, making for a momentarily amusing scene. Family members, does it smell like melon? Everyone must forgive her. At 18, one is an age where things slip out easily. Don't be upset. WTH, whose youth just collapsed. Am I the only one curious if something like that can be faked? Kids these days, behave, let's not ask, okay? Shin Mohan's face turned ashen from the sudden attack, looking as if his secret had been guessed, angrily retaliating with a mix of shame and indignation in his voice. It's you who cannot. Luinen's lips curled into a cold smile, mocking light in her eyes. Still being defiant? Drinking medicine secretly until vomiting probably didn't help either. You still can't rise, right? That 2 tails of flesh has become nothing but decoration. In your heart, there's bitterness even when trying to visit prostitutes. All effort, no strength, right? Shin Mohan's expression grew darker with each scathing word from Luinen. Miss Lu, watch your words. However, Luinen seemed to ignore his warning and became increasingly aggressive in her comments. Watch my words? A few days ago you were served by 4 women. Before she could finish, Lu Yanli finally couldn't bear it anymore, suddenly stepping forward to cover Luinen's mouth through gritted teeth. Sister, do you know how painful it is for your second brother to hear such things coming from your mouth? Shut up now, or I might beat you. An annoyed Luinen broke free from Lu Yanli's grip, shouting loudly, Fine, I won't say anything more. Although interrupted, from Luinen's unfinished words, others already caught a glimpse of some gossip. Huang Xie beside Shin Mohan naturally pieced together parts of the truth, subconsciously repeating the fragmented phrases. Prostitute? For women. Shin Mohan's heart tightened, immediately wrapping his arms around Huang Xie gently, beginning to brainwash her. Xie, don't listen to her nonsense. There's so much sincerity and trust between us. How could I do something like that? Moreover, you clearly know weren't we together yesterday? Hearing this, Huang Xie blushed as she recalled yesterday, glaring coquettishly at Shin Mohan. What are you talking about? Shin Mohan sighed in relief, a doting smile on his face. I'm just worried you might misunderstand. Huang Xie again glanced at Shin Mohan coquettishly before turning her gaze toward Luinen, her expression unpleased. Miss Lu, I don't know why you slander my husband like this, but please stop fabricating unfounded accusations that damage my husband's reputation. As for my husband's abilities, I know them well. Luinen looked at Huang Xie, who got hoodwinked so easily by just one sentence from a man, and her lips curved up in a faint yet slightly derisive smile, her tone adding a distance unconsciously. Mrs. Huang, I always thought calling a woman love brain was the shallowest denigration ever, but seeing you, I think this term suits you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Huang Xie's face immediately flushed with anger. Luinen, considering your status as a junior, I'm unwilling to argue with you. Don't test my patience. Beside them, Lu Yanli let out a soft chuckle, his expression ambiguous. Let me tell you 2 spouses, you're both quite laughable. Both of you trying to use seniority to pressure people. Tell me, who among you 2 is any kind of senior relative to my younger sister? Disgraceful seniors indeed. Gu Tingyan crossed his legs, amusement in his expression. Did the 2 of you not watch the previous episodes? It seems you're unclear about what our Inen is capable of. Shen Yi's usually gentle face now had a hint of coldness, speaking softly. Our Inen never lies. If you see problems, you should find those within yourselves. Shin Jiaga said angrily. I won't allow you to challenge the dignity of the esteemed Master Lu. Gu Shichuan nodded seriously, Inen wouldn't be wrong. Therefore, your husband definitely made the mistake. Think carefully, was the issue last night really him or not? Upon hearing this, Luinen somewhat surprisingly turned her head to look at Gu Shichuan. Oh wow, this kid accidentally guessed right. Did counting the moons and suns actually make him smart? Hearing her sister's thoughts, Lu Yanli accidentally choked on his own saliva and began coughing. Quiet. Let him mull over the meaning behind those words. Feeling Luinen's gaze, Gu Shichuan turned around, wanting to ask, but seeing the subtle look in Luinen's eyes, his eyes widened a little. Is it my turn to guess correctly? Luinen nodded with mixed feelings. Shall I give you an award? Gu Shichuan shook his head in shock, his tone dull. No thanks. Lu Yanli. What was so smart about him? On the other side, Shin Mohan heard the conversation between the 2 and felt a jolt in his heart. But seeing Huang Xie, who was upset and didn't take Gu Shichuan's words to heart, he gradually relaxed. It was fine. As long as he stopped Luinen now, with Huang Xie's deep love and trust in him, she would not investigate today's matter thoroughly, nor easily shake their relationship. His gaze swept over Huang Xie's figure complexly, and a subtle shadow of gloom crept into his eyes. His secret absolutely mustn't be revealed because of his current illness. He had basically semi-retired from public life. And besides, there was that other thing. If Huang Xie divorced him, he'd be utterly finished. Thinking about this, Shin Mohan's eyes grew more profound, quietly scheming in his heart. After a brief moment, he cleared his throat and was about to speak up to move past this farce when how could Gu Shichuan and the others, who were completely engrossed in the gossip, let it go so easily? Seeing Shin Mohan as if ready to say something, Gu Shichuan quickly interjected. Sister Xie, you should still think carefully about whether last night involved your husband. Don't end up being sold out and stupidly helping someone count the money. Huang Xie didn't believe Gu Shichuan's instigation at first, but suddenly memories surfaced. Every time things got to that point, Shin Mohan would stubbornly demand turning off the lights and even cover her eyes with something. She had asked Shin Mohan before why he suddenly acted this way, and Shin Mohan told her it was to add an understandable element of fun. Now, Gu Shichuan's words brought up an unsettling thought that chilled her to the bone. Could it be that Shin Mohan did all this to cover for the fact that it wasn't him? She cast a skeptical glance at Shin Mohan, her lips slightly parted. Did you really? Shin Mohan's lips still curved in that gentle smile, but the arms hugging Huang Xie subtly tightened their grip. What is it? Xia, don't you believe me? Huang Xia sensed the subtle change from Chun Mohan and involuntarily trembled lightly. Her thoughts, which had just started to clear, became confused again. She timidly blinked. No, not at all. Chun Mohan caressed Huang Xia's hair tips contentedly, speaking softly. That's right, good girl. Then, he turned his head, his face expressionless while looking at Lu Anin, his voice icy cold. Miss Lu, regarding the private matters between me and Xia, I hope you can maintain the appropriate level of restraint and respect, and not talk without any regard. Chapter 130, The Bombshell of the Acting Power Couple. Lu Anin's face flickered with a clear look of disgust upon hearing this. If you hadn't messed with me first, I wouldn't have even cared about your dirty laundry. It would have made me feel nauseous. However, before she could finish, her lips curled into a mischievous grin. But, I am inherently well-behaved. Since you say I can't control my mouth, then I'll definitely say something uncensored. Lu Anin's sharp gaze fell on Huang Xia, who still appeared timid, and then slowly turned to Chun Mohan, speaking in an unhurried tone. Chun Mohan, does hitting women satisfy your twisted sense of male dignity? Chun Mohan's expression immediately turned frantic as he hastily denied. You're talking nonsense. Lu Anin arched a brow. Are you ready? Grandma is about to drop a bomb. She began to speak slowly, slicing through the entire watermelon. 3 years ago, you suddenly discovered that you had erectile dysfunction. After consulting numerous renowned doctors without success, your personality drastically changed. All these years, you and Huang Xia haven't had any children. At first, you were barely able to suppress that brutality, but ever since 3 years ago when you hit Huang Xia for the first time and found it rewarding, the frequency of your domestic violence increased, and your hands became heavier. Shut up, you tramp. Chun Mohan seemed as if his entire body was being invaded by cold ice. He abruptly stood up, rage burning in his eyes, but was swiftly kicked sideways by Gu Tingyan, crashing heavily back onto the ground. Subsequently, the two brothers of the Gu family firmly restrained him, not allowing him a single chance to interrupt Lu Anin revealing the bombshell. Lu Anin's voice was cold. Due to your increasingly brutal nature caused by your physical condition, you cannot stay in the film crew for more than 3 months. Hence, you gradually faded out of the entertainment circle and had no income. Therefore, you can only cling tightly to Huang Xia. She glanced at Huang Xia, whose expression was slowly becoming dazed and bewildered, mocking in tone. Still unable to control your desire for domestic violence, so you abused Huang Xia physically while simultaneously manipulating her with emotional abuse, PUA, making her love you desperately, while maintaining complete control over her. But due to your erectile dysfunction, you cannot engage in normal marital relations, and you are afraid Huang Xia will find out. So, you found someone with a similar build to you, to take your place and act as her husband. Over the past 3 years, you couldn't accept the idea of your wife having relations with others while being unwilling to give up your current life. Thus, you took all your anger out on Huang Xia. She stared at Chun Mohan, struggling furiously with fiery rage in his eyes, her lips slightly curling. A year ago, when you went out to party with your disreputable friends, you succumbed to temptation and engaged in prostitution. Because of your inability to perform, the methods you used to torture those people were extremely cruel, but you also found enjoyment in it. For the past year, during Huang Xia's sleep, you've tortured countless prostitutes brought to the basement of your villa. And fearing they might expose you, you used the funds from both of your studios just to shut their mouths. Even because of the lack of money, you set up several shell companies behind Huang Xia's back, solely to defraud money so that you could continue to satisfy your perverse needs. After finishing her speech, she smiled faintly, devoid of any warmth in her eyes. I'm done, Chun Mohan. Did I miss anything? Oh, right, you don't need to say I don't have evidence. She pulled out a note she had prepared earlier from her pocket, holding it lightly between 2 fingers, and gently placed it on the table. The addresses and names of your several shell companies are written on this note. If you don't believe me, take a look. Gu Shichuan very knowingly rushed over, picked up the note on the table, and with a posture akin to that of a ceremonial hostess, swaying his hips and held the note high above his head, displaying it slowly to Chun Mohan with the formality befitting a rare treasure exhibition. Lu Anin. Do I seriously have to thank him for treating this like a display of an ancient artifact? Shun Jiejia covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. This guy is ruining the atmosphere, isn't he? Chun Mohan's eyes fell on that piece of paper. These short lines of text felt like a 1,000-pound hammer smashing onto his heart, causing his face to instantly turn pale as paper, and his spirit utterly broken. You, actually no. Beside him, Huang Xia had already been shattered by the massive truth, her whole body trembling. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Her eyes shimmered with tears, filled with confusion and heartbreak as she looked at Chun Mohan, her voice choked with sobs. Didn't you say you would always love me? How could you let someone else do those things with me? Lin Yiming looked confused. Isn't she focusing on the wrong thing? Shun Jiejia rolled her eyes. Didn't you hear what Inen said earlier about her being brainwashed by love? It's normal. Upon hearing this, Chun Mohan's body trembled slightly, and he shed crocodile tears. Xia, I'm sorry, it's my mistake. I was just too afraid of losing you. Huang Xia cried her heart out. Why didn't you tell me about your illness? You know, I love you so much. Even if I knew, I wouldn't have abandoned you. I've known for the past 3 years that your mood hasn't been good, and I thought it was because I couldn't bear children, leading to your stress and resulting in this. I had no idea. She gently shook her head, full of self-blame in her eyes. If I'd only known earlier, when you hit me, I wouldn't have lost my temper with you. Chun Mohan stared at her, his eyes rimmed red. Xia, I don't care about others, as long as you still believe in me and are willing to forgive me. That's all that matters. Huang Xie wiped away her tears and moved closer to embrace Chen and Mohan. I forgive you. Let's live a good life together. At this moment, everyone present looked exactly like subway grandpas absorbed in their phones. Lu Yanli finally couldn't help himself, his mouth twitching with disgust written all over his face. I'm about to puke. Gu Tingyan wore an expression as though he'd eaten something foul. This isn't puppy love. This is straight up dumb. Xin Jiejia closed her eyes momentarily, choking on words. So this is what they call eardrops with iodine. Cleaning while beating, huh? In the livestream chatroom, it exploded into chaos. Netizens were also shocked to their core by Huang Xie's explosive confession, bombarding the screen with exclamation marks. Family, who understands? She loves him so much. Alright, we get it. Wish them happiness. Throw them out. I now understand why sister didn't want to eat this drama at the beginning. The milk I drank at 1-year-old has all been thrown up. I'm wrong, I'll be honest now. I plead with these two to leave us innocents alone. Where's the warden? Didn't the door lock properly? How did these severely dysfunctional ones escape? Lu Anin's gaze lazily swept over the tightly embracing figures, a meaningful smile flashing across her eyes. Chen and Mohan is in for it. Lu Yanli had previously displayed a look of disgust, but perked up when he caught his sister's thoughts, wondering, what does this mean? Is there a plot twist coming? As he pondered, he saw his sister approach him and whisper, Bro, go tell Director Su not to indulge in the commotion anymore. Hurry up and call the police, or things will get really bad soon. Chapter 131. The couple becomes secret agents. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yanli immediately stood up and walked towards Director Su. Just as he was wondering what kind of big event could happen, he heard his sister's conflicted thoughts echo. Should I save him or not? Although Chun Majian isn't a good person, neither is Huang Xie. Lu Yanli stumbled a bit, quickening his steps. He needed to quickly convey the message, and then come back to watch the drama unfold. Lu Anin, with knotted brows, absently rubbed her chin, focusing her gaze on the tightly hugging couple, muttering to herself. As long as no one dies, it's fine, right? Lu Yanli began jogging. He ran swiftly to Director Su and briefly uttered 2 words. Call the police. Director Su, feeling utterly hopeless, looked at Lu Yanli, his soul seemingly floating out of his mouth. Captain Chi has already contacted me. They'll be here soon. Lu Yanli's lips twitched slightly as he forced out a sentence. Is he just sitting in the livestream room all day? Director Su wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes, saying, Probably. In my entire life, I would never have thought that producing a reality show would end up with a pair being sent away every episode, changing it into a legal affairs program. Director Su said sadly, Yanli, how difficult my life has become. Yanli. After waiting for a long while without any response from Lu Yanli, Director Su raised his head only to see Lu Yanli had already run more than a li away. Director Su. Nowadays, young people don't understand caring for middle-aged people at all. Like a gust of wind, Lu Yanli returned to Lu Anin's side, sitting straight as if he were an elementary school student. Excitedly, he asked, Sister, what big event is it? Without turning around, Lu Anin calmly spat out 2 words. They've arrived. Lu Yanli turned curiously toward Huang Xie. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly stood up. Over there, Huang Xie's left hand, which had been hidden under the table, abruptly shot out. Clutching a dagger in her hand, she ruthlessly stabbed towards Chun Majian's abdomen. In that split second, her features twisted grotesquely, her eyes gleaming with maddening ferocity. Intersecting with Chun Majian's expression filled with both agony and disbelief, a cruel smile formed at the corner of her mouth. Afterwards, she mercilessly pulled out the dagger and once again fiercely plunged it into Chun Majian's body. At this critical moment, Gu Tingyan, who was closest to them, snapped out of his stunned reaction to the unexpected turn of events. He darted forward, firmly gripping Huang Xie's wrist holding the dagger. With a hard slap, the dagger clattered to the ground as he pulled Huang Xie rapidly backward. Chun Majian, clutching his abdomen, saw blood gushing forth like a spring. His eyes brimmed with an intertwining of incredulity and intense pain, struggling to utter a few words. You're insane. Huang Xie cried till tears streamed down her face, exclaiming, Chun Majian, I love you so much. I know about your prostitution activities and the embezzlement of company funds, but I've kept silent, not exposing you. We've been together for 8 years, and I always blamed myself for not bearing you a child, so I've closed one eye to your womanizing behavior. Even when you beat me, landing me in the hospital with broken bones, I endured everything. In her eyes, despair and anger clashed. Naively, I believed that as long as I became more submissive and worked harder, earning more money, we would eventually reconcile. But how could you let another man touch me? In the end, you discarded me. Chun Majian, you monster. Weakling. You betrayed my love. I want you dead. Chun Majian, half lying on the ground, his face pale due to the wound on his abdomen, extended his trembling hand, pointing at Huang Xie, growling, Madwoman, you're crazy. Standing nearby, Lu Anin showed obvious reluctance on her brow, but sighed and slowly approached anyway. She sprinkled some hemostatic powder on Chun Majian's wound, doing a rough first aid treatment before quietly stepping back, leaving the bloody scene behind. Huang Xie's gaze was locked tightly onto Lu Anin's retreating back. She asked between gritted teeth, Why did you save him? Upon hearing this, Lu Anin stopped her steps, slowly turning around. With both hands lightly spread apart, she said helplessly, I didn't want to save him either, but if he died on set, I wouldn't get my pay. I'm just trying to earn money. Do I have any fault? Lu Yanli was startled by Huang Xie's explosive remarks and took a while to regain his voice, asking, her meaning is, besides the womanizing issue, she already knew about all the other things? Lu Anan nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with complex feelings, saying, yes, although Huang Xie thinks romantically, she isn't foolishly naive. On the contrary, she also has a strong controlling desire. She installed positioning and monitoring software on Chen Majian's phone, so she knows everything that Chen Majian has done. Shen Jiejia raised her hand to ask a question. Then why didn't Huang Xie discover the issue about finding other men? Lu Anan continued to explain. Chen Majian also feared being caught and leaving a handle. Every time he met with that man, it was arranged to happen outside. Even to prevent eavesdropping, he always took away electronic devices beforehand. Shen Jiejia suddenly understood. This scumbag is pretty cautious about this matter. Lin Yiming asked a question in good time. If Huang Xie has such strong control desires, does she have no surveillance at home? Lu Anan chuckled softly. That's why they can be a couple. Chen Majian worried about possible mistakes, so he wanted to install a camera at home. As fate would have it, both chose the exact same spot for the surveillance installation. That's when he discovered Huang Xie's cameras at home. Eventually, he got someone to hack them, replaced, and reinstalled everything. Gu Shichuan exclaimed curiously, wow, if these two put their brains into something positive, they could achieve anything. Is this reverse psychology or inside the spy drama? Lu Yanli rolled his eyes. This is secret agent action. What kind of tone and words should I use to express my messy jumble of feelings now? Good heavens above, this couple is full of surprises. One's tougher than the other. Come on, lovebirds, pay your respects to your master grandma. A moment ago, I was slightly disappointed at their lack of ambition, but now, I just feel I'm still young compared to Huang Xie who rocks. The ability of Master Lu continues to be stable as ever. Given how clear these scandals are, I'm almost certain she sat on their heads listening. Under the greenhouse, Director Su was on the verge of blowing up as his hand pressed firmly onto the phone. Chi Captain, hurry up like wind. There's trouble here, it involves lives. What, 5 minutes? No, not acceptable. 3 minutes. You must get here within 3 minutes. Hey, is this 120 emergency? Lives are at stake. Quickly send over an ambulance to Naku Grassland. Hello, funeral parlor? Can I make a reservation for the whole package service? I think I'm close to death. Can you keep a spot for me? After being called a lunatic by the funeral home, Director Su trembled nervously, placing down the phone with tears streaming down his face. Assistant Director, don't you think this program is cursed for me? How come every group of guests turns our show into legal affairs programming? The Assistant Director wiped the sweat off his forehead, consoling. Director Su, look on the bright side. Although netizens call you prison booking officer, check out our program's ratings. They're skyrocketing. With blurred tears, Director Su glanced at the data nearby and immediately lit up. Rename. Change the name right now. Let's henceforth rename our variety show to Guess Who's Next? The Assistant Director. I know you want to brainstorm ideas, but restrain yourself for now. As the Assistant Director stood there speechless, Lu Anan's voice from the guest side came again, slightly tinged with amusement. Chen Majian, do you want to know why you suddenly became impotent? Chapter 132. Does Huang Xie know everything? Chen Imohan was still gasping for breath, his chest heaving, as he struggled to look at Lu Anan. Why? A flicker of disdain passed through Lu Anan's eyes. This physical condition is really terrible. My brother was stabbed and wasn't this weak. Her gaze settled on the somewhat stiff figure of Huang Xie, her lips curling into an amused smirk. Do you know you have a son? Chen Imohan felt like being struck by lightning. I have a son? Lu Anan raised an eyebrow. You don't know? Your mistress never told you she was pregnant. Chen Imohan shook his head vacantly. She said the baby was premature and didn't survive. Lu Anan curled her lips. That child is alive and well, and it's actually your wife who entrusted someone to raise him. Aren't you curious why your mistress disappeared afterward? These words thundered in Chen Imohan's ears like a bolt from the blue. He mechanically repeated Lu Anan's words, each syllable striking his heart like a hammer. Why did she disappear? Lu Anan's gaze gradually shifted to Huang Xie, who was trembling nearby. She said word by word slowly. It's because your wife locked her up. Chen Imohan's pupils suddenly tightened, and an indescribable chill ran down his spine. What do you mean? Lu Anan slightly tilted her head, her gaze profound and full of meaning. Your wife knew about your infidelity since the first time you went to see your mistress. But as she said, she loved you too much to accept your betrayal. So she blamed everything on your mistress. But you hid your mistress so well that she had no chance to act until your mistress was 8 months pregnant. You couldn't accompany her to prenatal checkups due to work issues. Finally, your wife got the opportunity. On that day, she caused your child to be born prematurely and threatened your mistress not to tell you the child was alive or she'd kill them both. There was nothing your mistress could do except telling you the child was dead. To stay alive, your mistress planned to leave you and escape, but your wife caught her back. Because of jealousy over the fact that your mistress bore your child, she decided to torment this woman who stole your love mercilessly. Chen Imohan froze, an unprecedented anger consuming all his fear and sanity. He ignored the pain, abruptly turned over, and grabbed Huang Xie by the neck, each word squeezed out between gritted teeth. You crazy wench. Where are they hidden? Huang Xie's face quickly turned purplish due to suffocation, using all her strength to flail her hands against Chen Imohan's. At this point, Gu Tingyan's two brothers stepped forward dutifully again, one to the south, the other to the north, separating the two. Huang Xie gulped down air greedily, looking at the enraged Chen Imohan with a cold smile. I've hidden them somewhere you would never guess, Mohan. When you sleep at night, haven't you heard the knocking sounds coming from under the bed frame? Huang Xie's smile gradually distorted. I chained that woman in the basement, right under our bed. Every night, I made her listen to our voices, making her live in pain. You love her, right? Since you enjoy sleeping with her so much, I let her stay with you every day. Isn't that good? Chun Mohan jolted, then suddenly burst out with an ear-piercing curse. You bitch. Beast. Lunatic. All present sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Goodness. This woman is even more deranged than Shinin. I thought we were at the limit earlier, but it turns out this is where the real limit lies. This drama. It makes me want to retch one moment and feel anxious the next. Director Su is amazing. Each female guest he brings has been more ruthless than the last. Director Su truly deserves his reputation. If anyone gets sent to jail, he seems to be responsible. I suspect he might have some mission or task going on. Luinen coldly observed the absurd feud between the couple with internal mockery. I told you, I'm not interested in this kind of gossip. It's nauseating and abnormal. Chun Mohan's eyes were bloodshot. His stare toward Huang Xie was filled with hatred, as if wishing to tear her skin off. Nevertheless, he repressed the savage rage in his heart and cast a heartfelt, almost pleading glance at Luinen. Miss Lu, please tell me, is my son all right? Luinen looked at Huang Xie, who was subdued, her head hanging low without further futile resistance, and nodded. He's doing well, but it doesn't matter anymore since you're heading to jail soon. Upon hearing these words, Chun Mohan paused momentarily, bitterly laughing. Thank you, I understand. Luinen pressed her lips together. This should be Huang Xie's only trace of kindness, right? At least she didn't harm the child, and even found him a good family, allowing him to grow up in a healthy household. Lu Yanli couldn't help but feel a bit relieved in his heart. That heavy sense of oppression seemed to dissipate slightly. Thankfully, humanity wasn't completely lost. She knew the child was innocent. The air turned silent, interrupted only by the wailing sirens of police cars and ambulances. A farce finally came to an end. Chi Rang crossed his arms, his gaze locking onto the cheerful brother-sister pair before him with a complex look. For a moment, he struggled to find the right words to respond. After some hesitation, he spoke in a mixed tone. I think from now on, I just need to follow you around. The credit for this performance feels like it's being handed straight into my mouth, and in. Luinen shyly twisted her hands, her voice coy. Oh dear, am I really that capable? I just wanted all criminals to have a place where they belong. Chi Rang shivered at the goosebumps rising on his skin and sighed irritably. Your show is ridiculous. I might as well report to my superiors and join you in filming your program. Lu An's eyes sparkled. Chi team leader, I think that's a great idea. It's highly feasible. That's brilliant. Otherwise, responding to emergencies every time is troublesome. It's better to just camp out. I have a feeling Director Su's next episode will definitely be explosive. Lu Yanli. If there are issues with the next episode, he suspects Director Su might kneel down and beg his sister to stop these antics. Chi Rang, upon hearing this, actually began to ponder the feasibility of such an idea seriously. Lu Yanli shook his head in disbelief. No way. Do we move our entire family next to the police station? Lu Anan paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Good idea. Lu Yanli flicked Lu Anan on the forehead, scolding. Always restless. Why do you want so much trouble instead of living peacefully? Lu Anan, rubbing her forehead tenderly where she was flicked, pouted in grievance while muttering under her breath. If our family weren't cursed with so many disasters, would I ever consider moving near the police station? As they were talking, Gu Tingyan and Gu Shichuan suddenly rushed over in a flustered state, their anxious and pleading tones directed at Lu Anan. Anan, could you please come with me to the hospital? Lu Anan furrowed her delicate brows. What happened? Gu Shichuan, barely catching his breath, urgently blurted out. Mom just called. Dad fainted suddenly for no reason and hasn't woken up yet. He was just sent to the hospital. Anan, please save my dad. Chapter 133, Gu father in coma, unusual situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a wave of indescribable emotions surged within her. You mean your father is hospitalized? Gu Shichuan nodded. Yes, the doctors are still examining him. Lu Anan furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a sense of internal surprise. Is this plot deviating? Isn't it supposed to be Gu Tingyan's father who ends up in the hospital? On one side, Lu Yanli's eyes flickered slightly, considering. Could it be because the male protagonist has changed? Not having time to think further, Lu Anan was urgently pulled by Gu Shichuan towards the car. Anan, let's talk in the car. The four quickly boarded the car headed to the Gu family's residence and directly rushed to the hospital. Chi Rang, who had been ignored, watched the departing vehicle with thoughtfulness. Subsequently, he signaled over a police officer. Let them bring those two back first. You and I will head to the hospital. The police officer looked at Chi Rang doubtfully. Captain, are you interested in the young girl? Chi Rang slapped the back of the police officer's head. What nonsense. I'm a policeman, not an animal. I just have a hunch there might be something happening at the hospital, so I want to check it out. The police officer rubbed his sore head, chuckled. I just said the girl is only 18, and Captain, you're already 26, so you can't. In response to his captain's threatening glance, the police officer grinned flatteringly. Captain, I'll bring the car right away. Meanwhile, the group of four arrived at the hospital entrance and encountered Jean Fanghua and Jean Yin, who were also visiting the hospital. Grandfather and grandson lit up when they saw Lu Anan stepping out of the car. Jean Fanghua nearly leapt to his feet in excitement, but for Jean Yan's quick reflex that gently pressed him back into the wheelchair. Jean Fanghua then realized his state and swiftly maneuvered his electric wheelchair, racing towards them at 40 miles per hour. Unin, Grandpa Jean. Luanin observed the approaching duo, and an air of seriousness involuntarily settled on her face. Are they here for the same reason too? Before she could ponder more, Jean Yin had already approached her in long strides and asked, Unin, would you mind checking on my dad? He has fallen into a coma and hasn't woken up yet. All right, but later, I need to see Gu Tingjian's father first. Subsequently, Luanin turned around and was about to speak when she noticed the upright stance and solemn expressions of the brothers Gu Tingyin and Gu Shichuan. She asked curiously, both of you, what are you doing? She saw both Gu Tingyin and Gu Shichuan bowing deeply to Jean Fonghua, their movements precise, almost ritualistic as they loudly greeted. Grandpa Jean, hello. Luanin's mouth twitched lightly at the corner. I now understand why Gu Tingyin has been replaced. Too polite. Without Zhao Junyi's foolish arrogance and narcissism that makes a perfect overlord protagonist for these types of stories. Jean Fonghua acknowledged them slightly with a nod. Why are the two of you here? Gu Tingyin kept his head down and answered obediently. Grandpa Jean, my father is also in the hospital. Jean Fenghua's eyes briefly flashed with surprise. Gu Shen is sick? When did this happen? Gu Tingyin replied in a low voice. Shichuan and I just received the call and immediately came from the prairie. Jean Fonghua slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze shifting towards Lu Unin, speaking vaguely. And could this be? Lu Unin gently shook her head. Uncertain, I need to check the situation first. Jean Fonghua nodded in agreement. Subsequently, everyone hastened their pace and moved towards the room where Gu Shun was staying. At the ward's entrance, the atmosphere was tense. Passing the corner, Luanin saw her third brother, Mrs. Gu, along with a group of doctors all blocked at the entrance, caught between action and hesitation. A heavy and indescribably tense and uneasy air hung thickly in the space. Luanin felt a sudden sinking in her heart and instinctively picked up her pace. Third brother, what happened? Lu Xuanran, upon seeing his younger sister, lit up with hope and swiftly briefed her on the situation. Mr. Gu's condition seems unusual. Our equipment couldn't determine the reason for his coma until we attempted to extract blood samples. He suddenly woke up afterward, but fell into extreme agitation. We tried our best, and ultimately relied on sedatives to temporarily subdue his unrest. He's bound to the bed, though the effect isn't very stable. Mr. Gu is still extremely agitated. He paused, lowering his voice near inaudibly, whispering towards Luanin. Sister, I think it might be related to something. Luanin, through that observation window, saw Mr. Gu with red eyes, veins protruding, and his whole body turning red. Her expression remained serious as she stated, I'll go inside first to take a look. Upon hearing this, concern furrowed Lu Xuanran's brow deeply into knots. He extended a hand anxiously asking, are you sure? I fear for your safety. Luanin smiled reassuringly, pacifying him. Relax, third brother, trust me. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Xuanran slowly stepped back, clearing the entrance to the ward and carefully reminding, be careful, Luanin gently nodded and pushed open the door of the ward before walking in. The others looked astonished as Lu Xuanran allowed his sister to enter the room, exchanging confused glances among themselves. Mrs. Gu was especially anxious. Dr. Lu, the situation inside the ward is unstable and extremely dangerous. How can you let your younger sister go in there? A doctor nearby also chimed in. That's right, Dr. Lu. That young girl is so young. This isn't something to be taken lightly. From his wheelchair, Jean Fonghua calmly stated, Little sister, you relax. If even Miss Nin can't save Mr. Gu, then no one else can. Mrs. Gu was startled upon hearing this, realizing the high regard Jean Fonghua held for the young girl. Her concerns began to ease slightly. Just at that moment, her two sons also consoled her. Mom, don't worry. Anin is very capable. Though her worry wasn't entirely gone, Mrs. Gu quietly nodded and glanced through the observation window towards the ward. Inside the room, Mr. Gu, who had lost his senses, detected the presence of a living person and became increasingly violent. His eyes locked onto Luanin as he started to struggle wildly. Luanin quickly scanned Mr. Gu's condition and understood immediately. Sure enough, it's witchcraft. She stepped closer to Mr. Gu, took out a small sachet from her bag, and waved it briefly under his nose. A fragrant aroma filled the air. In an instant, Mr. Gu's frenzied eyes gradually lost focus, and his expression turned vacant. Seeing Mr. Gu calm down, Luanin motioned for everyone to enter. With trepidation, the group entered the room and stared in disbelief at Mr. Gu, now free from his struggles. Mrs. Gu anxiously moved forward a few steps, her gaze lingering on her husband's vacant face as she incredulously asked, Anin, how did you do that? Is my husband all right now? Luanin softly shook her head. Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu's current condition is still unstable. I've merely temporarily suppressed the worms inside him. Mrs. Gu's eyes widened in shock. Worms inside him? Luanin nodded, her eyes flashing with a sense of gravity. Yes, Mrs. Gu. Someone has planted poison worms inside Mr. Gu's body, and this is the result of those worms controlling him. Hearing this, Gu Tingyin furrowed his brows deeply, concern clouding his face. So what should we do next, Anin? Can we directly expel the worms? After pondering for a moment, Luanin responded, I may need to take a look at Mr. Jin's condition first before making a judgment. Before she could say more, the door opened again. Jean Yin rushed in, his face brimming with anxiety and unease. Anin, my dad woke up, but he seems really off. Can you come with me to check on him? Chapter 134. Is Mr. Jean also encountering the same situation? Luanin sighed. This is truly the most troublesome situation. Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of unease in the other's eyes. Is the current situation too complicated? Even Inen finds it troublesome? Lu Inen stood up and addressed everyone present. Jin Yan and I will go take a look over there. Big brother, for now, please refrain from moving Mr. Gu. We'll discuss matters regarding Mr. Gu when I return. After speaking, she subtly gave Lu Xuanran a glance, only proceeding to follow Jin Yan into another ward after seeing him slightly nod. Lu Xuanran stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the few doctors in the ward. Surprisingly, he did notice something unusual. A doctor near the edge of the bed, unnoticed by others, quietly took out a phone, fidgeting with his fingertips as if sending an important message. Lu Xuanran's gaze narrowed, locking onto Gu Tingyin, signaling him with a nod of his lips. Gu Tingyin quickly understood, following the line of sight, and instantly catching the suspicious doctor in the corner. In large strides, he grabbed the doctor by the wrist. As he twisted his own wrist, he easily snatched the phone from the other person, his deep and authoritative voice ringing out. What are you doing? The fake doctor, realizing his plan was exposed, showed a flash of panic on his face. Quickly turning his eyes, he harshly rammed into Gu Tingyian's shoulder and seized the opportunity to grab the phone when Gu loosened his grip, dashing toward the door of the ward. However, upon just pulling the door open, he collided straight into Qi Rang, who was about to enter, resulting in a perfect meet-up between the criminal and the policeman. Qi Rang, looking at the person who had run into his arms, raised an eyebrow. He calmly reached for handcuffs from his waist and swiftly locked them around the fake doctor's wrists, smirking lightly. You're being so courteous, thank you. The fake doctor looked incredulously at the cuffs on his hand, lifting his gaze to Qi Rang and blurted out, no need to thank me. Qi Rang. Everyone. A slight twitch appeared on the corner of Gu Tingyian's mouth. This guy could be stupid enough to attempt thievery? Qi Rang kicked the fake doctor and said helplessly, behave yourself. You don't need to say thank you. Quickly confess, what were you doing earlier? Gu Tingyan flipped through the phone and then handed it to Qi Rang, saying, he was passing information to this person. Qi Rang took the phone, quickly scanning through the messages on the screen before handing it over to a nearby police officer and instructing solemnly, send it to the investigation department to find out who this person is. Upon receiving the command, the subordinate quickly left the ward. Seeing Qi Rang standing beside him, Lu Yanli asked curiously, why did Captain Qi come along? Qi Rang's tone carried a hint of pride. I had a premonition that I would receive your report soon, so I came directly here instead. Isn't it quite useful, showing how far-sighted I am? Lu Yanli couldn't help but laugh at his sudden self-praise, insincerely praising him. Captain Qi is brilliant. Qi Rang shrugged indifferently, hearing the door to the ward opened again. Looking towards the entrance, everyone saw Jin Yan pushing a hospital bed into the room, followed by a nervous Mrs. Jin and Jin Fengwa behind her. After them, it was Lu Inen, lightly rubbing her chin while lost in thought. Should I directly pierce the heart or quickly cut the neck for bleeding to bring swift resolution? Lu Xuanran. Pierce the heart. Lu Yanli. Cut the neck. Both simultaneously burst out. Absolutely not. This unexpected shout startled everyone in the ward, giving them a jolt. Qi Rang's hand jerked in surprise, nearly dropping the phone. In haste, he managed to grasp it, glaring irritably at the two Lu brothers whose expressions suddenly changed. What the heck happened? You scared us all. Lu Inen blinked her big watery eyes innocently, confusedly looking at her two brothers. What is not allowed? Who isn't allowed? Lu Yanli exchanged an awkward glance with Lu Xuanran, trying to cover it up seriously. Oh, your third brother just had a sudden idea to try the deworming medicine. I sternly told him, it's unacceptable. A complex mix of emotions swirled across Lu Inen's face. At least our third brother is a surgical master in the hospital. Saying this, it doesn't seem like this medical high achiever cares about getting fired. She looked at Lu Xuanran with a nearly helpless expression. So, what exactly isn't acceptable for my third brother? Lu Xuanran remained composed. Your second brother suggested trying glycerin enema to expel the worm. I'm seriously educating him against that. Oh, isn't this what a normal person should think of? Lu Inen. Stunmates. You two really have figured out these wicked tricks. She retracted her gaze and instructed Jin Yan to place the two side by side. Then her eyes turned toward the person handcuffed to the armrest nearby, her tone carrying a trace of inquiry and chill. Did he cast the spell? Gu Tingyan shook his head lightly. No, he only seems to be passing messages. Upon hearing this, Lu Inen gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over the few doctors standing in the ward as she said, all right then, take him out first. Also, please have all uninvolved people leave. At these words, the several doctors looked at each other, their expressions showing unmistakable displeasure. Miss Lu, we are all the backbone of the hospital. How can you call us uninvolved individuals? Lu Inen's lips curved into an amused smile as she lightly pointed at the counterfeit doctor with her delicate finger. I don't trust you. So for those I don't trust, you're simply uninvolved individuals. Her eyes casually swept over the identity badges hanging from the chests of the few people, a glint of disdain flickering across them. This hospital, managed by my third brother, truly has a mixed bag of characters. Just among these few, TSK, some climb relations, others embezzle funds, some even smuggle medicine. None of them are decent people. Lu Xuanran felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. Why was it that while saving a life, his younger sister had also uncovered a group of hospital vermin? Jin Fengwa slightly raised his eyes, a commanding authority present within his stare. Xiaoyan, ask these physicians to step aside temporarily. They cannot save this man anyway. It's best to follow Anin's arrangements. Jin Yin complied, his towering figure standing beside the doctors like a mountain, bulging muscles revealed as he maintained a cold demeanor radiating an irresistible force. Please step aside. Thank you for your cooperation. Both Gu Tingyin and Gu Shichuan stared menacingly at the few doctors, silently inching closer to convey their positions without words. The doctors glanced at one another, filled with reluctance, but could do nothing else except move slowly out of the ward. As soon as the door shut, Xiaoyan's face instantly became filled with anxiety, worry evident in his voice. Anin, what should we do now? Lu Anin pressed her lips together, her tone heavy. I just examined the situation of the two uncles. This kind of spell is quite troublesome. She paused briefly, continuing somewhat hesitantly. Both men were infected by the same spell, and its effects are strong. If we want to neutralize it, probably, bloodletting would be necessary. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he put his heart down. That's fine then. They're two grown men. Let some blood, go ahead and do it, Anin. As long as they don't die, it's all right. Lu Anin sighed, slowly saying, the difficulty lies in the fact that both of them have been poisoned, and I will need another person assisting with the bloodletting process nearby. I'm thinking maybe. Absolutely not. Chapter 135. Bloodletting to treat Gu father and another. Get a chicken. Lu Anin was startled by the unanimous opposing voices and swallowed the rest of her sentence, instead asking more cautiously, does anyone have a faith that prohibits the use of chickens? If so, ducks will work too. The crowd. Jin Feng would gently rubbed his nose to ease the sudden awkwardness. Oh, I see. Using a chicken. Lu Anin's eyes flickered with confusion. What else would we use? Although humans can also be used for bloodletting, I'm not sure how deeply the goo worm has taken hold or how much blood is needed. If we accidentally lose too much blood, I'd end up in the grave with Lu Yixuan. Seeing this, Lu Yanli felt relieved in his heart and grinned as he beckoned Lu Anin over. Come here, sister. Lu Anin instinctively sensed danger and retreated slightly. Brother, just say what you need from where you are. My hearing is sharp enough. I can hear through walls. There's no need to get so close. Though I don't know what I've done wrong. That look in his eyes tells me he definitely wants to hit me. I'm not falling for it. Lu Yanli advanced toward Lu Anin, grinding his teeth. You little brat, leaving your sentences half finished. Come here. Let me beat you. Lu Anin dodged left and right, weaving around like kung fu movie characters. Huh? Big brother, you're outright lying. It was all of you cutting me off. Now you're blaming me. You've got no heart. Jin Feng humorously stepped in front of Lu Anin, easing the tension. All right, let's focus on curing them first. They're still lying there. How does this joyful bickering look? Lu Yanli stopped his steps. You'll pay when we get home. Lu Anin made a face, emerging from behind Jin Feng's wheelchair. At this moment, the ward door opened, and Xiao Feng walked in carrying two fat roosters. Jin Yin took them over and turned to ask Lu Anin. Xiao Feng went out to buy these at your request. Anin, how should we proceed? Lu Anin moved to the middle of the two hospital beds, fiddling with her needles, and said, Jin Yin, please tie and secure the two chickens. I'll start to draw out the goo worms now. Jin Yin complied with Lu Anin's request, quickly pressing the roosters down onto the ground and exposing their necks. Lu Anin then called over Lu Xuanran to help take off the shirts of Gu father and Jin father. Retrieving a row of silver needles, she meticulously disinfected them, holding one needle in each hand. Her fingers trembling slightly, her spiritual energy surged as she punctured precisely into the heart meridians of both elders without any mistake. Subsequently, Lu Anin closed her eyes, concentrating, feeling the spiritual force flowing in their hearts while her consciousness traveled through their heart meridians. Soon, she detected the deeply hidden mother and child goo worms almost invading the hearts. Her eyes instantly became sharp. Without hesitation, her wrists flipped lightly, creating a wound on each of their arms, and she turned back to instruct Jin Yin. Cut the chickens' necks open, but control the force. Don't let the chickens die. Jin Yin swiftly responded, cutting the chickens' necks with precision, and watched Lu Anin intently. Lu Anin attempted to drive out the goo worms inside them with her spiritual force, only to find that the goo worms not only refused to retreat, but grew increasingly frenzied under the pressure of her force. Gu father's eyes turned bright red instantly, showing signs of struggling. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Ordinary chicken blood seems insufficient to restrain this. Well, looks like I've got to endure this cut myself. Having decided, Lu Anin pulled out a dagger, making incisions on both of her hands, bringing her closer to their wounds. Upon seeing this, Lu Yanli's heart tightened instinctively, wanting to step forward, but was held back by Lu Xuanran. Looking back, he saw Lu Xuanran shake his head at him. Don't go over. Interrupting sister might mean starting over. Lu Yanli had no choice but to stop. As Lu Anin's hands were cut open and the blood flowed out, her spirit-infused blood immediately triggered the goo worm's appetite. The two goo worms slowly crawled out via their blood vessels under her guidance. In an instant, the room grew silent, audible only by faint breathing and heartbeats intertwining. All gazes unconsciously converged on the sickbed. Lying there, the two men's chests began rising slowly, as if a living creature stirred beneath their skin, causing everyone to inadvertently gasp. Wow, there really are goo worms. Lu Anin's gaze followed those slowly moving goo worms, her once taut nerves finally loosening slightly. Phew, it's still effective. Suddenly, she again sensed the directionless and restless goo worms caused by stagnant blood flow, gritted her teeth, and decisively carved another wound, letting the blood drip down. With the surge of spiritual power being released, the two goo worms wriggled outward one after the other. After such hard work, I deserve a high price. As two black creatures with antennae on their heads and hairy legs crawled out from the wounds of the two men, everyone's complexion turned ghastly pale, their terror impossible to hide. Gu Mother tightly clasped her hands over her lips, suppressing the scream that was about to escape. She did her utmost to restrain the shriek bubbling up in her throat, fearing even the slightest sound might disturb Lu Anin, who was concentrating all her efforts on the treatment. Lu Anin furrowed her delicately arched eyebrows, her eyes filled with revulsion as they stared at the two wriggling goo worms. She extended her blood-dripping fingers and picked up the neck-slit rooster, silently gathering her strength so that her own blood could mix with the flowing chicken blood, enticing the goo worms. Finally, at the precise moment when the goo worm fully broke free of its confinement and crawled entirely out from the wound to fall onto the floor, a delicate tremble of her wrist propelled two small, yet sharp daggers into the bodies of the goo worms with perfect accuracy, pinning them to the ground. After finishing this act, Lu Anin relaxed her taut nerves, slowly straightening her body, but stumbling slightly, without control, her face pale as paper. All right, I've used too much spiritual energy, plus lost some blood. I'll need to eat 2 big basins of Maoshwang to recover once I get back. The worried Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran approached. It seems that you eat what you lose truly led to another unique path for the sister. Huh? Lu Anin was carefully handling her own wounds. Taking the bandage strip from her hand, Lu Xuanran skillfully wrapped her wounds while speaking with a reproachful tone. You said a chicken would do, but if I had known you were going to use your own blood, I should have done it myself. Jin Fanghua and others also gathered around, their voices filled with both concern and scolding. Anin, you little girl, if I had known you'd have to bleed, I would have let Xiaoyan replace you earlier. How are you feeling now? Is it painful? Let your third brother handle things gently. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin lifted her head and smiled brightly at everyone. Oh, no problem. I didn't expect these two to be so stubborn either. And their condition means only my blood could successfully draw them out. Lu Yanli sarcastically remarked. So, is your blood more fragrant? Lu Anin playfully snapped her fingers sharply. Big brother, how did you guess? Lu Yanli pretended to be angry, lightly pinching Lu Anin's cheeks, talking nonsense. Lu Anin grinned broadly. Can't help it. Since I'm a healer, my body naturally full of spiritual energy makes the best bait. Nearby, Qi Rang, seeing Lu Anin was fine, curiously stretched his neck and looked from afar at the bugs on the ground, shivering with aversion as he asked, Anin, what are these things? Lu Anin gently put down her recently wrapped hand, meeting Jin Fanghua's eyes, and replied solemnly, Sucks to pathetic goo, version 2.0. Jin Fanghua caught the meaningful look in Lu Anin's eyes, his heart jolting, instantly recalling Li Hao, who they had overlooked all along. His expression immediately turned serious. Version 2.0? Chapter 136. Was the coma a deliberate trap? Lu Anin nodded gently. This is the Zimu poison. The mother poison is in Mr. Gu's body, and the child poison is in Uncle Jin's body. This kind of poison will slowly enter the heart through the blood, turning the host into a puppet that knows only to kill, not to feel emotions. Moreover, as long as the mother poison doesn't die, even if the child poison meets with misfortune, it can revive within the host's body, bringing the host back as a puppet. She paused for a moment and continued. And those who are poisoned by the Shirxin poison, their hearts only have the thought of killing, without distinguishing between friend and foe. But their consciousness is clear, they just cannot control their own bodies. It's like being locked inside a mirror, watching yourself kill. Upon hearing this, Gu Mother widened her eyes, full of shock. Her body went limp, leaning on Gu Tinjian's body, trembling as she asked, But, how did such a thing get into my husband's body? Lu Anin's gaze fell upon the two sleeping people, her lips parted lightly as she said slowly, We can only find out after they wake up. Jin Yin squatted halfway on the ground, studying curiously the poison bugs that had been stabbed by knives for so long, but still hadn't died. Furrowing his brows, he said, Anin, these two creatures are pretty resilient. They're still alive. Lu Anin glanced down lightly at the struggling poison bugs and replied, The mother poison is the king of poisons, which emerged victorious from the bloody battlefield of countless dead poison bugs. How could it be so easy to die? As she saw Jin Yin trying to cut the bug with a knife, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly interjected, Don't touch it. This thing has some eerie properties. Are you unafraid that once you touch it, it flies up into your mouth? Jin Yin immediately stood up, rapidly retreating several steps. Damn, that's so disgusting. Gu Shichuan also instinctively took a few steps back, his eyebrows furrowed forming a character Chuan. Anin, how do we kill this thing? Lu Anin casually pulled out a piece of paper, took out a lighter, walked over, lit the paper, then threw it onto the poison bug. Afterward, she quickly jumped away, flipping out a mask and putting it on her face as she said, Burn it, that's all. Before everyone could speculate if she was afraid the poison bug might fly into her mouth, an indescribable stench suddenly filled the entire room, catching them off guard. Everyone reflexively covered their mouths and noses. Even after the poison bug was burned to ash, that smell persisted and grew worse. Finally, unable to bear the stifling smell, everyone turned and rushed out of the ward together. As the ward door slowly closed, they all unconsciously took a deep breath of fresh air. However, before taking a few more breaths, they discovered that the smell had spread to the entrance of the ward too. They had no choice but to hold their breath, stepping further away hurriedly. At this moment, a sudden explosion of angry curses erupted from the adjacent ward, breaking the silence of the corridor. Whoever used the hospital microwave to heat up feces. So disgusting. All of them. Are we getting scolded? Luinen, question mark. Not bad, quite aptly described. When she felt the smell dissipated a bit, Luinen lightly turned the door of the ward and met the simultaneously awakened gazes of the two people lying on the bed. Subsequently, the people outside surged into the ward again. Mrs. Gu, seeing Mr. Gu awaken, cried in great joy and wanted to rush forward. Yet, she stopped midway, turned around, looked tearfully towards Luinen, her voice trembling and eager. Anan, is my husband okay now? Luinen smiled and nodded. Mr. Gu waking up means there's nothing major wrong. A few days of good rest should suffice. With that reassurance, Mrs. Gu finally felt relieved enough to embrace Mr. Gu, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice carried a tinge of fright. You scared me to death. How could that poison bug be on you? Mr. Gu struggled to lift his arm, lightly patting Mrs. Gu's back. I'm fine now, don't cry with so many people watching. On the other side, Jin Yin helped his father sit up on the bed. Jin Fangwa rolled his wheelchair closer, filled with worry for his son as he scrutinized him closely. Son, how are you feeling? The elder Mr. Jin weakly shook his head. Dad, don't worry, I feel much better. His gaze then shifted towards Lu Unin standing quietly beside, his eyes brimming with kindness and gratitude. Is this Inin? You were mentioned during our phone call home earlier. Thank you for saving both my life and old Gu's. Mr. Gu also sat up, smiling amicably towards Lu Unin. That's right, Unin, my Sherchuan speaks highly of you nonstop. The boy admires you greatly. Upon meeting you today, you truly live up to his words. Your life-saving grace will be forever remembered and deeply appreciated by our family Gu. Lu Unin's lips curved upwards, sketching a gentle and humble smile. The two uncles are too polite. Treating and saving lives is simply what a doctor should do. If you praise me like this, how will I ask for payment later? A hint of helplessness and indulgence flashed in Lu Yanli's eyes. Well, it seemed only he could spoil his sister this way. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to mention the matter of the medical fee, Jin Fangwa beside him burst into cheerful laughter, loud like a gong. You two stop flattering the little lass. She went through quite a lot to save you too, so don't be vague about her payment. Transfer it now. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingyin and Jin Yin simultaneously pulled out their phones with perfect touchy and transferred large sums of money to Luinen. Luinen barely restrained herself from taking out her phone to count the zeros, instead smiling politely. It wasn't that much trouble. A bit of blood loss is no big deal. I'll just have a few more bowls of duck blood finsu soup when I get back. Lu Yanli's lips twitched. Wasn't it 2 plates of spicy blood-boiled beef before? Jin Fangwa nodded satisfactorily and turned to inquire. How did the two of you end up together? And how did you both get poisoned by the same charm? Did you meet someone? At these words, Gu father and Jin father exchanged a subtle glance, followed by a brief silence. After a moment's pause, Jin father spoke with a tinge of unnoticeable meaning in his voice. Dad, can we be discharged now? Luinen stepped forward and checked their pulses, nodding. Yes, except for being a little weak, there's no major issue. You can go home. Jin father nodded lightly. Then let's go home first. Old Gu, why don't you come home with me too? Alright, Sherchuan, you and Tingyan go home first. I'm not coming back tonight, as I'll be at Jin's place. Gu father cast a comforting glance at Mrs. Gu, softly replying. Luinen, her 2 brothers, and Shi Rang all followed Jin Fangwa's group to the Jin family residence. As they entered the living room, the atmosphere instantly became tranquil and solemn. Jin father slowly opened his mouth. The fact that old Gu and I were together this time was coincidental. I've been investigating a criminal organization. They were planning to sell some suspicious jade recently, so they approached old Gu. To lure them out, I cooperated with old Gu, intending to seize this chance to locate their den and wipe them out completely. His expression suddenly turned regretful. Everything was proceeding smoothly at first, but something unexpected happened during our meeting. As soon as we sat down to converse, their boss served us 2 cups of tea. Old Gu and I just planned to pretend to drink, but unexpectedly, as soon as we touched the cups, we started feeling weak immediately. Then their boss said he knew something was off about us. Jin father couldn't help pondering aloud. When I accompanied old Gu, I specifically changed my appearance, and my identity had always been kept confidential. In theory, they shouldn't have figured it out, but strangely, they seemed to know beforehand what we came for. Gu father picked up where Jin left off. Old Jin and I originally thought this time we would face great peril, but unexpectedly, after seeing us faint, they actually sent us away. Upon hearing this, Luinen's heart trembled slightly, her lips pursed. Do Uncle Gu and Uncle Jin still remember what the boss looked like? Chapter 137. Luinen confronts the customer service. Mr. Jin thought for a moment. I remember him. He doesn't look good, not tall either. He's one of those faces you wouldn't recognize if you saw him on the street. Luinen furrowed her brows, took out her phone from her bag, and whispered softly. Uncle Gu and Uncle Jin, would you please confirm if this is the voice? She turned on her phone and played a recording. No problem. Aren't you the most handsome and manly? The low, resonant voice of a man rang out, which made Luinen feel somewhat awkward. Shit, why did my little star record precisely this sentence? Deliberately making me socially die. The 3 brothers Lu Yanli heard this recording, their eyes opened involuntarily wide. What the hell? Could it be that this pervert really developed hatred because of love for his sister? Over here, Luinen pretended as if nothing happened and asked Mr. Jin. Uncle Jin, is the boss's voice this? Mr. Jin pinched his thigh, shook his head seriously. It's not this voice. This voice sounds very young. That boss is about our age. Upon hearing this, Luinen's doubts grew thicker like fog. It turns out this wasn't done by that pervert. She slightly bowed her head, her eyes downcast. In the original version, the only one who went to the hospital due to the goo worms was Mr. Jean Yan's father. Mr. Jean also mentioned that it was to investigate a criminal gang, and at the time, the person playing the boss was not Uncle Goo. Luinen frowned deeply, feeling something was off. Strange, how come I can't remember the name of the person who played the boss back then? All I can recall now is that the ones who went to transact with the criminal gang weren't from the Goo family, but seemed to be a minor family surnamed Pei. After their identity was exposed, the one surnamed Pei was strangled on the spot due to resistance, and Mr. Jean was spared and released because of his status. Why did the plot this time have Uncle Goo playing the role of the boss this time? And both were released. Plus there was that kidnapping incident involving Gu Tingyan before. Something's wrong. She raised her head, slowly scanned Uncle Goo with a glimmer of darkness flashing through her eyes. I always feel that this criminal gang is related to that pervert. Is it because the Goo family has what that pervert is after, or is it just simply seeing the ex-male lead unpleasant? Mr. Jean Fangwa's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the chair, in rhythm. He turned his head to look at Luinen, revealing some gravity in his eyes. Is this Goo charm the same as the one last time? Luinen shook her head lightly. It's not the same, but my intuition tells me it belongs to the same person. After hearing this, Jean Fangwa frowned slightly, lost in thought. A moment later, he slowly spoke, his voice filled with unwavering determination. Since such, I will return to the army tomorrow. The matter concerns greatly. We must quickly find out the truth. Mr. Jean was stunned. Father, your meaning is? Mr. Jean Fangwa looked serious. The current situation is complicated. Lu family, Goo family, even our Jean family are all caught up in this storm, and everything started from my Jean family. Therefore, I need to go back to the military immediately, letting those secretly targeting us know that I've already recovered, forcing them to show their true colors. Luinen and the three Lu brothers exchanged looks, understanding completely. Grandpa Jin's meaning seems to be uniting the three great families. At this point, Gu Tingyan's deep, magnetic voice timely arose. There might be a ready-made opportunity. Jean Fangwa lightly raised his hand, signaling Gu Tingyan to continue. Gu Tingyan nodded slightly, his voice deeper than ever. Next week is my grandpa's birthday. Gu family is going to host a banquet. Guests will be numerous and mixed, maybe an excellent chance for us. Jean Fangwa heard this. Sharp light flashed in his eyes. Not bad. That day so many people, spreading the news of my recovery will definitely make someone unable to hold their breath and expose themselves. Mr. Gu agreed as well. I'll inform my father of this upon my return, ensuring that he is mentally prepared. The four siblings Luinen sat quietly on the side sofa. After the meeting of the three great families ended, Luinen returned home with her brothers, cleaned up, and laid down in bed, beginning to sort out the storyline once more. Although every time we thwart the heroine's conspiracy, she keeps being like a stubborn cockroach and is annoying. Now the male lead has become Zhao Junyi, and the Lu family plot related to the male and female leads should not change. In a controllable situation, I need to think of a way to kill Lu Rongyu and Zhao Junyi directly next time. Lost in thoughts about this and that, Luinen then thought of customer service and the store. Since discovering issues with the customer service last time, she avoided all these deliberately so far. She hadn't contacted the customer service nor opened the mall again. At this moment, driven by an inexplicable impulse, she opened the mall to check her mission panel. As her gaze delved deeper, her eyes gradually froze, then turned cold and sharp. She remembered very clearly that since coming over due to the change, she had been very busy and rarely opened the panel to take on missions, let alone completed them one by one. However, before her eyes now was a series of accomplished tasks listed on the mission panel, with a large number of points in the account, as if deliberately laying out a path for her to obtain substantial rewards. Luinen opened the blind box again, and the revelation of the reward made her pupils suddenly tighten, surging doubts flooding her heart like an overwhelming tide. Still saying you know nothing. Screening external factors. Upgrade edition hypnosis 2.0. I just thought of wiping out Lu Rongyu, and you're already at 2.0. Are you trying to help me overthrow the heroine? Luinen waited for half a day without any response, causing her to frown impatiently. A tone of undeniable authority laced her voice. Speak. The customer service stammered out in mechanical tones filled with hard-to-conceal flattery. Customer service. Darling, don't be angry regardless of the reason. We hope to be your strongest support. Luinen narrowed her eyes slightly. You guys? Realizing they'd said too much, the customer service quickly clamped their mouth shut. Luinen laughed coldly. Are you Senpai Master? Why did you make me Chanya? The customer service sighed. Customer service. Darling, isn't it better to walk through the plot peacefully first? However, Luinen's face remained expressionless. No, I've said it before. I hate people scheming behind my back. The customer service was silent for a while before reluctantly yielding. Customer service. Then ask, I'll say what I can, and whatever I cannot. Even if you beat me to death, I cannot speak. Luinen took a deep breath. Why did I Chanya? Is it Master's doing? Customer service. Haven't you already guessed, darling? You were originally from this world. A massive wave surged inside Luinen's chest. I really originally belonged to this world. Customer service. Didn't I tell you when I said the energy of the novel world changes, insufficient to sustain the continuation of the world, so appropriate souls would be extracted to mend it? That wasn't a lie. The only deception was that the soul drawn wasn't from outside, but from within the characters of the story itself. Customer service. We, the Space-Time Administration Bureau, drew the soul of none other than you from this world. Chapter 138, Lu Ainen's Identity. Lu Anan felt as if a massive stone had been thrown into her calm heart lake, creating ripples of shock that couldn't subside. Then why did you extract my memories? Customer service. Your memories weren't extracted. They were just converted into book form and stored intact in your mind. The original work you thought of is actually your own memory. Lu Anan's expression cracked. So the dog author I've been cursing is actually me? No, this was originally a novel world. I even got into an argument with the dog author before I came back. The customer service representative seemed helpless. Customer service. Honey, do you remember I mentioned that there was an issue with energy due to the main character's insufficient power? Another way to explain this is that after characters in the book become self-aware and deviate from their predetermined routes to reach the grand conclusion, the protagonist's good fortune runs out and the world can no longer function. Customer service. Simply put, the original work in your mind is everything you have personally experienced since awakening. Therefore, the dog author is you yourself, Lu Anan. Then why could I argue with myself? The customer service representative explained somewhat awkwardly. Customer service. It's all for a plausible reason. Otherwise, if you discovered the problem early on and quit, what would we do? Lu Anan's mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of information. After digesting it for a while, she continued questioning. Then, what about the blind box store? And those needles, and that talisman? I said at the time they were so familiar. They belonged to my master and my elder sister, right? At this point, a chill rose in Lu Anan's heart. Could it be that my master and the people of my sect are fake? Are they memories you've instilled in me? But at that moment, the customer service representative in the virtual space looked cautiously at the director who had suddenly appeared, trembling nervously. Customer service. Director. The man with an outstanding demeanor looked at the young girl questioning the customer service representative with furrowed brows on the other side of the screen and asked calmly, "Has my little disciple noticed something amiss?" The voice of the customer service representative trembled slightly. Yes, but I only told her about her own identity. Nothing else. Looking at the girl who had waited for a long time and was now angrily practicing military boxing because she didn't get any response from the customer service representative, the corner of his mouth involuntarily rose, revealing a smile filled with both indulgence and helplessness. Those two old men really weren't wrong. My little disciple truly is smart and adorable. He breezily swept over the bowed head of the respectful customer service representative and said without room for doubt, "You tell her that the blind box store is originally intended for her service. As for why things related to me and her elder sister appear, just tell her that her master says not to inform her, and let her change her fate well." With that, the director disappeared from the customer service representative's virtual space. The customer service representative wiped sweat from his forehead and wanted to cry. This is too hard on me. How can I possibly avoid being cursed to death by your honorable young apprentice? 7,758, I'll count to 3, and if you don't show up, I'll go crazy. 3. Customer service. I'm here. There was a disconnection earlier. I reconnected. Lu Anan crossed her arms, her gaze sharp as blades. Then explain to me what I just asked. Customer service. All right, honey, wait a moment. Let me see what you asked. Oh yes, the blind box store is indeed set up for your service, so naturally, it would contain things you can use. As for your master, Lu Anan narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. What about my master? The customer service representative coughed guiltily. Customer service. Ahem, your master. He said. He won't tell you. Just focus on completing tasks and change your destiny. Huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Anan gave a cold-hearted laugh. Didn't you say before that you didn't know who my master was? 7,758. Sweat poured down the customer service representative's head like water, and he started crying out loud. Customer service. Honey, I'm having a hard time too. I'm just a worker. The rules above prevent me from divulging anything, and if I do reveal something, I'm the one who will suffer badly. Please try to understand me, honey. Wow. Lu Anan gently massaged her temples. Okay, I understand. Now let me ask one last question. Is the heroine of this book me? Customer service. Yes. Lu Anan jumped off the bed immediately. Then why can't I kill Lu Rongyu after such a long time? Where's my luck? The customer service representative hesitated nervously and replied faintly. Customer service. Didn't I mention before that the protagonist is currently in an energy trough, so not being able to kill her is understandable, isn't it? Besides, according to your family setting, you are supposed to play the role of villains. Some hindrances also help you grow. Lu Anan was so angry that she stood on the bed, fuming with rage. The customer service representative opened under the pressure. Customer service. Dear, I've answered all the questions I can. Welcome back next time, bye. Having said that, the customer service representative sped off. This time, it didn't forget to leave a positive review for itself, and even checked off the last one too. Lu Anan was almost laughing in fury. Good. You truly don't lose out on anything, do you? As her doubts gradually dissipated, Lu Anan's heart returned to tranquility, but an indescribable joy and happiness surged forth like a volcanic eruption within her heart. I'm really my parents' daughter and the true younger sister of my brothers. Her eyes sparkled with star-like radiance, yet there was a faint sadness beneath them. I used to have a family. How wonderful. Lu Anan lay in bed, recalling one scene after another and the love and tenderness from her father, mother, and brothers. A warmth blossomed slowly in her heart. Her gaze grew increasingly resolute. This time, I will definitely change my own fate and the destiny of the Lu family. Not for the mission, but for my family. Outside the door, the Lu family members had been eavesdropping by the doorway and listening to Lu Anan's heartfelt words. They felt a comforting warmth inside their hearts. Exchanging glances, they tiptoed away quietly from Lu Ainan's room and slipped into the study. Lu Yanli's eyes were slightly reddened, but he smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. It's great. Our little sister has always been our little sister. Lu Xuanran discreetly wiped his eyes and said gently, that's right. The only regret is that we didn't witness her grow up from that soft baby in swaddling clothes to today's elegant and charming young lady. Lu Yubai's voice trembled unreservedly with emotion. Our little sister must be hurting having such an unreliable master. After this comment, the warm and joyous atmosphere inside the study took a subtle turn. Lu Wenhui blinked rapidly and concealed the tender gleam and dampness in his eyes. His voice was deep. Do you think, if Ainan was originally from this world, could this master also exist here? Chapter 139, Mrs. Fu's Push. Lu Yanli gently shook his head, his tone confident. No, the customer service representative abruptly disconnected earlier, and then replied with your master says he won't tell you. I'm more inclined to believe that he is with that customer service rep. Lu Mingxian agreed with a nod. Reasonable explanation. This makes more sense. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing's lips curved into a faint smile as he slowly stood up. If so, then let's go back to sleep. We have to visit the Gu family tomorrow. Good night, everyone. At the Fu residence at this time, Fu Jian twirled his phone in his hand, resting his chin on it thoughtfully. His gaze fell on the dazzling evening gown in the center of the living room. He looked conflicted. Tell me, how should I reasonably get in to wear this dress? Seeing her son's helplessness from upstairs, Mrs. Fu rolled her eyes and muttered silently. By the time you win over my daughter-in-law, I will be 6 feet under. Mrs. Fu went downstairs, sat across from Fu Jian, elegantly pulled out her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Anan, it's Aunt Bai here. Hey, it's really coincidental. Yesterday during Annie's leisure time, I was shopping around and found a dress that immediately caught my eye. Annie thought right away, this dress on our Anan would look absolutely stunning. And tomorrow isn't the banquet at the Gu family? So Auntie decided to gift this dress to Anan. Auntie will feel delighted seeing Anan wear it. What extravagant spending. Not extravagant at all. You saved Auntie. Buying a dress for you is nothing more than an act of gratitude. Let's settle this then. Annie will deliver the dress to you tomorrow morning. Rest well, and then, good night. The moment she hung up the phone, Mrs. Fu's smile vanished instantly, and she gave a cold huff toward Fu Jian. Humph. Useless thing. Chasing a wife has to involve mom stepping in. It's settled. You can directly send it over tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly within his chest, fully accepting his mother's teasing. Thank you, Mom. On the wedding day, you can ride on top of me. Once again, Mrs. Fu gave an exasperated eye roll. Treating your old mother like a monkey? Fu Jian's eyes were filled with amusement, his gaze landing on the evening gown, gentle yet full of anticipation. The next day, after breakfast, still groggy from being woken up by her mother, Lu Ainan was dragged out of bed and seated on the small sofa. Song Shiyun clapped her hands, prompting a row of maids with perfect smiles to enter, pushing trolleys loaded with evening gowns, high heels, necklaces, and other accessories. Watching as the items gradually filled the entire room, Lu Ainan's drowsiness disappeared, her eyes widening. Mom, do we really need to try them all on? Song Shiyun smiled gently and happily. Of course. This is your first appearance in this circle, and I must dress you beautifully. Come on, dear daughter, let's start picking. Lu Ainan looked at the vast array of luxurious items scattered across the house and swallowed nervously. Initially, I felt somewhat awkward accepting Mrs. Fu's dress, but now I see that my thick skin last night made sense. After trying on all these clothes, I doubt I'll have the energy to attend any dinner parties. Song Shiyun paused for a moment. Mrs. Fu, Fu Jian's mother? She sent Lu Ainan an evening gown. Isn't that a bit sudden? No. Her thoughts turned, realizing that the dress was probably sent by Fu Jian himself. As her eldest son had mentioned, Fu Jian seemed to fancy her precious daughter. Song Shiyun quietly observed Lu Ainan and pondered about Fu Jian. Her curiosity reached its peak. Just then, the butler holding several exquisite boxes knocked on the door. Madam, Miss, Fu family just sent these over. They say they're specially prepared for Mississippi. Lu Ainan's weary eyes lit up instantly, and she ran over with a smile to take the package. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhou. Thank heavens and thank Mrs. Fu. This way, I don't have to be a model. She placed the box aside, naturally looping her arm around Song Shiyun's, leaning affectionately against her shoulder. Mom, no need to make it so troublesome. Yesterday, Mrs. Fu called me, saying she had prepared a gown for me. There was no way I could decline, so I accepted it. Today, we can just wear it for the party, no need for additional preparation. Just some makeup will do. Song Shiyun seized the opportunity to gossip. And then, did Mrs. Fu send this over? Lu Ainan nodded. Yes, Mrs. Fu said it was specifically bought for me yesterday. Listening to this, Song Shiyun's lips curved into a warm, meaningful smile. Ah, specially bought, indeed. Then we shouldn't refuse such a kind gesture. Come on, open it, and let me see what dress it is. The servant waiting aside approached carefully, opened the box, and hung up all the clothes, shoes, jewelry, and other items neatly. Once arranged, both Lu Ainan and Song Shiyun let out exclamations of admiration in unison. Wow, how beautiful! Song Shiyun examined the design of the dress closely, and a knowing smile gradually crept onto her face. Confirmed, this must have been Fu Jian's chosen gown. The design was unmistakably an exclusive by Ava, with only one copy globally, which could only be acquired through advanced reservation. Besides appearing once in a magazine, it would never show up in any store windows. And that set of jewelry, if she remembered correctly, seemed to be the Moonlight Dream set that fetched over 100 million at a previous auction. Song Shiryun nodded satisfactorily. Indeed, this was thoughtful work. Lu Ainin gazed at the meticulously displayed evening gown and blinked anxiously, hesitating as she spoke. Mom, isn't this gift too precious? Song Shiryun replied with a laughing tone. Oh dear, this is Mrs. Fu's heartfelt gesture. Stop worrying so much. We will find an appropriate time later to return the favor with lavish gifts. Come on, go try it on and let Mom see how it looks. Lu Ainin was pushed into the dressing room by Song Shiryun, where the maids from the room followed attentively to assist her carefully. After a while, the door of the dressing room opened, and Lu Ainin emerged bathed in a soft glow. Song Shiryun couldn't tear her eyes away from Lu Ainin, whose features were strikingly refined even without makeup, radiating a captivating charm. Ainin, you look stunning. This dress fits you perfectly. Lu Ainin's cheeks turned slightly pink, and her fingers unconsciously grazed the hem of the gown. Mom, isn't this, a bit too revealing for my body shape? I've never worn a dress like this before, and I feel a little embarrassed. Song Shiryun circled around her daughter approvingly, offering endless praise. It's just right. My darling daughter, you're truly breathtaking. She whispered quietly. Must say, Fu Jian's got good taste. Lu Ainin didn't hear clearly. Mom, what did you say? Song Shiryun smiled and replied. Nothing. Mom is complimenting you. With that, she elegantly turned around and gestured to the makeup artist who had been patiently waiting nearby. Go ahead, apply the best makeup for Mississippi tonight. We must make everyone speechless. Chapter 140. Discover the big villain's secret? Time ticked by, and Mr. Lu, along with Lu Wenjing and others, sat in the living room waiting for Mrs. Lu and Lu Ainin to come down. Lu Xuanran raised his hand to glance at his wristwatch. My sister hasn't eaten all this time. Will she be hungry after such a long time? Lu Yanli's fingers lightly slid on the phone screen as he replied without looking up. In the afternoon, Aunt Wu made some snacks and brought them upstairs. It should be fine. Lu Yubai frequently glanced at the stairway entrance. Why haven't they come down yet? Just as the words left his mouth, the carefully dressed mother and daughter slowly appeared at the stairway entrance. The 5 people in the living room almost simultaneously stood up, their eyes full of amazement. It was clear that Lu Ainin was wearing an elegant dark blue to deep blue gradient slim-fitting evening gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, making it even more delicate and shapely. The light blue fishtail hem swayed gently with every step she took down the stairs, each movement outlining her alluring sensuality while maintaining a touch of elegance. Her hairstyle was simple yet intricate, with a few strands of hair casually falling by her ear, her shy gaze complementing her older sister-style attire, appearing both pure and alluring. Mr. Lu and the other 4 instinctively held their breath, fearing that any tiny sound would disrupt this breathtaking scene. Song Shiryun looked at the mesmerized group and felt triumphant. She had been right. Her daughter's look was definitely going to leave everyone speechless. Lu Ainin slowly descended the stairs, catching the gazes of her father and brothers. Feeling a little embarrassed, she lowered her head with flushed cheeks. Am I beautiful enough to look like a fairy? Lu Yubai blankly shook his head. Not strange, really? Lu Yanli laughed softly, his tone filled with indulgence. Yes, you are indeed the most beautiful little fairy. Seeing you so shy makes me think you're truly embarrassed. Lu Ainin pouted slightly with an air of coquetry. I've spent almost the entire day on this. If I don't look like a fairy, wouldn't it be inappropriate? After changing clothes all day, I'm no longer a shy little girl. I am a confident queen. No, a confident great ape. 6 people. What a self-assured great ape, completely killing the mood. Lu Mingxian chuckled and shook his head. Then let's get going. As they went out the door, Lu Yubai walked behind with Lu Yanli, gritting his teeth. The thought of my beautiful younger sister being seen by Fu Jian with ill intentions is already making me uncomfortable. Lu Yanli froze momentarily, thinking about the scenario, also feeling anger surge through him. He exchanged glances with Lu Yubai and said in unison, we must guard her tightly tonight. What are you 2 up to? Come on. Lu Mingxian shouted when he noticed Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran trailing behind, quietly scheming something. They both responded while quickly catching up. The car slowly arrived at the Gu family's residence, where the Lu family's car stopped at the gate. Lu Wenjing stepped out of the car calmly and poised, standing tall, then gracefully extended his long arms towards the interior. All attention naturally focused on Lu Wenjing, curious eyes examining him. Whispers arose among the guests. Hey, look over there, the Lu family has arrived. Is Lu General bringing his fiancée? Possibly, but I haven't heard about any arranged marriage alliances with the Lu family recently. Oh, didn't we forget about that previous uproar online concerning the true Lu Ainin and the fake Lu Rongyu daughter controversy? I bet the person in that car should be the real princess, Lu Ainin. Ah, yes, I remember now. I've watched the show before too. That Lu Ainin from the Lu family is quite pretty, just a little eerie though. Rumor has it she can predict fortunes. The He family found themselves bankrupt based on her predictions. Really? What show was it again? Let's check it out too. Shoo, don't talk now, someone's coming out. A delicate white hand gently rested on Lu Wenjing's. Next, a beautifully slender leg emerged, and gradually Lu Ainin's graceful figure unfolded from inside the car. Instantaneously, surrounding whispers turned into audible gasps. My goodness, calling her pretty is an understatement. She looks like a celestial beauty. Good grief, her face is perfect already. But did you see that figure? Which window has God shut for her? I've fallen in love. I wonder if Ainin is female or male. Hearing the praises around him, Lu Wenjing slightly curved his lips. Having such a beautiful sister makes him proud too. Lu Anan hooked her arm with Lu Wenjing's and smiled merrily at the few wealthy young people discussing her continuously, waving her hand gently. Next, those rich kids were visibly excited, their eyes lighting up as they fumbled with responses. A flicker of cunning passed through Lu Anan's eyes. Lu Fairy descends Anan successfully gains a few infatuated fans. Lu Wenjing's gaze affectionately swept over his delighted sister, and he gave her a loving smile. However, in the next moment, the voice of the dog man, who wanted to snatch his sister, reached his ears. Anan. Lu Anan turned around and saw a tall, imposing figure approaching her with an almost unreal beauty. Upon meeting the man's tender yet slightly invasive gaze, Lu Anan felt a ripple in her heart. Beside her, Lu Wenjing eyed Fu Jian guardedly. He was about to take a step aside to shield his sister when Jin Yin suddenly appeared from somewhere. Wenjing, I have something to discuss with you. Come on, let's talk. Without giving Lu Wenjing any chance to refuse, Jin Yin pulled him towards the Gu residence without looking back. Fu Jian stopped in front of Lu Anan and looked at the delicate person in front of him. His heart softened entirely, and even his voice unconsciously deepened with hoarseness. Anan, you look very beautiful. Lu Anan's ears turned slightly red. She acted as though she didn't care, flicked her hair, and softly replied. Oh, I know. I've always been quite good looking. You don't need to envy me. Shit, not like this. What am I saying? Fu Jian chuckled gently. Yes, Anan has always been beautiful. Hearing this, Lu Anan's cheeks couldn't help but blush faintly, and her eyes involuntarily wandered around. She then noticed the color of Fu Jian's tie, and a peculiar sensation began to spread in her heart. Why is his tie the same color as my dress? She glanced down at her own dress, scrutinized Fu Jian's tie again, and blinked her eyes. It seems like I've discovered something incredible. She looked up at Fu Jian and smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Fu Jian, would you? Suddenly, Fu Jian grew somewhat nervous, his clenched fist tightening imperceptibly as excitement brewed inside him. And then Lu Anan, noticing Fu Jian's nervousness, flashed a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Fu Jian, would you like to go inside with me? Upon hearing her words, Fu Jian first froze, catching the fleeting hint of playfulness in Lu Anan's eyes, and then helplessly smiled with warmth. Of course, I would be honored. Chapter 141, Start Fishing for Big Fish. Lu Anan playfully tilted her head, a touch of pride hidden in her smile. Then let's go. Was that pretty obvious? Fu Jian looked at Lu Anan with deep eyes, following Lu Anan's retreating figure. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him, and the smile on his lips became increasingly mesmerizing. It seemed quite promising. He turned around and caught the angry glances from Lu Yanli, Lu Yubai, and Lu Xuanran, who were held back by his parents. He raised an eyebrow and then followed behind Lu Anan, slowly walking towards the Gu residence. The trio of Lu Yanli naturally saw Fu Jian's expression and their tempers flared instantly. Fu Dong and Fu Foran, seeing their son successfully lure away the young lady, immediately smiled as they said to Lu Yanli and the other two. Look, we've been chatting here and almost forgot the time. Let's go inside. Subsequently, the couple turned around with smiles on their faces and walked away. Only the three brothers, Lu Yanli and his siblings, were left standing there. They exchanged glances filled with teeth-gritting enmity and unwillingness. Younger brother, you useless thing, why didn't you stop that deadbeat Fu Jian? Lu Xuanran glared at Lu Yanli and shot back. Why don't you stop him? Were you not willing? Lu Yubai mentally cursed Fu Jian in his mind. Scheming bastard. He actually played dirty tricks. Lu Yanli gritted his teeth and urged his two younger brothers. Let's hurry inside. This time we must guard against him strictly. Meanwhile, Lu Anan and Fu Jian entered side by side into the banquet hall of the Gu family. The surrounding air momentarily froze as everyone's gaze instinctively focused on this well-matched pair. Today, because of Lu Anan's sudden appearance, the Lu family had already become the center of attention. Now, with Fu Jian, the usually low-profile but immensely powerful heir of the Fu family, by her side, it was like throwing a bomb into the already boiling banquet, causing ripples upon ripples. Guests began whispering and exchanging hushed conversations, weaving rapidly into a web of gossip. Is the girl beside Mr. Fu the recently found daughter of the Lu family? It should be. However, looking at their familiarity, could the Lu family be planning a marriage alliance with the Fu family? If so, that would be big news. For a long time, in the business circle, the Fu family, the Lu family, and the Gu family have been mutually restraining each other. If the Lu family and the Fu family ally through marriage, the Gu family will surely feel uneasy, won't they? Who knows, though they do look quite striking together, Did you notice, their outfits seem coordinated? Oh my, are these matching outfits? None of the audience's examining gazes or whispered comments seemed to bother either of the main protagonists. With calm faces, the two walked over to where Lu's father, Lu's mother, Gu's father, and Gu's mother were talking, greeting them with cheerful voices. Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, good evening. Gu's parents lovingly looked down on the two juniors and nodded gently. Mrs. Gu complimented Lu Anan. Good evening, Anan. You're truly stunning tonight. Lu Anan shyly smiled. You look beautiful too, Aunt Gu. Mr. Gu's gaze fell onto the steady and reserved Fu Jian nearby, and he also said smilingly, Jian hasn't visited the Gu family for quite some time. You look more mature and even more outstanding than before. Fu Jian politely responded with a faint smile. Uncle Gu is too kind. Song Shiyun's gaze unconsciously observed Fu Jian, then noticed that Fu Jian's tie matched the same shade of dark blue as her daughter's dress. Even more intriguing, at the edge of his chest pocket, there was a hint of gradient color. Her expression took on deeper meaning, and there was a slight undertone of jest in her voice. Your suit today, Jian, seems to have an unusual charm. Especially this tie, what an extraordinary choice. Fu Jian's lips curved slightly upwards into a warm smile as he effortlessly picked up on the subtle implication in Song Shiyun's words, replying softly. It was custom-made, and I really like it. Song Shiyan nodded. That's great, cherish what you like, work hard. Fu Jian's eyes twinkled with joy. Yes, I'll definitely try my best. A row of question marks popped above Luanin's head. Why was Mom talking to Fu Jian so strangely? Is this about the clothes? Mrs. Gu's eyes followed Song Shiyun's soft murmurs, landing on Fu Jian's outfit. Her tone carried surprise. Oh? The way Jian and Inen are dressed today looks like a deliberate match. How coincidental. Luanin involuntarily glanced at Fu Jian. Seeing Fu Jian grin like an open sieve, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward to cover up with a string of clear laughter. Haha. Yes, coincidences in this world can be quite magical. Uncle, I shouldn't say Aunt Bai gave me the dress. Otherwise, I would truly become the focus of attention tonight. Fu Jian pressed his lips lightly, nodding with a trace of resentment. Yes, it's a coincidence. Behind them, Fu's parents, Jin Fonghua and Jin Yan, along with Lu Wenjing, arrived late and had just heard the conversation among the group. 3 different kinds of emotions rippled through their hearts. Jin Fonghua and Jin Yan curiously examined the 2 outfits, their smiles deepening gradually as they caught every detail. Their tone held profound meaning. What a coincidence, such a good coincidence. Fu's mother subtly praised, Inen is really beautiful tonight. My son only dresses decently today. Normally he's all black, so dull and serious every day, looking rather irritable. Inen is much better, always cheerful like a little girl. If she were part of our family. As soon as these words escaped her lips, alarms rang in Lu Wenjing's mind and the other 3 brothers. They instinctively huddled close to their mother, casting scrutinizing glances at Fu Jian's attire. Then, those piercing gazes shot directly at him. When did this guy find out what kind of dress my sister would wear? Someone, bring the guillotine for dogs. Luanin, sensing the changes in how others looked at her and Fu Jian, quickly tried to change the subject. Cough, cough. Grandpa Jean, how do you plan to announce that your legs have recovered? We need to shift the topic now, or things might get even more awkward. At this moment, Jin Fenghua's gaze casually drifted toward the staircase, where Gu Tingyin was carefully supporting Grandpa Gu down. With a grin on his face, Jin Fenghua said, it's time. Luanin blinked in confusion, now. Immediately after, everyone saw Jin Fenghua rise from his wheelchair. He strode confidently forward, gripping Grandpa Gu's hand and giving it a firm pat. Old friend Gu, long time no see. This sudden movement immediately sent ripples throughout the banquet hall, gasps and murmurs spreading like wildfire. Am I seeing things? Did I just see General Jin stand up? My goodness, when did General Jin's legs heal? Gu's grandfather feigned surprise, pointing at Jin Fenghua's legs. You old dog, when did your legs get healed? Jin Fenghua chuckled and replied, last month, probably. In a secluded corner, a young man's complexion abruptly changed. Shadows of hostility flickered in his eyes as they locked onto Jin Fenghua's newly healed legs. With a chilling tone, he questioned the person behind him. How did Jin Fenghua's legs fully recover? You've been ordered to closely monitor every move made by the Jin family. How could you miss such crucial information? Chapter 142. Who was Pei Sheng? The assistant standing behind him lowered his head, answering tremblingly. Mr. Pei, our informants indeed didn't capture even a whisper of Jin Fenghua's recovery. He has consistently maintained the image of traveling in a wheelchair, and this sudden change was truly unexpected, a result of carelessness by those below. Pei Sheng narrowed his eyes dangerously and cursed softly. Waste. How could you not know something so big? If this misstep ruins my overall plan, I will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, the assistant shrank further, his head almost buried in his chest, yet the shadowed eyes revealed a flicker of disdain. Still, his mouth expressed nothing but alarm. Mr. Pei, it was my negligence. There will absolutely be no such oversights next time. Pei Sheng's fierce gaze swept over the assistant like ice, finally slowly retreating as he returned to his calm self, saying indifferently, is everything prepared? The assistant respectfully presented the folder in his hands. Please rest assured, Mr. Pei. Everything is ready, and the large screen has also been tested and adjusted. Pei Sheng drank up the champagne in his glass in one gulp, a cold and sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fine, let's go meet this never-seen-before good father. He elegantly took another glass of crystalline liquor from the server's tray, walking steadily through the crowd with a steady pace. His gaze pierced through the noise, directly locking onto Gu father enveloped by the spotlight and gazes. On the other side, Grandpa Gu and Jin Fenghua walked back, asking quietly, how's it going? Have you noticed any suspicious individuals? Gu father and Gu mother exchanged glances, gently shaking their heads, revealing caution in their eyes. We observed all the people at the banquet here and didn't notice anything abnormal. Lu Wenjing and his group of brothers shook their heads consecutively, maintaining composure on their faces while an increasing heaviness crept into their voices. We have thoroughly investigated, checked every vehicle that passed without missing any, and found no suspicious items. Jin Yin then lowered his voice, full of prudence. My father also didn't find any anomalies on the surveillance, and the identity verifiers reported that all people present are accounted for. There's nobody uninvited. Fu Jian furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of confusion laced within him. He quietly leaned closer to Lu Ainan's ear, his low, deep voice resonant. What happened? Lu Ainan was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Just as she was about to speak to Fu Jian and explain the details, her peripheral vision caught sight of a young man coming towards them with an apparent smile on his face. Her gaze unconsciously fixed on the features of this man, and suddenly, an inexplicable chill surged in her heart. The sense of impending danger swamped her, leaving her frozen, unable to move. Her entire body froze in place, her heart beating rapidly. This face, who is he? Noticing Lu Ainan's odd state, Fu Jian's eyes darkened. Then following her gaze, he saw a man stepping closer. Unease settled in Fu Jian's brow as well. Turning back to Lu Ainan, he spoke softly. This is Pei Sheng from the Pei family. Do you know him, Ainan? Startled, Lu Ainan quickly raised her head towards Fu Jian, her eyes reflecting urgent questioning. Gripping onto his sleeve unconsciously and urgently asked, You say his name is Pei Sheng? For a moment, Fu Jian stiffened, and then nodded slowly. Yes. Lu Ainan's gaze locked firmly on Pei Sheng, who was advancing closer, her eyes brewing like a storm, her body slightly trembling from overwhelming emotions. Pei Sheng, he is Pei Sheng. That boss, supposed to transact with the criminal gang, is Pei Sheng. A shockwave struck everyone in the Lu family as disbelief washed over their expressions. They looked at each other silently in disbelief. This guy should be the one who died on the spot. Staring at the familiar yet strange face, hatred and anger intertwined in Lu Ainan's mind, forming an intricate net threatening to consume her. The incomprehensible emotion ignited like fire, fiercely burning inside her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Her heart throbbed slightly in pain, and she placed a hand over her chest, swaying under the impact of the sudden emotional assault. I've never seen him. Why do I feel such strong hatred? Why is this face so familiar? Who is he? Fu Jian quickly embraced Lu Ainan, deep concern evident in his eyes. Ainan? Are you alright? At this point, everyone from the Lu family had noticed Lu Ainan's abnormal state and gathered around, their eyes filled with care and worry. Ainan, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Lu Ainan felt her chest weighed down as if by 1,000 pounds, each breath accompanied by slight trembles. She gently leaned against Fu Jian, closing her eyes to forcefully suppress the emotions surging within her heart. Opening her eyes, her face was slightly pale, yet she managed to appear as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. Maybe it's because I didn't eat anything, just a bit dizzy. But I'm okay now. Lu Wenjing looked at Lu Ainan with tenderness in his heart, speaking softly. Ainan, why don't you go rest for a while in the lounge? We'll handle everything here. Lu Ainan shook her head, looking fiercely at Pei Sheng, who was advancing step by step, her voice icy. No, I'll stay right here. There's something off about this person. This face gives me such a familiar feeling. Could it be my longtime nemesis? Upon hearing this, everyone from Lu's family and Fu Jian's side felt an intense chill running down their spines, all of them focusing their gazes on Pei Sheng. This man is that mastermind. Fu Jian's fingers curled slightly, clenching into a fist, his gaze sharply fixed on Pei Sheng as his smile disappeared from his lips. Is he the one who has always intended to harm Ainan? Meanwhile, Jin Fenghua and his team noticed the abrupt change in Lu Ainan's group's expressions, silently becoming alert. Jin Yan quietly asked, a suspicious individual? Lu Ainan gave a slight nod, her eyes gleaming with complex emotions. Perhaps. But whoever it is, they're certainly not friendly. The somber expressions on everyone's faces grew heavier as their eyes locked onto Pei Sheng, cold and piercing. Pei Sheng instinctively slowed his steps, staring back at the scrutinizing gazes. His heart dropped. Why were they looking at him this way? Did they uncover his plans? He quickly adjusted his breathing, maintaining the faintly charming smile on his face. Keeping one hand in his pocket, he raised the glass of wine toward Grandpa Gu, his tone carrying a touch of subtle mockery. Mr. Gu, greetings, I am Pei Sheng. Today, I have come specially to congratulate you on your 80th birthday. May your blessings match the eastern sea, and may your life span rival the southern mountains. Grandpa Gu furrowed his brows slightly, revealing mild dissatisfaction as his eyes fell upon Pei Sheng's slightly frivolous demeanor. A trace of derision tinged his tone. It's no wonder the Pei family exhausted every effort to replace the He family and force its way into the upper echelons of Jing City's elite society. You're indeed as small-minded as expected from a junior family. Pei Sheng chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Grandpa Gu's biting sarcasm. His gaze slowly swept over Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, Gu Tingyan, and Gu Shichuan before saying cryptically, Today, I have prepared a grand gift especially for Mr. Gu and Director Gu. It is my hope that it can earn both of your smiles. Please accept it kindly. Gu Tingyan eyed Pei Sheng warily, his voice cold. What exactly do you want to do? After hearing this, Pei Sheng smiled even more broadly. What do I want to do? That is truly an excellent question. With elegance, he extended his hand, receiving the folder from his assistant, then gently pushed it toward Grandpa Gu, his smile filled with ambiguous meaning. Naturally, to claim my rightful lineage. Chapter 143. How could Pei Sheng be an illegitimate child? As his words trailed off, the giant screen in the center of the stage suddenly lit up, and Luinen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the slowly unfolding test report on the screen. Her heart churned with turmoil. Parental relationship? With Gu Tingyan's father. Luinen was flooded with conflicting emotions. No, can this screwed-up world get any better? This parentage test is just a step we can't avoid, huh? Moreover, I don't recall the Gus having an illegitimate child at all. 7,758. Customer service. 7,758 here to serve you. How may I assist you? Luinen, Question mark. What's got into you? Customer service. We're competing for the best customer service award, and I want to be first. Luanin, don't you think you should check why Pei Sheng is the Gus' illegitimate child? Customer service. Alrighty, let me check for you. Holy crap. How is this person still alive? Luanin almost lost control of her expression. The plot has already fallen apart. Now you realize it? Forget about why he's still breathing. Give me some background information. The customer service quickly started retrieving information and troubleshooting, but after a tense investigation, aside from one solitary name, Pei Sheng, everything else remained unclear. Just as doubts began to arise, the calm and steady voice of the director drifted past the customer service's ear. Just send out this name along with the prepared information I've arranged for you. As for the rest, mark them as unknown for now. With that, a large chunk of data about Pei Sheng appeared on the screen before the customer service. The customer service respectfully responded without daring to ask further questions and promptly sent the information to Luanin. The director stared deeply at the two people framed together on the screen, muttering to himself, "Dear apprentice, do not disappoint your master." Inside the banquet hall, after receiving Pei Sheng's information, Luanin's face gradually took on a subtle and inexplicable expression. 6. Is this yet another rags to riches story involving a secretary who regrets her choice and wants to become the mistress but failed, thus ruining herself? Hearing this, everyone involuntarily paused, their eyes flashing with unexpected curiosity. Gu Shun had such romantic entanglements too? Luanin glanced momentarily at the composed face of Mr. Gu, then slowly scanned the emotionless expressions of Mrs. Gu and Mr. Gu, gradually coming to a realization. It seems Grandpa Gu, Uncle Gu, and Aunt Gu are fully aware of the existence of this illegitimate child and aren't worried at all. The others, influenced by Luanin's thoughts, also turned their focus to the three individuals and nodded in agreement. Pei Sheng was the child of the secretary who worked for Uncle Gu back in the day. At that time, Uncle Gu had not yet met Aunt Gu. The secretary always had ambitions of marrying into wealth and nobility and treated Uncle Gu attentively and thoroughly, eventually becoming his girlfriend. But when Uncle Gu brought her home, Grandpa Gu immediately identified that the woman wasn't trustworthy and flatly refused her, even pushing Uncle Gu close to breaking ties with the family. In response, Grandpa Gu proposed a challenge. If Uncle Gu could try living independently from the family for 2 months, they would see if the secretary stuck around. Everyone rolled their eyes slightly, understanding that the abandonment scenario would follow. Uncle Gu hesitated a bit, but agreed. He told the secretary that he'd cut ties with the Gu family because of her, but assured her he'd provide a good life nonetheless. The secretary was cautious at first, suspecting it might be a test, and solemnly vowed her love, saying she'd rebuild a life with him. She clearly understood that Grandpa Gu looked down on her, so she attempted to trap him into a commitment by getting pregnant, but Uncle Gu always protected himself accordingly. Frustrated, she devised a plan to puncture the birth control supplies. Everyone sighed inwardly. Why couldn't she use her skills for something useful instead? As the 2-month mark approached, and the secretary saw no signs of the Gu family reconnecting with Uncle Gu, she panicked and turned against him cruelly. People internally shook their heads, sighing with pity. At first, Uncle Gu thought the secretary genuinely loved him through it all, feeling proud and elated, only to have his dreams shattered by the truth. He returned to the Gu family, devastated and disheartened for over a month. During this period, Aunt Gu, who had always harbored feelings for him, quietly supported him, repeatedly helping Uncle Gu find redemption. After regaining strength, Uncle Gu finally noticed Aunt Gu's affection and confirmed that he no longer cared for the secretary before initiating a new relationship. They soon married smoothly and remained loving each other ever since. Everyone nodded secretly in agreement. Not bad, no nonsense happened. But how did Pei Sheng come about? Luanin quickly resolved their doubts. After the secretary and Uncle Gu broke up, she ruthlessly left for another country without a second thought. But here comes the drama. After she arrived abroad, she discovered that she was pregnant. She wanted to terminate the pregnancy, but at this moment, she suddenly learned that Uncle Gu had reconciled with his family. So, she decided immediately to return to China to reconcile with him. However, recalling Grandpa Gu's firm disapproval, a sinister plan came to her mind. She decided to follow through with her initial scheme. Give birth to the child first, then return to claim her maternal worth through the nobility of her son, thereby marrying into wealth. But the secretary hadn't anticipated that when she returned 2 years later with the child, Uncle Gu had already been married for half a year. Immediately, she attempted to use the child to force Uncle Gu into remarrying her. Of course, Uncle Gu didn't agree. He feared Mrs. Gu would misunderstand, so he carefully investigated the reason why the secretary got pregnant with his child. After obtaining the evidence, he knelt before Mrs. Gu for 3 days to apologize and win her trust. After calming her down, he then severely suppressed the secretary, making it impossible for her to stay in the capital city. He also declared that the Gus would never acknowledge the child's identity and advised her not to entertain any thoughts. The secretary wouldn't back down. She channeled all her anger towards Pei Sheng. Day by day, year by year, under relentless abuse and violence, Pei Sheng finally could no longer endure it. At 13, he resisted for the first time, striking his own mother. Subsequently, he completely left home. In the long period of wandering life, Pei Sheng was taken back by the pious. It turned out that after his escape, his mother indulged in heavy drinking and died from a car accident. When the police collected the body, the coincidental glance by the patriarch of the pious changed everything. In that one glance, the patriarch noticed the resemblance between the deceased woman and his late wife. Later, through a series of confirmations regarding his lost daughter, The patriarch painfully found out that his daughter had just been located before she tragically passed away forever. But fortunately, he eventually reclaimed his grandson. From that point on, Pei Sheng officially gained recognition. However, due to his childhood experiences, Pei Sheng harbored great hatred towards his father. His efforts to build the Pei family were solely aimed at overthrowing the Gu family. But who could have imagined that because of a criminal gang transaction, he easily met his end? After reviewing Pei Sheng's information, Lu Anin felt both sigh-worthy and slightly puzzled. TCH, this seems like a classic strong yet tragic male protagonist script. Wasn't his death somewhat overly rash? Chapter 144. Pei Sheng? Which Pei Sheng? And furthermore, she glanced subtly at the Pei Sheng in front of her, a peculiar sensation suddenly rising within her. Ever since he started talking, this Pei Sheng in front of me seems not quite right, whether from what I know about him or from my instincts. Lu Anin recalled the overwhelming hatred, anger, and despair that had flooded her when she first saw Pei Sheng's face, her eyes darkening. Pei Sheng, this name, this face, with that voice, is what he should look like. Lu Wenjing's gaze filled with worry and heartache lightly fell on Lu Anin's downside face. His concerns deepened as he thought back to the heavy price his sister had paid upon her return, his heart involuntarily tightening with pain. The depth of her feelings for this person was so painful that even without her memories now, just seeing his face made her physically react. Her journey must have been extremely difficult. At the same time, Lu Yanli frowned deeply, scrutinizing the opposite Pei Sheng carefully. Based on his sister's implication, could this Pei Sheng be a fake? If the experiences related to Pei Sheng mentioned by his sister are true, then how did they develop animosity against each other? Beside him, Lu Xuanran examined Pei Sheng's face meticulously, trying to discern any signs of cosmetic surgery. Subsequently, he nudged Lu Yubai beside him and whispered quietly, "Fourth brother, think of a way to test if his face is fake." Lost in thought, Lu Yubai glanced sideways at Lu Xuanran and asked, "Why don't you go?" Lu Xuanran retorted without hesitation, "Why should I, when you're the younger brother?" Lu Yubai, by Fu Jian's ear, reverberated Lu Anin's heartfelt words which pierced straight into his innermost being. The fingers inside his trouser pocket clenched unconsciously. His sharp gaze focused on Pei Sheng, his inner hostility roiling. At this moment, Fu Jian's thoughts were overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. If it weren't for his initial hesitation in eliminating Pei Sheng decisively, today's tangled affairs might all be avoidable. But this sudden thought of elimination thundered through his mind like lightning, causing him to pause in surprise. Eliminate? Why would such thoughts cross his mind? Right then, everyone in the banquet hall harbored their own thoughts. Originally, guests were whispering secretly, but the solemn silence emanating from Gu Elder scared them silent. Pei Sheng did not see the expressions on Gu Father, Gu Mother, or Gu Elder that he had hoped for, nor did he see the anticipated scene. The self-assured smile on his lips gradually faded, losing its temperature in the freezing air. He furrowed his brows at the three people who were completely unfazed, asking, "Why aren't you all surprised?" Pei Sheng locked eyes with Gu Mother, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "Lin Qian, your husband has a bastard son older than your elder son, Gu Tingyan. Can you remain so calm?" Madame Gu closed her file folder slowly, raised her hand lightly, and tossed the folder to the ground in front of Pei Sheng. She looked at him and said calmly, "Why shouldn't I stay calm? Just a poor soul manipulated into existence, unable to make waves in front of me. Why should I care?" Pei Sheng's expression flickered with astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words until his assistant beside him gave a light cough. Realizing this, he quickly adjusted his emotions and resumed his calm demeanor. "What do you mean?" Gu Elder curled his lips into a faintly cold smirk. "Young man, you're still too inexperienced. You think you can force the Gus to recognize you with such gossip? That calculation is wrong. Both me and my son and daughter-in-law are perfectly clear about your existence. It's probable your mother didn't tell you the whole truth. Allow me to restate what I told your mother years ago. You listen closely." After speaking, he exuded an unyielding authority, every word resonating powerfully. "Our Gu family will never acknowledge your identity. You're not even qualified to be called a bastard, understood?" Lu Anin snapped back to reality, hearing Gu Elder's unsparing words and feeling goosebumps on her skin. Grandpa Gu's words cut right to the core. Both Pei Sheng and his assistant's expressions immediately stiffened. They obviously hadn't expected such a response from the Gu family, momentarily stunned. Guests sensed the Gu family's attitude and immediately directed ridicule and sarcasm toward Pei Sheng. "I really thought he had some ace up his sleeve. This is it. Made me laugh. Does he think he's in a drama? A stereotypically cool and tragic male lead. It's obvious the Gu family doesn't even see him as a threat. He still insists on seeking attention, choosing such a day to invite his own embarrassment. Tisich, isn't this what he gets for being so presumptuous?" Pei Sheng was surrounded by waves of derisive laughter, his face turning red from anger and humiliation. The unexpected turn of events was something he had never imagined, leaving him frozen in place, completely at a loss. The assistant snapped back to reality, his peripheral vision catching Pei Sheng's beet-red face full of awkwardness and confusion, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, unnoticed by others. "Good for nothing." He quickly stepped forward, putting on an indignant expression, his voice trembling with fabricated anger. You will pay dearly for your actions. We'll see about that." Having spoken, he attempted to forcefully drag Pei Sheng out of the banquet hall, but was stopped by the swift intervention of Lu Yubai and Lu Xuanran. Lu Anin looked at her third and fourth brothers who suddenly darted forward, utterly perplexed. What What does my third and fourth brother mean by getting so agitated and rushing forward like that? Lu Xuanran and Lu Yubai blocked Pei Sheng and the assistant, watching Pei Sheng's face intently. Seeing this, the assistant instinctively moved forward to shield Pei Sheng protectively and demanded guardedly, "Why you? What do you intend to do?" Lu Xuanran examined Pei Sheng closely, his expression turning nasty as he spoke meaningfully. "Pei Sheng, your face doesn't look original to me. Haven't you had plastic surgery?" The assistant's body stiffened slightly before swiftly rebutting. "Who are you people to slander Mr. Pei like this?" Taking one step forward, Lu Yubai grinned wickedly, resembling an ignorant and spoiled rich second generation. "Pei Sheng, my older brother is a doctor who generally wouldn't make groundless statements about fake faces. You must have been very ugly originally, right? That's why you got yourself some cosmetic surgery to make yourself somewhat decent looking? You should have no issue if I test it out right." With that, he moved swiftly, throwing a punch with formidable force straight toward Pei Sheng's nose. However, just as the fist was within a centimeter of Pei Sheng's nose, the assistant, previously restrained by Lu Xuanran, suddenly erupted into action. He broke free from Lu Xuanran's grip, yanked Pei Sheng backward, retreating to a safe distance. Once stabilized, he calmly assessed Lu Xuanran and Lu Yubai before letting his gaze linger on Luanin for a few seconds. Then, he smiled wryly and gave a slight bow. "Dear friends, we shall meet again next time." Chapter 145, Going to the Hospital to Find Lu Rongyu. Everyone, see you next time. The echo of these words still lingered in the ears when the banquet hall suddenly plunged into complete darkness. Luanin had no time to react before she was embraced by someone with a faint scent of sandalwood. She could hear thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat, loud and clear in the sudden darkness. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was her own heartbeat or Fu Jian's. As the lights went out, the banquet hall quickly filled with sharp, disorganized, tense screams. Fu Jian firmly protected Lu Nin in his arms, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A short while later, the lights came back on. In the instant the lights brightened, Lu Nin broke free from Fu Jian's embrace, her cheeks blushing faintly. She adjusted her hair slightly, then sneakily glanced at the reactions of others. They probably didn't see anything, right? She silently prayed in her heart, but unfortunately met Lu Yanli's glaring eyes. "Luanin, why does Big Brother always catch me at my most embarrassing moments?" After hearing this, Lu Yanli felt an ache in his heart. He gritted his teeth and gestured her over. "Inin, come here." Luanin slowly moved closer and smiled broadly. "Hee, Big Brother." Lu Yanli glared at Lu Nin irritably, then turned to look mockingly at Fu Jian. "Thanks, Mr. Fu, for protecting our little Nin." Fu Jian responded with a gentle and refined smile. "It is what I should do. Family doesn't need to thank each other." "You." Lu Yanli lost control of his temper. Just as they were about to start bickering again, Lu Nin swiftly intervened, changing the subject. "Oh, that guy Pei Sheng and his assistant are gone." Hearing this, Lu Yanli shot Fu Jian a dissatisfied glare before turning his attention back to Lu Nin. Lu Nin awkwardly touched her nose, looking at Lu Yanli who was fuming. Slowly, she tiptoed over to Lu Wenjing, quiet as a mouse. "Maybe it's better not to talk anymore. I feel like Big Brother wants to cut me down." At that moment, Jin Yin and his father approached hurriedly, their faces heavy with tension. "They slipped away right under our noses. The surveillance system encountered interference at a critical moment, so we didn't capture which direction they left in. Our people guarding the front entrance never saw them leave through the main gate. They might have taken another exit." Luanin looked unfazed. "I knew it. No matter how well prepared, until it's the right moment, some people just won't go down." She then thought of the props she had just obtained, her eyes sparkling mischievously, and her lips curled into a cunning and profound smile. "Anyway, since the big boss has already appeared, the final battle must be near. I'll clear out a few minor characters first, leveling up my experience. Hee, Lu Rongyu, your downfall is coming." With this thought, she turned around and softly addressed everyone. "If that's the case, let's split up, it will be more efficient. I'll go to the hospital with the brothers to find Lu Rongyu, and Grandpa Jean can continue investigating here." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Jean Fongwood gently nodded. "All right, go ahead, girl." Luanin lightly bowed her head in acknowledgement, and, while turning around, met Fu Jian's deep gaze. Involuntarily, her lips curved into a faint smile, and she whispered almost imperceptibly, "Thank you." Fu Jian's eyes shimmered with tenderness like spring water rippling. "I'm glad you're safe. I'll wait for you to return." Luanin softly lowered her eyelids and responded almost too quietly to be heard. And followed Lu Wenjing as they left the banquet hall. Phew, why was it so hot in that banquet hall? Watching Luanin's departing figure, Fu Jian's lips curled faintly upward, revealing the shallow dimples on his cheeks. After sitting in the car on the way to the hospital, Luanin helplessly asked her second brother, who had been stealing glances at her for quite a while. "Big brother, what do you want to say?" Lu Yanli finally burst out. "Anin, that guy Fu Jian is both manipulative and old. Don't play with him, alright?" Luanin didn't respond but instead asked curiously, "Big brother, why don't you like Fu Jian?" After hearing this, Lu Yanli paused slightly in his expression, then fell into silence. Seeing this, Lu Xuanran, amused by the situation, explained, "It's because when Fu Jian was born, he and elder brother visited the Fu family. Big brother really liked this child whose name also included the character Yan, so back then, he always liked playing with Fu Jian. However, Fu Jian was manipulative even then. He not only tricked Big Brother into giving him snacks and toys, but also made Big Brother take responsibility for many of his wrongdoings. Ever since then, Big Brother has resented Fu Jian, and whenever the two meet, they get sarcastic with each other. Upon hearing this, Luonan laughed crisply. Haha, I didn't expect you, Big Brother, to ever be so naive. Unlike me, I was the one deceiving my master, seniors, and peers since I was little. Haha. Lu Yanli's face turned red with anger. Luonan. Anyway, I disapprove. Luonan stopped her mockery and pretended to be confused, asking, Big Brother, what do you disapprove of? Just as Lu Yanli was about to say, I disapprove of you dating Fu Jian, he was interrupted by Luonan. Oh? We've arrived at the hospital. Quick, let's go find Lu Rongyu. She quickly pushed the car door open, got out, ran a few steps away, then turned around to stick her tongue out at Lu Yanli, cheerfully entering the hospital. Not listening, not listening. I'll just automatically block it out. Lu Yanli became even more furious. Lu Wenjing slowly stepped out of the car, his figure tall and straight. He lightly patted Lu Yanli on the shoulder, speaking calmly. Little brother, this matter depends on you all. Big Brother trusts you. Lu Yanli blurted out without thinking. Big Brother isn't worried? Lu Wenjing adjusted his tie, his tone righteous. I am worried, but being the bad brother suits both of you. I'm still more suited for being the powerful Big Brother. Then, he leisurely followed behind Luonan, walking toward the hospital. Lu Yanli. Lu Xuanran. What kind of talk is that? Lu Yubai. Is this human nature? The three brothers felt brimming hostility, and a deep sense of melancholy welled up within them. The world is cold, and people's hearts are not like they used to be. At this moment, Luonan had just reached the ward where Lu Rongyu was staying when she saw Qi Rang waiting there. She approached him and softly called out, Captain Qi. Qi Rang turned at the sound of her voice. Seeing Luonan, he guided her aside and lowered his voice to ask, You said earlier you have a way to make Lu Rongyu confess. Is that true? Luonan slightly nodded. Her amnesia is faint. Given the level of hatred she holds for me and her cognitive capacity, it should work barring any unforeseen circumstances, but we'll need your police force to cooperate. Qi Rang nodded again. All right, Zhao Junyi's men, I've sent them away, making them take those people to the station for questioning first. What else do we need to do on our end? Luonan gazed at the ward entrance and slowly said, We need to put on a play. Chapter 146, Exposing Lu Rongyu's Pretense of Amnesia. Luonan looked at the ward door and slowly said, We need to stage a play. She smirked slightly, her tone full of meaning. A play that will make Lu Rongyu let down her guard. Inside the ward, Lu Rongyu stared blankly out of the window. On either side, two police officers stood like statues, their silence exuding an authority impossible to ignore. The hinge made a light sound, causing Lu Rongyu's body to involuntarily tremble. She turned around uneasily, looking at the newcomer. Qi Rang walked into the ward. His eyes passed directly over Lu Rongyu lying in the bed. With no expression on his face, he spoke to the two officers, Return to base. This young lady's suspicion has been cleared, go back to the police station. Upon hearing this, Lu Rongyu's eyes flickered with a glimmer almost imperceptible before she cautiously asked, Excuse me, does that mean I haven't done anything wrong and have not engaged in any illegal activity? Finally, Qi Rang turned his gaze to Lu Rongyu's face, his tone unchanging. Isn't Miss Lu clear herself? Lu Rongyu shrank back slightly, her face filled with fear. She bit her lower lip and whispered as soft as a mosquito. I'm truly sorry, I really can't remember. If something irreversible has happened because of me, I am willing to bear all responsibility and accept due punishment. Qi Rang snorted coldly. Unfortunately, someone submitted your alibi. Congratulations, Miss Lu, you've shaken off the suspicion. We'll retreat today, you're free. Hearing this, Lu Rongyu slowly lowered her head. Her long hair covered half of her face, making it impossible to see her current expression. She softly said, Thank you. Qi Rang gave a subtle nod towards the two skeptical police officers standing next to him, then left the ward with them. As the ward door closed lightly behind him, he loudly said again, All right, everyone can leave. Since the person inside is already cleared of suspicion, quickly close the case. Subsequently, he led his officers away, pretending to leave the hospital. After listening for a while to ensure there was no noise from outside the ward, Lu Rongyu gradually moved to the window, her gaze penetrating through the curtain gaps until she confirmed that Qi Rang's group had indeed moved far away from this area. A gleam flashed across her eyes. For caution's sake, she opened the ward door and took turns checking everywhere along the corridor, even opening the doors of the neighboring two wards to check thoroughly, ensuring no risks were overlooked. Only then did she feel reassured enough to return to her own ward, sitting lightly on the bedside, concealing a hard-to-mask satisfaction and pride, whispering triumphantly to herself, I win, I succeed. From the monitor, Luonan saw Lu Rongyu's series of actions and couldn't help but laugh aloud. An accident really has given her insight, knowing how to check her surroundings now. TSK. Instead of blood clots pressing on her brain nerves, water has somehow evaporated from her mind. Lu Yu's white corner of the mouth twitched. Her sister licking her lips would poison herself. Qi Rang nearby nodded slightly upon hearing the comment. Indeed, fortunately, I didn't arrange people in the adjacent room earlier. Turning, he asked Luonan, When are you taking the stage? Luonan, having her leg crossed, gently tapped her knee with her fingertip and slowly opened her mouth. Midnight? Right when sleep gets fuzzy, precisely the time to do some bad. Oh wait, find the truth. Qi Rang. He hesitated, wanting to speak but sighing instead, helplessly saying, Take it easy. After all, there are still police officers watching. Luonan responded sweetly, What kind of talk is this by Captain Shi? I, as a model citizen, definitely wouldn't dare act recklessly. Chi Rang gently massaged his temples. You better not. Luinen laughed. Doing something evil, that's what the villainous female lead would do. What's it got to do with me, Luinen? Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran exchanged a glance, sensing ominous foreboding. Would they have to prepare in advance to cover the police's eyes? Time reached midnight, and a sinister commentary rang in everyone's ears. In this pitch-black moonless night, perfect for murders or arson. Ow! Lu Yanli slapped the back of Lu Yu's head and complained helplessly. Stop narrating nonsense. Rubbing his sore spot, Lu Yu grumbled. Just trying to create some atmosphere. Chi Rang rolled his eyes. Well-created atmosphere. Next time, no atmosphere needed. Lu Wenjing fixed his gaze on the screen and reminded everyone. Anins entered. Upon hearing this, Chi Rang swiftly gave instructions to the officer beside him. Switch to Lu Anin's perspective. In front of the ward, Lu Anin pushed open the door and immediately heard Lu Rongyu ask in alarm. Who? She pressed the switch by the door and watched Lu Rongyu tensely, tilting her head slightly. You're Annie. Lu Rongyu barely managed to suppress the invective on the tip of her tongue, instead weakly saying, I already know you're my elder sister. Please don't joke like this anymore. After finishing, she looked at Lu Anin curiously and asked, Sister, are you here to take me home? Lu Anin slowly walked in, sat down on the sofa, arms crossed, watching Lu Rongyu still pretending, a slight scornful smirk forming at the corner of her lips. There was a chill in her voice as she said, There are only the two of us here now. Lu Rongyu, you don't have to pretend with me. I know you haven't lost your memory. Her gaze swept around Lu Rongyu's head for a moment. Then she continued leisurely. That blood clot in your brain can't possibly affect your cranial nerves. So stop acting, it's unnecessary. I'm not your tame dog, nor am I the police. Even if you pretend, I won't believe you. A flash of darkness crossed Lu Rongyu's eyes, but on her face, confusion intensified. Sister, what are you talking about? I really can't remember anything. I'm not lying to you. Lu Anin let out a cold snicker and shook her head. Why do you insist on being so stubborn all the time? As the last syllable left her mouth, Lu Anin moved faster than the eye could see. A small knife grazed past Lu Rongyu's cheek, flying precisely into a vase nearby. Accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, the vase shattered instantly, petals and shards scattering across the floor. Instinctively, Lu Rongyu covered her head with both hands, fear spreading visibly across her face. Just as she was about to scream in terror, her neck was grabbed by Lu Anin, who had suddenly darted over, lifting her slightly off the hospital bed. Lu Anin's eyes brimmed with coldness as a malicious smile twisted the corners of her mouth. Lu Rongyu, why are you always so ignorant of your own insignificance? Since you refuse to recognize the respect given to you, how about I send you to be reunited with Grandma below? Lu Rongyu, feeling the air growing ever thinner, hit at Lu Anin's hand and finally cried out, Lu Anin, you, let go immediately. Lu Anin loosened her grip, smirking coldly. Not going to pretend anymore? Lu Rongyu collapsed helplessly onto the bed, her chest rising and falling violently as she gulped down deep breaths. She glared hatefully at Lu Anin, her smile laced with even more malevolence. What difference does it make whether I pretend or not? The police have already cleared my suspicion. Even though you may feel endlessly bitter inside, there's nothing you can do to me. After all, you, ultimately, dare not cross that line to kill me for real. Lu Anin returned to the sofa, her eyes enigmatic. I know you've aligned yourself with the Zhao family, and for now, there isn't much I can do to you. But I'm curious, where did you get Grandma Lu Yanhua's suicide note from? Lu Rongyu let out a faint laugh. Lu Anin, do you think I'm stupid? Are you trying to record my words with some audio recorder? I'll tell you, dream on. I won't fall for your tricks. Lu Anin raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Rongyu like she was an idiot, her tone filled with pity. Have you ever thought that all I need to do is record the fact that you're not amnesic, and then there will be no turning back for you? Chapter 147. Successfully hypnotizing Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face stiffening instantly. You really recorded it? No, you really brought a voice recorder? Lu Anin. How did I ever think that she had a brain? She looked at Lu Rongyu with an unfathomable expression and a complex tone. Do you really think I came here just to chat with you? Lu Rongyu was momentarily stunned, then let out a sharp scream. But in the blink of an eye, she regained some calmness. I just suddenly recovered my memory. The evidence proving my innocence has already been submitted. Whether I have amnesia or not, it won't change the fact that I'm innocent. So what if you've recorded it? With a touch of scornful laughter, she replied to Lu Anin arrogantly. With my grandmother's confession letter, those things were never related to me, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Anin's lips curled into a faint smile, hiding beneath it an incomprehensible coldness. She slowly raised her eyes, her voice profound. So, I don't intend to keep wasting time with you. I only want to thoroughly resolve your issue. Lu Rongyu's heart tightened abruptly, a foreboding feeling surging up inside her. She instinctively braced herself nervously and warily asked back. What do you want to do? Do you really want to kill me? Lu Anin arched a single brow. Kill you? Don't slander me unnecessarily. I'm a well-behaved youth. If there weren't other police officers on the surveillance, I would absolutely have pretended this way. The four brothers Lu Wenjing exhaled in relief upon seeing this. Thank goodness, the sister still remembers that there are police watching. If they kept playing, that gun would almost be pointed at their heads. Lu Anin gazed at Lu Rongyu with an unfathomable look and said persuasively, Lu Rongyu, why don't you confess first? Were those mercenaries who pursued me when I went home sent by you? Lu Rongyu originally wanted to respond with her usual contempt, but suddenly, she felt an inexplicable force infiltrating her willpower, forcing her to involuntarily spill the truth. Yes, they were sent by me. Lu Anan looked at Lu Rongyu's vacant eyes and asked contentedly, "Is it the person behind you who wants to kill me, or is it you yourself?" Lu Rongyu. "It's me who wants to kill you. After so many years of trying, I couldn't deal with your family. If you return, I'll have even less of a chance. Therefore, you must die." But I didn't expect that because of my own actions, Lu Yanhua almost died at the hands of our master. The master doesn't allow us to kill you. Lu Anan was somewhat surprised by this answer. That psychopath doesn't allow me to be killed? Does he want to do it himself? She continued asking. In the first episode, you carried sleeping pills and sneaked into my house late at night. What did you want to do? A smug smile bloomed on Lu Rongyu's face. I wanted to ruin your reputation. I intended to give you sleeping pills, and then let those men disgrace you. This way, when the live broadcast starts the next day, everyone would assume that you're a dissolute woman. Your parents surely wouldn't accept having such a daughter. Only then would I have a chance to replace you. Lu Anan laughed coldly. No wonder I can't sleep every night. It turns out you're croaking like a toad every day, Dai. In front of the monitor, Lu Yanli stood up with a swish, rolling up his sleeves and walking out. Get out of the way. Today, I must make her know how many strokes blood has. Lu Yubai quickly blocked Lu Yanli, throwing an apologetic smile at the nearby policeman. Sorry, sibling affection ran deep, momentary impulse. Just as he was struggling to soothe Lu Yanli's emotions, he heard Lu Anan ask again. Did you participate last time when you joined forces with Lin Yahue and her son, intending to drug my fourth brother? Lu Rongyu's smile froze instantly, her expression contorted. All the drugs were provided by me. But I didn't expect that despite being nearly successful, you and your parents disrupted our plans, even publicly declaring that I'm fake in front of so many people. I hate you. I must kill all of you. Hearing this, Lu Yubai remained expressionless, but slowly released the hand pulling Lu Yanli, rolled up his sleeves, and walked out, saying, Good. I'll send her straight to the western heavens. Lu Wenhao frowned, coldly yelling, Come back. If you continue causing trouble, we're all going home. Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai immediately turned smoothly, sat back down, and obediently watched the screen. Seeing this, Qi Rang twitched the corner of his mouth, a helpless yet slightly mocking expression appearing on his face. His gaze shifted between Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai, with a bit of mockery in his tone. You too. If you really don't know where to channel your energy, go till 2 acres of land and learn from your older brother how to remain calm. The two grumbled unhappily but focused on the surveillance. Inside the ward, Lu Anan tried hard to suppress her urge to slap her a couple of times, and continued. Wasn't it you who pushed my brother into the ancestral hall and stabbed him? Lu Rongyu's expression suddenly changed upon hearing the words, her hatred surging out like a flood. She laughed coldly and said, Yes, it was me. Lu Wenjing should have died in that fire, burned to ashes. I've been trying to please him all my life, but he has never paid any attention to me. Your family all deserve to die. Lu Wenjing was just the first one I chose. Unfortunately, such a good chance was ruined by your survival. If either of you siblings had died then, whoever it was, I would have been happy. Lu Wenjing leaned back in his chair, very calmly took out his phone, and dialed a number. His tone was icy. I'll send someone over to you. You wanted to retire, right? Perfect. This person loves burning things, so replace your position and specialize in cremating people. Qi Rang. So you're slapping his face like this? Lu Xuanran awkwardly grabbed the phone from his eldest brother and smiled amiably while defusing the situation. Dialing error. He looked down at Lu Wenjing's stoic face and lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Big brother, the police are right here. We mustn't talk nonsense as law-abiding tycoons. Lu Wenjing gave a cold snort. In the surveillance footage, Lu Rongyu added with some relief. But luckily, you survived. If you had died, I wouldn't have lived either. Lu Anan's face turned frosty with rage, yet it made her even calmer. After a brief silence, she asked slowly, Why would I dying mean you couldn't survive? Lu Rongyu seemed to recall something, her complexion turning instantly as pale as paper, fear flashing in her eyes. He would kill me. He doesn't want you dead, and he won't let his subordinates harm you. If he finds out I caused your death, he will definitely murder me. Lu Anan unconsciously straightened her spine, an inexplicable sense of tension rising within her. She asked softly, Who is he? Lu Rongyu furrowed her brows tightly, as if fighting against something. After a short silence, her expression grew tranquil. She muttered softly, He is number 1. We call him Mr. Chapter 148. Lu Rongyu is arrested. Lu Anan. What? I worked hard for half a day, and got just an ID number as the result? No name. She asked unhappily. What's the name of number 1? Lu Rongyu frowned slightly. Sir has no name. Sir is called number 1. Sir is a doctor. Lu Anan closed her eyes with exasperation, but still inquired once more, Who's Pei Sheng? Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed through her eyes, as if she had caught some crucial clue. She stared directly at Lu Rongyu, with a pressing tone. Wait, you said that number 1 was a doctor? Lu Rongyu nodded. Sir is a very capable doctor. Because of this sentence, ripples spread across the lake of Lu Anan's heart. Her eyebrows knitted together tightly, while speculating inside. According to this, it's almost certain that this number 1 doctor is probably the mysterious hypnotism expert around Pei Sheng. She muttered within herself for a moment, then repeated her question from earlier. Is Pei Sheng the master? A trace of confusion flashed through Lu Rongyu's eyes. Pei Sheng? Who is he? Lu Anan narrowed her eyes sharply with keenness. When When master needs you, will they not appear? Lu Rongyu shook her head. The ones who find me are always, sir. I've never met the master. Lu Anan silently cursed in her heart. She slowly leaned back, and with ill humor she spoke. That's it. Come in and arrest her. It's not that I have to say this, but how could such bad people be so cautious? They hand over such an important mission entirely to subordinates. Is that right? Don't even bother confirming things personally? Worthless. Chi Rang walked into the ward with a group of people, just about to speak when Lu Anan extended her forefinger, making a shoo sound. She pointed towards Lu Rongyu, whispering, "Put handcuffs on her first." Chi Rang made an okay gesture, signaling the nearby officer to approach quietly and place handcuffs on Lu Rongyu. Meanwhile, Lu Anan adjusted her posture nonchalantly, sitting like a big boss, and snapped her fingers. Lu Rongyu, stop pretending to sleep. As Lu Rongyu's gaze gradually came into focus, upon seeing many unfamiliar people suddenly appearing in the ward, her heart jolted in shock. Where did they all come from? Instinctively raising her hand, she then saw the cold cuffs on her wrist unintentionally. Instantly, her pupils contracted dramatically, the color draining from her face and replacing it was unrestrained panic and fear. Why am I being arrested? Why put handcuffs on me? Without a word, Chi Rang picked up his mobile phone, turned on the previous surveillance, and played it for Lu Rongyu. As the video progressed, Lu Rongyu's complexion grew paler and paler. How could it be? Murmuring in disbelief, the words she heard herself utter in front of the camera shocked her deeply. How could I possibly say those words? It's you. Abruptly lifting her head, her eyes blazing red, her voice became shrill due to anger. Lu Anan, what did you do to me? Lu Anan curved the corner of her mouth in amusement, a cunning gleam sparkling in her eyes. Surprise? Unexpected? Stimulating. She shrugged her shoulders. Nothing too complicated. I just happen to understand hypnosis well. Since you weren't willing to cooperate honestly, I took extraordinary measures. Lu Rongyu struggled fiercely, her voice brimming with resentment. This is all fake. You can't arrest me. Lu Anan stood up, too lazy to continue wasting time talking with Lu Rongyu. She left carelessly. Oh, you go and explain yourself properly in jail. Lu Wenjing glanced over beside him indifferently at Lu Rongyu's angry twisted face, speaking casually as if planning to buy groceries. Captain Chi, remember to arrange a fire-making job for her in prison. I think she would be quite good at it. Chi responded helplessly. All right, let's head back soon. We'll take her to the police station now and handle it according to the rules. Lu Wenjing glanced again at Lu Rongyu, still yelling loudly, eventually leaving the room emotionlessly. After the 5 siblings left the hospital, Lu Wenjing asked seriously, Anan, what do you think about that number 1 person? Lu Anan stroked her chin, pondering for a while before slowly speaking. I feel that the assistant next to Pei Sheng at the banquet hall looks a lot like number 1. Even if he isn't number 1, he must be an important character close to Pei Sheng. Lu Yanli agreed. Indeed, compared to the fake Pei Sheng, he does look more like someone supervising the imposter. But Anan, why does the real Pei Sheng have grudges against our Lu family if he is the master? Lu Anan was about to say something, but suddenly realized something. A flash of doubt crossed her eyes. Instead, she asked, Hey, how do you know that Pei Sheng is the master? Upon hearing this statement, the 4 individuals immediately revealed slight changes in their expressions, their hearts tightening instantly. Oh no, how should we reasonably explain this to my sister? Lu Anan's gaze moved silently between her taciturn brothers, her mind grumbling privately. Did I ever say I suspected Pei Sheng was fake and the real Pei Sheng is the master? How did my brothers know this? Lu Wenjing stiffened his body as his mind raced, then suddenly had a moment of inspiration, explaining. Back then, in the banquet hall, the assistant looked at you with a deliberate smile when he left. That's when I felt something was off. Later, watching the surveillance footage of you questioning Lu Rongyu, I guessed that Pei Sheng might be an imposter, so I told it to your second brother. Lu Anan still harbored some doubts in her heart. Is that really how it happened? Lu Yanli and the other 2 nodded their heads furiously. Yes, exactly what our big brother said. Lu Anan suspiciously retracted her gaze. Are my brothers hiding anything from me? Lu Yanli's heart dropped, quickly pushing Lu Anan into the car as he urged anxiously. All right, little sister, let's go back first. Everyone is waiting for us in the banquet hall. Let's leave now. The 3 brothers outside glanced at each other before swiftly getting into the car, driving away from the hospital without uttering a word. In the suburban villa, the man who had just finished bathing wore a loose robe, sitting on the couch while swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. As the door opened, number 1 brought in Pei Sheng, subsequently shoving him roughly into the middle of the living room, making him crash heavily onto the floor with a dull thud. Subordinates quickly advanced, pinning down Pei Sheng to prevent him from standing up. Number 1 slowly walked to the side of the man, tilting his body slightly and bowing in an almost reverent manner, full of self-blame. Master, things have gone awry. Gu Shun knows your identity. The man paused mid-swing with his wine glass, his tone laced with surprise and excitement due to the situation spiraling out of control. They know my identity? Number 1 kept his head bowed low. It is my oversight. Please punish me, master. Pei Sheng didn't respond immediately, but lifted his foot slightly and asked, he messed things up? Hearing this, a trace of disdain flickered through number 1's eyes as resentment and scorn mixed in his tone. Master, he is not even a fraction of your worth. A single word from Lin Qian left him unsure of what to do. Utterly foolish, a disgrace to you. After hearing this, Pei Sheng chuckled ambiguously, his lips parting faintly. Oh, it seems the person I chose made you quite upset. At these words, number one's complexion changed drastically. Without hesitation, he kneeled down instantly, slapping his palm hard against his own cheek, his voice deep and resolute. This subordinate overstepped boundaries. Please punish me, master. Pei Sheng remained silent, profound gleams flashing in his eyes that were hard to decipher. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid appearing more oppressive under the interplay of light and shadow. His gaze rested on the face of the fake Pei Sheng. After sipping some wine, his tone carried a nonchalant coldness. TSK, this uninteresting game ends here. Unhypnotize him first. There's no use for him anymore. Feed him to the wolves. Chapter 149. Pei Sheng's secret conversation. Yes. Number one stood up and then gestured to the two bodyguards, who lifted the terrified fake Pei Sheng and slowly walked toward the door. When opening the door, they saw a foreign man approaching leisurely. Upon seeing this, number one's eyes flickered with surprise for a moment before swiftly turning around and moving to Pei Sheng's side, whispering a report. Master, Count Balance has arrived. Hearing this, a faint furrow appeared on Pei Sheng's brow as he stood up and paced upstairs. You stay here and receive him. Put that fool in the dungeon first. Number one gently adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded slightly to show compliance with the order. Count Balance entered the living room and looked around before asking fluently in Chinese. Where is your master, number one? Number one smiled and ordered the servants to bring tea, replying. The master will be down shortly. Please take a seat, Count, and wait just a moment. Count Balance nodded lightly, exuding an air of ease and grace characteristic of nobility in his gestures. Moments later, Pei Sheng, dressed in a well-tailored suit with cuffs casually rolled up halfway, descended the stairs unhurriedly. Their gazes met, and Pei Sheng spoke softly. You've come. He gracefully sat on the couch, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Can't keep calm. Can you, Balance? Count Balance frowned, his voice unable to mask his anxiety. Qin Yin was ruined by them. And yesterday, I just learned that the person you planted within the Liu family has been eliminated by them. Now there are no spies around them, so naturally, I'm worried. Pei, what I want to know now is, what do we do? Leaning on his hand against his cheek, Pei Sheng lounged comfortably and said, By the way, isn't your younger brother quite close friends with Fu Jian? At this mention, deep disgust instantly surged into Balan's blue sea-like eyes. Yes, he responded. There's cooperation between them. Last time, because of my younger brother's complaint, my father gave him quite a few shares. I went through great trouble to deal with Qin Yin's mess. Pei Sheng propped himself up with his elbow, half closing his eyes as thoughts flowed gradually. After pondering silently for a while, he slowly said, Could you appear on Liu Yanli's program? Balance glanced at Pei Sheng, calculating thought crossing his gaze. I need a partner, and I certainly can't drag along my helpful younger brother, can I? Upon hearing this, a trace of an amused smile curled on Pei Sheng's lips. Why go out of your way when finding a brother isn't as effective as finding me? How about it? A flicker of astonishment flashed across Balan's eyes. Do you mean to make an appearance in public? Pei Sheng slightly arched an eyebrow, his tone full of playfulness. Who wouldn't be impatient to see her? It's merely making an appearance after all. Balance mulled over it for a moment, finally nodding. All right, I'll arrange it. Do you have any plans for appearing on the show? Pei Sheng's voice carried a deeper meaning as he slowly replied. Balance, with everyone right in front of you. Don't you think of ways to get what you want? This startled Balance somewhat, his embarrassment showing. Of course I have my own plan. Pei Sheng leaned back, crossing his legs in a relaxed pose as he mused aloud. Then I hope, Count, this venture will fulfill your wishes. Otherwise, too many people surrounding her truly displeases me. It's annoying. Count Balance stood up. Cooperation, then, with Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. Cooperation indeed. As Count Balan's figure disappeared out the door, Pei Sheng sat alone on the couch for a long time, the expression in his eyes shifting continuously. Just then, having resolved the issue with someone, number one came inside, standing respectfully behind Pei Sheng. Recalling something important, he reported quietly, Master, Jin Fenghua's leg has recovered. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Pei Sheng's eyes. His leg actually healed? That really surprises me. Number one answered. Yes, during the banquet, he suddenly stood up. Perhaps due to Li Hao's situation, the Jin family and Liu family discovered some clues. Pei Sheng shook his head, a faint smile of profound meaning playing on his lips. No, it must be because of her. Let me think, medicine. He gently tapped on his knee. Interesting. Looks like my dear Anan has more secrets than I know. Having spoken, he slowly instructed number one. You go find the person who once dealt with Gu Shan. Tell him whatever methods they use, they must confine Jin Fenghua and the other two. Yes. Number one bowed out upon receiving the command. A glint of incomprehensible light flickered in Pei Sheng's eyes as he murmured softly. Anan, let's start with your second brother, shall we? You wouldn't guess what being handed off to a psychopath entails, would you? Meanwhile, with Lu Rongyu's problem fully resolved, Lu Anan currently felt exceptionally relaxed. Lu Rongyu has gone offline. How far can Zhao Jianyue be? Once Zhao Jianyue goes offline, won't that psycho be far behind? Truly an invigorating day. Stepping into the hall again, she noticed all the guests had already dispersed. Lu Anan and her four siblings walked in, but their eyes could not catch the sight of Jin Fenghua's group, which raised some questions in their minds. Where are Grandpa Jin and the others? Lu Anan asked softly, a hint of confusion crossing her brows. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian explained gently. Uncle Jin received a call from the military. It was urgent. The three of them went back to the forces first. It's probably something to do with the crime gang. Lu Anan nodded understandingly. They seemed like they would act cautiously for a bit, yet here they are being so brazen again, leaving more traces so quickly. Fu Jian then asked, Anan, what did you find out when you visited the hospital? Lu Anan briefly glanced at Gu Tingyan, opting not to elaborate and just giving a brief reply. We sent Lu Rongyu off to prison, but she didn't know anything else. I still have my doubts about Gu Tingyan, so I won't share too much information. Fu Jian's gaze nonchalantly swept over Gu Tingyan without further inquiry, his deep-set eyes falling back onto Lu Anan warmly. He pondered for a moment, slightly leaning towards Lu Anan's ear, his voice low and magnetic. Anan, there's something I'd like to tell you. Would you mind taking a walk with me outside? Lu Anan suddenly became nervous, her eyes looking up at Fu Jian as she stammered. Why? You want to tell me what? Why is my heart rate accelerating so suddenly? Seeing Lu Anan's apprehensive look, Fu Jian said softly. So, will you take a walk with me? Lu Anan hesitated for a second, before nodding lightly. Alright, sure. Since you seem sincere, I'll accompany you. Fu Jian chuckled quietly, his tone filled with indulgence. Thank you, Anan, for agreeing to walk with me. He turned around slowly, his eyes full of sincerity as he respectfully addressed Lu Anan's parents. Uncle, Aunt, I'm going to take Anan for a walk. Please rest assured, I will make sure she gets home safely. Song Shiryun cheerfully agreed. Go ahead, go. Before the words had even finished fading, Lu Yanli reacted as though a sensitive nerve had been struck, jumping out suddenly. Fu Jian, what kind of walking is this late at night? Not allowed. You M. Chapter 150. Fu Jian takes Anan up the mountain. Song Shiryun, with quick eyes and swift hands, grabbed Lu Yanli's ear, gently lifting it to make him bend over. She then firmly covered his mouth and smiled graciously. All right, you two be safe. Go ahead, go. Lu Yanli was in a terrible rush but could only signal to his three brothers with his eyes. Just as Lu Wenjing was about to take action, Song Shiryun's threatening voice rang out in his ears. If any of you three dares to move, I'll flay you alive when we get back tonight. Lu Wenjing silently retracted his foot, sending off the two gradually retreating figures with a sorrowful gaze. And now, the tender young cabbage who had just come home would be eaten by a pig. Lu Anan walked out of Gu's house shoulder to shoulder with Fu Jian. Seeing the car driving over, Lu Anan curiously asked, Where are we going? Fu Jian gentlemanly opened the door for her and said gently, I'm taking you somewhere that I really want to take you to. Sitting in the car, Lu Anan guessed mentally. The place he wants? Could it be that he wants to sell me? Fu Jian chuckled softly after sitting inside and hearing this inner voice, helplessly shaking his head. Not selling. He just plans to lure her home somehow. What evil intentions could he possibly have? He looked at Lu Anan still daydreaming, leaning towards her unintentionally. Lu Anan was startled by this sudden closeness, her eyes flashing with panic as she nervously spoke. What are you doing? Fu Jian pointed innocently to the seatbelt, saying, I just want to fasten your seatbelt, Anan. Lu Anan's cheeks instantly flushed red, stammering as she said, I can do it myself. You should drive already. A flicker of an almost imperceptible smile crossed Fu Jian's eyes as he returned to the driver's seat, starting the car and smiling in reply. All right. Embarrassed, Lu Anan sat stiffly on the passenger seat, too nervous to move her head. Finally enduring the ride until they got out. She felt like she was almost frozen into a sculpture. Save me, my legs are numb. Fu Jian stopped the car, turning his head to look at Lu Anan who was sitting there motionless from tension, unable to resist laughing out loud. Upon hearing Fu Jian's laughter, Lu Anan suddenly turned around, her eyes flashing with a few traces of shyness. What are you laughing at? Seeing this, Fu Jian quickly restrained his laughter and earnestly explained, I was just happy seeing you. Lu Anan's heart thudded violently. I shouldn't have asked unnecessarily. Well, now what am I supposed to reply? Fu Jian got out of the car after opening the door, walked around the car, came to Lu Anan's side, opened the door, crouched down, his eyes gentle as they fell on her legs, caring as he asked, Are your legs numb? Can you still get out yourself? Lu Anan moved her legs that were completely numb, painfully saying, Can't move for now, so numb. Hearing this, Fu Jian lightly apologized. Sorry, excuse me. Standing up again and bending over, he carefully picked up Lu Anan and steadily carried her toward the helicopter. Lu Anan's face was crimson now. She clutched the clothes on Fu Jian's chest, burying her head in his embrace for fear of being seen by passersby. He's cheating. How dare he pick me up like this without notice? My pathetic heart. Just beat me to death. Fu Jian heard Lu Anan's bashful inner thoughts ringing in his ears, the smile never fading from the corner of his lips, faint dimples showing, a sense of inexplicable joy and satisfaction spreading throughout his being. He carried Lu Anan onto the helicopter, placing her gently on the soft seats, touching her hair, and saying warmly, Anan, I'll take you to watch the night view. Lu Anan's emotions gradually withdrew from the throbbing excitement earlier, seeing herself sitting in the helicopter, asking subconsciously, Is everything prepared ahead of time? Thus, the hard-won intimate atmosphere dissolved. Fu Jian. He laughingly helped Lu Anan wear her equipment, saying, Rest assured, everything is reported ahead of time. I wouldn't dare drive otherwise. Lu Anan touched her nose, awkwardly responding with an oh. The helicopter slowly ascended, amidst roaring sounds, and the lights of Jing City gradually unfolded beneath them like a magnificent painting. Anan's eyes twinkled more brightly than the stars, watching the boundless night scenery, amazed surging within her. Wow, viewing Jing City at this hour truly surpasses all descriptions of beauty. Fu Jian's line of sight never once left Lu Anin's vibrant face filled with surprise, his thoughts drifting to what he was about to do next, feeling a slight anxiety creep into his heart. Soon, the helicopter stably landed atop a quiet mountaintop. Lu Anin was led down by Fu Jian to stand on the mountaintop. Fu Jian gestured for Lu Anin to look below. Under the starry sky where countless stars shimmered with a soft light, the distant city's lights twinkled faintly, exuding a worldly aura. A gentle breeze swept over her cheeks pleasantly, bringing a moment of peace to Lu Anin's heart. She quietly savored this rare moment of tranquility when she suddenly heard Fu Jian's tender voice. Anin. She turned around to meet Fu Jian's soft yet deep gaze. The nervousness welled up inside her once more. She licked her dry lips and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Jian looked at Lu Anin's delicate features. His voice was deep as his words carried an unspoken tenderness. "When I first met you, and you introduced yourself as Lu Anin, I became incredibly curious about you. Since then, my eyes have involuntarily followed you. I thought back then, how could this young girl be so adorable?" As Fu Jian recalled those moments, his eyes grew even softer. Later on the vacation island, we rescued people together and went through various experiences together. Once again, I couldn't help but be captivated by you, Anin. The day we watched the sunrise on the beach, I thought to myself, I want this wonderful girl to be happy forever. His words were gentle yet firm, carrying a slight sense of unease. Anin, you helped me rescue my father and reunite with my mother. I pondered many ways to repay you, but in the end, I still want to repay your kindness with betrayal, by giving myself to you. Would you accept me? Lu Anin's eyes had already misted over from hearing all this, but they cleared up when Fu Jian finished his heartfelt declaration. Who taught him to confess like this? Fu Jian chuckled softly, pulling out a jewelry box that he had been holding tightly in his hand. He opened it gently, revealing an exquisite necklace shaped like a sun. His gaze fell warmly on Lu Anin, each word carefully considered and brimming with deep emotion. Anin, will you always be my son? Lu Anin stared at the necklace, only to feel her heartbeat pounding in her ears like a drumbeat. Thump 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 non-stop. Her mind wandered back to every scene where she encountered Fu Jian, remembering how she would act smitten whenever she saw him. It made her inwardly chuckle. Then, she recalled that fateful day at the edge of the cliff when their lives hung by a thread. Fu Jian rushed to embrace her without hesitation, the panic unmistakable in his eyes. She allowed herself to reflect and wondered why she hadn't resisted when he awkwardly acted for her to hold onto his waist. Thinking about the inexplicable trust she felt towards Fu Jian and today's small thoughts about his attire, after suspecting his feelings for her, a hidden joy stirred within her heart, and something began to grow. She lifted her eyes lightly, meeting Fu Jian's expectant yet slightly anxious gaze. At that very moment, it seemed as though she could hear the blossoming of flowers in her heart. Her lips curved slowly into a radiant smile. "Mr. Fu Jian, don't forget that I might make you tan." Chapter 151, the fourth episode of the variety show begins. Fu Jian's mind suddenly went blank, as if the entire world had paused for a moment. He incredulously asked in return, "You've agreed?" Chortle. Lu Anin couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "So you mean I don't need to respond?" Fu Jian immediately answered, "You do." He excitedly pulled out the necklace, fumbling awkwardly as he looked at Lu Anin. Anin. Lu Anin lifted her hair, grinning, and said, "Then could you please put it on for me?" Fu Jian carefully wrapped the delicate chain around Lu Anin's pale neck, gently securing the small clasp. Lu Anin gazed down at the necklace resting against her chest, turning to Fu Jian with shining eyes as she asked, "Does it look good?" At this moment, Fu Jian's eyes slightly reddened. He gazed deeply into Lu Anin's eyes, nodding softly while his voice became hoarse with emotion. "It looks good." After speaking, Fu Jian instinctively stepped forward, pulling Lu Anin into his arms. Resting his head on her shoulder, he murmured softly, "Anin, thank you." Lu Anin returned his embrace, patting Fu Jian's back tenderly. Her voice was gentle. "I'm counting on you, my boyfriend." Fu Jian nodded. "I will treat you very, very well. I'm counting on you too, my girlfriend." Lu Anin felt warmth inside her heart. All right. The car slowly came to a stop in front of Lu's house. Lu Anin unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car, meeting Fu Jian's deep and gentle gaze through the window, waving nervously as her voice carried some tension. "Well, I'm going inside now. Drive carefully, and good night." Fu Jian responded warmly. "Okay, good night." Lu Anin quickly nodded, then darted straight through the gate of the Lu residence like a flash. Why do I still feel so bashful even though we're officially together? Fu Jian watched Lu Anin's fleeing figure with amusement as he listened to her thoughts, then chuckled happily. His gaze lightly passed over the lush shrubs beside the Lu family gate before leaving with a pleasant mood. Lu Anin cooled her flaming cheeks using her palm, taking light steps toward home. "Why are you so happy, Anin?" Recalling all that had happened earlier, Lu Anin smiled foolishly upon hearing the resentful voice from the side, startling her. "Goodness, mommy, who's there?" She let out a surprised shout, the remnants of fear in her tone lingering as she quickly turned around to find Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai crouching by the door, glaring at her with resentment. "Big brother 2, big brother 4? What are you two doing here?" Lu Anin felt an awkwardness similar to being caught by her parents in a relationship. When Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai saw they had been noticed, they slowly stood up and asked resentfully, "Did you agree with him?" Lu Anin blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "Who? Agree to what?" Lu Yubai mercilessly revealed the truth. "That guy's just now grin was practically shoved in our faces. Surely he confessed." Lu Anin, "I isn't this a bit exaggerated? How did I not see him smile like that?" Lu Yanli coldly snorted inwardly. Not swinging enough? That old fellow obviously saw him and Yubai earlier, but pretended not to. Isn't this sheer provocation? Lu Anin's gaze wavered, but then her eyes lit up. She waved at something behind Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai. Didn't you just go back? Upon hearing this, both Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai almost simultaneously spun around violently, only to find no one there. After another turn, their sister had already rushed into the house. Lu Yanli. Lu Yubai. Lu Anin moved gracefully, swiftly opening and closing the door. Subsequently, she took a long sigh of relief. Few good thing I was quick-witted, otherwise I would have been interrogated frame by my second and fourth brother right at the door. Turning happily back around, before her smile could fully bloom, her eyes met the complex gazes of Lu mother and Lu father, as well as Lu Wenjing and Lu Xuanran. Lu Anin. Death is inevitable for everyone, but dying socially must be avoided. Online waiting. Which land should I bury myself in first? Lu Anin laughed uncomfortably. Haha mom, dad, big brother, third brother. Haven't gone to sleep yet? Just at that moment, Lu Yanli and Lu Yubai also entered the house. Lu Anin was escorted onto the sofa under all their watchful stares. Lu Anin scanned the room, sighed quietly, and gave up resisting, slouching with resignation. Fine, ask away. Before her words were finished, a barrage of questions flooded towards her in waves. She hastily raised her hand in a standard halt gesture. Stop. One question at a time. Each person can only ask one question. Start. Lu Yanli was the first to ask. Anin, where did that kid Fujian take you? Lu Anin replied. We just took the helicopter to see the night view on the mountaintop. Song Shiyun's eyes lit up instantly. Good boy, quite romantic. Before she could ask more, Lu Xuanran squeezed in. Sister, that kid Fujian didn't do anything to you, did he? Lu Anin paused for a moment before answering. No, he only hugged me. Should I not mention it? Father Lu and the others. What? That little brat even hugged her? Song Shiyun's eyes flashed again. Good boy, really reliable. Her mouth opened, but Lu Yubai interrupted with clenched teeth. Anin, why does this necklace look different from the one you wore when you went out? All eyes once again focused on Lu Anin's neck, as if trying to burn through it. Lu Anin's cheeks flushed slightly. This is what Fujian just gave me. I like it very much. The hearts of the several older brothers were instantly pierced by countless arrows. Song Shiyun watched the 5 men being struck, finally allowing herself to inquire curiously of Lu Anin. Anin, are you together with Fujian now? Lu Wenjing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly interjected. Song Shiyun. Let her ask. So what? Lu Anin's face turned red, and she nodded lightly. Yes, we're together. Father Lu and the 4 older brothers. Dog thief. Give us your life. Song Shiyun could no longer suppress her inner desire for gossip, abruptly standing up and squeezing beside Lu Anin, grabbing her hand tightly, her eyes glittering with excitement. Anin, did you kiss? Before Lu Anin could answer, Lu Mingxian slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He dare. Lu Anin. Someone please save me. Just as this thought arose, Lu Yanli's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Yanli raised an eyebrow. Director Su? Why does he always call so late at night? After connecting and turning on speakerphone, Lu Yanli lazily asked, Director Su, what brings you here so late? On the other end of the line, Director Su's voice came through clearly. Yanli, both you and your sister must get ready ahead of time. The next episode of our show starts tomorrow, and then our production crew will come pick you guys up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli's eyebrows furrowed slightly in surprise, and there was a note of disbelief in his tone. Director Su, the show is still going on? Chapter 152, Midnight Pranks. On the other end of the line, Director Su paused for a moment, then spoke with determination, each word gritted out between his teeth. Do it. I, Su Zheng, will never back down. This time, I absolutely cannot mess up. Lu Anin was somewhat surprised. Why is Director Su so confident he won't mess up? Lu Yanli's eyebrows also twitched slightly, similarly shocked by Director Su's sudden confidence. Director Su, why are you so sure this time you won't mess up? Director Su chuckled arrogantly on the other end of the phone. Never mind. I have my own rhythm. Yanli, see you tomorrow. With that, he hung up without hesitation. Lu Anin and Lu Yanli looked at each other, unsure what Director Su had planned. Anin you and Song Shiyun's voice of curiosity rang again, startling Lu Anin, who abruptly jumped off the couch, darting to the stairwell like an arrow and saying over her shoulder without looking back. I have to record the show tomorrow, so I'll sleep now. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night, brothers. After speaking, she disappeared upstairs with a series of quick footsteps. The people in the living room stared at each other blankly. Finally, Song Shiyun broke the silence. After this variety show ends, we'll invite Jian over for dinner. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, It's about time he came over for a good meal. The implied meanings were clear among the men present, who exchanged a knowing look with mischievous glances. Song Shiyun didn't want to bother with these jealous men anymore, yawned as she stood up, and said, Go back to sleep everyone. Stop worrying about your sister all day. If you have free time, quickly bring me a few daughters-in-law. As soon as she said this, Lu Wenjing and others, who had been lost in their thoughts, hurriedly left the living room. Finally, the empty living room only left Song Shiyun and Lu Mingxian. Song Shiyun glared disapprovingly at Lu Mingxian. Look at your sons, not even as carefree as our youngest Anin. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian quickly softened his expression and sweet-talked Song Shiyun all the way back to the bedroom. Deep into the night, unable to sleep after tossing and turning, Lu Anin sat up irritably with messy hair. I'm actually having insomnia. This male seducer Fujian. He disrupted my peace. Luinen felt like crying. Every time she closed her eyes, Fujian's face appeared in her mind. His passion-filled eyes gazed at her deeply while asking if she would be his son. Her lips couldn't help but curl upward ever since. Thus, alternating between excitement, shyness, and bursts of uncontrollable giggles kept her awake and restless throughout the night. Luinen rose from her bed like a ghost, intending to go downstairs to pour some water and continue trying to get drowsy upon returning. However, when she reached the door, just as she was about to open it, two suspicious voices could be heard outside. She immediately flattened herself against the door like a spider, listening intently to the movements outside. Burglars sneaked in? What audacity! At the doorway of Luinen's bedroom, the program's dispatched cameraman and director were using rock, paper, scissors to decide who would prank Luinen shortly. After the supervisor lost once more, he argued discontentedly. No. Let's play best out of 10. Cameraman. So, you're determined not to stop until you win? Flower and Fruit Mountain escaped Mother Monkey. Damn. Has Director Sue gone crazy? Even the donkey from the work team isn't up yet, and he's already started the show? Divorce mutation bringing 2 zombies. I knew staying up late brings more luck, see? This good opportunity fell right into my hands. Tonsils never speak. Laughing myself to death. Looks like last time Sister's Mantis fist impressed them greatly. Wait till they finish deciding via rock, paper, scissors, and the sky will already be bright. You can't control my yoke, no matter what. Sister is here. Invincible, most beautiful village flower. Do exactly what I say. Aim straight at Brother Yan's abs and chest muscles, and shine hard. Straining her ears against the door, Luinen couldn't quite catch every word due to muffled sounds, but she quickly realized what was happening. Oh goodness, has Director Sue gone insane to this extent? Sneaking in at this hour. Her expression turned cunning instantly. Hee, then there's no need to blame me for being rude. Hee. Luinen carefully stepped away from the door, dashed into the dressing room to grab a piece of clothing, went to the restroom to make her face a mess, and finally brought out a life-sized mannequin identical to herself, placing it neatly on the bed. She then quietly hid in the corner beside the door, waiting for the production team members to come in. I thought this life-size doll from the lottery was utterly useless, but it turned out to be valuable after all. Alright, no complaint emails to customer service this time. The door creaked open quietly. The supervisor, tense and cautious, led the way with the cameraman nervously trailing behind, peering here and there. The two of them crept along in a hunched posture toward Luinen's bed, stopping at a distance of about 1 meter. The supervisor trembled as he pulled out a loudhailer from his hand. Glug! He swallowed hard, steeling himself for the coming blow, and flipped the switch with resolve, turning up the volume to the max. A chilling, eerie melody played out, mingling with harsh electric currents that heightened the sense of horror even further. Then, through the amplification of the loudhailer, an androgynous voice echoed ominously throughout the room. Do you see the head next to your bed? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, sharp and shrill, interwoven with the sound of children playing ball, reverberating around the entire bedroom. Sexy mother cockroach. Director Sue. Can you please check the time? Undefeatable, most beautiful village flower. I slapped my dog out of fright. Now it's cursing me. That got rid of my fear. Morning parent with long hair. Wow. Sister has some serious guts to sleep so soundly. Props to her. Lonely widower. Something's wrong here. There's no movement under the blanket. Production team, forget the head. Find her breathing first. The supervisor and the cameraman shut their eyes tightly out of sheer terror, only to wait endlessly for any reaction. The person on the bed remained utterly still. Unable to resist any longer, the supervisor slowly cracked an eye open, looking at the sleeping figure on the bed. Bewildered, they exchanged question-filled glances with the cameraman. Does Sister Inen sleep this well? The cameraman tilted his head slightly and encouraged the supervisor. Go check. The supervisor took a deep breath, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he gathered every ounce of courage before inching over to the bed, whispering cautiously, Sister, it's time to wake up and look for the head. Yet, the silhouette on the bed continued to sleep soundly, offering no response whatsoever. A sense of foreboding began to gnaw at the heart of the supervisor. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his trembling hand to check if the person in bed was still breathing. Just as the critical moment arrived, an even more ghastly piece of music suddenly blared through the room. The supervisor and the cameraman were so startled that their whole bodies shuddered violently. Next, an ethereal yet unreal female voice emerged from somewhere in the room. The head you're looking for, is this one? Chapter 153. Is the recording location very special? Are you looking for this head? The manager and cameraman stiffened in unison, trembling uncontrollably, causing the camera to shake slightly. The cameraman dared not turn around, only daring to call out to the manager. You! Look back and see who's speaking. The manager didn't dare to move an eye. Why don't you look? Hearing this, the cameraman became quite assertive. I'm too scared to. The manager gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm not scared? At this moment, a hollow and eerie female voice sounded behind the cameraman. Why are you afraid? If you can't even open your eyes to look for a head, I doubt you'll be able to see nothing with your 2 eyes. The cameraman's legs trembled like butterfly steps. He asked tremblingly, Why? Do I feel cold on my back? The manager forcibly held back the shiver in his heart, stiffly twisting his head, his gaze landing on a pale face slightly behind the manager. His voice trembled in the silence. You. There is a woman dressed in white with long black hair and blood-red lips, a ghost. As soon as the words were spoken, before the cameraman could react, he heard the ghost dissatisfiedly say, What blood-red lips? This is clearly cherry small lips. Do you want your heads? Both of them. In an instant, a sharp and rough explosion erupted in the bedroom. Aha! Aha! Monkey mother escaped from Huahua Mountain. Gave me a fright. Sexy cockroach. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Morning family long hair. Hey, this voice. It seems familiar despite the sinister tone. If you see, let me do homework. No need to guess. I announce that it's another win for sister. Teacher, go upstairs and do your homework. The cameraman crawled towards the side of the manager while still holding up the camera towards the direction of the ghost. Lu Anan was left speechless by the two men's screams, which were so loud they seemed to shake the roof off her house. Wow, these screams are full of vigor. Next second, chaotic footsteps were heard at the entrance to her bedroom. Anan, is there an intruder? Lu Xuanran's voice carried an undertone of urgency, so hurried in coming that he lost one shoe. What's wrong? I heard a man's voice. Lu Wenjing emerged immediately after him, wearing a gold wire-rimmed glasses from the study. Clearly hadn't gone to sleep yet. Anan, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are coming. The voices of Lu's father and mother came anxiously from the third floor. Lu Yubai, clutching a broom, called out loudly. Sister, hold on. Big brother is here. Lu Yanli stood up abruptly, slapping a sleepy hand on the switch to turn on the light, asking anxiously. Anan, what's the matter? What happened? All members of the Lu family had gathered at the door of Lu Anan's room, ready for action. With the light turned on and outlines becoming clear, everyone's eyes fell upon Lu Anan standing in the center of the room, then shifted to the manager and cameraman carrying the equipment. After a brief silence, Lu Xuanran waved his hand helplessly. Two big men with such small guts. Forget it, let's go back to bed. Others also helplessly glanced at the situation in the room, then dispersed in confusion, except for Lu Yanli. He looked at Lu Anan again dressed as a ghost, then glanced at the petrified and dazed expressions of the cameraman and manager cowering by the bedside table, asking with a complex expression. Sister, did you put on makeup again? Lu Anan scratched her head awkwardly, a cunning and self-satisfied smile curving at the corner of her mouth. This is what I call intelligent response. She pointed to the manager and cameraman who hadn't yet recovered. Pride filled her voice. The production team wanted to scare me. Of course, I had to scare them back. Lu Yanli gave a sympathetic look to the two. Say, tell me, why don't you learn your lesson? The manager and cameraman stood up, tearfully exclaiming. Who would have thought sister would be awake at this time? At this point, the live broadcast room atmosphere heated up because of this unexpected interlude. Sick and handsome. Don't blame me for saying this, but sister's ghost makeup really looks good. Sleeping on abs. Cameraman, let me advise you, just focus hard on Brother Yan's abs. Most beautiful village flower. Hurry. Brother Yan appears. Take pictures of Brother Yan. Carrying egg yolk. I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. The cameraman adjusted the machine carefully, sneakingly aiming at Lu Yanli by the door. As Lu Yanli appeared in the lens, the barrage in the live stream room blanked for a moment. Then more dumbfounded faces floated across. Egg yolk fan. Ha ha ha, I die laughing. Brother Yan in his super SpongeBob pajamas, ha ha. Village beauty fan. I lie down ready for a feast, and you give me this. Sleeping on abs. Heh, I'm no longer that naive girl who slept soundly on six-packs. Lu Yanli noticed the camera pointing at him and instinctively looked down at his clothes, then nodded in satisfaction. Good, very secure, nothing exposed. He leaned against the doorframe and asked drowsily, what were you thinking? Running a program recording at 2:30 a.m.? The manager wiped off the cold sweat caused by fear and explained, this time the recording location is a bit special, requiring guests to start in the middle of the night. That's why we're broadcasting at this hour. Lu Anan's tone was curious. A little special? At this time? Is it the graveyard this time? The manager said, not exactly this special. Lu Yanli followed up. Then where? In the middle of the night, at 2:30 a.m., a club? The manager said, not exactly that exciting. Lu Anan was about to guess again when the manager quickly interrupted loudly. All right, let our makeup artists prepare the two guests for their looks, then we'll head out shortly. Before he finished speaking, the makeup artists and costume stylists who had been waiting outside came rushing in with cosmetics and costumes, dragging Lu Yanli out and starting the transformations. After a flurry of hurried bustling, Lu Anan stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself once again dressed in a wedding dress, her expression odd. Am I still asleep? Is this déjà vu? The manager smiled and took out a red veil, saying carefully, sister, let's go, we're ready to leave. Lu Anan pointed at herself. Leave or get married? The manager said, sister, give me some face. Lu Anan took the veil, placed it over her head, and replied absent-mindedly, fine, leaving now. Where's my brother? The manager chuckled sneakily. Buddy Yin and sister are taking separate routes, but you'll meet later at the recording site. Hearing this, Lu Anan's curiosity was completely piqued. Oh ho, Director Su plays this kind of trick? Pretty good. I'm actually looking forward to what kind of nonsense he pulls. Chapter 154, A Bizarre Start. With the help of the people around her, Lu Anan slowly went downstairs and got into the car. After sitting inside, everything around was eerily silent. Not a sound could be heard. A strange atmosphere began to spread in the car. An hour later, the car stopped. The car door opened, and a somewhat high-pitched male voice rang out. Your Highness the Princess Consort, the auspicious time has arrived. Please step into the bridal sedan. Don't let His Highness the Prince wait too long. Lu Anan's heart slightly stirred. Under the veil, her delicate eyebrows unconsciously arched. Princess Consort? And this is a plot for a prince's wedding. She extended her hand lightly. Someone grabbed it, helping her down from the car. She walked a few steps, then she was arranged to sit in the sedan chair. Then that high-pitched male voice called out loudly, "Lift the sedan." As soon as the two words were spoken, the sedan body slowly rose up, accompanied by this movement. The music of the wedding entourage played. It wasn't as jubilant as the ordinary wedding music. Instead, it had an inexplicable sense of melancholy and eeriness, echoing through the empty air. Luinen's lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and amusement. Interesting. Is it a ghost marriage or marrying a ghost? Her fingertips moved lightly, lifting the veil, and gently drawing back the sedan curtain, observing the surroundings. Sure enough, she saw the four figures carrying the sedan, their forms blurred, all wearing greenish-white makeup on their faces. Circular red blushes framed visages resembling paper dolls, presenting bizarre faces. Luinen took another look at her surroundings, her eyebrows revealing some perplexity. Not a prince. Why are we walking on the palace courtyard's bluestone road? She pulled the curtain up again, trying to spy more about the outside world. What came into view was a large, impressive wedding procession. Its grandeur was nothing like the usual. The person in front is wearing a court eunuch's clothing. This must be the prince's wedding with palace maids and imperial guards present, which already goes against proper rites for a princely marriage conducted within the palace. Yet they're using the protocol meant for an empress's reception, not a phoenix carriage, but a flower sedan. Sue director's script start for this one is quite interesting. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt the sedan stop. Lifting her head, she saw that everyone around her was expressionless, staring at her fixedly, creating a bizarre and eerie scene. Luinen blinked, showing no change in her demeanor. Why did it stop? Didn't they say the prince was getting anxious? The leading eunuch, his smile insincere, spoke in a cold and somber voice. May Her Highness Princess Consort please cover your face with the bridal veil once more and sit properly in the sedan. Night falls quickly. Avoid any careless spirits offending you. Luinen understood immediately. I can't lift the veil yet. They don't want me examining the outside. But carelessness towards what kind of thing? Real ghosts. She put down her veil and adjusted herself before making an excuse. Oh, I understand. Sorry, I just wanted to get some fresh air. It was hot earlier. Let's proceed. With her words, the oppressive stares eased away, and the procession continued forward smoothly. Mom, save me. I admit I've been yelling at Director Sue lately, and this episode is Chinese-style horror. I'm scared. Is Sue being cut off this episode? Upstairs, stay calm. We don't even know if the show will continue airing. Instead, let's guess who the next prison guest might be this season. Reddest, but among monkeys. Haha, upstairs really hurts Director Sue, but I gotta say, this opening sequence is pretty thrilling. Village Flower. How thrilling indeed. A prince marries a princess consort with empress-level protocol. Forbidden vibes galore. Just as Luinen was almost nodding off due to the sway, the sedan chair quietly stopped. The silence around was shattered by a sharp announcement. Princess Consort has arrived. After the eunuch's words faded, the sedan curtain gently opened. A ray of light shone in as a raspy and harsh voice beckoned Luinen. Princess Consort, please follow old servant down from the sedan. After Luinen stepped out of the sedan, two palace maids quickly approached, grabbing her tightly from both sides, as if afraid she would escape. Luinen arched her delicate eyebrows slightly, letting the two maids drag her across the threshold like a prisoner, bringing her to the center of the hall. At this moment, a eunuch with a sharp voice reminded appropriately, all noble princess consorts, please kneel respectfully and welcome His Highness the Prince. Luinen. You plural? Good heavens, how many princess consorts are there? Not only does the prince marry numerous princess consorts, but they have to kneel in respect like subjects meeting the emperor? Could he be a powerful regent holding real power? She speculated about the identity of the prince in her mind, squatting down. Subsequently, after hearing the sound of the doors opening and closing, all that remained in the hall was deep silence. Luinen held her breath, focusing intently on listening. In the air, apart from her own rather hurried breathing, there were other breaths audible. She considered it carefully, secretly lifting a corner of the red veil to peek cautiously. Seeing the throne-like chair above, her eyes widened in shock, filled with incredulity. Good grief, a dragon throne? Is a prince really getting married in the Golden Hall? How many heads does he have to pull this off? Her shocked voice echoed through the silent hall, stirring up ripples. Anin, you've finally come. I was about to die of fear. Jejia. Shun Jejia's voice suddenly rang out in the hall, and Luinen hastily pulled off her veil to see that, aside from her, all the other guests were also crouching on the floor. Upon hearing their voices, the rest removed their veils as well. In an instant, the two girls' laughter ceased abruptly. 2 seconds later, uncontrollable laughter erupted throughout the hall. Ha ha ha, brother too. Ha ha, you're a bride too. Ha ha, brother, Tingyan brother, and Gu Shichuan. I'm dying laughing at you guys. Seriously, you look quite beautiful. Ha. Luinen laughed so hard she had tears streaming down her cheeks while clutching her stomach. Lu Yanli stood up, gritting his teeth, veins visibly throbbing at his temples. Luinen, stop laughing. Where's Director Sue? I want to thank him properly. Gu Tingyan gave an exasperated glance at his attire, his irritation impossible to hide. Yes, let Director Sue feel the joy of paper people carrying flower sedan chairs. Gu Shichuan touched his wig with a foolish grin. Hee hee, I think I look pretty good. Shin Jejia's laughter suddenly stopped. She blinked her bright eyes. Ah, invincible village flower. Although I didn't get to see Yin Ji's abs, seeing him in wedding clothes was worth it. Sexy mother cockroach. No way, I don't allow this. The coup. Salty CP shouldn't both wear wedding dresses. Divorce mutation with 2 zombies. Sherchuan Jr. stands out amidst everyone else's disdain for their situation. He actually likes it, ha. Luinen wiped away the tears from laughing and turned her gaze to see a quiet boy standing beside them, head slightly bowed, clearly not fitting in. Curious, she questioned the boy. Are you a guest for the new episode? What's your name? Upon hearing this, the boy slowly raised his head, revealing a remarkably handsome face as he softly spoke. My name is Jiang Sherwin. Luinen. What? Jiang Sherwin? Where did he even come from? Chapter 155. Is Jiang Sherwin a hidden plotline? Luinen was startled in her heart. Her eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Your name is Jiang Sherwin? Jiang Sherwin noticed her unusual emotions. A trace of confusion crossed his brows as he gently asked, Do you know me? Luinen opened her mouth, thought for a moment, took a few steps, leaned over, and whispered softly. Are you the young master the Jiang family just found? Jiang Sherwin looked surprised. Yes, do you really know me? Upon hearing this, Luinen stumbled slightly. Yes, I've heard a lot about you, Master Jiang. Right now, I only hope that I don't know you. This is bad. A hidden plotline has appeared. Will the fake fortune teller end up meeting a real big shot? Her thoughts racing, she spoke again, her tone laced with inquiry. Where's your partner? Is it your brother or? Jiang Sherwin pressed his lips together, a hint of concealed joy in his voice. No, it's my sister. Luinen suddenly lit up at the mention. Your sister? Xiaoningning. Jiang Sherwin nodded in surprise again. You even know my sister? Luinen sighed with relief, giving a vague answer. Sort of. Now I'm reassured. Although I've encountered a true big shot, safety can at least be guaranteed if there truly is a ghost. She moved away from the microphone she'd been pressing down and resumed her normal tone. Ahem, since we already know each other, let's start looking for clues. She turned and began strolling around the hall solemnly, ignoring all the puzzled and curious looks from others completely. Divorced turned zombie handler. What's going on? Is there something our esteemed audience can't hear? Automatic rain delivery system. This new guest is so handsome. But who is he? Does anyone know? Chinese girl sauce. No clue, but judging by lip reading, the sister mentioned something about young master. I've finished my homework. So Director Su claimed at the beginning that there would be no mishaps in this episode. Does that mean they hired civilians? Pinch my leg hair. Wow, that makes sense. However, this civilian is as good looking as any star. Beside her, Lu Yanli curiously inspected Jiang Sherwin. Moving closer to Luinen, he lowered his voice. Sister, what were you chatting about with that guy? Do you know him? Poking here and pressing there, Luinen responded without turning around. Just some stories I've heard. Confused, Lu Yanli furrowed his brow. How come I haven't heard anything? With a touch of exasperation, Luinen glanced at Lu Yanli. Big brother, it's normal you haven't heard about it. He wasn't part of the elite circle before. It would be strange if you had heard. After all, Jiang Sherwin, like us, comes from a book, just not the same one. Lu Yanli's eyes widened, nearly letting out a shout. Not quite sure, but the CPU seems to be overheating. What did you mean by not being from the same book? Blinking his eyes a few times, Lu Yanli tactfully inquired. Then how did you know, sister? Luinen perched herself on the dragon throne, searching for clues while replying. Because I've heard someone criticize it. Sigh, Jiang Sherwin's novel involves metaphysical elements. He is the true young master swapped in infancy, and has a fake rich girl sister. The Jiang family is a metaphysics powerhouse. Before Jiang Sherwin returned, the fake daughter was the favorite of the family with an exceptional talent for metaphysics. After the Jiang family found Jiang Sherwin, they discovered he lacked affinity with metaphysics and thus treated him coldly. His sister, having always resented him because of her own false identity, oppressed and framed him constantly due to seeing him receive little attention. Later, it seems Jiang Sherwin made a comeback, though I don't remember exactly how. I just recall that the fake daughter met a terrible end, probably dying overseas. A small man inside Lu Yanli popped peanuts into his mouth, while shaking his head disapprovingly. TSK, 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 such a familiar storyline. Where have I seen this before? From whom? Back then, when my elder sister read this book, she scolded it endlessly. It's funny to think about how both my sister and I share names with characters in books who all had tragic ends. At this train of thought, Luinen's actions abruptly stopped, a flash of unusual light crossing her eyes. Wait a second. If I become the protagonist of the book, could my elder sister also have ended up inside a book? The sudden realization hit her like thunder, making her heart tremble sharply. Damn, that can't be possible, right? One thing's for sure. If both of us are in books, I'll definitely start suspecting whether our master is some kind of evil human trafficker. Luinen stood up suddenly, sat on the dragon throne, stroking her chin thoughtfully while subconsciously fiddling with an object in her hand and poking at it on the paper. Speaking of my time in the sect, although my brothers and sisters all come from the same lineage, each of us learns a different path. For example, my sister entered Taoism through metaphysics, I entered through medicine, and the third master is a sword cultivator. Since last time our master dropped him off the mountain for training, up until I was transported here, there has been no news of him. Thinking back now, it's possible he might have been sent into a book too. Her thoughts were flying everywhere, feeling a vague yet intermittent clarity of something appearing in her mind. But before she could sort them out further, Gu Shichuan's somewhat hesitant inquiry reverberated through the grand hall. Unin, you are going to ascend the throne? Luinen snapped back to reality, her gaze inadvertently meeting the mocking eyes of those below, making her feel a bit disoriented. What about ascending the throne? Shun Jejia chuckled, pointing at something Luinen was holding. Unin, Why don't you take a look at what's in your hand? Hearing this, Luinen turned her head, focusing her gaze on the object in her hand, only to discover that not only was she firmly seated on the dragon throne, but she also unknowingly had a jade seal in her hands. Luinen gave an involuntary start, surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, dear me, when did this thing get into my hand?" Lu Yanli stood beside her, his expression complicated. "You silently picked this thing up when you turned around and sat on the dragon chair. Take a look, there are already several imprints made by you collapsing it on the white paper." Luinen glanced at the paper on the table upon hearing this, and saw neatly arranged impressions covering the clean rice paper. "Helmet for my sister. I'm dead laughing. Does the seat have magic?" Once sat, one starts reviewing memorials. Villager beauty unrivaled. Just like a worker, as soon as they sit down, their brain hasn't moved, but their hands start moving first. Sensual cockroach mother. I bet sister's probably thinking, "I'm the last emperor, send money." Luinen quietly returned the jade seal to its place, just preparing to stand up, but her vision scanned across the impressions again, and she noticed something. "Hey, I seem to have found some clues." Everyone heard this and gathered around immediately. Gu Shichuan eagerly asked, "Where? Where?" Luinen pointed at the dense characters stamped on the rice paper, saying, "The imprint left by this seal seems to read like a story." Chapter 156. The fake fortune teller meets the true big shot. Shinjejia was closest to the paper. Squinting her eyes for a long time, her gaze revealed a joy that was hard to hide. "It's really a clue. This tells the story of that princess." Gu Shichuan, hearing this, quickly urged her on. "Then tell us quickly. I can't see clearly, and it's driving me crazy." Shinjejia lifted the rice paper, studied it carefully for a while, and then slowly said, "It says here that the princess was the most beautiful and unique woman in the Chiha dynasty. She had many strange and ingenious ways of making money, and even ideas for governing ahead of her time. Her excellence drew the attention of both the crown prince and the regent king, but the princess liked the crown prince. To obtain the princess, the regent king forcibly married her. This caused the crown prince, who had always been evasive, to explode in anger over her beauty and constantly oppose the regent king. At that time, the regent king's power was so immense that even the emperor dared not confront him. Thus, after finding out that the crown prince was targeting the regent king, the emperor ruthlessly deposed him, demoting him to a commoner. Without the title of crown prince, the regent king easily killed the crown prince. Unable to bear the loss of her lover, the princess followed by committing suicide. Gu Shichuan sighed with melancholy. Lovers eventually become mounds of earth. Gu Tingyin massaged his temples, frowning at Gu Shichuan. "If you don't want to feel sorry, you don't have to say anything." Shun Jejia angrily retorted. This princess wasn't just dead because two men were too obsessed with her. She seemed more like a sacrifice in the struggle for imperial power. Shen Yi nodded slightly. "That is an aspect we could consider." Lu Yanli noticed Lu Ainen frowning deeply from start to finish and asked aloud, "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Lu Ainen clutched her wedding gown, her tone complicated. "So, are we playing ghosts or stand-ins right now?" Jiang Shirwan, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. "It should be stand-ins, possibly combined ones." Gu Shichuan didn't quite understand. Combined stand-ins? What does that mean? Lu Yanli took over the explanation, his tone filled with a subtle peculiarity. Meaning, we may have turned into fragments of some perfect image in the regent king's heart. Eyes, nose, mouth, something like that. Together, they make up a face. Jiang Shirwan nodded lightly, lips slightly pressed together. Gu Shichuan gasped inwardly. What an oppressive love. Handsome and 66. It's frightening upon reflection. Parts collection? Mother monkey escaping from Flower Fruit Mountain. Is this princess from modern times traveling back through time? Tonsils never speak. Marrying in the Golden Hall is also very thought-provoking. Loneliness. I am too curious. Which guest played the psychopathic regent king? Hurry up. Lu Ainen turned to Shun Jejia and asked, "Jejia, does it end here?" Shun Jejia nodded. "Yeah, it concludes with the princess's death." Upon hearing this, Lu Ainen began to walk around the great hall again. "Let's search further. There should be more clues. After the princess died, how did the regent king react? Why did he marry so many princesses in the Golden Hall? None of this has been explained yet." Everyone dispersed, continuing their search. The atmosphere grew quiet when suddenly the high-pitched voice of an eunuch came from outside the hall. "The national master has arrived." At these words, everyone was startled, hurriedly crouching down amidst the chaos, coverings flying everywhere. At the moment the hall door opened, Gu Shichuan, who hadn't yet retrieved his covering, quickly lifted up his skirt and held it over his head as if nothing unusual was happening. Lu Ainen caught a glimpse of this action out of the corner of her eye and smirked. "I assent that rather rash. That covering is still lying on the ground." With the closing of the hall doors, the hall fell silent once more. Lu Ainen waited quietly, when suddenly, within the limited range of her vision, a pair of intricately crafted boots appeared. Following closely, a hand extended into her field of vision, accompanied by a clear, cool voice resonating through the hall. "Little beauty. No, flower girl. Never mind, just get up." Everyone. Is this really the national master? Lu Ainen. Could it be? She didn't extend her hand, testing instead with a question. Has the light boat already passed thousands of mountains? Only to hear the national master reply. Wooming mountain connects mountain to mountain beyond. Lu Ainen immediately threw off her veil, stood up, and upon recognizing the national master, exclaimed incredulously, "Shiji Lang Grey Wolf." The national master calmly continued the dialogue. Each episode gets stronger than the last. Lu Anan became exhilarated. She embraced the national master, shouting joyfully. Xia Yuha, I've missed you so much. Xiao Ningning patted Lu Anan's back, also thrilled. Your Majesty, I've finally seen you. Others watching this scene, including Lu Yanli, were puzzled. Though every word made sense individually, why did the whole thing feel like they were speaking in code? Who cares about yoke? Please use the microphone to communicate. Sexy mother cockroach. I've never engaged in encrypted communication, possibly due to my upbringing. The leader of the Night Owl sect. I only wish your heart would be like mine, but it breaks my heart when I can't understand what you say. Lu Anan hopped around 3 times with Xiao Ningning in her arms, but before she could finish celebrating, she was forcibly separated by Jiang Shiwen, who had walked over at an unknown time. Jiang Shiwen stood between them protectively and guardedly sheltered Xiao Ningning behind him. He looked at Lu Anan with the eyes of a rival lover while asking Xiao Ningning behind him, Sister, do you two know each other? Lu Yanli quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Anan, jealously asking, Sister, are you very familiar with that guy's sister? Lu Anan and Xiao Ningning acted almost simultaneously, grabbing and dragging aside the 2 people blocking them in front. In unison, they both said, Move aside, you're obstructing the deep affection between me and my empress. Get out of the way, you're stopping me from expressing my longing for the emperor. After being pulled to the side, the 2 men were filled with disbelief. Deep affection? Expressing longing? What about us then? Lu Anan and Xiao Ningning completely ignored their brother and younger brother who had now lost all defenses, as the 2 sisters held hands and squatted in the corner. After muting themselves, they started a private conversation. Senior sister, how did you come here? Xiao Ningning shook her head. I don't know either. I secretly followed you down the mountain wanting to protect you. During the idle time on the way, I read through that masterpiece again and somehow got transported here. How about you, junior sister? Lu Anan paused momentarily before slowly replying. I also came after reading through a masterpiece, but senior sister, this is like coming home. After finishing speaking, she keenly noticed something amiss in Xiao Ningning's expression and, after thinking for a moment, hesitantly asked, It won't be that you're the same kind, senior sister? Xiao Ningning nodded with a complicated look. Yes, I belong to the type that usurps the original body's place. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan felt her vague suspicion becoming clearer. She lowered her voice and asked, I have a mall too. Don't you have one too? I saw your talismans in that mall. Xiao Ningning, surprised, replied, Ah, so that's where my talismans went. Mine isn't a mall, it's a trading website, and I can only be a seller there. Lu Anan. Goodness gracious, Master Old Man really knows his business well. This buy one get 10 profit model has been perfected by him. Lu Anan wanted to discuss this suspicion with her senior sister, but it wasn't a good time right now. So, she glanced at Xiao Ningning and whispered, Let's talk about it later. Then she pulled Xiao Ningning up and asked, Senior, Ningning, do you have any clues on you? Chapter 157, The Male Lead's Fate? Xiao Ningning nodded. When I was brought here, I heard the Duke mention something to me. The gist of it was that I, solely through the efforts of the Regent King's recommendation, became the national diviner. To bring back the deceased princess, I suggested an idea. Let him marry all the women in the world who resemble the princess. Now, these women are all gathered in the Great Hall, and he asked me to come over urgently. Lu Anan blinked. That's all. Xiao Ningning nodded again. That's all. Lu Anan's mouth twitched. No luck, key clues are still missing. A few people started wandering aimlessly in the Grand Hall. Lu Anan thought of something and quietly asked Xiao Ningning beside her. Senior sister, is there a ghost here? Xiao Ningning paused for a moment, then replied with a serious but slightly mocking tone. This depends on whether your luck or my luck is better. Lu Anan was confused, feeling like she was in a fog. What do you mean? Xiao Ningning smiled faintly. If your luck is better, there won't be any ghosts. If it's mine, you know what it means. Lu Anan. Vegetarian life has always been balanced between meat and vegetables. Definitely good luck. Kicking the cripple's good leg hard. I heard sister calling senior sister. Does this Xiao Ningning also predict fortunes? Handsome 66. No, listen to my analysis. Sister asked senior sister if there were ghosts, which means what? It means senior sister catches ghosts. Mom save me, damn. This is even scarier. Are we switching to the metaphysics channel now? The most beautiful village flower. Impossible. If it were really changed into a metaphysics show, Director Su would surely give a heads up. Everyone relax. Lu Anan glanced at Gu Tingyan from the other side, a sudden thought crossing her mind, and quickly muted her microphone before elbowing Xiao Ningning next to her and whispered, Senior sister, can you check the fortune of that man arguing with my brother over there? Does he have main character fate, or is he the male lead? After hearing this, Xiao Ningning also quietly muted her microphone and followed Lu Anan's direction to glance at Gu Tingyan, scrutinizing him closely for half a day. She responded with some hesitation, he isn't the male lead. His fortune seems superficial, as if it doesn't belong to him originally. Lu Anan was taken aback. Huh? Speak plainly, senior sister. Xiao Ningning explained. He's not the male lead. Rather, the real male lead should be someone related to him by blood. The fortune on his body just shows that he's probably made some deal with the male lead, voluntarily sharing some of the latter's fortune to make him appear as if he's the main protagonist. Lu Anan felt her heart sink heavily. Gu Tingyan. He wasn't the male lead from start to finish? Why did I mistakenly think he was the male lead according to what 7758 mentioned? A person related by blood. An image flashed across Lu Anan's mind, as though lightning had struck. Dang, was it that psychopath? Her expression turned strange suddenly, filled with mixed emotions. So it truly stems from hatred born of love? Trying to kill me? Just that, senior sister said. Gu Tingyin made some deal with Pei Xingda. I thought he genuinely liked my second brother, but turns out he's still against us. Right as Lu Yanli was exchanging snarky remarks with Gu Tingyin, after hearing Lu Ainan's inner thoughts, his face abruptly cooled down. Staring coldly at Gu Tingyin without expression, his gaze plunged deep into night-like darkness. Gu Tingyin, after hurling an insult that went unanswered, raised his head in confusion and caught sight of Lu Yanli's profound eyes that seemed to see right through everything. He couldn't help but feel startled inside. Regaining his composure, Gu Tingyin forced a smirk of disdain onto his lips, full of provocation in his eyes. Pretending to be casual, he said, "Why are you staring at my lord? Have you fallen in love?" Lu Yanli's voice held no warmth whatsoever. "Gu Tingyin, I've always had a small heart and a penchant for retaliation. If you've done anything wrong to me, or hurt my family, I will never forgive you, and we will become mortal enemies. So you'd better be sure that I'm just your lifelong adversary." Upon hearing those words, Gu Tingyian's body involuntarily stiffened. As their gazes met, the atmosphere instantly froze, solidifying into an intangible barrier. After 2 silent seconds, he laughed sarcastically. "You're sick." Subsequently, he turned around and distanced himself from Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli slowly retracted his gaze. Beneath the lowered eyelids hid concealed turbulence. He used the act of rummaging through items to mask the ferocity in his eyes. Damn brat, dared to scheme against him? He'd break his legs for sure. On the other side, Gu Tingyin appeared to be casually fiddling with the veil in his hand, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He recalled Lu Yanli's previous words, his eyes darkening once more. How could he have ever wronged him? Ultimately, he only desired to be close to him. But that's all. Alone. It's over. The CP fans are about to break down. Tonight belongs to the OTP shippers. Ho Salt never collapses. Impossible. Ho Salt can't have a bad ending. Sleeping on abs. Never mind. How could a little quarrel between the couple lead to a bad ending? At this moment, inside the grand hall, the atmosphere was subtle and complex. Gu Shichuan, who was persistently exploring with his but sticking up beside a pillar in the hall, finally succeeded in finding a crumpled piece of paper after much effort. Excitedly picking it up, he waved it high in the air and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, I found a clue too." Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn towards him, and they gathered around. "Hand it over already." Shun Jejia snatched the paper from Gu Shichuan's triumphant hands, unfolded it, and read aloud the words written on it. "If Linag has been chosen, I will surely save her. I vow she shall not suffer even a speck of pain." Shun Jejia furrowed her brows slightly, her voice filled with bewilderment. "Who is Linang? This note seems incomplete. What does it mean?" Lu Ainan gently stroked her chin with her fingertips. "Linang must be one of us, and whoever wrote the note should also be among us. But we don't know yet if she was chosen by the national diviner or by the regent king." Gu Shichuan shivered. "No matter who chooses her, it definitely won't be good." Lu Yanli crossed his arms. "So our task now is to figure out who Linang is?" As soon as his words finished, Xiao Ningning suddenly interjected with a warning. "Someone's coming." Everyone was startled again and scrambled back into their crouching positions in disarray. This time, Gu Shichuan successfully picked up the veil and covered himself just in time. When the hall returned to calm once more, the long and clear announcement of the eunuch sounded outside the hall. "The regent king has arrived. The sovereign of Nanchi country approaches." The doors opened, and Pei Sheng entered the hall followed by Bailans. Xiao Ningming's gaze naturally fell on Pei Sheng the moment he stepped into the hall. A flash of profound thought flickered in her eyes before returning to stillness. Pei Sheng glanced at the guests veiled by red silk coverings, revealing a trace of faint interest in his expression. After surveying for a second, he immediately recognized Lu Ainan, then deliberately slowed his steps and paused in front of her. His voice carried an indescribable excitement. "Diviner, have you all met my consort, your future queen?" Upon hearing that voice, Lu Ainan's body involuntarily quivered, her pupils contracting slightly under the shadow of her veil, causing waves of tumult in her heart. This voice, could it be Pei Sheng? Chapter 158, The Reason for No Upset. Lu Ainan struggled to suppress her impulse to directly lift the veil and strangle Pei Sheng on the spot, quietly brainwashing herself. Hold on. Killing someone on camera is against the law. A good citizen absolutely doesn't kill on camera. Calm down, Lu Ainan, you are the best." She deeply took in several breaths of air, allowing the agitation to gradually subside. Despite her face being covered by the red veil, her expression had become distorted with clenched teeth. "Pei Sheng, your grandpa." Lu Yanli beside her couldn't help but slightly twitch his lips at the corner of his mouth. "All right, all talk." This anger could almost lift the veil up from the hair. "Saint Mary part-time Saint Mother. Well, I just said why Director Su was so determined not to let things go wrong this time. It turns out the guest was already amidst ruins. Unbeatable, beautiful village flower. Really, inexplicably laughed. Cherry small medicine pill. Still needs Director Su. A normal person wouldn't think of such a bad strategy. Pig ate immoral color. Come. Reserve a noble gentleman in prison ahead of time." Xiao Ningning subtly moved in front of Lu Ainan, answering faintly. "Your Highness, since all the concubines have gathered here, we hope your Highness could enlighten us on what to do next." Pei Sheng's gaze swept over everyone. An expression of amusement appeared at the edge of his lips. He casually stepped back a few steps, with a tone of leisureliness. "Then please allow my concubines to unveil," letting the lord of Nanchi country, who came from afar, feast his eyes. The eunuch standing aside appropriately shouted, "Please concubines, unveil in order." Luanin tore off her veil, her eyes meeting exactly with Pei Sheng's profound and playful gaze. The wave of hatred spreading throughout her body surged again. She could only desperately clench her fists tightly, nails almost embedding into her palm, to barely restrain the urge to rush forward and tear Pei Sheng into pieces. Pei Sheng. This time, it really is Pei Sheng. The two people's gazes collided fiercely in the quiet air. Pei Sheng's eyebrows lightly rose. A more unrestrained smile curved at the edge of his lips. At this moment, Lu Yanli's attention was entirely captured by Pei Sheng, failing to notice that in front of him Bai Lanshi was staring at him with an almost obsessive look, greedily observing him. Gu Tinjian's face turned gloomy within a second. An unnoticeable caution flashed through his eyes. The brother and sister's gazes focused on Pei Sheng, making Bai Lanshi feel very dissatisfied. His expression suddenly darkened as he pointed at Lu Yanli and said aloud, "I want him." This sound finally pulled Luanin and Lu Yanli's attention back from Pei Sheng, redirecting it towards Bai Lanshi. Luanin's eyes instantly widened round, filled with disbelief. Holy cow! Pei Sheng, this old villain, has brought along the deranged noble. I said how Director Su said there would be no upset at all costs. This is already in the ditch. What else will it upset about? Lu Yanli disgustingly retreated a few steps, creating distance from Bai Lanshi. He just felt uneasy every time he saw this person, and now he knew. This is the perverted noble eyeing his beauty. Bai Lanshi captured Lu Yanli's gaze, avoiding him, rather than being offended. He seemed as if jolted by some unknown current throughout his body, shivering lightly, bringing about an almost pathological excitement. He spoke again, his voice firm and straightforward. "I want him." Pei Sheng exchanged a subtle glance with Bai Lanshi. Subsequently, Pei Sheng gently parted his lips, indifferently saying, "Since the Lord is so persistent, Your Highness naturally should facilitate, for the harmonious prosperity between the two countries, let me painfully part with this beautiful woman to gift her to the Lord as a sign of sincerity." Luanin acutely captured that subtle glance exchanged between Pei Sheng and Bai Lanshi, feeling her heart sink sharply. Cannot use the thinking of normal people to infer Pei Sheng and Bai Lanshi are these two perverts. They might indeed not care about the program and take away my second brother. I cannot let them succeed. An idea struck her suddenly as the words on the piece of paper leapt into her mind. Just as she took a step forward wanting to stand in front of her second brother, Gu Tinjian's figure flickered beside her, having already stood in front of Lu Yanli first, his voice mingling with unmistakable fury and wariness. "Your Highness, I am willing to replace Lin Yang and marry the Lord of Nachi country." Everyone present simultaneously startled. Salty forever never be. Who understands? He's super loving. Today have sugar. Who still says my CP collapses? Isn't this sweet and romantic? Lonely. Lin Yang, quickly open your eyes and see him. You can't be empty-eyed. Civil Affairs Bureau. Is someone calling me? Luanin and Xiao Ningning leaned together, their gazes flickering back and forth between the two individuals. After a pause, Luanin lowered her voice, infusing it with a touch of gossip. "Senior sister, do you think they will succeed?" Xiao Ningning refrained from giving a definitive answer. "It's uncertain. I observe that their romantic journey is quite rugged, but we can only say they might find happiness." After hearing this, Luanin lightly shook her head, muttering in disbelief. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? He loves her so much. He probably won't do anything wrong, right? A trace of irritation flashed in Lu Yanli's eyes just as he was about to refuse. However, the eunuch nearby smoothly interrupted, steering the situation toward the storyline. "Your Highness, please reconsider. Lin Yang is after all your consorts. Please reconsider deeply. Lin Yang mustn't leave Chiha." Luanin blinked and understood. Odds like this. Lin Yang hasn't decided yet on the person. Whoever gets selected by the Lord shall be designated as Lin Yang. Director Su truly does a great job. He has inadvertently saved my second brother's life. Good, very good. Pei Sheng's expression flickered momentarily, a cold glint passing through his eyes. Indeed, he'd forgotten that they might have a script. Previously, he had agreed with Bai Lanshi to quietly take Lu Yanli away at this part of the performance. As for whether the show could continue as normal afterwards, it didn't matter much to him since his only purpose was to ensure Bai Lanshi successfully took Lu Yanli away. However, now that they were stopped, other means would have to be considered. But still, Gu Tingyan actually dared to stand out and interfere, which made him deserve an early taste of what was meant for Lu Yanli. Swiftly adjusting his facial expressions, Pei Sheng chuckled faintly. "You're reminding me, sir. Since Lin Yang cannot be taken away by the Lord, then let's respect the girl's wish, allowing her to accompany the Lord back home." Hearing this, the eunuch continued the scripted drama. "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot happen. Zhao Nyangshi, she is the precious daughter of the Prime Minister. Given the unstable roots of your rule, should there be any conflict between your Highness and the Prime Minister, the consequences may affect your Majesty. Please withdraw your decree, your Highness." Pei Sheng's expression stiffened slightly. Even this one can't go? Watching Pei Sheng's frustrated face filled Luanin with malicious joy inside. Kudos to Director Su. Give him a big chicken leg. This NPC, this plot, is precisely designed according to my heart's desires. At this moment, before the surveillance screen, Director Su emitted a hum of half smugness and half pride. Although this time I've taken a risk by choosing a collapsed nobleman, old Su wouldn't let situations run out of control, would I? Of course, all guests will always be within my lens at every moment. Turning his head expectantly towards Qi Rang, who stood beside him with crossed arms and a serious expression, Director Su requested affirmation. "Qi Captain, don't you agree?" Qi Rang never took his eyes off the monitor and replied perfunctorily. Sure, sure. Upon speaking, his fingers lightly tapped, ringing the phone in the tranquil surveillance room. After answering, his tone grew solemn. Mr. Fu, it's indeed as you said. There are signs that they want to take Lu Yanli away. I'll keep observing closely. You're arriving soon? All right, I'll wait for you. Chapter 159, Scene recreated. Inside the hall, Luananen looked at the slightly gloomy Pei Sheng and mocked. No way, no way. Surely there isn't anyone who doesn't follow the script, right? Can't take it that much. Pei Sheng slowly turned around, met Luanenen's teasing and challenging gaze, smiled calmly without responding to Luanenen, but every word was filled with deep meaning. In that case, the only thing we can do is to let our sovereign leave with regret. A NPC eunuch hearing this began cueing the procedure. Your Highness, since everyone is gathered, I will lead all of you concubines to the preparation location. As for Lord Guoshu, please come along as well. Luanenen followed the eunuch away, passing by Pei Sheng. She lightly said, Pei Sheng, you won't win. Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. After the eunuch led Luanenen and the group to a sacrificial hall and assigned each one their places, he bowed slightly, saying, All concubines, please wait patiently here while I retire. As the eunuch stepped out the door, everyone heard the sound of the door being locked. Immediately after, the sacrificial hall plunged into darkness. In the absolute silence, an eerie beam of light shone on the ground, revealing a sentence. They are locked in the place of sacrifice. They are about to die. The words gradually turned from white to blood red, then abruptly disappeared, leaving the hall dark again with a deadening silence. Everyone felt an indescribable tension rising in their hearts. Luanenen listened to the others' quietened breathing, and slowly opened her mouth in the dark. 1. Xiao Ningning calmly picked up the count. 2. Lu Yanli quickly followed. 3. Jiang Sherwin didn't want to be left behind. 4. Gu Shichuan closed his eyes tightly. 5,678. All present. Those waiting for the roll call included Gu Tingyan, Shen Yi, Shun Jejia. What were they trying to show off? Holy Mother's part-time Virgin Mary. Even if my head explodes, I wouldn't think they'd be doing a roll call. It's time to write homework again. Haha. I saw little dog Gu preparing to continue the count before being interrupted by Gu Shichuan. Plain bystander. You guys seem so visible. I thought the situation was pretty tense with lots of high energy going on. Mom, save me. Is anyone else curious whether they refer to these consorts? Luanenen fumbled as she stood up, searching the table until her fingers brushed against a button. Without any hesitation, she pressed it. Instantly, a startling red light flashed in front of everyone's vision, revealing two figures standing quietly with their heads down. Gu Shichuan and Shun Jejia screamed and hid behind Luanenen, gripping onto both sides of her sleeves. Shun Jejia peeked out with a trembling voice. And are those people? Luanenen, unsure herself, glanced at Xiao Ningning. Probably people? Xiao Ningning nodded calmly. They're people. Looks like your luck's better today, Anin. Relieved, Luanenen patted Shun Jejia's little head to comfort her and pushed Gu Shichuan aside, saying, Jejia, they're NPCs, don't be afraid. Gu Shichuan, you big guy, what are you scared of? Look at your older brother. Hey. While talking, Luanenen turned her gaze toward Gu Tingyan, only to find him, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, coquettishly hiding in the arms of his older brother and softly saying, I'm scared. Luanenen, shocked beyond speech. She rolled her eyes and turned her head just in time to see Jiang Sherwin pale-faced, clutching onto Xiao Ningning's sleeve weakly and saying, Sister, I'm so scared. Will you protect me, right? Luanenen. Cunning men. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, standing alone nearby, silently lifted his stiffened leg from fear and joined the team of Gu Shichuan and Shun Jejia. No matter, capable men know how to choose the best legs to cling to. Luanenen looked back with a complicated expression and fixed her eyes on the figures ahead. Blinking twice, she asked with some puzzlement in her tone, I'm not sure why, but this scene always gives me a sense of familiarity. Lu Yanli managed to break free from Gu Tingyan and walk over. Hearing Luanenen's words, he rolled his eyes helplessly. Last time, the person standing there was you. Upon hearing Lu Yanli's reminder, memories of her heroic act flashed in Luanenen's mind. She suddenly understood. Now I get it. Must be because of that. Listening to this, Lu Yanli's lips twitched faintly. Great teamwork. Exactly what kind of cooperation? Ghostly cooperation? As though annoyed by the guest's delay, the white light shone on the ground again, displaying two glaring red characters full of suppressed anger. Come over. Luanenen and Xiao Ningning, leading the string of people behind them, advanced cautiously towards the direction indicated. Finally, the two figures ahead started moving. They abruptly lifted their blood-teared eyes, extending their hands in unison with an eerie undertone music that had somehow started playing. Word by word, they wept as they cursed. Moze, may you die a horrible death. No sooner had the words left their lips than the chilling red light vanished all at once. The lights of the sacrificial hall flickered back on, and the two figures on the stage had already disappeared. Invincible Beauty Village Flower. I'm *****ing stunned. This is high-octane drama. Mountain monkey buttocks. Perfect timing for zero-frame action, huh? I'm betting my pants on this. Ho Xian GF fun. Gu can't be taken seriously. He's such a crybaby he's killing me with laughter. Lonely Widow. Did none of you notice how good ship material sister's senior disciple makes with her younger brother? Who wouldn't love the puppy boy? Gu Shichuan slowly opened one trembling eye, looking around at the now normal sacrificial hall and letting out a sigh of relief. Is Moze the regent prince's name? Lu Yanli gave Gu Shichuan a surprised glance, saying, strangely enough, your fear seems to have made you smart. Cheeks slightly flushed, Gu Shichuan indignantly retorted, I was smart to begin with. Lu Yanli nodded in a dismissive manner. Sure, you're smart alright. Now, use your smarts to find some clues. The way we came in is definitely not an exit. We probably need to figure out another way out. Everyone nodded in agreement and began dispersing, searching in all directions. Xiao Ningning paused for a moment, then walked over to Lu Yanli and whispered, Don't leave my sight. I don't want anything dangerous happening to you. I will protect you. Lu Yanli stopped mid-search, realizing that her senior disciple must have noticed something. She nodded and smiled. Got it. I know senior disciple is always the best. Hey, Suma Mason Senpai, once I save my second brother, I'll behave perfectly. Upon hearing Lu Yanli's words, a warm stream passed through Lu Yanli's heart. His gaze softened for just a fleeting moment before gradually turning deep and solemn, his expression growing colder. Would he really let his sister venture into danger? Was Pei Sheng and that man by lands really planning to capture him? Just as well. He also wanted to see how the script portrayed his own self being tortured mercilessly by lands. And there were certain things that were more enjoyable when done personally, weren't they? Though both siblings had different thoughts in mind, neither ceased their search for clues. Lu Yanli stood on the platform, examining a heavily decorated candle holder hanging in the corner. Frowning as she stared intently for a while, she reached up and lightly pressed the protruding and asymmetric patterns on the candle holder. A click sounded, and suddenly, a hidden door swung open beside the candle stand. Lu Yanli raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh my goodness. Big production right here. There's even a secret door. Chapter 160, Discovering a New Space. Hearing that same sound, the crowd curiously gathered around. Lu Yanli carefully pushed the secret door open, revealing a narrow and deep passageway to everyone, with flickering candlelight on both sides. Lu Anan and Lu Yanli exchanged a glance, their expressions complicated. I give up. Was it designed by the same person as Zhou Feng's? Gu Shichuan stood aside, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he swallowed hard. Who goes first? Upon hearing this, Shen Jejia turned around and gave Gu Shichuan a mischievous smile before shoving him forward, her laughter clear and tinged with the joy of successful mischief. Gu Shichuan, be brave. I believe you can do it. Stumbling to stabilize himself, Gu Shichuan glared at them and said, Fine, I'll go. Here I come. After waiting for a while without receiving any response, Gu Shichuan couldn't resist curiosity and looked back to see Lu Anan looking sincerely at him, teasing in tone. You go ahead. We won't compete with you. Gu Shichuan sighed. Thank you. Lu Anan grinned widely. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The egg yolk. Little brother comes to sing. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, all 4 seasons are warm. Monkey mother from Flower Fruit Mountain. This is someone who talks too much when they're bad at stuff. Haha. Grieving long hair. Shun Jr. regrets talking so much and would rather go back in time to hit himself. Gu Shichuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and step into the passage first, repeatedly muttering. Stay close to me. You have to stay close. Walking behind, Lu Anan laughed lightly, her voice containing some comfort and mockery. We will follow closely. You go first. Everyone cautiously walked through the passageway, and when the view opened up, their gazes were involuntarily drawn to the beautiful pair lying on the ice bed. Curiously observing this space, Lu Anan's eyes returned to the lying figures, whispering softly, judging by their clothing and posture, could these be the princess and the crown prince? Lu Yanli frowned slightly. If according to what was written on that paper, the crown prince was killed by the regent king and the princess followed by committing suicide out of love, there's no way the regent king would leave their bodies here together like this. Moreover, looking at this setup, it appears specifically designed to preserve the bodies. Gu Tingyan approached the bodies, observed briefly, and noticed a piece of paper pressed under the crown prince's head. Picking it up, he said, there's a clue here. Lu Yanli sneered, a smirk curling on his lips. Oh, young master isn't afraid anymore? Gu Tingyan's face stiffened slightly upon hearing this, but quickly reverted to an innocent look. It's just my tough guy persona. I'm still very scared. Lu Yanli grimaced in disgust. Go away. Gu Tingyan chuckled softly, stopping his antics. After reviewing the content of the paper, he straightened up and said seriously, it seems like it was written by the regent king. Lu Anan gestured towards the left with a serious expression, saying, please read it aloud. Gu Tingyan shook his head amusedly and slowly read out the content on the paper. Today marks the 3rd year since my Jade departed. I have finally killed the crown prince, Jade. They all thought it was because I loved Zhao Yan, that woman so much that I couldn't stand the prince's existence. But they don't know, Jade, I did it to repay that blood debt. 3 years ago, listening to Zhao Yan's idea, the crown prince planned to accuse the prime minister of treason against the country, resulting in your humiliation and death on the road to exile. When I returned from the battlefield, even your body was nowhere to be found. After finding much evidence, presenting it to the emperor, all I got was his contemptuous smile, completely disregarding it. Jade, since I couldn't seek justice for you, then I personally claimed the lives of the dog emperor, the crown prince, and Zhao Yan. It took me 2 years to reach the position of regent king. No one in the whole court could be more powerful than me. Even the dog emperor had to look at my face. Finally, I had the power to punish the crown prince and Zhao Yan. Jade, will you forgive me? I didn't truly love Zhao Yan. All I heard was she arrogantly called herself a soul from another world, scheming to use that intangible identity to seize the empress throne. I merely wanted her to experience how painful it is to long for something desperately, yet be unable to obtain it. That's why I made her believe I couldn't live without her. The foolish Xiao Yan actually believed I loved her. But such a turn of events perfectly suited my plans, allowing the crown prince to lose control under the dual pressures of politics and emotions, thus committing a mistake serious enough for me to remove him honorably. Jade, I finally avenged you. The crown prince, Xiao Yan, and the dog emperor. I personally sent them to hell with my own hands. But Jade, I am so sorrowful. My Jade will never return. Shun Jieja wiped her tears, indignant. I wrongly accused the regent king, who knew he was such a pure love warrior. Gu Shichuan also wiped his tears. This dog emperor and the crown prince, as well as this consort, are truly despicable. Shuiki 66, tears in my eyes. I originally thought the regent king was a psycho, but turns out he's all about pure love. Sexy mother cockroach. Tonight, pure love warriors will fall in battle. Yubingqui Shuikui. This consort really is from another world, just not a good person. Su. Director Su has done an amazing job with this script. I like it. Lu Anan asked curiously. It's gone again? Why these two lying here wasn't explained yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ningning approached with the paper in hand. It's here. I found it under the body of the consort. Gu Shichuan took the page and continued to read slowly. I have a way to bring you back. Today I met a Taoist priestess. She told me you were merely swapped to the timeline, where Xiao Yan is, continuing another life. If I recall you, you'll live again. Wait for me. Once I promote this Taoist to National Preceptor, I'll be able to reunite with you. I've already followed the National Preceptor's instructions and placed the Crown Prince and Xiao Yan into the formation. All I need now is to find 7 suitable young girls to activate the formation, and you'll return. I've prepared a new body for you, one that you would surely love. Once you're back, you'll be the National Preceptor yourself. Will you be happy? After finishing reading, everyone's gazes naturally fell on Xiao Ningning. Lu Anan sympathetically said, National Preceptor, you've been tricked, didn't you know? Xiao Ningning smoothly picked up the cue, gritting her teeth. Who could have thought that even old priestess would be outwitted by this eagle? Upon hearing this, Lu Anan initially froze, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, her voice crystal clear like tinkling bells. Realizing the entire situation, they began searching for the exit once more. In another corner, Lu Anan looked at the candle holder identical to the one used for opening the secret door and let out an exasperated glance. Just praised director Su for great production, only for him to mess around with this unchanged candle holder. Nothing different. She sighed softly, intending to call out to others who were still searching for hidden mechanisms elsewhere when her gaze inadvertently met Pei Sheng casually entering through the passageway. So my consorts and National Preceptor have finally found your way here. What a pleasant surprise. His voice carried an amused tone, dripping with deeper implications. This saves me quite some trouble from having to plan everything intricately to lure all of you into the trap. Now that you're here, all of you shall sacrifice your lives together for my UR. Are you ready? Chapter 161. Cat and Mouse? Are you ready? As he spoke, a series of powerful footsteps echoed from the dark passage behind him. Waves of guards emerged from the tunnel. Pei Sheng's gaze fell meaningfully on Lu Anan, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a sly smile. Go, bring back my consorts. Lu Anan caught a fleeting flash of Pei Sheng's profound look and couldn't help but feel an ominous chill in her heart. She quickly turned around and shouted, This way, I found the exit. Everyone hurried toward Lu Anan. Xiao Ningning ran to Lu Anan's side, grabbing her hand. Anan, follow your senior sister and don't get separated. Lu Anan glanced back at Xiao Ningning seriously. Senior sister, I need to protect my second brother first. Pei Sheng and Bai Lan's clearly came for my second brother. I can't let him out of my sight. Xiao Ningning nodded calmly upon hearing this. All right, then we 3 will go together. Lu Anan was momentarily confused by this. Oh, all right. That's right. How could I still think that way? It must be because of Gu Shichuan's influence. Lu Yanli found it amusing. Gu Shichuan was carrying a heavy burden of nonsense. Seeing the guards about to catch up, Lu Anan pushed Lu Yanli, who was hesitating at the entrance, inside, while she herself swiftly grabbed Xiao Ningning and slipped in, shutting the hidden door with a thud. Doesn't eat cilantro, my goodness. There's a chase scene now. So thrilling. Grows cilantro everywhere. I'm laughing so hard. Senior sister refused to play the cliché drama where the sister stays behind while the sibling goes ahead. A family's long hair. What virtue does brother Yan possess to have such a great younger sister? Always firmly choosing her own brother. Lazy fish rolls over, damn. Brother Yan grew so tall just to be a sidekick for his sister? This should be my job. In a rush, everyone moved through the long passageway and stopped at the exit. Their faces were filled with complex emotions. Jiang Sherwin's gaze fell on the 3 diverging paths ahead. His eyebrows involuntarily furrowed as he muttered uncertainly. Which way should we go? Lu Anan was about to point out a path based on her intuition when unexpectedly, a figure appeared at each of the 3 forks. NPC palace maids looking worried and urging them urgently. The roads are narrow and time is short. Hurry up and split into 3 groups. We'll lead you to escape. Lu Anan. All right. It seems director Su understands the rule in horror movies. Death comes when the group splits. He really wants us to split. Lu Anan looked at the other guests watching her earnestly, bit her teeth, and with her left hand pulling Lu Yanli and her right hand pulling Xiao Ningning, rushed toward the first fork. As she ran, she yelled, Friends, we'll meet again. Let's part here. Good luck to all of you. I owe something to the organization. 2 dangerous elements are leaving the team. They are bound to become stronger. Lu Yanli. Really, thank you for thinking of the organization. The rest of the people. Wait a minute, they're just teammates. Is there a hint of ambiguity? How did they experience the bitter feelings of abandoning each other in dire straits? Gu Tingjian's gaze followed the three retreating figures. A flicker of darkness passed through his eyes before disappearing. After a brief pause, he said, "I'll go with them." Saying this, he also walked down the first path. Jiang Sherwin originally wanted to follow, but was held by the neck by Gu Shichuan and forcefully dragged toward the second path. "Where are you going?" "There are already 4 people on that path. Don't run off. You have to come with me." Shun Yi and Shun Jejia exchanged glances and had no choice but to leave through the third path. Just as the group disappeared into the forked roads, the hidden door opened again. But this time, instead of the predetermined NPCs, Bai Lan's emerged, dressed neatly in a suit, flanked by his black-clad bodyguards. Pei Sheng was nowhere to be seen. Bai Lan smoothed his tie lightly, with an unfathomable smile. Now, the real game of cat and mouse begins. He raised his head leisurely and glanced at the surveillance monitor. His lips curved into a challenging grin as he mimicked the motion of pulling a trigger. Bang! With his voice, all the monitors shattered under gunfire, and the live broadcast went instantly black. St. Mary's part-time mother. Did I hear gunshots? Monkey escaped from Flower Fruit Mountain. Who pulled the plug on the show? Why is the screen black? Old lady of the country. Everyone, something's not right. That Bai person is wearing a suit and has those black men with him. Something must have happened to the production team. Was Sue's neck chopped today? Holy shit. Terrifying. Director Sue's usual style. Director Sue and others suddenly sprang up from their seats, disbelief evident in their eyes. How could they have guns? Director Sue immediately broke into a cold sweat, anxiously ordering the crew to terminate the live broadcast signal while desperately attempting to connect to everyone's GoPros, but without success. The staff, drenched in sweat, reported, "Director Sue, we can't connect. The signals over there have been blocked." Fu Jian's expression grew icy and solemn. Albrani stood beside him, his gaze betraying slight indifference towards his brother's actions. "Fu, relax. Didn't I tell you? George is really worked up. He's putting a lot of effort into catching your sister-in-law." He patted Fu Jian on the shoulder. "Fu, my men are already nearby, and I've sent them in. We can head there now." Fu Jian gently rotated his elegant wristwatch as he walked steadily toward the door, his voice carrying an undeniable chill. "Al, I've given you the opportunity. If you still fail to take the position as head of the Brownies family, I will question whether our cooperation can truly be mutually beneficial." Upon hearing this, Al's lips curled into a confident smile, and he shrugged lightly. "Don't worry, Fu. I've waited for this day for a long time, and I won't allow myself to fail." Qi Rang, who had been ignored by the two, felt increasingly frustrated, his voice tinged with urgency and helplessness. "Can either of you pay a little attention to me?" Al turned around, grinning as he hooked an arm around Qi Rang's shoulder. "Officer Qi, rest assured. I know what I'm doing on this fertile land of Huaxia. I'll behave within Huaxia's laws, but my brother is a viscount. You may arrest him, but if you want to keep him, it's better to use the Brownies family's methods." Hearing this, Qi Rang slightly lowered his eyes, then fell silent for a moment. Afterward, he opened his radio and instructed, "All teams, maintain distance for now. Do not act rashly. All movements will follow my commands." With that, he followed the two men toward the filming site, walking as he said, "I'm watching you." Chapter 162. Who is the cat? At this moment, Luanin, Lu Yanli, and Xiao Ningning were still chasing after NPC characters all over the small path in various directions. Suddenly, a sharp and shrill gunshot broke the silence, exploding by their ears. Luanin felt an internal chill. What the hell? They have guns too. As the echoes of the gunshot faded, the already faint lights inside the venue suddenly went out completely, plunging the surroundings into darkness again. Luanin's steps involuntarily slowed down, making every subtle sound put her on edge. She instinctively reached out to grab Lu Yanli, who was to her left, but her fingertips fumbled in the darkness for a long time without touching Lu Yanli's arm. Luanin's heart sank. She hurriedly took a flashlight out of her mall backpack and turned it on to look for people around her. She anxiously glanced around. "Second brother? Where is everyone? What? How could we get separated like this?" Xiao Ningning calmly opened her mouth, and then, "Don't panic, your second brother left on his own." Luanin, her face filled with anger and shock. "No, has he reached his rebellious phase now?" Xiao Ningning amusingly consoled Luanin. "Don't worry, that Gu Tingyan has been following your second brother. And nothing happened to your second brother. He should be planning to take care of some matters personally, right?" Hearing these words, Luanin knitted her fine eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Personally? What does he want to solve personally? I didn't tell my second brother that George Berlands wanted to imprison him. What does he plan to solve?" "Solve Gu Tingyan." Xiao Ningning paused for a moment, her voice deepening. "And then, your second brother probably knows something about that Berlands. Maybe because of something you've done." Luanin frowned more tightly at these words. "Because of me?" Xiao Ningning explained. "Your second brother's fate has been altered by you. Perhaps because of something you did. Anyway, he won't be fine." And then, after a moment of scattered thoughts, Luanin finally understood. "Sister, are you referring to Pei Sheng?" Xiao Ningning slightly nodded, her gaze profound. "Exactly. As the male lead, Pei Sheng's destiny should shine brilliantly. Now, it's becoming intricate and complex. Moreover, there is a trace of our master's aura on his destiny." Luanin's eyes widened in surprise, her astonishment evident. "Shock. Is it really master, that old troublemaker, behind all this? Is he the big boss?" Xiao Ningning showed a bit of helplessness. "And then, the focus right now isn't whether the master is a bad old man or not. The focus is that there's something unusual about Pei Sheng. He poses a threat to you, so I wouldn't recommend you go looking for your second brother." Upon hearing this, Luinen lowered her eyes for a while. After a long pause, she slowly raised her gaze, her pupils flickering with determination. "Sister, I still need to go. I definitely have to see why my second brother is still in his rebellious phase at his age." Xiao Ningning. With a sigh of helplessness, she said, "Since it's like that, then let's go." Luinen smiled. "Sister is the best." On the other side, Lu Yanli was blindfolded and had his hands tied as he was brought before Barange by one of the latter's bodyguards. Once tied to a chair, the bodyguard left the room, leaving Lu Yanli alone with Barange. Outside in the courtyard, they stationed themselves silently, standing guard. Inside the room, Lu Yanli sat upright in the chair, tall and dignified, silent and composed without the slightest ripples of emotion on his face. Barange's gaze moved across Lu Yanli's figure, stirring an odd sensation in his heart. He had expected Lu Yanli to break out in frenzied questioning and struggling, but the overly calm demeanor of Lu Yanli aroused even more curiosity within him. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want to know who brought you here?" Lu Yanli gave a disdainful chuckle. "George Barange, anyone ever tell you? Your name sounds just like a pig?" The color of Barange's face changed abruptly, flashes of surprise passing through his eyes. His gaze locked tightly onto Lu Yanli, desperately seeking answers, momentarily forgetting the biting sarcasm and insult in the words spoken. "How did you know it was me?" Lu Yanli's laughter became even more contemptuous. "Why the hell would I tell you? Who the hell do you think you are?" Behind the chair where his hands were bound behind him, he clutched a small blade, carefully cutting the ropes that bound him. Excitement sparkled in Barange's eyes uncontrollably. "Yanli, you truly make me love you. Do you know, the first time I knew about you was when I saw your advertisement on the screen. You look so much like the muse goddess in my heart. I can't help but fall in love with you. I collected your photos and became obsessively infatuated with you until I finally couldn't bear it anymore. I have to possess you, to make you become mine, only blossoming your beauty for me alone." He stopped in front of Lu Yanli, his eyes filled with infatuation and longing as they slowly traced over Lu Yanli's face. His voice was tinged with a pathological madness. "Li, I should have made you mine much earlier, made you bloom beneath me. But you've been so disobedient, even letting your sister ruin the closest piece to you, my most strategic chess move. Now I can only come for you personally. How happy you must be, Li, that I love you so much." Barange lightly parted his lips, his tone brimming with anticipation for the impending intimacy. He slowly reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly as he sought to caress Lu Yanli's face. "Li, for this moment, I specially took some drugs that will make you enjoy it. Believe me, you'll fall in love with me." His head drew closer and closer to Lu Yanli's thin lips, and just as he was about to touch him, Lu Yanli swiftly tore off the blindfold covering his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. With a fierce punch, he struck directly at Barange's eye. With nimble movements, Lu Yanli leapt up, effortlessly pinning the still stunned and pain-stricken Barange to the chair, binding his hands and feet quickly. Lu Yanli gave a cursory glance over Barange and easily retrieved a gun from his clothing, the barrel unmercifully pressing against Barange's forehead. A smirk curled the corner of his mouth, a free-spirited yet cruel smile. "Barange Baron, does this unexpected gift suit your taste?" Startled, Barange gazed at Lu Yanli, his eyes unconsciously sliding to the incense that had been burning on the table all along. His voice was filled with disbelief. "How do you still have strength? This incense has no effect on you." Lu Yanli arched an eyebrow disdainfully, then walked over and flung the incense onto the ground, stamping it out underfoot. Contempt saturated his words. "This pathetic incense doesn't compare to even a fraction of my sister's abilities, and you thought you could drug me?" Proudly pulling one over on Barange left Lu Yanli feeling quite smug inside. Thankfully, his sister had slipped him the antidote when she first met Barange, or else if Barange were armed, Lu Yanli would have needed to put in extra effort. A barely noticeable tremor ran through Barange's body, but there was no sign of panic. "Li, everyone outside is my people, and this place, although still within the shooting location, isn't easy to find. Do you think you can escape?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli merely chuckled faintly, his eyes calm but hiding a sharp edge. He spoke leisurely. "Barange, you're mistaken. I didn't follow you here to escape. I came to cripple you." Leisurely dragging over an intricately carved wooden chair, he seated himself firmly across from Barange, legs casually crossed as he eyed him with great interest. His tone was foul and mocking. "The drug is almost kicking in, isn't it? Enjoy yourself, Baron." Lu Yanli lazily lifted the gun in his hand, saying, "Don't worry, if you can't handle it, I'd be more than happy to fire a few shots and alleviate your suffering." Instantly, Barange's face turned pale, revealing a flash of barely concealed panic in his eyes. "Are you not afraid I'll call in my bodyguards?" Lu Yanli pretended to rub his temples, as though truly stumped. "Baron, you've reminded me." Elegantly grabbing the tablecloth, he stood up and moved forward, forcefully gagging Barange before sitting back down, satisfied. "Now you can't call for help." Barange's eyes widened, shaking his head furiously as muffled sounds escaped from his mouth. Casually resting his elbow on the armrest of the chair, Lu Yanli propped his long fingers against his forehead, a smile curling his lips. "Barange, let me teach you a Chinese proverb. Villains die because they talk too much. So, this time it's my turn to ask you. Are you ready?" Chapter 163, Getting What They Deserve. When Luinen arrived with Xiao Ningning at the place where Lu Yanli had been brought, the first thing they saw was Gu Tingyin, his eyes bloodshot red, frantically trying to break through the line of Balin's bodyguards, but ended up being pinned down and struggling desperately. The black barrel of a gun was already pressed against his head, just waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Lu Anin's eyes flickered with surprise. This guy is really going all in. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Ningning. In unison, they moved swiftly and silently, quickly taking out the guards at the entrance and confiscating their weapons. Afterward, Lu Anin reached out to help Gu Tingyan, who was now disheveled. I told you. You see they have guns and you still rush in there? Are you looking for death? Gu Tingyan didn't have time to care about her teasing. The moment he steadied himself, he immediately turned around and rushed into the room anxiously. Lu Yanli has been taken by them. I need to save him. Lu Anin blinked, and together with Xiao Ningning followed Gu Tingyan closely as they headed towards the room from which unusual sounds were emanating. As the three approached the door, they heard an extremely suggestive sigh from inside. Li, help me. Gu Tingyan's expression froze for a second, then his face darkened completely. Behind him, Lu Anin's gaze grew complicated as she uncertainly said, Sister, are you sure my second brother can handle this? It doesn't sound like he can handle it at all. After hearing this, Xiao Ningning fell silent for a moment, finally responding with some hesitation. He probably can, right? Her gaze also held a flicker of complex emotion. Gu Tingyan, his face contorted with evident worry, didn't hesitate for a moment, kicking open the door and rushing inside with his sleeves rolled up. Lu Yanli, I'm here to save you. Lu Anin put 2 fingers over her eyes, peeking while pretending not to look directly, and when she saw what was happening in the room, she was utterly bewildered. In the room, Balin sat on a chair, his hands tied behind his back, feet bound to the chair legs, sweat-soaked, as if he'd been fished out of water, his face flushed, and his appearance thoroughly disheveled and unkempt. His wrists, bound tightly by ropes, were bloody and raw, dripping onto the floor, and he twisted in agony, his expression showing the torment of unfulfilled desire as moans escaped his lips. Lu Anin's gaze involuntarily lowered slowly, and before she could discern more, a stunned Lu Yanli snapped out of it and rushed forward in one swift movement, covering Lu Anin's eyes rapidly. He didn't forget to turn Xiao Ningning around either. Then, he whispered menacingly, Sister, don't look at what you shouldn't. Lu Anin, double standard? Isn't that a double standard? We're both people. Why can he look and I can't? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanli almost lost his temper and pushed his younger sister outside, turning around to tell Gu Tingyan to go out as well. However, the scene in front of him caused his heart to tighten abruptly. Gu Tingyan calmly walked over, picked up the gun lying on the table, and aimed straight at the philtrum area of Balin's face, his finger pulling the trigger slowly, the crisp sound of the bullet chambering echoing sharply. Lu Yanli was shocked once again, hurriedly letting go of Lu Anin and rushing forward to embrace Gu Tingyan, raising his armed hand, so the gun lost its accuracy and deviated from the target. There was a loud bang, and the bullet grazed past, embedding itself into the ceiling beam. Gu Tingyan, are you insane? Gu Tingyan's face was tense, a deeply ferocious aura accumulating in his brows. He deserves death. Lu Yanli shouted loudly. Do you really want to end up in jail sewing clothes with your mother? As Lu Yanli and Gu Tingyan embraced tightly, wrestling and struggling without separating, Xiao Ningning stepped closer alongside Lu Anin. They leaned heads together, snickering wickedly as they watched Balin, who was losing consciousness. Lu Anin smirked. Sister, let's stick to our usual order. Shall I go first? Xiao Ningning lifted her chin slightly. You first. I happen to want to try out the talismans I've recently researched. Lu Anin nodded, pulling on a pair of gloves from her pocket. She held a needle deftly, approached Balin swiftly, accurately sticking a needle into his scalp, and then she dislocated his jaw, dropping in a pill afterward. Then, she jumped back, creating distance between herself and Balin's. At that very moment, as Lu Yanli finally calmed down and turned around, he saw his younger sister and her sister-in-law gawking curiously at Balin's, rolling his eyes heavenward, feeling as though the sky had fallen apart. Lu Anin. He forcefully shoved the nearby Gu Tingyan away and strode forward, roaring loudly enough to nearly shake the roof off. I've already told you not to stare unnecessarily. Don't you fear getting eye infections? Lu Anin started in alarm, putting on an innocent expression. Second brother, is it possible that when I was on vacation island earlier, I've seen things even more intense than this? Back then, when I and Fu Jian rushed in, the boss had his pants half off. Lu Yanli. Good. Fu Jian, you old villain. Once we get back, I must avenge this outrage. Lu Anin pointed at Balin's and continued. And second brother, I didn't see much. I just wanted to help him regain consciousness. You know me, I've always been kind. All I want is for him to clearly understand his impotence. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Lu Yanli. On behalf of Balin's, thank you for your kindness. He glanced sideways, only to see Balin's eyes indeed gradually becoming clearer. Suspiciously, he asked Lu Anin, what did you do when I wasn't paying attention? Lu Anin's lips curved into a sly smile. Naturally, I used a little trick so that he can't rise anymore. Hee, and it will soon become forever unable to rise. Lu Yanli was slightly confused. Before he could inquire further, they heard Balin scream in terror. You! What have you done to me? Why? Why do I feel nothing? In unison, all 4 pairs of eyes focused on Balin's. Lu Anin smiled with a deep meaning. Lord Balin's, please try to stay calm, because from now on, you will never feel anything again. Balin's face froze instantly. Just as he was about to shout angrily, he saw Xiao Ningning producing a talisman on her fingertip, her smile full of profound significance. My lord, you should consider yourself honored, as you're the first person to experience the effects of my talisman. After speaking, Xiao Ningning flicked her wrist slightly, and the talisman seemed to come alive, sticking itself to Balin's philtrum. Instantly, an ethereal blue flame burst forth. Balin stared wide-eyed in horror, his body convulsing in agony, the chair beneath him screeching as it scraped against the floor. Fuck. Put it out. I'll kill you. You bitches. Xiao Ningming's lips curled into a serene smile, snapping her fingers lightly. Not only did the fire not extinguish, it became even more vigorous, yet it miraculously remained confined to one small area, without spreading. Lu Yanli and Gu Tingyan instinctively tightened their legs together, sensing some pain. Lu Yanli couldn't suppress his curiosity, asking aloud, "What kind of talisman is this? It can burn within a specific range." Xiao Ningming explained, "It was something I casually researched, still unnamed. The fire has no temperature. Apart from multiplying his pain tenfold, it actually serves no other purpose. The real effect comes from." Chapter 164, Fu Jian gets shot. Fu Jian glanced briefly at Lu Wenin, who looked gleeful beside him, and sighed helplessly. "My talisman just made him feel pain for a while. The real power came from Anin's medicine, some special concoction she whipped up out of boredom in the mountains. It's an impotency drug. One pill, and he'll never stand again." Gu Tingyan. Lu Yanli. No wonder they say the younger sister is the villain. Who would be studying such drugs? Lu Yanli and Gu Tingyan exchanged glances, both hiding deep sympathy for Balin's in their eyes. Truly, it was utterly tragic. The four were lost in thought, all gazing intently at the pitiful Balin's writhing in agony on the ground, creating an indescribably awkward atmosphere in the air. In the next moment, the door was suddenly thrown open. Fu Jian rushed in with an expression of unmistakable panic and urgency. Almost instantly, he reached Lu Wenin, ignoring everyone else as he anxiously checked her over to make sure she was unhurt. Confirming her safety, he pulled her tightly into his embrace, his voice laced with fear and trembling. "You're fine. That's all that matters. You're really safe, and that's all that matters." Lu Wenin, caught off guard by the sudden hug, blushed faintly before burying her face in Fu Jian's chest, hesitantly returning the embrace with a gentle pat. "I'm fine. I'm quite capable, don't you forget." Only after holding Lu Wenin did Fu Jian's heart, which had been near suffocation, finally settle back down. He held her close, breathing in her soft fragrance, his voice hoarse. Mayanin has always been capable." On the side, Lu Yanli's eyes nearly shot flames. Grinding his teeth, he hissed word by word, "Fu Jian, move your hands away from my sister immediately." Slowly releasing his hold, Fu Jian instead gently took Lu Wenin's hand and turned back to look at Lu Yanli, smiling faintly. "Big brother." Lu Wenin flushed red. Wasn't that too fast to change titles? Lu Yanli's face turned green. "Shit, son of a gun." As the tension grew, Lu Wenin quickly intervened. "Cough. May I ask who this is?" Eager introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I am Earl Balins." Lu Wenin realized. "So you're Bailon's younger brother." Earl nodded. "Yes." Lowering her voice, Lu Wenin asked Fu Jian softly, "Did you bring him here?" Fu Jian leaned closer and replied gently, "Yes, I saw George and Pei-Shing on the live stream and guessed they might have ulterior motives for being on the show, so I contacted him. Earl wants to become the head of the family." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenin's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Got it. The Earl dispute. Quite thrilling." Her gaze then swept over Qi Rang standing silently on the side, and she blinked, waving slightly. "Captain Qi, nice to see you again." Qi Rang rolled his eyes irritably, speaking sarcastically. "It's rare that anyone even notices me around here." Lu Wenin chuckled and pointed toward Balin's lying pale and weak on the ground, saying earnestly, "Captain Qi, here's some work for you. He tried to kidnap my big brother, brought a whole bunch of people along with guns." She pulled out several guns from her body as evidence. "Look at this setup, it's a living terrorist right here." Qi Rang looked at the barely conscious Balins on the ground, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. After a while, he managed to choke out, "Indeed, rather like a terrorist." Lu Wenin giggled mischievously. At that moment, two men were escorted inside by Earl's bodyguards. "Boss, we found these two in the passage. When we discovered them, Mr. Balin's bodyguard was beating this gentleman." Following the sound, Lu Wenin looked over and her eyes landed on Pei-Shing. She noticed his bloody lip, his bruised and swollen face, his clothes disheveled and covered in dirt. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she pondered internally. This guy is pretty ruthless toward himself, dealing such severe blows. When Pei-Shing was brought in, his face was filled with terror and panic. Upon seeing Qi Rang, he lunged forward desperately like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, his voice shaking with sheer fear. "Officer, save me. Balins wants to kill me. His bodyguard has a gun, and he intends to kill me." Lu Wenin watched coldly as Pei-Shing continued to act, a mocking smile forming on her lips. "That is strange indeed. With all this time and his bodyguards armed, how are you still alive? Looks like you're quite hard to kill." Pei-Shing appeared genuinely frightened as he glanced at Lu Wenin, but when he saw Fu Jian standing next to her, their hands tightly intertwined, a subtle trace of stiffness flickered in his expression before disappearing almost instantly. Then, he abruptly turned around, panicking and repeating, "They're torturing me. They want to beat me to death. Balins wants to kill me." Qi Rang furrowed his brows, clearly annoyed as he shoved Pei-Shing rudely aside with evident indifference in his tone. All right, I get it. Let's head to the police station." He picked up his walkie-talkie and summoned the officers who had been waiting outside. In no time, a group of police came in and swiftly took control of Balin's bodyguards, leading them away from the scene. The bodyguard who had been suppressed by Earl's men until now suddenly showed a glimmer of resolve and madness in his eyes the moment the police took over. He broke free violently, pulling another gun from the depths of his pocket and glaring ferociously at Lu Enin, shouting, "Lu Enin, I'll kill you." Before his words could finish, a gunshot shattered the silence. Everyone present was startled, their faces pale with shock. Fu Jian, seemingly on instinct, grabbed Lu Enin and tightly embraced her, shielding her with his own body from the bullet speeding towards them. The bullet embedded itself in his back. Ugh! Fu Jian let out a muffled groan, unconsciously tightening his arms around Lu Enin. Then, his figure swayed, and he staggered. Lu Enin's heart leaped to her throat. Panicking, she hugged Fu Jian back, feeling a warm, sticky sensation under her fingertips. Her trembling gaze landed on her blood-soaked hands, shocked by the startling redness. Tears welled up in Lu Enin's eyes as she held onto Fu Jian, her voice choked with tears. "Fu Jian, Yan, I'll save you. I can save you." Fu Jian endured the pain, forcing a comforting smile as he raised his hand to gently wipe away the moisture from Lu Enin's eyes. Gently pressing his forehead against hers, he smiled softly. "All right, Enin will save me. Don't cry. I'm fine." Before he could finish, his body couldn't hold up any longer, and he collapsed into Lu Enin. Lu Enin tightened her grip on him, urgently calling out, "Quick, call an ambulance." Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress her panic and shouted at Lu Yanli nearby. "Second brother, help me lay him down on the couch there first so I can stop the bleeding." Before they could move Fu Jian, another gunshot rang out from behind. Startled, everyone turned back to see Balin's had quietly risen sometime, gripping a weapon in his hand with cold determination. Smoke still curled from the barrel, aimed directly at Peishing. Peishing clutched his abdomen tightly as blood seeped through his fingers. Shocked disbelief filled his eyes as he struggled to utter a single word. "You?" The horrifying scene unfolded right before Lu Enin's eyes, causing her pupils to contract sharply. What is going on? Chapter 165, Did Balin's betray? Lu Enin watched as Pei Sheng, who had been shot in the abdomen and was bleeding profusely, seemed to recall something. She suddenly turned her head and let her gaze circle the empty table before finally locking on the two policemen standing beside Balin's. It was evident that the brims of their caps almost concealed half their faces. After Balin's fired his gun, they both woke up as if startled and swiftly subdued him with violent movements. Balin's was firmly pinned down on the ground without any struggle or frenzied shouting. His entire demeanor suggested an acceptance of his fate. A faint chill flickered through Lu Enin's eyes, but she quickly refocused her attention, fully engaged in treating Fu Jian's wounds. In a voice close to murmuring, almost unintentionally, she threw a question at Qi Rang. Balin's gun was on the table, and he wasn't even that close to it. How did he get hold of it? Qi Rang snapped back into awareness, instantly grasping the underlying meaning in Lu Enin's words. His eyes narrowed sharply as he stared intently at the two police officers. Just as his foot started stepping forward, there was sudden movement from the policeman on Balin's left. From his pocket, he drew out an object and raised it high before forcefully throwing it to the ground. Instantly, smoke billowed around them, obscuring everyone's view. Qi Rang's expression tightened as he reflexively drew his gun, aiming steadily towards Balin's direction. Crouched down. As the smoke dissipated, one of the two men originally beside Balin's now held a gun pointed at him while the other had vanished. The criminal's face twisted in fury as he screamed hysterically. "Everyone step back, or I'll kill him immediately." Qi Rang's eyes turned icy cold. He slowly gestured for the police officers behind him to retreat a step, his tone frosty. "Don't make rash moves. This place is surrounded by police. There's no way you can escape. We can discuss and find a solution beneficial for both sides." But the criminal didn't heed Qi Rang's words. Instead, he kept shouting, demanding everyone to step back. Lu Enin, who was carefully protecting Fu Jian from a corner, quietly exchanged glances with Xiao Ningning. Subsequently, she, together with Lu Yanli and Gu Tingyan, supporting Fu Jian, retreated cautiously to give Xiao Ningning, her senior sister, space to act. Xiao Ningning covertly withdrew a talisman from her sleeve and tossed it out. The talisman transformed into a streak of light, quietly attaching itself to the back of the criminal holding Balin's hostage. Watching the talisman become hidden behind the criminal, Xiao Ningning slowly spoke a single word: "Stop." With this word, the criminal who was still roaring maniacally moments ago, ordering the police to retreat, suddenly froze. His face became stiff, his whole body nailed in place by an invisible force unable to move. Who? Damn it. Why can't I move? Neither Qi Rang nor the police officers behind him noticed Xiao Ningning casting the talisman. They only saw that the criminal who just seconds ago was shouting at them to leave, otherwise threatening to shoot the hostage, was now frozen where he stood. Confusion spread across their faces, unsure whether they should cooperate. Lu Enin glanced at the somewhat bewildered policeman, sighed softly inside, and temporarily entrusted the care of Fu Jian to Lu Yanli nearby. Then, she took confident steps toward the immobilized criminal. Qi Rang shouted alarmed, and in danger. However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Lu Enin cross several quick steps to stand in front of the criminal. With clean, decisive movements, she easily snatched the gun from the rigid hands of the stunned criminal. Afterward, with a light push, the criminal collapsed like a wooden puppet falling backward, bringing alongside the stunned Balins also crashing face first onto the floor. Facing the astonished gazes of Qi Rang and the surrounding police officers, Lu Enin shrugged indifferently and fabricated an excuse. He really can't move. "Officer Qi, as you know, Xiao Ningning is my elder sister in the Lu Half-Fairy School, so her ability to freeze someone from afar makes sense, right?" Qi Rang returned to his senses from this sudden absurdity, focusing on Lu Enin's honest expression, then reluctantly nodded in acceptance, acknowledging the explanation. All right, I got it. Let's proceed accordingly. Luonin smiled satisfactorily. Good job following along. At the side, Pai Sheng, leaning against the doorframe and bending over due to excessive blood loss about to pass out, somehow managed to cast a veiled glance at Xiao Ningning with a composed look, then rapidly lowered his eyelids, hiding the seriousness in his eyes beneath. Weakly, he asked, Could anyone please save me first? I feel like I'm about to die. Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention once again turned to Pei Sheng. Frowning, Qi Rang asked his subordinate, Where's the ambulance? Hasn't it arrived yet? The subordinate quickly inquired via the walkie-talkie and subsequently reported back. Captain, it's already here. The paramedics are rushing this way with the stretcher and will be here shortly. Qi Rang wore a troubled expression and turned to look at Luonin. Anin, what do you think about this? Luonin closed her eyes briefly, then indifferently pulled out a bottle of hemostatic powder from her pocket. Walking up to Pei Sheng, she paused for a moment before handing the powder to Qi Rang. Here, this will stop the bleeding. Just sprinkle it directly. Yuri lucky I swore an oath when I became a doctor, or I'd definitely have sprinkled something that would make your blood flow even faster. You'd be dead in no time. She glanced back at Pei Sheng and gave a faint smile. Hee hee, but all I gave him is my original version of the hemostatic powder. It doesn't contain a single herb for pain relief. Once he gets it on him, the pain will kill him. Huh? After hearing this, Lu Yanli's eyebrows slightly raised as her gaze swept over Qi Rang, mercilessly sprinkling the powder onto Pei Sheng, making his complexion grow paler by the second. She silently clicked her tongue. TSK. Her sister was right. These people were too moralistic. The group waited quietly for a while until the paramedics arrived, and quickly took Fu Jian and Pei Sheng away. Luonin and Lu Yanli followed them to the hospital. Inside the hospital, Fu Jian had just woken up and was sitting at the edge of the bed undergoing examination by a doctor. Luonin pushed the ward door open and strode a few steps to the bedside. Before she could speak, her fingertips were already caught by Fu Jian, whose hands slowly intertwined with hers. Lifting her gaze, Luonin met Fu Jian's blazing, intense eyes, her cheeks flushing pink. The air was subtly filled with an indescribable atmosphere of intimacy. Her eyes flickered as she thought of Fu Jian's injuries, her eyelids trembling lightly. Fu Jian kissed her hand tenderly, cutting her off with a voice full of weicha and dissatisfaction. And, didn't you call me differently back there? Luonin's face grew redder. After clearing her throat softly, she murmured almost inaudibly, Hey, Yan. Gazing at Luonin's bashful appearance, Fu Jian's Adam's apple moved slightly. His voice, hoarse and magnetic, responded, I'm here. Luonin's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. As she looked into Fu Jian's eyes, brimming with profound love, her words stuck in her throat. Damn, what was I going to say? Why did I forget? The two locked gazes silently. It wasn't clear who couldn't resist the temptation first, gradually leaning closer until their faces were so close they could almost feel each other's breath. Luonin felt nervous, her voice hesitant and unsure. Yan. Fu Jian's voice deepened further. I'm here, baby. Chapter 166. Miss Lu, are you sure you have the right person? Luonin tightly closed her eyes, her heart pounding like a drum. The next moment, she felt the warm lips of Fu Jian lightly touch hers, then swirl and linger on her lips. After a long time, when Luonin felt the air in her chest becoming gradually thin and almost suffocating, Fu Jian finally slowly pulled away. Luonin slowly opened her blurred eyes, with tears glistening at the corners. She took deep breaths of fresh air, her cheeks flushed slightly. Goodness, no one told me kissing could be so suffocating. I nearly saw Grandma. Fu Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly at the corner of his mouth, followed immediately by a clear hiss. Just as Luonin was about to angrily ask what Fu Jian was laughing about, hearing Fu Jian's cry of pain made her tense again. She hurriedly got up and checked the wound on Fu Jian's back, worriedly saying, Did the wound get aggravated? You shouldn't have kissed me. Now look, it's affected your wound, hasn't it? Fu Jian's eyes were filled with laughter as he looked at Luonin, who was full of concern, bending down and stretching her neck to see his wound. He shook his head gently, lifted his hand, circled Luonin's waist, and pulled her close to let her sit steadily on his lap. Then, he leaned his head slowly onto Luonin's shoulder, his voice deep. Nothing serious, baby, let me hold you. Luonin, unprepared for sitting on Fu Jian's lap, blushed deeply, wanting to get up but not daring to, afraid that too much movement would aggravate Fu Jian's wound. She could only stiffly stay still, letting Fu Jian hug her without daring to move. Fu Jian laughed so hard his chest shook. Luonin's face turned bright red in anger. What are you laughing at? Let go of me quickly. And, don't call me baby. Fu Jian nuzzled against Luonin's shoulder, refusing. No, baby, I love you so much. Caught off guard by Fu Jian's sudden confession, Luonin tried to stay calm. All right, I get it. You let go of me quickly. We're still in the hospital, and you're injured. Stop hugging me. Though Fu Jian didn't want to let go, he also feared someone entering might make Luonin angry, so reluctantly, he released her. The moment Luonin stood up from Fu Jian's lap, her heels hadn't even stabilized when suddenly the ward door behind her opened, and Lu Yanli's voice came into the room. Anin, Pei Sheng has woken up, you should meet him. Fu Jian, what are you doing with your hands? You're wounded, yet you're teasing my sister. You old lecher. In panic, Luonin hastily moved Fu Jian's hand from her waist and stood up to explain defensively. It's not like that, Brother Yanli. I just lost balance, and Yan helped me out. It's not as you saw. We haven't hugged or kissed. Lu Yanli's eyes instantly widened in shock, his voice high-pitched. You did kiss. His trembling finger pointed at Fu Jian, whose face wore a smug smile. Fu Jian, you've no shame. Afraid that raising her voice might attract an audience, Luonin quickly pushed Lu Yanli towards the exit of the ward. Brother, you said Pei Sheng woke up. Let's go see him. I have questions to ask. Come on. Turning around swiftly, she gave Fu Jian a comforting look. I'll come back later. You rest well. With great reluctance, Lu Yanli was pushed out of the ward by Luonin, glaring resentfully at the shut door. Luonin blinked innocently and casually avoided the look, slipping away like oil under the feet toward Qi Rang. Left behind, Lu Yanli gritted his teeth in anger. Escaping like there was no tomorrow, Luonin arrived at Pei Sheng's ward entrance, quietly exhaling to compose herself before slowly approaching Qi Rang, feigning calmness. Captain Qi, is Pei Sheng awake already? Qi Rang nodded lightly. Yes, he's awake. His assistant just arrived, and calculated by time, they've been inside for about 15 minutes. So, do you want to go in and ask him? Luonin paused momentarily, her tone serious. Captain Qi, you must prepare yourself mentally. I may not be able to get anything out of him. Surprised, Qi Rang asked. Is hypnosis not effective on him? Luonin nodded. Very likely. He has a very skilled hypnotist nearby, and perhaps underwent training to resist hypnosis. For such people, it's very difficult to use hypnosis on them. Qi Rang frowned deeply. This is troublesome. Looking at the current situation, due to Ba Lanz's gunshot, he seems to be trying to place himself outside the incident of abducting your brother. Luonin's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. I see. This is probably Pei Sheng's old trick to gain sympathy. Oh, have you found that fake policeman who ran away? Qi Rang let out a light sigh and helplessly shook his head. Not yet. There was a back door hidden behind the room, and when we arrived, he had already vanished without a trace. Luonin felt it was as she had expected. Pei Sheng seems to have planned everything in advance. Ba Lanz took a major fall this time. She furrowed her brows in thought. But Ba Lanz was under my senior sister's talisman and had also taken my medicine. He shouldn't have recovered so quickly according to logic. So, how did he suddenly stand up and pull the trigger on Pei Sheng? Thinking of the policewoman who fled amidst the chaos, Luonin's gaze instantly became sharp like a blade. No point one. Damn, that impersonator must be the hypnotist around Pei Sheng. Recalling what Qi Rang said earlier about Pei Sheng's assistant being in the ward, her eyes gleamed with a piercing insight as she opened the door and walked in. Luonin approached Pei Sheng's bedside, standing silently, examining the assistant by Pei Sheng's bed with probing eyes. A trace of amusement flickered in Pei Sheng's eyes as he feigned ignorance and asked, Miss Lu, do you know my assistant? Upon hearing this, Luonin withdrew her gaze from the assistant and instead looked at Pei Sheng with an almost scrutinizing manner, sneering lightly and speaking bluntly. Pei Sheng, stop pretending you don't know me. Is this assistant of yours? Isn't he number one? The one really good at hypnosis? A hint of surprise crossed Pei Sheng's eyes, then quickly disappeared. Subsequently, he slightly knitted his eyebrows, speaking with a tinge of displeasure. Miss Lu, if I remember correctly, this should be our second encounter. How can there be any question of recognizing each other? As for this, number one, and hypnotist you mentioned, I have no idea. This is my assistant. Miss Lu might be mistaken. Luonin folded her arms across her chest and smiled sardonically, her tone even and congenial. Pei Sheng, I find your assistant quite appealing. Would you mind if I poach him to be my assistant instead? Pei Sheng gazed quietly at Luonin for a long while before laughing softly, saying with implied meaning, Indeed, Miss Lu is just as rumored, possessing some incomprehensible abilities. It's no wonder that your sister ended up in prison merely due to your few words. Pei Mao greatly admires you. Regarding the matter of poaching, Miss Lu's efforts will likely go to waste. My assistant is non-negotiable. However, a faint, cold smile spread slowly across Pei Sheng's pale face. If Miss Lu would be willing to break up with Mr. Fu, I could reconsider. What do you think, Miss Luonin? Chapter 167, Lu Xuanran's Life or Death Moment. Luonin slightly raised her delicate eyebrows and curled the corner of her lips with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Pei Sheng, are you making keys here, or is your assistant part-time as a locksmith? Why don't you ever consider if you have enough weight before opening your mouth? A flicker of light passed through Pei Sheng's eyes, hard to notice. He slowly raised his hands, made a helpless shrug gesture, and said with regret in his tone, Then there's nothing I can do. Miss Lu, if you don't have anything else, I'm going to rest. He gave a faint order for her to leave. Luonin took back her gaze, and just before turning around, she glanced again, her eyes falling on the assistant who was always bowing his head silently. She smirked, her tone filled with deeper meanings. Pei Sheng, you can maintain your self-awareness and not be distracted by external factors, but can you guarantee that others around you are also as clear-minded? After finishing her words, Luonin didn't wait for any reaction from Pei Sheng or his assistant, and turned to exit the ward. As the door of the ward closed, her smile instantly faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. Faced with the questioning gazes of Lu Yanli and Qi Rang, she shook her head lightly. Qi Rang and Lu Yanli suppressed their anxiety and walked away with Luonin until they reached a secluded corner. Only then did Qi Rang open his mouth to ask, Didn't get anything out? Luonin nodded gently. Hypnosis has no effect on him. Lu Yanli and Qi Rang both furrowed their brows in unison, and the atmosphere became heavy for a while. After a moment of silence, Qi Rang remembered something and said, Earlier, the police team called, mentioning that Balins at the police station firmly denied ever having fired shots at Pei Sheng, claiming he was framed by our police team. I think he must be referring to the person who ran away. Qi Rang's voice deepened further. In addition, I've already started investigating the internal records of the police station. The person who escaped and the person who held Balin's hostage earlier had slipped into the shooting location when we arrived. Right now, we are actively checking who leaked the information. Hearing this, Luinen nodded. All right, then we'll wait for your police department's information. Officer Qi, my brother, and I will go first. Qi Rang responded. All right, we'll inform you once we have news. After saying goodbye to Qi Rang, Luinen and Lu Yanli returned to the ward where Fu Jian was staying. The three sat together, and Lu Yanli asked the question that had been on his mind during their walk. Unin, do you think Pei Sheng's assistant could be number one? Luinen softly stroked her chin, revealing a thoughtful look in her eyes. Judging from various signs, he indeed has a great suspicion. Thinking of what the assistant looked like, she spoke up. This assistant, since I entered the ward, kept his head bowed down all the time, never looking directly at me, nor speaking to me. Very cautious, I intuitively feel that he should be that hypnotist. After hearing this, Fu Jian's brow instinctively tightened. How about Pei Sheng? Did he reveal anything? Luinen remained silent for a moment, choosing her words carefully before speaking slowly. Not much. I tried to hypnotize him, but it didn't work, and then that kid pretended not to know me. Why does Pei Sheng want me to break up with the big villain? This guy won't really have developed feelings for me, resulting in a darkened heart due to unrequited love, right? After hearing this, Fu Jian's eyes flickered, and his gaze immediately turned cold. It seems like he needs to personally meet with this Pei Sheng. Lu Yanli couldn't help gloating as he cast a glance at Fu Jian, who had lowered his mood. He inwardly relished the situation. Though Pei Sheng isn't a good person, being able to make Fu Jian feel annoyed allows him to let Pei Sheng off more easily when the time comes. For a while, the atmosphere grew silent. Just as the three were lost in their own thoughts, the door of the ward opened again. Lu Xuanran, who had just finished a surgery, came in with heavy steps, weariness clearly etched between his eyebrows. Facing the three inquiring gazes, he greeted them lazily. Sister and second brother are here too? I heard that the crown prince of the Fu family got injured and admitted to the hospital, so I came to check on it. Seeing her third brother looking completely drained, Luinen couldn't help but tease. Third brother, where have you been adventuring? You look like you're ready to drag grandmother onto the square dance floor. Lu Xuanran fell limply onto the sofa, waving his hand weakly. Don't mention it. A few days ago the hospital received a patient with terminal brain cancer. When she arrived, the situation was already dire. Her husband wanted to treat his wife's cancer, but the costs are very high. In the last couple of days, he kept coming over to the office, demanding us to save his wife. There was nothing the hospital could do, so they specially approved a grant project and assigned me to handle the funds. I compiled all the materials and submitted them, then performed another continuous surgery, which left me exhausted. Upon hearing this, Luinen furrowed her delicate eyebrows, a tinge of uncontrollable anxiety seeping into her voice. Third brother, was the surgery you just finished the one for the late-stage brain cancer patient? From Luinen's slightly panicked words, Lu Xuanran sensed an urgency. He instinctively sat up straighter, confusion filling his features. No, originally that surgery was indeed assigned to me, but I don't know why it got handed over to Zhou Huai, who has always been at odds with me. The surgery should not be over yet. Sister, is there something wrong? Luinen sucked in a sharp breath. It's over. My third brother is doomed. Lu Yanli and Fu Jian were shaken by Luinen's inner thoughts. Only Lu Xuanran, amidst his surprise, felt inexplicably a touch of joy bubbling up. Had he finally reached his turn in the storyline after such a long wait? He actually looked forward to knowing how exactly he was supposed to die. Luinen recalled the original plotline. I thought it was just my third brother being schemed against, leading to an error during the surgery, resulting in a medical disturbance. But now it seems my third brother isn't just set up, but forced to take the fall. This incident truly came out of nowhere. Lu Xuanran remained frozen on the sofa. So, his death was supposed to be from a medical disturbance? Seemed like a rather plausible arrangement. Luinen rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I remember, the late-stage brain cancer patient seemed to have been a trap orchestrated by the male and female leads, deliberately choosing a patient with extremely high risk, sending them to the hospital where my third brother worked, intending to ruin his career as a doctor while also tarnishing his reputation. To think, when my third brother's part of the story unfolded, aside from fourth brother, who had already fallen victim to the female lead's manipulations and turned dark, everyone else in our family was still alive. As a result, the true ambitions of the male and female leads hadn't surfaced yet, and third brother had no idea what awaited him. Chapter 168. Can they hear it? Luinen's eyes were lost in thought. After the funding channel for this brain cancer patient opened, third brother also donated a substantial amount of money. Due to the husband of the patient making a scene at the hospital, the matter drew the attention of netizens, with public opinion pressure being immense and many people watching closely, leaving the hospital no choice but to fully commit its resources to handle things carefully. But still, that brain cancer patient passed away on the operating table. Her husband could not bear the blow and heaped all responsibility onto my third brother. He secretly planned a kidnapping of my third brother, then directly live-streamed, severing the tendons of my third brother's hand on the spot. Lu Yanli and Fu Jian's gazes fell on Lu Xuanran, who had already become rigid, and sympathy flickered in their eyes. What a tragedy. The second worst villain of the Lu family has been born. Luinen recalled the words Lu Xuanran had just spoken, and her eyes involuntarily dimmed. I remember that the initial explanation given by the hospital was that the operation failed due to an operational error by the attending doctor. Then suddenly, an image spread online, A covert photo of my third brother, utterly exhausted as he walked out of the operating room. Because of that photo, the criticism from netizens and the patient's husband focused solely on my older brother. Luanen's eyes dangerously narrowed. But now this surgery has already started, the chief surgeon being Zhou Huai. This means Zhou Huai is responsible for the death of that brain cancer patient, making my third brother the scapegoat. The more Lu Xuanran listened, the angrier and more shocked he became. He abruptly stood up, completely ignoring the surprised look Lu Enen gave him, and Fu Jian, signaling him not to act impulsively. He quickly pulled out his phone and angrily dialed elder brother's number. His voice was firm. Elder brother, quickly find your younger brother 100 bodyguards. Otherwise, your younger brother is going to die. Fu Jian, the experience of having an idiot teammate. Lu Yanli. Humph, what a rash man. Luinen, question mark. Third brother. What do you mean? Lu Xuanran paused mid-dial, suddenly realizing what stupid thing he had done. He stiffly met 3 pairs of eyes filled with different emotions. The call he held in his hand, whether to hang up or not, seemed equally impossible. Inside the room, the air felt as if it had frozen. Tension and subtlety intertwined into an invisible net, suffocating everyone. At just that moment, Lu Wenjing's voice rang out calmly on the other end of the phone, carrying a trace of mockery and calmness. What? Has your life and death situation come? Tell me, how did you die? These words emerged, amplifying the surrounding silence even further. On the other side of the line, after hearing no response from Lu Xuanran for a long while, Lu Wenjing reflected briefly and instantly realized that his foolish younger brother must have acted rashly again. Without much thought, he hastily dropped a phrase, "I'll be there immediately," and then rushed to disconnect the call. Lu Xuanran stood holding the phone, as if he'd been paused, his thoughts racing through his mind. This dumb brain. Hurry up and think of a reason. Lu Yanli and Fu Jian too were stiffened in place, not daring to breathe heavily. The atmosphere stretched to the utmost. Luanen's gaze slowly moved over the 3 rigid figures, musing about something, and her eyes darkened. A short period of silence spread through the air, like the calm before a storm. She laughed coldly inside her heart, and put on a face of puzzlement. Inquiring with confusion, she asked, "Third brother, why are you finding so many bodyguards? Are you planning to smash up the hospital?" Lu Xuanran cautiously observed his sister's puzzled expression, seemingly without pretense. He casually came up with an excuse, trying to pass over the ordeal. "Oh, that. It's actually a game. Yes, a game about conquering cities. I got stuck in a city and couldn't escape, so I had our elder brother bring some buddies to help me out. Let's break into the city together." Luinen pretended to understand and nodded knowingly. "Ah, it's a game then. For a moment, I almost thought my third brother had special abilities." Lu Xuanran swallowed hard, forcing a tense smile. "Sister loves to joke around, huh?" Luinen's eyes slightly narrowed, the smile on her lips perfectly appropriate. Fu Jian silently watched Luinen's every move from the side. Subsequently, he quietly sat a bit farther from Lu Yanli and closer to Luinen, behaving like a little obedient wife as he lightly brushed against Luinen's hand. Luinen abruptly turned around and found Fu Jian looking at her with wet and innocent eyes, tentatively climbing her fingers onto her hand. She internally smirked, but made no movement. Fu Jian's eyes brightened somewhat. He silently inched a bit closer, tightly gripping Luinen's hand while keeping silent. Luinen's gaze swept across the guilt-ridden Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran, beginning to ponder deeply. The person who wanted to harm third brother even gave the husband 5 million yuan, just to successfully carry out the conspiracy. But now that Lu Rongyu is in jail, Gu Tingyan isn't the male lead, and he also has no ill intentions towards our Lu family, yet this plot still happened. This means there's still someone behind the scenes pushing this storyline forward. I originally thought Zhao Junyi had become the male lead, but from what senior sister said, Pei Sheng is the male lead. The things Zhao Junyi did were actually what a male lead would do, meaning he, like Gu Tingyan, received part of the male lead aura bestowed by Pei Sheng. So, those who planned this scheme, Pei Sheng, Zhao Junyi, and the Zhou Huai mentioned by third brother, are all involved. Luinen tapped her fingers lightly on her knee, observing Lu Xuanran inconspicuously. There must be a way to protect my third brother while also warning these 3 people. That idea of his about recruiting bodyguards for the game really wasn't bad. The more trouble we cause, the less likely they are to harm my third brother publicly. Once again, Lu Xuanran abruptly stood up, pretending nonchalance as he casually said, "Oh, I need to make a phone call." Luinen followed Lu Xuanran's departing figure with her eyes, slightly raising her eyebrows. Then, her gaze fell onto Lu Yanli, who was staring at Lu Xuanran with disappointment. She continued to think deeply. That matter regarding the photo is also quite tricky. It appears someone took covert pictures when third brother left the operating room. We should find someone reliable to help track down the culprit behind this. Lu Yanli was momentarily stunned, her heart jolting. She stole a glance at Luinen, seeing the slight smile on her lips. Silently pondering for a moment, she sighed in resignation, slowly standing up. "Ahem, you two continue your conversation. I'll go check who third brother is calling." With that, he also stepped out of the hospital room, leaving only Luinen and Fu Jian sitting opposite each other in tranquil silence. Luinen stared expressionlessly at Fu Jian. Why did Pei Sheng launch an attack against both second brother and third brother so hastily? Is it because he senses some imminent threat? Is it because of Fu Jian? Has the main villain perceived a threat from him? Could it be Fu Jian's presence making him feel wary? Fu Jian remained silent for a long time. Then he weakly coughed several times before kneeling down on the bed without hesitation, his voice sincere. "You can hear me. I didn't mean to keep secrets. I've tried telling you, but couldn't speak the words. I'm sorry, baby. Luinen. Master. What the hell? Chapter 169, Playing Chess with the Master. Luinen took several deep breaths, closed her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. When did you start hearing it? Fu Jian pursed his lips and said something that Luinen found extremely cruel. From the first time I saw you. Luinen felt a wave of dizziness hit her head, as if the world around her was starting to spin. Doesn't that mean all my fangirl comments about him were fully heard by him without exception? Fu Jian nodded lightly. Yes, but I am very happy because now I can seduce baby. Luinen. She covered her face helplessly as silence engulfed the surroundings. After a brief pause, she squeezed out a few words through her fingers. You. Just stay here alone. I'm going out for a walk. With that, Luinen ran out of the ward quickly, heading for a secluded place, where she stopped in tears and bumped her head against the wall. How could you hear my inner voice? It doesn't matter whether it's true or false riches, yet there's even telepathy like this. Now I understand why Master always secretly peeks at something ghostly in his room. Luinen had a flicker of fire spark in her eyes. Every time I quietly sneak into Master's room, he's always nervously covering something up. Turns out he hides novels. Improper old man. While standing there clenching her fists and cursing loudly, the surroundings suddenly changed as if they were swept by a light breeze. Luinen looked around and her face showed astonishment. She was instantly transported to her master's small courtyard. Luinen immediately turned her gaze to the peach tree in the yard, only to see the elder she'd just been criticizing leisurely drinking tea with a cheerful smile, waving to her. Little disciple, come play chess with your teacher. Luinen half closed her eyes and walked over, placing her palm heavily on the chessboard. Her tone was mixed with undisguised annoyance. Master, is there anything you want to confess to me? The master slowly put down the chess piece in his hand, his fingertips brushing over his graying beard, his voice calm. I've already sent you home, so what more do you want me to confess? 1,000 thoughts raced through Luinen's mind. Waves of questions surged forth, but at this moment, one question plagued her the most. Explain to me first why they can hear my inner voice. She angrily questioned her master. Her master justified himself confidently. So what? You should see that because of your inner voice, many things are known ahead of time and avoided early, saving you the trouble of making them believe you painstakingly, which is good, and you don't appreciate all the efforts your teacher has gone through. Luinen. Her temples throbbed violently, her teeth nearly grinding themselves to pieces. Unable to bear it any longer, she said. How could you not warn me and just let them all hear everything? Am I not embarrassed? Do I really want all my thoughts clear to them? At least, separate different situations. Let them hear what they should, block out the rest. The master's gaze wavered. Ahem, it's normal for the first trial run to have some issues. We'll improve. Luinen sat down expressionless, arms crossed, adopting an interrogating posture, and said, Tell me, Master, why was I pulled out of the small world from when I was little? Also, those seniors whom you sent down the mountain for training, did they also return to their original small worlds? Oh, and why are you forcefully summoning me now? Upon hearing this, the master couldn't help but sigh. Young apprentice, these string of questions feel like a bombardment. How is your teacher supposed to answer them all? Luinen's lips curled upward with a faint sneer, her tone firm with no room for argument. Of course, answer one by one, master. The master stroked his own beard, his eyes seemingly recalling something, and his voice prolonged. Young apprentice, to be precise, it's not that I extracted your souls from the small world. Rather, in the myriad of small worlds, you chose the Time and Space Administration Bureau. The Time and Space Administration Bureau governs the countless worlds. Each small world, from the moment it was conceived, must evolve according to its predetermined threads until it grows into a stable realm. But there are always some small worlds whose internal character trajectories deviate, causing unrest or even collapse in the world. Thus, the Time and Space Administration Bureau was born. For many years, the way the Time and Space Administration Bureau dealt with the collapse of small worlds was to reset the small world and make the characters return to reenact the predetermined path. However, some roles in certain small worlds would repeatedly break free from their scripts due to their strong will, transcending their designated timelines. In your words, these are called awakened characters. Especially protagonists like you, who carry the grand fate of a small world on your shoulders. Once you choose a path that deviates from the predetermined plot due to a shift in your mindset, the collapse of the small world accelerates. As a result, the Time and Space Administration Bureau has no choice but to frequently restart the world to realign its chaotic trajectory with the intended order. However, too many restarts weaken the barriers of the small world. Eventually, the male and female leads discover the problems in the small world. Whether it's for their families, for their conception of heavenly principles, or for the loved ones they wish to protect, they decide to make deals with the Time and Space Administration Bureau, paying a price to gain a world free from the constraints of the pre-written script. And this is why you are here. The master's gaze fell upon Luinen, whose expression was slowly hardening, his tone tinged with an indescribable sadness. Your guesses are correct. Your seniors indeed returned to where they were supposed to go. And you are still here because of something else. Luinen gradually detached herself from the torrent of shocking information and spoke dazedly. What thing? The master paused silently for a moment before asking gently, Little apprentice, have you ever wondered why so many fragments of your memories cannot be pieced together properly? Luinen became more focused, nodding her head. Yes, I've always been curious. Did master do something about it? The master stared at the lively and youthful young girl in front of him, a subtle bitterness welling up in his heart. No, it was you. Lu Anin's eyebrows knitted tightly, her confusion swirling like a fog around her heart. Me? The master nodded lightly. Yes, take a look yourself. The answers lie within you. As he spoke, he extended his finger and gently tapped Lu Anin's forehead. In the next instant, a frail figure slowly materialized before Lu Anin's eyes. The image grew clearer until it stood fully revealed before her. But when she finally saw the face clearly, all the blood drained from her cheeks, leaving her pale as death. Her eyes filled with disbelief and deep sorrow as her voice trembled uncontrollably. Are you me? Chapter 170. Encountering herself. The person in front of her had a face identical to Lu Anin's. However, while Lu Anin was lively and vibrant with an exuberant vitality, the figure before her was extremely emaciated, with sunken cheeks. Her entire being emanated a withering aura, as though on the verge of collapse, and around her hovered a palpable sense of despair that felt heavy and suffocating. Why have you become like this? Lu Anin's gaze locked onto the self in front of her, her eyes reddening and her voice trembling, unable to hold back sobs. In contrast, the person in front exuded a look filled with gentleness and resignation. She gently gazed at the energetic and youthful Lu Anin, her lips curling into a faint smile. Hello, Lu Anin. I am Anin. Anin took a few steps forward, stopping in front of Lu Anin. Withered fingers lightly traced along Lu Anin's facial contours. Her eyes gradually became teary, but she forcibly held back her tears from falling. She smiled and nodded slowly, her voice spilling out deliberately. It's good, Lu Anin. You're happy now. Lu Anin tightly gripped the skeletal hand. In that instant, it was as if she felt waves of despair radiating from Anin, her heart aching as though torn apart. Without intending to, Lu Anin bent over slightly, each breath feeling like a slash inside her chest, with a subtle metallic taste filling her mouth. Anin gently embraced her, her voice soft. Don't be sad. You've done well, Lu Anin. Congratulations. You successfully protected your parents and brothers. You are better than me. You safeguarded the people you love. After a long pause, Lu Anin asked, why? Do I not remember becoming like this? Anin chuckled. As your master said, I originally intended to make a deal with the Tao of Heaven. But due to some reasons, the Tao of Heaven awakened already weakened and couldn't help me. So, in order to maintain the small world, I went with the Tao of Heaven to find your master, making a deal with him for a chance to restart the small world and alter fate. She paused briefly. And your memories? They were carefully arranged by me to form the most suitable memory package for the present you. It allows you to move forward without distractions, more resolutely. As if recalling something amusing, a pleasant smile appeared on her pale face. But I didn't expect you would argue with me so much because of these memories. Arguing with yourself is rather interesting. However, this smile vanished almost instantly. Anin's eyes began to lose their luster. Anin, I hope you don't blame me. I've endured the pain of every time the world was restarted, those memories repeatedly shoved into my brain, which deepened my hatred and despair. They also made me lose the ability to judge enemies accurately. I'm too familiar with Pei Sheng, so we can never reach a true resolution. His conspiracy is far beyond what I imagined and could handle. Given my condition, I cannot make rational decisions or protect my family in each restart. That's why when I made a deal with your master, I begged him to alter your memories. She gently ran her hand over Lu Anin's hair, continuing, saying I am you might not be entirely accurate. Anin, you are a brand new version of yourself. Pei Sheng doesn't understand who you are now, nor can he predict your next moves. You give me hope, you can stop him. Lu Anin's voice was hoarse, as if weighed down by an invisible stone. What is his conspiracy? Anin's tone turned grave. He wants to destroy this world. Lu Anin furrowed her brow. Why? Anin slowly explained. Our father, cold-hearted. Our mother, abusive. My identity is a bastard. All these fragments of his life define his role. He awakened earlier than me, and instead of saving himself, he rebelled early against the forced redemption plot of beating 3 children only to end up happily ever after. A toxic love story. Perhaps it was because of my reasons that Pei Sheng awakened swiftly, but unlike me, he couldn't accept that his miserable life was fabricated artificially. Thus, he blackened completely. Pei Sheng knows the subsequent development of the story and realized that as the female protagonist, I too had awakened. So he wanted to cooperate with me to overthrow this world. But since I knew the plot, I deeply detested him and refused to collaborate. According to his logic, my refusal was due to having too many people dragging me down, like my parents and siblings. Therefore, he began eliminating obstacles around me based on his own whims. Anin sneered faintly at the corner of her lips. The plot completely changed. The male lead and female lead became sworn enemies. The small world became unstable, restarting again and again. We too awakened faster and faster, and with every awakening, the memories from the previous cycle would return to our minds. Hence, we were trapped in an endless loop of restarting the world. My conflict with Pei Sheng became an eternal struggle. A heavy pain flickered in Anin's eyes. With each awakening of Pei Sheng and the return of his memories, his thoughts deepened, and he understood me better and better. All my strategies are as transparent as glass to him now. I have failed too many times, Anin. She looked up, her gaze soft yet determined, and said gently to Lu Anin, Anin, your master has raised you well. It's been so long since I've seen such a vibrant version of myself. Thank you. Lu Anin's eyes were vacant, and she lightly shook her head. There was no memory in her mind of what she had said, but as she narrated it, an indescribable sadness spread through her heart, growing deeper and deeper. She didn't doubt the truthfulness of those words. Yet, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. It turned out that she had once walked such a path filled with despair. Struggling to open her mouth, her voice hoarse, she asked, "What should I do?" Unin smiled softly, sketching a gentle curve on her lips. "Just be yourself. You've already done exceptionally well, haven't you? Mom and Dad, and the brothers are all by your side. Even, you've changed the fate trajectories of many people around you, Unin. Don't carry too much burden, just walk down this path firmly." After speaking, she gently embraced Unin once more, and her voice dissipated into the air like a breeze. "Unin, I hope you continue walking this road well. I believe in you. You can do it. Thank you for giving me such trust and hope. And, please remember, you're not alone. Keep going, Unin." With one last quiet, "Thank you," Unin's vision returned to normal, and she was back in her master's courtyard. Opposite, her master had closed his eyes in deep concentration, sensing the final trace of Unin's energy dissipating. He sighed softly. His gaze fell on his young disciple's tear-soaked face. He absently stroked the edge of an envelope in his palm. After wrestling internally, he finally decided to put it away silently. The little girl was so upset now, it wasn't time to burden her further. Still, the master's brow furrowed slightly, pondering. Should he tell his little disciple about Fu Jian's true identity right now? Chapter 171, The Big Villain Is. For her, Unin slowly came back to her senses from her sorrow, remaining silent for a long time as she organized her thoughts. Facing the old man across from her, she asked her question. She said that she and the Way of Heaven made a deal with you, Master. Why would the Way of Heaven follow her nonsense? After hearing this, the master's expression slightly changed, then he softly exhaled. Now there was no more hesitation. It was time to reveal Fu Jian's identity honestly. He spoke slowly, word by word. Because, the Way of Heaven, is Fu Jian. Unin's heart violently trembled for a moment, but what followed was an indescribable wave of bitterness and sourness. Is it because he fell in love with her, in love with another Inin, so he agreed to her request? Then, why did he confess his feelings to me? The master negated Unin's random thoughts. Little disciple, the Way of Heaven was willing to help her because he wanted to meet you. Upon hearing this, Unin froze where she stood, her eyes full of incredulity. Because of me? The master smiled faintly, lightly stroking the graying beard on his chin as he slowly nodded. Exactly. The rules of the small world exist merely to maintain balance. Fu Jian, due to some internal reasons, during his weakest moment, gave birth to consciousness. At that time, Inin just happened to approach him. He no longer had the ability to save the small world. He could only attempt a calculation to try and find life for the small world to stop its collapse. And in that rehearsal, he not only saw you, but also himself. There was a gentle smile filled with tenderness in the master's eyes. Little apprentice, you may not believe this, but in the trajectory Fu Jian predicted, he fell in love with you in the rehearsal. So, he negotiated with her and reached out to the management agency under the premise that they would definitely meet, and sought an opportunity for you to protect yourself. He and him used some valuable things to exchange for your chance to practice medicine through cultivation, while at the same time, he chose to abandon his identity as the Way of Heaven, transforming from an outside observer to someone within. Unin's mind went completely blank at that moment, failing to notice any loopholes in her master's words, muttering to herself. So, my ability to come here to study medicine was a chance sought by him and myself? A flicker of subtle emotion passed through the depths of the master's eyes, his voice carrying a slight ambiguity. Ahem, that's right. Unin stared blankly, trying hard to digest this huge amount of information, her emotions surging like waves in the ocean, unable to settle down. Her thoughts were tangled up like wires, impossible to disentangle. Let me calm down a bit. The master lightly nodded, following which the air around them became quiet. After a long time, Unin finally organized her thoughts, clearing up the mess of emotions, her gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Master, please send me back. She was right. There needs to be a clear ending between me and Pei Xiang. I won't let him disrupt my life. The master's tense nerves gradually relaxed, agreeing repeatedly, full of satisfaction. All right, go ahead, go. Master believes in you, little apprentice. You're the best. Unin firmly nodded, getting ready to return. However, just at this critical moment, she remembered her elder sister and hurriedly interrupted her master's spellcasting. Hey, master, wait a moment. I remember I met my senior sister in my own small world. How could my sister end up in my world? The master didn't seem to care much, continuing with his spell. Oh, about your senior sister, consider it a gift from master. Don't worry about it. Master has already sent her back. Rest assured, okay? Then he muttered quietly. If I hadn't sent your sister over, when would you realize that the people around you can hear your inner voice? Those two old men don't have much time left. If I don't take action now and clarify what needs to be said, one night in the future, I'll probably wake up in the middle of the night slapping myself and regretting how stupid I was. Unin watched the lips of the little old man across from her moving, but she couldn't clearly hear what he was saying. Just as she was about to ask, her master quickly sent her back. As she came to her senses again, she found herself back at the spot where she'd hit the wall. Unin blinked her big eyes, confusion filling her gaze. Why do I feel like master might still have something unsaid? She murmured to herself, frowning slightly. Sigh, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Carrying a heart full of doubts and confusion, Unin slowly tightened her jaw, lost in thought. With steps imbued with reflection, she gradually walked toward the entrance of the hospital department. In the small courtyard, after seeing off Unin, the half-finished chess game on the table remained. The chessboard was incomplete, black and white pieces scattered and interwoven, reflecting his current chaotic thoughts. He murmured softly, "Little apprentice, you must succeed. After all, none of us have a second chance." He took out the letter that hadn't been delivered yet and gave a silent smile. Not just little Tiandao has developed favoritism, right? Inside the hospital, Luanin had just stepped onto the stairs when suddenly a series of car stopping sounds came from behind her. She couldn't help but glance sideways. Below the steps, dozens of cars stopped in perfect formation like a fleet parked at the entrance. Luanin watched curiously as she moved aside slightly. Wow, whose crown prince or emperor is sick with such a big scene? She took small steps to move further aside, stretching her neck to see who would get out of the first black car. The door slowly opened, and a long, straight leg wrapped in a sharp suit pants, wearing shiny red-bottomed leather shoes, emerged from the car. Then, a tall and well-built man got out. Luanin focused her gaze and couldn't help but shift her eyes to the following vehicles where a group of black-suited bodyguards got out one after another. She felt speechless. Not that it should be my older brother coming out. Good heavens, shooting a mafia boss scene? With so many bodyguards. Lu Wenjing heard her inner voice, looked up, and immediately saw Lu In on the stairs, shrinking beside while trying to peek into the situation, her expression showing perplexity over an uninteresting event. He slightly curled his lips, rare not showing a loving smile upon seeing his sister. He directly approached Lu In and his voice was filled with sincerity and apology. Sorry, Anin, your older brother didn't mean to hide it from you. About the ability to hear your inner voice, I found out during earlier testing and couldn't tell you. Can you forgive your older brother? Lu In widened her eyes, shining with astonishment, and blinked several times. Froggy interest. My brother is truly a domineering president. His brain power, just from a moment of silence on Brother Three's call, could lead him to infer this matter about me hearing inner voices. This insight is simply incredible. Lu Wenjing's voice was deep as he slowly explained. Actually, it wasn't only because of that, Anin. Do you remember the morning you first went to Jin's family? You said that you're not very knowledgeable about Western medicine and asked Brother Three to accompany you so you could ask about it. Do you remember what he said after he came downstairs? Upon hearing this, Lu In paused momentarily, recalling that morning carefully. She remembered that for a brief moment, she seemed to be enveloped in a mist. The sound of her second brother's words became vague and unclear, instantly realizing everything. So, did you already confess this matter back then? Chapter 172, an ongoing feud out in the open. Lu In's voice carried a tinge of disbelief, yet mixed with some acceptance. Lu Wenjing nodded. Yes, Anin. Lu In nodded, patting Lu Wenjing's shoulder with a sense of relief, and smiled warmly. Fine, since that's the case, I forgive you all. After saying this, she pointed at the bodyguards waiting quietly below the steps and asked curiously, Big brother, did you bring so many bodyguards to the hospital to do something big? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing explained, Your third brother called me, making a huge fuss, demanding that I find him 100 bodyguards for his personal safety, to prevent any trouble from irate patients. I couldn't argue with him, so I brought these people along. 100 would be too flashy, so I just found 20 as a symbolic gesture. Lu In's lips twitched. Is this what they call a deeply moving brotherhood? How convenient. Lu Wenjing smiled and tousled Lu In's hair, because Big Brother knows that as long as you're around him, his safety is not much of an issue, which is why he feels at ease. These 20 bodyguards are mainly here to protect you. Your third brother. Well, he has more lives than a cat. I was wondering what I forgot. Oh right, this thing about thoughts being overheard hasn't been resolved yet. Lu In hadn't yet gotten used to the fact that her inner thoughts could be responded to by them, so she held back, not daring to think anything crazy, and forced a smile. She pushed Lu Wenjing into the elevator, quickly waving as the doors slowly closed. Big brother, go find second brother and third brother first. I'll come back up after handling something down here. As the elevator ascended, Lu In let out a sigh of relief and began frantically calling customer service. 7758. Connect me to master now. The customer service rep had been slacking off at their desk when they heard Lu In's voice, startling awake before hastily going online to reply. Customer service. Sweetie, can you tell me your request first? If it's something 7758 can solve, there's no need to escalate to higher-ups. Lu In expressionlessly stared. Can you solve my problem of people hearing my thoughts? Customer service. Customer service. Sweetie, please wait. I'm transferring you now. Lu In snorted coldly. Useless little thing. Swallowing their pride, customer service contacted their supervisor on behalf of Lu In. At that moment, Master had just adjusted himself and was leisurely taking out a novel about a beloved pet at a crematorium, planning to spend a peaceful afternoon, but was interrupted by 8 consecutive urgent calls from customer service. He picked up the communicator and lazily asked, What's the matter? Customer service tearfully explained. Director, your young disciple asked me to contact you, hoping you'd intervene in solving her issue of someone reading her thoughts. Master paused, raising his hand to touch the tip of his nose, revealing a hint of embarrassment in his expression. I forgot about that. Tell her I've adjusted the permission for reading thoughts. From now on, she'll have full control over it. Customer service backed away and efficiently conveyed the message to Lu In. Customer service. Sweetie, your master said the permission has been adjusted. You can now control the time and range of who hears your thoughts. Lu In nodded satisfactorily, then disdainfully questioned. Are your competitions still ongoing? Customer service. I'm in the finals, so I must persevere. Lu In's eyes twitched. Professions differ like mountains and seas. I wish you success. Customer service acted as if they didn't understand the mockery in Lu In's tone. Customer service. Thank you, sweetie, for your positive review. We look forward to serving you again. Luanin. Wasn't self-deception becoming too familiar? With the major issue of having her thoughts eavesdropped upon resolved, Luanin breathed a sigh of relief. However, as she turned around, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a silver-white sedan parked nearby, prompting her to send a couple of curious looks its way. In that very moment, the car window gradually descended, and Pei Sheng's profound eyes locked onto hers, carrying emotions that were hard to define. The two exchanged glances from afar, and a subtle atmosphere of tension permeated the air. Luanin fixed her eyes on Pei Sheng, lifted her hand, and slowly made a cutting-the-throat gesture, followed by an international hand sign, then without hesitation turned around and entered the hospital. Pei Sheng's dark gaze remained fixated on Luanin's retreating figure, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Subsequently, he gently raised the car window and instructed the driver to leave. He lowered his head, elegantly crossing his legs, despite the intermittent pain radiating from the wound on his abdomen constantly disturbing him. But he paid it no mind. At the moment, those memories that had consistently tormented him invaded his mind once again, filling his eyes with an increasingly fierce rage. Seated beside him, Number 1 astutely picked up on the almost world-destroying animosity radiating from Pei Sheng and was deeply troubled. He called out softly, "Master." Pei Sheng gently closed his eyes, relaxing his body with his breathing rhythm, leaning back in the chair, his tone indifferent but carrying a distinct sense of estrangement and coldness. "No issue." He slowly shut his eyes, concealing the derision and hidden pain in them, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile without an ounce of warmth. "Why am I still affected so easily? I should have gotten used to this already, right?" After a long pause, Pei Sheng opened his eyes again, his gaze returning to its usual calmness, his tone indifferent. "The original plan for Lu Xuanran probably won't work anymore. Call back all the people we dispatched outside. Perhaps it's time to end this quickly." His words paused slightly, then he slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Number 1 who had always shown respect beside him, his expression inscrutable. "Little one, do you fear death?" Hearing this, Number 1's body trembled slightly, but only for a moment, then returned to his usual composed demeanor as he respectfully replied, "Master, if you need me to die, I will carefully choose the appropriate tool for you." Pei Sheng chuckled softly. "Little one, you truly are." He lightly raised 2 fingers, resting them against his forehead, his voice tinged with amusement. "That captured poison master. It's about time to make him useful. The chaos in Jing City is about to begin, and it'll be fun." Upon hearing this, Number 1 understood Pei Sheng's intentions fully. Without much more talk, he quietly began to arrange the intricate plans. Suddenly, his movements paused. His eyes flickered momentarily before finally voicing a question beyond what might be expected. "Master, Number 1 would rather live well together with you." In his heart, he silently added the unspoken thoughts. It doesn't matter even if he dies, as long as Master can survive safely, he would also feel content." Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng's face momentarily froze. Then his lips curled into a mocking smirk, his tone suddenly growing colder. "Go back and receive your punishment. If you don't know what not to say, you have no reason to remain in this position." Number 1 pressed his lips together slightly, accepting this punishment. Pei Sheng closed his eyes again, his thoughts retreating like the tide. Each seemed clear, as if it happened yesterday. He thought again about Luanin's recent exchange with him, and once more sarcastically smirked. "Unin, should I consider that you've returned, or should I think that you're already dead?" Chapter 173, Reversing Public Opinion. Luanin walked upstairs. As the elevator doors opened, she immediately saw a crowd of people in the hospital corridor looking at their phones. She furrowed her brow and squeezed through the crowd. In front of her stood a man on the brink of collapse outside the doctor's office. His voice, strained from extreme grief, was pleading hoarsely for the doctor to return his wife to him. Luanin quickly glanced over the man, a subtle gleam flashing in her eyes. "Here, honestly, I find it quite strange, whether this guy is acting or if he's genuinely distraught. Judging by his broken demeanor, it seems pretty real." At that moment, whispers around her reached her ears. "This poor guy, his wife had terminal brain cancer. They spent so much money, but today she died during surgery. I heard the most famous doctor at the hospital, Dr. Lu Xuanran, performed the surgery but couldn't save her. I heard there was a mistake during the operation. Otherwise, his wife might have lived a little longer." "What? Mistake in the operation? Oh my, who would dare let him perform surgeries now? A doctor this irresponsible should be fired." A flicker of shadow passed through Luanin's eyes. "Zhou Huai has started scheming? He wants to ruin my third brother's reputation with public opinion first. Then he picked the wrong person to mess with." She acted as before, blending into the group, discussing things animatedly. Pretending to be surprised, she said, "What? I actually heard this surgery was led by Dr. Zhou Huai, not Dr. Lu. And between Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu, well, this matter isn't easy to discuss, really isn't." She shook her head slightly, leaving everyone else eager to know more with her mysterious silence. The elderly woman standing next to Lu Anin grew impatient. Clutching her hand tightly, she whispered anxiously, "Young miss, you just speak your mind boldly. All of us here can keep our mouths shut. Not a single word will escape." Pretending to be hesitant for a while, Luanin leaned closer and whispered softly, "This truly shouldn't be spoken aloud. I once accidentally overheard Dr. Zhou secretly plotting with the dean when I came to visit a patient last time. It wasn't intentional eavesdropping, but these past few days, I've been anxious, worrying they'll catch me." She pressed her hat brim down even lower nervously and said hesitantly, "Never mind then. Don't spread this further. If Dr. Zhou finds out, I'd be ruined. Who knows if Dr. Zhou and the dean wouldn't do something terrible to me. After speaking, Lu Anin slipped away from the crowd, pretending to be cautious as she observed the scene from another angle. The surrounding elders exchanged glances and, with some sympathy, called out toward the man who was demanding answers emotionally in front of Dr. Lu Xuanran's office door. Hey young man, you might be targeting the wrong person. The one who operated on your wife was Dr. Zhou Huai. This young man is pitiable. He ran into an unscrupulous doctor. Oh no, what kind of doctor dares operate on a brain without proper skill, killing someone? Exactly, young man. I support you seeking justice. Both the dean and Dr. Zhou collude behind closed doors. How many people have they harmed secretly? This hospital cannot harbor such poisonous elements. Right? Let the hospital explain themselves. The crowd chattered animatedly, stirring not only the fury within the grieving man, but also igniting everyone's pent-up rage to its peak. They decided to seek accountability from both Dr. Zhou Huai and the dean. Hearing the impassioned voices around him, the man's eyes turned bloodshot red. Without a word, he stood up, felt inside his coat pocket, and walked towards Dr. Zhou Huai's office with a grim expression. Lu Anin was about to follow the commotion when unexpectedly, her arm was grabbed by Lu Wenjing, who had appeared behind her at some unknown point. Turning around, she met Lu Wenjing's worried gaze, her expression changing from confusion to obedience. Big brother, what are you doing here? Lu Wenjing's eyes flicked towards the ongoing drama before speaking in a low voice. It's too chaotic over there. I came to check the situation. Stay away, Anin. That man has a knife. Surprised, Lu Anin asked, a real knife? Big brother, your eyesight must be sharp. Lu Wenjing gave a faint smile and led Lu Anin back to the ward. Return to the ward first. Your fourth brother has already accessed the hospital's surveillance system, and I've contacted Captain Qi. He is on his way back to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin quickly inquired, what about third brother? Is he still in the ward? Lu Wenjing nodded. He is. Relieved, Lu Anin said, that's fine then. The two entered the ward where Lu Yanli, Lu Xuanran, and Fu Jian were intently watching the surveillance footage. At the sound of their voices, Fu Jian's eyes lit up momentarily as he made space for Lu Anin beside him, gazing at her expectantly. When Lu Anin saw Fu Jian, she recalled her master's words, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Uncomfortably brushing her hair behind her ear, she pretended to remain calm as she sat down beside him. Fu Jian caught sight of the flicker of amusement in her eyes, secretly taking her hand in his, intertwining their fingers tightly. Pretending not to notice, Lu Anin kept her attention fixed on the monitor. On the surveillance, trailing a group of angry justice-seeking bystanders, the man continued searching the entire hospital for the hidden Zhou Huai. Fu Jian's eyes glanced briefly at the futile efforts of the man before swiftly tapping something on his phone for a few minutes. Then, he focused his gaze back onto the surveillance. Suddenly, the increasingly agitated man pulled out his phone as if receiving an urgent message. His face turned pale abruptly, and without another moment's hesitation, he turned and strode briskly toward the hospital entrance. Noticing Fu Jian's actions out of the corner of her eye, combined with the abrupt movement of the man on the monitor, Lu Anin couldn't help but turn and ask softly, what did you do? Chapter 174. What did she just hear? Fu Jian's lips curled upward slightly, his head tilted, his tone sincere. I just thoughtfully shared the location of Zhou Huai with him, so he wouldn't waste too much effort running around. By the time, Zhou Huai would have already been home. Lu Anin. Still, you are the best. No one else could be as thoughtful as you. Fu Jian laughed with small dimples showing. Thank you for your compliment, Anin. Lu Anin was startled, then suddenly realized that she had forgotten to block her inner voice again, and hurriedly closed her heart's lines tightly. Damn, I forgot again that they can hear my thoughts. This time, I specially closed the heart's lines. They shouldn't hear me now, right? Lu Anin carefully tested. Big brother. Lu Wenjing kept his eyes locked on the surveillance screen, ignoring her completely. Lu Anin then tested Lu Yanli and Lu Xuanran. Second brother, third brother? Her attempts were met only with silence, and both were deeply focused, not responding. Half of Lu Anin's tension melted away as she turned to test Fu Jian. Great villain? Fu Jian? A yen? Fu Jian looked at Lu Anin, under her hopeful gaze, slowly approached, paused near her ear, and softly said in a low, magnetic voice, I'm here, baby. Lu Anin. No, why can you still hear it? The master's technique isn't good enough. The tension in Lu Anin that had yet to dissipate tightened once more. Fu Jian lowered his head, smiled, rubbed Lu Anin's soft head gently, but didn't speak. Probably I passed his test? Lu Anin heard Fu Jian's sudden voice resonating within her mind, her eyes wide with disbelief. I heard your inner voice. Upon hearing this, Fu Jian's expression faltered slightly. Heard what? Lu Anin nodded dumbly. I heard it, very clearly. Fu Jian blinked, his eyes locking with Lu Anin's. Both of them were lost, their eyes filled with confusion. Just as their interaction grew subtle and intimate, a sour-sounding voice broke the stare. I say, the two of you should also care about Lu Xuanran's life or death. His life is on the line. Hearing this, Lu Anin's cheeks flushed faintly as she awkwardly shifted her gaze. Listening to Lu Yanli's deliberately drawn-out and slightly teasing tone, she straightened her chest and retaliated. What do you mean by a life-and-death crisis? It has been transferred to Zhou Huai, and you are blaming me. Why don't you pay attention to Gu Tingyan during the program? Lu Yanli's ears turned red. Uncomfortably, he raised his voice to conceal the turmoil inside. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? He and I have absolutely no relationship. We are sworn enemies. And I am a straight man. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of Lu Anan, Lu Wenjing, Lu Xuanran, and Fu Jian all focused involuntarily on Lu Yanli, their eyes filled with intrigue and investigation. Lu Wenjing asked casually, "No relationship?" Lu Xuanran lifted his eyebrows. "Sworn enemies?" Lu Anan grinned mischievously. "Oh, straight man." Fu Jian added with a slow drawl. Gu Tingyan burrowed into his arms, and that straight man started laughing like an idiot. Lu Yanli. What nonsense, these people were sick. Though his face turned red and neck swollen, wanting to argue a bit, none of the four paid any attention to him anymore, instead focusing their attention back onto the surveillance footage. At the hospital entrance, the man left the hospital, spotting Zhou Huai about to get into the car and leave. His expression hardened instantly. He pulled out the knife from his bosom and, taking 3 steps as if to, charged towards Zhou Huai, shoving the terrified Zhou Huai into the car. Subsequently, he yanked open the driver's side door, forced the driver out, got in himself, and sped away from the hospital. Inside the ward, 5 people watched intently as the car disappeared on the surveillance screen, growing solemn gradually. Lu Xuanran frowned. So his plan to incriminate me has been exposed, and he's taken Zhou Huai with him while escaping. Lu Yanli rolled his eyes. Use your brain, brute. If he really wanted to escape, he could have just driven away with Zhou Huai. Why go through all this trouble of forcing the driver out and drive himself? Leaning against the sofa, Lu Wenjing said gravely. Perhaps he wants to find somewhere to settle accounts with Zhou Huai. Lu Anan nodded, her expression heavy. He originally intended to kidnap third brother, then through live streaming, sever his tendons. Now with Zhou Huai, it seems his plan won't change. Zhou Huai's fate mightn't be better either. Lu Wenjing noticed a flash of hesitation cross Lu Anan's eyes, and asked, Anan, is there another problem? Lu Anan gently bit her lip and said, when I came upstairs, I saw Pei Sheng was discharged from the hospital. It must be his setup behind the incidents involving third brother. Logically speaking, seeing me and eldest brother, as well as those 20 bodyguards at the hospital gate, he should have adjusted his plan on the spot. But then, why was Zhou Huai taken hostage? A feeling of unease welled up inside her. Did Pei Sheng suddenly abandon his plot against third brother because he wanted to target someone else? Fu Jian comfortingly squeezed Lu Anan's fingers and initiated an encrypted call with her. Anan, don't worry. I've already contacted Grandpa Jean and Jean Yin to protect the Lu family side. If anything happens, they will notify us. Lu Anan felt slightly relieved. Okay. Fu Jian softly caressed Lu Anan's slender fingers, a trace of faint concern flickering in his eyes. He looked at Lu Anan, his gaze deep and resolute. He would never let Anan disappear from his world. Quick, look at Weibo. That man has really started the live stream. Lu Xuanran rapidly swiped his fingers on the phone screen, urgency tinging his tone, breaking the tranquility indoors. The four immediately pulled out their phones and clicked into the live streaming page. In the live stream, the man used a knife to threaten Zhou Huai, forcing him to stand atop the rooftop of an abandoned building. He roughly pushed him onto a broken-down chair, then took out ropes prepared beforehand and ruthlessly tied Zhou Huai tightly to the chair. The sharp edge of the knife passed slowly over Zhou Huai's terror-stricken face. The man's voice was icy cold. Dr. Zhou, you wanted to use me as a knife under your control? Sacrifice my wife's life to bolster your fame? You even tried to mislead me away from your rivals, Dr. Zhou. How many lives do you have to dare manipulate me like this? Zhou Huai had snot and tears streaming down his face, shaking his head vehemently, while continuously denying. Chang'an, it's really not me. You've grabbed the wrong person. Chang'an gave a derisive laugh, the sharp blade showing no mercy as it pierced into Zhou Huai's cheek. Instantly, an unsightly wound split open, spilling torrents of blood. Dr. Zhou, you still dare to take me for a fool? Since you're so stubborn with words, how about I chop off your mouth? Zhou Huai only felt an intense pain across his face. His complexion turned deathly pale instantly. Hearing Chang'an's chilling, bone-chilling words, he struggled desperately to move his head back, trying to avoid the lethal threat. It hurts so much. Chang'an, calm down. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Wail. Please don't kill me. Spare me. Chang'an, I'll give you money. Chang'an's expression twisted, his eyes gleaming ferociously, as he plunged the knife deeply into Zhou Huai's leg without hesitation and mercilessly stirred it around. Spare you? And how did you spare my wife? Dr. Zhou, rest assured, after I send you to the underworld, I will make sure you pay respects to my wife on the path to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Lu Anan watching this scene on the screen, her eyes became instantly solemn and profound. She stood up abruptly. Chang'an cannot die. Clearly, he has been exploited by Pei Sheng and Zhou Huai. He cannot die for that scum Zhou Huai. Chapter 175, Torturing Zhou Huai. Lu Anan quickly pulled out her phone, tapped lightly with her fingertips, and dialed Lu Yubai's number. Fourth brother, help me find out Chang'an's current location. Within minutes, Lu Yubai sent the address of the unfinished building where Chang'an and Zhou Huai were located to Lu Anan. Yanli stood beside her, his fingers swiftly scrolling on his phone screen, his brow furrowed, expression grave. This matter has exploded online. We need to act fast. Otherwise, if they discover their location soon, the situation will be out of control. Lu Anan paused for a moment, then decisively arranged. I'll go with third brother to find Chang'an, elder brother. Second brother, you two stay in the ward with Yanli, don't go anywhere. By the way, call Gu Tingyan over and ask him about Pei Sheng's destiny. She turned again toward Lu Wenjing, her voice serious. Elder brother, call the 20 bodyguards over. You must ensure your own safety. The situation is currently unpredictable. You two should stay in the ward first. We'll wait until I return before deciding anything. Upon hearing this, the four all nodded in agreement. Fu Jian hooked Luanin's finger. When she looked up, his lips parted slightly, his words filled with deep worry. Inen, take care of yourself. Luanin responded with an assuring smile. I will. Focus on recovering. No need to worry about me. After speaking, she left the ward with Lu Xuanran together. Sitting in the car heading towards Chang'an, Luanin's expression was ambiguous. Her mind was constantly trying to figure out Pei Sheng's next plan, but after discarding many of her guesses, one most plausible idea firmly rooted in her mind. Luanin gently lowered her eyelids, that glimmer of resolution flashing across her eyes. It doesn't matter. If his ultimate layout is using me as bait, then, at least, I can protect everyone else. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips, carrying some self-deprecating and some relieved notes. Trading just one life for all of theirs is still worth it upon closer thought. Luanin was lost in her thoughts, not even noticing when Lu Xuanran called out to her. Anin, what are you thinking? Lu Xuanran placed his hand gently on her shoulder. Luanin came back to reality, shaking her head. Third brother, I'm just pondering how to persuade Chang, and when we see him later. Got a little too absorbed. Unconsciously, Lu Xuanran frowned deeply. Ever since Lu Anin returned to the ward, he only heard one word from her heart. He knew she had probably disabled the ability to let others hear her thoughts. However, her gaze earlier held a calm determination that made him uneasy and apprehensive, sensing she might be concocting a troubling decision. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he gently lifted his hand, affectionately stroking Luanin's hair, full of indulgence and anxiety in his tone. Anin, whatever it is, make sure to tell brother. Since I cannot hear now, don't keep it bottled up inside, okay? Luanin obediently nodded. Third brother, there's nothing wrong. Don't be so nervous. Though Lu Xuanran harbored doubts, he had no choice but to tentatively accept Luanin's explanation. At this time, the car also stopped in front of the abandoned unfinished building. The two got out quickly and hurried towards the rooftop of the unfinished building. Luanin still had a firm grip on her phone, the live stream uninterrupted, monitoring Chang'an's movements continuously. In the live stream image, the sharp blade in Chang'an's hand had already inflicted several bloody wounds on Zhou Huai. Now, he wore a cruel look as he cut through Zhou Huai's hand tendons. Luanin's gaze immediately sharpened, her ascent accelerating. Finally reaching the roof after considerable effort, they pushed open the rust-covered door just as Chang'an severed Zhou Huai's tendons. Drops of blood dripped down from the knife hanging by his side. Chang'an's clothes, face, and hands were all covered in Zhou Huai's blood. Hearing Luanin's movement, Chang'an slowly turned his head, eyes hollow and cold, emotionless, locking onto the sibling straight away. Luanin took a couple of steps forward, stopping and speaking calmly. Chang'an, if you continue torturing Zhou Huai like this, he'll die very soon. Chang'an glanced sideways at the barely alive Zhou Huai, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Isn't that perfect? I intended to kill him anyway. Luanin tilted her head, her delicate features showing confusion mixed with amusement, while her words were chilling. But, aren't you seeking revenge for your wife? If he dies like this, won't you feel that you haven't tormented him enough? Lu Xuanran was extremely tense, his brows forming into a large question mark. This didn't sound right, did it? On his deathbed, enduring unbearable pain, Zhou Huai's eyes flashed with a flicker of shock. They're not here to save him. Are they accomplices? Chang'an, gripping the knife, was thrown into a turmoil of thoughts by Luanin's words, muttering to himself. It seems, there's some truth in that. Luanin nodded. Exactly. If Zhou Huai dies too quickly, you won't get your revenge out. How about this? I have a type of medicine here that can stop his bleeding and make him suffer 10 times more pain while delaying his death. Interested? Chang'an's eyes suddenly sharpened. He tightened his grip on the blade once again, pressing it against Zhou Huai's neck. His face like frost, he scrutinized Luanin for a long moment before recognizing who she was and stepping aside, lowering the knife. Fine, come do it. Lu Xuanran. Question mark. What kind of development is this? Zhou Huai. They really are accomplices. Luanin. Question mark. Unbelievable. Just agreed so easily. Chang'an, catching Luanin's surprise on her face, explained. I know who you are, Luanin. My wife, when she was alive, loved watching your show. His gaze briefly flickered over Lu Xuanran as he continued, his tone carrying a touch of certainty. Dr. Lu must be your brother as well, right? Zhou Huai wanted to harm your brother, so I don't think you would deceive me. Luanin was momentarily speechless. Good heavens, what an unconventional way to trust someone. She quickly accepted Chang'an's explanation, calculating in her mind as she prepared to walk toward where Chang'an and Zhou Huai were located. But then, she was stopped by Lu Xuanran's worried tug on her sleeve. Anin. Luanin gently broke free from Lu Xuanran's firm grip and whispered quietly enough for only the two of them to hear. Third brother, I know my limits. Zhou Huai cannot die yet. I'll just treat his wounds. And besides, she glanced at Chang'an who was watching them intently, confidence oozing from her tone. Besides, Chang'an can't beat me. Recalling his sister's fighting prowess, Lu Xuanran eventually loosened his grip, cautioning softly. Don't get hurt. Third brother won't hold you back. Luanin gave a light nod, turning afterward and walking with calm steps toward Zhou Huai. Under Chang'an's vigilant and focused gaze, she slowly retrieved the first-generation hemostatic powder from her pocket and sprinkled it onto Zhou Huai's body. Then, shifting her body slightly, she made space for Chang'an to witness the powder's effectiveness firsthand. Chapter 176. Number 1 emerges. The blood flowing nonstop from Zhou Huai's body and wrists finally began to coagulate under the effect of the hemostatic powder. However, Zhou Huai appeared even more tormented than before. Zhou Huai's face was contorted with pain, cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his groans grew increasingly piercing. Luonan lifted her chin slightly. How about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? Chang'an looked at Luonan with a complex and unreadable gaze, his throat tight with emotion. You're not here to arrest me? Luonan stared at him in surprise. I'm not the police. What could I use to arrest you? Just wait, the police should be here soon. Chang'an fell silent, asking speechlessly. So you came up here just to torture Zhou Huai? Luonan gave him another strange look, shaking her head hastily to clarify. Hey, you can't go around saying that. Out of compassion, I only came up because I feared he would die. Chang'an. He looked at the chatterbox girl with a scrutinizing gaze. Tell me the truth. Why did you come up here? Luonan grinned mischievously as she approached. Indeed, I had a few questions for you. Of course, I also wanted to see if I could help rescue you. Upon hearing this, Chang'an smiled faintly, a touch of self-mockery in it. Ignoring the latter part of her sentence, he answered the former. Are you wondering where I suddenly got all that money to treat my wife? Luonan nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Chang'an chuckled bitterly. Before my wife fell ill, I had just succeeded in my entrepreneurship. Though I wasn't yet a wealthy tycoon, compared to most people, my life was already fairly comfortable. On our second anniversary of marriage, my wife was diagnosed with brain cancer, late-stage cancer. My wife and I grew up together since childhood. I loved her dearly, so I took out all my savings, sold our house and car, sold the company, and sought treatment for her everywhere. His voice was deep and anguished. Yet, my wife's condition worsened day by day. Those savings were unable to prevent her death. Eventually, after spending everything, my wife told me she wouldn't continue with treatment anymore. I originally planned to take her back to our hometown, and after her passing, I would follow her. Just then, someone found me and told me that he could give me the money to continue treating my wife. He could even try to arrange an appointment with Dr. Liu for surgery. At that moment, all I thought about was saving my beloved. Even if it meant clinging onto an uncertain lifeline, I seized it as if it was salvation. I agreed that day, and he immediately gave me a large sum of money, a sum sufficient for my wife's operation. With that money, I brought my wife to Kyoto. Then, he informed me that to quickly book an appointment for Dr. Liu's surgery, I would have to resort to public opinion. Hence, I frequently caused disturbances at the hospital, escalating the situation until I finally managed to schedule Dr. Liu's surgery. Luonan couldn't help but interrupt. Did you never worry that perhaps that person was using you? Chang'an's eyes suddenly darkened. Of course I was afraid, but I had no choice. I must save my wife. As long as she could live, even if he demanded my life, I would accept it. Suddenly, his expression turned relaxed. And anyway, do you think I came unprepared? When that person tried to use hypnosis to erase my memories of him, he never imagined that during every meeting with him, I secretly carried a miniature camera. His appearance is crystal clear to me. Luonan's heart trembled upon hearing this. He saw number one's appearance. Immediately afterward, she heard Chang'an say, I investigated this person privately. That person is Zhu Zhe, the assistant to Pei Sheng, the current president of Pei Corporation. At this point, he picked up the phone beside him, which was still streaming live. The screen showed only internal personnel at the police station watching. She scoffed and shut down the live stream, tossing the phone to Luonan. There's critical evidence recorded on this phone. If you need it, you can check it yourself. After speaking, he moved slightly, firmly gripping a dagger and walking toward Zhou Huai. However, before he could take a second step, a sudden pain gripped his neck. His complexion changed drastically as he looked incredulously at Luonan. Didn't you say you wouldn't stop me? Regret and helplessness interwove in Luonan's gaze as she sighed lightly. What to do? A good citizen like me can't possibly watch you kill someone right in front of me, can I? So please bear with it, okay? Chang'an's eyes flashed with unwillingness and anger, and ultimately, he fainted. Luonan clapped her hands together, a trace of ease in her tone. All set, mission complete. Just as Lu Xuanran had positioned himself beside Luonan, the door was pushed open forcefully. Qi Rang rushed in anxiously, followed by several policemen striding briskly toward Luonan. He hurried over to Luonan in a few quick steps, and without further ado, grabbed her wrist with an urgent tone. Luonan, quick, leave this place to them. You must leave with me immediately. There's suddenly a situation in the downtown area where citizens are violently biting each other. We suspect it's caused by goo insects. The people need you now. Upon hearing this, Luonan's eyes instantly tightened, and she looked grave. What happened? How could such a situation occur without any warning? Just as Qi Rang was about to explain, all of a sudden, a deafening roar of a helicopter erupted from behind them, interrupting what he was about to say. All three turned around at once, only to see a helicopter approaching from the sky. A man holding a sniper rifle on board had a cold gaze. In almost the same instant, 2 bullets pierced through the air and hit Chang and Zhou Huai accurately between their eyebrows. Moments later, Pei Sheng appeared at the helicopter's cabin door with a megaphone in hand, shouting to Luonan, Luonan, we'll meet soon. Before anyone could react, the helicopter swiftly disappeared into the distance. Luonan's expression immediately changed, and instinctively she wanted to return to check on the conditions of those 2 men, but was tightly held back by Qi Rang. Qi Rang endured the turmoil in his heart, glancing briefly at the chaotic scene, and ultimately dragged Lu in and away from the location decisively. Luonan, time is critical. Let them handle it here. We must return to the city immediately. Luonan was forcefully pulled out of the unfinished building by Qi Rang and seated in the car. Her mind and body were still shaken by Pei Xiang's cruel actions, and a chilling cold swept through her very marrow. First shooting Chang and Anzhou Huai, then allowing innocent people to become victims of goo insect manipulation. How worthless did human lives seem to him? Just as her anger built up without an outlet, her mobile phone vibrated abruptly in her pocket, interrupting her train of thought. With annoyance, Luinen pulled out the phone, and as soon as her eyes fell upon the unexpected text message, her fury ignited like wildfire. Luinen, this is my last carefully prepared gift for you. If you want to see me, remember to follow obediently and don't try to resist. We'll see each other soon. Chapter 177. Zombies suddenly appear in the research institute. Luinen read those words, her heart roiling with an unrelenting surge of malevolent emotions. Though she had already begun to suspect Pei Xiang's intentions, she never anticipated that he would sacrifice so many people just to alter the plot. Her gaze fixed on the now darkened screen of the phone in her hand. Luinen's expression was as calm as water, but beneath that tranquility lay an increasingly cold and chilling demeanor. The police car raced to the institute. After a series of strict and meticulous checks, Luinen, Lu Xuanran, and Qi Rang finally got a clear picture of the current state of the research institute. On the other side of the barbed wire were countless victims, their minds clouded, eyes vacant, mouths wide open letting out growls, some even with blood around their mouths and on their bodies. The scene was both terrifying and heartbreaking. At the sight of this, Luinen felt an indescribable shock deep within her heart, as if the post-apocalyptic world of zombie movies had come alive in the real world. Her face was tight, her eyes heavy with gravity as she followed Qi Rang into the office. When the door creaked open, the atmosphere in the office was solemn, with an indescribable pressure hanging heavily in the air. Everyone's brows were furrowed with worry. At the sound of the door opening, all eyes turned towards the door. Seeing Luinen at the entrance, Jinfeng's previously furrowed eyebrows eased somewhat. He rushed forward anxiously. And then, you've finally arrived. Come quickly and take a look at these people's conditions. The city is already in a state of panic. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. Luinen nodded lightly, glancing around the room. Several researchers dressed in lab coats were eyeing her curiously and with some scrutiny. Jinfeng promptly introduced them. These are the mainstays of the institute. After the individuals who caused the disturbance were brought here, we have conducted comprehensive inspections. The equipment could only detect that there's something inside their bodies, but no definitive cure has yet been found. Pausing momentarily at this point, Jinfeng then guided Luinen out of the office towards the lab, quietly saying as they walked, "Their symptoms resemble what happened to my son and Gushin back then. Thus, when I thought about the worms causing the issues, I immediately contacted you. Unin, I entrust their treatment to you." With a light nod, Luinen processed the situation, thoughts racing through her mind. Upon entering the laboratory, the silent figure sitting on the observation chair suddenly became restless upon catching their scent. Luinen's eyes rested on this silhouette, momentarily surprised. "Is this Xiaofeng?" Sighing deeply, Jinfeng said somberly. Yes, he and Xiao Yin went downtown to suppress the riot together. To protect Xiao Yin from being bitten, he took a bite himself. In just 10 minutes, he became like this, so we had to bring him back here urgently. Luinen digested this information, not stopping her steady steps as she moved further inside. Jinfeng worriedly tried to block her way. "Enin, shouldn't you wear a protective suit?" Fingers gently twirling a fine needle, Luinen remained unperturbed. "It's unnecessary. I'll deal with it very quickly." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly approached Xiaofeng, piercing his head accurately with the silver needle. Instantly, Xiaofeng calmed down. Following this, she closed her eyes, concentrating intently, using her spiritual power to explore his internal condition. As expected, she detected numerous small, thread-like worm parasites inside Xiaofeng, showing signs of stirring. Luinen's expression suddenly changed. She swiftly retrieved antidote pills from her small bag and inserted them into Xiaofeng's mouth. Xiaofeng's empty gaze froze briefly as he suddenly bent over, vomiting repeatedly. Subsequently, a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Xiaofeng vomited a large number of white worms, releasing an offensive odor. These worms, once outside his body, buzzed aimlessly in search of new hosts. Seeing this, Luinen quickly pulled a mask from her pocket, wore it, and lifted Xiaofeng out of the room. Without hesitation, she threw a burning matchstick to incinerate the worms. Even Jinfeng and Lu Xuanran, who had seen worms before, were repulsed by this gruesome sight. Upon Luinen coming out, the two rushed up. "Anin, is this solved? Then for the others?" From the small bag she carried, Luinen skillfully pulled out a piece of paper and pen, deftly scribbling down a prescription. "Grandpa Jean, this is the formula to expel the worms. Feed it to them, and once the worms are expelled, make sure to destroy them completely without leaving any traces behind." After a brief pause, her thoughtful gaze deepened with additional gravity. "Grandpa Jean, I'm unsure how many more people might be harmed in the city. I believe we should arrange for someone to prepare the medicine right away and establish several treatment points around the city so that the citizens can all have a bowl. If there are worms, they will be expelled and treated accordingly." Suddenly, as if recalling something crucial, she asked, "Grandpa Jean, who was the first person to be affected by the spell? The sorcerer hasn't been caught yet. I think we might find some traces of the sorcerer from the first victim." Without delay, Jinfeng replied, "The first victim has already passed away and is now placed in the morgue. Let me take you there to see." Luinen nodded lightly and followed Jinfeng steps into the morgue. The few people trailing behind, at the sight of what lay before them, all stared with wide eyes. Lu Xuanran's expression turned shocked. How? How did this person become a mummy? Lu Anin's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she quickly extended her arm to stop two individuals about to step forward for a closer look, her voice cold and commanding. Don't go near. Retreat back. Lu Xuanran and Jin Fenghua immediately retreated upon hearing this, until they exited the morgue entirely. Lu Anin then closed the door firmly behind her and turned to face the dry corpse with cautious, steady steps approaching it. Despite being desiccated, its abdomen eerily twitched. Lu Anin pulled out a dagger and sliced open her palm, letting blood infused with her spiritual power trickle down as bait. In the next moment, a split opened on the corpse's abdomen, and out crawled a chubby white worm covered with tiny feelers, following the scent of blood and inching toward Lu Anin. The instant the sorcerer's worm fully emerged, Lu Anin flung her blade with precision, pinning it in place. Following this, she withdrew several yellow talismans from her small bag, carefully choosing the one she needed. At this time, Lu Xuanran and Jin Fenghua tiptoed into the room, but could not help staring wide-eyed, confusion filling their hearts. What's going on? Why has the plot suddenly gotten so strange? Where did all these talismans come from? Unable to contain himself, Lu Xuanran burst out asking, Sister, where did you get all these talismans? Lu Anin maintained her calm demeanor. Oh, I met my elder sister during the show earlier. She gave them to me, and they're proving useful right now. With that said, she just found the exact talisman she was looking for, swiftly sticking it onto the body of the worm. Once the talisman disappeared, she burned the worm and quietly slipped another charm into her pocket, muttering softly. Alright, now let's go find the sorcerer. Chapter 178, Surrounding the Poison Master. Jin Fenghua's eyelids twitched slightly, and he blurted out a question. So we can find them this way? Lu Anin calmly nodded. Our sect always produces top-quality items. Let's hurry, or they'll escape. She urged the two still in shock, and the group immediately headed to the location of the incident. Inside the car, Lu Anin kept glancing at her watch from time to time. It had been 2 hours since the text message sent by Pei Sheng. Furrowing her brows slightly, she was unsure about what Pei Sheng had meant. Was he planning another kidnapping? Or was he already at the incident site? While lost in thought, she suddenly realized that she hadn't even asked for the specific location of the so-called incident site, so she softly inquired of Jin Fenghua beside her. Grandpa Jin, where exactly is the incident site? Jin Fenghua responded gravely. It's at the airport. The deceased was a passenger who just got off the plane. Upon hearing this, Lu Anin's eyes contracted sharply. She instantly grasped Pei Sheng's true intention. He was planning to take her away. She took a deep breath, fell silent, and let her thoughts swirl within her chest. Time seemed to freeze. After a long while, Lu Anin pulled out her little red flag again from her pocket and handed it to Lu Xuanran. Amid his worried and uneasy gaze, she smiled and tried her best to make her voice sound as calm as ever, without any trace of ripples. Third brother, I suddenly remember what Fu Jian said last time. He wants my little red flag and a pair of matching sleeves with me. Can you please help me give them to him when you return to the ward later? Then, she turned around and said to Jin Fenghua, Grandpa Jin, the poison master is very dangerous. With third brother here, I fear I will be restricted. Could you first send third brother back to the hospital? And if possible, could you arrange a few more people to protect the patients in the ward, including my eldest brother? After hearing her words, Jin Fenghua internally agreed with the logic of her request. Alright, we'll do as you say. We'll first send your third brother back to the hospital, and I'll have the people in the car behind follow along. Lu Anin smiled faintly, nodding gently. Then, she turned her gaze to Lu Xuanran, noticing his stunned expression and his anxious eyes. She joked, What's wrong, third brother? Are you upset because you aren't allowed to go? Well, too bad. You going would only slow your sister down. Lu Xuanran opened his mouth, about to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Anin. Oh, by the way, third brother, don't forget to give Fu Jian the little red flag. From the determination on his younger sister's face, Lu Xuanran understood her resolve. The tight grip on the small red flag made his knuckles turn white. A sense of unease surged in his heart like tidal waves, yet he forced himself to stay composed, gently reminding Lu Anin, Anin, don't get hurt. Your brother is waiting for you. Lu Anin smiled and nodded, lowering her head to let the fallen strands of hair conceal her tearful eyes, then fell silent. The atmosphere inside the car became suddenly heavy and oppressive. They arrived at the hospital in silence. After stepping out of the car, Lu Xuanran lingered, staring at Lu Anin for a prolonged moment. His low, deep voice carried an almost imperceptible note of sorrow. Sister, your third brother will wait for you to come home. Lu Anin felt her nose grow slightly sore, but forced herself to raise a bright smile, playfully tilting her head. Understood. Third brother, you should go upstairs now. We're setting off. After speaking, she rolled up the car window, and under Lu Xuanran's watchful eyes, the convoy departed from the hospital. Only when the sight of Lu Anin disappeared completely did Lu Xuanran climb into the elevator with a few people guarding him. Upon entering the ward, Lu Xuanran practically thrust the small red flag into Fu Jian's hands, his tone urgent. Fu Jian, quickly. Anin specifically asked me to hand you this red flag. Connect it to her position. If she disappears at the airport, only you can find her. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Jian's face before it was replaced by profound seriousness, and a cold chill enveloped him. Instinctively, he reached out, grabbed his phone, and after connecting to the red flag, his gaze was firmly fixed on the jumping cursor on the screen. Ding dong. A soft chime broke the room's stillness. The screen lit up, revealing a message sent moments ago by Lu Anin. Though brief, it was laden with meaning. Only you can find me, Fu Jian. I'm waiting for you. These few words triggered a surge of uneasiness within Fu Jian, which had been barely restrained by rationality, now rising like a torrential wave, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. As he struggled to calm himself, an unexpected event occurred. On the screen, the little red dot representing Lu Enin's location vanished without warning. His pupils contracted sharply. Ignoring the pain from his wound, all he wanted was to quickly find Lu Enin. Just as he took a step forward, excruciating pain invaded his mind, and countless unfamiliar, fragmented memories flooded into his consciousness. Much later, his eyes regained clarity, and all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. He finally understood the deeper meaning behind Lu Enin's words. Only you can find me. To the airport. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly grabbed his phone and left the ward in hurried strides. On the other side, after arriving at the airport, Lu Enin was just about to follow the heat of the talisman to locate someone when, upon entering the terminal, she noticed that the police who had been stationed there were all afflicted by the Gu technique, their expressions vacant due to the spell cast on them. Lu Enin's gaze met with the sinister look from the Gu master, her tone icily frigid. Are you so eager to die? The Gu master's voice was chilling. Miss Lu, if I die, you won't survive either. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Enin's lips. The last person who said that to me probably has weeds as tall as you growing on his grave now. Yet here I still am, alive and well. The Gu master shook his head lightly, the malevolence on his face deepening. Miss Lu, I'm not like that useless waste of space, Lu Yanhua. I'm far more useful than her. Impatient to continue this banter, Lu Enin handed all the anti-Gu pills she had to Jean Fenghua without further ado, quietly instructing. Grandpa Jean, please make sure to take precautions, cover everything thoroughly, just like the procedures from the Research Institute. You handle rescuing them, and I'll capture the Gu master. Jean Fenghua's brow knitted tightly together, his gaze filled with worry. Enin, I'll send some people with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lu Enin shook her head in refusal. No, the Gu master is covered in bugs you can't possibly handle. I have my elder sister's talisman, don't worry about me. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Enin shot forward, speeding straight toward the Gu master. Spotting Lu Enin drawing closer, the Gu master's eyes flickered with sharpness but did not engage her directly. Instead, he used this chance to swiftly lead her toward the pre-designated location. A glimmer of comprehension flashed through Lu Enin's eyes. It was exactly as she'd thought, to lure her away. With a light flick of her fingertips around her needle, she followed the Gu master as they twisted and turned. When she saw him slowing down, knowing that they must have reached the destination, she unleashed the needle charged with spiritual energy straight at the Gu master's neck in an instant. In no time, the Gu master collapsed on the ground. Lu Enin slapped several talismans onto the Gu master, watching as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood and passed out limply. Only after confirming that there wasn't a single trace of Gu insect left on him did she nimbly tie him up and toss him aside. Having completed all of this, Lu Enin promptly sent Jean Fenghua her current location. Lifting her head, she happened to lock gazes with Zhu Zhe's smiling eyes. Zhu Zhe gently raised a hand, making an inviting gesture, his tone gentle. Miss Lu, this way, the master is waiting for you. Chapter 179, leaving the airport with Zhu Zhe. Lu Enin quietly slipped her phone back into her pocket and walked calmly to Zhu Zhe, her tone even and steady. Let's go. Zhu Zhe's eyes flickered slightly as a trace of surprise crossed his face, clearly not expecting Lu Enin to be so composed. He was puzzled and decided to ask outright. Miss Lu seems not surprised by my appearance. Lu Enin glanced at him lightly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her lips. With beads practically flying in my face, what's there to be shocked about? Hearing this, Zhu Zhe first hesitated momentarily, then bowed his head with a mild smile, his voice gentle. Miss Lu is indeed clever. He paused briefly, then chuckled. For safety considerations, both yours and mine, I'm afraid I'll have to temporarily take your phone. Please understand and cooperate. Tisk, another overused phone confiscation scene. Lu Enin inwardly snorted, but outwardly showed no change in expression, handing over her phone without hesitation or struggle. Zhu Zhe frowned slightly. Lu Enin's unexpected compliance stirred an inexplicable oddity in his heart. He reached out to take Lu Enin's phone and instinctively tried to unlock it. But just as his fingertip touched the screen, he felt a light hand from Lu Enin pressing it down. Looking up, he met Lu Enin's icy gaze filled with a warning. Mr. Zhu, I've already handed over the phone. Attempting to unlock it isn't a bit overbearing. After hearing this, Zhu Zhe slightly hesitated, then smiled apologetically, placing the phone into a sealed bag. Miss Lu, I've overstepped boundaries. Please follow me. With that, Zhu Zhe led Lu Enin through another side of the airport and boarded a waiting private jet. As the plane ascended gently, Lu Enin's gaze swept across Zhu Zhe, who was absorbed in reviewing documents on the other side. A thought flickered in her mind, and curiosity led her to ask, what's your relationship with Pei Sheng? The motion of turning pages by Zhu Zhe suddenly halted. He didn't answer directly, raising his eyes cautiously after a brief pause. His gaze carried a touch of inquiry as he asked her in return, why does Miss Lu ask? Lu Enin slightly lowered her eyelids, the light flicker of her eyes between her lashes. Just curious. You've done everything you can for Pei Sheng. Why? Did he save your life? It's because the master wants. Their gazes intersected in the air. In that instant, his thoughts grew hazy, and he was involuntarily drawn to reveal his secrets. However, just as the critical word was about to spill from his lips, he suddenly became alert, his consciousness returning as clear as ever, his gaze also clearing. His eyes unconsciously swept past Lu Enin, uneasiness rippling in his heart. After slowly calming down, he spoke carefully, imbued with deeper meaning. Miss Lu has impressive hypnosis skills. Luinen slightly tilted her mouth. Mutual admiration, but your ability to break out of hypnosis so quickly surprises me too. Both master and servant are anomalies. The master cannot be hypnotized directly, while he recovers his wits himself. Feeling drained of all strength and resources, Juzei cautiously retracted his vision. The reasons for his previous setbacks before her finally made sense now. Recalling their deep conversation in the hospital ward last time, Juzei was jolted with awareness, realizing he might have underestimated Luinen's proficiency in the realm of hypnosis from the start. When he'd heard Pei Sheng suggest indirectly that Luinen's hypnosis was futile, a hint of disdain had crossed his mind. Now reflecting on it, Luinen's hypnosis abilities surpass his own. He could not successfully hypnotize someone without external assistance. Juzei's eyes flickered faintly. It seemed that going forward, he must try to avoid meeting Luinen's gaze as much as possible. Realizing that no more information could be dug from Juzei, Luinen ceased attempting further and simply closed her eyes to sleep. Silence enveloped the aircraft. An unknown amount of time passed before Lu Unin was awoken. Miss Lu, we've arrived. It's time to disembark. In the moment Juzei approached her, Lu Unin instinctively became alert. Her eyes snapped open, and she subtly brought out a hidden dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against Juzei's neck before casually withdrawing it. Apologies, Mr. Zhu. It's just a long-held habit. For your safety, I advise you not to approach me closely next time. Having said that, she slowly rose and leisurely walked towards the cabin door. Behind her, Juzei touched the slight wound on his neck, drawing in a breath of cold air. His eyes reflected a mix of complicated emotions. The moment Lu Unin stepped out of the aircraft, she saw 4 bodyguards awaiting her on the tarmac. As they noticed her descent, a female bodyguard greeted her with a polite smile. Welcome to Unnamed Island, Miss Lu. Please get into the car. Our master awaits. Lu Unin furrowed her delicate eyebrows. You say this is an island? The female bodyguard offered a polite, almost formulaic smile. Yes, Miss Lu. This is our master's private island, extremely secluded. Rest assured, the security measures here are very stringent. You don't need to worry about safety. From defense to service, everything is well prepared for you. Should you have any needs, simply give us a command, and we will do our best to meet them without troubling you further. As for leaving the island, we have both planes and boats available for your convenience. If you wish to return, you only need to discuss with our master. We hope Miss Lu enjoys her time on the island. Upon hearing this, Luinen raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle flicker crossing her eyes. Pei Sheng sure knows how to pick his subordinates. Listen to that speech. Highly secluded island, hard for outsiders to find, excellent security, between the lines implying, we're overwhelming in numbers, and you cannot match us. Also saying I can't leave unless I depend on Pei Sheng. TSK. No wonder he likes to delegate all matters to his underlings. They're all sharp-witted. She nodded, accepting the situation. All right, let's go. I'll meet your master. The female bodyguard gestured politely for Lu Unin to get into the car, then Juzei also entered. The group drove away from the airstrip. During the journey, Lu Unin observed the security deployment around the island discreetly. Roughly every 100 meters, she noticed groups of patrolling bodyguards, causing her gaze to darken slightly. The security on this island really is as strict as she said. I hope a yin comes with enough backup when he arrives. Her mind raced with thoughts as the vehicle slowly came to a stop in front of a villa by the sea. The female bodyguard escorted Lu Unin out of the car, smiling gently. Miss Lu, please follow me into the villa for a quick makeup session before you join the master for dinner by the beach. Lu Unin squinted slightly, revealing hints of impatience in her expression. What class does Pei Sheng think he belongs to? Am I supposed to undergo a makeover just to eat dinner with him? Tell him to take a hike. Chapter 180, Dining with Pei Sheng. Lu Unin firmly refused the unreasonable request that they make up her appearance. With no other choice, Juzei walked to one side and dialed Pei Sheng's phone, reporting the delicate and tense situation over there. Lu Unin had her arms crossed in front of her chest, observing Juzei's glances from time to time, occasionally turning his head to scrutinize her. She chuckled inwardly. Is Pei Sheng really into me? Why does he care about what I'm wearing? Who is he recalling through me? After a brief moment, Juzei ended the call, strolling back slowly with a warm and polite smile on his face as he invited Lu Unin to get into the car. Miss Lu, please get in the car. I will take you to the seaside. Lu Unin narrowed her eyes slightly, not asking Juzei what exactly he said about her on the phone, but silently slid into the car, creating a moment of silent stillness. After seeing Lu Unin in the car, Juzei walked around the car body, sat in the driver's seat, and started the vehicle, which slowly drove towards the azure coastline. Lu Unin cast an investigative gaze at the back of Juzei's head. After some silence, she opened her mouth and asked, what kind of medicine is Pei Sheng selling by the sea? Juzei responded ambiguously. Miss Lu, you'll know when you get there. Lu Unin's lips curled with a trace of faint sarcasm. Really funny, aren't we? Pei Sheng and I are sworn enemies who can never reconcile, yet he tries all this mysterious drama. Juzei's smile remained standard and elegant, unaffected in any way. Miss Lu, I am just carrying out orders, completing the tasks given by my master. As for what my master has planned, I truly have no idea. Lu Unin snorted softly with laughter and then fell silent. In a short while, the car came to a steady stop at the seaside. Stepping out of the car, Lu Unin saw a scene before her that was exquisitely arranged, like a dreamland refined and picturesque, as if it were a romantic rendezvous spot by the sea. Over there, Pei Sheng was dressed in a white shirt, paired with tailored black trousers, looking extraordinarily formal, his gaze fixed directly on her. Luinen carefully examined Pei Sheng's outfit, then glanced down at her own oversized elementary school hoodie, her lips twitching. Come on, I can't help it, isn't he crazy? What is this, a romantic dinner? We should be holding knives and cutting each other instead. How fitting is this romantic dinner? She felt increasingly off, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, with a look of speechlessness on her face. At this point, Juzé subtly sent a glance toward Luinen's back, where two bodyguards had already quietly stood. Understanding immediately, they seized Luinen, ignoring her resistance, and forced her in front of Pei Sheng. She reluctantly looked up, meeting the amused expression on Pei Sheng's face. Unin, don't you want to have dinner with me? Hearing these words, Luinen couldn't help but roll her eyes exaggeratedly, her tone tinged with both mockery and incredulity. Impossible. Seriously, no one would want to eat with someone who wants to kill them, right? Pei Sheng's lips curled with a faint smile, seemingly unmoved by Luinen's sarcasm. He smoothly pulled out the nearby delicate chair, staring deeply and unfathomably at Luinen, and slowly spoke, sit here. Luinen held Pei Sheng's gaze expressionlessly for a moment. Seeing his serene demeanor with no hint of mockery, she cautiously stepped forward and sat on the chair. Following closely behind, Pei Sheng elegantly sat opposite Luinen. Supporting his chin casually, he nonchalantly asked, don't you think this scene feels familiar? Luinen's heartstrings were slightly stirred. Recalling that Pei Sheng always remembered memories from their previous lives, she faintly wrinkled her brows and looked around. Unable to piece together any matching scenes from her memory, she slightly lowered her eyelids and answered indifferently, not really. Pei Sheng was momentarily stunned and then laughed aloud. Luinen, it's clear you've lost your past memories. Luinen threw a grape into her mouth without concern. As facts prove, lacking those cumbersome memories doesn't prevent me from being a better match for you. Pei Sheng leaned back lightly against the chair backrest, a smile creeping onto his lips, full of enigmatic charm. However, currently, you're on my territory. Luinen let out a derisive laugh. Did your faithful henchman number one not tell you? Do you think I came here willingly? Pei Sheng paused momentarily, comprehension dawning on him as his eyebrows lifted slightly. And see? Even after losing your memories, you understand me so well, and I also comprehend what kind of person you are. Isn't this proof that we are perfectly matched, meant to be together? Upon hearing these words, Luinen shivered with disgust, unable to bear it any longer, saying, Pei Sheng, it's just that my IQ happens to be higher than yours, predicting more accurately, but your understanding of me is far from adequate, and... She paused briefly, then relaxed her body, leaning casually against the chair back with a calm tone, enunciating each word slowly. I have no memory of all my past lives, let alone being the Luinen you know so well. From the start of this story, you are merely an enemy destined to die before me. Don't overestimate your own importance, nor say such nauseating words that ruin my appetite. A flicker of complex and indecipherable profundity crossed Pei Sheng's eyes, but he still wore a carefree smile, as if completely unaffected by Luinen's sharp words. TSK, every word like a needle, piercing the heart. However, my feelings for you, Anin, are sincere and profound. I truly cherish them deeply. The face from her master's courtyard flashed in Luinen's mind, the one that caused her immense heartache every time she thought of it. A wave of anger and ferocity surged within her chest. She smirked coldly. Pei Sheng, do you even know what liking someone means? Her gaze was direct and her words icy. You attempt to harm my loved ones, and after your schemes are exposed, you mercilessly kill those who worked for you. Now, you even don't hesitate to massacre innocents just to lure me here. You don't like me. You're simply trying to fulfill your own selfish desires. Pei Sheng's amused expression slightly froze under these accusations. He stared silently at Luinen, his eyes seemingly hiding deep, unfathomable whirlpools. After a brief moment, he chuckled softly, his laughter growing louder and echoing through the air. Luinen watched unmoved as Pei Sheng laughed uncontrollably. Pei Sheng's laughter finally subsided gradually. He wiped away the tears formed from laughing, his voice low and solemn. Luinen, I must admit, this version of you is indeed more interesting than any other before. It's no wonder that even the ever-cold observer decided to personally step in to help you. He paused momentarily, his penetrating gaze fixed on Luinen as his tone carried both intrigue and hidden meaning. But Luinen, do you really think what they've told you is necessarily the truth? Chapter 181. What is the truth? Luinen's heart tightened abruptly, and the imminent accusation on the tip of her tongue was forcibly swallowed back. Instead, it transformed into a derisive smile. Do you really think I would believe the words of an enemy who wants to kill me? Pei Sheng shook his head gently. Unin, from the beginning to the end, I've never had any intention to harm you. All I've done is trying to clear away the useless people around you who hinder your path. I don't feel there's anything wrong with that. Luinen's anger flared instantly, yet her face remained calm. Who are you calling waste? Pei Sheng instinctively replied. The waste refers to your family. Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly became aware and let out a helpless laugh. You're still pretty childish. However, the next second, he signaled the bodyguard standing at a distance who had been on standby all along to come over. He himself also stood up, walked to Luinen's side, extended his hand, and smiled warmly. Inen, since you have no appetite for food, shall we take a stroll by the seaside? The scenery here is actually quite nice. Luinen's face was cold and expressionless. No, we are not the kind of relationship that can go strolling by the sea together. Pei Sheng slowly retracted his hand, lightly rubbing the jade ring on his thumb, hiding a trace of incomprehensible emotion in his voice. Don't you feel curious about who the indifferent object I mentioned earlier could be? Luonin remained silent for a moment before speaking. If you call me dad 3 times, I'll go. Pei Sheng. He lifted his hand and rubbed his forehead, giving the 2 bodyguards a glance. In an instant, the 2 bodyguards understood without a word, moving forward in harmony, one on each side lifting Luonin so her feet left the ground, leaving her firmly standing before Pei Sheng. Hold on. No, 3 times isn't necessary, 1 time is negotiable. Really, must resort to this tactic? My legs aren't broken. Quickly, set Grandma down, or I'll use force. Luonin shouted, kicking her legs, unable to touch the ground. Her gaze flickered as she was about to use some clever strength to break free when Pei Sheng's steady voice rang out beside her ear. "Anin, I know you're good at martial arts and medicine, but don't forget, these are all my people. Are you sure you want to cross blades with all of them?" He blinked softly, feigning innocence. "Maybe. You like being carried?" Luonin, upon hearing this, pouted and unwillingly capitulated. All right, Daddy will go. Let them release me." Pei Sheng acted as if he didn't hear, merely waving his hand slightly to signal the 2 bodyguards to release Luonin, then invited her with a sideways step. "Let's go." Luonin rolled her eyes and strode ahead, while Pei Sheng followed her pace leisurely, giving a gesture to the bodyguards behind him. Before long, more than 20 bodyguards had joined their procession quietly behind them. On the way, the atmosphere was heavy with silence, until the vast expanse of blue coastline came into view. Luonin suddenly turned her head, her brows furrowed with impatience, and she blurted something only to force herself to pivot mid-sentence. "Look." Her eyes swept over the dense group of bodyguards behind her, swallowing the unspoken part of her statement and replacing it with, "Pei Sheng, you scheming son of a gun. You lied to Grandma, didn't you?" This old lady just reluctantly cooperated because Pei Sheng didn't seem like he was going to kill her. Seeing this, Pei Sheng shrugged lightly, a touch of innocence gleaming in his eyes. "I did not lie to you. It's just that since we're heading out to sea, I brought more bodyguards to ensure our safety. That doesn't sound unreasonable, does it?" Luonin exclaimed in surprise. "Going out to sea? Didn't you say we were just taking a stroll by the beach?" Pei Sheng grinned. "I didn't say incorrectly. Once we reach the beach, going out to sea for a walk." Luonin. "Calm down, Huff. Stay calm. Try enduring a few more hours. Wait for someone to come, and I'll show him what it means to shatter darkness with thunder." She forced out a grinding smile. "So why are we going out to sea?" Pei Sheng stared deeply at Luonin with meaningful eyes and slowly said, "Of course, to find answers to questions." Upon hearing this, Luonin narrowed her eyes slightly, already sensing that Pei Sheng harbored ill intentions. But after considering the purpose of her journey, her eyes dimmed slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up faintly. "All right, I'd love to see what great idea you concoct." Pei Sheng. His mouth twitched a little. He pointed to the cruise ship silently moored behind Luonin and said, "Then let's get on board together." Luonin followed Pei Sheng onto the cruise ship, and behind them, the large group of bodyguards also boarded the cruise ship, quickly and orderly dispersing across various areas of the vessel to carry out their duties. However, there were always 2 bodyguards following closely behind the 2 of them. Standing on the deck, Luonin's eyes involuntarily landed on the 2 bodyguards. She couldn't help but frown slightly, a growing sense of foreboding spreading in her heart. Damn, isn't Pei Sheng really going to throw me into the sea? No, just in case, I'll still bring the water-repelling talisman given to me by my senior fellow disciple. She then thought about the number of bodyguards she had seen on shore, and feeling the needles and sleeping drugs on her person, she became slightly more reassured. Thankfully, these should be enough for me to save myself. But upon reflection, Pei Sheng's idea to go out to sea isn't half bad. If it's only him and these people, it'll be far easier than dealing with him on the island. On the surface, Luonin remained calm, but from the corner of her eye, she secretly glanced at the intricate cuffs of her sleeves. Shouldn't Yin have figured out my location by now? Just as her thoughts were weaving through her mind, Pei Sheng's actions came completely unexpected. He suddenly rushed close without warning, and before Luonin could react, he had already scooped her up at the waist and launched into a swift leap. In an instant, they plunged into the deep sea. Splash! The water splashed wildly, breaking the serenity of the ocean. Luonin was about to unleash a string of scolding words over Pei Sheng's reckless behavior when she noticed him tightly gripping a sharp dagger. Without allowing any protest, he thrust it forcibly into her palm, taking her hand next, and drove it powerfully toward his own chest. Startled, Luonin caught fleeting glimpses of vague images in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, there was no time to further grasp those memories. She quickly struggled, forcefully pushing Pei Sheng away, and the knife slipped from her grip as both of them began to sink slowly. Luonin almost forgot that she was still in the sea, opening her mouth to shout a few curses, which came out as bubbles. Regaining awareness, she angrily raised her hand, manipulating the surrounding seawater into striking a slap across Pei Sheng's face and pulling him upward towards the surface. When their figures finally emerged from the water, she couldn't help yelling furiously. "Pei Sheng, what the hell are you doing? Are you fucking insane?" The guards aboard the cruise ship, quick on the uptake, jumped down swiftly and securely returned Luonin and Pei Sheng to the cruise deck. Gazing at Luonin, whose red eyes glared with anger, Pei Sheng smiled gently. "Unin, even if I told you certain things, you wouldn't believe me. It might be better to let you recall them on your own. After all, one's own experiences and memories are always the most genuine. By then, you will naturally understand that I have never lied to you, even once, haven't I?" Chapter 182. Let her wish come true. Luanin's body trembled slightly as the scenes she had momentarily suppressed for survival flooded back into her mind once again. Lord, I only wish for my family to live. I am willing to trade everything I have in exchange. Please grant me your blessing. The desperate young girl fell to her knees, humbly prostrating herself beneath the exalted deity who seemed compassionate yet cold and indifferent, praying for a flicker of hope for her family. But this god refused to take responsibility for such a troublesome matter. After all, it was just a world on the brink of extinction, nothing more than an insignificant trifle in his long and tedious existence, unable to stir even the smallest wave within him. From above, the deity coldly observed the grieving girl kneeling below, persistently seeking an outcome. Suddenly, he recalled that not long ago, many others had knelt before him like this, begging him to extend a helping hand to save their collapsing world. Recalling these past supplicants, an inexplicable ripple of interest stirred within him, giving rise to a sense of curiosity. His emotionless eyes swept over the girl below as he nonchalantly examined the state of the small world. To his surprise, he found among those who had once sought his assistance included the eternal nemesis of the girl before him across several lifetimes. The deity then projected a scene before the girl's eyes where she saw the same exhausted man fervently pleading, "Please restore everything as it was. I want her wishes to come true." To his satisfaction, hatred faded from the girl's face, leaving behind confusion and collapse. Leisurely supporting his chin with one hand, his tone calm but cruel, he said, "Go back. It's clear in the set storyline, none of you were supposed to die. You've deviated from your preordained path. Why should I pay for your mistakes?" Rejecting their plea, merely out of whimsy, the deity accelerated their recovery of memories with each rebirth. He wondered if knowing all the truths about their unchangeable fates would lead the little world to crumble faster. Not long after, the deity knew the answer, yet never expected it came at the cost of himself. For too long, the head of the Space-Time Management Bureau, intolerant of the deity's indifference towards life and malicious manipulation, eventually united all the characters manipulated by him, along with the increasingly weak Tian Dao of the little world, pulling the deity down from his throne. In exchange for their final chance at rebirth, a story where they could write their own paths without being dominated by the deity's will, they would pay the price. Should they fail to alter the predetermined ending, everyone would be doomed to eternal oblivion. Luanin stood dumbfounded, fragmented memories flashing through her mind, including those sealed away by her master returning fully. Amongst them, she vividly remembered when she intruded into her master's forbidden rear mountain. What she saw there startled her. Pei Sheng was deep amidst a sea of flowers, playing chess with her master. Luanin sharply looked up, locking her gaze onto Pei Sheng, her voice trembling faintly. "You? Could you be?" Pei Sheng's lips curled with a hint of playful mischief, his tone laden with profound implication. "And in this world, your master didn't just take you as a disciple." Stunned, Luanin asked, "Why did master conceal this from me?" Pei Sheng let out a soft laugh tinged with faint sarcasm. "And our conflict today between protagonist and antagonist stems from our own choices. Since we can't be affectionate siblings, I told your master that I wouldn't become his disciple and he mustn't inform you of my existence. But I didn't expect that old man would also seal your memories." Gradually calming down, Luanin's mind lit up with clarity. Falling into the ocean, was that the end of our previous life? Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng abruptly raised his head, directly meeting Luanin's eyes with a touch of hidden coldness. "Luanin, it seems your memory is still incomplete." With that revelation in her heart, Luanin responded not with words, but with another question. "Master mentioned that your goal is to destroy this small world, and every move you make appears to be a repeat of past patterns. Then why are you?" Her voice faltered somewhat hesitantly, unable to fully articulate the lingering question. Understanding her doubt, Pei Sheng completed her unfinished sentence with a trace of mockery in his tone. "Why precisely do I help fulfill your wish? Is that it?" He lightly lowered his eyelids, concealing the self-mockery and loneliness in his eyes, and slowly spoke. "I just don't want a life controlled by others like you do. Letting your wish come true is merely my way to find an exit out of the fixed script for myself. That's all." Luanin was suddenly caught off guard. She vaguely felt that perhaps there was some untruth in Pei Sheng's words, but their long-standing opposing stances also stopped her from having any inclination to delve deeper into their authenticity. She fell silent for a moment, then slowly stood up, gazing at Pei Sheng with an air of superiority, her eyes reflecting doubts that had been buried in her heart since the day she landed on the island. "Did you go through such painstaking efforts just to reveal these things to me?" Pei Sheng also stood up, deeply concealing his thoughts, putting back on his carefree facade. "Of course not. I just changed my mind on a whim. Luanin, I must thank Fu Jian. The fact that you're with him has led me to discover the most perfect ending for this story." Luanin's heart sank abruptly, a foreboding sense surging within her like an undercurrent. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. "What do you intend to do?" Pei Sheng's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he calmly replied. "Once everyone gathers, you will know." Then, as if something crossed his mind, he added, "Oh, that's right. You seem to have forgotten the entanglements from our past lives. When everyone arrives, it'll be a good opportunity to remind you. How can such intriguing events be left for me to recall alone?" Luanin's pupils contracted sharply. "Pei Sheng, what are you implying?" Pei Sheng gracefully accepted the white towel handed to him by his bodyguard nearby and gently wiped the water off his body without acknowledging Luanin's questioning. He gave a soft command instead. "Escort Miss Lu to change clothes." Subsequently, he turned his head, staring at Luonin with amused and anticipatory eyes despite his gentle tone, which caused Luonin an involuntary shiver. Make sure to prepare for reinforcements Miss Lu might bring over. Chapter 183, Grand Finale, Part 1. A nearby bodyguard quickly stepped forward, intending to lift Luonin as they had done before. However, at this moment, Luonin, troubled by the words of Pei Sheng, was in a disordered state of mind and wanted to punch someone. She flung the bodyguards who approached her aside with one hand each, ready to step forward and beat up Pei Sheng. But Pei Sheng's haunting threat stopped her actions. And then, be obedient. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that nothing will happen in Jing City again. Luonin suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, slowly unclenched her fists, and scanned Pei Sheng with icy eyes. Her sarcastic remark didn't even leave her lips when it was interrupted by the sudden roaring sound of a helicopter from afar. Luonin looked up and saw several helicopters hovering towards the cruise ship with great momentum. The door of the leading helicopter was wide open, revealing a familiar figure. Luonin recognized the person, which caused panic in her heart. Damn, how did they arrive so fast? This dead Pei Sheng still hasn't disclosed his intentions. Should I tell them to return by the same route? She furrowed her brows, but her gaze immediately sharpened with determination. Pei Sheng anticipated Fu Yan would come. I'm afraid what he intends to do will involve Fu Yan. Once I can perceive Fu Yan's thoughts, I'll ask them to return, telling them I can handle it alone. They must stay alive. Before Luonin's thoughts subsided, Fu Yan's disapproving voice resounded in her mind. I disagree. We've already arrived. How can we fly back without engaging? Luonin, her expression slightly twisted. Is this cheating? Despite the distance, his voice is so clear. Is this reasonable? Is this right? During their silent confrontation, the helicopter steadily hovered above the cruise ship, casting a shadow. Pei Sheng looked clearly at the people on the helicopter, raised his eyebrows, and with a flicker of malevolence in his eyes, said mockingly, Tisk, although I knew he would come, seeing him still pisses me off. At this time, Zhu Zhe, who had been standing in the background, took a slow step forward and asked cautiously, yet with slight unease in his steady voice. Master, shall we take this opportunity to kill them? Pei Sheng calmly continued wiping the water droplets from his body, maintaining an even tone. No need. Let them land. I'm going to change my clothes. After all, esteemed guests have arrived. You make sure the necessary preparations are made so that our esteemed guests feel no disrespect. After speaking, he glanced at Luonin, who was staring blankly at the helicopter, and his lips curled into a faint smirk as he spoke again. Watch her closely and prevent any irrelevant person from approaching. Zhu Zhe's brows slightly creased. His ambiguous gaze fell upon Luonin, and just as Pei Sheng turned to look at him, Zhu Zhe rapidly lowered his eyelids, appearing obedient as he slightly nodded in agreement. Pei Sheng's cold gaze swept over Zhu Zhe's face as if he had perceived Zhu Zhe's thoughts, giving a light warning. Xiao Yi, don't do anything unnecessary. Zhu Zhe's body imperceptibly trembled. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, hanging at his sides. A flash of reluctance passed through his eyes, and he finally murmured softly, Understood, master. Only then did Pei Sheng turn around and stride firmly towards the cabin. After watching Pei Sheng disappear onto the deck, Zhu Zhe turned and gave a look to the bodyguards. All the bodyguards gathered on the deck immediately surrounded Luonin in a circle, their movements uniform. In silence, they pulled out their firearms from hidden spots, aiming the black barrels directly at the nearby helicopter, poised to strike. Luonin was startled by the commotion. Her eyes darted around the deck only to find that Pei Sheng had vanished. Frowning, she asked Zhu Zhe, Zhu Zhe, where's your master? Zhu Zhe replied gently, Miss Lu, the master has gone to change clothes in the cabin to welcome the esteemed guest. Do you need to change too? Luonin rolled her eyes, sarcastically remarking, Oh, Pei Sheng really fancies himself as a girl playing dress-up games, huh? Zhu Zhe's lips curved slightly into a gentle smile, but he did not respond. Luonin lifted her chin toward the ring of bodyguards encircling her and asked, Is this your master's order or your own initiative? Zhu Zhe's smile widened. Miss Lu, for both sides not to become hostile as soon as we meet, and to ensure the next interaction goes smoothly and harmoniously, as a matter of prudence, I suggest you temporarily stand with us. This way, not only will your safety be assured, but it will also put everyone here at ease. Isn't that right? Of course, more importantly, it clears a space for the passengers to disembark. Luonin sneered with a cold laugh. Suggestion? Zhu Zhe, your shamelessness has truly surprised me. Zhu Zhe's smile never diminished as he responded graciously. Miss Lu, you flatter me. Luonin slightly narrowed her eyes, exchanging a silent and cryptic gaze with Fu Yan. You must promise me that everything from here on out will follow my lead, and no decisions will be made for the organization without my say-so. I promised. Receiving Fu Yan's assurance, Luonin finally, under the impenetrable guard of bodyguards, slowly moved to stand behind Zhu Zhe. However, when Luonin saw everyone from the plane disembark, her lips couldn't help but twitch involuntarily. Wow, is this the grand finale? All protagonists, antagonists, and supporting characters are gathered. Facing her stood Fu Yan, Lu Wenjing, Lu Yanli, Lu Xuanran, Lu Yubai, alongside Gu Tingyan, Jin Yan, and even Shi Rang who had been highly active. None of them were missing. They had all gathered on the deck. An expressionless look crossed Luonin's face as it intersected with the worry-filled gazes of Lu Wenjing and the others, stirring a tide of sorrow within her. She let out a faint breath before sending them a reassuring glance, then turned an indescribable expression toward Fu Yan. Did I set up a party here? Why did you all come? Fu Yin blinked his innocent-looking eyes and hurriedly provided an explanation. They insisted on coming along. Plus, having more people boosts our fortune. With so many of us against Pei Sheng, victory will surely be within reach. Lu Ainan's eyelids flickered slightly. It does make some sense. Clap, clap, clap. A round of clapping broke the tense silence aboard the deck, drawing everyone's attention instinctively in its direction. Pei Sheng had changed into an extremely conspicuous dark red suit. As he continued clapping his hands, a smug grin lingered at the corner of his lips. Walking casually and steadily towards the group, his gaze scanned each face, his eyes glinting with inscrutable intentions, his tone cryptic. Not bad, quite lively. It seems everyone's here. Chapter 184, the grand finale middle. The expressions of everyone present suddenly became grave. Pei Sheng casually strolled to Lu Ainan's side, his eyes meeting Fu Jian's gaze in the air, and a subtle smirk appeared on his lips. Mr. Fu, I'm quite curious. How did you find your way here? His eyes deliberately lingered on the exquisite cuffs of Lu Ainan's sleeve, with an undertone of hidden meaning. The tracker was jammed the moment they left the airport, yet you managed to bring them here so quickly, which is quite unexpected. Lu Ainan felt a sudden drop in her heart, as if struck by something heavy, unable to believe it. Vocal. Pei Sheng actually knows about the tracker. Have I been outsmarted? Fu Jian's eyelashes trembled lightly. Pei Sheng knows more than Fu Jian had anticipated. Was he closely monitoring from the beginning, or did Master Ainan and him strike some kind of deal? As these thoughts whirled through his mind, Pei Sheng's voice broke through again, filled with intrigue. Strange, before this, I don't remember you being around at all. But why are you suddenly making such a presence known now? And also started dating my leading lady. Fu Jian's gaze gradually turned cold as he replied icily. She is not your leading lady. Pei Sheng snorted lightly. Mr. Fu's focus is indeed bizarre. What I'm asking is, how did you find us? Fu Jian maintained a tranquil expression, replying calmly. It's none of your concern. Pei Sheng's eyes slightly narrowed. Then he asked again. So who are you? Fu Jian lowered his eyelids, his tone cold. None of your business. Give my wife back to me. Pei Sheng laughed out loud upon hearing this. Return your wife? How about returning your father? Fu Jian gave Pei Sheng a critical glance. If you insist on recognizing my wife as your father, I can reluctantly provide some motherly love. Lu Ainan nearby. To be honest, I'm not fond of this kind of talk centered around me. It feels like they're dancing in the rain while I'm yelling at them to stop. In response to Fu Jian's grievance. Wife, look at him. Lu Ainan twitched the corner of her mouth. Be serious. Thus, Fu Jian continued his rebuttal against Pei Sheng. I don't care about titles, but if you must call me mom, I could also begrudgingly accept it. So, are you going to call? Lu Bianli and others nearly burst out laughing. Pei Sheng was momentarily stuck for words, finding it hard to maintain his composed persona, becoming irate. Fu Jian, what the hell do you think you're doing? Beside him, Lu Wenjing interrupted impatiently. Pei Sheng, what exactly do you want? Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng took a deep breath to regain his composure, then slowly scanned the people present, ultimately locking gazes with Qi Rang, whose tense and alert expression remained constant. He began speaking. Captain Qi, I am a timid man, easily losing control under noise. To avoid any mishaps, would you mind having your helicopter stay farther away from my ship? Qi Rang flicked his eyelid upward, sending a scornful glare laced with disdain. Once you return the person to us, I'll order them to leave immediately. A faint, indifferent smile curled on the edge of Pei Sheng's lips, full of implied depth in his tone. Is that so? Then I will need to resort to certain means as well. No sooner had the words left his lips when everyone's nerves tensed instantly, their wary eyes fixed firmly on Pei Sheng. At that very moment, another distant sound of helicopters echoed from the sky. Subsequently, a red dot appeared on Lu Ainan's body. It was the sight of a sniper rifle. Lu Ainan looked down at the red dot directly pointing at her heart. Taken aback, her mind raced briefly. Has this dead guy made such thorough preparations? Fu Jian's heart sank sharply, his lips tightening into a straight line, and unconsciously increasing the grip on his pocket. The unease that had been lingering in his heart escalated. However, before he could say anything to Lu Ainan, a dull yet sharp gunshot suddenly rang out. Lu Ainan's body shuddered violently, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Pei Sheng, you son of a gun. This time, you really intended to kill me. Witnessing this scene, all those present contracted their pupils. After the gunshot, a wound grazed by a bullet appeared on Lu Ainan's arm, blood oozing out, and almost simultaneously, several red laser dots appeared on her body. Pei Sheng, his gaze touching Lu Ainan's injured arm, revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes. He turned back and shot Zhu Zhe without hesitation in the arm, his tone icy. Xiao Yi, I told you not to overstep. Zhu Zhe, shaken by the force of the bullet, staggered backward with a pale face as he clutched his wound. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth and barely managed an admission of guilt. I've made a mistake. Lu Ainan dressed her own wound and raised her eyes to observe this exchange between the master and servant, attempting to sow discord. Zhu Zhe, you're so loyal to Pei Sheng, and yet he doesn't hesitate to shoot you. Why don't you betray him? It's better than risking it all when your master turns on you and leaves you without even a full body. Zhu Zhe shot Lu Ainan a cold glare in response. I will never betray my master. Pei Sheng's eyes flickered momentarily before he ordered someone to dress Zhu Zhe's wound. Then, turning his head to look at Lu Ainan, he narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with mockery. Ainan, your words hurt my feelings. I only hit my man because I wanted to do it for you. Lu Ainan snorted derisively. For me? Do you actually believe that yourself, Pei Sheng? There are at least 10 guns aiming at me right now. Don't fool yourself while acting. Pei Sheng shrugged nonchalantly and slowly approached Lu Anan. If you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do about it. No sooner had he spoken than he instantly held Lu Anan hostage, pressing a cold gun against her temple while subtly retreating toward the railing. Lowering his head, he whispered softly in her ear, in a voice only she could hear. Lu Anan, it'll be over soon. Lu Anan maintained her expression without showing any panic and replied calmly, Pei Sheng, you won't win. Upon hearing this, Pei Sheng chuckled lightly. That's uncertain, Anan. If even one person on the other side dies for your sake, then I won't lose. Lu Anan's gaze immediately became sharp, her tone growing colder. You dare. Pei Sheng chambered a round into the gun, pressing it closer to Lu Anan with a playful tone. Then let's try it. Pei Sheng's actions caused a sudden change in the expressions of everyone across the way. Lu Yanli shouted anxiously. Pei Sheng, let's talk it out peacefully. Hearing Lu Yanli's voice, Pei Sheng glanced briefly at her before fixing his gaze on Gu Tianjian's inscrutable face beside her. He arched an eyebrow and said meaningfully, with a lingering tone, Lu Yanli, the person next to you has kept a big secret from you. Would you like to know? Chapter 185, The Grand Finale, Part 2. Lu Anan, upon hearing Pei Sheng's words, instantly recalled what her senior sister had once mentioned, the fact that Pei Sheng had shared his good fortune with Gu Tingyan. Her brows slightly furrowed as she pondered this, and then opened her mind link to inform Lu Yanli about it. Big brother, what Pei Sheng is implying might be the thing regarding Gu Tingyan carrying a portion of his protagonist's luck. My senior sister once told me that Gu Tingyan could have made a deal with Pei Sheng, which resulted in him gaining some of Pei Sheng's fortune. I don't fully remember how or why they became related. However, big brother, no matter what Pei Sheng says next, please do not act rashly. Lu Anan subtly glanced at Pei Sheng and felt an odd sensation in her heart. I somehow feel that Pei Sheng's behavior is contradictory. I need to carefully listen to what he has to say. Lu Yanli heard Lu Anan's thoughts, but hadn't quite processed them yet. Once he realized what Lu Anan had said, he instinctively turned to glance at Gu Tingyan beside him. Then, he noticed that Gu Tingyan's face had already turned ghostly pale after Pei Sheng's words. Aware of Lu Yanli's gaze, Gu Tingyan didn't dare turn around. His fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white from exertion, and his slight trembling betrayed his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to remain silent. As Lu Yanli looked at Gu Tingyan's somewhat stiffened silhouette, his eyes flickered and he asked heavily, Did the secrets you hid from me harm my family or myself? Upon hearing this, Gu Tingyan froze momentarily before slowly turning his head to meet Lu Yanli's questioning gaze. Struggling to open his mouth, his suppressed voice carried an undertone of bitterness. I don't know. Closing his eyes briefly to suppress his emotions, Lu Yanli redirected his icy tone towards Pei Sheng. Oh, so tell me, what exactly did he hide from me? Pei Sheng tilted his head slightly with an amused expression, and his teasing remarks reached everyone's ears, stirring up great shock. My dear younger brother has been in cahoots with me for quite some time. I helped him secure Lu Yanli, while he assisted me by becoming your mole. Don't you find it strange? Why is Gu Tingyan always present when trouble occurs? Moreover, during the first time I kidnapped Lu Anan, why did I also choose to abduct Gu Tingyan? Lu Yanli pursed his lips. Why? Pei Sheng laughed lightly, continuing. That was because, with him around, I could use him to track how far my plans had progressed. And abducting him was merely to shift your focus onto him. My dear younger brother, obtaining my things isn't as easy as you think. Pei Sheng casually glanced aside, observing the increasingly pale face of Gu Tingyan, and smirked softly. But it has been rather entertaining nonetheless. If not for my dear younger brother, I wouldn't have been able to fully grasp each and every one of your actions. The vacation island, the poison insects, Yunling village, the abduction. Indeed, you've provided me with many unexpected pleasures. It's just unfortunate that you all have naively believed that Gu Tingyan was unrelated to those incidents, thus wasting my efforts. Lu Anan rolled her eyes. Wasting your effort? Or wasting your protagonist aura? Pei Sheng appeared surprised. Do you know what he exchanged with me? Lu Anan scoffed faintly. Pei Sheng, I suddenly figured out a few things. Would you mind analyzing whether my understanding is correct? Ignoring the gun pressed against her temple, she turned her head and locked her profound, emotionless gaze on Pei Sheng. She then spoke somberly. The condition you presented to my master was sharing your fortune, right? You gave your protagonist fate to Gu Tingyan so you could see through his perspective. During the incident in Yunling village, by the forbidden entrance, the sleeping drug was yours, and the hand choking me was yours too, wasn't it? At this statement, everyone around her trembled with shock, their hearts overwhelmed with disbelief over its surreal implications. What? This intense? Not only can destiny be gifted away, but it also allows possession? Lu Yubai's expression froze, his lips unconsciously muttering. My heavens! Is this world finally evolving into something I can't comprehend? Jin Yin blankly replied. It seems like I might need a Chinese-to-Chinese translation. Pei Sheng's demeanor faltered, stammering slightly. Ew. Lu Anan cut off Pei Sheng's speech and continued. When you kidnapped Gu Tingyan and forced me to make a choice, the person you truly intended to eliminate was Lu Yixian, right? Again, Pei Sheng hesitated, attempting to speak but being interrupted once more by Lu Anan's firm voice. Lu Rongyu, Lu Yanhua, Lu Yixian, and others were intentionally brought before my eyes by you. You've meticulously arranged these events for so long. The ones who died or were hurt were all people you intended. After pausing a few seconds, Lu Anan firmly concluded. Pei Sheng, you did all this deliberately. Her piercing glare fixed on Pei Sheng as she pronounced clearly. What exactly did you conspire with my master? Pei Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, and a long silence stretched between him and Luonin. After a while, a barely contained laugh escaped his throat. He looked deeply into Luonin's eyes with a complicated expression, but never gave her a direct answer to her question. Instead, he asked, Luonin, do you remember my wish? Upon hearing this, Luonin's eyes flickered with confusion. Pei Sheng unconsciously raised his hand. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to touch Luonin's eyes. But in the air, his hand slowly dropped. Finally, he placed the gun into Luonin's hand, disregarding her bewildered gaze, and softly said, It's over, Luonin. I let you fulfill your wish. You. Never mind, blame me. Luonin didn't understand Pei Sheng's meaning, but instinctively she reached out to grab the gun, trying to counter-hijack Pei Sheng. However, Pei Sheng seemed to already know what she intended, firmly gripping her outstretched hand, along with the cold barrel of the gun, tightly pressed against his abdomen. Then, with a dull sound, the trigger was pulled under his fingers. Luonin's body instantly stiffened as her eyes met Pei Sheng's, realizing that somehow, Pei Sheng's gaze had turned sorrowful yet relieved. Finally, Pei Sheng dared to raise his hand, lightly brushing the astonished eyes of Luonin. Congratulations, this time, you finally killed me. Panic crept into Luonin's voice. Pei Sheng. A faint, strained smile curved Pei Sheng's lips as he caught Fu Jian rushing toward them with his peripheral vision. With all his remaining strength, he raised his now heavy arms, embracing Luonin and whispering, Luonin, since I'm dying, would you accompany me for one last dip in the sea? As the words left his mouth, Pei Sheng embraced Luonin and tilted their bodies backward. At the exact moment Fu Jian lunged toward them, they quickly plunged into the sea. Sister. Without hesitation, Fu Jian followed closely behind, diving headfirst into the ocean. In the surging waves, Luonin exerted all her strength to break free from Pei Sheng's grip on her waist, but his fingers were like roots, unyielding. Luonin cursed angrily in her mind. Damn, this bastard Pei Sheng is really crazy. Doing this again. My legs are cramping. Great, I'm going to feed sharks with this bastard Pei Sheng. Pei Sheng's eyelashes fluttered gently, and he smiled upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind. So it is actually not bad. He gradually loosened the hand that had been tightly wrapped around Luonin's waist, making eye contact with her, mouthing something silently. Then, using the force of pushing Luonin upward, he rapidly sank himself into the depths of the sea. Luonin was startled and tried to reach out for Pei Sheng instinctively, but could only helplessly watch as he quickly distanced himself. Her movements couldn't keep up with his determined descent. Pei Sheng waved slightly, noticing Fu Jian catching Luonin steadily. A sense of relief surfaced on his face. Then he closed his eyes slowly, letting himself descend into the profound darkness. Luonin, this time, it's truly over. Chapter 186. Bonus Chapter 1. As she wished. Luonin stared at the gradually sinking figure of Pei Sheng, suddenly feeling a bit bewildered in her heart. She couldn't understand why Pei Sheng had held her hand and committed suicide by firing the gun. She thought that Pei Sheng had lured her over to die together with him. After all, if both the male and female protagonists died simultaneously, it would achieve his goal of destroying the small world. However, upon reflection, it seemed Pei Sheng knew everything but still played a bad hand. Why? She recalled the look of peace in Pei Sheng's eyes during his final moments, and an idea suddenly came to her mind. By dispersing his main character destiny and using the heroine's hands to cause his death, the small world wouldn't collapse, but instead give birth to a new protagonist. Upon thinking this, Luonin was left momentarily stunned. Could it be that Pei Sheng was truly planning for his own wish, just to let her have her way? She also remembered the last words formed on Pei Sheng's lips. He said, Remember me. A wave of uncontrollable oppression and resentment rose in Luonin's heart, not because of Pei Sheng, but due to her teacher who had lied to her and her. Her eyes gradually reddened as Luonin tried to force herself to recall everything. However, her mind felt as if there were always a thorn stirring fragmented, unfamiliar images, preventing her from seeing clearly or remembering. This collision made Luonin pale from the pain. At that moment, Fu Jian brought Luonin up out of the water. Before they could climb aboard the ship with help from others, another big splash occurred not far from them. Plunk. The sudden splashes hitting Luonin's face interrupted her wandering thoughts. Blinking with her seawater-soaked eyes, her vision blurred, only vaguely making out a figure swimming rapidly toward the direction where Pei Sheng had sunk. Is that Zhu? Froggy fun. Is he this devoted? Fu Jian looked back and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He remembered something and nodded. Pei Sheng once saved Zhu's life, so Zhu regarded Pei Sheng as his savior. Luonin understood this noddingly and suppressed the uneasiness within her heart. With Fu Jian and the assistance of others such as Lu Wenjing, she reboarded the ship. On the ship, all of Pei Sheng's men had been controlled by the police. Luonin glanced around and noticed Qi Rang coming with a complicated expression. Looking at her, Qi Rang hesitated to speak. Luonin was drying her hair when she caught sight of the complex gaze of Qi Rang, questioning, What is wrong? They are not confessing. Qi Rang shook his head and then glanced at Lu Wenjing beside them before speaking complexly. Some of them admitted something. They had received 20 million yuan from Lu Rongyu, requesting to ensure your death on the day your older brother took you home. Luonin paused abruptly in her actions of drying her hair, and Lu Wenjing too was startled. Their gazes intersected in midair as they never expected these people to suddenly admit guilt. Lu Wenjing frowned deeply, his voice low and heavy with confusion. Why do they suddenly confess now? Qi Rang glanced at the sea and sighed. Because of Pei Sheng. Lu Enin's expression instantly became complex, a certain conjecture in her heart becoming increasingly clear. Involuntarily, she snickered faintly, her half-hidden eyes shining with icy light. My dear master really concealed a huge scheme from me. Just at this moment, Lu Enin suddenly felt her mind go blank for an instant. The next second, darkness clouded her vision, and she fainted. Everyone's expressions changed significantly. Fu Jian quickly reached out, firmly catching the body of Lu Enin falling backward and lifting her horizontally towards the cabin. Sensing the intention of those behind him to follow, Fu Jian paused his steps. Approaching Lu Wenjing, he whispered something only the two of them could hear. Enin will be fine. You all wait outside. She should meet her master. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing relaxed his furrowed brows and nodded lightly. Turning immediately, he stopped those who wanted to follow, saying gravely, It's fine. We'll wait outside. Only after this did Fu Jian carry Lu Enin into the cabin again. Placing her on the bed, after hesitating for a moment, he lay beside her, holding her hand, gradually drifting away. On the other side, Lu Enin's consciousness slowly recovered. Opening her eyes, what came into view was a breathtaking sea of pink flowers. In the distance, her master was dressed as during her previous visit, seated before the chess table without looking back, merely raising a hand lightly, beckoning her. My young disciple, come and play a game of chess with your master. Lu Enin walked forward emotionlessly. Once again, she disrupted the game on the chessboard with a loud clap. Her voice was filled with anger. Old man, are you going to tell the truth already? Caught off guard, the master shouted with slightly inadequate confidence. How dare you, my child? Show some respect. I am your master. Lu Enin sneered. A master who treats their disciple as a pawn? The master nervously rubbed his nose, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Whether it's right or wrong, isn't the ending what you wished for? And didn't your wish come true as well? Lu Enin slammed the table again with a sharp clap, interrupting him. Don't dodge the issue. Tell me clearly, what exactly did you and Pei Sheng conspire about concerning me? Caught off guard by Lu Enin's sudden intensity, the master hesitated to glare back when he saw her eyes glaring even wider than his. His confidence instantly waned, and he sighed in resignation before deciding to spill the beans. Basically, as you guessed, Pei Sheng indeed acquired the ability to distribute his own fate. He gave half of his destiny to Gu Tingyan and scattered the rest elsewhere. That way, he was no longer the sole male protagonist. Once all his plans were complete, he would allow himself to die at your hands, causing the fortune to naturally incline towards Gu Tingyan. A new male protagonist would then emerge, maintaining the order of the small world without falling apart. Meanwhile, through this process, you could achieve your wish while also completing his. Lu Enin paused in shock. So, those people you called his subordinates were really just pawns he intentionally sent to sacrifice themselves? The master let out a soft sigh. Yes. From the start, Pei Sheng had everything planned out. The memories in your mind were meticulously pieced together by me and another version of you based on his carefully arranged scheme. My dear disciple, you've already seen your state during that time. If you encountered Pei Sheng again, history might have repeated itself. But you also know this was the last chance. All of us, including you, and even the Tao, Heavenly Way, bet everything we had on this plan. If we failed, we'd fall into an abyss of eternal doom. Pei Sheng calculated everything, knowing that he must die by your hand. Others couldn't kill the main character. Hence, this is the best outcome. Carefully observing Lu Enin's expression to ensure she hadn't noticed his momentary hesitation, the master secretly exhaled in relief and continued. However, Pei Sheng didn't expect that this time not only did I intervene, but the Tao got involved as well. Although the story followed his script, all timelines were expedited. Some details and twists also strayed from his initial vision. For instance, your union with Fu Jian. He never anticipated that. He thought for a moment and added. And there's also the mind-reading incident. He was clueless about that. Lu Enin remained silent, organizing her thoughts as she listened to her master. Then suddenly, she asked, who else did master want to mention just now? Chapter 187. Postscript 2. The letter. Cough, cough, cough. Master was so startled by Lu Enin's sudden question that he began to choke violently nearby. After calming down, his gaze became even more restless than before. Little disciple, your hearing is pretty good, huh? I only paused for a few seconds, and you've already noticed. Lu Enin sneered. Master, do you know that every time you're extremely guilty and have something hidden in your mind, your hands unconsciously start tapping the table? As she spoke, she gestured for Master to look at the chess table. Master, take a look at your table. With your effort on one corner, it's about to become round. Master lowered his head slightly, his eyes gliding over the corner of the table, then awkwardly coughed twice again, trying to regain his dignity. You little brat, I am your master. Lu Enin nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, master. So who were you about to mention just now? The words lingered in Master's throat, hesitant to come out. Little disciple, you must promise your master first that no matter what you see later, you won't pull my beard. Lu Enin's eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly reviewed the subtle changes around her recently. Two familiar faces gradually formed in her thoughts. Her tone became dangerous. Master, I suddenly remember that it has been quite some time since I last saw Grandpa and Grandma. Do you know why this happened? A shiver ran through Master's heart as he murmured silently to himself. Is this girl too perceptive? He swallowed hard, trembling hands pulling out a letter from under his robe, handing it to Lu Ainin with a forced smile full of flattery. Ainin, this letter is specially entrusted by your grandparents to me personally and given directly to you. Read it carefully, and while you do, I'll go pick a few fresh and sweet peaches for you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the small old man had already darted far away. Lu Ainin looked at the slightly guilty and almost fleeing back of the small old man, suspiciously opening the letter. Just skimming through the very first sentence, Lu Ainin got angry to the point of shaking her hands, her teeth gritting roar echoing layer upon layer across the sea of flowers. Master, give me back my grandpa and grandma. The hand picking peaches shook as Master estimated the timing. His young disciple should just have read the first sentence where those two old folks had started setting a trap for him. He immediately tried to defend himself. Disciple, calm down. Finish reading first. That's the pit your grandpa and grandma dug for your master. Hearing this, Lu Ainin took a deep breath and continued reading the letter. Dear Ainin, by the time you open this letter, grandpa and grandma will no longer be in this world, and all this was due to your master's decision. But, let me also say this, it was grandpa's and grandma's own choice, not your master's fault either. Haha. Ainin, if you can see this letter, it means that this time you have successfully changed the outcome for yourself and for the Lu family. We are proud of you. Ainin, grandma still remembers when you were born, and grandpa and I saw you being carried out wrapped in swaddling clothes in the hospital. We were so excited because you were the youngest little miss of the Lu family, and we adored you dearly. But none of us could have foreseen that you would suddenly go missing. It was also at that moment that grandpa and I suddenly remembered our own origins and realized that the world you lived in was a novel world. Grandpa and I were rapid pass-through taskers for the Space-Time Management Bureau. Before becoming your grandpa and grandma, we had just resigned and chosen a small world for vacation. After you went missing, we remembered everything. We also knew that the ending written for you and Pei Sheng wasn't a good one. Out of private affection for you, grandpa and I made the biggest mistake of our lives, allowing both you and Pei Sheng to awaken prematurely. Grandma thought that after knowing your fates were pre-written, surely both you and Pei Sheng would try every possible way to change them. Although after awakening, you two indeed continuously tried to avoid the plotline, the result ended up greatly differing from my expectations. Pei Sheng was too extreme. The experiences of his childhood and adulthood made him completely corrupted soon after awakening. Grandma could only helplessly watch as you two transformed from the originally destined cruel romance into mortal enemies, leading to the collapse of the small world. Grandpa and I wanted to correct this error. We pleaded with our boss, the god you once encountered, the exalted deity. As you might have guessed, he refused our plea and wouldn't intervene in the affairs of the small world. In the face of the apathy of God, though Grandpa and I felt dissatisfied, we were helpless. We could only try our best to ensure Pei Sheng lived better during the restart of the small world. But our interference angered him, causing him to set both you and Pei Sheng as eternal enemies, destined never to reconcile, despite being the main characters. Your grandpa and I were also forbidden by him to make any irregular moves in the small world. Because of this, we could only helplessly watch the small world collapse time after time, watch you fall into despair again and again as your loved ones pass away, until your master found us. He told us that to change this predestined tragedy, the only way was to pull the exalted deity from his lofty pedestal, to let the order of the world be reborn from the ruins. So, your grandpa, your master, and I carefully planned that scheme with characters who had been played around by the deity. After the plan succeeded, your grandpa and I returned to the small world. Due to what had happened before, we didn't dare take bold actions anymore. So when your grandpa followed the original plot thread and rescued me from Lu Yanhua's hands, the two old people of ours went into hiding in the Wuling Mountains. Your grandpa, for rewriting my pre-written death scenario, fell into a deep slumber. Only you, Ainin, the indispensable heroine of this story, could revive both your grandpa and me in the small world once more. Since returning from the Wuling Mountains, because your grandpa and I could hear your heart's voice and had detected some unusual abilities within you, we speculated for a while if there was any scheming behind your master's intentions towards you. It wasn't until your master sought out your grandpa and me again that grandma realized the truth. Your master indeed had schemes, but not against you. They were directed toward your grandpa and me. Ainin, your master is truly a capitalist. And he actually, even at our old age, expected us to continue to contribute to his cause. By the time you realized your grandpa and I hadn't appeared for a long time, guess what? I was already being an evil grandmother for someone else's granddaughter. It was terrible. Your grandpa suffered so much. So, dear granddaughter, after reading this letter carefully, please promise grandma one thing. Pluck your master's beard. I've been holding a grudge against him for quite a while now. As for your grandpa and me, Ainin, don't worry about us. At our age, we ask for nothing more than hoping that our little princess can go wherever she pleases, do whatever she wants, and have everything go smoothly and peacefully. We truly love you, Ainin. Lu Ainin looked at the letter, laughing through her tears. After finishing it, she wiped the remaining tears off her cheeks and softly called out for her master. Master, come back. Grandpa and Grandma said they don't blame you. I won't pull your beard. Peering from afar, Master hesitantly shuffled closer step by step, his eyes flashing between hope and uncertainty. Really? Did those two oldies really say that? Lu Ainin, using her peripheral vision, saw the silhouette of the little old man gradually approaching. Calmly, she continued wiping her tears. Of course not. Lu Ainin took the opportunity to leap onto Master's back, grabbing a fistful of his beard with one hand, while the other somehow produced a pair of scissors. A wicked smile spread across her face as the scissors made ominous snip-snip sounds. Master, let your disciple give you a haircut. Chapter 188. Bonus Chapter 3. Yan Un and Ho Xian. Master was startled by Luanin's movement. As he saw the scissors just inches away from his beard, he began to tremble violently in fear, shouting in panic. Young disciple, Master warns you not to act recklessly. What you're doing is disrespectful and dishonorable to your teacher. Luanin grinned mischievously. Master, what you're saying is too severe. I'm actually being filial and caring for the elderly. My grandmother has been wishing to give Master's beard a trim. As a very filial and cute girl, I naturally want to fulfill Grandma's wish, right? You should be able to understand my filial piety. The Master shook his head vigorously like a drumstick. I cannot understand. I absolutely cannot. In between his words, there was urgency as he tried hard to fling Luanin off his back. Luanin suddenly lost her focus, loosening her grip, her body tilting involuntarily backwards. It looked as if she was about to fall off the Master's back when two hands firmly held her up. Unconsciously tilting her head back, Luanin caught sight of Fu Jian's flawless and exceptionally handsome face. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Yen? How did you end up here? Fu Jian, seeing Luanin's slightly open mouth filled with astonishment, couldn't resist the impulse within him. He leaned down gently and kissed her tender lips before replying hoarsely, to find you. Luanin felt shy and a bit awkward because of this sudden kiss. She unconsciously licked her lips, somewhat flustered as she leaped off the Master's back, stood steadily, glanced around hesitantly, and blushed, saying, The Master is still here. Fu Jian's eyes brimmed with gentle smiles. He tousled Luanin's soft hair, then lowered his head again, pecking her cheek. His deep, magnetic voice was full of indulgence. I know. Let me catch him for you. Before the words had even finished, Fu Jian moved quickly, catching hold of the Master's hand that was attempting to cast a spell secretly to send them both back to their original place. The small old man's whole body quivered, sensing an ominous feeling. He trembled as he said, Little Taoist, you mustn't make a fundamental mistake. A day as a teacher makes one a father for life. I might as well count as your mother-in-law. Ugh, father-in-law? No, grandfather-in-law. You mustn't stray into wrong paths and assist in wrongdoing. Fu Jian lightly raised one eyebrow, a flash of mockery appearing in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the Master, preventing him from moving around recklessly. He then coolly replied, You're correct indeed, but now, the principle lies in my baby's hands. As he spoke, he indicated for the Master to look at the scissors eagerly waiting in Luanin's hand. Gulp dash. The Master painfully swallowed, his voice trembling. Young disciple, spare your teacher a way out. Luanin let out a devilish laugh. Teacher, don't worry, apprentice will definitely trim your beard to perfection. 10 minutes later, Luanin admired her work and nodded contentedly. Teacher, I told you to believe in my skills. Look how perfect it is. Fu Jian couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of the Master's new beard style, unashamedly agreeing. Absolutely, truly impeccable. The bureau director's demeanor stands out clearly. The Master's expression turned progressively sinister from initial hopelessness. His trembling hands slowly pointed toward his beard, trimmed into 5 big characters reading Black-Hearted Capitalist, crying out, You two have no hearts. Luanin and Fu Jian could no longer suppress their laughter, rolling with mirth. Breathing heavily between laughs, Luanin attempted to justify herself. Teacher, doesn't stop babbling nonsense. Apprentice, just wanted to help manage your beard. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Furious, yet powerless, the Master didn't want to see these two anymore, and in a fit of rage, sent them away. Get out. I never want to see you two again. A flash of white light flickered momentarily. Luanin and Fu Jian slowly woke up in bed, glancing at each other inadvertently. Instantly, the air grew thick with a subtle flirtatious tension. Luanin's eyes shifted for a moment, her cheeks flushed pink. Panic gripped her as she sat up instinctively, subconsciously stroking her cheeks and trying to maintain composure, asking, Do you have nothing to say to me? Fu Jian also sat up on the bed. Upon hearing this, he paused for just a second before swiftly capturing Luanin's delicate waist in his hands, settling her securely on his lap. Only then did he speak. Yes, baby, I love you. Luanin's attempts to break free froze instantly. Her hands rested on Fu Jian's chest as another wave of blush bloomed across her cheeks in embarrassment and annoyance, exclaiming, That's not what I meant. A soft, deep laughter emerged at Fu Jian's lips, the vibration traveling through Luanin's hand to her chest, causing her fingers to quiver unconsciously and curl slightly. Fu Jian locked his profound gaze on Luanin in his arms, his Adam's apple rolling gently as his voice became deeper and hoarser. Your master should have told you already, I am the heavenly Tao of this realm. Appearing beside you in this identity is indeed because, during my calculations of the future, I developed feelings for you. He paused for a few seconds before continuing solemnly. Not any version of you from the past, but this very moment, you who are sitting right now in my embrace. Only for you did I come. I want to be with you. I wish to belong to you. Fu Jian placed Luanin's hand over his heart, and then slowly leaned in, pressing a light kiss upon her tender red lips. Baby, do you feel it? This heart beats for you. Under Luanin's palm, Fu Jian's heart thudded strongly with each pulse conveying silent emotions. Dazed, she lifted her eyes to meet Fu Jian's passionate and tender gaze. It felt as though the entire world had stopped at that moment. Silence hung between them without a sound. Finally, neither knowing who moved first, when their consciousness returned, Luanin's lips were glistening with clarity, her eyes filled with a misty haze, and faint breaths began to surface. Closing his eyes briefly, Fu Jian suppressed the desire flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming the surging waves of passion within. He kissed Luanin's forehead again, softly saying, "Let's go out first." Luanin nodded and stood up from Fu Jian's lap after some hesitation, finally mustering the courage to softly say, "Jian, I like you too." After uttering those words, she practically fled to her feet, not waiting for Fu Jian's reaction, rushing toward the door and swiftly pulling it open before leaving the room. Fu Jian looked at Luanin's retreating figure, overwhelmed by the flood of love her words caused in him. His happiness broke into laughter, but in an instant, his brows furrowed slightly, revealing seriousness and contemplation. Should we get married in Malta or Andorra? On the deck, the wind carried a slight saltiness, gently brushing by. Yanli quietly stood still, her eyes fixed on Ting Yangu's dejected figure, unable to speak for a long time. Gu Tinjian's head hung low. Although there was much he wanted to say, all explanations seemed hollow and powerless in the face of Pei Xiang's piercing words. He struggled against his inner sorrow and spoke bitterly. "After returning, I won't appear in front of you anymore. All the mistakes lie with me, and I am truly sorry." Having spoken, Gu Tingyan turned around, ready to leave Yan Li's vicinity, but just after a few steps, Yan Li's indifferent voice sounded behind him. "Gu Tingyan, one must be punished for committing wrongs, isn't that right? You'll be punished by wagging your tail, barking, and repenting by staying by my side forever." Tingyan froze, the profound meaning in Yan Li's words cutting through his heart like an electric current, bringing indescribable joy. He turned abruptly, locking an intense gaze onto Yan Li. Beneath Yan Li's seemingly cold eyes lay an unnoticeable trace of a smile. Steadying himself, Tingyan curved his lips into a mischievous grin, then spoke slowly. "Woof." Chapter 189, Extra Chapter 4, Zhuze. My name is Zhuze. Actually, I don't like this name. I prefer it when others call me number one, and even more so when my master calls me little one. I was picked up by my master, Pei Xiang, when I was 14 years old. Strangely enough, when the master found me, he was only 1 year older than me. Yet for some unknown reason, the moment I saw him, I had this overwhelming impulse to follow him. It felt as if there was an invisible voice telling me. Following him was my only path to survival. My master and I were of the same kind. Many years spent with the master, and I mocked my own absurd thoughts countless times in my heart. I actually thought that my master and I were of the same kind. The master was the saving light of my life, while I was but a humble existence trapped in the mud. How could the master and I possibly be of the same kind? He was so good. All I wanted was for him to live a long life of 100 years. But later, it wasn't until the master's death that I suddenly realized the master really was of the same kind as me. He and I were both trapped in the mire, unable to extricate ourselves or struggle free, stuck in the mud. The sea water gradually consumed my consciousness, and in my hazy awareness, a vague memory surfaced. It was the scene of my first meeting with the master, clear yet distant. When the master found me, I had just been thrown out of my home by my biological father. My body was bruised all over, the marks of his violence against me. In the cold winter, I wore thin pajamas, barefoot, walking numbly and mechanically to the trash can at the street corner where I curled up into myself. My vision blurred, and the cold wind felt like shards of ice piercing through my collar, yet it still didn't compare to the bone-deep chill within me. I am a bastard child, but unlike typical bastards, my biological mother is a well-known daughter of the Zhu family in Jiazhou, currently the head woman of the Zhu household. And my biological father, according to the romance novel tropes, has a collective term called white moonlight. My biological father came from a poor background. When he was with my biological mother, their relationship met opposition from the Zhu family, who quickly arranged for my biological mother to marry someone from the Zhao family, which matched their status. Heartbroken, my biological father left the country, but my biological mother didn't want to sever her connection with him. During the time my father was abroad, she imprisoned him and gave birth to me during that period. However, things didn't last long. When I was 5 years old, the Zhu family eventually discovered my existence. The scandalous affair between my parents was exposed, and the Zhu family pressured my biological mother to drive both my biological father and me far away. Before leaving, my father still clung to the dream that he was being forced apart from his lover. Yet, I distinctly heard that it was because my biological mother grew tired of my father and tired of me. She wanted to return to being the highborn young miss of the Zhu family and play the role of the virtuous wife of the Zhao family. Thus, she revealed us two before the entire Zhu family and used their hands to abandon me and my father. This amateurish performance took my biological father 2 whole years to see through. I only found him stupid enough to cover up his incompetence by blaming everything on me. This blame lasted 9 years. Thinking about this, I felt nothing but irony. If possible, I never wanted them to be my parents. It's better this way. I shouldn't have been born into this world anyway. Leaving this world might be best. I thought numbly. Just as I was waiting to die silently, my master appeared. He stood before me in outrageously expensive sneakers. I slowly raised my head, and my gaze unexpectedly met his. They were eyes filled with detachment, yet faint sorrow lingered in them. He said, "Will you come with me?" I said, "Yes." From then on, I became the number one by my master's side. People think this is just a title, but it's not. My name is number one because my master found me on the first day of the month. I wanted to remember that day, so I am number one. My master was very powerful. He knew many things, and I even felt like he could predict events. Since I started following the master, every single action he took unfolded exactly as he expected without exception. I gradually got used to the mystery surrounding the master, until the day he told me. After all these years, the human heart is truly unpredictable. I didn't reply, but I knew he was referring to those traitors who betrayed him and were dealt with by him. To ensure that my master had no worries, I studied psychology and became a hypnotist. From then on, there were fewer traitors around my master. They couldn't remember him, but they would forever obey him. I became the most trusted assistant to my master, and we proceeded smoothly until Luinen appeared. Luinen's appearance made me feel threatened for the first time, not because the master showed great interest in her, but because I noticed that ever since she arrived, the master's plans kept getting disrupted. Yet the master did not allow us to kill her or let her get hurt. The master watched as Luinen gradually unraveled his plan step by step, yet he never once tried to harm her. Even when he had her kidnapped, it was merely to send her the head of someone else. I was deeply unsettled, unnerved by how differently the master treated Luinen compared to others. As our efforts faltered one after another, the master's indifferent attitude never wavered, which slowly unveiled his true intentions to me. But this revelation brought an even deeper chill than the day I was cast out by my biological father. A chilling coldness that struck right at the soul, freezing my heart with despair. The master no longer wanted to live, but every year, I earnestly made a wish for the master's longevity. How could such a wonderful master die? How could I allow the only salvation in my heart to perish? Thus, I quietly devised a plan. I would kill Luinen in the moment she was taken aboard the ship. If she were dead, then perhaps my master could survive. But I underestimated the master's understanding of me. A simple gesture was enough to let him see through my intentions. He used Luinen's hand to shoot himself, and then allowed himself to sink into the sea. I was filled with anguish. Number 1 belongs to the master. Without the master, I no longer wished to be Jose. So I followed the master down into the water. My body continued to sink toward the ocean floor. I struggled desperately to stay close to the master, but my consciousness began to fade. Well, this is fine. The master and number 1 will never part. Chapter 190, Extra 5, Pei Sheng. Anin, why don't you want to get back together? Pei Sheng's gaze fell on the girl across from him, her delicate features cold and aloof as he opened his mouth with a bitter tone. Luinen's expression remained distant. She quietly locked eyes with Pei Sheng and spoke with a chill in her voice. It's just that I realized suddenly that I'm the heroine of a twisted story, and in the future, I'll be tormented by you until I'm almost dead. I just want to save myself. Mr. Pei, you should be able to understand, right? Pei Sheng hesitated for a moment. His lips slightly parted as a trace of hidden bitterness seeped into his voice. But those things haven't happened yet, have they? We only had an argument over a small matter. Now that I have grasped the bigger picture, I will definitely not hurt you again. Anin, give me a chance. Let's change it together, alright? Luinen's lips curled slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile as her tone carried a hint of coldness. Pei Sheng, do you still think our disagreements are merely due to trivial matters? I understand your hardships in having to maneuver and endure silently within the Pei group. But this is no excuse for the entanglement you've had with another woman, given to you by your second uncle, which eventually led to a scandal. She looked at Pei Sheng icily. Pei Sheng, I know the script too. Why do you think I would be willing to repeat the same cycle after living through it once? Just to gamble on a possible chance to change it together with you. Ignoring Pei Sheng's increasingly pale complexion, Luinen pierced him with every word. I could simply choose to stay away from you. What gives you the idea that I'd willingly remain entangled with you? After saying that, Luinen slowly stood up and passed by Pei Sheng, leaving another remark behind. Pei Sheng, we part amicably. And allow me one more piece of advice. Your parents' mistakes continuing through you is truly unfair. You know very well that the wrong lies with your mother. Do not hurt the innocent. Pei Sheng still sat in place, his gaze fixed on the cup of coffee that had grown cold. After a long pause, a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his lips. So, does that mean I deserve to be abandoned? He got up indifferently and left the cafe. His glance turned toward an interview of his half-brother when stepping out. As he watched the screen showing Gu Tingyan, who was grinning carelessly with an air of unshakable pride, Pei Sheng suddenly chuckled softly. Innocent, am I? Yet here I am choosing what's not innocent. With one final look at the person on the large screen, he disappeared slowly along the street. In the years that followed, Pei Sheng's methods became ever more ruthless, verging on extreme. He did not spare the Gu family. Knowing deep down that Luinen would never return to his side, his actions grew increasingly obsessive and uncontrollable. The Gu family, under his relentless pressure, ultimately met their downfall. Mr. Gu couldn't bear the repeated blows and passed away, filled with resentment. Mrs. Gu was forced to jump off a building, while Gu Tingyan, once a spirited youth, ruined himself trying to seek revenge and ended up imprisoned. Gu Shichuan also suffered deeply, being admitted to a psychiatric ward. Just as Pei Sheng thought his vendetta was nearing its end, a sudden kidnapping threw him into chaos. Luinen's elder brother, Lu Yanli, was abducted overseas by his business partner, who exploited their relationship to imprison him. When Lu Yanli was found, he was already emaciated and barely clinging to life. Pei Sheng panicked. He knew full well that due to his tangled connections with the partner, Luinen would inevitably blame everything on him. And indeed, events unfolded just as he had predicted. He and Luinen were destined to become lifelong enemies, caught in an endless feud. One by one, members of the Lu family perished because of him. Finally, Luinen committed suicide in his arms. Pei Sheng reached utter despair. He had never truly possessed anything, except for a fleeting moment when he felt the warmth of light, now slowly dissipating in his embrace. In this desolation, Pei Sheng raised his gun towards himself. The gunshot sounded as a dirge marking the end of life. He could accept Luinen's hatred, but he could not bear a world without her. He thought this was the end, but Pei Sheng hadn't anticipated waking up to find the entire story repeating itself. Initially, Pei Sheng believed this to be a divine favor, but in reality, it was just God amusing himself during moments of boredom. Time after time, he woke up in the same loop, experiencing over and over the pain of Lu and fading in his arms, until finally, he encountered the deity in the last cycle. Desperate, Pei Sheng knelt before the deity, pleading fervently for the salvation of his beloved. I will sacrifice all that I have, even my soul, to beseech the Lord to grant her happiness as she wishes. Yet, the deity seemed unmoved by this depth of love. Thankfully, his earnest wish was granted in the end. This time, it was both a new beginning and the conclusion of the story. He had set up all the traps. In this scheme, every potential danger that might lead to Lu and Anne's death was openly addressed by him. He had already predetermined his final destination. He would sink to the bottom of the sea with those sinister conspiracies from the gutters. In his heart, he held a humble yet fervent wish. He hoped that he could die in Lu and Anne's arms as well. He didn't expect her to feel even 1/10 of the pain over his departure. His only prayer was for her to occasionally remember his existence. He was despicable, but he still yearned to be the thorn embedded in Lu and Anne's heart. Divine Lord, please let it happen. When Pei Sheng regained consciousness again, he found himself back at the Space-Time Management Bureau. He declined the director's recruitment offer, exchanging it for an opportunity to grow up normally. As he left the bureau, Pei Sheng took one last look at Lu Anan. In the picture, Lu Anan was gently reaching out with a tearful sparkle in her eyes, happily accepting Fu Jian's proposal with a soft and joyful smile. Pei Sheng sneered lightly. TSK, Lu Anan, your smile is truly ugly. Never mind, Lu Anan, may you have peace. The end.